You were locked up in the demon prison at the age of 3. Surprisingly, the Dragon King of the Divine Dragon Palace and the Ghost King of the Star Society escorted you. The demons imprisoned in the prison were shocked to see you being held on the 18th floor of the prison, their mouths wide open. Only because so far, only 5 criminals in the world can enter the 18th floor. The demons curiously asked the warden, "What exactly did you do?" Unexpectedly, the warden coldly said, "Mind your own business. Don't inquire about things you shouldn't." The demons here became even more curious. "Quick, inform the people outside. Investigate who this little brat is. Within 3 days, I want to know what this child's name is and what he did." The prison guard of the 18th floor, Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, was treated as a toy by you. The 5 demons who have been imprisoned here for many years actually opened their eyes and looked at you. The guard was even more shocked to see this scene. These 5 imprisoned demons are all at the level of kings in the outside world. Even the Vithi cannot control them. Over the years, they have been meditating here with their eyes closed. You paid no attention to them, just happily playing with the Vithi. Excited, King Yama asked 2 prison guards, "What crime did Zhang Xiaoba commit?" Upon hearing this, the 2 prison guards whispered, "Murder, extermination, heart extraction." 2 days ago, the 3-year-old Zhang Xiaoba broke into the celebration banquet of the Longhua clan and killed 1,000 Lingya realm cultivators, 400 newborn realm cultivators, 300 incineration realm elders, 100 Xinkuan realm cultivators, and 10 legendary Hongmeng realm cultivators. That family had a total of 2,650 people, 52 dogs, all of whom were killed, with none spared. Even the 9th prince of the royal family present at the scene fell under Zhang Xiaoba's sword. Furthermore, even the eggs of the family, including chicken eggs and sparrow eggs, were scattered by children. Most importantly, the hearts of every person in that family were taken out by Zhang Xiaoba and placed densely on the ancestral hall. And every spirit tablet in the ancestral hall was also split in half by Zhang Xiaoba. This incident caused a huge sensation in Yanjing and even across the country. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Xiaoba was captured by the strongest military force of Longhua. However, because he was too young, he could not be sentenced to death. So the higher-ups could only order Zhang Xiaoba to be detained in the demon suppression prison. Di Zhang heard this and asked with a serious expression, "Zhang Xiaoba, why did you dig out their hearts?" You raised your head, innocently smiled, and said in a childish voice, "I want to know if their hearts are black." This left Di Zhang and the 5 people in the prison speechless. If you want to see if someone's heart is black, just dig it all out. What kind of reasoning is this? Perhaps there are no demons in the world as cruel as you. You bite the milk bottle, grab the unicorn of Dieting, and gently pat Dieting's head with your little hand. "Big dog, let's go." Dieting felt pain, immediately got up and ran towards the darkness of the 18th floor prison. Di Zhang watched Dieting in your back for 3 seconds. Then turned to the jailer. "Which big family was killed?" The jailer swallowed hard. "One of the top 10 aristocratic families in the imperial capital, the Chu family." With these words, Di Zhang was shocked, and the 5 great demons in the prison were also dumbfounded. The Chu family, one of the top 10 aristocratic families in the Dragon Kingdom, has a history of 500 years, with numerous strong individuals and even an unparalleled powerful ancestor presiding over it. This kind of gate valve placed in ancient times would definitely have the potential to dominate the world. Not to mention the 5 great demons. Even Di Zhang himself is not confident that he can slaughter all those people. Zhang Xiaoba, a 3-year-old child, actually uprooted the Chu family. How powerful he must be. Di Zhang thought for a moment and asked, "Look at the 2 jailers. Does Zhang Xiaoba still have parents?" A prison guard said, "Zhang Xiaoba is an abandoned baby who was raised by a group of homeless people. Later, for some reason, the Chu family wiped out this group of homeless people. Zhang Xiaoba was playing in the park at the time and escaped." Then he did not continue speaking. Jizo and the 5 great demon gods had already guessed what would happen next. Jizo put his palms together, chanted a Buddhist mantra, and signaled for the 2 prison guards to leave. The 2 guards, feeling as if they had been granted amnesty, quickly bowed and then hurriedly left the 18th level of the prison. Ksitigarbha looked at the few demons, "Guests, please go back." In the empty corridor, only the sound of Zhang Xiaoba and Dieting playing could be heard. Ksitigarbha looked at you with a serious expression, without disturbing. At this point, you also notice that these 6 people are staring at you. "They did notice me after all. Grandpa said to you before he passed away, Xiaoba, go to the 18th floor of the demon prison. Find the 5 demon gods inside. Get their tokens, and there you will find clues about your parents. Also, the Chu family that killed us are just puppets. The real mastermind is still hidden in the depths. You find a way to worship those 5 people and learn their skills. This way, when you grow up, you'll have the power to fight the mastermind behind the curtain. Remember, now that you're not a match for the Chu family, don't take revenge." After saying this, Gong closed his eyes and died completely. Therefore, in a fit of rage, he stormed into the Chu family and lost his own mind. By the time he woke up, he had already appeared at the entrance of the Jin demon prison. He didn't know what he had done, but, as expected, he had now also met the 5 demon gods that Gong had told him to meet. There was something he needed in these 5 men. Although they did not show themselves, Li XVII could still sense their strength. It was unfathomably powerful. It seems that we can't do it the hard way. We can only outsmart it. Li XVII's eyes twinkled with a wise and cunning light. Although he sensed all the attention, he pretended on the surface as if he hadn't noticed, and continued to play cheekily with Shimeji. Soon, Li XVII got tired of playing and rode Shimeji, coming to Earth's door, grinning. Brother Bald, which house am I going to sleep in? Bald brother? Jizo's eyebrows raised before pointing to an empty cell. From today, this is your room. The cell was reasonably well furnished, with an iron bed, a toilet, and a writing desk. And, it was cleaned up. Li XVII smiled. Thank you, Brother Bald. He jumped off of Shimeji and landed firmly on the ground before walking into that cell and jumping onto the 1-meter-high bed, immediately laying down in a big shape. It didn't take long to huff and puff. It was obvious that he was exhausted. Jizo sighed, walked in, helped Li XVII cover up, stared at Li XVII's brow for a long time, and finally did nothing and turned to leave. Shimeji also followed Jizo and quickly left. Soon, calm was restored to the prison. At that moment, the divine worker opened his eyes, got out of bed, opened the door, and came to Li XVII's door. The tailor looked over and said faintly, "This kid is very unusual. I advise you better not make a fool of yourself." Ignoring this, the divine worker opened the door and came to the front of Li XVII's bed, condescending and coldly staring at Li XVII, reaching out and grabbing at Li XVII's tendons. His big hand like a bushel fan felt around the tendons of Li XVII's whole body, and the more he touched it, the brighter and more surprised his eyes became, and he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Heaven won't let me down. Heaven won't let me down. Ah. The flood of laughter woke up Li XVII. With sleepy eyes, he said, "Old grandpa, what are you laughing at?" The divine worker grabbed Li XVII and said excitedly, "Li XVII, are you willing to worship me as your master?" Li XVII rubbed his eyes. No. When he finished, he fell back to sleep. Grandpa had said that if you wanted to get the attention of some difficult master, then you should never go along with him. You had to do the opposite in order to achieve your goal. The divine worker didn't give up, but forcibly grabbed Li XVII and said, "Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, and I'll teach you everything I've learned in my entire life, guaranteeing that you'll be invincible in the future." Li XVII shook his head. No. The divine worker was rejected twice and became furious. "If you don't want it, then I must make you worship me." After saying that, he forcibly pulled Li XVII up and pressed Li XVII's legs down to his knees, wanting Li XVII to kowtow to him. Only, when Li XVII landed on both knees, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the divine worker only felt that a force as majestic as the sea had bombarded his body in the underworld, making him dizzy. Immediately afterward, blood flowed from all 7 orifices. Finally, with his eyes closed, his knees landed on the ground and boomed in front of Li XVII, maintaining this kneeling position and passing out. Li XVII stood up, didn't even look at the god worker, climbed into bed, and fell into a deep sleep with a loud whimper. The tailor, as well as the other 3 demon gods, saw this scene and immediately stood up in shock, filled with horror. What's the situation? Within this 18-layer prison, the strength of the divine worker was incomparably terrifying, enough to fight with them, and in the outside world, he was even known as one of the 10 great demon gods of destruction. How come he suddenly knelt down in front of Li XVII, and even fainted? What did Li XVII do? Chapter 4, a long falsehood to slake the enemy, and then he becomes his will. On the 18th floor of the prison, there was silence. The tailor and the others watched for a long time, but the divine worker remained motionless and in a coma. The tailor said, "Hey, God's worker, stop pretending to be dead and get up." The divine worker remained unconscious and did not awaken. The 4 tailors looked at each other. Then, all of them stood up, opened the door of the room, and appeared in Li XVII's cell. One of the female demons squatted down, checked the divine worker's condition, and said, "Suffered a heavy blow and passed out." She was about 40 years old or so, a woman of her age, but with a great sense of style and a particularly powerful and wonderful body. The looks were dignified and elegant, but the natural charming bones, especially the pair of peach blossom eyes, watery, although nothing flowed, but still let people feel incomparably charming and full of temptation. Elegance and femininity, blended into one, gave her a special look. A relatively tall, burly, pot-bellied. Strong man heard the female prisoner say this and immediately had his eyes glowing as he stared deathly at the unconscious divine worker on the ground. His hands trembling. The eyes, as if they were staring at food, were stupid. He looked at the sleeping Li XVII again, and was even more salivating, as if he was looking at an absolute tonic, and his expression became hideous. The tailor pressed his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Cook, calm down. If you eat the two of them here, Jizo won't spare you." The cook sniffed, and a twinge of distortion appeared on his original grim face before it slowly began to return to normal. The tailor looked to the demoness. "Doctor woman, where is the divine worker injured?" The female doctor's expression was grave as she said in a deep voice, "Divine fetus, a crack has appeared in his shrine. The divine tire on the shrine is damaged. I'm afraid his cultivation will drop." Once these words came out, the cook, tailor and the other silent devil instantly changed their complexion and looked at the sleeping Li XVII with a grave expression. The female doctor stepped forward and also touched Li XVII's sinews. Her eyes similarly glowed and she excitedly said, "No wonder the divine worker had to have him worship his master. This Li XVII's sinews are good. He's a one-in-a-million genius. With him around, all of Shingon's skills will not be lost. Maybe I'm good at what I do too." That said, she didn't say much more. The cook, the tailor and the other devil sniffed and also came forward at the first time, inspecting Li XVII's tendons and bones, and they also all looked as if they had picked up a treasure, their eyes glowing as a flash of excitement flashed in their hearts. The five of them voluntarily entered this place and had long been mentally prepared to die here. It was just a pity that a skill was completely lost. Li XVII has excellent sinews and bones and is a one-in-a-million genius. If all of their great skills could be passed on in Li XVI's body, they would definitely shine, and might even shock the world. The thought excited them. The cook also wanted to follow the divine worker's example and use his ability to check on Li XVII. The female doctor said in a deep voice, "If you want the divine fetus to be injured, you can do so." The cook sniffed, thought for a moment, and finally gave up checking. "Take the divine worker away. Don't affect little 17's rest. Also, cook, little 17 is growing. He can't just drink milk. Go prepare the ingredients. There should be meat at every meal. Meat and vegetables, balanced nutrition. Talisman master, what are you waiting for? Draw a talisman and turn on the air conditioner. It's so stuffy here. Can't you see that little 17 is sweating from sleeping?" The tailor carried the divine work and stepped out. During this time, the cook also tried to help and was pushed away by the tailor. Kidding aside, the way the cook looked at the divine worker, it was clear that he wanted to cut up the divine worker and eat him. When they left, the silent rune master's 10 fingers spiked with blood. The blood floated up into midair, outlining an arcane and profoundly complex rune seal, a blood-red rune seal, floating in midair. After it appeared, the room where Li XVII was in was as if the air conditioner had been turned on, with a cool breeze and a suitable temperature, which was particularly comfortable. After everyone returned to their cells, the cook took out a kitchen knife from his cell and gave Li XVII an incomparably greedy look before carrying the knife towards the darkness of the prison's depths. What they didn't know was that after they left, Li XVI's eyebrows twitched. He could feel the power of that blood-red rune seal, making his heart tremble. Worthy of what Grandpa said about demons, they're really strong. Learning from them, my strength will definitely become stronger in a short period of time as well. However, they didn't pass on their mastery to me that easily. Grandpa said, long falsehoods to slacken the enemy, and then the will be done. I need to get them to let their guard down by disguising myself for a long time so they can teach me all the tricks of the trade and get their tokens. Li XVII. It's a long fight. Li XVII had an active mind and was mentally prepared for a long period of time in disguise. However, he did not make any movements on the surface and continued to huff and puff. The next day, Li XVII was awakened by a particularly strong aroma. His nose twitched as he opened his eyes and climbed up. It smells so good. The cook in the cell across from him had at some point made a stove and found pots, spoons, oil, and various seasoning flavors. Flames blazed beneath the stove. The oil on the iron pot crackled with the mixture, and the aroma curled up. On a side table, rice and various foods had been served. The cook subconsciously had to put chili peppers in the pan after frying it. The female doctor glared at him. 17 is still young. His stomach can't handle the spiciness. Do you think everyone can eat perverted spiciness as well as you Hunan people? The cook had no choice but to put down the chili peppers, add a little salt slightly, and stir-fry evenly after that. Steamed pork ribs with pumpkin, braised pork, borscht, stir-fried pork with perverted chili peppers, chopped pepper fish head, and so on, a wide array of colors and flavors. Li XVII looked at the table of dishes, and her big eyes immediately glowed. Wow, it looks so delicious, uncle. Can I go over and eat? The female doctor smiled. Yeah, little 17, come over and eat. Saying that, She waved her hand in the air, and 10 meters away, the lock of Li XVII's cell opened by itself, and the door also opened directly. Li 17 jumped out of bed, came to the cook's room, sat down, looked at the table full of dishes, mouth watering, a lot of dishes. The cook looked at Li 17 with green eyes and incomparable greed. The female doctor glared at him before he relented. The female doctor serves the meal and gestures for Li 17 to eat. Li 17 was not polite, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and immediately ate much more. His stomach was rounded until he really couldn't hold on, which was why he stopped eating. Is it good? The female doctor asked. Li 17 nodded. Yummy. When he said this, he suddenly burst into tears and bawled. The female doctor queried, tasty enough to cry? Li 17 reddened her eyes as she cried. What delicious food! If Grandpa, Uncle 16 and the others could also eat this food, how good would it be? Woo woo, the female doctor asked. Gramps, who are they, Uncle and 16? Li 17 wiped his tears and choked. They are the relatives who raised me. But they were killed by the Chu family because they saw some of the tricks done by the Chu family, and they will never be able to eat these fragrant foods again. I wish I had been there. Woo hoo hoo. When he said that, he remembered his grandfather, Uncle and 16 and their voices and smiles, and once again burst out crying. The cook and the lady doctor, silent. The tailor, the talisman master, and the divine worker wrapped in a quilt were all in their respective rooms, and when they heard Li XVII's words, they were all silent as well. The divine worker sighed and said, 100 years of global drastic changes, the imperial court has been corrupted, and the world is full of injustices. You are in mourning. His voice was incredibly weak, and his face was as white as if he would go to his own tits at any moment. Li 17 cried for a while, feeling much better, sat up and looked at the divine worker. Grandpa, are you sick? Why does your face look so ugly? The divine worker glared at him and didn't say anything. Rune Master, however, walked out at this time, holding a bottle of milk powder that had already been brewed, and handed it to Li 17. Little 17, would you like to follow me to learn how to draw? Li 17 shook his head. Don't want to. Rune Smith, he asked patiently. Why? Li 17 blinked his big eyes and said in a serious manner. Grandpa said that those who learn to paint are all fools whose IQ is not up to the mark, and they can't even do math well. He told me to study hard in the future, and to learn mathematics, science and chemistry, so that I would not be afraid of walking all over the world. He also told me not to take up painting and music. That's for rich people, not us bums. So, I'm not learning. The rune master's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. Speechless, the cook laughed out loud. The female doctor smiled. And what else did your grandfather say? Li 17 seriously recalled. Said, Grandpa also said that we vagabonds can't get ahead by learning the arts, and we have to learn the skills to make a living in peace. So Grandpa taught me a skill to make a living. The cook was delighted. What skill? Chef? Frying? The female healer said. Healing? Seeing patients? The tailor said. Make clothes? Shenanigans said. Carpentry? Chapter 5 Shrine Shadow. Green and blue ghost hands. Li 17 shook his head and said. Neither. Grandpa said that we have to learn how to help others with their difficulties, and that if we can solve other people's difficulties, we can make money. So we'll take any job as long as it helps someone. Cook, medicine woman, tailor, divine worker, rune maker. Getting paid to help people out is a little bit like being a bodyguard, a little bit like being a mercenary, and a little bit more of a house of all trades. The cook said, so do you want to learn other skills from me? When Li 17 heard this, her big eyes immediately bloomed with light. I want to, the cook said. Well then, from now on you follow me and I will teach you the skills. The divine worker said disdainfully. Little 17 uprooted the Chu family with his own strength. Why do I need you to teach me? The cook wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words to do so, and could only glare at the divine worker in displeasure. The tailor also sat down and asked curiously while eating. Little 17, tell us, how did you uproot the Chu family then? Li 17 looked blank. I don't know. I was seeing Gong and 16, they were all killed. A hot brain rushed to the Chu family, and then unconscious, until I woke up. The Chu family has been. The female doctor and the others couldn't help but look at each other. The tailor said, Little 17, let me try you. After saying that, he formed his palm into a dragon claw and grabbed at Li 17. Fast as lightning, killing. Li 17 only felt bad and hastily dodged. The tailor missed the blow and immediately changed his stance, accelerating again and grasping his palm on Li XVII's neck. Li 17 struggled in a hurry, but the small hands and feet could not struggle at all. The tailor frowned. With such sparse skills, Li 17 doesn't look like an expert. Is it possible that something else is going on? At this time, the divine worker stared at Li 17 and said coldly, "Don't test it like this, try to really kill him and see." The tailor sniffed and immediately developed a lingering killing intent in his heart, and his hands exerted force, wanting to strangle Li 17 to death. Li 17 was horrified. He's just a kid. Are they really going to kill him? Is there any humanity left? Oh, that's right. They're all murderous demon gods. So naturally they're inhuman. Should we fight back? He felt those terrifying powers coming from the tailor's hands and pondered in his mind. Should he resist? If he didn't resist, he might actually die. If he resisted, these people would recognize his disguise, and there would be no way for him to gain their trust. The divine worker had asked the tailor to do this, clearly testing him. Endure. Li XVII's thoughts turned sharply, and in the end, he chose to endure and did not resist. In order to be able to let down these people's guard, he couldn't act differently. Even if he died, he couldn't show any abnormality. He must make these 5 demon gods feel that he was harmless. At this time, the tailor increased the force. Li 17 carotid artery pressure, cerebral ischemia and lack of oxygen. Eyes closed, unconscious. The tailor looked at the unconscious Li 17, frowned, and looked at the divine worker. The divine worker's eyes remained cold. Kill. The tailor thought about it. If Li 17 was really killed in this way, then he didn't deserve to inherit their mastery. So he once again exerted great strength, wanting to completely strangle Li 17, causing Li XVII's neck to emit a clicking sound. Seeing that the tailor was about to snap Li XVII's neck, suddenly, a divine aura appeared, and an ancient shrine silhouette emerged from behind Li XVII's head. Along with the appearance of this shrine silhouette, Li XVII's eyes opened in his essence aura soared, and his entire person was suspended in mid-air. As terrifying as a demonic god, a monstrous pressure filled out from his body, sweeping through the entire prison like a tsunami. Immediately afterward, a large, greenish-blue, scale-covered hand reached out from within Li XVII's shrine and grasped on top of the tailor's large hand. The tailor instantly felt a stabbing pain in his arm, as if the entirety of his body was going to be completely imprisoned by this one terrifyingly large hand, and he couldn't use any of his strength. His eyes were terrified, the blood chi in his body boiled, and his true chi surged out wildly like a tsunami, wanting to break free from that one big hand. However, there was no way to break free. The large, greenish-blue hand was incredibly thin and leathery, but it was powerful and had a death grip on the tailor's hand. Even, a terrifying black aura was released from inside the large hand, like a black viper, sweeping towards the tailor. The tailor, horrified, made a split-second decision, grabbing a knife and chopping off his own arm, his body storming back to avoid the blow. The hand that was choking Li 17 immediately loosened after losing the tailor's control, and Li 17 closed his eyes as a result, falling heavily to the ground and passing out again. The large greenish-blue hand contracted back within the shrine's shadow, and together with the shrine, disappeared without a trace. Quiet. Within the cell, a deathly silence fell, huffing and puffing. In the midst of the scene, only the panting voice of the tailor ebbed and flowed. Everyone was horrified as they looked at Li 17 lying on the ground, their eyes terrified and scornful, sweating profusely. The moment when the shrine and the greenish-blue hand appeared behind Li XVII's head just now, all of them were scared to death, and were pressured by that powerful aura to the point that they couldn't breathe properly. Even, there was a feeling of walking through a ghost gate, after a robbery, with a heartbeat like thunder. What's that hand? Did you guys get a good look at it? I don't know. Didn't see it. What is offered in the shrine? See? The great hand covers everything and cannot be seen clearly. It's a ghost hand. What can be confirmed now is that the person who decimated the Chu family is not Li 17, and it's highly likely that it's that terrifying existence in his shrine. The 5 men murmured and stared at Li 17, their eyes filled with excitement amidst scorn. Just one hand was so terrifying that it made their hearts tremble. If the being in the shrine came out, wouldn't it destroy the heavens and the earth? The cook laughed out loud. Funny. The tailor reached out with his big hand and withdrew the severed hand that had been around Li XVI's neck and pressed it to the spot where his own broken arm had been. Dense stitches sprouted from inside the flesh and blood of the severed hand and arm, quickly sewing his hand back together, looking as if it was unharmed. There was only a black and red bruised handprint where the large greenish-blue hand had pinched. The tailor moved his right hand and instead of being angry, he looked at Li 17 with a glowing gaze. Very good. Material for a good devil. The cook, the divine craftsman, the talisman master, and the female healer didn't say anything. However, they all started to have fiery eyes as well, as if they had remembered something, and their expressions became incomparably hideous. Those of you who have been in jail a lot know that it can be a very boring thing to be in jail. However, Li XVI's prison life was incredibly good, regular and lively. We teach you all kinds of skills, and when you learn them well you'll be a useful person who can contribute to society when you grow up. Under the lulling of such a central idea by the 5 female healers, he seemed to be awakened and began to follow these 5 devils to learn the art. On Monday, he learned how to sew with a tailor. On Tuesdays, he follows the female medicine healer. On Wednesdays, he learns to draw with the rune master. On Thursday, he followed the divine worker to learn how to make various tools. On Fridays, he learned knife skills and cooking from the cook. On Saturday, he followed Jizo in worshipping the Buddha and chanting sutras. On Sundays, when he was happiest, he played with the big dogs, sometimes riding them all over the world, sometimes competing with them in strength, and that carefree laughter filled the whole prison. The originally dark and eerie 18th floor prison also became much brighter because of his presence, it seemed. The sun and the moon passed through the stars. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Li XVII grew even more sword-browed and had clear features, especially his eyes, bright and innocent, smiling curved into the shape of a crescent moon, naive, looking particularly kind and lovely, harmless. The only downside is that, I don't know if it's a genetic problem or a lack of nutrition, but he's on the short side, only 120 centimeters, and looks tigerish. At this moment, he was throwing a dying killer at the entrance of the 18th floor prison, and said to the prison guard with a naive face, "This comrade, please go and inform the master behind this person, and say that you won't send any more people to kill me. I'll get to him when I get out of jail today." After that, he closes the gates of the 18 circles of hell. Outside the door, the prison guard, expressionless, carried the dying killer outside. All the imprisoned demons were also busy with themselves, as if they were used to this scene. For the past 5 years, Li XVII had been that harmless, throwing countless killers out of the prison, one after the other, throwing at least 2 killers out every day. Although all those killers were still alive, they were also bruised and battered. They're all used to it, even. Some of them are numb to it. One of the devils shook his head and said, "These lineages really don't know how to live, even daring to mess with the king of living hell. This is simply a proper search for death." Over the years, many sects and families in the Dragon Kingdom wanted to get rid of Li XVII, and for this reason, they even found various excuses and sent many experts over to enter the 18th floor openly and honestly to carry out assassinations. Not only them, there were also many devils imprisoned here who sneaked in, also wanting to kill Li XVII. Unfortunately, they all went in vertically and came out horizontally. Every single one of them was knocked down by Li XVII. Moreover, over the years, Li XVII had treated all the devil heads in this 18-layer prison of theirs as sharpening stones, and every day, he would find different devils to practice his moves, and beat all of them to death, bruising them all over. Even they were no match for Li XVII. How could these killers from the outside world be a match for Li XVII? It's practically for nothing. Chapter 6, Li XVII's release from prison. 18th floor prisons. Li XVII ran back and packed his package. He came empty, and over the years, a number of people have come to kill him, but they've all been beaten into unconsciousness and thrown out of the prison. He had scavenged a lot of valuable goodies from those killers, all of which he had hidden away. 5 years of fumbling treasures from comatose killers packed together in a package twice the size of him. Li XVII unwrapped the door of the cell and walked out with the package on his back, waving his hand at the tailor, divine craftsman, female healer, talisman master, and cook in the cell with a bright smile. "Uncles and aunts, my 5 years are up. See you again sometime." Back then, he had been forced by the higher-ups to reside here for 5 years, and now that the time was up, it was time for him to leave. With that said, he took a step and left. As I walked away, I thought nervously in my mind, "I'm leaving, why haven't you guys taken the bait yet?" He was in a hurry. For 5 years, he had been diligently acting, pretending to be naive and innocent, with his mind set on getting ahead, just to lower these 5 people's guard and vigilance, so that he could get these 5 people's token. Now that they're almost out of jail, why haven't they given themselves anything? Just when Li XVII was anxious to the extreme, suddenly, the female doctor stood up and threw Li XVII a white token. "Little 17, after you go out, if someone comes after you, take this token and go to Apricot Grove Taoist Pavilion to find someone named He-Wu Disease. He'll help you." The divine worker threw Li XVII a turquoise ring. "Keep this. If you are free, go around the divine mechanism camp. There will naturally be someone to receive you." The tailor handed Li XVII a brocade box containing 18 golden needles. "Remember what you promised me. This is my true dragon golden needle. It's yours. And remember what I have often taught you, that as you come, so shall you be, and since the enemy has come to trouble you, you must bury the enemy." The talisman master remained silent and just drew a talisman that merged into Li XVII's brow. After receiving these tokens, Li XVII was so happy in his heart that he almost jumped up. But, Instead of doing so, he continued to play it cool and looked at the cook. The cook stared at Li 17 with green eyes, salivating. Little 17. I don't have anything to give you. Why don't you cut a piece of meat for me to taste? It's been 5 years. I've been craving for it. Li 17. Medicine woman, divine worker, tailor, rune master. For 5 years, this cook remembered the meat on Li 17 every day, and there were several times when he grabbed Li 17 and wanted to cut the meat on Li 17 to eat. Now that Li 17 is almost out of jail, he's still thinking about it. The others looked at the cook with contempt. At that moment, Jizo, dressed in a police uniform, approached, Zen staff in hand, and swept the cook away. The cook immediately stopped talking about this and threw Li 17 his own chopper that he often used for cooking, saying, just now I was just joking. This is my precious knife. Little 17. If you are in danger, take this knife and make a trip to the fortune house in the imperial capital. The shopkeeper there will help you. Li 17 took the chopper. His heart became even more excited, thinking, finally, all of them have fallen for it. It had been 5 years, and he had finally managed to trick these 5 people into getting what he wanted the most. All the tokens of the others were gathered except for the tokens of the talisman masters. Nope, the rune master's tokens are gathered as well. The talismanic seal that the talisman master had struck onto his brow was his exclusive token. His heart was thrilled, and joy overwhelmed him like a tidal wave, wanting to shout at the top of his lungs. However, he held back and pretended to be disgusted on the surface. Cook, you're too stingy. Everyone else is giving away jade pendants and gold needles, but you're giving me this kind of pig-killing knife. You want me to go out and become a pig killer? The cook said angrily. What do you know? This pig-killing knife is a treasure I've used all my life. It has a spirit and can kill demonic gods. Li 17 once again disliked it. Isn't that still a killing knife? The cook's forehead veins appeared, and he pulled up his sleeves and was about to punch Li 17. The tailor and the female doctor hurriedly stopped him. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Little 17 has eyes but does not recognize NT. Tai only. At this time, Shimeji also ran over from a distance and stopped in front of Li 17. Good dog. Li 17 jumped onto Shimeji's back and stroked Shimeji's silky fur. Shimeji had a look of enjoyment on his face. Jizo looked at Li 17. What are you going to do when you get out? Li 17 grinned. Use the skills I've learned to contribute to society. I want to be a good boy who is useful to society. Upon hearing these words, the female doctor, the talisman master, the cook, the divine craftsman, and the tailor all revealed meaningful smiles. Li 17 had learned those skills of theirs. Of course he had to contribute to the society. Earthstore glared at those people and said helplessly, malicious karma is formed, and good practice results. Karma is so great that it can rival the Sumeru, deepen the giant sea, and obstruct the holy way. Little 17. I'll send you these words. You must remember them and be good. Li XVII's eyes smiled into a crescent moon, folded her hands, and bowed deeply to Jizo. Okay, brother Jizo. Bye. Then he bowed to the divine worker, the lady healer, and them. Goodbye, uncles, grandfathers, and aunts. The female doctor, the divine worker and the others hurriedly dodged to the side, not daring to bear Li XVII's kneeling. Li 17 laughed without saying anything and patted Shimeji's head with his big hand. Shimeji would come over, and with 4 hooves producing clouds, he rushed towards the exit of the 18th layer of hell. He's finally gone. The cook waved his cleaver, chopped off a leg of a foreign beast, and ate it, muttering, suddenly it seems like this prison has gotten a lot colder. The female healer, the talisman master, the divine craftsman, and the tailor all looked a bit glum as well. Over the past 5 years, they had all gotten used to the presence of Li 17 and his mischievous behavior. When they had free time, they did not meditate and cultivate their minds. They all taught Li 17 all kinds of knowledge, and even teased Li 17, treating him very well. It seems to be good to Li 17, but in fact, all of them are treating Li 17 as their childhood selves, providing for their childhood selves, making up for all kinds of things they did not have to Li 17, which is also tantamount to making up for themselves, so that they will no longer have any regrets. Now that Li 17 had left, they all felt empty inside. This large prison became empty. For the first time, they felt lonely. It was at this moment that they finally realized that they weren't providing for their childhood selves, but that they genuinely considered Li 17 as their own child. The tailor said, we can't go out now, so it would be good to teach him the skills and let him go out in our place. Only, when he thought of the various dangers that Li 17 might encounter after going out to get into trouble, his heart had some worries again. He began to feel that he had taught Li 17 those skills. Was he wrong? What if Li 17 dies because of his skills? The female doctor looked worried. I'm thinking now, What about the consequences after Little 17 smashed the world? The divine worker calmly said. Don't worry. Little 17's skills are much more powerful than ours. He can already defeat me. And looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, no one is his opponent. Now that his cultivation is so unfathomable that even I can't see through it, I'm afraid that those old, undead monsters aren't his match. Even those old monsters, I'm afraid they can't pull their faces off to beat up a junior like him, right? So, he is now invincible. No need to worry. As he spoke, a look of worry flashed in his eyes as well. It's true that those old monsters couldn't pull their punches, but what if they did? At that thought, he touched a small piece of puppet in his pocket. This little puppet was carved for him by Li 17 at the beginning of his studies, and his knife skills were relatively juvenile, but he had always loved it. The cook gritted his teeth. If he dies out there, I'll fight to the death to go out and find him, and eat him up. This kind of delicacy can't go to waste. The rune master had been silent, but also spoke up at this moment. Don't worry, Little 17 will be fine. He's stronger than the 5 of us. And, don't forget, there's a demon that lives in his shrine that even we in Jizo can't see clearly. This time out, he's probably going to make the world's ghosts and gods shake. In the intervening years, both they and Jizo had wanted to get a peek at what the green and blue ghostly hand in Li XVII's shrine was, and kept trying. However, even if it was the Earth Store, even if the 6 of them teamed up, they could never see what it was that was enshrined in Li XVII's shrine. In the shrine behind Li XVII's head, it was filled with white mist and could not be seen clearly. Every time they tried Li 17, a green and blue ghostly hand would reach out from the shrine and strike them to the point of spitting blood. With this ghost hand, Li 17 is invincible. The tailor hemmed and hawed and said, Little 17 is out of prison. And from now on, the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. I reckon that no one in the world can trap him. This dome of heaven may be about to change. As he said this, he smiled sinisterly, his eyes incomparably weird and hideous. Immediately afterward, all 5 of them gazed at Li XVII's departing back with different eyes. Earthstore looked at the 5 demonic gods and folded his hands. Amit Bab Buddha. He had been subduing these 5 great devils for decades, and had never seen these 5 devils show such a warm side. Li 17 changed these people. Unbeknownst to the 6 of them, they were fooled by Li XVII's acting skills. With a roar, the door to the 18th floor prison room opened. Li 17 harnessed Shimeji and rushed out, his body like electricity, running wildly towards the first layer of the demon suppression prison. Li 17, ha ha ha, brothers, Li 17 is out of jail. We're liberated. Brother 17, after you go out, you must contribute more to society. Seeing Li 17 and Shimeji rushing out, those demons in the prison were all ecstatic. Within these 5 years, Li 17 hadn't tossed them around much. Many of the devils in the prison were big-name lords on the outside, but as a result, they were all beaten up by Li 17 in an incomparably miserable manner here. Basically, every 3 days, Li 17 would walk out from the 18th floor prison and select 2 demons to challenge until he beat them into unconsciousness. Over time, all the devils here were scared to death, fearing that Li 17 would appear again and come to beat them up. Now that they saw that Li 17 had been released from prison, they naturally rejoiced, thinking that their hard life had come to an end and they finally did not have to worry about their death at Li XVII's hands. Only, before they could be happy for more than a second, all of a sudden, a tiny thread of silk hung down from the high sky and wrapped around some precious items on their bodies. Oops! Those people cried out in their hearts that it was not good. Before they could react, the thin line pulled violently. Crashing sound. All the valuable things on the imprisoned devils immediately flew up and towards the first floor of the devil-suppressing prison, densely packed, covering the sky and sky. A spectacular sight to behold. In the end, all those valuable things fell into the cracks of Li XVII's parcel, propping it up a bit more. Little 17 this time to go out of town. There is no inventory in tow. Very insecure. Thank you Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa and Grandma for their great help. Great kindness. 17 teeth unforgettable. In the coming days, will use my life's work to repay you? 10,000 thanks. Li 17 stood on Shimeji's back and bowed politely to the demons before rushing out towards the gate that had opened the demonic prison and disappearing in front of all the prisoners. Li 17. You little, give me back my baby, my own treasure. Li 17. You shall not die. Demon. This little bad boy is the biggest demon in the town's demon prison. I'm going to kill him. Inside the Jin devil prison, the evil devils exploded, pointing at the direction Li 17 had left and cursing a whole lot. After sending Li 17 up, Shimi returned to the devil-suppressing prison, and when he heard the demonic chants, he could not help but cross his eyes and let out a low roar from his mouth as he stared at them coldly. In an instant, all the demons were silenced, and the prison fell silent. They looked at Shimeji with horrified and scornful eyes. Li XVII was not afraid of Shimeji, and even made Shimeji, but they did not dare. This beast specializes in eating demons. Li XVII's young body, carrying a package 2 or 3 times larger than himself, walked out of the prison. Looking at the long-lost sunshine, there is a feeling like a world away. Outside the prison, it was cold and quiet except for the 2 high walls and the real guards guarding them. Li XVII glanced outside, and then he put all of the 5 devil's tokens in his parcel, carried the parcel on his back, and walked outside, in an agitated mood. It's been 5 years, and I've finally come out. What 5 demon gods? What strongest prison guard Jizo? Aren't they all still fooled by me? Li XVII thought with immense joy as he walked. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of his plan succeeding. For the past 5 years, he has been accompanying the 5 great devils to act. And finally, he has tricked those people, and the things have arrived. Master 17. Wait. At this time, a prison guard called out to Li XVII, handed him a letter, handed it to Li XVII, and said, Lord Divine Worker has made arrangements for you. Take this letter and go to the Chen family in Maple Leaf City. That's your new home, and the people there will take care of your life and living. And your sister is there waiting for you. Sister? Li XVII was stunned. He has family in this world? Once again, the warder's head was full of black lines as he said, well, she's a relative that Lord Shingon has recognized for you. Your new family member. Li XVII said excitedly, a new family member? I have a sister. Quickly tell me what my sister's name is. I want to meet her. He had just come out and didn't have a place to land, so going to the Chen family to eat and drink was excellent. Besides, Grandpa said that when you're out and about, it's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy, and it's always good to have one more sister. When the prison guard saw Li XVII like this, he also sighed, made a phone call, called over a bus in the Jin Devil prison, stuffed Li XVII into the car along with the package, and said to Li XVII, remember, your sister's name is Chun Hongyao. It was an incomparably cool little car, and the top of the car was painted with dense runic patterns that looked mysterious. Then, he took out a wad of bills and handed it to the driver. Maple Leaf City, Chen Family. The driver took the money and said holler and immediately drove, heading straight to Maple Leaf City. The Devil's Prison was built in a sparsely populated mountainous area with bumpy and difficult paths. However, the bus was painted with various kinds of talismanic patterns, and when driving fast on mountain roads and encountering rocks, the talismanic patterns on the automobile immediately blossomed into a mysterious light that wrapped around the body of the cab. The car is smooth as a feather and fast. Li XVII watched this curiously. The driver smiled and explained, this is a karma talisman specially drawn for me by the most powerful talismanic sealmaster in my country of the dragon. Drawing the talisman on the car will allow the car to drive fast on bumpy roads without too many bumps. And, moreover, it will boost the car's speed, saving time and fuel. He looked proud as he spoke. After all, it would be a great honor to have a towering figure like the Rune Master draw a rune on his car. Although this car was only a shared asset of the Jin Demon prison, he usually drove it, and he naturally felt proud of it. Li XVII let out an oh-so-splendid sound and spat in his heart. What kind of talisman master is this? This armored horse talisman is much harder to draw than a mute. The Rune Master was silent. Even when he was teaching him to draw he didn't say a few words, so Li XVII had always called him a mute in his heart. However, the Rune Master's painting level was really superb. The brush strokes were all over the place. The whole process of painting was pleasing to the eye, and the work that was painted was even more pleasing to the eye. The cab drove for 2 hours, spanning 1,500 kilometers, before finally hitting the highway. In the sky, 2 fiery red suns hung, streaming like fire and shining on the world. On both sides of the highway are dense forests, dark and deep, in which there will be a burst of heart-stopping sound of animal roars. At the horizon stood a human city, like a dragon coiled around a tiger. Looking outside, there were many corpses piled up outside the highway, and even many weird dried corpses hanging on top of the lush trees, which looked incredibly strange and horrible. This world was cold and quiet. Not a single living figure could be seen, full of death and despair. More depressing than the interior of the Jin Demon prison seemed to be, and the world was full of gray and white. Although there were 2 rounds of suns hanging high in the sky, the whole sky still gave people a feeling of deadness and lifelessness. The sun seems to be cooler than usual today. The driver muttered. Li XVII didn't say anything. He's young and has no idea what's going on in the world. Anyway, after he became self-aware, there were 2 suns in the sky all the time, and at night time, when the sun went down, a moon would appear, and when the moon went down, 2 suns would rise. The cycle turns over and never changes. And, at night, there are no dark clouds to cover the light of the moon without seeing the stars. Li XVII had not seen the stars even once since he was born. However, it doesn't matter. Li XVII looked at the 5 tokens in the package, his eyes excited, and thought, inside them, are there really clues to my parents? He was abandoned as a child and never felt the warmth of his parents. Over the years, he had tried to find his parents, but there were no clues. It was Gong who was so brilliant that he found out that his parents' clues were related to the 5 Devil's tokens. Now that the treasure was right in front of him, he didn't know how to find it. Li XVII put these 5 tokens away, clenched his fists, his eyes gradually became ice cold, and thought, the matter of finding my parents can be put aside. The most urgent thing is to find out the mastermind behind the killing of Grandpa, and avenge Grandpa and the others. Chapter 7, The True God. The cab drove along the highway, windswept, reaching speeds of 500 an hour, and after an hour, gradually approaching Maple Leaf City. The driver was driving while looking around on high alert, as if he was afraid of something. At that moment, 2 men appeared in front of the car, stopping it. One of them was a particularly good-looking beauty with 2 ponytails and a youthful look, tall and shapely in a JK costume. However, she was also carrying a pale blue firearm that was about as tall as she was and just as powerful as it looked, and it looked like it had the valor of a gun policewoman. The other man was a tall, burly man in a black suit with sharp eyes and muscular muscles that were not to be messed with at first glance. Beside them, many cars lay strewn about. A lot of people, down in a pool of blood. On the car, there were obvious signs of the beast's impact. The driver stopped the car, opened the window, looked at the man and woman warily, and said in a cold voice, "This is the car of the Jin Demon Prison. What's the matter? In a world where wild beasts now run rampant, just being outside the city can be dangerous." He reported the name of Jin Demon Prison in advance because he wanted to warn others that Jin Demon Prison was not to be messed with and not to hit this car. Upon hearing the words Demon Suppression Prison, that man and woman were obviously overjoyed. The beautiful young girl said, "Big brother, we are from the Maple Leaf City Yang family. My name is Yang Yu. This is our bodyguard Zhao Hang from the Yang family. We went out hunting and ended up being attacked by an evil spirit, and we were killed or injured. Can I trouble you and send us back to Maple Leaf City? Don't worry, we'll be heavily thanked." Evil spirits? When the driver heard this, his expression changed. Don't evil spirits appear at night? How come evil spirits appear in broad daylight? The driver was under the impression that evil spirits appeared only after the sun went down. Now that both suns are straddling the firmament, how could there be evil spirits out there as well? Has the world changed again? JK Beauty Yang Yu saw how nervous the driver was and quickly explained, "Uncle, don't be nervous, the evil spirits have been fought away by us." Zhao Hang also spoke up, "We're safe now." After a pause, he said, "Although we defeated the evil spirits, our hunting cart was destroyed, and the mountains are so long that we can't walk back to Maple Leaf City under exhaustion. Can you give me a ride?" The driver didn't speak, but turned back and looked at Li XVII with questioning eyes. He was the driver of the Jin Devil Prison, naturally serving Li XVII. After all, before he left the house, the people from the Divine Worker had specifically come to him to talk about this matter, asking him to take care of Li XVII, so he naturally had to ask Li XVII's opinion. Li XVII was a bit embarrassed. "Then my luggage," the driver said, "you can put it in the trunk." Although the Divine Worker had asked him to take care of Li XVII, the Divine Worker was already at the bottom of the Demon Suppression Prison, unable to come out, and that offered him very little help. However, the Yang family of Maple Leaf City, that was a prestigious family. If he could use this to draw a relationship with the Yang family, he, a small driver, would definitely benefit immensely in the future. JK Beauty Girl Yang Yu also looked at Li XVII with a pleading gaze. "Little brother, help out." Seeing that this woman was so beautiful, Li XVII was also in a bit of a trance, but he quickly came back to his senses and nodded. "Okay, then you guys come up here. We're all on the way anyway." After that, he got out of the car and the huge package in the car was placed in the trunk. Yang Yu was overjoyed at this moment and immediately shouted to a car behind him that had been destroyed, "Sister, they've agreed to send us back to Maple Leaf City. Come out." With her words, another beautiful woman got out of that car. She was about 22 years old, and she was exceptionally beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, and her features seemed to be as impeccably beautiful as if they were works of art carefully carved out by God. Fair skin, frost is better than snow. Instead of covering her figure, the long dress she wore made her figure even more shapely and beautiful. When the driver saw this woman, his eyes went straight and he exclaimed, "Yang Kaiwei! Yang Kaiwei!" This was one of Maple Leaf City's twin prides, a genius among geniuses, who at the young age of 12 had been blessed by the true God with an unprecedented divine tire, the violet gold Dao tire, and from then on, his cultivation skyrocketed and soared to the heavens. When she was 18 years old, She had already cultivated to the 4th realm among the 9 realms of the human world, the new habitat, where a new life was conceived in the divine fetus, taking charge of the divine fetus, enhancing the speed of cultivation, with incomparable strength. This kind of realm is a first-class supreme genius when looking at the whole country. This woman came from a worldly family, high and deep, rarely appearing in the public eye. Never thought that I would meet her here today. Only young Siwei's face was cold, her eyes were even colder, and her body also exuded a sense of an iceberg that no one could get close to, so the driver didn't dare to look at it more than once, and hurriedly turned his head back. Li 17 looked at young Kaiwei and also froze for a while, murmuring, "It's so beautiful." Yang Yu came over, put the firearms in the trunk as well, and said to Li 17, "Little brother, don't look, my sister won't like you, get in the car." Her sister was a beautiful-looking woman who attracted everyone's attention every time she appeared, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. Li 17 looked back, did not say anything, and sat in the car. Zhao Hang was the bodyguard and sat in the passenger seat. The two sisters, Yang Kaiwei and Yang Yu, sat together, and Li 17 was squeezed to sit on the right side by the window. Only after the driver saw them sitting firmly did he start the car and wind his way towards Maple Leaf City. On the way, Li 17 looked at young Kaiwei and said, "Sister, you're injured. I've learned medicine. Do you want me to help you heal?" Looking closer, he could see a lot of blood on young Siwei's skirt and some wounds on her body, and was kind enough to help heal the other. Young Kaiwei coldly swept a glance at Li 17 without speaking. Yang Yu looked at Li 17 curiously and said, "Little brother, you have also learned the art of healing. It's really marvelous. What's your name? What is your master's name?" In her opinion, the young kid who could sit on the Jin Demon prison's communal car must also be the child of one of the leaders in the Jin Demon prison, and must be recognized. Li 17 laughed. "My name is Li 17. I don't have a master. I learned from the female doctor sister. In the devil's prison, the female doctor explicitly said that she couldn't afford to call her master. So, he always called the female doctor his sister." When Yang Yu heard Li 17 say this, she didn't pursue the name of the female doctor, but looked Li 17 up and down curiously. "Little brother, are you going to Jin Devil prison to visit mom and dad?" Li 17 laughed. "No, my parents aren't in jail." When he finished, he sighed again. How can he visit his mom and dad when he doesn't even know who they are? Yang Yu laughed. "Xiao 17, you are really good at making jokes. Okay, you don't want to say it even if you don't want to say it. My sister asked you, what are you going to do in Maple Leaf City? Ah?" Li 17 seriously said. "Looking for my sister." Ah. Yang Yu snorted out a laugh. "Sister? Who is your sister?" Li 17 said. "Chen Hongyao." Everyone at the scene was stunned when these words came out. Yang Kaiwei and Yang Yu all looked shocked. Yang Yu exclaimed, "Xiao 17, you have to have a limit to joke, right? Chen Hongyao is one of the Maple Leaf twin beauties who is famous with my sister. She is still so much older than you. How can she be your sister? Besides, your last name is Li. Her last name is Chen, and I've never heard of the Chen family having a relative with the last name of Li." Yang Kaiwei was shocked at first, then shook her head later and looked at Li 17 with even more disgust. Such nonsense at such a young age. You don't look like a good person. Li 17 firmly said, "Uncle Shingong won't lie to me. Chen Hongyao is my sister." A car full of people. All of them were dryly silenced by Li Xii's words, apart from the driver. In the opinion of young Siwei's 3, Li 17 was just talking nonsense, and was giving himself indiscriminate relatives. Yang Yu said without mercy, "If Chen Hongyao is your sister, then I am a true god." Li 17 asked, "What is a true god?" Yang Yu pointed to the sky and said, "The true god is the supreme being of this continent, and it is only with his permission to give us human races intracranial shrines and offer the divine fetus that we human races can cultivate and resist the attacks of the evil spirits of this heaven and earth. See the two suns in the sky? Those are the eyes of the true god. When he opens his eyes, it's day. When he closes his eyes, it's night. Oh, I see. So the moon at night is. Those are the eyes of another true god. Two true gods. One is responsible for the daytime, named the true god of the sun, and the other is responsible for the nighttime, named the true god of the Taiyin. They are patrolling the earth, bringing light to the earth, and this world exists because of them. Then why does the true god of daytime have two eyes and the other true god only has one?" Yang Yu was stumped and couldn't answer. Li 17 said, "I thought we were the only ones who worked. I didn't realize that the true gods also had to work, or 2 shifts, so thinking about it like this, I'm much more balanced in my heart." Yang Yu, Yang Kaiwei, Zhao Hang, Driver 4. That's a great angle. Why didn't they think of that one? The new brain is just great. The driver and Zhao Hang, in particular, were more mentally balanced. Even the true gods had to be the big bull horse working 2 shifts, And this little bull horse of theirs was also deserved. Thinking that little caramels like themselves were being served by an exalted being like a true god made them all a little proud and fluttery. Yang Kaiwei was just about to pick up the conversation and argue, when suddenly, the driver braked sharply and stopped. The powerful inertia caused all three men behind them to lean forward. However, they were all experts and quickly stabilized their bodies. What's wrong? Yang Yu asked. The driver stared ahead, his face grave. There's trouble. In front of their car, a large truck with a body painted with special charms stretched across the highway, blocking their way. On top of the truck, 10 imposing experts stood, staring coldly at the car. The killing aura was like a sea, enveloping this automobile. The first person was a middle-aged man, and the light emanating from the shrine's silhouette at the back of his head was as bright and majestic as a small round of sun. Even if they were more than 100 meters apart, the driver could feel the horror of those people, his skin tingling with murderous aura and chills all over his body. Yang Kaiwei, Zhao Hang and Yang Yu's faces changed when they saw this group of people. It's people from the Star Society. The one in the lead is the incredibly ferocious devil Zhang Jihai. Sister, this is coming at us. What should we do? Yang Yu gritted her teeth. The Star Society and their young family, that's a family feud. Just now, they were attacked halfway across the road, which was the work of another group of people from the Star Society, completely destroying their hunting caravan, and only the three of them survived. Now these people were setting up an ambush here, obviously not wanting them to return to Maple Leaf City alive. Zhao Hang took out a saber, his gaze cold and determined, and said in a deep voice, "Two young ladies, I'll stop them later, and you guys find a way to escape." Yang Kaiwei looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, "The sun is about to go down. Once it reaches night, evil spirits will run rampant, and if we escape, we will only die." Then she looked over at the big truck and said in a single word, "Break out." After saying that, she was about to open the door and get out of the car. Yang Yu hurriedly pulled her hand. "Sister, no way. In that battle just now your divine fetus and newborn soul have both been injured. If you activate your divine fetus again, you'll become a wasted person, and you might even die. Chapter 8 I help you with them, you pay me." The two sisters, Yang Kaiwei and Yang Yu, went out hunting and ended up encountering an attack by an evil spirit and even an ambush by another group of people from the Star Society. In that battle, Yang Kaiwei was the main force. She gave everything she had and even sacrificed her new life to attack the enemy. The new birth is very powerful and puts to death evil spirits. However, she also received a heavy blow from the Star Society's experts as a result, and her new life cracked open, injuring her severely. Now that the Star Society was making a comeback, those 10 people were imposing, and at first glance, they were quite terrifying experts. Even the leading elder brother among them, Zhang Jihai, had sacrificed a shrine behind his back. Within the shrine was enshrined a grim-faced demonic statue, holding a golden glittering elixir in its hand and looking at the place with an icy gaze. The light it blossomed out was incomparably dazzling, and its aura was incomparably powerful. New habitat. Seeing the little man in the shrine behind Zhang Jihai, Yang Kaiwei, Yang Yu, Zhao Hang, and the driver all changed in color, and their hearts sank straight to the bottom. Spiritual buds, divine births, gathering of spirits, new births. These were the 4 most important realms in the early stages of cultivation, and in a small place like Maple Leaf City, to be able to cultivate gathering spirit was already a rather terrifying existence, enough to hold a key position within the General Secretary of Maple Leaf City. New habitat, fully capable of serving as the Deputy Director of the Spirit Hub Bureau. Now that such a big shot is blocking the way, they are in for a bad end. Zhao Hang gritted his teeth and said, "Two young ladies, I'll go stall them, so you guys hurry up and escape." After that, he was about to get out of the car. Yang Kaiwei pulled him back and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Zhao, you haven't even reached the new habitat. If you go out now, you'll only be killed by them in seconds. It's better for me to hold them back and you take Xiao Yu and run quickly. Driver, you turn around and run." After saying that, she immediately dragged Zhao Hang by the hand without saying a word, while taking the lead to go out the door. The moment she was out the door, an ancient, radiant shrine blossomed behind her head as well. Inside the shrine, a jade Buddha that looked exactly like Yang Kaiwei was enshrined, holding a turquoise jade rui. Only the top of the jade Buddha had a tiny crack running from head to toe. After sacrificing the shrine, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Yang Kaiwei's body. Her large hand slammed down on the car of the Jin demon prison, and the terrifying force slapped the car backwards like a stringed arrow, backing up 100 meters in an instant. The power is so great that it is terrifying. Immediately after that, her feet cracked the highway pavement, and like a cannonball coming out of a cannon, she dove towards those people from the Star Society. In the shrine behind her head, thousands of sharp sword chi flew out, slashing towards those from the Star Society. The sound of breaking air exploded like thunder. Zhang Jihai also sacrificed his demonic statue and offered the spirit elixir out, blasting it towards Yang Kaiwei like a cannonball. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The two instantly fought to a standstill and were indistinguishable from each other. The rest of the Star Club also swarmed up and surrounded Yang Kaiwei. For a while, sword chi was spreading across the sky, blade awnings were rushing into the sky, and the sound of golden gobblers clashing was unceasingly heard. Sis. Inside the car, Yang Yu's complexion changed dramatically, and he was about to get out of the car in a hurry. Zhao Hang was also gritting his teeth. His hot tears filled his eyes as he turned back, pressing Yang Yu's hand to death, saying, "Second miss. Missy is laying down her life to protect us. You can't go out. Driver, hurry up and drive back to Jin Demon Prison. In case we fall into the hands of those vicious thugs from the Star Society, all of us will die." They couldn't possibly be the experts of those people from the Star Society. Yang Kaiwei had given them a ride and helped them stop those people from the Star Society. If they wanted to have a chance of survival, then they could only go back to Jin Demon Prison. The driver was not afraid to start the car and prepare to make a U-turn. However, no matter how much he hit the steering wheel, the car didn't move at all. Zhao Heng's expression changed dramatically. "Driver, what's wrong with you? The car malfunctioned?" The driver didn't say anything, but looked back at Li 17. Master 17. Li 17 hemmed and hawed and ignored the driver, instead looking at Zhao Heng and Yang Yu. "Sister Yu, Uncle Zhao, is the Star Society you're talking about bad guys?" Yang Yu said, "Yes, they are in the company of evil spirits and do no evil, roaming outside of Maple Leaf City, specializing in hunting god surrenderers like us and digging up god fetuses to eat and use to grow their own cultivation. Over these 100 years, countless godfallers have died at their hands." Godfallers? Those who are given a divine child by the true God gain great power and from then on set foot on the path of cultivation, and these people are all called godfallers. "Oh, so that's it." Li 17 grinned, revealing 8 white teeth, his eyes gleaming as he excitedly said, "So, how about I help you guys out with them and you pay me?" When Zhao Heng heard this, he immediately grimaced. "Little friend, don't joke around." Yang Yu also said, "What time is it now? Why are you still joking?" Both of them felt that Li 17 was joking. Those people from the Star Society were all poor and vicious lunatics, with a ferocious aura and incomparably rich experience in actual combat. Even they and Yang Kaiwei together were no match, so one could only break the back while the others fled. Li 17 was only a small child of 8 years old, daring to speak so wildly, saying that he wanted to solve those people from the Star Society? Where's the hullabaloo? If Li 17 were to go over there, he would clearly be giving food to those people from the Star Society. Therefore, they all looked at Li 17 with great contempt and disdain. Right at this moment, the driver said in a deep voice, "Master 17 came out of the Devil Suppressor prison. If he says he can solve it, then he can definitely kill it. If you don't want young Kaiwei to die, you'd better listen to him." As he spoke, he pointed ahead. Over there, Yang Kaiwei had already fallen into a disadvantage as she fought 1 against 10. An expert from the Star Society sacrificed a divine tire and struck a sword chi that ran Yang Kaiwei's one thigh through, dripping with blood. The other experts once again swarmed up and delivered a deadly attack. Within a period of time, Yang Kaiwei's body hung colorful one after another, and the light of the shrine behind her began to diminish. If this continues, I'm afraid Yang Kaiwei will die in less than a minute. Seeing her sister in such a critical condition, Yang Yu couldn't think of so much in the heat of the moment and chose to believe the driver's words, turning her head to look at Li 17. "How much money do you want?" Anyone who could work as a prison guard in Jin Demon Prison was a supreme expert. Li 17 came out from the Jin Demon Prison, so he must be the son of a supreme master, and he must have some skills. Li 17 smiled and held up a finger. Yang Yu frowned. 100,000? When Li 17 heard this, he was ecstatic. Okay, deal. He had wanted to say $10,000. After all, he used to take missions with Gong and collect 10,000 per mission. Now that Yang Yu had offered 10 times the price, how could he not be ecstatic? Yang Yu touched his body and realized that he did not bring any money. Immediately yanked down the jade pendant on his neck and put it in Li XVII's hand. "This is my family's heirloom jade pendant, worth $1 million. I'll give it to you first. If you step in to save my sister and return to Maple Leaf City, I'll get you the money." Li 17 took the jade pendant. It was cold to the touch and soothing. It was definitely not a mortal product. He got excited. Grandpa was right. Helping others out is the best way to make a living. He put away the jade pendant and said, "All right, then you guys wait in the car. I'll go settle those people now." After saying that, he opened the car door and took a step towards the place where the Star Society and Yang Kaiwei were fighting. With a single step, he had arrived 100 meters away. appearing next to Yang Kaiwei and the others. So fast. Zhao Hang and Yang Yu were originally a bit skeptical about Li XVII's ability, but after seeing Li XVII's speed like this, they were immediately shocked. A step of 100 meters. Shrinking. This was the speed of a Spirit Dan realm cultivator. Chapter 9, a small show of sharpness. What a fast speed. Is this Li XVII so powerful? Zhao Hang looked at Li XVII's back and was shocked and dumbfounded. Only 8 years old. Lingdan realm. This is the genius of geniuses. Could it be that he wasn't joking just now? He really has the strength to solve those people from the Star Society? Yan Yu was also wide-eyed and filled with disbelief. The driver seemed to have long been accustomed to it. Lit a cigarette, and faintly said, "Be quiet and watch the 17th Master's performance." In front of the big truck, Yang Kaiwei was in a desperate situation. Although her strength was very powerful, reaching the middle stage of the new habitat, it would be difficult for her to resist the group beating of 10 people, including Zhang Zhihai, when she was injured. At the moment, she wasn't just covered in color and blood, her newborn life was also showing vague signs of cracking. Once the new life cracked, she would lose all her cultivation and be completely reduced to an invalid. Ha ha ha, Yang Kaiwei, although you are a genius, next year today will be the day of your sacrifice, and we will take your Jade Buddha divine fetus. Zhang Zhihai laughed loudly and proudly. As he spoke, he sacrificed his spirit elixir and fiercely blasted at Yang Kaiwei. The powerful and terrifying force instantly completely destroyed the sword chi that shot out from Yang Kaiwei's shrine, going unabated and destroying everything, blasting Yang Kaiwei to the point of spitting out blood and flying backward like a stringed arrow. Yang Kaiwei's feet plowed 2 deep grooves on the highway and backed up for more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. The 5 organs are burning. The pain was excruciating. There's more freshman crack. At this moment, Yang Kaiwei's 7 orifices were bleeding. She was panting, and her eyes were desperate to the extreme. The shrine's shadow behind his head became dimmer, and the Jade Buddha statue enshrined in the shrine cracked 2 more times. Even the jade ruin on the Jade Buddha's hand was cracked and mottled, as if it would break at any time. Yang Kaiwei hurriedly put away the shrine. The newborn was damaged. The spirit elixir was shattered, and if she were to offer it up again, I'm afraid she'd be dead in the water. Zhang Zhihai and the others forced their way over, their green eyes staring at Yang Kaiwei as if they were a vicious wolf looking at a prey, their eyes filled with greed and appetite. Zhang Zhihai, in particular, salivated and said, "Yang Kaiwei, today, it's hard for you to fly. Obediently hand over the divine fetus, and this great master can give you a whole corpse." Yang Kaiwei's Jade Buddha divine fetus. It was a first-class superb product. If he ate that divine fetus, the quality of his demonic statue divine fetus would definitely take a qualitative leap, and his strength would be even stronger. "Don't you dare!" Yang Kaiwei gritted her teeth, her eyes rigid. As she spoke, her afterglow swept the car of the Jin demon prison, and her heart was suddenly cold. If she was the only one, she still had some means to save her life and escape. However, the car is not running now, and Yang Yu is still in the car. If she left, wouldn't Yang Yu fall into the hands of these evil people? What's going on? Why hasn't the car started yet? Yang Kaiwei was anxious in her heart. Right at this moment, Li XVII appeared on her right side and said smilingly, "Sister Yang, take a rest. I'll take care of them." When Yang Kaiwei heard this, she immediately turned her head to look at Li XVII, shocked beyond words. "When did you come?" Although she had been fighting Zhang Zhihai and the others just now, she was also very alert to her surroundings. However, she didn't even notice Li XVII arriving. If Li XVII had struck out at her just now, I'm afraid she would have already died. She broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. Zhang Zhihai and the others were originally closing in, and after seeing Li XVII appear, they were also stunned, especially Zhang Zhihai. His face was even more grave as he stared at Li XVII. "Kid, who are you? Dare to meddle in my Star Society's affairs? Don't you want to die?" Just like Yang Kaiwei, he also did not notice Li XVII's arrival. The kid seemed to appear out of nowhere, making it impossible to notice. Therefore, they did not continue to pursue, but coldly stared at Li XVII. Looking up and down, Li XVII's big eyes blinked. "Oh, so you are the people of the Star Society. You do look vicious." He pointed at the man and started counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Then, he sighed and said, $100,000, 10 people, or $10,000 a person. Alas, Gong is right. Business is hard. I'm afraid I'm going to lose money this time. In the past, Grandpa brought him to help his employer to solve the problem. The other party is a person, then only charge the employer 10,000 yuan, and then the money earned, the master and the two together to share. He too Grandpa ate. He later realized that Gong had also asked his employer for an extra $2,000, saying that it was for his milk powder. stating that they had offered the price of $12,000. Just now he didn't see how many people, and he agreed when he heard $100,000. Now there are 10 people on the other side. He should charge $120,000. This sale, a loss. A burly man from the Star Society looked at Li XVII angrily. Kid, who do you want to settle? Being pointed at and counted on the head by such a small child was nothing short of humiliating for him. Li XVII smiled innocently and said, It's decided. Let's start with you. Your mouth is too obnoxious. The burly man was furious. Seek death. At the shrine behind his head, a mahjong is enshrined with the inscription, 10,000. At this moment, 10,000 mahjongs bloomed with divine radiance, releasing a rather powerful oppressive force, aiming at Li XVII and gulping light. Yang Saiwei's expression changed when she saw this scene. 17. Be careful. His spirit Dan can emit sword chi. Before she could finish her sentence, the burly man had already begun to move, sweeping in like a raging wind. The aura in the shrine was sacrificed, bursting out one sharp sword chi after another, cracking the ground into a pit, and lunging at Li XVII like a blistering wind and rain. Old Five made a move. This little kid, dead. Zheng Jihai sneered. The other 8 members of the Star Club were all grim-faced as well, looking at Li XVII as if he was looking at a corpse, full of sympathy. Although Old Five was not the strongest among them, his strength was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Old Five went all out, and the sword chi that bloomed from the spirit elixir was enough to pierce through gold and crack rocks. The power was so strong that it could even injure Yang Kaiwei of the new habitat. Killing a small child in Li XVII's district was simply a handful. Get out of the way. Yang Saiwei's expression changed when she saw Old Five striking, forcing the Xian Gong in her body to work, reaching out to grab Li XVII, wanting to pull Li XVII to dodge. However, her hand fell away. Facing those sharp sword chi, Li XVII advanced instead of retreating and took a step towards Old Five. Li XVII. You. Yang Kaiwei was in a big hurry and wanted to offer help. Zheng Jihai, Old Five, and the others laughed sardonically, as if they had already seen the image of Li XVII being pierced through by the sword chi and dying. However, just then, something bizarre happened. Li XVII waved his right hand and slapped those flying sword chi directly to somewhere else. He took a step away and immediately appeared in front of Old Five like a ghost. Afterward, What? Old Five's pupils contracted, his face full of shock. Li XVII's speed. Too fast. Immediately afterward, alarm bells went off in his heart as a feeling of extreme danger struck him. Strong intuition told him to flash quickly or else he would die. Only, before he could react, a flash of knife light in front of his eyes. Old Five was immediately hit by a knife. His eyes closed, and he fell to the ground with a loud bang, directly passing out. Unconscious, the shrine silhouette behind his head shattered and went up in smoke. Li XVII held a battle sword, standing like a mountain, and laughed. 1. Done. Chapter 10 Seconds. Yang Kaiwei was originally worried, thinking that Li XVII would be decapitated by this burly man. But now after seeing that burly man knocked to the ground unconscious, she was dumbfounded. She wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Zhang Jihai and the others were also dumbfounded. No one had expected that an expert of the Spirit Dan realm would be instantly knocked to the ground by a small child like Li XVII, who was not even 1 meter 3. Li XVII raised his head and stared at Zhang Jihai and the others. There are still 9 left. Zhang Jihai and the others also reacted at this time and all of them were furious. Kill. Except for Zhang Jihai, all of them were furious, and shrines appeared behind their heads. Unlike the 8 of them, there were no idols inside their shrines, only a variety of weapons. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The weapons bloomed with light, and one after another terrifying, lethal sword chi and blade chi flew out from inside the shrine, as fast as lightning, sweeping towards Li XVII. These blades and swords pierced through the air, erupting in a burst of sharp air-breaking sounds with a horrifying sound. At the same time, their figures were like electricity, all of them rushing towards Li XVII. While rushing over, some of them also took out those weapons they carried with them and chopped their heads and faces towards Li XVII. Be careful, Yang Kaiwei hurriedly reminded, secretly pinching a cold sweat for Li XVII. Only, before the words were out of her mouth, the rest of those words would never come out. In his line of sight, Li XVII's body was like lightning, instantly passing through 8 Star Society experts, appearing 3 meters in front of Zheng Jihai, smilingly looking at Zheng Jihai. You're the only one left. Behind him, the 8 experts of the Star Society were all hit with a knife, and their bodies also sprinted backward for several meters before they fell to the ground, no longer able to get up and passed out. Yang Kaiwei was once again dumbfounded. What did Li XVII just do? Zhang Jihai's pupils contracted violently, and an intense look of panic appeared in his eyes. The severely injured young Kaiwei couldn't see clearly, but he could see clearly. In that instant just now, Li XVII had already slashed 8 swords in succession. The swords were sharp and made people lose their fighting power in an instant. Fast, hard and accurate. The speed was even faster than strange. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zheng Jihai's mind was horrified. When he was being looked at by Li XVII, he felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast from 100 years ago, and his body was chilled all over. Escape! A strong intuition told him that he had to escape. Otherwise, it will die. Without thinking, he sacrificed the newborn idol within the shrine. The new student held the spirit elixir and blossomed with supreme light. Uncountable power blossomed from them, flying out beyond the shrine and turning into incomparably sharp sword chi that exploded toward Li XVII. Like lightning, like thunder, sharp as attack. He used these attacks to stall Li XVII, while he himself transformed into a rush of electricity and his figure retreated violently. Wanting to distance himself from Li XVII, Li XVII had just knocked down 8 people in a second, and this terrifying speed and strength scared him into chills. Only by pulling away could he win and have a chance of survival. Therefore, his speed was so fast that he had already run more than 200 meters in a second, so fast that the naked eye couldn't even catch it. However, he was fast and Li XVII was even faster. With a brush sound, Li XVII came before him like a ghost. How is this possible? Zheng Jihai looked horrified. Before he could react, the sword energy flourished and flashed away. Immediately after, Li XVII had returned to Yang Saiwei's side and stood 300 meters away from Zheng Jihai, as if he had never moved. Zheng Jihai's body inertially moved back 50 meters before he stopped, looking at Li XVII with incomparable horror. What was that all about? A hallucination? However, he had clearly seen Li XVII standing in front of him. How come in the blink of an eye Li XVII was so far away from him again? Zheng Jihai wanted to say something, but suddenly, intense pain came from all over his body. He reached out to touch it, but, before he could raise his hand, he fell to the ground with a pain in his legs, staring, unable to move any further. What he did to me? Zheng Jihai looked at Li XVII, his eyes wide and his brain filled with questions. He was a new habitat expert, but he didn't even see Li XVII's movements. Only, before he could think about it, intense pain swept through his entire body, and his eyes closed, just like the others. He also fell straight into a coma. Unconscious, Li XVII put away his battle sword and used his index finger to point at those who fell unconscious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very good. Mission accomplished. Count yourselves lucky. I used the back of my sword. It only knocked you unconscious. Not life-threatening. Little master is kind-hearted and doesn't kill. He muttered to himself excitedly. Grandpa was right. Helping others out is really the best way to make a living. Then, he turned back and looked at young Kaiwei with a smile. Alright, Sister Yang. The crisis is solved. Yang Kaiwei was already dumbfounded at this point. Standing dumbfounded. Her whole body was frozen, not knowing what Li XVII was talking about at all. Her heart had been shaken to the extreme. Not only her, but in the distance, Yang Yu and Zhao Hang in the car were also stunned. Shock. It's so shocking. A deathly silence fell over the scene. All 3 of them looked at Li XVII incredulously, unable to believe their eyes. The so ferocious and terrifying Star Society's many maniacs were now all beaten down by Li XVII in less than even 5 seconds. 5 seconds. If you deduct the time that Li XVII was talking, it would be 1 second. From the time Li XVII struck out, to the time when all of Zheng Jihai was knocked unconscious, the period was only a second. In their eyes, it was a blink of an eye, and the remaining 9 Star Society thugs had already been taken care of, lying on the ground in pieces, unconscious. It's proper crushing. Seconds. All 3 of them were so shocked that their mouths were open wide and they couldn't speak. If one were to take 8 Lingdan realm cultivators, that would be fine. However, Zheng Jihai was a new habitat cultivator, and his strength was enough to rival a heavenly pride like Yang Kaiwei. As a result, it was just watered down and unarmed. The driver had long since gotten used to it and poked his head out, saying to Li XVII, Master 17, that big truck is blocking the road too much. Can you help with it? Li XVII gave an okay sign. Holler. Then he walked over to the side of the big truck and kicked it in the front. With a loud bang, the big truck was kicked away as if it were a toy. From a 1 shape that was stopped horizontally in the middle of the road, to a 1 shape that was stuck vertically next to the highway. Seeing this, Yang Kaiwei, Yang Yu, and Zhao Hang were once again shocked to the point of staring wide-eyed. That big van weighed 5 tons anyways, and with the rune pattern enchantment on it, it weighed at least 10 tons, and had defensive capabilities. However, when Li XVII kicked over just now, The runes engraved on the top of the big van only glowed slightly before they all shattered. This meant that none of the rune patterns could block the force of Li XVII's kick. What kind of amazing force is that? That kick just now. I'm afraid it already weighs 50 tons. Is this the kind of power a child should have? Chapter 11 Maple Leaf City. Quiet. There was a deathly silence all around. Yang Kaiwei, Yang Yu and Zhao Hang were all dumbfounded. Their moods seemed to be like a huge wave had been set off, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, the way they looked at Li XVII was different. The driver's face was expressionless and he just watched in silence. The ghost in the devil's prison. The 17th master's name is not for nothing. All the devils in the prison would hate the 17th master to the bone while being scared to the bone at the mention of the 17th master. Even those monstrous devils on the 17th floor were in awe of Li XVII. After all, Li XVII had all beaten down no less than 30 great demons of the 17th layer. If those big devils were released, they were all lordly devils that were powerful enough to cause trouble for one side, and it would require the country to send a reinforced army over to subdue them. But all 30 of them together were effortlessly knocked down by Li XVII. Compared to these great devils, these people from the Star Society were purely vegetable dogs. How could they be a match for Master 17? After Li XVII finished moving the car, he walked towards Yang Kaiwei, who was still stagnant, and laughed. Sister Yang, don't just stand there. Get on the car quickly, the sun is going down. When he finished, he walked himself toward the town's demon prison bus. Yang Kaiwei looked at the sky. The two eyes of the true god had begun to slowly close at this point. Uncountable flames erupted from his eyes, coloring the sky a blood red, smoky haze. It looked like the sun would go down in less than 2 hours. At that time, the mountain full of evil spirits would run out, and their situation would be even more dangerous. She reacted and immediately followed behind Li XVII, getting into the car with him. In the car, Yang Yu, Zhao Hang and Yang Saiwei's eyes changed as they looked at Li XVII. From the initial contempt and disdain to shock and awe, the driver ignored them and started the car, also pressing a button. Buzz! Those runes on top of the car immediately blossomed into a burst of divine light that surrounded the entire car and covered the top of the engine. The engine let out a deafening roar, and the car flew off as if it were an arrow out of a string, heading towards Maple Leaf City with the wind at its back. In just a second's time, it had crossed 300 meters and was instantly out of sight. Inside the car, the two sisters, Yang Yu and Yang Kaiwei, were unable to react in time, and were immediately pushed forward and crashed by such speed. Li XVII was quick-witted and immediately pulled them back. As a result, under the inertia, the two of them went backward again and fell directly on Li XVI's body. Li XVII reacted quickly and hurriedly pushed them outside. Fortunately, Yang Kaiwei and Yang Yu were also strong. After a short period of imbalance, they came back to their senses and pulled away from Li XVII. And then, they glared at Li XVII. Especially Yang Kaiwei stared angrily. As the double Jiao of Maple Leaf City, she had always been very popular with men and children, and many men hated to have physical contact with them. But as a result, now Li XVII had directly pushed her away, just watered down and pushed away. Yang Yu also stabilized his body at this time, pulling on the seatbelt and fastening it. Then, she looked up and down at Li XVII curiously. Little 17, who are your parents? Li XVII came out from the Jin demon prison, and with such great strength at such a young age, he didn't need to think about it to know that he must be the son of a certain super-duper in the Jin demon prison. At the mention of this, Li XVI's eyes darkened for a moment and said, I've never met my parents. Being abandoned by his parents is a permanent pain in his heart. Yang Kaiwei and Yang Yu glanced at each other. All of them thought that Li XVII did not want to talk about his parents, so they did not pursue the matter. After all, no matter how old you are, you have secrets. Yang Kaiwei sincerely said, Shao 17, my name is Yang Kaiwei. I'm really thankful to you this time. If it wasn't for you, we might have all been killed. Li XVII also collected his sadness and smiled. No need to be polite. I received the money. Yang Kaiwei was stunned. Collecting money? Li XVII took out the jade pendant and said, I am following Gong to do business, specializing in solving troubles for others. In the future, you have troubles and enemies to deal with. Then that's the business we do. You must still come to me, and I will charge a fee that must be fair and square. When these words came out, Yang Kaiwei and Yang Yu and the others were stunned again. Who would have thought that Li XVII would have taken up this mercenary-like job at such a young age? Helping people out of trouble. It's professional mercenaries. Yang Kaiwei looked at this jade pendant. Her expression was grave. Little 17, do you know the value of this jade pendant? Li XVII sniffed and immediately took back the jade pendant vigilantly. This is the payment you gave me. You can't go back on your word and take it back. Yang Kaiwei was dumbfounded and said, Don't worry, I won't want it back. She originally wanted to say that Li XVII was charging cheaply and wanted to add money. After all, Zheng Jihai of the Star Society had put up a bounty of $1 million in Maple Leaf City. However, when Li XVII said so, she gave up. Li XVII solemnly said, "Don't worry, I do business fairly. I said I will charge $100,000 when I say I will charge $100,000. Wait until we get to the city. I will sell this jade pendant. I will take $100,000, and the rest of the money will be returned to you." Yang Yu said, "Little 17, you saved our lives, so you can have all the money from this jade pendant, and you don't have to pay us back when you sell it?" Li XVII shook his head. "This won't work. One size fits all. When I say 100,000, it's 100,000. This is the rule set by Grandpa." Yang Kaiwei looked at Li XVII with admiring eyes. "Your grandpa is very good." As soon as Li XVII mentioned Grandpa, he was immediately filled with pride. "Of course, my grandpa is the most powerful person under the sky." Next, Yang Kaiwei and Yang Yu both stayed with Li XVII and chatted with him, sidetracking and trying to know Li XVII's identity and origin. Li XVII said that he only got out of jail today and spent the rest of his time in jail, but the two of them simply didn't believe him. Finally, after an hour and a half, the car came to a stop at the gates of Maple Leaf City. Li XVII looked at the magnificent and grandiose city wall and was shocked for a moment. "When I looked at it from a distance earlier, I only thought Maple Leaf City was small." It was only when he got closer that he realized that this Maple Leaf City was incomparably huge. The city wall, which was more than 500 meters high, was like a huge pillar through the sky, towering over the clouds, impregnable, and filled with a great sense of oppression. Moreover, the walls were continuous, cutting through the mountains and protecting the huge city. Under this city wall, Li XVII felt particularly small. In front of the walls, there were 3 heavily guarded barriers, manned by warriors in special combat uniforms and armed with firearms. Behind the warriors, there was a barrage of powerful-looking cannons. After passing the 3 barriers, there would be a huge, vermilion red gate that was over 100 meters tall. Thick, solemnity, quaint, it is full of the vicissitudes of history. Moreover, high above the sky of this city, there was a big pale yellow flag suspended, waving in the wind and grinning. The large flag released a burst of hazy light that enveloped the entire city, full of holiness and majesty, making people unable to help but worship at the sight of it. Li XVII recognized that this was the township magic weapon, the Xianhuang flag. In the Dragon Kingdom, every city is guarded by such a Xianhuang flag, which can emit light to kill evil spirits and keep a city safe. Since their vehicle was from the town's demonic prison, the driver had all sorts of legal papers and was soon in the city. Unlike the dead silence of the outside world, the city is full of high-rise buildings, traffic, people coming and going, so lively. There are even, in the city, traffic lights directing traffic. There was a steady stream of passing cars. Along the way, there were many stores selling a wide range of things, including rune seal stores, automobile stores, snack stores, weapon stores, stationery stores, and so on. In some martial arts halls, there was also a divine light blossoming, and upon fixing their eyes on it, it turned out to be a student who had sacrificed a shrine at the back of his head, and a lightsaber burst out from the shrine to attack his opponent. They weren't fighting to the death, but instead looked like they were training. There were specialized coaches with their hands behind their backs, quietly watching them as they honed in. It was nearing dusk and the sun was about to set, but the city was lit up with a flurry of lights that illuminated the city as bright as day. Here, it was like a city where modernized society and some cultivators had merged, and it looked a bit strange and unorthodox. Yet, people have long since grown accustomed to it. After all, there were also some police officers from the Patrol Division and the Spiritual Hub Bureau in police uniforms patrolling the streets to maintain order. Yang Saiwei's trio got off at the designated spot. Yang Kaiwei handed Li XVII a peculiar token and said, "Little 17, our Yang family lives in the inner city. If you are in trouble, take the token and come to the inner city to find us." The driver looked at the jade pendant with a look of envy in his eyes. The Yang family's jade pendant. This was a treasure that countless people in Maple Leaf City wanted to obtain. Li XVII took the token. "Okay, I know." When he finished, he absently stuffed the token in his pocket. The driver and Yang Saiwei's eyes picked up when they saw this scene, but neither of them said anything more. Yang Yu smiled and said, "17th brother, remember to come and find us." After that, the 3 of them left in another vehicle. The chauffeur drove and sent Li XVII to the entrance of the Chen family, pointing at the magnificent castle building that covered an area of 500 acres, and said, "Master 17, we're here. In front of us is the Chen family." Li XVII gratefully said, "Uncle, thank you, I'll stay here. If you have something to find me, I'll do it for you. He got out of the car, fetched his luggage, slung it behind his back, and waved toward the driver. The driver nodded and drove off. Li XVII carried his luggage on his back and walked towards the beautiful and magnificent castle. And while walking, he said, Grandpa Shandong really knows how to find a place, and this castle will be especially comfortable to live in at a glance. As he walked, he quickly stopped and stared at the castle to watch. Something's not right. In this castle, there are evil spirits. In the sky above this castle, there surrounded a cloud of baleful energy that could not even be seen with the naked eye. Chapter 12, You're being a little rude. Evil sneak. As the name suggests, they are ghosts and monsters that haunt and harm people. In the historical stories of the Dragon Kingdom in the past, it was a wide variety of animals with successful cultivation that fed on humans and brutally killed them. Incomparably ferocious. Generally, this kind of evil spirits that harmed people were relatively rare. But after the earth had experienced 100 years of mutation, the evil spirits had become abnormally numerous and countless. Any animal that the moonlight shines on loses its mind and transforms into a murderous monster. Even after the death of some people, the body by the moonlight will produce evil changes, transformed into a ghost evil spirits, for the scourge of the party. Moreover, on this continent, sunlight has an exceptionally terrible killing power for evil spirits, which all appear at night, sucking the essence of moonlight to strengthen themselves and roaming the countryside in search of food. However, every city in the Dragon Kingdom was guarded by the Xianhuang flag, and the light of the Xianhuang flag shone brightly enough to make evil spirits manifest and kill them. The entrances and exits of the city's highways, train stations, and airports also have small Xianhuang banner inspection gates, where evil spirits will be recognized as soon as they appear. The Xianhuang flag then bloomed and fixed the evil spirits. Then, those police officers who were holding down the side of the airports and train stations would quickly step in and cut down the evil spirits. The city's security system ensures that every city is safe and keeps all evil spirits out. Now that the sun was about to set and the moon had yet to come out, the Chen family had such a large baleful aura floating in midair. It was obvious that there was a very large evil spirit lurking in the Chen family that could come out at any time to cause trouble. The evil spirit's fury is so huge, the Chen family is probably going to die, Li XVII said in his heart. He didn't care to pay attention to how the evil spirit escaped the Xianhuang flag's detection and came in. He just felt that the Chen family might be in big trouble. However, the Chen family is also considered to have great luck on their side, and with my 17th master around, no evil spirits can do anything to mess things up. Li XVII heatedly smiled and took a step towards the Chen family. Only, before he could enter, he was stopped by the security guards at the entrance of the Chen mansion. The security guard looked Li XVII up and down. His eyes were cold and contemptuous. Where's the poor kid from? Do you know where this place is? How dare you trespass? Li XVII said. Isn't this the Chen family of Maple Leaf City? The security guard said in a cold voice. Got it. Then get lost. Li XVII frowned slightly. This security guard's attitude was irritating to him. However, thinking that he would have to stay at someone else's place for the rest of his stay, he forced himself not to get angry and just coldly swept the security guard a glance. If you were outside, then you'd already be dead. Grandpa said that when you have to ask for something, then you have to lower your posture. Wait until your opponent's guard is down. Then kill him with a single blow. If it wasn't for his fiancé's face, he would have already shot to finish off this security guard. The guard was furious. What did you say? Li XVII also ignored him, took out the letter given by Grandpa Shandong and handed it to the security guard. I'm here to find your Chen family head. My grandpa said that he booked me a baby marriage. Today, I'm here to meet my fiancé's sister Chen Hongyao. Although he had learned an amazing skill, he didn't know what a fiancé was, and the prison guard said it was a sister. So he took the title of fiancé as a sister. When the security guard heard this, his eyes became even colder. A little beggar. Have you grown your hair? How dare you say you are engaged to our Miss Red Pill? Simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Get lost. After saying that, he didn't even look at the letter and slapped Li XVII fiercely. He didn't want to kill Li XVII. He just wanted to teach Li XVII a lesson and tell Li XVII to get out of here. Li XVII raised his eyebrows, took a step back, dodged the slap, and said in a deep voice, Why are you so rude? I said, I'm here for my fiancé's sister. You'd better go and inform at once, and if you dare to make a move on me again, I'll have to be rude to you. After the security guard saw Li XVII flash past his own slap, a flash of shock flashed across his eyes. Although he didn't use much power in this slap, it was also quite fast, enough to send a spirit bud realm cultivator flying. It was strange that Li XVII, an 8-year-old child, was able to dodge it. However, when he heard Li XVII's words, he still had a burst of fire. Miss Chen Hongyao, that was the proud daughter of the Chen family. Not only was she beautiful and ravishing, Her cultivation talent was even more overwhelming, surpassing the younger generation of the Chen family. At only 25 years old, she had already reached the middle stage of the new habitat, a holy, flawless, and exalted goddess in his heart. Now a little beggar dressed in rags was saying that Chen Hongyao was his fiancé? It was a disgrace to his goddess. Therefore, he was furious and once again slapped at Li XVI's face. This time, he used 50% of his strength, and his palm was as fast as a gale, arriving in an instant. It's heavy and powerful. The wind is blowing. Before the palm arrived, the gusts of wind that blew up were already painful to the face. Predictably, the power of the slap was indeed greater than just now. Bang! With a loud bang, the security guard's body flew out like an arrow off a string, knocking the iron gate of the Chen family's castle viciously open. The security guard flew out over 100 meters before crashing into the wall of the castle, sinking his entire body into the wall and causing the entire castle to shake for a moment. He was spraying blood from his mouth and nose, his eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with incredulity as he looked at Li XVII. Just now, he didn't even see clearly what had happened. He only felt an incomparably strong force fiercely bombard his abdomen, and his entire body flew back. That terrifying force was simply appalling. At this moment, he felt like his internal organs were tingling as if they were about to split open. The security guard opened his mouth to say something, but he ended up spraying a mouthful of blood again. His eyes closed, and he passed out. Li XVII patted the soles of his feet and said faintly, "You people in the big city are so rude." The vibration of the castle caused the Chen family members in the castle to rise to attention. Clattering sound. It didn't take long for a man and a woman to come out from inside the castle. The man was around 30 years old, handsome, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looked particularly scholarly and elegant. He was slender, 183 centimeters tall, and wore a suit that made him look competent and calm. The female was about 22 years old, 168 centimeters, with a pale head, sweet-looking, but with cold eyes and an air of indifference permeating her body. After the two of them came out, they first glanced at the security guards who were plunged into the wall, and then turned their heads to look at Li XVII with a cold gaze. The woman's gaze was incredibly sharp, and she said coldly, "You did this?" Chapter 13, Chen Family's Heavenly Jiao. Chen Hongyao. Not only was the woman's gaze sharp, it was the man in the suit who also had a sharp gaze, coldly staring at Li XVII. The Chen family was also considered a prestigious and important family in Maple Leaf City. The strength of this watchman security guard wasn't weak either, an expert in the middle stage of the spirit-gathering realm. As a result, this expert was sent flying so far by Li XVI's kick and plunged into the wall, indicating that Li XVI's power was non-universal and should not be underestimated. Li XVII said, "That's right, I did it. Call out." Before the words were finished, the shrine behind the woman's head appeared, and a powerful sword she burst out from the shrine, instantly arriving in front of Li XVII. Li XVII swung his head and easily dodged the sword. The sword she split a 5-meter-long sword mark on the path behind him. Ha! The woman could not help but let out a soft deep sound when she saw that Li XVII dodged her sword she so easily. Li XVI's gaze turned cold. "Is this how you Chen family treats your guests? I'm your future family member," the woman said in a cold voice. "This is the Chen family. It's not a place for you to be wild. I won't bother with you this time. Take your things and get out." Attitude. Very unfriendly. Seeing her attitude, Li XVII was also very upset. "Old auntie, you should be beaten too." The woman still wanted to say something. Her mouth had just opened when her eyes flashed and Li XVII had appeared in front of her like a ghost. The woman inwardly exclaimed so fast. Only, before she could react, Li XVII had already reached out his foot and tripped her to the ground, then stood beside her and slapped her on the back of the head with a snap. "Letting you hit me and trying to hit me in the head deserves a beating." Li XVII hit the woman with 2 slaps on the back of her head. The woman was in pain and shame and anger. She was only in her 20s, and now that she was being called auntie by Li XVII and was being beaten by a brat on the ground, she was furious like thunder on the spot. "Little brat, you seek death." Buzz. At this moment, the shrine behind her head bloomed with a brilliant divine aura, and a divine fetus enshrined inside opened its eyes and looked at Li XVII. "What are you looking at? Backing up for this impolite old aunt? You're no good either. Get back to me." Li XVII glared at that divine fetus. The divine fetus seemed to be in shock and closed his eyes on the spot. Immediately after that, Li XVII reached out a small hand and pressed it on top of the shrine, incomparably roughly shoving the shrine back behind the woman's head. "You," the woman exclaimed. Before she could react, Li XVII slapped her on the back of the head again, knocking her unconscious on the spot. This all happened too fast, and in the blink of an eye, Li XVII had accomplished all of this. The handsome man in the suit was originally going to make a move. However, After seeing that Li XVII was able to press the shrine back hard with his hands, the entire person's jaw was dropped in shock. Li XVII stood up and looked at the handsome man in the suit. "Uncle, do you want to teach me a lesson too?" The handsome man in the suit did not make a move, but courteously arched his hand to Li XVII and said, "I wouldn't dare. My name is Chen Pang, the first eldest grandson of the Chen family. May I ask what little brother's name is?" Li XVII originally also wanted to make a black hand to beat him into unconsciousness, but, seeing that the other party was so courteous, he was embarrassed to make a move. He took out the letter given by the divine worker and handed it to Chen Pang. "My name is Li XVII. Grandpa divine worker said that this will be my home from now on, and that my sister is here. This is his letter." Chen Pang frowned, didn't say anything more and took the letter. The cover of this letter was quaint, with only a few words in pen. Chen Shan. Kai. Chen Shan was the Chen family's old man, and the Chen family's current true mainstay and prime giant. Chen Peng opened the letter and glanced at it. His face was grave as he said, "Little brother Li, wait for me." After saying this, he took the letter and hurried into the castle. "Junior brother Li, what a loss of welcome. Please come in." Not long after, Chen Peng walked out with a middle-aged man with a dignified and unruffled appearance and an old man with white hair, welcoming Li XVII inside. Chen Peng was outside, dealing with the unconscious woman and the security guard. They entered the castle and advanced a few hundred meters before they entered the main hall. The two sat in the host seat and Li XVII sat in the guest seat. After the introduction, Li XVII then realized that the middle-aged man was named Chen Hongyao, the current head of the Chen family, who was a man of his word and held a high position of power. Other than the old master Chen Shan, there was no one in the Chen family who could oppose his opinion. The old man's name was Chen Filong, and he was an elder of the Chen clan, with the same high position of power. After they sat down, they looked Li XVII up and down, their eyes suspicious. Chen Hongyao spread out the letter, read it, and looked at Li XVII with a strange look, saying, "Little brother Li, is Lord Chen Gong your grandfather? A pro?" Inside the letter, it was asking them to take good care of Li XVII, especially naming it, asking Chen Hongyao to take good care of Li XVII. Li XVII shook his head. "It's not a pro. He taught me a lot of skills only. When I left the mountain, he asked someone to give me this letter, and asked me to come over to find you guys, saying that you will arrange a place for me to stay." He stretched and said, "Uncle Chen, I'm sleepy. Can you arrange a room for me to sleep in?" Chen Filong said in a deep voice, "Little brother Li, our family red pill already has a fiancé. You see." As he spoke, he stared at Li XVII, his eyes unkind, and his words were all cold and icy, full of alienation, vigilance and a hint of disgust. Li XVII wondered, "What is a fiancé? Can you eat it?" When Chen Hongyao and Chen Filong heard this, they exchanged glances and all saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Chen Huchuan said, "Little brother Li, then what do you require of our red herbs when you come to our home?" Li XVII innocently said, "The prison guard said that she is my sister, my relative, so I came to look for my sister. Of course, it would be better if you guys can take care of the food and accommodation." Other requests? Well, for the time being, there are none. He was still young and had no concept of many things, and he couldn't hear the meaning of Chen Filong and Chen Hujiao's words. In his opinion, he was just here to join his relatives. Where would he have any demands on sister Chen Hongyao? Besides, his goal wasn't Maple Leaf City. He just wanted to stay here for a while, look for clues in this city, the ones he wanted, and leave. After all, if he wanted to find his parents, then any city would have to be searched once for the clues he wanted, and he couldn't miss them. And with a sea of people, finding clues takes time, and he needs a place to live. Originally, he wanted to sleep at the bottom of the flyover like he used to follow Gong and the others, but now that he had a big castle like the Chen family to live in, where he could be sheltered from the wind and the rain, it would naturally be the best. When Chen Hujiao and Chen Filong heard what he said, they immediately looked overjoyed. Before Li XVII's arrival, Chen Hongyao's marriage partner was the young master of the Shao family, the second largest family in Maple Leaf City, and the two families had already agreed to set up an engagement banquet the day after tomorrow at the Maple Leaf Hotel to completely finalize the marriage between the two. Who would have thought that a Li XVII was suddenly killed halfway, instantly catching the Chen family's top management off guard, thinking that Li XVII had come to steal the marriage, especially after Elder Chen Shan saw that letter from the divine worker. He was immediately thrilled beyond measure and ordered that Chen Hongyao should take good care of Li XVI's life and living, and he himself would have to meet with Li XVII. Chen Hujiao and Chen Filong had gone through a great deal of trouble to seal the news, and had also taken the liberty of not allowing Chen Shan and Li XVII to meet, and the two of them had come to test Li XVII by themselves, to see what Li XVII had in mind for their Chen family. Originally, They had already made plans to turn against Li XVII at any time, but now that they saw Li XVII like this, they were all smiles. Li XVII is clearly to join relatives. To recognize relatives, Chen Family held the letter and said, "Little 17, so you take red pill as your sister?" Li XVII asked rhetorically. "Of course, if it's not my sister, then what is it?" Chen Family laughed, brushing down a paragraph of handwriting on the letter and said, "Little 17, can you sign your name in this paper? Don't worry, as long as you sign, everyone up and down our Chen family will treat you as a relative and provide for you for the rest of your life, letting you be clothed, fed, and comfortably housed." Although the letter only said that they should take care of Li XVII, they always felt that the divine craftsman had alluded to the fact that he wanted Li XVII to rely on this place and wait for Li XVII to grow up. So, they make an insurance policy. Written down in that line, ask Li XVII not to have any nonsense to their Chen family. "Sure, get a pen," Li XVII said cheerfully. "Someone feeds, clothes and houses him, and it's the kind of bargain you don't have to take, and you don't have to pay for it yourself anyway." Hongyao and Chen Family were overjoyed and immediately brought pens and asked Li XVII to sign. Li XVII was not ambiguous, and picked up a pen to sign his name. Just then, a green jade hand reached out across the ground and grabbed Li XVI's pen. Immediately afterward, a cool and melodious voice came out. "Dad, second uncle, aren't you guys lying?" The sound was accompanied by an aroma that hit his nose. Li XVII looked up, and when he saw the appearance of the visitor, his eyes widened and he felt a choking sensation. "Beauty! It's so beautiful." The visitor was a young woman of about 25 years of age, with a goose-egg face, willow leaf eyebrows, bright eyes and white teeth, a straight nose, a small cherry mouth, and skin as white as jade. It was as if she was a fairy that came out of a painting. She was a beautiful woman, and she also had a clear and dusty temperament, and her beauty was impeccable. And it's high, 175 centimeters, tall, shapely and curvy. Li XVI's 120 centimeters height. Her head could only reach part way up to her waist, barely reaching the rib cage. "Oh, it's beautiful." Li XVII subconsciously froze for 1 second after seeing this woman. When Chen Hongyao saw this beauty appear, he said in a deep voice, "Red pill, what are you doing? We're all doing this for your own good." The person who came was none other than the proud daughter of the Chen family, Chen Hongyao. Chen Family also said, "Yes, Red pill, everything we did was for you." Chen Hongyao snuffed out her pen and said word for word, "Dad, second uncle, is it for me or for the entire family? Do you think I don't understand?" Chen Hongyao and Chen Family were speechless. Chen Hongyao solemnly said, "People live in the world, noble in integrity and heavy promise. Say out words, then must be done. This is our Chen family has always abided by the family rules. Since Grandpa had an agreement with the divine worker, we have to keep that promise. At that time, your grandfather was old and confused before he made this kind of decision. Besides, this was already 40 years ago, and the other little brother Li only came to defect to us, to recognize his family." Chen he begged. Chen Hongyao said, "Li XVII is still young. He naturally doesn't understand. Of course you guys can coax him, but you can't fool me." Chen Family also hurriedly said, Right. Our Chen family is heavy on promises. What we promise must be done. We also promised the other Xiao family." Chen Hongyao interrupted. "Second granduncle, everything has to have a first and last. Grandpa agreed to something with this divine worker 40 years ago. You guys only made an appointment with the Xiao family a few days ago. So of course it's Grandpa's promise that comes first. Grandpa made a deal with someone else to let me, his sister, take care of Li XVII. So from today onwards, I will specialize in taking care of Li XVII. Of course we have to take care of Li XVII, but do you want to take care of him for the rest of your life?" Chen Family said. "What's wrong with taking care of him for the rest of his life?" Chen Hongyao took Li XVI's hand and said, 17, don't listen to them, let's go. After saying that, she left the main hall without saying a word, pulling Li XVII, leaving Chen Hongyao and Chen Family in place. Messed up. Chapter 14, Evil Sneak Rebellion. Inside the main hall, there was silence. Only after Chen Hongyao and Li XVII had left for a long time did Chen Hongyao and Chen Family come back to their senses. Chen Family frowned. "What's going on with Red Pill?" Chen Hongyao sighed and said, "Second uncle, can't you see? She is choosing her fate." Chen Family figured it out in a flash. His eyes went cold and said, "A woman who comes from a powerful family is not supposed to be able to do as she chooses. Can she choose if she wants to? If she can make her own choices, what about my Hyung?" Chen Hongyau's eyes dimmed for a moment as he sniffed. Over the years, Chen Shan had been seriously ill, and the family had spent a great deal of manpower, money and material resources to treat him, but it never worked. Shan's disease is getting worse and worse. These 1 or 2 months are bedridden. There are several times to fall into a coma. It is rare to wake up a few times a day. Shan was the top pillar of the Chen family. His strength was incomparably strong. He had already cultivated to the great circle of the Burning Sky realm. He was one of the top 10 strongest people inside Maple Leaf City. Standing at the top. It was because of him that many of the Chen family's businesses were doing well. Once he fell, many families, powers, and organizations withdrew their business dealings with the Chen family. Because of this, the Chen family's business is unable to function and is now externally weak and has lost its cash flow. The Chen family is in decline. There were even people who fell on their sword and robbed the Chen family's business. And some enemies began to assassinate their Chen family's rising stars, causing the Chen family to decline even faster. In order to be able to salvage the decline, the Chen family made a lot of decisions, and also allowed many young and beautiful women in the family to marry with other family powers. Chen Feilong's granddaughter, Chen Xianglian, is also forced to marry a flirtatious young master she doesn't like. Chen Hongyao looked into the depths of the castle and sighed. Let's hope that Dad's illness gets better soon. Otherwise, our Chen family might not even be able to keep the last of our family home. This castle of the Chen family has been targeted by many big families. Within these few days, there were even big families that sent all kinds of people to come and test the waters, wanting to buy this family base of theirs. Chen Feilong said in a deep voice, if Big Brother is unable to get better, then, no matter how Red Pill chooses, she must marry the young master of the Xiao family. Chen Hongyao didn't say anything, which was considered acquiescence. Only, his eyes flashed with a flash of regret and self-condemnation. Being a father and not protecting his daughter, this incompetence was tormenting him. No more talk. Go on a retreat. Chen Feilong dropped a sentence, walked out of the main hall, and returned to his room for seclusion. Chen Hongyao also returned to his secret room for seclusion. The Chen family was currently in a desperate situation. Once Chen Shan died, it would be a total collapse and they would even face extermination from their enemies. Therefore, it was only now that they could also break through to the Burning Sky realm that they would have a chance of survival. Chen Hongyao held Li XVII's hand and went to her room, saying in a deep voice, Li 17, from today onwards, you will live here. Also, introduce yourself. My name is Chen Hongyao. I'm your sister. As she spoke, she looked at Li 17. Her eyes were incomparably bleak, and a flash of sadness flashed through her heart. With that, her eyes became unmistakable. Instead of marrying that bad young master of the Xiao family, who was as fat and ugly as a pig and had a violent character, she chose to be Li XVII's sister and take care of him for the rest of her life. At the very least, Li 17 looks a little easier to pin down. Li 17 looked at the room's decoration and only felt cozy. This bedroom is quite spacious and decorated in a simple and generous style along with lots of girly pastels that are cozy and romantic. Also, the room was lightly scented. It wasn't the smell of perfume, but a peculiar odor emanating from Chen Hongyao's body. It's so faint that the average person can't smell it. However, Li XVII's 5 senses were different from normal people, and he could smell this kind of flavor, which felt good and refreshing. Satisfied with the luggage that was 2 times bigger than himself, he put it down and said, Sister Red Pill, there is only one bed here, so where do I sleep? When Chen Hongyao heard this, she remembered that she only had one bed in her bedroom, and said in a deep voice, in a moment, I'll have my subordinate move a folding bed for you, so you'll make do with what you've got. Is there a problem? Li 17 shook his head. Chen Hongyao's face sank. Then what do you mean? Li 17 laughed. Anti-female doctor said that men and women are not related. Although you are my sister, but I am at least a man. We should sleep in separate beds. The folding bed is too soft for me to sleep on. Tell you what, you get me some sheets or something and I'll just hit the floor. He used to sleep in a hard bed. He was used to it. He was a little uncomfortable with the idea of letting him sleep in a soft bed now. Chen Hongyao sniffed. Knowing that she had thought wrongly, she blushed and said, okay, no problem. She pulled out a cell phone and called the maid. Soon, the servants brought bedding, sheets and other things, and at Chen Hongyao's insistence, placed the bedding and other things on Chen Hongyao's bed. Chen Hongyao faintly said, alright, Wang Ma, you go out first. Wang Ma nodded and retreated. It didn't take long for the news of Chen Hongyao and Li 17 to instantly spread throughout the entire Chen family. Then, the news spread unnoticed, spreading throughout Maple Leaf City. Chen family castle. Inside the bedroom, Chen Hongyao took down the bedding on the bed and wanted to help Li 17 spread it. It's just that, being a young lady, she hadn't done this before and was clumsy in doing it. Li 17 walked over, took those sheets and bedding over, quickly laid them out, and also folded the quilts in an angular manner, as foursquare as tofu blocks. Chen Hongyao was puzzled. Little 17, you've been a soldier? Li 17 hemmed and hawed and said, no I used to fold the quilt every day. It has become a habit. Chen Hongyao was even more puzzled. You fold the quilt every day? Li XVII smiled. Yes. Chen Hongyao still wanted to continue to pursue the question. Suddenly, a Chen Peng's voice came from outside. Hongyao, hurry up and come out. Grandpa's condition has worsened. It seems like he will. Any time. At this point, he didn't continue. Chen Hongyao's face changed and she instructed Li XVII to stay here and wait for her to come back, while she then quickly went out and walked towards the depths of the castle with Chen Peng. Li XVII didn't pay attention to their business. After organizing the bedding, he opened the luggage and took out 4 tokens from it, carefully examining them. The white token of the female doctor, the turquoise ring of God's work, Taylor's true dragon gold needle, the cook's cleaver. These 4 tokens, no matter how you look at them, are particularly ordinary. The token was wooden and rough to the touch, and there was just the word healer on it, and then nothing else. It looked ordinary. The ring looked like something from a $2 store in the capital, styled more like a child's toy than a treasure. The craftsmanship on the top of the true dragon gold needle was good. The golden dragon was lifelike, but that was all. There was no power fluctuation. It goes without saying that kitchen knives are the most common type of hog-killing knives on the market, which look sharp, but only as sharp as they can be. Is there, really, a clue to my parents in here? Li XVII looked at the 4 tokens and fell into deep thought. At the same time, he closed his eyes and entered the violet mansion space in the center of his eyebrows. There, a jade talisman glittered. It's a token of the rune master. Compared to other people's tokens, this token of the talisman master counted as the most unique, the most mysterious and powerful, and it looked very extraordinary. Li XVII could clearly see the various kinds of talismans flowing on top of the jade talisman, subtle and complex, as vast as the sea of smoke. Even he could not finish his enlightenment in a short period of time. Even after just 1 minute of viewing, Li XVII felt a splitting headache and hurriedly withdrew, not daring to view that jade talisman again. Li XVII put on the ring, took the true dragon golden needle out of the brocade box, and put it in a cowhide pouch together with the token, keeping it close to his body. These were treasures that hid clues to his parents, and they couldn't be lost. The 5 of them, the female doctor, the tailor, the divine worker, the cook, and the talisman master, were called the 5 great demon kings by those great demons in the demon suppression prison, and their tokens were surely not anything mortal, and they needed to be carefully examined before they could be used. Just when Li XVII still wanted to study it, suddenly, his mind moved and he looked towards the door. The evil spirit's aura. Heavier. Since I'm living in the Chen family, this is my home, and if evil spirits dare to cause trouble here, then I can't just ignore it. I'd like to see what kind of evil spirit dares to act wildly in front of little master. Li XVII stowed the cook's pig-killing knife in a leather sheath, pinned it to the back of his waist, and went out, striding in the direction of the evil spirit's scent. A small body with a big killer knife looks pretty funny. The direction in which Li XVII was advancing was precisely the depths of the castle. Chapter 15, Evil, Sphinx Monkey. Chen Family. Deep in the castle. A secret room. Outside of the chamber. There were all sorts of spell formations carved all over, suppressing everything within the chamber. At the same time, 4 mute notes hovered in the 4 corners of the southeast, northwest, and north, quietly burning, isolating any sound within the chamber from outsiders. Crashing sound. At this moment, within the chamber, a violent sound of chains struggling resounded. At the same time, there were earth-shattering roars coming out. The sound sounded oddly like a cow bellowing or a fierce tiger roaring. Quick, draw a talisman to suppress it. Damn it, how did this evil spirit's power strengthen? It's parasitizing the old master's body, eating away at his strength and growing itself. Now that he's weak, it's getting stronger. Once it's allowed to leave his body, the consequences will be unimaginable. Listen everyone, use all your power to quickly suppress and weaken him. In the middle of the secret room, Shan, the Chen family's old master, roared and struggled like a demonic god, as if he were insane. He was nearly old, his hair was white, and his hair stood up like a steel needle. His eyes were scarlet and crazy, filled with endless killing and madness, roaring madly. The muscles on his face became more and more struggling and horrible. The face looked as if it were demonic, eerie, terrifying, not human at all. For chains locked Chen Shan's limbs, which were pulled taut and clattered by Chen Shan. 2 iron hooks, hooked the old man's shoulder blades, whether it was an iron hook or an iron chain. There were strings of mysterious and complicated runes inscribed on them. As Chen Shan struggled, those runes on the chains and iron hooks lit up with a dazzling light. Aha! After the rune pattern lit up, Chen Shan's expression became incomparably painful as he struggled and roared once again. The voice was like spring thunder, reverberating through the chamber. shaking everyone in the chamber to the point where their eardrums buzzed. Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, Chen Hongyao, Chen Pang, and the 4 senior members of the Chen family were all gathered here. All of them had sacrificed shrines behind their heads, and the idols enshrined in the shrines held spiritual weapons, releasing divine aura after divine aura that struck Chen Shan's body. The powerful force struck Chen Shan and caused him to wail. In front of these people of theirs, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a golden Taoist robe, holding a money sword, and having a particularly dignified appearance. The collar and cuffs of the Taoist robe are embroidered with delicate 8 trigrams, which looks particularly subtle. He set up an altar, with his feet on the 7 stars and his money sword in his hand, and recited some words in his mouth before biting the tip of his tongue and spraying out a mouthful of blood. Under the guidance of the money sword, the blood floated and twisted in the air, eventually transforming into a Taoist talisman that hovered above Chen Shan's head. The rune seal bloomed with divine aura, suspended in midair like a small sun, its light water falling down on Chen Shan's body. In the center of the rune seal, there seemed to be a deity holding thunder in his hand, solemn, mysterious, and majestic. Under the suppression of this talisman, Chen Shan, who was like an evil spirit, was suppressed to the point where he knelt on the ground, trembling. Martial god demon suppressing talisman. Rune master. His cultivation is getting more and more exquisite. It's already comparable to a rune seal master. Rune master. He was a golden rune master last year, able to draw golden rune patterns, and now looking at his cultivation, he's already at least in the realm of an eternal rune master. That's really impressive. With the presence of a talisman master, the evil spirits in the old man's body can definitely be suppressed. Seeing this scene, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family and Chen Hongyao looked delighted. He Fu Shi, name Ho Chang. After he finished drawing the martial god demon suppressing talisman, his face became slightly pale and he was panting. Martial god demon suppressing talisman. This was an important technique for him to cultivate and break through to eternal talisman master. In order to learn this talismanic seal, he had consumed a tremendous amount of financial resources, true chi, and time. Although he was very much in control now, every time he cast this rune seal, it would give him a particularly deflated feeling. However, the good thing was that the evil spirit in Chen Shan's body had already been suppressed and would not attack in a short period of time. He Chang hurriedly took out an elixir and swallowed it into his stomach, which made him feel much better. Master, is it considered successful to get rid of the evil spirits now? Has the evil spirit in my grandfather's body been removed? Chen Hongyao asked. He Chang shook his head and said, although my martial god demon suppressing talisman is very powerful, it can't do anything to get rid of this evil spirit yet. It's too powerful and has pretty much fused with Master Chen. My demon suppressor talisman can only suppress it. It cannot cure it. After saying that, he clenched his hand and unleashed the talisman seal. Within the talisman, the thunder in the hand of that one martial god transformed into a golden glittering fishhook, which was flung out of the talisman and drilled into Chen Shan's heavenly aura. After the fishhook entered his body, Chen Shan's body became transparent. What met everyone's eyes was a humanoid monkey-faced evil spirit. One of its hands was pinned by a fishhook, while the other hand was grasping at Chen Shan's heart. Vulcan pushed, trying to pull it out. Its other hand held the heart in a death grip as its body pulled outward, causing the heart to drill towards it as well, causing Chen Shan to bare his teeth in pain, his face pale and sweating profusely. Stop! He Chang released the spell. The fishhook in the martial god's hand immediately transformed into thunder. A large portion of the thunder flew back into the martial god's body, while the other small portion of the thunder impacted into the monkey-faced evil spirit's body. As the evil spirit's hand grasped Chen Shan's heart, when it suffered a thunderbolt, Chen Shan's heart also suffered an electric shock. Therefore, Chen Shan's body also began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family and Chen Hongyao all had grave faces. The monkey-faced evil spirit had a death grip on Chen Shan's heart in his hand before turning his head to stare at Chen Hongyao, Chen Hongyao, and the others with a grimace. Although it didn't say anything, however, its eyes were full of provocation. The look was unbelievably oozing and creepy. After being glanced at by it, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, Chen Hongyao and the others all had their scalps tingling in goosebumps, having the feeling of being stared at by an evil spirit. Only, this feeling was also short-lived, and as the fishhook and the power of the thunder returned to the hands of the martial god in the talisman, Chen Shan's body also returned to solidity from transparency. The one sphinx monkey, too, was blocked under the skin, and the crowd could no longer see it. Master what is this? Chen Huchuan asked. He Chang looked grave and said, evil, sphinx monkey. Although it's only at the evil level, it can possess the body of a cultivator to parasitize and devour the host's energy. When the host's life energy is weak, it will be able to completely master the host's body. Once the sphinx monkey possesses a successful body, it will be incredibly difficult to deal with, and its level will rise to sneaky, and it will have to be a supreme level talisman master to exorcise the evil. I'm only a grade 1 eternal talisman master now. I can only suppress, not expel this evil spirit. As soon as these words came out, Chen Hongyao and the others' expressions became more and more gloomy, and everyone's heart sank to the bottom. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are grades of runic masters, which are bronze, silver, gold, eternal, and supreme. Each level represented a large realm, and the cultivation levels were worlds apart. A supreme level talisman master, that would have to be a major city at the city level. For a small county level city like Maple Leaf City to be able to produce an eternal grade rune master like He Chang was already quite remarkable. As for higher grades, they were unknown here in Maple Leaf City. Right now, all they knew was that the evil spirit in Chen Shan's body could not be removed at the moment. He Chang asked, "Evil usually lives in the barbaric land 500 miles away from Maple Leaf City. Has Elder Chen recently left Maple Leaf City and traveled to the barbaric land?" Chapter 16, Evil, Out of Control. Within 100 kilometers around Maple Leaf City, with the Xian Huang flag shining down, no evil spirits appeared. In order to encounter evil, it would have to be the barbaric land to the east of Maple Leaf City, 500 miles away. There is full of all kinds of ghosts and monsters, evil spirits everywhere. It is simply a forbidden area for human beings, just like the horrible existence of the Temple of Hades, everywhere dangerous, step-by-step killing. Normally, human cultivators would rarely go over there. As far as He Chang knew, the Sphinx monkey was the one that lived in the forests of the savage land, and was a herd animal. The fact that a human-faced monkey had taken up residence in Chen Shan's body meant that Chen Shan had at least trespassed into the human-faced monkey's territory, perhaps even made a big mess. Chen Hongyao nodded his head and said, "The old man said that his cultivation bottleneck had loosened and seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. And a month ago, the old man went on a conquest in the savage land, hoping that he could use this to break through the realm, cross over the burning sky, and turn the tide. When he came back, he was all over the place, and then he was like this. Half a month ago, the old man was still strong enough to suppress the evil spirits, but, recently, the old man has been taken over by the evil spirits and is only awake for a few moments every day. Just today, when the old man was awake, he saw a letter from his late husband and became too excited and passed out again. Arrive at a decision, conclusion, etc. By the time he opened his eyes, he had been taken over by the evil spirit and had no choice but to take over his entire body. As he said this, he sighed and looked at Chen Shan with incomparable heartache in his eyes. Anyway, it's his father. He Chang nodded. That's right, he was struck by evil in the savage land. Chen Hongyao asked, "Uncle He, then do you have any way to exorcise the evil spirits?" He Chang shook his head and said, "To exorcise the evil spirits, it would have to be a capital city 3,000 kilometers away, the Light State, where there are supreme talisman masters." But, he didn't continue on to the next part of the sentence, but Chen Hongyao and Chen Hongyao and the others had already understood the meaning of these words. Maple Leaf City to Guangzhou, spanning 3,000 kilometers, would be fine if there were highways, train roads or airplanes. However, 10 years ago, there are two incomparably strong and powerful people on the road broke out in an earth-shattering battle. The highway, the train road are all destroyed. A radius of 300 kilometers of land are all plunged into a stretching darkness, cannot pass. Even the shipping routes were destroyed, and the sky was perennially dark, even during the day. Between the Light State and Maple Leaf City, it was equivalent to a heavenly rift between them. People named that dark area, the Devil's Zone. If you want to go from Maple Leaf City to Guangzhou, then you can't use tools, and you can only reach it by human power by trekking through the mountains and crossing the Devil's Zone. However, the Devil's District is full of ghosts and spirits, demons and monsters, and the path is treacherous and murderous. So far, no one has made it through the Devil's Zone alive. This approach, obviously, won't work. Is there any other way? Chen Hongyao asked. He Chang thought for a moment and said, "There are two other ways. However, they are much more difficult." Chen Hongyao asked, "Master He, please speak." He Chang said, "The second way is for you to marry the Shao family. There is a magic treasure in the Shao family's ancestral hall that can suppress this evil spirit." Skip class of students. Hearing these words, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, and Shen Ping all looked at Chen Hongyao with glaring eyes. Chen Hongyao frowned. "What about the third way?" He Chang said, "The third way, head to the westernmost devil suppressor prison in the Dragon Kingdom, where countless great devils are suppressed, and there is an incomparably terrifying great devil living on the 10th level of the prison, named Painted Skin. As long as we can invite it over, or bring Elder Chen over there, Painted Skin will have a way to be able to get rid of this human-faced monkey." When these words came out, Chen Hongyao was once again silent. The Chen family was one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City. However, with their ability at most, they could only enter the first level of the Devil Suppressor prison to visit it, and to enter the 10th level, it would never be possible. Taking a step back, even if they were able to enter the 10th level of the prison, how could a great demon like Painted Skin help them to exorcise the evil spirits? Red Pill, for the sake of Grandpa, can you? Chen Family asked. Chen Hongyao gritted her teeth and said, "Second uncle, there must be another way." Just thinking about that dead fat young master of the Xiao family gave her a pang of nausea. Ha 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 ha. Right at this moment, Chen Shan suddenly began to laugh out loud, and his body trembled as he slowly rose under the suppression of the martial god soul suppressor talisman. His eyes were scarlet red as he stared viciously at He Chang, Chen Huchuan, and the others, and laughed fiercely. "You can't kill me. Be sensible and obediently remove these formations and talismans, and I can consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, once Chen Shan dies, I will kill all of you." As he spoke, he struggled frantically, the muscles of his limbs trembling, his fascia undulating under his skin like a dragon or snake. A tremendous force surged out of him, straightening the chains and hooks instantly. Even those chains painted with evil-repelling talisman seals began to tremble and clatter, and a tiny crack appeared on them. Crap! This evil has gotten stronger again. He Chang's expression changed. His martial god soul suppressor talisman possessed the ability to suppress evil spirits. Under the suppression of the rune seal martial god's light, the fact that this human-faced monkey was still able to burst out with such terrifying power meant that this evil had become stronger. He hurriedly rose the altar again to do the magic, his hands clenching the spell. Buzz! The martial god's soul suppressor talisman glowed brightly, and the martial god's silhouette inside stood up, holding a fishing rod, and fiercely lashed at Chen Shan's body. At the same time, the runic patterns on all sides of the chamber lit up, blossoming with divine might, flying in from all directions, suppressing Chen Shan like a huge mountain. Under such heavy pressure, Chen Shan was still standing like a mountain, his scarlet eyes carrying an incomparably bizarre hideousness, and all of his body emanating monstrous killing intent. Chen Hujiao, Chen Filong, and Chen Hongyao's expressions changed drastically. They all knew that this was definitely not Chen Shan's eyes. Evil spirits, mastering Chen Shan's body? He Chang's face was grave as he said in a deep voice, "The evil spirit has gotten stronger. Everyone be prepared. If we can't get Master Chen back, if necessary, then we'll have to chop off Master Chen's head. Otherwise, once the evil sneak succeeds in taking over the body, there will surely be a bloody storm within Maple Leaf City, and your Chen family will surely be exterminated." The moment these words came out, Chen Hujiao and the others all changed their faces again. Roar! Without waiting for them to speak, Chen Shan roared up to the sky, his voice like thunder, shaking the chi and blood of everyone on the scene. At the same time, Chen Shan's right hand fiercely exerted force. Bang! The chains that were originally trapping Chen Shan snapped violently. A monstrous ferocious might permeated out from Chen Shan's body, out of control. When He Chang saw this, he yelled, "Demon! Suffer death!" He no longer hid anything. His hand clenched the spell and he fully activated the martial god demon suppressing talisman. The martial god's silhouette in the talisman flung its fishing rod, and blue fishing lines wrapped around Chen Shan's body like a thunderbolt, binding it. At the same time, the shrine behind his head emerged, and a deity's silhouette stepped out from inside the shrine, holding a demon-subduing pestle and mortar, his body suffused with a holy light. The demon-subduing pestle in his hand looked small, but it fell like a mountain, ruthlessly smashing into Chen Shan's heavenly aura. Chapter 17, The Strength of Evil. Roar! As that devil-subduing pestle was about to fall, Chen Shan's body shook violently and let out a deafening roar. Immediately after that, he shook with force, and the chains and iron hooks that had originally bound him broke, splattering debris in all directions, and dust flew up within the chamber. Even the fish hooks and lines that were entangled in his body were disintegrated by him at this point. His eyes became even more scarlet, as if they were burning with a blazing fire, revealing endless madness and killing intent. Swinging his arm, the chain that was originally locked around his hand immediately wrapped around his hand. Swinging his fist, upward, and hitting the buckshot. Dang! Sparks shot out in all directions and exploded like thunder. Descending pestle was hit and bounced off. The shrine's shadowy figure of the one deity shook for a moment, almost unable to hold the demon-subduing mortar and pestle in its hand. He Chang himself was knocked back several steps by a monstrous force, his face incomparably grave. "A mere talisman seal, you want to trap me too?" Chen Shan's voice became low and hoarse, filled with a sense of evil. He took a violent step toward He Chang and the others. Boom! As if the ground couldn't withstand the force, it collapsed with a loud bang, and rubble flew. He Chang's face was grave. His hands quickly formed seals, and the shrine behind his head glowed brightly. The silhouette of a deity holding a demonic pestle and mortar once again stepped out from the shrine, surrounded by a holy light as if it could purify all the evils in the world. The gods have descended into the world to exterminate the evil. Chang gave a low shout. The demon-subduing pestle in the hands of that deity's silhouette suddenly grew larger, carrying a mountainous weight as it ruthlessly smashed into Chen Shan's heavenly aura. Chen Shan sneered, and without flickering or avoiding, he actually raised his arm stiffly, using his flesh and blood to resist this strike. Bang! With a loud bang, the demon-subduing mortar and pestle smashed heavily on Chen Shan's arm, erupting with a dazzling light. However, what was shocking was that Chen Shan had only slightly shifted his body, not leaving even a trace of injury on his arm. Ha 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 ha, nothing more than that. Chen Shan laughed, his laughter filled with mockery and disdain. He swung his fist out violently, and the wind was like a dragon, carrying a whistling sound as he pushed straight towards Chang. Chang's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, but the aftermath of that fist wind still shook him backward for several steps, and a burst of air and blood surged in his chest. Together! Chang shouted. He knew that he alone could not deal with this evil spirit-possessed Chen Shan. Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, and the others sniffed and sacrificed their own shrines, and all sorts of deity silhouettes stepped out from the shrines, holding all sorts of spirit weapons and launching fierce attacks towards Chen Shan. Fire Phoenix Prairie Fire. Chen Hongyao drank low. In the shrine that emerged behind his head, a fire phoenix deity silhouette rushed out, lifting its wings and spitting out flames, transforming into a sea of fire that enveloped Chen Shan. Ice Seal Miles. Chen Family followed closely behind, and in the shrine behind his head, an ice dragon deity silhouette rushed out, roaring up to the sky and spitting out cold air, instantly freezing Chen Shan, creating a frozen land. Fire and ice bind Chen Shan to death. However, it was as if Chen Shan could not feel the slightest bit of pain, just like a monstrous devil. Dang! He trampled recklessly through the frozen land, shattering the thick ice with every step, as if there was an endless force supporting him, causing him to shatter the ice on his body and step on the ice. Sculptor's skill. Break it for me! Chen Shan roared. He blasted out with his fist, and the wind was like a sword, instantly tearing apart the frozen land with ice shards splattering everywhere. And then, he swung his arms violently, like a drawn bowstring, before slamming forward. A monstrous gale swept through, extinguishing all the flames. The terrifying gusts of wind also blew the two of them, Chen Hongyao and Chen Family, back several steps, their robes hunting, and the shrine at the back of their heads was almost lifted off. They were also experts, and although they were shocked, they didn't panic, running their gong methods and stabilizing the shrines behind their heads. Demon! Look at my demon-suppressing talisman! Seeing this, Chang once again activated the martial god demon-suppressing talisman, and the martial god's silhouette held a fishing rod, and the fishing line transformed into a razor-sharp sword chi that shot toward Chen Shan. Chen Shan's figure flickered, easily dodging those sword chi, and at the same time, he blasted his fist at the martial god's shadow. Bang! Although the martial god's shadow was illusory, it even trembled slightly under this punch, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Damn it! This evil has already fused with Elder Chen Shan. Their powers have merged into one. The Elder is at the Burning Sky realm. His strength is unrivaled, and his physical body strength is stronger than ours. If this continues, sooner or later, we will be defeated. Chang gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. Chapter 18, The Devil. Do it! Chang yelled. Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, Chen Pang, and all the Chen family members at the scene all sacrificed their shrines and suspended them behind their heads. Various deity silhouettes appeared in the shrine, pointing various kinds of spirit weapons that blossomed with countless might, transforming into sharp swords, long swords, and arrows that blasted towards Chen Shan. Dang! When these forces bombarded Chen Shan's body, instead of causing a single bit of damage to Chen Shan, a sound of gold and golfer clashing rang out. At the surface of Chen Shan's body, a faint layer of golden light bloomed, enveloping his entire body and forming armor. It's the Shaolin Temple's Vajra Buddha armor. Chang gritted his teeth. Vajra Buddha Kai, a top-level technique inherited from the famous Shaolin Temple. Chen Shan had once studied at the Shaolin Temple in the past, and had acquired such a technique to hone himself, forging his body as if it were a divine weapon, invulnerable to fire and water, invulnerable to all poisons, and of infinite strength. It was also because of this reason that Chen Shan was able to sit firmly in his position as one of Maple Leaf City's 10 men. This Buddhist armor, which should be holy and flawless, was now covered in a layer of grayish-black because of the evil, human-faced monkey. The golden light revealed evil. The most frightening thing was that everyone's attacks were unable to break through Chen Shan's defense, even though Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, and the others had pushed their own power to close to the limit. They still couldn't do anything to help Chen Shan, and they couldn't even break the armor. Chen Shan, on the other hand, seemed to be getting braver and braver as his power continued to climb. A fist broke through the iceberg, a foot stepped on the fire sea, a big hand crushed the countless sword chi. It was as if he was an ancient god or devil that came out from inside the great wasteland, invincible in battle and ferocious in flames. Knock! With his big foot crushing the masonry on the ground, Chen Shan's figure rose up like a cannonball, instantly arriving in front of Chen Hongyao. Chen Hongyao expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously wanted to flee. But it's too late. Chen Shan blasted him away with a punch, shattering the wall and flying out more than 200 meters, 3 feet of ice. As Chen Shan blasted away Chen Hongyao, Chen Family struck out, striking out streak after streak of frost power that wrapped around Chen Shan's feet, freezing them. At the same time, He Chang made a comeback, and the figure of the martial god in the talismanic seal stepped out. The fishhook in his hand once again flung out and wrapped itself around Chen Shan's body. The fishhook and fishing line bloomed with light and changed into a divine dragon that flashed with blue lightning, wrapping around Chen Shan's body. Activate the formation and suppress, He Chang yelled. The other clan Chen family members also reacted at this moment, immediately stepping aside and quickly activating the suppression formation. In the 4 corners of the house, southeast, northwest, and north, a burst of brilliant runic patterns immediately lit up, like 4 rounds of small suns. Immediately afterward, the 4 rounds of small suns bloomed into one red line after another, twisting together to form a large net that enveloped and wrapped around Chen Shan's body. Thumbs up. When the red threads touched Chen Shan's Buddha armor, they immediately emitted a snorting sound and were corroding those Buddha armor, wanting to use it to break through Chen Shan's defense. Right at this moment, Chen Hongyao suddenly stood out, a determined light flickering in her eyes, and a long sword in her hand at some point. Red Pill, you! Chen Family looked at Chen Red Pill in surprise, wanting to dissuade, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed back. Chen Hongyao stared at the bound Chen Shan, her eyes sharp. She sacrificed the shrine at the back of her head, and the deity silhouette enshrined within immediately stood up holding a spiritual weapon similar to a battle sword. That deity's shadow, not quite the same as others, looked unusually vicious and overbearing, like an evil ghost. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless sword chi exploded out from the shrine and blasted at Chen Shan. Her attacks were, obviously, a little more powerful than the others, and her sword chi could beat the Buddha armor to the point where crack after crack appeared. Moreover, the sword chi was like a blizzard, just blasting at a single point. Eventually, the Buddha armor was broken. Chen Hongyao dodged forward and stabbed his sharp sword at Chen Shan's chest. There, the location of the Sphinx monkey's heart. She had just taken a glance and memorized the various locations of the human-faced monkey in Chen Shan's body, wanting to stab the human-faced monkey to death at the smallest possible cost. Looking for death, Chen Shan sneered. Although his entire body was bound and he was unable to move his arms and legs, his mouth violently spat out a mouthful of divine aura. The divine aura was like a sword, shattering the battle sword in Chen Hongyao's hand, destroying it, and the momentum did not diminish, shocking Chen Hongyao out, hitting the wall of the secret room heavily, spitting out blood from his mouth. Red Pill, Chen Hongyao and the others exclaimed in shock, wanting to go forward to check Chen Hongyao's injuries. However, Chen Shan once again erupted at this moment with an unparalleled and terrifying power. The fishhooks and fishing lines transformed into divine dragons that he grabbed and tore apart. He Chang suffered a backlash and sprayed blood in a big gulp. At the same time, his feet shook and broke through the frost. Chen Family spat out blood. Immediately afterward, Chen Shan grabbed the large net formed by the red threads and violently tore it. The great net shattered, and the 4 wheels of the little sun burst into pieces. All of the Qin clan's experts who maintained the formation also sprayed blood from their mouths and flew backwards at this moment. All go to hell! Chen Shan shouted angrily. His figure was like a ghost as he traveled within the secret room. His large fists blasted Chen Family away on the spot. His fists came out like dragons, wide open. His fist wind and leg shadows were so dense that many of the Chen clan's clansmen were knocked away, smashing many of the walls within the secret room, and flew out. Within the chamber, there was a mess. He Chang was kicked in the chest by Chen Shan, and his entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings, crashing heavily against the wall of the secret room, spitting blood from his mouth and his breath wilting. Master He. When Chen Hongyao and the others saw this, they were horrified. They knew that if even He Chang wasn't a match for Chen Shan, then their Chen family would really be finished. This evil sneak had taken over Chen Shan's body and erupted with the might of Chen Shan's burning sky realm, so raw and fierce that they were no match at all. I can't die yet. He Chang struggled to stand up and barely pushed, and the light of the shrine behind his head shone brightly. An axe flew out from within the shrine, but instead of splitting towards Chen Shan, it flew towards the deity in the martial god's demon-suppressing talisman. The deity held a battle axe in one hand and a fishing rod in the other in a majestic manner. However, before it could strike to attack. Shan's fist had already fiercely blasted on top of the rune seal. The power is terrifying as the sea instantly blasted the energy of the martial god's demon-suppressing talisman into disorganization. After the second punch, all the energy of the demon-suppressing talisman was dispersed and disappeared. Chang once again spat out blood, his face pale, kneeling on one knee, his eyes filled with despair, muttering, "It's over. It's over. This isn't evil. This is magic." Even the martial god's demon-suppressing talisman had been extinguished, so it was conceivable that this human-faced monkey inhabiting Shan was not evil, but rather a demon. As soon as these words came out, Chen Family, Chen Hongyao and Chen Hongyao all had huge changes in their faces, their hearts engulfed in despair and fear. In the Dragon Kingdom, evil spirits are also hierarchical, and they are the 9 ranks of evil spirits such as ghosts, spirits, guile, evil, sneaks, demons, devils, calamities, and dooms. Evil, 4-1, is already terrifying, and can destroy villages in bloody 10 miles of land. Sneaky and scary, it can destroy towns in bloody 50 miles of land. Demons, on the other hand, are terrifying, destroying towns, feeding on hundreds of miles, and swallowing in everything. Devil, even more terrifying, that is a terrifying existence at the level of city slaying, can easily bloodwash thousands of miles of cities and pools, blood flowing into rivers. A single demon was enough to slaughter all the experts in Maple Leaf City, leaving corpses everywhere. Evil and sneaky alone were already terrifying, and now that they had evolved into demons, crossing 3 major levels at once, it would be if all of them were sacrificed to the heavens, or if the entire Maple Leaf City were sacrificed to the heavens. They would not be a match for the demons. This is dead. I'm afraid I'm going to be exterminated. Maple Leaf City is going to be finished. GGG, I still want to have some fun, but I didn't expect that I would still be discovered by you guys. Shan's face was hideous. His eyes smoldered with red demonic flames, and his body was filled with a monstrous flame of anger. Now, I've had enough fun, and today, all of you are going to die. He took a big step forward, stepping on the floor and instantly arrived in front of Chen Hongyao, grabbing Chen Hongyao with one hand and lifting her up in midair. The devil's intuition told him that the divine child in Chen Hongyao's shrine was dangerous, and that Chen Hongyao must be obliterated first. Red pill. Chen Hongyao was covered in flames and lunged over to the side, trying to save his daughter. However, it was no use at all, as Chen Shan flew up and kicked him away once again. The others still wanted to go and help, but Chen Shan stomped on the ground again. In a flash, the ground shook. With him as the center, a terrifying wave of air swept in all directions, blasting them all out, bones shattering as they fell to the ground and spat out blood crazily, unable to even crawl. Even Yi Chang was severely injured. One of his arms was fractured, and he was kneeling on the ground, covered in blood and in a sorry state. The crowd looked at Chen Shan, horrified. Is this the terror of the devil? The other party just lightly stomped their feet, and they all suffered a fatal blow, no longer able to move. Is the difference in strength between them that great? Chen Hongyao was choked and only felt a burst of suffocation. Her hands grasped Chen Shan's arm with a death grip, trying to break away. However, Chen Shan's arm was as hard as iron, strong and powerful, and she could not move at all. Her face flushed red as she looked at Chen Shan with incomparable despair. Master! Master! Chen Shan laughed fiercely. Your grandfather is dead. Now, I'll send you down to the Yellow Springs to reunite with him. After saying that, the muscles in his hands shook like dragons, wanting to strangle Chen Hongyao to death. No! He Chang, Chen Huchuan, Chen Filong, Chen Pang and the others roared, wanting to stop them, but they were so severely injured that they couldn't move at all, and could only watch as Chen Shan made his move. Despair and fear gripped the hearts of all. Right at this moment, Li XVII's childish voice suddenly sounded outside the secret room. No wonder the evil aura here is overwhelming, so it has already transformed into a demon. Chapter 19, A Punch to the Face. The childish voice sounded incredibly innocent and cute. The appearance of this sudden voice also caught the attention of everyone on the scene. The crowd followed the sound and saw that a wide-eyed, cute-looking little boy in a tattered shirt had appeared at the entrance of the chamber at an unknown time, and it was none other than Li 17. He was only 120 centimeters, thin and short, but with a pig-killing knife slung across his waist behind his back. He was slowly walking over to this side, looking incredibly laid back and relaxed. While walking, he also looked Chen Shan up and down and laughed. I thought it was some kind of great devil, but it turns out to be just a human-faced monkey. In his voice, there was a sense of contempt and ease, as if he did not place the Chen Shan, who had already transformed into a demon, in his eyes at all. When Chen Hongyao and Chen Hongyao saw him appear, their complexions changed dramatically. Chen Hongyao opened her mouth, wanting Li 17 to leave quickly. However, She was grabbed by Qin Shan's neck and couldn't make a sound at all. She could only watch Li XVII coming, secretly pinching a cold sweat for Li XVII, and shouting in her heart for Li XVII to run. Chen Hongyao forced himself to endure the severe pain all over his body and yelled, "What are you doing over here? Hurry up and run!" He Chang, Chen Filong, Chen Pang and the others also looked at Li XVII, their eyes written with worry. Chen Shan was no longer Chen Shan, but a demon controlled by an evil spirit. This kind of person would definitely go on a killing spree. Wouldn't Li XVII's arrival at this time be a proper delivery of food to others? Li XVII looked calm, pointed at Chen Shan, and said to Chen Hongyao and the others, "I helped you kill this evil spirit. How much will you pay me?" When these words came out, He Chang, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, and the others all looked incredibly odd. All of their Chen clan's elites put together were no match for Chen Shan. They couldn't even break the defense. And Li XVII, a little kid, still wanted to solve this evil spirit? That's just not knowing what's going on. When Chen Shan heard this, he also laughed joyfully, staring incomparably evilly at Li XVII. "Still wanting to kill me? Little fellow, you're quite arrogant." He pinched Chen Hongyao and stepped towards Li XVII, his eyes scarlet as he laughed. "You're good. Fine skin and tender flesh. You must be crunchy to eat." As he spoke, he licked his mouth, salivating. At this moment, it seemed as if he was no longer Chen Shan. His tongue was scarlet and stuck out over half a meter long, looking as if he was a monster. As he advanced, a monstrous aura was like a pillar of light that shot straight up into the sky, terrifying without bounds. A sense of oppression like a tsunami enveloped the bodies of Li XVII and Chen Hongyao and the others. He Chang, Chen Hongyuan, Chen Filong and the others just happened to stand up at this moment, wanting to help Li XVII. But, under this monstrous aura, they were suppressed on the spot and once again slumped to the ground, shivering. At this moment, they felt as if they were suppressing a huge demonic mountain on top of them, and they were being pressed to the point that it was difficult for them to breathe, and it was difficult for them to move their fingers. They originally wanted to struggle, to sacrifice their shrines and use their divine fetuses to fight against it. However, under that majestic pressure, there was no way for their shrines to be exerted. This is the power of the devil? It's just horrible. We're dead this time. He Chang, Chen Hongyuan, Chen Filong and Chen Pang were all horrified. Their entire bodies were consumed by despair, and their foreheads were soaked in cold sweat. Just the aura alone could already suppress them to the point where they couldn't move. The strength of this human-faced demon was simply terrifying. Li XVII swept a glance around. "Why are you guys down? Say the price. How much can you guys pay me if I help you guys out with it?" Seeing that Chen Hongyao and Chen Filong and the others were silent, he scratched his head, sighed, and said, "Forget it, I won't bargain with you guys. You guys let me stay here, so it's kind of like I owe you guys a favor. Grandpa said that favor debts are the hardest to repay, so it's best not to owe them. So, if I help you guys with it, it's like returning the favor. Let's clear the air, okay? Exhale." Before he could finish his words, a gale of wind and scarlet wind hit his nose, and Chen Shan had already arrived in front of him like a ghost, opening his bloody mouth and biting down fiercely towards Li XVII, wanting to swallow Li XVII into his mouth and eat him up. He was 1 meter 9 tall, almost as tall as Li XVII. His mouth was open wide enough to be 2 meters wide, like a huge beast, and the shadows cast down by his body were enough to shroud Li XVII. That terrifying sense of oppression was even more frightening. It was obvious that Chen Shan had been demonized by the Sphinx monkey. When it saw Li XVII belittling it so much, it was incomparably angry inside and wanted to swallow Li XVII on the spot. Li XVII, dead. When He Chang, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, and the others saw this scene, thoughts like this surfaced in their minds. They wanted to help so badly, but simply couldn't, and could only watch it all happen with despair and fear, because they knew that after this evil demon devoured Li XVII, it would definitely devour them again. Li XVII, hurry up and dodge. Chen Hongyao was caught in Chen Shan's hands, and she could not help herself, shouting in her heart, trying to get Li XVII to dodge. Li XVII looked at the pouncing Chen Shan with displeased eyes. "I'm in the middle of talking. Why are you pouncing over?" After saying that, he took a stride forward and blasted Chen Shan's abdomen with a punch. The plain and simple punch turned Chen Shan into a bow-backed shrimp. His eyes bulged out, and his originally opened bloody mouth opened even wider. The intense pain caused him to loosen his grip on Chen Hongyao's hand. Boom! The tremendous force blasted Chen Shan directly out over 200 meters, knocking down a wall. The wall collapsed, burying Chen Shan inside. It was only then that Chen Hongyao landed on the ground as well. Seeing this scene, He Chang froze. Chen Hongyao was dumbfounded. Chen Filong, Chen Hongyao and everyone in the Chen family stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. There was silence. All of them thought that Li XVII was dead, but in the blink of an eye, such a small Li XVII even blew the strong as an oxygen Shan out more than 200 meters with one punch? What the hell? What's with this? What happened? At this moment, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. The evil demon who was so ferocious just now, who could crush them on the ground and couldn't move just by his aura, was blown away by Li XVII with a single punch? How does this seem so unreal? Li XVII has so much power in that tiny body? Boom! Right at this moment, Shan lifted all the wall ruins out, and with a stomp of his legs, jumped hundreds of meters high, crouched at the very top of the castle, opened his mouth, and hissed at the newly risen moon. At this moment, the sun had already set, and a vertical moon was shining horizontally, shedding eerie moonlight on the earth. Shan roared at the moon, and a beam of moonlight fell on his body, instantly accelerating his demonization. Click, click, click. A sound like fried beans erupted from his body, and his body began to grow even larger, his muscles even more muscular than a moment ago. Within a few moments, he had gone from 1 meter 9 just now, to more than 3 meters tall, as huge as a small mountain. The face also completely transformed into the appearance of a human-faced monkey, with scarlet eyes like 2 lanterns in the dark night. The tongue was over a meter long and scarlet as blood. The teeth were like rows of sharp blades, emitting a sharp metallic sheen under the moonlight. A pale yellow light also bloomed in his chest, filled with a rather terrifying power, and along with his breathing, the light flickered with terror. The monkey hair that a sphinx monkey should have grew all over his body, one like a steel needle. The body was covered with layers of ebony black scales. A pair of fleshy wings sprouted from his back. Behind his butt, a tail grew. Magic, sphinx monkey. He was completely demonized, exuding the kind of evil, eerie, and bizarre horror that an evil spirit should have. Oh no! He was originally an evil spirit, and after absorbing the moon essence, he became even more powerful and has completely become a demon. When Chang saw this scene, his pupils contracted and he despaired. It's over. The entire Maple Leaf City is going to be over. Chapter 20, Devil? Unbeatable. A complete demon can slaughter a city, with no survivors within 1,000 miles. At this moment, the Sphinx monkey, with the help of the clear light of the moonlight, recovered its true body of the devil. And the kind of aura that emanated from its body was bizarre, evil, and bloodthirsty. Even if they were separated by a long distance, they could be subdued by this aura and their bodies tingled. Their scalps tingled, and they felt suffocated. Quickly, notify the Spirit Hub Bureau with a secret method and tell them to pour out the entire city's power to come and get rid of the demons. Chang yelled. Hongyao immediately reacted and took out his cell phone, preparing to call and notify the Spiritual Hub Bureau. The Spirit Hub Bureau was the law enforcement agency on their side, and every law enforcer within it possessed a rather terrifying power. It would probably be a lot better with those people coming to quell the demons. However, before he could make the call, a long scarlet tongue descended from the sky, curled around the cell phone in his hand, rushed high into the air, and disappeared into the mouth of the Sphinx monkey. Click! The Sphinx monkey's mouth moved, biting the cell phone to pieces as he laughed fiercely. Still want to ask for help? Ha ha ha! After I finish eating you guys, I'll naturally go over to the Spirit Hub Bureau and eat them. The people of Maple Leaf City are my rations. As he said this, he smiled even more hideously. Bang! Just then, a sword chi came across the sky and hit him in the face. The sharp sword chi had a strong killing power. However, when it hit the face of the human-faced monkey, it could not even cut off the human-faced monkey's hair. The human-faced monkey lowered his head, staring at Chen Hongyao, who stood shakily, his eyes icy cold. You seek death. Chen Hongyao clenched her teeth, her eyes furious. Give my grandfather back to me. As she spoke, the shrine at the back of her head manifested, and the divine child inside sacrificed a longsword spirit weapon with a great deal of light. A sharp sword chi flew out from within the shrine, sweeping up high into the air like a blistering wind and rain, blasting the human-faced monkeys. Only, under her serious injury, her sword chi attack was not strong enough to injure the human-faced monkey halfway. After the attack, she herself was overwhelmed and fell to the ground, blood spurting from her mouth and nose, and her consciousness all began to blur as her eyes slowly closed. But she still murmured, "Give me back my grandfather. Give me back my grandfather." The human-faced monkey encountered such a provocation and became furious. Little girl child, I still want to eat you again in a while. Since you're in a hurry to send yourself to death, then I'll fulfill you. Eat you first. After saying that, the long scarlet tongue in his mouth immediately flew out, becoming tens of meters longer and sweeping towards Chen Hongyao. Quickly save them, shouted Chen Hongyao. However, just now, they had already been battered and bruised by the attack of the Sphinx monkey. At this time, none of them could stand up and help Chen Hongyao. They could only watch the long tongue flying towards Chen Hongyao. unable to do anything. Desperate. In the nick of time, a battle sword flew over and nailed the long scarlet tongue to the ground. Li XVII walked over and stepped on the battle sword with one foot, looking up at the human-faced monkey. Just now you were punched and you didn't know how to run away. Now you dare to kill in front of me. You evil demon is too much for my Master 17 to take into account, isn't it? The human-faced monkey ate the pain and let out a hiss of grief, its eyes scarlet as it glared at Li XVII. Little brat, I'll kill you. Having been hurt like this by Li XVII 3 times, he was enraged. When he finished, he pulled his tongue violently. The long tongue pulled back and was sliced into 2 halves by the battle sword, and then the 2 pieces of the severed tongue coalesced into the shape of a sharp spear and lunged towards Li XVII. Li XVII's face was expressionless, holding a battle sword, and lightning slashed out 2 swords, splitting that long tongue directly. When he looked up again, the Sphinx monkey had disappeared from above the castle. In the next second, he abruptly appeared in front of Li XVII, and a monstrous domain unfolded, enveloping Li XVII, Chen Hongyao, Chen Huqiu, and the others. Within the realm, the bodies of He Chang, Chen Huqiu, Chen Filong and the others gradually turned into stone from feet to head. What's going on here? Chen Huqiu's expression changed drastically. Chen Filong, Chen Pang, and the others all had puzzled and panicked eyes as well, desperate beyond measure. This is the ghost god's domain. He's unfolded his ghost god's domain. We're finished, He Chang said in horror. Ghost God Field. This is the exclusive dojo of the devil. Inside this field, the devil is a godlike existence, can arbitrarily slaughter other people's life and death, at will. Once they were caught within the demon god's domain, they would be completely doomed. Before he could finish his sentence, petrification spread and turned everything below his chest into stone sculptures. It wasn't just him. Chen Huqiu, Chen Filong and Chen Pang had also been transformed into stone statues, only revealing their faces. For those with weaker cultivation, their entire body was turned into a stone sculpture, unable to move, and their life and death were uncertain. Seeing this, everyone once again despaired, their hearts sinking straight to the bottom. Done. This time it's really over. At this moment, the human-faced monkey once again laughed caracally and looked at Li XVII condescendingly. Kid, that punch of yours just now was very good, but, after entering my ghost god field, you will die. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Li XVII had already jumped up and kicked him in the face, and the tremendous force once again sent him flying out, smashing into the wall 200 meters away, and smoke and dust rolled out. The Sphinx monkey stood up from the ruins and looked at Li XVII with wide eyes. How could this happen? How come you are not affected by my demonic god domain? Before he could finish his words, Li XVII had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Without waiting for him to react, the battle sword pierced through his feet and pinned him to the ground. Bang! Li XVII grabbed his hair with his left hand and smashed his head hard on the ground, smashing a hole in the ground. Li XVII roared. Both fists opened up, left and right, and the young fist smashed into his face like a blistering wind. Within an instant, the Sphinx monkey was beaten to a bloody pulp and had no power to fight back. His head plunged into the ground, and his body was raised diagonally, forming a 45-degree angle. It could be imagined how terrifyingly powerful Li XVII's fist contained. Seeing this scene, He Chang, Chen Huqiu, and Chen Filong were once again dumbstruck. The Sphinx monkeys were huge, reaching more than 3 meters high, just like a small mountain. Li XVII is small and thin, only 120 centimeters, in front of him like a pocket toy. And now, such a pocket-sized toy was beating a small mountain of Sphinx monkeys to the ground. A picture as weird as it could be. They couldn't believe their eyes. When did a demon strong enough to slaughter a city become so unbearable? I was wrong. Please don't fight. The Sphinx monkey's head was struck into the ground, and he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Li XVII's fists had too much power, and each blow was like a siege hammer on his brain. Dazed and brain-damaged, his head buzzing, he opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness. However, Li XVII didn't care and was still blasting his head, beating him like a sandbag, causing him to be incomparably stifled. He wanted to run his divine ability to resist, but every time the divine ability could not be run in time, Li XVII's fist struck him with a concussion, and he was unable to gather any strength at all. Until finally, Li XVII punched the Sphinx monkey to the point that its 7 orifices bled. Its face was not humanoid, and it completely passed out. And then, his fist turned into a claw and violently clawed into the human-faced monkey's chest, dripping with blood. Li XVII, stop! Chen Huqiu roared out with his eyes wide open. Although the human-faced monkey looked incomparably tall, the body was Chen Shan's. Li XVII's hand penetrated into Chen Shan's chest. This is not a murderous face monkey. This is killing Chen Shan. Chapter 21, Exorcism. Li 17 ignored Chen Hajio's words, and her small hand once again grabbed hard into Chen Shan's chest. In an instant, the face of the originally unconscious Chen Shan twisted up, and a heart-rending scream was emitted from the pit of the ground. It's a sound that creeps out those who smell it. Stop it, aha! Chen Hajio, Chen Filong, Chen Pang, and the others all screamed miserably, their eyes wide open. They wanted to go and stop Li 17, but they couldn't move. In just a moment ago, they were physically petrified by the ghost god's domain. After Chen Shan was knocked unconscious by Li 17, the ghost god domain was ineffective, and his petrified body was slowly recovering, but it was not yet fully recovered. Half of his body below was still in petrified state, unable to act, and he can only watch Li 17 torturing Chen Shan without being able to do anything about it. He Chang was silent, staring at Li 17. There was no cure for humans who had already been demonized, and killing Chen Shan was the best option. However, here were all the clansmen of the Chen clan, and Chen Shan was the Chen clan's pillar of honor, and even more so, the Chen clan's backbone. Killing Chen Shan in front of all the top management of the Chen family, even if the Chen family would not make a scene on the surface, behind their back, they would definitely hate Li 17 and feel that Li 17 was their Chen family's enemy. Instead of being grateful to Li 17, Li 17 might have to bear the wrath of the entire Chen family. Thinking of this, he Chang sighed, then looked up at the Xian Huang flag in the sky, his eyes sinking. Chen Hongyao woke up leisurely, and when she saw Li 17 stabbing into Chen Shan's chest with one hand, she was also struck by an electric shock, and under the rush of fire, she spewed out a mouthful of blood, and fell unconscious again. Grandpa. Before she passed out, she was mumbling about her grandfather. Aha! Under the watchful eyes of Chen Hajio, Chen Filong, and the others, Li 17 still continued, and Chen Shan's miserable screams echoed throughout the entire Chen family castle for a long time. Upon hearing it, one would think that someone inside the Chen family's castle was suffering from inhuman torture. Before the Sphinx monkey got out of the trap, the mute note had been blown up and the sound could already be transmitted. Li 17, I beg you, don't kill. Chen Hajio was anxious and angry, tears streaming down his face. Chen Filong, Chen Pang, and the others were all in the same boat, overwhelmed with grief. They all knew that people who were possessed by demons could not be restored and could only be beheaded, and that Li 17 had done the right thing. But they still could not face Chen Shan's death with a straight face. I'm exorcising a demon. Why are you crying? All of you shut up. Li 17 turned his head and angrily scolded Chen Hachio and the others who were crying. His tiny palms pinched the neck of the Sphinx monkey, and he had already yanked the Sphinx monkey halfway out of Chen Shan's body with a hard grip. The other half of the Sphinx monkey's body remained in Chen Shan's body with blood. Touchy-feely. Seeing this scene, he Chang's eyes widened in shock and he almost stood up. Just now, Chen Shan had become completely demonized, and his body had also turned into the devilish form of the human-faced monkey, obviously having completely fused with the human-faced monkey, beyond redemption, and from then on, it was only right that he was an outright demon. Now Li 17 was even able to exorcise a demon with his bare hands, pardoning the Sphinx monkey and extracting it from Chen Shan's body? How is that possible? It was the first time he had seen something so unbelievable after decades of traveling across the Jianghu. A person who has entered a demon can still exorcise it? Not only was he Chang shocked, Chen Hajio, Chen Filong and Chen Pang were also dumbstruck, being shocked speechless, their hearts as if they had set off huge waves, unable to calm down for a long time. Chen Hajio, who was currently the acting patriarch of the Chen family, reacted at the first opportunity and said in a deep voice, "Everyone be quiet." Chen Filong and the others also reacted and immediately held their breath, not daring to breathe for fear of affecting Li XVII's exorcism. There was no more sound at the scene other than Chen Shan's miserable screams. At this moment, they saw that the Sphinx monkey was still struggling even though it was being choked by Li 17, causing Chen Shan's body to tremble violently. Still dare to be a demon. Li XVII's eyes turned cold and his hand steeply exerted force. The Sphinx monkeys were instantly quiet, their heads tilting down crookedly. Li 17 once again exerted his force, as if he had squeezed a pimple on his face all at once, and quickly extracted the Sphinx monkey from Chen Shan's body. A wound pit the size of a child's fist appeared on Chen Shan's chest, and blood gushed out of the wound like a spring, like a pockmark. After the Sphinx monkey was extracted, Chen Shan's original 3-meter-tall body looked like a balloon deflating, getting smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, he returned to his previous figure of 1 meter 9, and those hairs on his body were like dandelions, rapidly falling off and flying into the distance when the night wind blew. His original tongue also began to rapidly shorten to a normal human length. Only the front part of the tongue was split in two, dripping with blood. His head, too, was hammered with red bag after red bag by Li XVI's Ola Ola punch. 7 bloodied and wretched. Li XVII grabbed the Sphinx monkey with one hand, looked at Shan, who had been knocked into the pit in the ground by himself, and began to reflect. A little too much force by accident. Ola Ola punch. You'll have to control your strength in the future. While he was reflecting, Ho Chang had been stunned. As a talisman master, he had seen a lot and had seen many means of exorcism and demon suppression. However, those people use talismans to exorcise the evil spirits, using the most masculine and strongest mana to weaken the evil spirits, and then force the evil spirits out of other people's bodies. It was the first time he had seen a physical exorcism like Li XVII, hardening the devil and plucking it out of the cultivator's body, and the shock in his heart could not be described in words. Squeak! Right at this moment, the human-faced monkey suddenly began to act as a demon, and its spike-like tail immediately stabbed at Li XVI's heart area. Li XVII. Be careful, Chen Hongyao shouted hurriedly. The others were also aghast and secretly pinched a cold sweat for Li XVII. The human-faced monkey was an actual demon. Once it killed Li XVII and possessed the others, there would still be a massacre and everyone would have to die. Only, their fears were redundant. Without waiting for the human-faced monkey's tail to stab over, Li XVII had already pinched the human-faced monkey's neck with one hand. Along with the explosion of the neck, all of the human-faced monkey's body began to explode inch by inch, and in the end, with its eyes wide open, it was directly and completely blown into flying dust in an incredulous expression. The ashes flew away as the cold wind blew. Sphinx monkeys, evaporating. This terrifying scene caused He Chang, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, and the others to be shocked once again. A demon that was so unrivaled and furious was so easily eliminated by Li XVII, without even leaving his soul behind. All of this was too fantastic, making them unable to react for a moment, and all of them stayed in the same place foolishly. Chapter 22 The Crisis. Still not over. Quiet. An incomparably eerie silence fell over the scene. Everyone looked at Li XVII, shocked by Li XVI's performance just now. He's that good? I don't know how long it took before Chen Peng looked at Li XVII and Nan opened his mouth. Hearing Chen Peng's words, everyone at the scene was once again shocked. Killing a demon with his bare hands. This was more than awesome. It was simply too awesome. They were also considered old and knowledgeable, but it was the first time they had seen such a demonic genius. To be able to crush a demon like the Sphinx monkey by strength alone at such a young age was even more demonic than a demon. Li XVII ignored the others and squatted down. Looking at the transparent wound on Chen Shan's chest, his heart moved and he extended his finger. A needle and thread burst out from the top of his palm, weaving above Chen Shan's wounds. Chen Shan's ruptured blood vessels were stitched up, and the broken internal organs and nerves were also stitched up, followed by the wounds on Chen Shan's outside, which were also stitched up and completely closed. Then, Li XVII took out an elixir and stuffed it in Chen Shan's mouth, still forcing Chen Shan to swallow it. He pressed his hand against Chen Shan's pulse, and only after noticing that the beating of Chen Shan's pulse began to get stronger did he put his heart down. Luckily, the person is still alive. He unsheathed his war sword, which was still stuck in the ground, and put it back in its scabbard, overlapping it with the killing knife that was across his waist. Only after he was done with this did he turn back to Chen Hongyao and the others and said, "All right, Uncle Chen, the crisis is lifted, so all of you stop lying down and get up." After saying that, he walked over to Chen Hongyao and took out another elixir and stuffed it into Chen Hongyao's lips. After the death of the Sphinx monkey, the ghost god's domain disappeared, and the bodies of everyone on the scene were immediately depetrified and regained the ability to move. Chen Hongyao stood up, forcibly endured the pain, walked over to Li XVII, bowed respectfully and saluted. On behalf of the Chen family, Chen Hongyao would like to thank Benefactor Li for his great kindness. Chen Family, Chen Peng, and the others also walked over and stood beside Li XVII. Respectfully, many thanks to Benefactor for his help. At this moment, their eyes were filled with respect and admiration as they looked at Li XVII. He Chang also stood up and bowed respectfully. Eternal Rune Master He Chang, pay respects to Mr. Li. If it wasn't for the presence of Li XVII today, I'm afraid that they would have already been annihilated as a group. Li XVII grew up in prison, never faced such a scene. A little embarrassed, Grandpa said, "Receive favors for 1,000 years to remember. You guys let me live here, then I'll help you guys to solve the problem. It's all about helping each other. You guys don't have to be so polite." The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. Chen Hongyao asked, "Little brother Li, your grandpa, is he the Lord Shingong in the letter?" Li XVII shook his head and said, "No, Grandpa is the grandpa who raised me. Without him, I would have died." When he said that, he remembered Grandpa's voice and smile again, and his heart pounded. What an amiable and kind person Grandpa was, going out of his way to raise him. change his diapers, and teach him so many livelihood skills so that he wouldn't starve to death when he grew up. However, just such a kind-hearted Gong was mercilessly wiped out by the Chu family because he bumped into a deal between the Chu family and certain people, grandpa and 15 other uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, a total of 16 people, all died under the blades of those people, and their bodies were strewn everywhere. Of the group, only he, a small 17, survived. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, killing intent boiling in his heart, and said, "One day, I'll return to Kyoto again, and properly investigate who the people who traded with the Chu family are, and take revenge for Grandpa and the others." The death of Gong and the others had always been a thorn in his side. It was the same kind of hatred that had sustained him all these years and made him go through the trouble of studying inside the prison. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. Obviously, none of them understood Li XVII's past. Just seeing Li 17 mentioning Grandpa, his attitude was incomparably respectful and nostalgic, subconsciously assuming that Grandpa was the expert who had trained Li 17 up. And the appearance of an immortal and mysterious master emerged in his mind. Chen Hongyao said from the bottom of his heart, "Your grandpa is really powerful." Li 17 put away his inner killing intent and revealed a bright smile again, saying, "Uncle Chen, you're right, my grandpa is the most powerful person under the sky." "Well, it's settled, you guys wrap it up, I'm going back to bed." After saying that, he also ignored the crowd's retention and hopped back to his room, disappearing in front of the crowd. Chang looked at the direction Li 17 left and asked, "Patriarch Chen, this little brother Li, what kind of person is he from your family?" Without thinking, Chen Hongyao blurted out, "He is a relative of our Chen family." Chen Family heard, could not help but be stunned, opened his mouth to retort, but, words to the mouth, he swallowed again. The reason why their Chen family had fallen was solely because Chen Shan had been possessed by an evil spirit and seriously injured. Now that the evil spirit had been destroyed by Li 17 and Chen Shan was still alive, as long as Chen Shan was given time to recover, their Chen family would definitely still be able to rise again. Furthermore, although he didn't know what kind of person the divine worker was, but, judging from Li XVII's performance just now, this little kid was hundreds of times stronger than that dude from the Shao family. Therefore, they no longer wanted to betroth Chen Hongyao to the young master of the Shao family. With a relative like Li 17 here, what's there to fear from the Shao family? Chang was slightly stunned when he heard Chen Hongyao words. "Loved ones?" Chen Hongyao explained. "The old master and little brother Li's elders had an agreement that if he came to join our Chen family, then he is a relative of our Chen family." Chang immediately arched his hand and saluted Chen Hongyao, saying, "The Chen family has obtained this true dragon, and will surely soar to the heavens in the future. Congratulate Patriarch Chen in advance." Chen Hongyao hurriedly said modestly, "You're welcome, everything is still unknown. Rune Master I'm so grateful for your help today. We'll be sure to thank you heavily after the old man wakes up." After saying that, he walked to the side, picked up Chen Shan on the ground, and walked into the castle. Chen Ping and the others also hurriedly followed. Chen Family didn't follow into the castle, but instead looked up at the moon in the sky, and finally his gaze fell back on the Xianhuang flag high in the sky of Maple Leaf City. His face grave. Chang said, "You noticed it too?" Chen Family nodded with a grave expression and said, "The Xianhuang flag is a holy weapon that protects the city, guarding the city from evil sneaks. Usually when evil sneaks just approach the Maple Leaf City 10 kilometers of land, the Xianhuang flag has already taken the initiative to operate, blossomed with divine aura and killed the evil sneaks, and the evil sneaks' souls and spirits were included within the Xianhuang flag to be refined and to grow itself. Just now, such a great demon came out of our Chen family. The demonic aura is so great that the ferociousness must have spread throughout the city, but the Xianhuang flag doesn't move at all. It doesn't react at all. This, very unusual. There are only two explanations for this situation. First, the human-faced monkey was too powerful, and the monstrous demonic aura swept up into the middle of the high sky, shocking the Xianhuang flag. Secondly, someone was secretly controlling the Xianhuang flag, preventing it from striking to subdue the devil. If it was the first scenario, then it was fine. If it was the second scenario, then it meant that within Maple Leaf City, there were big families with their hands in the air who wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of their Chen family. Although the devil is dead, the plight of the Chen family is still not lifted. At this moment, on the balcony of a tall building a kilometer away outside the Chen family castle, a man hidden in the darkness had a gaze like electricity, coldly staring at the Chen family castle. Those eyes were filled with murderous anger. It didn't occur to me that the Chen clan even has the underpinnings to be able to kill face monkeys. I really underestimated them before. Plan 1 has failed. Pass the word to prepare Plan 2. Chapter 23. I'm going to worship him. The Chen family castle, like a giant beast, stood in the inner city of Maple Leaf City. After the rampage of the Sphinx monkeys, the castle broke down a bit. However, after the human-faced monkey was finished off by Li XVII, the Chen clan's castle lit up with a rune pattern. Those talismanic patterns floated up high into the air, fused together, and formed a bowl that seemed to have fallen down upside down, quickly wrapping the Chen family inside and protecting it. A single silhouette went to all sides, silently guarding the Chen family's well-being. Dr. Zhao, quick, come and resuscitate. Inside the castle, inside the healing room, Chen Shan was laid flat on a hospital bed, and Chen Hongyao was also lying on top of another hospital bed. Chen Hongyao also called out to the interior of the healing room, anxious. After they came in, those doctors from the Chen family immediately gathered around, putting on oxygen masks for them, tying on infusion needles, and administering fluids. At the same time, many medical instruments were used on both of them, testing both of their vital signs. Only the medical instruments already looked worn out. Ever since the Earth entered the Holocene era, there has been a lot of global mutation, with the sun and moon disappearing and the globe plunged into a year-long period of darkness. Immediately afterward, geomagnetism erupted, and countless electronic devices were rendered useless and malfunctioned. Then the evil spirits appear and feed on humans. Over the course of the year, humans died and were injured, with more than 8 billion lives plummeting to just 100 million in a single year. That period of time is called Eternal Night by mankind. In the Eternal Night, human beings, in order to defend themselves against the attack of evil spirits, many weapons were all shot out, and the countries that possessed nuclear bombs around the world also shot out all their nuclear bombs, causing more deaths and injuries to human beings, and the human race's work and rest patterns were completely disrupted. All the nations of the globe have ceased to exist, and the people are exhausted, in groups of 3 or 5, with no order, no law and order, but only war and plunder. In order to survive, human nature is on display in the middle of the eternal night. Some people, in order to survive, when short of clothes and food, will even change their children, abandon their parents, take their clothes to warm themselves, and cause their parents to freeze to death in the snow and wind. After all of humanity was in chaos, the evil spirits became even more rampant, killing the human race to the point of near extinction. At the time of mankind's despair, the true God appeared and wrapped the earth, giving the sun with both eyes and the moon with the vertical eye between the eyebrows, which restored the earth to its normal pattern of day and night rotation. Then, the true God blessed and gave humans shrines and divine fetuses so that they could cultivate and explode with unimaginable power and could fight against evil spirits. After the human race possessed the shrine, the globe entered a new era, with cultivators running rampant, beheading evil spirits, expanding the territory, building walls, and accumulating grain. The human race, at last, was able to separate itself from the evil spirits, and also expelled the evil spirits from the places where the human race lived. Even, different divine births would have different wonderful uses. Many professions had sprung up in the human world, including alchemists, talisman masters, weapon makers, and so on. In the end, the human who had been given the strongest divine child in the first place began to set up a court, established a country in the midst of the ruins, and then set up the spiritual hub bureau, the Bureau of Transportation, the Department of Demon Suppression, the Ministry of War, the Xiaofu Supervisor, and other related units, finally restoring some social order. That human being, known to mankind as the beginning, under the leadership of the first emperor, mankind built one city after another, and sacrificed one Xinhuang flag after another to guard the cities and guard the people on one side, so that mankind could be fed and safe and could survive. It's just that a lot of the equipment was broken during the Neverwinter nights, and now the families that can have telemetry detectors are all super families. The Chen family's cardiac monitor is quite worn out and can only barely be used. After all, technology is not advanced nowadays, so you can only use these old items. Moreover, along with the rise of runes and witch doctors, the idols enshrined in those people's shrines have healing powers, which has led to a lot of the technology being obsolete. Dr. Cho walked over. He was about 60 years old, but he had a childish face, full of redness. His eyes were in high spirits. He was mature and steady, and a transcendental atmosphere permeated his body, quite immortal. This man was one of their Chen family's family doctors and one of the 2 most powerful divine doctors in Maple Leaf City. He was mature and steady, and did not panic as he diagnosed and examined Elder Chen. Dr. Zhao, how is the old man's condition? Chen Hongyao asked. Chen Filong, Chen Pang, and the others also looked at Dr. Zhao with unblinking eyes, their eyes filled with worry. Dr. Zhao dropped his heart after checking Chen Shan's vital signs, and then, he ran his gong method and a shrine appeared behind his head. Within the shrine, a ray of light shone out, scanning Chen Shan's entire body like a probing X-ray. 3 seconds later, Dr. Zhao had a number in his heart and calmly said, "Don't worry. Master Chen's vital signs are normal now. He's just passed out. In 2 hours at the most, he'll be awakened." When these words came out, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shan's life is not in danger. That's the best. At this time, Dr. Zhao examined that wound on Chen Shan's body and instantly looked moved, pointing at the wound and asking, "Who handled this wound?" "It was handled by little brotherly. Dr. Zhao, what's wrong? Was the wound handled incorrectly?" Chen Hongyao said apprehensively. Dr. Zhao said excitedly, "Yes, this is so right. I've never seen such a marvelous medical technique. Where is that divine doctorly?" When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Dr. Li, what the hell? Chen Hongyao asked. Dr. Zhao, what is it that you say? This medical skill is amazing? Dr. Zhao pointed to that wound and said, "Divine Dr. Li's technique is truly exceptional. He was able to use such fine stitches to close the blood vessels, nerves, and internal organs, restoring them all to normal, and they are currently functioning. This maneuver has surpassed me countless times. It's a medical miracle. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid Elder Chen would already be dead." After a pause, he looked at Chen Huchuan and said excitedly, "This man's medical skills are simply learned and peaked. Patriarch Chen, quickly tell me where Divine Dr. Li is now. I want to worship him as my teacher." Dr. Zhao had been practicing medicine in Maple Leaf City for decades. His medical skills were superb and peaked. He was one of Maple Leaf City's medical titans and was known as the Wonderful Doctor. He has seen a lot of things and has accumulated countless experiences in treating people. Even some patients who were on the verge of death would recover a ray of life under the illumination of his divine light. That was entirely because the white jade divine tire in his shrine possessed such a peculiar efficacy. Over the years, he had been developing the wonderful uses of the white jade divine tire, wanting to take his medical skills to the next level. However, because there were not many medical books kept in Maple Leaf City, there were even fewer secret books available for him to practice this kind of medical art. His white jade divine fetus had always only been at the cultivation level of the new habitat, unable to break through to the burning sky realm for a long time. His medical skills also stagnated, unable to refine by half a step. Now that he had seen Li XVII's marvelous and incomparable medical skills, he sighed in awe and astonishment. Possessing such medical skills, he concluded that this divine Dr. Li must have cultivated a rather powerful medical technique on him, and if he could learn such a technique, his cultivation and medical skills would definitely be taken to the next level. That was why he was so excited that he wanted to worship his master. When Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, and the others heard these words, they looked at each other with odd expressions. They had seen Li XVI's power with their own eyes. However, they did not expect Li XVI's medical skills to be so powerful as well, enough to make Dr. Zhao, one of Maple Leaf City's medical titans, so excited that he was screaming to worship his master. However, Li XVII was just an 8-year-old child, with a childish face and a thin body. How could he look at it? He did not look like a divine doctor who possessed heavenly medical skills. Chen Hongyao asked cautiously, Dr. Zhao, could you be wrong? That divine Dr. Li, is he really that powerful? Chapter 24. When Li XVII treated Chen Shan, his back was turned to Chen Hongyao and the others. Therefore, they couldn't see clearly how Li XVII stitched up Chen Shan's wound. Now that they heard Dr. Zhao being so excited, it made Chen Hongyao and the others all feel very unbelievable. A youngster would have such strong medical skills? Dr. Zhao categorically said, I've been practicing medicine for many years, and I'm definitely not wrong. He harnessed the light from the shrine and fixed it on the wound. In an instant, everything about the wound became transparent, and the innards inside were clearly visible to everyone. The blood vessels, nerves, muscles, internal organs, bones, and other places within Chen Shan's body were all stitched together with a golden needle and thread to maintain the functioning of the internal organs, blood vessels, and nerves. Dr. Zhao pointed at the internal organs, blood vessels, and nerves that had been stitched up and said, Look, these blood vessels and nerves are incredibly tiny, and some of them require a magnifying glass to see clearly. When sewing up such a tiny blood vessel, according to previous medical technology, you need to magnify it dozens of times with a microscope to make a perfect surgical suture. Also, the surgical stitches will take a long time and be particularly difficult. Yet, these wounds were stitched up within a split second, perfectly stitched and seamless. Such medical skill is considered divine. Even if Elder Su and I were to join forces, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to do such a perfect job of handling the wound. This man is truly a well-deserved no. One divine doctor. Even I, a doctor from the Apricot Grove Dojo, am ashamed of myself. From what I've seen, I'm afraid that only the Apricot Grove Dojo Master Yuuxi, Who is far away from the imperial capital? Can match it. When these words came out, everyone at the scene was stunned and then shocked. Hongyao, Chen Family and the others even looked at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Some of them had also learned some medical skills, although their medical skills and strength were not as powerful as Dr. Zhao and Elder Su. They could see from the way the wounds were treated how perfectly XVII's suturing was and how difficult it was. After all, nerves are incredibly delicate, and the ordinary human eye can't even see those nerve fibers clearly, much less connect them. Li XVII was able to connect them one by one with a needle and thread and sew them so perfectly. If those golden stitches hadn't appeared, they wouldn't have even been able to tell that all those organs, blood vessels and nerves were severed. This kind of medical skill is simply astounding. And Dr. Zhao's comments about Li XVII shocked them even more. The owner of the Apricot Grove Taoist Hall, He Wu Disease, was the #1 person in the medical field of the Dragon Kingdom nowadays, a true medical titan, renowned all over the world, and known as the Dragon Kingdom's medical honor. Dr. Zhao's comment that Li XVII's medical skills were good enough to rival He Wu Diao's was a great recognition and compliment. It showed that Li XVII was already qualified to be on par with He Wu Diao. Dr. Zhao took the light back into the shrine and looked at Chen Hongyao excitedly, saying, Patriarch Chen, quickly tell me where Divine Dr. Li is. I want to go and pay my respects. Chen Hongyao looked odd and said, that, Dr. Zhao, after you see Divine Dr. Li, maybe you won't want to worship him. Dr. Zhao was puzzled. Why? Chen Hongyao said truthfully, you'll know when you've seen it. That Divine Dr. Li you're talking about isn't the kind of image you think he is. He's very young. Dr. Zhao's face sank when he heard this. Patriarch Chen, I know that you want to hide your clumsiness and don't want to tell others about your family's undercard, but you can't fool me like this, can you? Chen Huchuan said. Dr. Zhao, I don't understand what you mean by that. Dr. Zhao looked displeased and said, this kind of astounding medical skill must be practiced only after thousands of hammers, at least thousands of stitches on top of human organs, blood vessels, nerves, and muscles before one can be so skillful. The person who possesses such medical skills must be an old gentleman who has practiced medicine for many years. If a young man can do this, then hasn't the old man lived all these years to a dog's death, not even being able to compete with a young man? Chen Hongyao couldn't help but smile bitterly at his words, looking at Dr. Zhao as if he was looking at himself just now. He knew that no one would believe him if he said that. It was as if Li XVII had taken out a great demon at such a young age. It was so ridiculous that no one would believe it if they said it, but that's just the way it is. At that time, when he saw how strong Li XVII was, he began to doubt his life, thinking that his decades of cultivation had been cultivated to a dog. So, he understood how Dr. Zhao was feeling right now. Dr. Zhao, my family head didn't lie to you. This person is really young, Chen Family said. Chen Pang also nodded his head. I testify that my father and my second uncle were not wrong. The other Chen family members also nodded their heads. He Chang also stood aside and nodded. Dr. Zhao, they didn't lie. It's true. Dr. Zhao was stunned to see so many people confirming together and muttered, really young people? Chen Hongyao, Chen Family and He Chang all nodded their heads seriously. Dr. Zhao looked at them, then at Chen Shan on the hospital bed, and began to doubt life. If this is the work of a young man, how unbelievably talented should this young man be? In just a few short years, you can kill a medical titan like him in seconds. This can no longer be described as a demon. This is a true god descending to earth. Soon, he felt confused again. This procedure must be practiced thousands of times to be so perfect and seamless. And where does a young man find so many patients to practice sewing up their internal organs like this? Even the best hospitals in the imperial capital, I'm afraid, don't have that many patients to offer practice, much less a hospital that would allow a young man to go on stage and operate a surgery. Wacky, it's so weird. Dr. Zhao shook his head and said firmly, forget it, no matter what. In any case, I must see him. Castle. Inside Chen Hongyao's boudoir, Li XVII took the battle sword next and threw it to the side. Then, he took out the divine worker's ring, the pig-killing knife, the white token, and the true dragon golden needle and carefully scrutinized them. Tap this, tap that, but there is nothing unusual to be seen at all. He also picked them up, one by one, and watched them carefully, looking over the lines, and could see nothing. I've heard that some treasures require a drop of blood to recognize them, and if they have information about my parents, they should be able to. Li XVII clenched his teeth, cut his own finger with a killing knife and dripped it on top of those treasures. Baby is bloodied and unresponsive. Li XVII waited for a while, there was still no change, and shook his head. It seems that recognizing the owner by dropping blood won't work either. He wiped the blood clean, then tried fire, water, forging, biting, light, and so on, but it still didn't work. These 4 pieces are indeed treasures, invulnerable to water and fire, and unbreakable by forging. Except for the killing knife, the material of the other things was not gold, iron, silver or copper, and they could not be destroyed at all. Li XVII used a great deal of strength but was unable to destroy them, offering the shrine and using his sword energy to slash them. He was also unable to destroy them. Instead, he made the sound of dingo clashing and friction sparks. The sword chi that shot out from Li XVII's shrine was incomparably sharp and sharpened iron like mud, hitting on top of those treasures, but not even a trace of the patterns on top of those treasures appeared. Looks like the 5 great devils didn't lie to me. These are indeed their crushing treasures. Li XVII collected those objects and put them on his own body, while then put the pig-killing knife into the true chi sheath, rested his head on the sheath, looked at the ceiling, and thought, Grandpa didn't lie to me either. He said that these 5 devils' treasures have clues to my parents. So there must be clues. Perhaps the clue to my parents was not to be found in these treasures, but to use these tokens to look inside the forces of the 5 great demons. After tomorrow, go around to the Apricot Grove Dojo or the Divine Opportunity Camp and see if there are any clues. Chapter 25, Mom, Don't Leave Me. After Li XVII put the objects, he slept on the floor bunk in a big shape. After a minute, he always felt like something was missing and it was uncomfortable to sleep. Then he took the quilt and put it over his navel, which satisfied him to sleep. Only, after 2 hours of sleep, the door to the room opened softly. Li XVII was instantly alert, and his small hand moved upward, grasping above the hilt of the killing knife resting on the back of his head. He had long been practiced by the 5 great devils when he was in the Jin Devil prison, and his vigilance was particularly strong. Even if he was in deep slumber, as long as there was any breeze around him, he would immediately awaken. He squinted his eyes into a slit and looked towards the doorway, waiting until he saw that it was Chen Hongyao who had come in. Then he sighed in relief, letting go of his grip on the knife and continuing to close up for a big sleep. Chen Hongyao was his sister, so she should not be unfavorable to him. Therefore, he put down his heart and huffed and puffed, and soon fell into a sweet dream. In his dream, he used every means possible to finally break the secrets in the 5 great demonic tokens, followed the secrets, found his mom and dad, and pounced on his mom and dad's arms and pampered them. There was a happy smile on his boyish face as he did this beautiful dream. Chen Hongyao realized that the room did not turn on the lights, and heard some small snores from Li XVII. Her willow brows slightly knitted. She did not come in, but turned back to the outside and said, 17 is too tired tonight, and has already gone to sleep. You guys will come back tomorrow. Mr. Zhao's voice came from outside the door. That's a shame. I'll come back tomorrow. Then came Chen Hajiao's somewhat worried voice. Red pill, is little 17 alright? Would he have used some secret method that harms the body to kill that devil? Chen Hongyao narrowed her eyes and looked at Li XVII, who was lying on the ground in a deep sleep, for a few seconds before turning her head and saying, as of now, he is not injured or different, so he should be fine. As a new habitat powerhouse, her 5 senses were more than 100 times more powerful than the average person, and her eyes could see at night. Chen Hajiao was delighted. Good. Then let him sleep first. Something is wrong. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Red pill, you have to take good care of him. This is a great benefactor of our Chen family. Bring him to meet the old master tomorrow. That's it. I'm off. You guys get some rest. After that, there was the sound of 2 footsteps gradually leaving. Chen Hongyao closed the door and did not turn on the light, but carefully came to the front of Li XVII's bed, staring at this tender face with complicated eyes. If it wasn't for Li XVII tonight, I'm afraid she'd be dead. Her grandfather would be dead. As Chen Hajiao said, Li XVII was a great benefactor and a blessing to the Chen family. She just couldn't figure out how Li XVII, who was obviously so young and still looked cute and tender, possessed such a strong power and such a marvelous medical skill. After she awoke, she happened to hear the conversation between Dr. Zhao and Chen Hajiao and the others, and also saw the wound that her grandfather, Chen Shan, had been stitched up, and she knew how exquisite that medical skill was, and that it was impossible for non-ordinary people to do it. At that moment, Li XVII rolled over and kicked the covers off his body. Also, his shirt lifted a bit, revealing his navel. Really, sleeping without sleeping. Chen Hongyao could not help but laugh a little. She didn't mind, and squatted down, reaching out her hand, trying to pull Li XVII's clothes back up. At that moment, she saw the wound under Li XVII's clothes and froze. Wounds. Underneath the t-shirt, there were countless wounds, like an earthworm crawling on Li XVII's young body, dense and crisscrossed. One of the scars, which ran from the left shoulder to the right sacrum, above the surface of the skin, was as hideous as a giant centipede. This was the wound that Li XVII had been cut out by the cook when he was learning cooking skills with him 2 years ago. In those days, the cook taught him how to chop and cut vegetables, teaching while hacking at him with a butcher's knife. He was tired of parrying, and after blocking 100 of the cook's blades, he was swung away from the blade in his hand by the cook's attack, and his center door was wide open before the cook slashed at his chest, nearly splitting him in half with a single slash. Li XVII clearly felt that at that moment, the cook really wanted to kill and eat him, and the eyes looking at him were even more filled with greed and desire for his body's flesh and blood. That desire took control of the cook, making the cook uncontrollable, almost frantic, and moving to the real thing. Fortunately, the lady doctor and the seamstress stepped in and got the cook under control. The female doctor performed a counterintuitive medical technique, raising the dead and bringing him back to life. Only, the cook's knife chi was too strong, and even with the female doctor's medical skills, she was unable to eliminate the wounds left by the cook to Li XVII. When Hongyao saw these wounds, she immediately reddened her eyes and looked at Li XVII with eyes filled with heartache and tears. Li XVII must have suffered a lot of inhuman pain in order to learn the skills. Each of these scars felt painful just to look at. She didn't need to count. A cursory glance told her there were hundreds of them. Poor little 17. Hongyao finally couldn't help herself and tears came out of her eyes. Li XVII is now a carefree, innocent and brilliant age. But, in this flower-like age, who knows what kind of pain and suffering he is enduring. Some of the wounds were even fatal enough, so it could be imagined that Li XVII had hovered on the edge of life and death many times. But all these, Li XVII faced them without saying anything. Strong and splendid, smiling so innocently and brightly. Strong enough to be, well, heartbreaking. Hongyao wiped her tears and helped Li XVII pull down his clothes, and also helped Li XVII cover the quilt. Then, she picked up Li XVII from the floor and placed him on her bed, and tenderly stroked Li XVII's face as she tenderly said, "Little 17, thank you." After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Li XVII suddenly reached out his small hand and pulled her big hand. "Mom, don't go. Don't leave me. Mom." The small hands gripped tightly, as if they were afraid that Hongyao would leave. Hongyao's mind was shaken, remembering the content of the letter that the divine worker had given to Shan, which clearly stated that Li XVII was an orphan, fatherless and motherless, and had been adopted and raised by 16 vagabonds. Looking at Li XVII's somewhat sad face in his sleep, Hongyao's eyes also appeared to be heartbroken, and her motherly nature was also glowing. She grabbed Li XVII's hand and tenderly said, "Good, good, good. 17 is good. Mommy won't leave." When Li XVII heard this voice, a happy smile appeared on her sleeping little face, but her little hand was still clenched tightly. When Hongyao saw this, she was again heartbroken. Even if Li XVII was no matter how powerful he was, in the end, he was just a young man who had been abandoned by his parents, and had never enjoyed his father's or mother's love for a single day. His life was too pitiful. Chapter 26, Dreams of Beauty. This night, Li XVII slept like never before. He felt as if he was in the middle of his mother's embrace, sleeping on her arm, which made him sleep with a special sense of peace and security. The dreams he had were sweet. In his dreams, his parents held him in their arms, shushing him and kissing and hugging him, and his mother held his hand and bought him delicious food, candy canes, wafer cookies, big white rabbit candy. Also, his mother bought him lots and lots of nice clothes and toys, and the toys he eventually chose were darts, sleeve arrows, flying daggers, books, and other weapons. Then his father handed him 2 nunchucks and said to him, "Listen, son, this time the employer is in big trouble, and his enemy is very uncomplicated. In a moment, you will pretend that you have lost your things, and pester the man. Then, we will attack back and forth. Try to beat the employer's enemy into submission, so that he will apologize to the employer and admit his fault." Li XVII smiled even more as he dreamed of being on a mission with his father and helping his employer out. The next day, Li XVII got up at 5 in the morning, as he usually did. Just as he opened his eyes, Hongyao also woke up. The two men locked eyes. Hongyao smiled faintly. "Awake?" Li XVII blushed, hurriedly jumped up, got out of bed, and said, "Sister, I'll go wash up first." After that, he rummaged around inside his luggage and found his toothbrush and toothpaste, ready to go wash up. Hongyao said, "Wait a minute." Li XVII looked back. "What's wrong?" Hongyao also got out of bed, walked over, took the toothbrush and toothpaste in his hand and said, "Your toothbrush is all open. The toothpaste is also almost expired. It's not good for your teeth to use too much. These two can be thrown away." Li XVII's toothbrush hadn't been replaced in years, and it had long since become split and messy, so bad that it was almost unusable, and the toothpaste had flattened out and required a hard squeeze to get some out. As she spoke, She threw Li XVII's toothpaste and toothbrush into the trash can, walked into the restroom, took out a brand new set of children's toothbrush and toothpaste from the cabinet, and handed it to Li XVII. You'll be using this from now on. The toothbrush is flat and smooth and of excellent quality. The toothpaste bulged with a cartoonishly cute package featuring a comic book character with yellowish skin. Li XVII took it and smiled. Thank you, sister. After saying that, he rushed into the restroom like a child who had gotten a beloved toy and washed up with gusto. While brushing his teeth, he also sighed in his heart. Grandpa Shengong really didn't lie to me. It's so good to have loved ones. Ever since he understood, Grandpa had trained him in all kinds of life skills, and when Grandpa died, the 5 demons trained him in all kinds of martial arts as well. But no one ever bought him toothpaste or a toothbrush. Li XVII brushed his teeth, his eyes a little red. A person who was used to being strong, now suddenly being cared for. He was touched and happy at the same time, but at the same time, he actually felt a trace of discomfort. It's such a good feeling to have family again. He sniffled a little, took a deep breath to keep the tears from appearing, brushed his teeth, put away his toothbrush, toothpaste, and cup, and stepped out, ready to change. At this time, Hongyao took out a brand new set of clothes and handed it to him, saying, "Little 17. I had my subordinates prepare this last night. See if it fits." Li XVII's eyes were stunned. For me? Hongyao nodded. Yes, try it. Li XVII took it, touched it, and knew at once that it was fine fabric. He had learned a lot of tailoring skills under the tailor, and had touched a lot of clothes in his hands, and he knew that the clothes were precious as soon as he touched them with his hands, that they were made of the best fabrics. Thank you, sister. Li XVII didn't have any politeness and immediately took off his top and changed his clothes in front of Hongyao. Although he was short in stature, his entire body muscles had undergone the polishing of the 5 great demons, with an even and slender figure, 8-pack abs, and every muscle in his body was harmonized. But as soon as he moved, he immediately displayed perfect muscle lines, especially his biceps on both sides, which immediately jutted out at the slightest exertion, as if they contained an immense amount of explosive power. Despite his short stature, his body proportions and muscularity were perfect, a proper golden ratio, and quite pleasing to the eye. Only the countless scars on his body were still alarming. Li XVII finished changing his clothes and lamented. No wonder rich people like to wear expensive things. This expensive thing feels different when you wear it. Silky and comfortable. After a pause, he murmured, how nice would it be if Gong and the others could live to wear these clothes? As far as he could remember, Gong and the others were all dressed in coarse linen, looking miserable and heartbreaking. Hongyao watched as Li XVII finished changing his clothes, and he himself went to wash up, and after changing into a decent outfit, he brought Li XVII forward to the restaurant with him. On the way, she looked at the pig-killing knife slung behind Li XVII's back, her willow brows slightly knitted. Can't you put this knife down? Li XVII said seriously. No, I am a swordsman, and my sword never leaves my body. Hongyao looked at his serious eyes and snorted, saying, well, knife man, hello. The two of them chatted as they walked. Little 17. You slept well last night? What did you dream about? I dreamed about my mom and dad, and they took me to do so many things. Pretty good. What's been done? It's all things I like to do. Hongyao looked at Li XVI's smiling face and also smiled slightly. However, the eyes looking at Li XVII were more compassionate and heartbroken. And inwardly, she was also incomparably heartbroken. A fatherless and motherless orphan who can only be reunited with his parents in his dreams, where he does what he likes to do with them. It's so pathetic, Li XVII said as he walked. Unfortunately, I've never seen them before, and in my dreams, I can't always see the faces of the two of them clearly. Hongyao said, one day, you will find them. Li XVII nodded his head and smiled. That's right, I think so too. After a pause, he asked, Sister, I want to go out for a stroll. May I ask, is there an Apricot Grove Dojo and a Divine Mechanism Battalion in Maple Leaf City? Chapter 27, What a Come On. Li XVII made up his mind that he would go to the city in a while to stroll around and look for clues inside the Apricot Grove Taoist Hall and the Divine Mechanism Battalion. Only, he knew nothing about Maple Leaf City and had no idea where those two places were. Hongyao sniffed and looked at him with some doubt. Yes, you want to go? Li XVII nodded. Want to check it out? Hongyao said. You can go to the Apricot Grove Taoist Hall. Someone will take you there later, but the Divine Opportunity Battalion can't get in. Li XVII was puzzled. Why? Hongyao explained. The Divine Opportunity Camp is a national military key, run by the city lord's lineage. It's a place that specializes in refining weapons, and it houses a large amount of cannons, explosives, cannonballs, and so on. That place is heavily guarded. You have to be an important official from the war ministry and the city lord's line to enter. The average person, they can't even get near there. Even the Chen family, which is claimed to be one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City, can't get close to the Divine Opportunity Camp, much less enter it. Li XVII sniffed and gave an oh-so understanding. However, his eyes skittered and flashed with cunning. Soon, the two of them were in the middle of the restaurant. At this time, the restaurant was full of high-profile guests. There were a lot of people sitting around a huge rectangular table. Elder Chen Shan, who had already awakened, sat on the main seat. Chen Hongyao sat on his left side, and Chen Family was on his right side. He Chang, Chen Pang, Dr. Zhao, and the rest of the Chen family sat in the lower seats. When Dr. Zhao saw Li XVII, he looked up and down, his gaze puzzled with excitement. Yesterday, he wanted to see Li XVII to see if Li XVII's medical skills were really that great. Unfortunately, Li XVII was asleep last night and he didn't verify it. Now that he had seen Li XVII, he was a bit impatient to verify Li XVII's medical skills. However, he was still generous and decent, suppressing his inner excitement and not too excited to directly ask for proof of Li XVII's medical skills. That's so rude. Well, at least, you have to let Li XVII finish his breakfast first. Seeing the arrival of Li XVII, one of the women immediately crossed her eyebrows and looked at Li XVII angrily, as if she hated to break Li XVII into pieces. The woman just wanted to stand up, but she was held down by Chen Pang. Chen Pang said in a deep voice, "Xiao Wei, Grandpa and the others are there. Don't be impulsive." This woman's name was Chen Wei, the same woman who was pressed to the ground and beaten unconscious by Li XVII yesterday. Although Chen Wei was held down and didn't have a seizure, she glared viciously at Li XVII. If eyes could kill, she would have already killed Li XVII hundreds of times. Chen Shan had just recovered from a serious illness and his mental state was still not very good. However, after seeing Li XVII's arrival, his eyes immediately lit up and he stood up. Ha ha ha, so you're the grandson of the Divine Worker brothers, little 17. I've finally waited for you. After saying that, he came over, squatted down, and gave Li XVII an embrace with incomparable enthusiasm, asking with a smile, "Not bad, muscular, strong and powerful, worthy of being the grandson of a Divine Worker. Little 17, how is Divine Worker doing now? Why doesn't he come to see me by himself?" He looked weak, but his voice was still slightly neutral, brisk and enthusiastic, just like an enthusiastic old grandpa. After hugging Li XVII, he let go of his hand and looked Li XVII up and down, becoming more and more satisfied. With this stance, he was close to treating Li XVII as if he was his own grandson. "I don't think Grandpa Shengong can get away," Li XVII said. "Can't get away? With his strength, he is strong enough to traverse the world. How could he not be able to leave?" Chen Shan was puzzled. Li XVII coughed, came forward and whispered in Chen Shan's ear, "He's been locked up in the 18th floor of the Devil Suppressor prison." Chen Shan's pupils contracted as he heard this. The 18th floor of the Jin Demon prison, that is, life imprisonment, is guarded there by the Buddhist Taoist Master Earthstore and the King of the Underworld in the darkness. No matter what kind of amazing expert got there, he would not be able to get out, and it would be equal to a death sentence. Chen Shan immediately came back to his senses after a short period of shock and laughed. "Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. With his power, even if he enters a dragon's lair, he will be safe and sound. Come, little 17, quickly take a seat. Let's have a good breakfast." With that, he enthusiastically pulled Li XVII to the dining table. Chen Huchuan was very discerning and immediately stood up, giving his seat to Li XVII as he and Chen Hongyao sat in the lower seat. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was stunned. Chen Shan even let Li XVII sit in Chen Hujiao's position, which meant that he was going to train Li XVII as if he was the next head of the Chen family. Chen Shan coughed lightly and said, "Everyone, this little brother is named Li XVII, the grandson of my good friend Divine Worker Li Qiuyu. When I was young, I traveled across the Jianghu together with Brother Li, ventured into barbaric lands, went deep into the barren, entered the sea of bitterness, and was saved many times by the Divine Worker. And last night, Li XVII saved me once more. The two of their masters have been gracious to my Chen family, and I, Chen Shan, will never be able to repay the favor I owe them. 40 years ago, Brother Li and I made a contract that in the future, if Brother Li gave birth to a grandson and I gave birth to a granddaughter, I would marry my most beautiful granddaughter to his grandson as a daughter-in-law. Now that Brother Li's grandson has come with the letter, I will fulfill my promise. From today onwards, Li XVII is Chen Hongyao's fiancé. He will live in our Chen family, and when he reaches adulthood, the two of them will get a license right away. Who is in favor of this when I finish? Who is against?" When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Other than Chen Hongyao and Chen Family, Everyone hadn't expected that the first thing Shan did after awakening was to finalize the marriage between Hongyao and Li XVII, especially Dr. Zhao. He looked Li XVII up and down, and then looked at Shan with puzzled eyes. This Li XVII is only so young, and Shan is so eager to betroth the proud daughter of the Chen family to this child? Then, he thought, this child, is the divine Dr. Li that Patriarch Chen said last night? It doesn't look like he can heal. Grandpa, I don't agree. Chen Wei was the first to retort. Shan swept a glance at her. Chen Huzhou immediately chided. Wei, is it for a child like you to get involved in the affairs of adults? Chen Wei said. I don't. Chen Huzhou glared over. Shut up. Chen Wei still wanted to say something, but, being looked at by Chen Huzhou's eyes like this, she didn't dare to be disobedient, and could only sit down and look at Li XVII with an exasperated look. At this moment, Li XVII didn't pay any attention to them, but kept on drying his rice. A mouthful of soy milk, an egg, and a donut were eaten with gusto. Dirtbag, starving ghost. Chen Wei grunted, her eyes incomparably contemptuous. Chen Huzhou raised his hand. I agree. Chen Filong also raised his hand. I also agree. The two of them were the mainstay of the Chen family, and with their agreement, the others had nothing to say and expressed their agreement. Shan looked at Chen Hongyao and said, Hongyao, do you have any opinions? Chen Hongyao got up and said, listen to all of Grandpa's arrangements. Li XVII saved Shan, which was also equal to saving the Chen family. This was a great favor that she had to repay. Moreover, she had only spent one night with Li XVII, yet she was heartbroken by what had happened to Li XVII. Anyway, in big families, women can't make their own decisions about their marriages, and instead of opening a blind box and marrying some other man they don't know, they should marry someone they know well. Li XVII was very strong and had a good character. As long as she was well trained, she would be happy in the future. Besides, she had decided to marry Li XVII last night, and now that Shan had also made a decision, she naturally wouldn't oppose it. Child husband, adoption department. Seems fine. Shan was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Since everyone has no objections, then this matter is decided. Just as he was about to say dinner, suddenly a cold voice came from outside. I object. With these words, a terrifying aura swept in from the outside like an ocean, as if a true god had descended, terrifying without bounds. At the doorway stood an old man and a young man. The old man had a white beard and hair, tall and sturdy, with a sharp gaze and a powerful aura permeating his body, and was staring coldly at everyone, bringing a powerful sense of oppression. The young man is about 25 years old, fat head and ears, big belly, wearing brocade clothes, black circles under the eyes is particularly heavy. A look is the kind of excessive indulgence cynical playboy. Seeing the two of them arrive, Chen Huzhou, Chen Filong, and the others' faces sank, their hearts sinking straight to the bottom. The young master of the Shao family is here. Moreover, the visitor is not good. Chapter 28. Chen Huzhou sat in the second seat and instantly recognized these two people. That fat-headed youth, named Shao Qi, was the second young master of the Shao family, the second largest family in Maple Leaf City. The white-haired old man who accompanied Shao Qi, named Shao Jiang, was the saffron twin stick of the Shao family, powerful, and had traveled across the Jianghu for many years without a single defeat. It was said that this person's cultivation was already at the Burning Sky realm, enough to rival Chen Shan. Shao Qi brought Shao Jiang to the door. This is to raise an offense? Chen Huzhou took a deep breath, collected his emotions, stood up, and smilingly went forward to greet him. Yo, isn't this young Master Shao? What wind blew you here? I'm sorry for the long-distance welcome. I'm sorry for the long-distance welcome. Come on. This is our dining room. Let's go to the main hall. With that, he was about to lead Shao Qi and Shao Jiang towards the main hall. Shao Qi stood still and stared coldly at Chen Huzhou. Patriarch Chen, you played this hand of stealing a bean quite well. Chen Huzhou said. Shao, what do you mean by that? Shao Qi coldly said. Some time ago, when your Chen family was in a desperate situation, it was you who personally came to the door and begged our Shao family to step in, to pledge the red pill to me in exchange for our Shao family's help. We agreed to have an engagement party today, but news came out last night that Red Pill had already wanted to call off the engagement a long time ago. So, Patriarch Chen, are you teasing our Shao family? Where does this make our Shao family's face go? As he spoke, he stared coldly at Chen Huzhou with unkind eyes. Then, he raised his head again. His chilling gaze swept over everyone in the restaurant, and finally his gaze landed on Li XVII. His eyes narrowed with a murderous aura. Last night, the news of a Chen Hongyao wanting to take care of a relative's child and canceling her engagement spread throughout Maple Leaf City in a frenzy. After he woke up from his sleep and heard the news, He was furious and felt that he had been tricked by Chen Hajio and greenmailed by Chen Hongyao. Therefore, the first time he brought Xiao Jiang, he came to the Chen family to ask for punishment, wanting to find the adulterer. He knew everyone in the Chen family well. Only Li XVII was unfamiliar. He hadn't met him. Coupled with the news that spread all over Maple Leaf City last night, it was obvious that this person who made Chen Hongyao cancel her engagement to go and take care of it was this Li XVII who was having breakfast. Chen Hachuan was aghast, and quickly said with a smiling face, "Young Master Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation." Bang! Without waiting for Chen Hachuan to finish his sentence, Chen Shan clapped his hands and said in a cold voice, "Xiaoquan, what's going on here?" Chen Hajio looked at Xiao Qi who had an icy face, and then looked at Chen Shan who was full of anger, and was in a dilemma. He can't afford to offend either side. Thinking of this, he turned back and glared at Chen Hongyao. With his understanding of Chen Hongyao, this news must have been deliberately spread by Chen Hongyao. Chen Hongyao watched her eyes and nose as she quietly ate her breakfast. Li XVII did the same, eating his breakfast quietly without even looking over here. Chen Filong sighed and walked up, whispering the whole story in Chen Shan's ear. When Chen Shan heard this, his gaze turned cold and he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Qiu, has the Xiao family started to help us yet?" Chen Hajio shook his head. Not yet. What they had agreed with the Xiao family was that they would hold an engagement banquet tonight, and once the dust had settled from the engagement ceremony, the Xiao family would do everything they could to help the Chen family through their difficulties. The Xiao family would not make a move until they saw a rabbit, and before the engagement banquet was held, the Xiao family would not make a move at all. When Chen Shan heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "Since the Xiao family hasn't helped us yet, that means that the agreement hasn't come into effect yet, and our Chen family doesn't owe anything to your Xiao family, so our red pill can take care of whomever it wants to take care of, and it's none of your Xiao family's business? Young Master Xiao, please return." He was the mainstay of the Chen family, and before he was possessed by the Sphinx monkey, he was also one of the 10 brothers of Maple Leaf City, and he was quite clear about Xiao Qi's style of behavior, which was that of a playboy who had harmed countless people. He had never had a good feeling about Xiao Qi, now that Li XVII was the grandson of his benefactor, and the new family member of their Chen family. Then he naturally wouldn't allow Xiao Qi to come and find trouble with Li XVII. Xiao Qi's eyes picked up when he heard this, and his eyes became even colder. His gaze crossed over Chen Hajio and landed on Li XVI's body with a murderous aura. At that exact moment, Li XVI's mouth was a little dirty because he drank soy milk too quickly. Chen Hongyao tenderly lifted his head, took out a silk, and wiped his mouth. Xiao Qi saw the scene and was enraged on the spot. Chen Hongyao preferred to choose to take care of a relative's child rather than him, which was a stark insult to him. Xiao Qi glanced at Chen Shan with a sharp and resentful gaze, then viciously glared at Li XVII, and finally said to Chen Hajio, "Patriarch Chen, I won't let today's matter go just like that. You set our Xiao family up, causing our Xiao family to lose face. Then, from this moment onwards, our Xiao family and your Chen family are enemies, and I will definitely not swallow this breath. Xiao Jiang, do it, kill this little brat for me." Last sentence. Accompanying his words, Xiao Jiang abruptly disappeared in place. In the next second, he appeared behind Li XVII like a ghost, exuding a devil godlike aura. The bushel-sized hand, with a force over 1,000 pounds, was as fast as lightning, and ruthlessly slapped towards the back of Li XVI's head, with a murderous aura that rushed to the sky. Palm winds whistled. It's heavy and powerful. This strike was completely meant to beat Li XVII to death. Asterisk. Chen Hajio, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, and the others all had drastic changes in their expressions. They wanted to go and save Li XVII. However, it was simply too late. Xiao Jiang was too strong and too fast. All of them could not keep up with him. They simply could not make a move. "Don't you dare." Chen Shan's eyes widened in anger and he wanted to step in to help. However, as soon as the gong method was running, a stabbing pain came from his chest, making it impossible for his gong method to run on. Having recovered from a serious illness, the meridians, blood vessels and nerve functions in his body had not yet fully recovered, so he was unable to utilize his power at all, and could only watch as Xiao Jiang struck out, unable to stop him, and despairing beyond measure. Everyone up and down the Chen family did not expect Xiao Qi to dare to be so lawless and kill Li XVII in public. Their hearts were all directly in their throats. Xiao Qi's face grimaced after seeing Xiao Jiang strike, and the corners of his mouth revealed a sardonic smile, as if he had already seen the image of Li XVII being slapped into a meat paste by Xiao Jiang. He had brought Xiao Jiang over today to raise an offense, to decapitate the relative that Chen Hongyao was going to take care of in front of Chen Hachio and the others, to tell everyone in the Chen family that Chen Hongyao was his. Xiao Jiang was a heaven-burning realm cultivator. His cultivation was enough to separate himself from Elder Chen, and he was an expert that could fight against the Maple Leaf 10. Killing a tiny Li 17 would definitely be a piece of cake. However, before he could smile for more than a second, he could no longer laugh. In the face of this horrifying strike from Xiaojiang, Li 17 did not even dodge, but only gently raised a chopstick. Put! The chopsticks were like sharp swords, destroying and penetrating Xiaojiang's palm, dripping with blood, and the momentum was unabated, like lightning, heading straight for Xiaojiang's face. Chapter 29, Sword Chi Toward the Sky. Xiaojiang was a burning sky realm expert with great strength, and when he saw Li 17, his heart was already filled with contempt, thinking that he could slap Li 17 to death. Therefore, he didn't put Li 17 in his eyes at all. However, as Li XVII's chopsticks penetrated his palm, the sharp pain on his palm caused his expression to change drastically. When he saw the chopsticks flying over like a sharp sword, his pupils contracted violently and his mind was shaken. Quick! The speed of the chopsticks was too fast, so fast that he, a heaven-burning realm expert, was a bit caught off guard. At this moment, in his line of sight, the chopsticks were faster than thunder, coming straight for his face and eyebrows. He wanted to hide so badly, but he couldn't hide at all. Pust! The chopsticks grazed Xiaojiang's cheek and cut off one side of Xiaojiang's ear. Rustle of skirts. Xiaojiang's body shape was like electricity, quickly bursting back and pulling away from Li 17, looking at Li 17 with eyes full of panic. Everything that happened just now happened too fast. From Xiaojiang striking out, to Xiaojiang bursting back, it was just a breath of lightning. As soon as the crowd sucked in, Xiaojiang appeared behind Li XVI's head and launched an attack on Li 17. As the crowd called out, Xiaojiang's ears fell off and his body exploded back. After Xiaojiang retreated, the crowd was still worried about Li XVI's safety. Xiaojiang touched his cheeks, which were covered in blood, and the broken ear was in excruciating pain. On the palm of his hand, there was also a small transparent hole. He looked at Li 17 and said in a trembling voice, "Kid, you, who the hell are you?" The moment Li 17 struck out just now, although Li 17 didn't even turn his head back, he felt as if he was being stared at by a desolate ancient devil, and his body was chilled all over. He leaned in and eventually dodged the brow of the. It was only at this moment that everyone on the scene came back to their senses. Everyone looked at Li 17 and then at Xiaojiang, their eyes shocked beyond measure. No one expected that Xiaojiang had not killed Li 17 and had lost an ear. Shan was confused. Dr. Zhao, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, and the others were dumbstruck. Chen Hongyao looked at Li 17 and then at Xiaojiang, seemingly looking for any evidence. However, Li XVI's expression was calm and self-contained, still holding a donut and eating it with pleasure, as if he had not done anything. Only, no one noticed that there was an extra bit of blood on top of one of the chopsticks in front of his dining table. While he was eating, he didn't move to wipe the blood off. What's going on here? I don't know. I didn't see anything. And this Xiaojiang already has one of his ears missing. The crowd murmured and looked at each other. The exchange between Xiaojiang and Li 17 just now was too fast. So fast that they didn't even see it clearly before Xiaojiang had already retreated. The smile on Xiao Qi's face had also solidified, replaced by a deep disbelief. Xiaojiang was a heaven-burning realm expert, and he was even injured when dealing with a little kid? How is that possible? He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Xiaojiang, this young master asked you to kill someone. What are you up to? Acting is it? Or haven't you had enough to eat? Anyone who dares to steal a woman from this young master, even if they are a 1-year-old brat, must die. This young master orders you to kill this little brat right now." He gritted his teeth, his gaze cold and full of killing intent, hating to immediately shatter Li 17 into pieces. Xiao Qi was very strong. The Xiao family's huge resources had allowed him to cultivate to the new habitat within this age, and the divine fetus enshrined in the shrine had already grown into a new life. However, compared to Xiaojiang, he was 100,000 miles weaker, and could not see the actions of Li 17 just now, and thought that Xiaojiang was acting, so he opened his mouth and started to greet Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang's expression was ugly when he heard this. Grizzly Star, Cantonese foul language. I want to kill him too, but I can't. He exploded in his heart and greeted Xiao Qi's mother. But, on the surface, he did not move as he pressed the bleeding wound with a cloth and said in a deep voice, "Young master, the matriarch has something to find you today, so we'd better go back first." A master's hand is a master's hand. Although Li 17 didn't look at him just now, but, from the moment Li 17 struck out just now, he had already felt the threat of death, as if it was a great devil king from the top of the sky staring at him, making him feel incomparably small. It seemed that he could be crushed with just a pinch of Li XVI's fingers. A strong intuition told him that he couldn't make another move. He had to leave quickly and stay far away from Li 17. Therefore, he didn't dare to strike again to test the waters, but instead persuaded Xiao Qi, imploring him to leave. However, Xiao Qi was already in a rage at this time, and simply couldn't listen to Xiao Zhang's words as he angrily said, "Don't scare me with my father. Will you move your hand?" Xiao Jiang gritted his teeth, his expression unsightly. "Young master, let's go back." Xiao Qi was furious and walked over, snapping and slapping Xiao Jiang fiercely as he angrily rebuked. "Xiao Jiang, don't think that just because you are strong that you can sway my behavior. I'll tell you, even if you're as powerful as you are, in our Xiao family, you're still just a dog. I'm going to ask you one last time, do you move?" Xiao Jiang was beaten, but he didn't dare to disobey Xiao Qi, gritted his teeth and shook his head, indicating that he couldn't do anything. He looked at Xiao Qi with supplicating eyes. "Coward!" Xiao Qi was furious as thunder and viciously kicked Xiao Jiang out. Then, he turned his head and stared at Li 17 with a murderous aura. "If Xiao Jiang doesn't do it, then, I'll do it." As soon as the words fell, the shrine behind him emerged with divine light and might. Only, before he had the chance to make a move, Chen Shan's incomparably tall figure was already standing in front of him like a demonic god, condescending and staring at him. That powerful pressure caused Xiao Qi's breath to stop. Snap! Chen Shan slapped Xiao Qi's face, then grabbed Xiao Qi and threw him out 200 meters away, outside the castle, and said coldly, "I don't care if you make a mess in the Xiao family, but if you make a mess in our Chen family, you're just looking for death. This slap is to teach you a lesson instead of Master Xiao. If you dare to do anything else in our Chen family, you will be killed without pardon. Get out." The voice was like thunder, domineering and murderous. Xiao Qi fell on all fours and sprayed blood from his mouth in a sorry state. He struggled to stand up and wanted to say something, only to meet Chen Shan's murderous eyes head-on, and was silenced on the spot, unable to say a word. Chen Shan's maple leaf 10th position. That is hard to kill out. The real thing is the existence of the god of murder, deterring many forces in Maple Leaf City. He had heard that Chen Shan had been possessed by a sphinx monkey and was dying from serious injuries, which was why he had brought Xiao Zhang to the Chen family to be arrogant. Now that he saw Chen Shan so raw and fierce, he was immediately startled. However, he was unwilling to do so and forced himself to endure the pain. Standing up and gritting his teeth, he said, Fine, Chen Shan, you're good. I declare that our Xiao family and your Chen family will be mortal enemies from now on, without end." Then, he glared viciously at Li 17. "Little brat, if you have the guts to stay in the Chen family forever, don't come out, or else, as long as I see it outside, I will definitely get you killed." With that, he turned and huffed away. Xiao Jiang also hurriedly left the Chen family and chased after them. Chen Shan returned to his seat and said, "All right, it's just a small matter. Don't pay attention to it. Eat. Only then did Chen Haijiu and the others, who were already prepared to sacrifice their shrines, withdraw their divine abilities and eat in peace. At this time, Li 17 stood up and said with a smile, "I'm full, Grandpa Chen. Sister Red Pill, I'm going to the restroom." After saying that, he left the restaurant in a puff of smoke and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chen Shan looked at the chopsticks that had been wiped clean by Li 17, and then looked up at the ceiling. There, a tiny sword aura ran through the ceiling of the castle and reached the sky, even smashing the white clouds in the firmament in half. It's so tiny that if you don't look closely, you can't even tell. Chen Shan saw this and fell into deep thought. Did this sword chi come from Li 17 with chopsticks? How could he, who was at the burning sky realm, not be able to sense the presence of sword chi even just now? Chapter 30 Whirling Dervishes, both. Xiao Jiang, you, Lao Zi brought you here because I wanted to let you have a killing spree, and you didn't even make a move, causing Lao Zi to lose face. You piece of trash. What's the use of our Xiao family raising you? Outside the Chen family castle, on a small road, within a car, Xiao Qi angrily rebuked Xiao Jiang beside him, furious, and slapped Xiao Zhang's face again and again, making Xiao Zhang's face red and swollen. This burning heaven realm powerhouse, facing Xiao Qi's beating, groveled and did not dare to resist at all, allowing Xiao Qi to violently beat him up against his will. The more Xiao Qi fought, the angrier he got, and he even took out a dagger and ruthlessly stabbed Xiao Jiang in the shoulder. Then, the saber chi flourished, and the saber light crisscrossed, slicing out many blood-soaked wounds on Xiao Zhang's body. Only after he had finished venting did he feel much better in his heart, retrieved his dagger, put it back into its sheath, and let out a cold snort. Count on you, dog lackey, to be sensible and resistant to beatings. Tell me, why didn't you make a move just now? After venting his anger, Xiao Qi became much calmer. Xiao Jiang was a burning sky realm expert, placed in this Maple Leaf City. It was also the existence of a party of lords. If he didn't make a move, there must be a reason why he didn't make a move. Although Xiao Jiang was beaten, his face was calm and unflustered as he said, That Li 17 is not an ordinary person. If we had made a move just now, we might have really died. Then, he told everything he sensed from Li 17. Snap. As soon as he finished his words, Shao Qi slapped him in the face again and said angrily, Xiao Jiang, can you find a better excuse? Do you think I'll believe this excuse? The district is just a youngster. What's there to be afraid of? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb for 8 years, at most he would only be able to cultivate to the new habitat. How could he possibly threaten you? Just tell me if you're jealous of Chen Shan, making such lame excuses. Punk. As he spoke, Shao Qi viciously kicked Xiao Jiang again. Furious, a dog lackey is a dog lackey, greedy for life and afraid of death. Get the hell out of the car. Xiao Jiang was beaten, still not chagrined, calmly went to the driver's seat to drive. The car started and slowly left. Boom! Just then, a silhouette fell from the sky like a meteorite landing, smashing the front of the car straight through, forcing the car to stop. Li 17 stood above the front of the car, looking at the two of them with an innocent and brilliant face. Hello, smile, very friendly, no harm to humans or animals. When Xiao Jiang saw Li 17, his expression changed drastically, and his heart jumped about. A strong feeling of danger swept through his body. This bright, harmless smile on his face was as terrifying as a demon in his eyes. Without thinking, he offered the shrine at the back of his head at the first time, the true qi in his body running at the fastest speed, breaking the car seat, holding Shao Qi inside the car, and rolling out of the car beyond. Madaka! The moment they rolled out of the car, the knife aura flourished. A dazzling blade split the car in half. The blade went 300 meters across, leaving a 1 meter deep blade mark on the ground. Seeing this scene, Shao Qi's eyes were on the verge of glaring out as he turned his head and looked at Li 17 with incomparable shock. At this moment, he finally believed Xiao Zhong's words. This young man, he's terrible. Li 17 looked at him as well and revealed a kind smile. Young Master Xiao, have you ever learned the whirligig language? Shao Qi subconsciously replied. Analects. Analects? Confucius Analects? Li 17 nodded and said, there is a saying in the whirling dervish, if it comes, then it should be laid to rest. Since the enemy has come to trouble you, then you have to bury the enemy in the land, right? Shao Qi and Xiao Jiang. Since when did both mean that? Is this still a ing discourse? It's whirlwind, isn't it? Xiao Jiang said in a deep voice. Young master, go quickly, I'll stop him. He ran his whole body's strength and threw Shao Qi into the distance. And then, the shrine behind his head glowed brightly, and a turquoise idol stepped out, holding a demon bucking pestle and opening its mouth to suck in. In an instant, the light of the sun was absorbed by the idol and covered it, forming a layer of flame armor that was majestic. The devil-subduing pestle was also covered in flames that blazed, and the power was incomparably astonishing at first glance. Skip class of students. The idol took a step and came to Li XVII's side in the blink of an eye. The demon-subduing mortar and pestle in his hand seemed to carry the power of 10,000 tons and slammed down so hard that the air shook with a horrifying sound. A sword light also bloomed within the shrine, stabbing at the vitals of Li XVII's entire body. At the same time, Xiao Zhong's figure was like electricity as he followed the sword light and the idol and rushed towards Li 17. A battle sword also appeared in his hand, swift as lightning, stabbing straight at Li XVII's throat. The moves are vicious, a move that kills. All of this was also accomplished in a flash of lightning, and almost within a second, countless attacks had arrived on Li XVII's body. Even so, his attack parried. The demon descending pestle, sword chi, and battle sword stabbed on top of the residual shadow, and Li 17 had disappeared at some point. Xiao Zhong's mind was horrified. Li XVII's speed was too fast, so fast that even he couldn't see clearly, and Li 17 disappeared. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and turned back, yelling in Shao Qi's direction. Young master, be careful. In his line of sight, Li 17 had caught up with Shao Qi in midair at some point, and the pig-killing knife in his hand flashed with a dazzling cold aura under the sunlight. Xiao Jiang was shocked and was about to rush forward to support him. However, after taking a step, he fell to the ground. Looking down, at some point, he already had countless more slashes on his body. Xiao Zhong's eyes widened as the intense pain came. His eyes closed and he passed out straight away. In the distance, Shao Qi was thrown out, in mid-air, and before he could land, a gust of wind swept in from behind him. Looking back, Li 17 had already appeared behind him like a ghost and smiled brightly at him, revealing 8 snow-white teeth. Very much so, and kind. Shao Qi's gaze crossed over Li 17 and saw that 100 meters behind him, Xiao Jiang was already unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, Shao Qi's pupils contracted violently and he was horrified. Xiao Jiang was the most loyal slave of their Xiao family, gifted with extraordinary talent. bestowed with a third-grade divine tire by the true god, and with a low-grade technique, he had hardened himself to the burning sky realm, and his fighting strength was incomparably terrifying, having once fought a tie with a member of the 10 brothers. Although that person was the weakest of the 10, it could be seen how powerful Xiao Jiang was, but now someone that powerful is in a coma just like that? If you're here, you're here, Xiao Xiao. If you want to kill me, then stay here, Li 17 said smilingly. If you want to kill me, you're not qualified. Look at my meteor fallen sea cover. Xiaoqi let out a loud roar in order to save his life, and the shrine at the back of his head emerged as a magic treasure flew out from within the shrine, blossoming with an incomparably bright light. A powerful might was released from the magic treasure. In an instant, the wind rose and the sky and earth changed color. Chapter 31, The Meteor Inverted Sea Cover. The magic treasure that Xiaoqi offered was very peculiar, only the size of a palm. The meteor inverted sea cover was hemispherical in shape, cast from ancient bronze and mysterious flame metal. Its surface glittered with a dark golden luster, revealing an ancient and powerful aura. Intricate runes and totems were carved around the edges of the cowl, and inside the cowl, half of it was a bright, twinkling shooting star, and half of it was a raging sea. He released those meteors, and half of them were like arrows cutting through the sky, attacking Li 17. The other half of the meteor turned into a sheet of starlight that enveloped his body, and then, those seawater in the cowl poured out, instantly transforming into a monstrous wave that enveloped him and Li 17. The sky was transformed into an ocean. Little brat, you go to hell. Xiao Qi laughed sardonically after he sacrificed his magic treasure. Meteor inverted sea cover. This was one of their Xiao family's family treasures. The shooting star was like a sword, piercing through everything, and had once killed a heaven-burning realm expert. When the meteor transformed into armor, it was enough to withstand the full force of a burning heaven realm expert without being injured. These waves were even more terrifying. Once they were covered by the waves, the surging waves were able to devour all the true qi and blood qi in the cultivator's body. The terror was boundless. In Xiao Qi's opinion, as long as he sacrificed this magic treasure, then he would be innately invincible. With the meteor armor protecting his body, he was innately invincible. Now that Li 17 was enveloped by the sea and was surrounded by meteors, he would surely die. However, before Xiao Qi could maintain his smile for a second, in the next instant, his eyes widened and his eyes were horrified to the extreme. Those massive meteors collapsed inch by inch as they approached Li 17. Along with Li XVII's advancement, the seawater that had already submerged Li 17 unexpectedly poured back and surged back into the meteor-inverted sea cover. Impossible. How can you make the seawater of the magic treasure flow backwards? Xiao Qi was horrified. A magic treasure like his could kill a heaven-burning realm cultivator, but now he was forced by Li 17 to reverse the function of his magic treasure? This was a power that only experts above the middle stage of the burning heaven realm had. Could it be that Li 17 was already a burning heaven realm cultivator? How is it possible to cultivate to the heaven-burning realm at such a young age? Right at this moment, Li 17 had already arrived in front of him, and his tender little hand reached out and grabbed the top of the meteor-inverted sea cover that he had sacrificed in mid-air. As soon as his hand touched the meteor-inverted sea shield, those starlight armors on Xiao Qi's body immediately shattered, turning into a ray of starlight that surged back into the shield. Xiao Qi was once again shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. This shooting star inverted sea cover was their Xiao family's family heirloom treasure, and it could not be operated without certain feats. Moreover, if an outsider got hold of the magic treasure, it would also explode and backfire, killing the snatcher. Now, the meteor-inverted sea cover was in Li XVII's hands, but it didn't work at all. It was as if it was an unusual toy, grasped in Li XVII's hand, plain and unassuming, not moving at all. It's a nice toy, similar to an octave box, but unfortunately, it's not fun without music inside, Li 17 said. An octave? Not fun. You treat our Xiao family's meteor sea cover as a toy? And you despise it? When Xiao Qi heard this, he became furious on the spot, itching to break Li 17 into pieces. But he didn't dare. He was afraid. Li 17 could easily beat Xiao Jiang into unconsciousness. It would be a breeze to finish him off. Therefore, after seeing Li 17 take off the meteor-inverted sea cover, his mind was shocked and he immediately operated his most powerful gunfu to sacrifice the newborn in the shrine. The divine fetus he was given by the true god was special, and after conceiving a newborn, a pair of wings sprouted from the back of the newborn idol. The idol vibrated its wings and flew high into the sky, pulling Xiao Qi like a hawk and rushing high into the sky. He wanted to escape from this place, from Li 17. However, before he could fly out, a killing knife flew over and split the idol into two with a single slash. Xiao Qi lost his upward force before he could fly more than 3 meters off the ground, and his body fell down, once again landing on all fours, his mouth spewing blood. and his back burning with pain. Above his head, the newborn idol began to shatter inch by inch due to being split in half. The idol is a new birth. A second life for Shao Qi. The idol was destroyed. Shao Qi suffered a backlash. The meridians in his body were chapped in sections, and he opened his mouth and sprayed out several mouthfuls of blood. His face as pale as paper. Only, he's not dead. When the divine fetus dies, the cultivator is an invalid. Not yet dead, but more tragic than death. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, looking like a madman, roaring at Li XVII, as if he was a horrible and hideous evil spirit, looking terrifying. Li XVII's face was expressionless as he offered up the meteor inverted sea cover. In an instant, a huge meteor sword chi crossed the sky, instantly sending Shao Qi flying out and falling to the ground, dying. Li XVII grabbed the meteor inverted sea mask and landed in front of Shao Qi, coldly saying, "This time, I'll give you a lesson. Next time you dare to mess with me, then I'll have to get real." After saying that, with a thought, he put away the meteor inverted sea mask and hid it, pinned the pig killing knife behind him as well, and quickly disappeared from the spot. Shao Qi looked at the direction where Li XVII was just now and gritted his teeth, his eyes scarlet and full of hatred. Fine, Li XVII, you snatched my fiancé, beat me up, and robbed my baby. I won't let you go even if I die. He took out his Miles transmission note and prepared to contact Xiao Zhantian, the patriarch of the Xiao family, so that Xiao Zhantian would step in and teach Li XVII a lesson. However, right at this moment, a chilling voice came from behind him. "I'm afraid, you won't have the chance to take a shot at him." Shao Qi's face changed and he hurriedly turned back. What came into view was a figure with a man dressed in a black robe, shrouding himself in it, and wearing a mask of evil spirits on his face. He only revealed a pair of incomparably cold eyes, staring at Shao Qi with a murderous aura, an incomparably terrifying aura permeating his body. A bizarre and terrifyingly eerie aura permeated his body. Shao Qi saw this person and said angrily, "Who are you?" Sense piped this young. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the mysterious masked man had already struck out, and a grand sword chi swung out, breaking Shao Qi into pieces on the spot, dying without even a crumb left. Immediately afterward, the mysterious man pointed his finger at Xiao Jiang in the distance, and his sword chi erupted once again as he rushed over. In the next second, Xiao Jiang also turned into flying dust. Xiao Jiang and Shao Qi, the two of them, vaporized. After doing so, the mysterious man looked in the direction of the Chen clan and muttered, "Li XVII? Oh, interesting. Chen family castle." Li XVII drilled in through the window of the villa's toilet, washed his hands, and appeared within the Chen family castle, his face still smiling innocently. "People don't offend me. I don't offend them." He had no grievances with Xiao Jiang and Shao Qi, but these two were trying to kill him. So, he had no choice but to step in as well. If you have a grudge, you have to take it on the spot. Definitely not overnight. Beat the crap out of the other guy and his anger was gone. Li XVII found his luggage, stuffed the meteor inverted sea mask into it, and picked out a few treasures from it, packed them in a snakeskin bag, and tied them around his waist. These treasures were all borrowed from those devils in the devil suppression prison, and should be worth quite a bit of money. Sell them and he'd have money to live on in Maple City. Grandpa used to say that you can't owe favors. He stayed here and helped the Chen family with their demons. Too clear. But he can't eat and drink for nothing without paying for food. Besides, Grandpa also said that it doesn't matter how other people are rich. It's the money in your own hand that counts. So, he's going to make some money too. He had a snakeskin bag strapped around his waist, a killing knife on the back of his waist, and his small frame made him look even more odd and bloated. He went out with these things and found Chen Hongyao, who was in the hall, and said with a smile, "Sister, you accompany me out for a stroll, okay?" Chen Hongyao looked at the giddy Li XVII and said, "Shopping is fine. However, there is one more thing to do now. There is someone who wants to see you." Li XVII was stunned. "Who?" Chen Hongyao said. "Follow me." Li XVII followed up, a little puzzled in his heart. Who wants to see him? Chapter 32, God's Worker. What kind of person is he? Chen family castle. Dining room. Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong and the others were having breakfast. However, all of them were not as joyful as they were just now, and each of them was preoccupied. Inside the restaurant, the atmosphere was depressing and incomparably heavy. Dr. Zhao took a bite of the bun and said to Chen Shan, "Although Shao Qi is young, he is at least a direct descendant of the Xiao family, carries a family treasure, and has an expert of the burning heaven realm as a protector. You guys treating him like this today is equal to ruthlessly slapping his face in front of everyone. Slapping the face of the Xiao family. With my understanding of Shao Qi, he and the Xiao family definitely won't let it go. You guys have to be careful of their crazy retaliation." Once these words came out, Everyone in the Chen family was once again silent, especially Chen Hongyao. His face was even more gloomy. Due to Chen Shan's serious illness, many of the Chen family's industries had already been eaten up by the other 9 great families, leaving only 2 industries still lingering on. The Chen family's funds were also about to bottom out and could only support them for 3 months at most. Chen Shan was recovering from a serious illness. His combat power was relatively weak, and his prestige would be greatly reduced if the Shao family made a move against them at this time. I'm afraid that the Chen family would have to suffer heavy losses. If the Shao family joined forces with one of the other top 10 families and made a move against their Chen family together, I'm afraid that their Chen family would be wiped out. This is a critical time. Thinking about this, Chen Hajiao's heart was incredibly heavy. Everyone on the scene, with equally heavy hearts, was silent. Chen Filong swept a glance at Chen Hongyao, who was eating expressionlessly, and said, "Hongyao, what do you have in mind?" Chen Hongyao wiped her mouth and faintly said, "I'll listen to Grandpa." Everyone turned their heads and looked at Chen Shan. Chen Shan said coldly while eating his breakfast, "Soldiers come to stop. Water comes to cover the earth. So what the hell are you afraid of? Laozi was possessed by an evil spirit before. That's why they dared to be arrogant. After I recover, I'll kill anyone who dares to come after my Chen family. A bunch of little just, really think that the old man does not top?" As he spoke, he ate another poached egg with a calm expression, not putting the Shao family in his eyes at all. "Big brother, with you around, they may not dare to move their swords and guns, but they may eat away at our industries. And if our family has no economic assets, it will be a scattered mess," Chen Filong said in a deep voice. "Oh penis, then you are mistaken." Chen Shan's gaze was like electricity as he said in a domineering manner, "In this world, the strongest man is honored, and the most important thing for a big family is not how much money they have, but the people. High people. Their other great clans have heaven-burning realm ancestors sitting on their side, and that's how they've secured their names as the top 10 clans. Old Me is also at the Burning Sky realm, or a Burning Sky realm that is 100 years younger than even their old ancestors, with a bright future. As long as Old Me is alive, they won't dare to make a move. Otherwise, having angered me, I'll single-handedly kill over there, and I'll see who of them dares to stop me. So don't you worry, when I recover, I'll come to them one by one and make them spit out all that they've swallowed." His confidence soared and he was dominant. When he said the last sentence, his eyes even erupted with 2 killing cold bolts of electricity, and an invincible aura permeated his body. The Burning Heaven Realm Grand Circle ancestors of the 9 great clans of Maple Leaf City were all over 100 years old. Some were even 200 years old, and their chi and blood were too deficient to fight for long. Chen Shan had already cultivated to the great circle of the Burning Sky realm at a very young age, and his strength was directly comparable to that of the old ancestors of the other 9 great clans, and he was definitely the best amongst Maple Leaf City. Moreover, Chen Shan had a fierce and courageous character, and was currently still considered to be in his peak state. If he went all out, he would be able to pull at least 3 Burning Sky Realm Grand Circle Burning Sky Elder ancestors to die with him. As a result, many of the old ancestors of the great clans did not dare to fight Chen Shan to the death. It was because of this that Chen Shan was one of the 10 brothers, and the Chen family was one of the 10 great families of Maple Leaf City. However, even if he said that, Chen Hajiao and Chen Filong were still worried. The Chen family's heritage was very poor, and there was only one heaven-burning realm cultivator, Chen Shan, and the other cultivators could no longer cultivate to the heaven-burning realm. If the other 9 great clans had to join forces to exterminate them, Chen Shan probably wouldn't have died and would have been able to desperately escape Maple Leaf City. However, they, the younger generation, may have to die. The Chen family was one of the emerging 10 great families, and in terms of heritage, it was simply no match for the other 9 great families. So if they tore their faces apart and fought to the death, the Chen family might perish as a result. Buzz. Just as they were discussing it, suddenly, a palpitatingly terrifying aura came from outside the castle. The crowd's color changed and they looked up. Only a meteor shower appeared in the sky outside the castle, and at the same time, a sea shrouded above the sky, making it impossible to see what was actually inside. It's the Shao family's meteor inverted sea cover. Upon seeing this, Chen Shan, Dr. Zhao, Chen Hajiao, Chen Filong, and Chen Hongyao all changed their complexion. Meteor inverted sea cover is the Shao family's treasure. It has always been carried by Shao Qi. It has infinite power. With this magic treasure, Shao Qi is enough to exert the combat power of the Burning Sky realm. He is now offering this magic treasure. Is he experiencing an attack from an expert? Shao Qi is the first young master of the Shao family, towering above the rest, and someone actually dares to make a move against him within Maple Leaf City? It's not just as simple as making a move. Shao Qi even used the meteor inverted sea cover. This is someone trying to kill him. Xiao Jiang is a Burning Sky realm expert, and after sacrificing the meteor inverted sea mask, Shao Qi is also an early-stage burning sky realm expert. What idiot would fight them in Maple Leaf City? The crowd saw this scene and murmured. They were 2 kilometers away from those rays of light, but they could still feel that terrifying power of the meteor inverted sea shield, causing them all to have a burst of fear and trepidation. Even Chen Shan, looking at the light of the meteor inverted sea cover, a pang of scorn passed through his eyes. Only, not even more than 10 seconds later, all the light from the meteor inverted sea cover all disappeared. Everything returned to peace. Disappeared? Shao Qi's opponent was exterminated, right? Daring to attack 2 major heaven-burning realm experts, looking for death. The crowd shook their heads, all feeling that the one who dared to strike at Shao Qi had already been obliterated, secretly feeling pity. After all, 2 major heaven-burning realm cultivators stepping out would be enough to push half of Maple Leaf City across, and no one would be able to stop them. Okay, back to business. Dr. Zhao looked at Chen Hongyao and Chen Hongyao and said, "Both of you, I wanted to meet and negotiate with Li XVII just now, but unfortunately, I was disturbed by the Xiao family. Now, can you guys go get little brother Li? I want to see his medical skills. I'll go call him," Chen Hongyao said. After saying that, she got up, left the table, and went to find Li XVII. After she left, Dr. Zhao grew more and more expectant. He Chang ate his fill, put down his chopsticks, and queried, "Master, I would like to ask, you just said that the divine worker is so powerful. How come I've never heard of such a person?" He was puzzled last night. As soon as Chen Shan heard that Li XVII was the grandson of a divine craftsman, his eyes immediately glowed and he couldn't wait to make Li XVII a relative of the Chen family. In his opinion, Chen Shan did not value Li XVII, but rather the divine work behind Li XVII. Dr. Zhao, Chen Hongyao, and the others also looked over, with the same puzzled look in their eyes. They had often heard Chen Shan talk about the name of the divine worker, but, looking at the whole country, it seemed that he had never heard of this figure. Therefore, he was curious, to be able to make a 10-brother level figure like Chen Shan so excited just by hearing his name. What exactly was this divine worker? Chapter 33, Heavenly Demon Golden Silkworm Medical Code. Chen Shan drank a cup of soy milk, looked at the gazes of the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Don't pry into what you shouldn't pry into." Then he went on with his breakfast without saying anything more. Only, his memories had drifted back a long time. Shin Gong, his older brother from the same village that he grew up with, and his own older brother who raised him from a different father to a different mother. They were from the same village, and Shen Gong was a dozen years older than him, originally living in a small city protected by the Xianhuang banner. However, many years ago, evil spirits entered the city and went on a killing spree, and both he and Shen Gong's parents died at the hands of a great demon. He was saved by the divine worker, along with 10 children. When the Xianhuang flag broke, their families were destroyed and the city was shattered. The 11 of them clung to each other and marched towards the big city with the Xianhuang flag, seeking shelter. In the process of migration, the divine worker also did not know where to get a cultivation technique. Not only their own cultivation, but also taught their 11 children to cultivate together, is also considered to have the power of self-protection. Some of the children were not good at practicing and were attacked by evil spirits in the middle of the migration and died. In the end, 6 of the 11 children died, and only 5 reached the big city under the leadership of the divine worker. Later on, the divine worker joined that city's spiritual hub bureau and became a city guard. And Chen Shan had heard people say at that time that city guards were also called police officers. The divine worker worked as an errand boy, earned money, fed their 5 children, and bought many medicinal herbs, elixirs, and weapons to teach them to cultivate. Then, when they had achieved success in their training, the divine worker knelt down and begged his superiors for permission to let their 5 children become city guards as well. With this status, their 5 children have been considered to be out of their element and eating royal food ever since. The divine worker helped them far more than that. And when he learned that the director of the Spiritual Pivot Bureau was going to go on an expedition to the Savage Land, the divine worker volunteered to take them forward to the Savage Land as well. He had witnessed how terrifying and powerful the divine worker was when he and the divine worker had ventured into the Savage Lands together. Even when faced with a demonic-level evil spirit, the divine worker had already taken it out with just the movement of a finger. And it was an instantaneous second. That kind of terrifying power made him tremble. Standing beside the divine worker, he felt as small as a mole cricket. Nothing. To this day, he still felt this way, feeling that he had practiced for his entire life, and still could not catch up with his big brother's divine works back, and could only chase after his big brother and look up to him for the rest of his life. Later, due to that spiritual hub bureau chief's expedition to the Savage Land, he touched a forbidden existence in the depths of the Savage Land. Taboo was enraged and launched a campaign to destroy the city. On that day, evil spirits rushed out from the barbaric land like a rolling sea tide, instantly crushing the city they were in. Bullets, artillery, and the Xian Huang flag, all of them could not stop this terrifying tide of evil spirits. The Xian Huang flag was torn to shreds. The hundreds of meters high city was destroyed into rubble, less than a meter high, and the city lord, the director of the spiritual hub bureau went, as well as many of the helmsmen of the relevant departments, were all dead. The city was full of people, none of whom survived. When the evil sneak exterminated the city, the divine worker happened to be out on a mission with the 5 of them. By the time they rushed back, the place was already strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, becoming a real hell on earth. Later, the divine worker said goodbye to them and killed his way into the savage land alone, and has been missing ever since. The 5 of them also began to go their separate ways, going to different places and living different lives. Shan came to Maple Leaf City, landed on the ground and took root. From only himself to now full of children and grandchildren. Hard to create one of the top 10 families of the Chen family, relying on that year's divine worker left him that secret cultivation secret. Therefore, he had a special admiration for the divine worker. Later, he heard that the divine worker came out of the savage land alive and went to other cities, did some amazing things, killed many people, and became the most wanted criminal in the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the divine worker used the original name. Later, the divine worker sent him a letter which explained some of the circumstances, discarded his original name, and officially changed his name to Divine Worker Li XVII. Since then, there has been no word from the divine worker. Last night, he was also particularly excited when he saw the letter from the divine worker. He wanted very much to talk to Li XVII all night long and learn about the divine worker. Regrettably, at that time, he had been possessed by the Sphinx monkey, and was unconscious after only 5 minutes of wakefulness. After he awakened, Li XVII went back to sleep, and he never had the chance to learn about the divine worker with Li XVII. However, he also knew that since the divine worker hadn't contacted him for so many years, he definitely didn't want him to know about his current life either. Therefore, he would not disclose any news about the divine worker until he had his permission. He Chang, Dr. Zhao, Chen Hechuan and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Don't ask what you shouldn't. From these words, it could be heard that the identity of this divine worker was mysterious and could not be easily inquired about. So, they don't inquire. Ta-da-da-da. At this time, Chen Hongyao and Li XVII returned to the restaurant. Shan immediately put down his chopsticks and said enthusiastically, "Little 17, we are talking about your grandfather. Come over here quickly. Why is it taking so long to go to the restroom?" From the time Li XVII left the table to the time Li XVII finished off Xiaojiang and the two of them, only a short period of 3 minutes had passed. Li XVII said indifferently, "The castle is too big. I just got lost and ran into 2 people, so I taught them a phrase from the whirligig by the way." Shan sniffed and said curiously, "The Analects of Confucius? You've even read it?" Li XVII laughed. "I've read it. The whirligig is very good. It's a book with great wisdom. It taught me many life principles. For example, the saying that it's okay to die in the morning and in the evening is simply so wise that I admire Confucius to the core." Before he went to the devil's prison, Grandpa had also taught him the whirligig language. At that time, Grandpa said very seriously to study well so that he could get ahead in the future, and also explained to him the meaning of this sentence. To die in the morning is to die in the evening, that is to say, if I want to assassinate you, during the daytime, I must find the way to your house, and at nighttime, you're going to be killed by me. Little 17, Confucius is telling us that in our line of work, we must explore the path before doing a mission. These words, Li XVII always remembered in his heart, never forgetting them. Later, when he was in the devil's prison, he learned from the tailor the phrase "as you come, so come you." Since the enemy came to trouble you, then bury the enemy. These words are so practical and life-affirming. In Li XVII's opinion, Confucius was simply a man of God. This whirling dervishes, surely the rules of Confucius when he was mixing on the road, summed up the experience to a T. Well, little 17, you can write in martial arts. Worthy of being the grandson of my big brother Shingong. Come on, tell me about it. My big brother he. Shan appreciated. Dr. Zhao hurriedly interrupted and said, "Master, don't catch up. Wait for me to ask first." Then, he gazed at Li XVII and asked excitedly, "Little brother Li, the medical technique you used to treat the old man last night, was it the Heavenly Demon Golden Silkworm Medical Codex?" He had thought hard last night before he finally remembered that the technique that Li XVII had used to stitch up Shan was very much like some of the feats from the Heavenly Demon Golden Silkworm Medical Codex. That golden silk thread was the unique silk thread of the Heavenly Demon Golden Silkworm. Therefore, he stayed up all night, And at this time, he was even more impatient to interrupt Shan and Li XVII's catching up, eagerly wanting to know the answer. Chapter 34, The 9,000 Golden Treasures. Li XVII looked at Dr. Zhao, then looked up at Chen Hongyao and said suspiciously, "So, it's him who wants to see me?" Chen Hongyao solemnly nodded his head and said, "Dr. Zhao Qingchuan is our Chen family's benefactor, saving Grandpa many times, and when we were young, he was also the one who gave us vaccinations, refined pills for us, and helped us heal our injuries." 17. He is the benefactor of our Chen family. Oh, so that's how it is. Since it's my sister's benefactor, it's my benefactor. Li XVII understood. He turned his head towards Zhao Qingchuan and said, "Hello Grandpa Zhao. What I cultivate is not the heavenly demon golden silkworm medical code." Zhao Qingchuan had originally looked at Li XVII with incomparable anticipation and excitement, but when he heard these words, his eyes immediately filled with disappointment. Only, Li XVII's next sentence once again caused his eyes to light up. "I cultivate the Jioshan 1000 gold treasure cannon, which is even more powerful than the heavenly demon golden silkworm medical cannon." When Zhao Qingchuan heard this, he trembled. His eyes widened and he trembled with excitement. What did you say?" Li XVII said. "The 9,000 gold treasure code. This technique, old Grandpa Zhao should also know about it, right?" Zhao Qingchuan received confirmation. His lips trembled, his muscles were shaking violently, and his hands were shaking like Parkinson's. Really? It's the ultimate in excitement. As we all know, the Gong methods practiced on Earth are divided into 4 major levels, which are Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Among them, the Heavenly Order is the highest and the Yellow Order is the lowest. Each grade is divided into 1 to 9, which is a grade. 1 is the highest and 9 is the lowest. His current divine fetus was a 3rd grade Xian rank divine fetus, the purple extreme divine fetus, and coupled with the fact that the Kung Fu he cultivated was a 5th grade Xian rank Kung Fu, the ancestral purple and gold pill decision. Under his Kung Fu cultivation, the divine fetus gradually grew from a spiritual bud to become a divine statue of a doctor dressed in medical robes and holding a medicinal codex. It was also because of such a method that the true chi in his body had a restorative effect on the human body after it was transformed by the idol and then shot out of the shrine. Such is his amazing medical skill. As soon as he offered the idol, he could see what disease the patient was suffering from and what the problem was. Then, running the spell, the medicinal dictionary in the idol's hand would shoot out a ray of white light, covering the patient's body and repairing it. This so-called repair is nothing more than an enhancement of the patient's physique and ability to heal, allowing the patient to heal themselves and be unable to do anything else. However, the Jioshan 1000 golden treasures was different. This was the legendary heavenly rank 1 medical technique, which was a full 4 major ranks higher than his 5th grade technique. Once he cultivated this heart method, the divine fetus in his shrine would undergo a qualitative change, and perhaps, he would be able to cultivate an even more powerful divine statue. Even in a place like the prosperous imperial capital, such medical feats were quite rare. Due to the fact that Earth had gone through a 1-year period of perpetual night, the various medical books of the human race had been lost. Even though many amazing cultivators had appeared over the past 100 years, the techniques they cultivated were only mentioned above fighting, not above healing. A 5th grade medical technique of the Xian rank, that was already considered quite top-notch. Now that he had encountered a heavenly rank 1st grade medical technique, how could Zhao Qingchuan not be excited? Li XVII solemnly said, "I may be young, but I won't lie." Zhao Qingchuan was even more ecstatic when he heard this. He stood up and said in a shaky voice, Well, then, would you show me?" Li XVII was puzzled. "There are no patients here, and no one is injured. How do you demonstrate?" Zhao Qingchuan said, "Yes, there are injuries here." After saying that, he transported power in his hand and violently stabbed into his chest, making a transparent hole in his chest. He took his hand out of the bloody hole and looked at Li XVII with incomparable excitement and anticipation. "Little brother Li, can you help me heal?" Li XVII was speechless sad face. "It's not, Grandpa Zhao. Are you sick? If you want to test my medical skills, you shouldn't use such extreme methods, right? Testing me as a cad with your life?" Chen Shan, He Chang, Chen He Chou, Chen Fei Long, Chen Hongyao and others, straight face. No one had expected Zhao Qingchuan to be so crazy as to get himself into this field just so he could verify Li XVII's medical skills. Chen Hajio rushed forward and tried to rescue Zhao Qingchuan. Zhao Qingchuan, however, waved his hand, stopping him, and gazed at Li XVII. "Little brother Li, please." Li XVII understood, and without any hesitation, he walked forward, extended his index finger, and pointed it at Zhao Qingchuan's wound. In an instant, the golden light at the tips of his fingers flourished. A needle and thread flew out from the tips of his fingers and filled inside Zhao Qingxuan's wound. There were as many needles and threads as there were hairs, but they weren't cluttered at all. Instead they were like an army, dividing up the work with a clear goal in mind, constantly repairing Zhao Qingxuan's wounds. Under the golden stitches, blood vessels, flesh, organs, nerves, and bones were frantically repaired. Even these golden needles and threads changed into organs, flesh, blood, and muscles within Zhao Qingxuan's body, filling in the tissue vacancies of Zhao Qingxuan's wound. Then, Zhao Qingxuan's wounds that could have been fatal began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The poked-through sternum gradually recovered. The lungs, which were pierced, recovered quickly. The muscles, blood vessels, nerves, and fascia were all slowly recovering. After 5 minutes, the wound was completely filled. The skin on the surface of the body proliferated and returned as if the wound had never even been there at all. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. Fatal wounds, completely recovered in just 5 minutes. This is not a medical skill. This is completely the immortal art of bringing the dead back to life. Zhao Qingxuan sacrificed the shrine at the back of his head, and the idol shot out a white light that covered his wound. Everyone immediately saw that the muscles and organs in the large hole that Zhao Qingxuan had originally poked out had been replaced by a ball of golden needles and threads, which were constructed exactly like the internal structure of Zhao Qingxuan's body. Also, blood flowed through the veins made of needles and threads, from the thoracic aorta all the way to the abdominal aorta. Functions normally. If it wasn't for this faint golden light, everyone wouldn't be able to tell that this was a human body structure outlined in gold thread. Moreover, the human body structure outlined by this golden thread was currently being transformed into the structure in Zhao Qingxuan's body, completely fused together. To fake the real thing, this hand of Li XVII shocked everyone at the scene, causing the entire restaurant to fall into a deathly silence. After a short period of shock, everyone looked up at Li XVII, their eyes filled with shock, and incomparably fiery admiration. The living dead, flesh and white bones, rise from the dead, divine. Such medical skills are out of this world. And it is a great master of medicine who has started a sect. Zhao Qingxuan felt the changes within his body, and then, with a plop, he knelt down in front of Li XVII, looked at him with incomparable sincerity, and said in a trembling voice, "Please, Master, take me as your disciple." Chapter 35 Runic Treasure, Flying Cloud Thousand Crane Pen. Zhao Qingxuan was the medical titan of Maple Leaf City, with a medical skill that was unfathomable. He had been practicing medicine for decades and had saved countless cultivators, and was highly respected and esteemed, and his cultivation was also incomparably profound. Moreover, he had seen too many powerful medical techniques. However, there had never been anyone whose medical skills were as powerful as Li XVII's, who was able to achieve such a seamless level. Zhao Qingxuan was convinced and willingly knelt down, worshipping Li XVII as his master. Seeing this scene, Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, He Chang, Chen Filong and Chen Hongyao were all dumbstruck. A highly respected medical titan knelt down to pay homage to a young man like Li XVII. This would have caused a huge stir if it had gotten out. One must know that Zhao Qingxuan was not only the Chen family's family doctor, he was also a big shot in the Maple Leaf City Apricot Grove Dojo. His status was quite high. Even if it was the city lord who came to see Zhao Qingxuan, then he would need to queue up for an appointment. A big shot as high and mighty as him, yet kneeling down with Li XVII as his teacher. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was incomparably weird and absurdly explosive. Li XVII said, "Grandpa Zhao, what are you doing? You want that treasure book? I'll just give it to you. Get up. I'm only too young to be your master." He reached out, trying to help Zhao Qingxuan up. However, Zhao Qingxuan still knelt down on both knees and stubbornly said, "In the path of medicine, the one who achieves is the first. It has nothing to do with age. Your medical skills are 10,000 times better than mine. Then you are qualified to be my master. If you don't take me in today, I'll be on my knees for a long time." As he spoke, he looked at Li XVII with a gaze so firm that it seemed as if he was going into gear. Li XVII, ***, Chen Shan, He Chang, Chen Hiqiu and others, straight face. Isn't that pushing it? However, with their understanding of Zhao Qingxuan, who had a personality as stubborn as an ox and would not stop until he reached his goal, he was really capable of doing this kind of long kneeling thing. Chen Shan sighed and said, "Little 17, since your grandpa Zhao is interested in worshipping the master, you should accept him, otherwise, he won't get up." He Chang also spoke up, "Little brother, if you accept Elder Zhao, that would be a beautiful thing." Zhao Qingxuan looked up and gave them a grateful glance. Li XVII touched his nose, not knowing how to decide. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at Chen Hongyao. "Sister Hongyao, what do you say?" Chen Hongyao said, "There is no need to ask me. Everything follows your heart. Li 17 thought about it and immediately turned his head to Zhao Qingxuan and said, Grandpa Zhao, you want the 9,000 gold treasures dictionary, right? Fine. I'll give it to you now. If you don't understand anything, come back and ask me again. But, my kung fu doesn't come from the wind. I have to charge for it. In reality, this 9,000 gold treasure cannon was just a small technique that the female doctor had imparted to him, and he had learned this when he was 4 years ago. The lady doctor had said that this treasure trove was worthless and could be given away at will. 3 years ago, he was already studying an even more profound medical code. What the female doctor had imparted to him when he was 2 years ago was again a medical codex of a higher order. Therefore, to him, the 9,000 gold treasures code was nothing more than something so basic that it didn't matter if he gave it away. However, Zhao Qingxuan had no favors for him, but only for the Chen family, so he naturally couldn't give it for nothing, and had to collect the money. Master, how much did you say you wanted? I'll get it together to give it to you even if I lose my family's fortune. Lin Zhao Qingxuan hurriedly said, the shortage of feats is more important than any money. Li 17 smiled faintly and said, I haven't thought about it yet, so give me an IOU, and when I think about it later, I'll ask you for it. Zhao Qingxuan hurriedly said, okay, no problem. He immediately asked the Chen family's subordinates to bring paper and pen, and brushed down the IOUs, purposely leaving the piece of money owed blank, saying, Master, no matter how much money you want, if you write it up, I'll be sure to give it all to you. When he finished, he signed and drew. In the Dragon Kingdom, as long as an IOU is signed and sealed, it means that it has been counted. This is equivalent to a blank check, and in the future, Li 17 will fill in as much money as he wants. Li 17 picked up the note and looked at it, put it away with satisfaction, and said smilingly, very well, seeing as you are still quite sincere, I'll pass on this treasure code to you, and also, in addition to the money, you owe me a favor. After saying that, he stretched out a finger and pointed it at Zhao Qingxuan's brow. Buzz! A light golden light flew out from the tip of his finger and disappeared into Zhao Qingxuan's brow. Zhao Qingxuan's eyes immediately lit up. Jiu Xin 1,000 golden treasures. Heavenly rank first-grade medical technique. As a medical titan, he could feel the wonders and intricacies of that one gongfu in his head. Zhao Qingxuan was overjoyed and with tears in his eyes, he immediately kowtowed 3 times to Li 17. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Attitude. Unbelievably sincere. In the Dragon Kingdom, cultivation techniques were incomparably rare. Once he had begged his father and grandmother and lowered his voice to those people from the big families who possessed medical techniques in order to beg for a technique. And he had also done many things for those people. He was tortured, went through a lot of hardships, and almost died before he was able to obtain the 5th grade cultivation technique of the Xian rank. Now that Li 17 had easily given him a heaven stage 1st grade technique, this was a great favor. Seeing this scene, the crowd was all stunned. Heavenly rank 1st grade feats. When looking at the whole country, those were incomparably high-level feats, treasures that were enough to cause countless people to fight for them. 17 Li just gave it away? That's too big of a deal, isn't it? However, seeing the blank check in Li XVII's hand, they were not surprised. Li 17 was not taking in disciples. He was selling secret books. It was just that everyone looked at Li 17 and it was odd. How can a youngster like that have such an advanced concept of money? So young to know how to trade things for money. Yes, Master is right. Apprentice owes you a favor, Zhao Qingxuan said seriously. After he finished speaking, he did not care whether Li 17 paid attention to him or not, and continued to kowtow to Li 17 and pay homage to his master. Before he stood up and stood beside Li 17 respectfully, as if he was a pious and well-behaved elementary school student. Li XVII's head was full of black lines. Does this old man not understand human language? We agreed it was just a deal. Why are you still calling him master? I've never seen such a relationship. Congratulations. He Chang laughed out loud and said, congratulations to old Mr. Zhao for finding a famous teacher. He will definitely rise to the next level in the future. Then, he arched his hand at Chen Shan and smiled. Congratulations to Elder Chen on his dragon son-in-law. He will surely soar to great heights in the future. He once again congratulates in advance. He could see that Li 17 was definitely a true dragon. To be able to suppress a great demon at such a young age, and to have a hand of such divine medical skills, as long as Li 17 was given the time to grow up, he would surely be able to become an overlord of a party. At that time, the Chen family would follow suit. Chen Shan humbly said, No, Rune Master, he is polite. The words were modest, but his face was all smiles. At this point, the more he looked at Li 17, the better he looked. Worthy of being the grandson of big brother Li Qiuyu, truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Not only was he like this, Even Chen Hajio and Chen Hajio's wife were looking at Li 17 more and more favorably. This little doll is still too young to cavort, but it's not a big problem, and it's definitely the best son-in-law. At this time, He Chang saluted Chen Hongyao again and laughed. Congratulations to eldest Miss Chen. She is happy to have the husband of her choice, and she will surely enjoy the blessings of Qi Tian Hongyao and motherhood in the future. Chen Hongyao's face blushed slightly as she said, Rune Master don't joke around. He Chang laughed and looked at Li 17 again. Junior brother Li, I also congratulate you. You will definitely be happy in the future as well if you can have a heavenly fairy like Miss Chen as your wife. He bites the word fortunate in happiness. Hearing this, Chen Hongyao blushed and cursed how a modest rune master he was. Li Xii's eyes were puzzled and said, What wife? Isn't she my sister? He Chang was stunned. Little 17. She's your fiancé. Li 17 said. That's right my fiancé is my relative. That is my sister. That's what my brother, the prison guard, told me. That's why. I've come to find my sister. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. And then, suddenly realized. It turned out that Li 17 was still young and didn't know what fiancé meant at all. He just thought it was his own relative. So he came over here. Chen Hajio and Chen Filon lowered their heads in shame. Yesterday, they thought that Li 17 was a denizen and came to cause trouble. It seems that Li 17 is just naive. Just at this time, Zhao Qingxuan stood up and bowed respectfully to Li 17. Master, my disciple is going to go into seclusion first to comprehend this technique. And when my disciple comes out of seclusion, I'll definitely serve around and saddle up for you. After saying that, he bowed deeply once again before leaving quickly. The treasure code that Li 17 had imparted to him just now had benefited him greatly, and he couldn't wait to comprehend it. Li 17 smiled bitterly. He originally didn't want Zhao Qingxuan to bow. After all, Zhao Qingxuan had a kind and friendly face, similar to his grandpa, which made him feel good. However, he couldn't hold back the other party's enthusiasm, so he could only allow Zhao Qingxuan to do so. With Zhao Qingxuan's departure, breakfast was finished. After He Chang received his reward, he also took his leave. He was just about to leave when Li 17 called out to him. He Chang turned around and asked, Little 17, what is it? Li 17 took out an item from the bulging bag at his waist and handed it to He Chang, saying, I see that you are a talisman painter, and you also helped my sister's family a lot last night, so this gift is for you, and my sister's family, and you will have cleared the air. He Chang originally wanted to refuse. However, after seeing that item in Li Xii's hand, he immediately changed his expression and exclaimed, Fei Yun Thousand Crane Pen? The item was a pen about 3 inches long. The quill was inscribed with dense flying cloud rune patterns, flowing waves of light, as if there were white clouds in the sky floating above the quill. The tip of the pen is a snow-white feather, so supple that it seems as if thousands of white cranes are jumping around the pen. When the breeze blew, it immediately emitted the sound of cranes, and it seemed that thousands of white cranes were chirping. The crowd only took one look and immediately knew that this item must be an incomparably precious magic treasure. He Chang looked at the pen. His eyes went straight, and he said in a trembling voice, Little 17, how did you get this thing? Others might think that this item was extraordinary, but, as a talisman master, he knew too well what it was. Talismanic treasures, the second grade of the heavenly rank, a talismanic treasure that is hard to find for thousands of dollars. And, for what it's worth, a talisman drawn with this kind of talismanic treasure would definitely double in effect and its killing power would become quacking fierce. Moreover, as far as he knew, this flying cloud thousand crane pen was the magic treasure of a great scholar, and that great scholar had once used this pen to conquer the barbarians, and the pen came out like a thunderbolt, killing the evil sneaks and causing them to retreat, with divine might. Someone had once offered to purchase this flying cloud thousand crane pen of his at the cost of a city, only to have that great scholar reject it. 10 years ago, that great scholar had disappeared after entering the Sea of Silence, and along with him, there was also this magic treasure of his. For this reason, many people used to feel sorry for the world, feeling that the world was missing a superb talismanic treasure. Now, this magic treasure had appeared in Li Xii's hand, causing him to be greatly shocked. Li 17 said, An uncle of mine gave it to me, and it's not something valuable. In fact, he had snatched the pen with a silk thread from a great demon in the town's demon prison when he was released from prison. But he's shameless. Something to hand, that is his. How to get is also casually how he said can be. Other people do not know the origin of this. Besides, those devils living in the prison were all evil masters, and their treasures were all looted. He's blacking out, even if it's for the good of the people. So, he said it with a straight face and no guilt. From your uncle? When He Chang heard this, he was even more shocked. Looking Li 17 up and down, he began to ponder Li Xii's identity and origin. thinking, he couldn't be a holy son who came out from a holy land, right? Possessing this kind of skill and giving away this kind of precious magic treasure freely, this kind of style was too grandiose and subdued him. Seeing He Chang like this, Li XVII asked, Mr. He, do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I still have more. Here. When he finished, he was about to put that pen away and pull out a better treasure. He Chang's complexion changed, and he quickly snatched the pen, saying gratefully, to be, of course, thank you, little brotherly. Li XVII let out an oh so quiet sound. Oh, then this pen is for you. Among those items he had wrapped up, the Flying Cloud Thousand Crane pen was simply a piece of trash, and he still had more good things he hadn't taken out yet. Chapter 36. Something happened to the Chen Family Martial Arts Center. He Chang held the Flying Cloud Thousand Crane pen as if it were a treasure, caressing it lovingly, as if he were caressing the skin of his beloved. His movements were so gentle and mesmerizing. Good talismanic treasure. Really good talismanic treasure. He Chang carefully put away this treasure, once again bowed and saluted Li XVII. Little brother Li's kindness of increasing the treasure will be unforgettable for all eternity. If there is a need in the future, he will definitely sacrifice his liver and brain to do whatever he wants. When he finished, he bowed deeply again. As a talisman master, he knew how precious and valuable the Flying Cloud Thousand Crane pen was. It was a great favor for Li XVII to give him such a thing. Li XVII wanted to assist him, but realized that he was too short, not to mention help. People bend down and bow down, also as tall as him. Therefore, Li XVII coughed awkwardly and said, It's fine, it's just some small worthless objects. Those things in his package, the old extremes. So he had no attachment to the pen and gave it away as he went along. If He Chang knew that Li XVII thought like this, I'm afraid he would be infuriated. Extreme talisman treasure. That was something completely unattainable. He had never found a powerful talisman treasure that was more convenient to use in his entire life. If this Flying Cloud Thousand Crane pen were to be placed on top of the Jianghu, in a savage land, it would definitely set off a bloody storm, and there would be countless cultivators and countless evil spirits who would go to fight for it. In the eyes of Li XVII, such a treasure is worthless? Who would believe this? He Chang received the pen and thanked him again and again, and then he cherished and put that pen away and took his leave. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Chen family all went numb, looking at Li XVII as if they were looking at a landlord. Two heavenly ranked treasures, selling any one of them would be enough to allow their Chen family to live for hundreds of years. And now Li XVII just gave it away in a watery way? Only after He Chang left did Chen Shan come up, ready to have a good chat with Li XVII about the divine workers situation. However, before the words came out, Li XVII pulled Chen Hongyao's hand, blinked her big eyes, and said, Sister Hongyao, can we go out shopping now? Chen Hongyao looked at Li XVII with a smile. Yes, today, Li XVII gave her a lot of surprises. Plus, after seeing the scars on Li XVI's body with her own eyes, she was in love and pity with Li XVII. This little boy, he must have suffered a lot. Moreover, Li XVII had always treated her as his own sister, and looked so sword-browed and handsome and lovely, making her even more fond of her. The two of them spoke to Chen Shan and the others and immediately went out, quickly disappearing in front of the crowd. Chen Shan had no choice but to suppress the matter of discussing divine work with Li XVII in his heart and stopped talking. At this time, Chen Hongyao received a phone call, and his face became incomparably grave. Chen Shan keenly caught the change in Chen Hongyao expression and said in a deep voice, What's wrong? Chen Hongyao said, There's a problem at the martial arts school. Someone came to kick the school. The moment these words came out, everyone at the scene all had their faces sunken. The Chen family operated many industries in Maple Leaf City, involving industries such as food and beverage, clothing, real estate, martial arts schools, smithing, alchemy, talismans, and so on. Among them, the martial arts school was the largest industry and the foundation of the Chen family. Recently, under the blows of other forces, their Chen family's other businesses received heavy blows one after another and suffered heavy losses. Now, those people had finally extended their claws to the Chen Family Martial Arts Center. Chen Shan took out an elixir and said coldly, Daring to cause trouble in our Chen family is simply looking for death. I'll handle this matter. After saying that, he swallowed this elixir and took a step, preparing to go out. Chen Hongyao chased after him and asked, Dad, why don't you take a break and I'll call little 17? After last night's incident, he felt that Li XVII was very powerful, and now that Chen Shan had recovered from a serious illness, even with the support of the elixir, he was probably not able to exert his full power. If something happened to Chen Shan again, then their Chen family might really suffer. Chen Shan's gaze was firm and icy as he coldly said, I just want to go out and tell those people to know that I, Chen Shan, am still alive and that the Chen family will not fall. As he spoke, A majestic aura surged out from his body and shot straight up into the sky, shattering the clouds in the firmament. Then, he turned his head to stare at Chen Hachio and said with a face of hatred, "Xiao Qiu, you are at least the head of a family now. Can you be a little more confident? Can you be a bit more rigid? If our Chen family is reduced to relying on a small child to support the facade, is that like it? Also, although little 17 is powerful, he is ultimately a child. He has to do what children do. Don't involve him in these power struggles. After this matter is dealt with, tomorrow, you bring little 17's ID card and household register and apply for his enrollment. At his age now, he should be reading and learning." After saying that, he rushed out like a wild wind and disappeared. Chen Hajio sighed and commanded, "New habitat cultivators, divide into 2 groups. One part of them will guard the Chen family and collect our family's treasures. The other part, join me, bring your weapons, and head to the Chen family martial hall. Also, the old master said that this is our Chen family's business. We Chen family will take the lead. All of you don't inform Li 17 and Red Pill. Let them have a good time shopping." The martial arts school was the root of their Chen family. Someone who touched the root of their Chen family was not letting their Chen family live, so they would fight for their lives. Chen Hongyao drove a Yachty electric car and drove Li 17 around Maple Leaf City. During the eternal night, many technologies were lost, but this electric car survived with great tenacity, and its battery and car-making technologies have been preserved to this day, and it is still the right of many commoners. Chen Hongyao is more fond of this tiny vehicle, which is not ostentatious but also very approachable. Maple Leaf City was huge, with a diameter of 200 kilometers. There are a lot of modern buildings, but there are also some quaint ones. Above some of the ancient buildings, there were still traces of swords and spears. Transportation is a must for getting around here. In the outer city of Maple City, many people use modern tools to get around. Bicycles, electric scooters, cars, and so on are generally the means of transportation for civilians. In the inner city, there were a lot of bigwigs who liked to use magic treasure vehicles, such as the Tsunlung chariot, the Fire Phoenix Makashi, the 5 Treasures incense vehicle, and other specially crafted ancient vehicles. The Tsunlong carriage, a vehicle pulled by 8 demonic beasts that possessed the bloodline of the Tsunlong, was incomparably luxurious and overbearing, filled with the aura of a king. The Fire Phoenix Makashi, on the other hand, is a vehicle pulled by a 3-headed phoenix, with the rune pattern of a fire phoenix carved on it. Luxurious, spectacular and beautiful, specializing in walking at high altitudes. The 5 Treasures fragrant vehicle, as the name suggests, is made up of 5 pandas that act as laborers, pulling the vehicle forward, and the vehicle will also emit a light fragrance. All of these vehicles are tools for the nobility to travel high up in the sky, symbolizing noble status and identity. Although the Chen family was one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City, it was an aristocrat. However, their family style was simple and did not use these luxurious vehicles. Instead, the transportation used by the people of the Chen family were all civilian tools, quite grounded. They, too, were one of the only major families somewhat out of step with the Maple City nobility. Chen Hongyao didn't have any aristocrat stance either, and drove an electric car, carrying Li 17, and rode all the way from the inner city, straight to the outer city. The inner city wasn't very big. It was where the 10 great families and other nobles lived, and the outer city was where the common people as well as all walks of life were located. "Sister Red Pill, are you taking me to the Apricot Grove dojo now?" Li 17 sat at the back of the tram and wrapped his arms around Chen Hongyao's waist, his mind swirling a bit. Chen Hongyao had a very nice smelling aroma on her body, making him all a bit relaxed and happy. Chen Hongyao said, "There's no need to go to the Apricot Grove Dao Hall. The old man Zhao who worshipped you just now is the controller of the Apricot Grove Dao Hall in Maple Leaf City. If you have anything, just ask him in the future." Li 17 was stunned at his words. "Feeling like I'm missing out on important information here," he asked again. "So where are we going now?" Chen Hongyao said, "You're new here. I'll take you around." To the school." Li 17 was puzzled. "School? You're only so young. You can't keep hanging around, can you? So, I'm thinking of enrolling you in a school tomorrow, and you'll do well in school. You should be able to go to 2nd grade at your current age." "What school?" Li 17 touched his head, feeling like he was going to grow a brain. Clattering sound. Chen Hongyao still wanted to say something, but suddenly, an incomparably rapid footsteps came. Behind them, 8 5-meter-tall demonic beasts pulled a fragrant car, speeding up like a huge mountain running. In front of the fragrant car, a man with a grim gaze arrogantly said, "Where did the poor guy come from? Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't block the way of young Master Tang. Otherwise, I'll make you all a pile of slime under the feet of the demonic beasts." Chapter 37, Luxury Car Dreams. This Hanyu was pulling 8 reins in his hands, harnessing these 8 demonic beasts. It was obvious that he was the driver, or chauffeur, of this fragrant car. At this moment, he was high and mighty, clamoring for Li XVII and Chen Hongyao to get out of the way. However, he didn't pull on the reins, but allowed these 8 demonic beasts, which looked incomparably terrifying, to continue forward, crushing towards Li XVII and the two of them. Their huge bodies stepped on the ground, causing the earth to rumble and vibrate with a horrifying sound. Looking at this situation, if the two Chen Hongyao people, if they really did not dodge, he would really condone these 8 demonic beasts to completely stomp Li XVI's 2 people into meat paste. Chen Hongyao reacted at the first opportunity and immediately ran his body's true chi to wrap the electric car. Rustle of skirts. With lightning speed, the electric car dashed forward and then stopped at the curb. Rumbling. As they stopped, the 8-headed demonic beasts pulled the fragrant car that was as tall as a 3-story building and quickly left. As he brushed past Li XVII and the two of them, the driver even condescended and glared viciously at Chen Hongyao and Li XVII. Damn poor people. Who let you enter the inner city? Next time you dare to block the road, I'll let my dog bite you to death. Before he could finish his words, he froze slightly when he saw Chen Hongyao's overwhelmingly beautiful face. With such a slight moment of concentration, the 8 demonic beasts had already rushed off into the distance with him. Rumbling, Li XVII looked at his departing figure, his eyebrows raised, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sister Red Pill, your local drivers, they are too impolite, aren't they? Dare to indulge a demon to bully him. This person, looking for death, Chen Hongyao faintly said. This is the flying leopard phantom fragrance carriage, the mod of the young master of the Tang family. It's better for us to have less conflict with them. These 8 phantom flying leopards are all yellow rank 5th grade divine beasts. They are not good to be messed with. Phantom leopard, 5th rank of the yellow order? What does that mean? In our dragon country, except for the evil spirits that have a clear rank, both the cultivation techniques and the demonic beasts are all divided into very strict ranks. And the demonic beasts are the 4 major ranks of heaven and earth, Xianhuang and yellow, and each of these ranks is divided into 1 to 9 grades. The 1st grade is the highest, and the 9th grade is the lowest. In that case, a divine beast of the 5th rank of the yellow order isn't that strong, so why should we be afraid of him? It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that our Chen family is in an awkward situation right now, and I don't want to start an indifferent conflict with them. Chen Hongyao looked calm and said, alright, don't worry about this matter. Let's continue to go shopping. She was also the daughter of a noble. But, unlike other nobles, she was not foppish or vain. Now that the Chen family is in a critical situation, it is better to do more than less. Li XVII looked at the fragrant car that was gradually moving away, a little envious, and said, this is the young master of a worldly family? Although it's not very polite, but it's quite imposing. Chen Hongyao turned back, knocked him on the head and admonished, 17, it's wrong for you to think like this. Being flighty, arrogant and domineering isn't the way to be a human being. It's the style of the playboys. They don't treat people as human beings, and sooner or later, they will meet with a reversal of their actions. We must have a conscience as human beings, be people-oriented and righteous. We cannot bully any good person, nor can we spare any bad person. Understand? Li XVII nodded with seeming understanding. Chen Hongyao smiled sweetly and didn't continue to preach, but drove the electric car and headed towards the outer city. Li XVII wrapped his arm around Chen Hongyao's waist and looked at the departing scented car, his eyes glowing like a child seeing his most beloved toy, and he thought, one day, I'll get one of these cars too. 8 demonic beasts pulling a cart. Such a picture was just too arrogant. He liked it. When he was a child in Yanjing, Grandpa and the others took him to squat on the side of the road to watch the car show. That luxury scent car after scent car made him memorize it. He still remembered what 13th brother had said. A great man should be like this. He remembered the words of the 12th brother. I shall take my place. Influenced by his 12th and 13th brothers, Li XVII buried a dream of luxury cars in his heart since he was a child. Now that he saw such a luxurious vehicle, he wanted to have one too. To be majestic. After driving for 20 minutes, the electric car finally left the inner city and entered the outer city. The inner city was full of aristocrats, with high-rise buildings and roads flat and spacious enough to accommodate 4 fragrant cars side by side. It was different in the outer city, where the houses were all lined up and close together, each one very close to the other, and the roads were relatively narrower, only able to accommodate 2 fragrant cars side by side. However, the outer city is much more lively than the inner city. There are food markets, all kinds of stores and stores for food and drink, stores for smithing, stores for buying and selling snacks, pawnshops, clothes stores, etc., 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 bustling and full of human life. Li XVII pointed at a tall building towering in the distance and said, Sister Red Pill, What building is that? While driving, Chen Hongyao glanced at the tall building and said, that's the branch of Fortune House in our Maple Leaf City. Fortune House? When Li XVII heard this, his eyes lit up and he immediately said with joy, Sister Red Pill, I want to go to the Fortune House. Fortune House? Isn't this the one the cook was talking about? In such a small Maple Leaf City, there were actually 3 organizations, the Divine Mechanism Battalion, the Apricot Grove Taoist Hall, and the Fortune House. So what luck? If he traveled with the tokens of the 5 great devils, there might be clues. Chen Hongyao laughed. If you want to go to the Fortune House, it's a capital check. They only receive rich people. Li XVII was puzzled. What does capital verification mean? Chen Hongyao said, it's to see how much money you have in your pocket. And how much money is there to get in? As far as I know, a personal account has to be $1 million because every meal there costs $10 to $100. 000. $1 million? 10 to 100. 000 for a meal? Li XVII sniffed and widened his eyes. So expensive. Robbing money? He counted with his fingers. Yesterday earned the young sisters $100,000, but also just enough to eat a meal at Fortune House? If this were the cost of food at Gong's place in the past, $10,000 would be enough to feed 17 of them for a month. A small Maple Leaf City diner was so luxurious. Chen Hongyao laughed. If you want to eat, sister will treat you. Li XVII waved his hand and said, no need. As a manly man, how can I let a woman treat me to dinner? Sister Red Pill, take me to the Divine Soldiers Guild. I'm going to sell a little something for money. The Divine Soldier House, a store in every city, specializes in buying and selling all sorts of magic treasures, weapons, talismanic treasures, spirit stones, and other things, and occasionally collects objects from evil spirits. When Chen Hongyao heard these words from Li XVII, she laughed and said in her heart, just you are still a man? What a man-child. However, she didn't say much, but drove an electric car, drove Li XVII, and arrived at Divine Soldier Row. This was a place where weapons were bought and sold, but it was even more lively than a food market, with people coming and going in an endless stream, and business was exceptionally brisk. It wasn't surprising to think that in a world like this, where evil spirits could appear at any time, it would still be good to buy some weapons for the evening. Chen Hongyao parked the car and led Li XVII inside the Divine Soldier House. The place was exceptionally spacious, with rows and rows of cargo cabinets cracked open, filled with all sorts of weapons, magic treasures, talismanic treasures, and so on, too numerous to count. Many of the Divine Soldier Company's fellows were warmly entertaining the guests and were busy. After Li XVII came in, he didn't even look at the others and walked straight to the general cabinet of the Divine Soldier House and said to the staff inside, call your manager out. This young master has something to sell. Chapter 38 Boss Lady, Lu Shirshir. Li XVII strutted around, looking particularly arrogant, opening his mouth and asking people to call the manager out. Behind the main cabinet, a big wavy beauty about 25 years old and wearing a work uniform heard the voice, looked down and saw Li XVII. Her beautiful eyes lit up. What a cute little brother, ah! As she spoke, she leaned down and gently pinched Li XVI's face with both hands, smilingly saying, little brother, what kind of weapons do you want to sell? Li XVII shook off her hand irritably and huffed. I hate it when people pinch my cheeks. When he was in the devil's prison, the female doctor, the tailor, and the divine worker all took a particular liking to pinching his somewhat chubby cheeks, all of which annoyed him and made him feel like he was being underestimated. The beautiful salesgirl withdrew her hands and smiled like a flower. Why? Your cheeks pinch up and feel very comfortable in your hands, ah. After a pause, she smiled and asked, little brother, you're here for a visit, aren't you? Li XVII huffed. I'm not a little brother. My name is Li XVII. Moreover, I'm not here for a visit. I'm here to sell something. Call your manager? No, call your boss out and tell him that he's going to be rich. He had borrowed a lot of treasures from those devil heads in the devil suppressor prison. These treasures had been warmed up by the devils for many years. They were of high quality, and if they were used to sell them, they would definitely fetch a lot of money. Gong said that in order to sell something of value, you have to go to the owner, who can decide. So, Li XVII changed his mind and was going straight to the boss. The beautiful salesgirl smiled and instead of going to the boss, she continued to want to pinch the baby fat on Li XVI's face. In her opinion, Li XVII was so young, he must have followed the adults to visit. How could he have something to sell? Moreover, in all the years that the Divine Soldier House had been open, there were no more than 10 treasures that could make the boss personally come out to collect the goods. Therefore, she concluded that Li XVII was playing around and could not be taken seriously. Li XVII dodged away and said a bit angrily, I'm really here to sell things. If you guys don't receive me, I'll have to go to another store. Don't regret it when the time comes. The beautiful salesgirl smiled and said, yes, little 17. What are you selling? Li 17 glared at her. You're bullying me. I don't want to talk to you. Call your boss out. The beautiful salesgirl held her cheek with one hand and looked at Li 17 with a smile. At this time, Chen Hongyao walked over and said, Boss Lu, don't tease him. He's really here to sell something. The beautiful salesgirl in front of her was named Lu Shishir, pretty and delicate looking, with a shapely figure, permeated with a classical beauty's elegant temperament along with a seductive temperament. The two temperaments blended together. Instead of making people feel abrupt, it made her look especially charming, and there was still that little bit of similar temperament with the female doctor. Moreover, she appeared to be dressed as a salesgirl, but in reality, she was the owner of this divine soldier house, and everything here was up to Lu Shishir. When Lu Shishir saw Chen Hongyao, she was slightly stunned, and then as if she remembered something, she exclaimed, Hongyao, this is the relative that has been rumored all over the city? You're going to take care of him for the rest of your life? Chen Hongyao didn't want to marry that dude Xiao Qi, and intentionally let the underling with a leaky mouth come to her bedroom to make her bed, with the purpose of spreading the news that she was going to take care of Li 17 to the whole Maple Leaf City. So now, anyone who was a bit well-informed knew about the Chen family's arrival of a relative. Lu Shishir was the owner of the Divine Soldier House, so she naturally knew about this news. Chen Hongyao faintly said, as a sister, it is proper to take care of your younger brother. Lu Shishir said with a wry smile, Understand. This sister of yours really has a sense of responsibility. Chen Hongyao coughed and pulled the topic back to the front, saying, Boss Lu, back to the topic. Li 17 really has something to sell to you. Lu Shishir sniffed and looked at Li 17 with a smile, saying, Little 17, what do you want to sell? Li 17 looked at Chen Hongyao suspiciously. Is she really the boss? Chen Hongyao nodded. Li 17 swept her a glance and said, a boss who still dresses like a salesman is really odd. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you about this. He put the snakeskin bag he had tied around his waist, placed it on the table, and said, since you're the boss, that should be a bit of eye candy. Here's something for you to take a look at and give me an estimate. Knock. The snakeskin bag, which was previously wrapped around Li XVII's body and wasn't very big, fell down but made a muffled sound on the counter. Lu Shishir smiled. Okay, then I'll see what our red pill sister's little 17 has that's worth something. Chen Hongyao frowned. She disliked it when people flirted like that, but, seeing that Li 17 was going to do business with someone else, she just held her tongue and let it go. Ryoshi took the snakeskin bag and unthinkingly untied the string on top of it and opened it to view it. In her opinion, the things that a brat like Li 17 brought out for sale must also be just some toys. She didn't care at all. Only, she gave face to Chen Hongyao, one of the Maple Leaf City's double beauties, which was why she was prepared to look at it a little bit and deal with Li 17. However, when she saw what was inside the snakeskin bag, she was stunned. Immediately afterward, the eyes widened as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Then the eyes glowed and an ecstatic smile curled the corners of his mouth. Then, her expression became incredibly grave, and she quickly tied the outer mouth of the snakeskin bag shut, and then, taking frantic deep breaths, used this to calm her overwhelming excitement. Chen Hongyao frowned. Boss Lu, what's wrong? Lu Shishir looked grave and said, Miss Chen, little 17, this sale is not trivial. I may not be able to make the decision alone. Moreover, this is not the place to talk. You guys come with me. After saying that, she lifted the snakeskin bag and walked out of the general cabinet, leading Chen Hongyao and Li 17 towards the internal VIP guest room of the Divine Soldier House. Here, it's the room where the seclusion is particularly good. There were all sorts of silencing notes painted on the outside of the door, and a lot of guards that just looked pretty strong and scary holding down the fort. Inside the room, which was lavishly decorated, there was a wide variety of drinks, fruits and vegetables, cookies, and more. Moreover, the sofas, chairs and all sorts of amenities are unbelievably luxurious and expensive. After Lu Shishir asked Chen Hongyao to sit down with the two of them, she contacted someone on the phone. Second uncle, hurry up and come over. There's a big deal. Chen Hongyao's eyes were puzzled. Boss Lu, what are you doing here? Lu Shishir hung up the phone and smiled. Miss Chen, I'm really sorry. This business is too big for me to do alone. Wait for my second uncle to come. This is the VIP room. All the fruits and drinks. You can have as much as you want. Really? Li XVII's eyes were delighted. Really? Ryushi nodded. Without saying anything, Li 17 immediately picked up some cookies and candies and savored them. At the end of the day, his favorite thing to eat is candy cane cookies. After eating, he poured some drinks to drink, smashed his mouth, and lamented, it tastes okay, if only it had Coke. Lu Shishir looked at Li 17, her eyes shocked. Little brother, you also drank coke? Chen Hongyao also looked at Li 17 curiously with a shocked expression. In the Dragon Kingdom, coke is a special drink for the royal family. Only the sons of the royal family and the important and meritorious officials who had been rewarded by the first emperor were entitled to drink this beverage. And Li 17 even drank coke? Li 17 nodded and said, I've drank a little. It's very sweet. As soon as these words came out, Chen Hongyao and Lu Shishir glanced at each other, all feeling incomparably shocked. Especially Lu Shishir. She was the owner of Divine Soldier Row and had seen a lot of things, so she naturally knew what the status of those who had drunk coke was. Could it be that Li 17 is from the palace? Chapter 39, 100 million. Lu Shishir was immediately shocked by herself as soon as this amazing idea came to her, but soon she dismissed herself of that idea. The royal children that were all living in the forbidden city of Yanjing, pampered, never having traveled far, how could they be parachuted into a tiny city like Maple Leaf City? Besides, from Yanjing to Maple Leaf City, one would definitely have to pass through the Dark Devil Zone in the middle of the way. That area was now a completely forbidden zone of life, standing at the top of the sky, as if a dark heavenly sword was stuck between the firmament and the earth, isolating everything. That forbidden area, no one could pass through it. Even the experts from Yanjing could not cross that forbidden area. Moreover, as far as she knew, royal children would have a great power as a protector beside them, while Li 17 did not have a single protector beside him. Therefore, Li 17 was not a royal son at all. After sorting this out, she looked at Li 17 curiously and said, Little brother, when did you drink coke? Li 17 justified. I'm not going to tell you. At the Five Devils, there's whatever you want. At that point, he'd had 2 cokes. The sweet flavor is still unforgettable to him. When Lu Shishir and Chen Hongyao heard this, they once again looked at each other, rather speechless, but soon they figured it out again. Li 17 must be lying and joking with them. Just then, the door opened and an old man in a Tang suit with white hair walked in. He wasn't exactly tall, and a little bit obese, but still, he looked rich overall. The most impressive thing was that his left eye was turquoise, as if it was a ghost eye, and it looked very scary. When Chen Hongyao saw this person, her heart fluttered. Ghost Eye Soldier Lu Hongqi. This person came from the Lu family, one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City, a peak new habitat powerhouse, and the technique he practiced was quite mysterious, allowing him to forcibly raise his realm to the Burning Sky realm for 10 minutes at the cost of sacrificing 10 years of his own lifespan. And right now, how much strength he has is anyone's guess. The strength of the force should not be underestimated. And the most admirable thing is that Lu Hongqi's art of treasure appreciation. That ghost eye of his was particularly mysterious, able to see clearly the internal structure of many magic treasures, weapons, and vessels, thus determining how powerful they were, what quality they were, and what kind of abilities they possessed. Without any hesitation, in Maple Leaf City, Lu Hongqi was the first person who deservedly appraised treasures. The Divine Soldier Company was also prospering under his and Lu Shishir's leadership, and their business was getting bigger and bigger. Uncle 2, Ryushi stood up. Lu Hongqi greeted everyone here before he came to Lu Shishir and said, Sure, the big business you're talking about? Willow Sissy handed over the snakeskin bag. It's all in here. Lu Hongqi took the snakeskin bag, sat down, opened the mouth of the bag and looked inside. His turquoise left eye bloomed with a faint green light at this moment. When he got a good look at the contents of the bag, he was also stunned, and then his eyes widened as if he had seen the most valuable item in the world. Immediately afterward, his eyes also glowed with surprise. Finally, he also looked incredibly grave and covered the mouth of the snakeskin bag pouch. His breathing became incredibly rapid, and his mood was incredibly excited and thrilled. This reaction was exactly the same as Lu Shishir's earlier. Seeing this, Chen Hongyao also couldn't help but look towards the snakeskin bag, her eyes filled with curiosity, thinking, what exactly is in here? It can make the knowledgeable Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir both be this shocked? Lu Hongqi took several deep breaths before recovering, and looked at Chen Hongyao with immense excitement and shock. Miss Chen, are you sure you want to sell us all these treasures? Chen Hongyao looked at Li 17 and said, Elder Lu, you may have misunderstood. These things are not mine, they belong to my brother Li 17. Ha? Lu Hongqi was stunned and looked at Lu Shishir. Ryushi nodded. After getting Lu Shishir's response, Lu Hongqi then looked at Li 17, who was still on the sidelines, constantly showing off snacks into his mouth, and in a calculated manner, asked, Little brother, how much do you want to pay for these things? After Li 17 ate a piece of mung bean pastry, he then raised his head and said, Old master, you watch and give. When he finished, he continued to bury his head in his snack. When he was in prison, he hadn't eaten a single snack, and for the past few years, He had been eating nutritious meals cooked especially for him by the cooks, among which were raw pickled centipedes, stir-fried toads, steamed big white snakes, and boiled spider meat slices. There are so many varieties that there is no difference every day. These nutritious meals made Li XVII vomit. It was only a few days before his release that the cook resumed his normal diet. Now that he saw so many snacks, he was already in a state of bliss and couldn't wait to eat them all. Snacks are so yummy. Lu Hongqi stretched out a finger. $10 million? How about it? 10 million. Hearing these words, Chen Hongyao almost jumped up from the sofa in fear. The currency of the Dragon Kingdom wasn't a lot. It was relatively short. Even if it was the Dragon Kingdom's national treasury, that was only a mere trillion or so. $10 million? That's already a month's income for the Chen family. Those things that Li XVII took out were so valuable. Li XVII stopped eating his snack and looked up at Lu Hongqi. His voice went cold. Old man, you're not being decent. With that, he grabbed the snakeskin bag, got up and left. Lu Hongqi's complexion changed, and he hurriedly stopped Li XVII. Smilingly said, "Little brother, I'm really sorry. I just said the wrong thing. Like this, I'll give you $50 million. He initially thought that Li XVII was light in years and did not know the price of these items, which was why he fooled Li XVII and wanted to buy them at a low price. Now seeing this attitude of Li XVII, he immediately understood that Li XVII obviously knew the value of these treasures. When these words came out, Chen Hongyao's mouth opened wide in shock once again. 50 million. Days. That's super sky high. Li XVII raised his head and stared at Lu Hongqi with a displeased expression, saying, "Old man, do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm a child? Is this how you, Divine Soldier Ro, treat your guests?" Lu Hongqi was called old man by Li XVII twice in a row, but he didn't get angry. Accompanied with a smiling face, smilingly said, "Little brother, then you make a price?" Li XVII raised a finger and said, "One price, $100 million. Boom. As soon as this price came out, Chen Hongyao and Lu Shishir were instantly struck by electricity and looked at Li XVII with disbelief. How dare you ask for so much money at such a young age? Don't you want to die? However, before they could be shocked for more than 2 seconds, Lu Hongqi clenched his teeth and said with a face of fleshly pain, "Okay, 100 million will be 100 million. We'll take a little loss and accept it." When Chen Hongyao and Lu Shishir heard this, they once again looked at Lu Hongqi in shock and even more disbelief. Lu Hongqi had always been known in Maple Leaf City for being the most ruthless in killing prices. Usually even if there was a great treasure of the first grade of the Yellow Order in front of him, he would pick and choose, and in the end, he would offer the lowest price that was within the market price. Now that Li XVII has proposed such an expensive price, he even agreed? Not even killing the price? Lu Shishir frowned. "Second uncle, are you sure you want to do this business? No need for a meeting to discuss it? $100 million. That's no small amount. Generally this kind of big project, their Lu family is to be the senior management to concentrate on the meeting together to discuss before making a decision. Now Lu Hongqi is so impatient to decide?" Lu Hongqi said in a deep voice, "No need. Today I took the liberty of making a decision for once to do this business." Sure. You immediately prepare a bank card with $100 million for little brother. Also, upgrade this little brother to our Divine Warrior Ro Supreme Black Dragon card user and enjoy the highest treatment. Seeing that her second uncle was so determined, Lu Shishir went and did as she was told, even though she had some inner doubts. In no time, the Supreme Black Dragon card and a bank card with 100 million cash were placed in front of Li XVII. Seeing this, Chen Hongyao was once again shocked. Supreme Black Dragon card, which represented supreme status. With this card, one could enjoy the highest level of treatment in all branches of Divine Soldier Company nationwide. Looking around the country, there are only 10 people who have this card. Now Lu Hongqi even gave such a card to Li XVII? She couldn't help but look even more curiously at the snakeskin bag in Li XVII's hand. What the hell is in here? How can it be worth so much? Chapter 40, What if he'll back out? Chen Hongyao looked at the card, then at the snakeskin bag, then at Li XVII, and her entire body was in a state of confusion. Their Chen family had worked so hard and taken so much effort to make just $100 million a year. Now Li XVII can earn so much by selling a little equipment? She really wanted to see what kind of heavenly treasures were all inside this snakeskin bag. Lu Hongqi handed the 2 cards to Li XVII and said with a smile, "Mr. Li, here's your money and the VIP card. Now, look, can you give me the stuff?" As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the snakeskin bag in Li XVII's hand. There was something in there that tickled his heart. Li XVII, however, was expressionless and said, "Bank card, I want to check the capital. Who knows if there is any money in it?" Lu Shishir stood aside and frowned. "Our Divine Soldier House has always operated with integrity and has never." Lu Hongqi stopped her and said with a smile, "To be sure, being careful is the best thing to do. I appreciate little brother's caution." Then he called a bank professional and also took out a specialized machine to check the balance in his bank card. Soon the machine displayed a series of zeros. Li XVII counted the zeros one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million. Well, the number's right, but it's not my bank card. You transfer it to my bank. He froze as he said it. He doesn't have an ID. He can't get a bank card. Lu Hongqi seemed to have expected this situation and looked to the bank officer. The bank employee explained, "Please don't worry, little brother. Don't worry. This bank card is our Divine Soldier Bank's unique bank card. There is no password. You only need to swipe your face to pay. When you came to us just now, a machine scanned your face and recorded it in the banking system. This card, you can swipe your face and use it as much as you want. No limit on the amount you can spend each day. Of course, you can also set a password. Set the password now," Li XVII said. Without saying a word, the bank employee immediately took out the machine he was carrying and operated it. Soon, Li XVII set up the bank card password. He took the 2 cards, tossed the snakeskin bag to Lu Hongqi, and said carelessly, "These things are yours, and the bag is for you." Then, he pulled Chen Hongyao, who was still in a state of shock. "Sister Hongyao, the sale is complete. Let's go." After the 2 of them walked out of the Divine Soldier row, Li XVII's originally calm expression instantly became tense as he hurriedly urged, "Sister Red Pill, hurry up." Chen Hongyao's eyes were puzzled. "What's wrong?" Li XVII urged. "Don't ask. Hurry up." Although Chen Hongyao was full of doubts, when she saw Li XVII with such an expression, she did not ask any more questions, and quickly started the Yachty electric car, and also activated the armor horse amulet on top of the electric car, and quickly left this place. Lu Hongqi stood inside the Divine Soldier house, and after personally seeing off Li XVII and the 2 of them leaving the place, he also immediately became tense and commanded, "Quickly, close the Divine Soldier house. No business today. Also, prepare a car. I'm leaving the city today. If that Li XVII still comes today, then definitely don't see him." "Second uncle, what are you doing?" Lu Shishir said in confusion. Lu Hongqi gripped the snakeskin bag tightly and said nervously, "We've made a profit on today's deal. We must send this batch to the headquarters in the southern province as soon as possible. If we don't hurry up, I'm afraid that if that little brat backtracks and refuses to sell it, we'll be losing a lot of money. Cut the crap and prepare the car. Also, remember to close the door today, and definitely don't give him a chance to back out." Lu Shishir sniffed, her eyes puzzled. Li XVII has made $100 million. How could he back out when he made so much money at such a young age? However, when she heard Lu Hongqi say so, she could only do as she was told, immediately preparing the car, then dispersing all the customers of the Divine Soldier house and closing the door. Before closing the door, Lu Hongqi grabbed the snakeskin bag and sat inside an incomparably luxurious scented car, pulled by 8 goat-horned, snake-tailed lions running around. The goat-horned serpent-tailed lion vibrated its wings and immediately took flight, rushing high into the sky with the luxurious and fragrant car. Lu Hongqi just like this, carrying the locomotive in broad daylight and ran away, fearing that Li XVII will backtrack and return to retrieve the treasure in the snakeskin bag. "Move! Hurry up! Sister Red Pill, hurry up!" Li XVII sat in the back of the Yachty electric car, wrapped his arms around Chen Hongyao's waist, and hurriedly urged Chen Hongyao to leave. Only after they drove the car out 20 kilometers did this make Chen Hongyao stop. He got out of the car, still a little wary and apprehensively looking behind him. After determining that Lu Hongqi and the others did not follow him, then he was relieved and put his heart down, revealing a smile that his plan had succeeded. Chen Hongyao asked, "Little 17, why are you running so fast?" Li XVII hemmed and hawed and said, "I blackmailed them for a large sum of money, so I definitely need to run faster. In case he backtracks and refuses to buy it, what should I do?" Chen Hongyao was even more puzzled. "How so?" Li XVII said, "Just now I intentionally bluffed that old man. I didn't think that he was really bluffed by me, so he definitely had to run." "You blackmailed him and bluffed him? What do you mean?" Chen Hongyao became more and more puzzled. Li XVII said proudly, "The quality of those magic treasures in the snakeskin bag is so poor that they are usually not qualified to tickle me, and they will break when pinched with force. I have calculated that those things are worth at most $1 million, but that old man opened his mouth for $10 million, and when I heard that price, I knew that I had underestimated, and that old man must not have been telling the truth either." Grandpa said that the first time a buyer or seller gives a price is a test, not a bottom line. If he asked for $10 million, it must be worth more than $10 million. so I went ahead and bluffed him and lionized him for $100 million. I didn't think that he would actually agree. Sister Red Pill, we're rich this time. Speaking of which, he was overwhelmed with joy as he held the card in his hand. Growing up, it was the first time he had so much money. His mind exploded and he felt like a millionaire. Smiling a little, $100 million. If it were before, how many missions would you have to go on with Gong to earn it? Now he's really making a fortune. When Shen Hongyao heard these words from Li XVII, she could not help but be stunned and looked at Li XVII with a slightly odd look. Li XVII has so many hard eyes? She looked at the incredibly joyful Li XVII, sighed, and said, then have you ever thought that it was actually you who lost money? Li XVII was stunned. What do you mean? Chen Hongyao said, merchants talk about profit. Profitable. Will only give the price? Lu Laozi just gave you 100 million so quickly. That means your bag of things price must be more than 100 million. Maybe, worth 200 million. When Li XVII sniffed, the 2 cards in his hand instantly fell to the ground. No, it can't be. Chapter 41, Being Foiled. Chen Hongyao looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Li XVII and laughed. Think about it, how could a shrewd businessman do a losing business? Ghost Eye Soldier Lu Hongqi. That's a weapon master with first-rate treasure identification skills. He never misses a beat when he looks at treasures. Besides, he's shrewd and stingy and well-versed in killing prices. What he can buy from you for $100 million is worth at least 300 million. You think you've made a profit, in fact, you may have lost money. She was a native of Maple Leaf City and knew some of its characters like the back of her hand. The entire Maple Leaf City knew what kind of person Lu Hongqi was, and this person would definitely not suffer. Li XVII quickly picked up the 2 cards on the ground and said, is it really worth so much money? Those things in the snakeskin bag were all borrowed by him from the hands of those demons in the demon suppression prison. Some are of good quality, some are of poor quality. The first batch of babies he put up for sale were considered the worst quality batch. Because of this, after being able to sell it for $100 million, he, who had never seen so much money before, was moved and felt that he had made a profit, and quickly made a bid. After getting his hands on it, he was so smug that he thought he had made a fortune. And it turned out that Lu Hongqi made a fortune? Chen Hongyao nodded. Although I don't know much about treasure appraisal, but I know old master Lu Hongqi. Your stuff is definitely worth that money. Li XVII immediately jumped on the car. Go back to Divine Soldier Row. Chen Hongyao was dumbfounded and said, it's too late. Li XVII said, what do you mean? Chen Hongyao said, with my understanding of Elder Lu, he must have already closed the doors of the Divine Soldier House at this moment, and then took those treasures of yours to the headquarters of the southern province to preserve them. After a pause, she pointed to the sky with her green finger. Look. Li XVII looked up and immediately saw 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions lifting their wings and dragging a luxurious-looking fragrant car, swiftly and incomparably, like meteors crossing the sky of the city and rushing out of the city. Li XVII didn't believe it and immediately urged Chen Hongyao to go back to Divine Soldier Row. After returning to the Divine Soldier House, he really found that the Divine Soldier House, which was incomparably lively just a moment ago, now had its doors closed tightly, and there was not a single silhouette in front of the door. Li XVII. Nima. Getting pawned. Gong is right. The jungle is dangerous and there are pits everywhere. Although he had learned his skills in prison for 5 years and knew the insidious tactics of many people, what he had learned were some techniques to kill the enemy, and in the face of this kind of price war, he was still inexperienced in the jungle, and he was set up by Lu Hongqi. Li XVII laughed instead of being angry. Well, this Elder Lu is really good. Chen Hongyao looked at Li XVII like this and couldn't help but care. Little 17, are you alright? Li XVII laughed with a breezy face. It's fine. Isn't it just a loss of $200 million? What's there to care? Grandpa said that suffering is a blessing, and if I suffer today, I won't suffer the same tomorrow. Go. Sister Red Pill, leave this matter alone. Let's go to Fortune House. There must be something wrong with him. Chen Hongyao determined in her heart that Li XVII must have something, must have minded this matter very much in her heart, and may be full of fire. However, she didn't ask more questions, but drove, heading towards the side of Fortune House. While driving, she said, Little 17, there is a lot of money in your card. Make sure to keep it safe. Don't lose it. And don't reveal your wealth. You'd better not tell anyone else about the fact that you've made so much money. Not even my grandpa. Got it? The Chen family was now in a rather difficult time period. If the rest of the Chen family knew that Li XVII had made so much money, they would definitely hit Li XVII for this money. On the way, Li XVII didn't bring up the matter of his being pitched again, but started asking about the rest of the Chen family. When Chen Hongyao asked him why he wanted to know, he said that he was going to be staying in the Chen family for a while, so of course he had to get to know his new family. These words made Chen Hongyao's heart warm, coupled with the fact that Li XVII had just been pitched by Lu Hongqi, making her subconsciously think that Li XVII was just a naive and brilliant little child, at most playing a little heart. So, she knows what she's talking about. Soon, Li XVII grasped the information and preferences of many members of the Chen family. After Li XVII received this information, he thought, it seems that this Chen family is not a sinful family, so I don't need to be so vigilant. Living in an unfamiliar place, he couldn't be defenseless. Chen Hongyao was very nice to him, but in reality, when he slept last night, he also still defended himself against Chen Hongyao by leaving a mark on top of his weapons and treasures. If Chen Hongyao tried to strike at him, tried to kill him, or snatch or steal his treasures, the seal on the weapon would release a powerful might and cut Chen Hongyao down. What reassured him was that Chen Hongyao not only didn't hurt him, much less touch his things, but also bought him new clothes to wear, and looked at him with eyes full of pity. Even, just a moment ago, Chen Hongyao had urged him to hide the money well and not to tell anyone. This is definitely treating him like his own brother. Therefore, he also accepted Chen Hongyao in his heart and treated her as his sister. However, he needed to guard against the rest of the Chen family. Now that he heard Chen Hongyao talk about those people one by one, he let go of his heart. The Chen family, not bad. Elder Chen Shan, is even more rigid. The Chen family's family style, pro-people and righteous, is a pretty good family. As they spoke, the two arrived at the fortune house. The building was as rich as its name. Every bit of it. The masonry of the building is specially made and strong as iron. The red lacquered gate was a rather precious walnut wood in Maple Leaf City, which was densely coated with red rune patterns, solemn and imposing. The place is so expensive, but there are still a lot of customers coming and going. Chen Hongyao parked her car and just wanted to bring Li XVII in to see the world at the fortune house, when suddenly, her cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and looked at the call alert. It was Chen Peng calling. Picking up the phone, Brother Peng. Chen Peng's voice came. You're shopping with Li XVII? Chen Hongyao said. Yes. What's wrong? Chen Peng said in a low voice. Someone came to kick the pavilion. The situation is a little not too good. The patriarch said. Let you bring 17 back a little in to support the scene. Can come? Chen Hongyao sniffed and frowned. What's the situation? The old master couldn't even block it? If something happened to the martial arts hall, it was their Chen family's business, but when they encountered a difficult problem, they wanted a small child like Li XVII, who was a newcomer, to come out and support the scene, which was a bit too much. If this were to spread, wouldn't the Chen family be laughed at for being incompetent? Chen Peng whispered. That's where the problem is bad. The figure who came this time is Long Shurong of the Star Club, but the kicker isn't himself. It's his disciple, a 10-year-old teenager, Tang Lei. This Tang Lei is simply a demon. At a young age he has already cultivated to the 9th heaven of the spirit-gathering realm, just one step short of the new habitat. In the face of this situation, it is the old man who can't make a move, because the other party is too young to be compared to his peers. Now that he has defeated the Chen family martial arts school without a match, unrivaled in his age group, he has also crossed the border to defeat one of our Chen family's fighters, arrogantly and domineeringly, threatening to say that our Chen family doesn't have any real talent, that we don't deserve to open a martial arts school, that we don't deserve to teach and educate, and saying that we're a detriment to our children, and that we need to get the hell out of the martial arts school, and get out of the world of education. Red pill. If we allow Dang Lei to continue to be arrogant, then it will show that our education methods and underpinnings are poor. The Chen family will lose face, and in the future, if the martial arts school wants to recruit new students, it will be as difficult as climbing into the sky. We can't lose this battle. When these words came out, Chen Hongyao frowned even more and her heart shook. A 9th heaven of the spirit-gathering realm at only 10 years old. This was no joke. Definitely a genius among geniuses. In the Dragon Kingdom, the realms of cultivation are the 9 realms of Spirit Sprout, Divine Fetus, Spirit Gathering, Spirit Dan, Soul Concentration, New Life, Burning Heaven, Qian Kuan, Hong Meng, Transition, and Heavenly God. For each great realm, there are 1 to 9 heavens, with 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest. After cultivating to the 9 heavens grand completion, one could step into the next great realm as long as the conditions permitted. An average person who started cultivating at the age of 3 and could reach the 9th heaven of the Divine Fetus realm at the age of 10 would already be a genius in a million. This Tang Lei had already cultivated to the 9th heaven of the spirit-gathering realm at the age of 10, so one could imagine how terrifying this person's talent was. She, I'm afraid, is not even a match for this person. Before Chen Hongyao had a chance to speak, Li XVII had already come over and said into his cell phone, "No problem. We'll go over now." He hung up the phone and looked at Chen Hongyao smilingly, saying, "Sister Hongyao, let's not eat today. Go, take me to beat up the genius." He was put on the spot by Lu Hongqi, and although he didn't smile on the surface, there was a lot of internal fire. Now it just so happens that someone bumped into it, and that had to be let off steam. Chapter 42, Kickoff. The Chen Family Martial Arts Hall, located in the center of the outer city, covered an area of 1,000 acres and featured a teaching building, a practical building, a martial arts training ground, an arsenal, a library, and other places. They say it's a martial arts school, but in reality, it's a school. In today's society in the Dragon Kingdom, reading has also changed its nature. Eternal night has not yet come before 2025. The Dragon State's learning content is up to know the astronomy and geography of mathematics, science and chemistry, English, politics, history, language. The purpose is to take the college entrance examination to get a good score, read the university, choose a profession, acquire a skill, used to make a living in the future, graduated from the university out of the work as a cow and horse. However, after the arrival of eternal night, evil spirits invaded, humans were killed and injured, and the global environment changed. Therefore, learning, too, has changed. People no longer learn a skill as a means of earning a living, but learn a skill as a means of earning a living. In a world where people eat people, demons eat people, and evil spirits eat people, martial arts is important. In this world full of evil spirits and demons, learning literature, which does not help, survival is not even possible. Learning martial arts is the way to go. After the eternal night, there was a shortage of scriptures, and cultivation techniques were even rarer. There were many people who, even if they had a true God who bestowed them with a divine fetus, didn't know how to cultivate, and in their entire lives, they would only be able to cultivate up to the spirit bud realm. The spirit sprout realm was already a martial artist who had transcended mortals for ordinary people. However, for those who truly cultivate, the spirit sprout realm is also just the beginning. It is for this reason that martial arts schools were born. The first emperor established the Dragon Kingdom, unified the currency, made the book the same text and the car the same track, and reunited the dozen or so countries that had originally been broken up because of the eternal night. In order to prevent the invasion of evil spirits, Shi Huangdi also used all his strength and resources to build the Great Wall of 10,000 miles to ward off evil spirits. However, this was not enough. The first emperor felt that even if there was a great wall to protect the kingdom, it would be of no use if the citizens were ignorant and had no power to resist the evil spirits. He then ordered the opening of martial arts schools throughout the country to teach the practice of martial arts. Within the martial arts center must be equipped with the most basic cultivation technique, the returning breath divine fetus technique, along with prescribed unified cultivation techniques, such as the young fire fetus nurturing technique, the divine fetus foundation building technique, the Zhengyi sword chi stream, the dragon and snake nurturing spirit determination, and so on. The method of returning to the divine birth is a method of nourishing chi, nourishing the chi and blood in the body for a long period of time, and when the age is reached and the chi and blood are sufficient, then the divine descent ceremony can be held, and through some means, the true God can be communicated, so that the true God's sight will fall on those people. The true God will bestow different divine births depending on each person's physique. If the chi and blood were not sufficient, one would not be able to attract the attention of the true God and obtain a divine child. The method of nurturing the fetus with young fire is to use young fire as nourishment to water the divine fetus in the shrine so that it can draw out its shoots and grow strong. The divine fetus foundation building method is to further nurture the divine fetus that develops into a spiritual bud, putting it on the right track and laying the foundation in preparation for the divine fetus to gather spirits. Zhengyi sword chi flow, an attacking means, taught cultivators how to use the divine tire to comb their own true chi, and then through the effect of the divine tire, transform the true chi into various kinds of sword chi to attack the enemy. Such feats were used by all martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Jihai of the Star Club and Yang Kaiwei of the Yang family had fought on the highway before. Using such feats, the dragon snake nurturing spirit determination was a way of forging a divine fetus through meditation, thus condensing the spirit in the fetus, and by practicing this method for a long period of time, the cultivator would be able to cultivate from the divine fetus realm to the spirit gathering realm. The opening of martial arts schools allowed everyone in the Dragon Kingdom to practice, and martial arts flourished. Within the Dragon Kingdom, as long as a child reaches the age of 3, he or she can bring tuition and go to a martial arts school to learn martial arts. Even if you don't have any money and you are penniless, then you can take out a loan to pay for your tuition through the Spiritual Pivot Bureau's poverty support policy. And when you graduate from the martial arts school, you will be able to work to repay that loan. Students who learn martial arts in the martial arts school can also pass the college entrance examination to enter a higher school to further their studies, and can even pass the public examination to enter the major organs and dignitaries of the Dragon Kingdom to become high-ranking officials and aristocrats. Maple Leaf City. there are 10 major martial arts halls, respectively, opened by the 10 major families, wide enrollment, so that Maple Leaf City and even live in Maple Leaf City within a radius of 1 or 200 miles of the village to come here to read and learn martial arts. At this moment, the outside of the Chen Family Martial Arts Center was bustling with people. Many crowds, reporters, and good people were all lying on the railing of the martial arts center, looking at the scene in the Chen family's martial arts practice arena with great interest and discussion. Holy, aren't those guys from the Star Society all wanted criminals? How did this person appear here in a big way? Not afraid of being apprehended by the Spirit Center Bureau? The Star Society's people aren't necessarily all vicious and wanted criminals. I know this person. It's Long Shirong, a strong person from the Long family in Jianchuan City next door. Although he joined the Star Society, however, he hasn't done anything bad, so he isn't wanted. And his disciple, Tang Lei. This time, Young Dragon brought his disciple to kick the Chen Family Martial Arts School, and so far he has won 3 battles and 3 victories. He's incredibly powerful. If no one from the Chen Family Martial Arts School can defeat Deng Lei this time, I'm afraid that their reputation will be ruined in the future and they will never be able to recruit any more students. The Chen family has really had a lot of bad luck lately. Elder Chen was possessed by an evil spirit. The Chen family's business is about to be eaten up by the other big families. And if the martial arts school is also struck down, it's estimated that the Chen family won't be able to turn the corner. Inside the martial arts practice arena, Long Shirong had his hands behind his back and stood like a mountain, with the demeanor of a great master. Standing in front of him was an arrogant, bossy boy of about 10 years old, dressed in martial arts garb, with circles of black gauze wrapped around his wrists and ankles. He was thick-browed and handsome, with those big eyes bright and gleaming, full of arrogance and dominance. With a height of 160 centimeters, she is tall enough to stand proud of a group of boys her age. Despite being young, however, the muscles on his body bulged out one by one, and he looked like he possessed quite terrifying strength. At this moment, Deng Lei stood in front of Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, and the others, provoking. What? No one is coming to answer the battle now? Is that all your Chen Family Martial Arts School students are capable of? Is this the level of your Chen Family Martial Arts School? You can only teach such poor students? If this is all you have, then I advise you to better close your doors and stop opening martial arts schools to harm people's children. His voice was incomparably arrogant and overbearing, and although he was young, he was so egotistical and unrivaled that his contemptuous stance made many of the students of the Chen Family Martial Arts School furious. As he spoke, he also coldly swept his eyes over all the students of the Chen Family Martial Arts School. All those students who were looked at by him all dared not meet his eyes and lowered their heads. Although angry, however, they had to admit that this Deng Lei was indeed a genius among geniuses. They were no match at all. If they went up to compare themselves with Deng Lei, they could only be beaten unilaterally by Deng Lei. Just like the first 3 A's, the expressions of Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao and the others were also unpleasant. Deng Lei was too strong, continuously crushing the 3 strongest students of the Chen Family Martial Arts School. Jutsu, Deng Lei crushed his way to victory. Wudo, Deng Lei's crushing victory. Rune Seal, Deng Lei crushing victory. Martial arts, talismans, and divine powers. These were the martial arts skills that cultivators in general had to cultivate. A jutsu is a spell in which the divine child in the shrine operates its true chi and flies out from inside the shrine to attack the enemy, such as the Zhang Yi Jian Chi Flow. Budo is martial arts with bare hands. Rune seals, which were rune patterns drawn by cultivators with vermilion sand or blood, formed a runic power to attack others. With these 3 major academic attacks, the Chen Family Martial Arts Center was currently finished. Divine power. That was a power that only a new habitat expert had. And currently, among the 500 students of the Chen Family Martial School, not a single one of them had been able to cultivate a divine power. The strongest of the top 3 in the Chen Clan Martial School students were only at the 3rd level of the Spirit Gathering realm. For that matter, it was also already a highly regarded player at the seed level of the Chen Family Martial Arts School. As a result, all 3 of them lost miserably, being crushed by Deng Lei in a particularly bad way, and were also injured, leaving them faceless and helpless. Seeing how arrogant Deng Lei was, Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao and the others wanted to go down and beat him to death. However, this time when Long Shirong came to kick the tutelage, the competition was not about the value of force. It was about the way of teaching, a competition between the students they taught. If Chen Shan and the others went down to deal with Deng Lei, they would be bullying the little ones with the big ones, which is tantamount to admitting that they are not as skilled as the others, and that they are unable to teach good students, and that they have lost the battle. Seeing that Chen Shan and the others were silent, Long Shirong looked smug and laughed. Elder Chen, if your Chen Family Martial Arts School can only teach these poor students, then I advise you to better not open a martial arts school. Chen Shan's forehead veins throbbed with an urge to slap Long Shurong to death as he said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Long Shurong smilingly raised 2 fingers and said domineeringly, "Firstly, you can't teach good students. Your teaching level is not as good as mine. In order to avoid you mediocre talents from misleading people, you have to transfer this martial arts school to me, and I will be the one to teach it. Secondly, Elder Chen, you came to our Long family the year before last to rob something and hit our Long family's face. This time, I want you to kneel down and apologize to me. If you can't do it, I'll raise the Chen Family Martial Arts Center to the ground and uproot it today." Chapter 43, People are ruthless and straightforward. Long Shurong spoke with his hands in his pockets. His posture was very spontaneous. However, the voice was icy cold and thumping, and it reached the ears of everyone on the scene with a murderous aura. Hearing these words, Chen Shan's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward and stared coldly at Long Shurong. "Kid, do you really think that our Chen family doesn't have anyone?" Buzz. As he advanced, a monstrous pressure spread out from him, enveloping Long Shurong like a wild tide. Facing this terrifying aura, the one who bore the brunt of it was Dang Lei. He was only at the spirit-gathering realm, one major realm less than the heaven-burning realm, and at this moment, he simply couldn't withstand the pressure, feeling as if he was suppressing a huge mountain on his shoulders, and was so pressed that he was bent over, almost about to kneel on the ground. Is this the power of the heaven-burning realm? Is this the terrifying aspect of the legendary god of war, Chen Shan? Dang Lei clenched his teeth and operated the gong methods in his body, sacrificing the shrine at the back of his head, and a burst of light like water poured down and covered him, helping him to forcefully resist Chen Shan's pressure together. Snap! In the midst of his resistance, the bones in his entire body made a rattling sound due to the suppression of his qi. A low roar also came out of his mouth, and in the end, he forcibly carried the weight and did not kneel down. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was stunned, looking at Dang Lei with incomparable scorn and appreciation. At only 10 years old, with a cultivation of the spirit-gathering realm, carrying the pressure of the burning sky realm, Dang Lei's strength was extraordinary. If he was given another 20 years to grow, he would definitely be able to surpass the burning sky realm. The Chen Family Martial Arts School, is it only capable of bullying the small with the big? Long Shurong coldly said. Along with his words, a powerful aura also emerged from his body, wrapping around Dang Lei and fighting against Chen Shan's aura. Dang Lei's pressure plummeted, and only then did he stand up straight and gasped for air. Chen Shan stared at Long Shurong and said in a deep voice, "Kid, although your disciple is very powerful, it only shows that his talent is strong. It doesn't show that your teaching level is very good, not to mention our teaching level is poor. You come to challenge. I welcome you anytime. Our students lose. We admit it. However, if you want to come and pick a fight and try to make a move against our Chen Family Martial Arts School, then don't blame me for being impolite to you." As he spoke, a shrine emerged behind his head. His shrine was different from others in that it had a tightly closed door. The gate opened and a 3-headed, 6-armed divine general walked out from inside the shrine, holding a golden mace in each hand. The god general opened his mouth and sucked in, and a steady stream of sun essence flame was swallowed into his mouth. With a tinted sound, a strand of flame came out from within and flourished, and his hair also turned into a blazing flame at this moment, floating in midair. At this moment, this idol was bathed in fire, like a fire god that had descended from the heavens to the mortal world, majestic and majestic, burning sky realm. The divine tire could absorb the sun essence flame and strengthen itself, and along with the divine fetus after transforming into a fire god. Chen Shan's aura also soared to the peak at this moment, his gaze shining like a sword. The hairs are like steel needles. At the surface of the body, it was emitting a faint golden light, and the Buddha armor was flickering, as terrifying as an angry Vajra. He, himself, is more fearsome than the god general who bathed in fire. In front of such a terrifying aura of his, everyone within a 3-kilometer radius with him at the center felt a tremendous pressure. Flowers and trees bend over. Within 3 kilometers, everyone with a cultivation level lower than the 7th heaven of the new habitat was all forced to kneel down. Shivering. Cultivators above the 7th sky of new habitat and below the burning sky realm were also gritting their teeth and forcing their way through. Clattering sound. After feeling this terrifying aura of Chen Shan, Dang Lei hastily retreated and hid behind Long Shurong, looking at Chen Shan with incomparable horror and muttering, is this a burning sky realm powerhouse? It's too terrifying." He wasn't the only one who thought this way, everyone on the scene did. Only, Chen Hanzhou's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at Chen Shan's burly back. If Chen Shan could subdue Long Shurong, it would be fine. If he couldn't be subdued, the conflict was bound to escalate. Chen Shan was recovering from a serious illness, and if he really moved, he would definitely not be able to utilize all of his strength, and he would definitely suffer a loss. Long Shurong faced such a terrifying Chen Shan without any fear, and faintly said, "Master, you've recovered from a serious illness. Do you really want to fight us to the death?" As he spoke, he also sacrificed the newborn in the shrine. His divine child was an incomparably bizarre mangy beast with an eagle's head, a human body, and tiger's claws, clad in a Taoist robe that looked very unorthodox. However, the aura emanating from this mangy beast was incomparably powerful. It also opened its mouth and sucked in, immediately absorbing the rich sun essence flame, blooming with monstrous flames from the inside out. Along with its appearance, Long Shurong's aura also rose and rose, fighting against Chen Shan. He was actually a heaven-burning realm cultivator as well. Chen Shan frowned. "We," Long Shurong said indifferently, "against the renowned war god Chen Shan, we naturally don't dare to be arrogant." Boom! As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura appeared from 100 meters behind Long Shurong. A bald monk clad in monk's robes stepped out from the crowd, a golden circle flashing behind him. His shrine was like a temple, suspended in a circle, azure and luminous. A golden Buddha sat inside the shrine, his precious face solemn, his eyes like cold lightning. Looking over to this side, Star Society, Devil Buddha Du Wuxiang. How did he blend in? Seeing this person, Chen Huzhou's expression changed drastically. Devil Buddha Du Wuxiang, Star Society burning heaven realm expert, but also the Devil Buddha who killed countless people. 10 years ago, one night, slaughtered 10 villages, tens of thousands of villagers as a blood sacrifice, to grow themselves, and committed a heinous crime. Such a wanted expert had blended into Maple Leaf City silently? Boom boom boom. At the same time, to the south, west and north of the Chen Family Martial Arts Hall, a strong and unrivaled aura rose up to the sky, shattering all the clouds in the firmament. The three terrifying auras were chilling and the pressure multiplied. The pressure of the burning heaven realm, including Du Wuxiang and Long Shurong. 5 burning heaven realm experts have now appeared. How is this possible? Chen Huzhou's face went pale. Chen Filong, Chen Pang, and the others also had stupidly white faces. 5 heaven-burning realm experts stepping out together. This kind of top-notch formation was already Maple Leaf City's top fighting force. To send out this kind of formation meant that these people were not here to destroy their Chen Family Martial Arts School, but to wipe out their Chen Family Martial Arts School. It's war. Thinking about this, Chen Huzhou, Chen Filong and the others despaired. If it was Chen Shan at his peak, then he still had the power to fight. However, now that Chen Shan had just recovered from a serious illness, his injuries had not yet fully recovered, and he was simply relying on his medicinal power to hold on. So if he really fought, he would have no chance of winning with 1 against 5. Long Shurong's eyes became even more complacent as he relied on someone to back him up, staring at Chen Shan. Chen Shan, now if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and call me grandpa a few times, I can consider sparing your Chen family's life. Chen Shan's face was expressionless as he coldly said, "Finished?" Long Shurong said, "Chen Shan, your injuries are still not healed now. Forcing your hand will only aggravate your injuries. If you fall in this battle, your Chen family will be finished. I advise you to." He was relying on the fact that Chen Shan was injured and thought that Chen Shan didn't dare to fight him, and he was complacent and arrogant as hell. Phew! Before he could finish his words, Chen Shan had already appeared in front of him like a small mountain, and his bushy palm had already slapped over fiercely. At the same time, the fire-bathing god general held the golden double mace and ruthlessly slashed at the shrine above Long Shurong's head with a thunderous force. People are ruthless and straightforward. Chapter 44, The Fierce Chen Shan. The wind rises. The people arrive. Chen Shan was like a wild wind sweeping through the air, instantly arriving in front of Long Shurong, and the palm that contained monstrous power did not wait for Long Shurong to react, instantly sending Long Shurong flying out. At the same time, his shrine was hit by the golden mace and flew out, almost cracking. Long Shurong had originally been on guard against Chen Shan rising up and injuring someone. However, he did not expect Chen Shan to kill without a single greeting. Moreover, it was too fast. Not at all like a person who had recovered from a serious illness. Caught off guard, he was struck on the spot, slapped in the face, and fell on all fours. The shrine was also knocked out, shaking his head with a buzzing headache. Chen Shan, Uing. Long Shurong's face was in fiery pain, and he became furious, running the gongfu in his body, urging his power to the most powerful peak state, ready to fight Chen Shan to the death. Coming to trouble me and cursing me? Looking for death. Chen Shan angrily shouted, not giving Long Shurong a chance to resist at all. Taking advantage of Long Shurong's collapse, he rushed up like a demonic god and sat on his chest, like Tarzan pressing down on Long Shurong's body, making it impossible for Long Shurong's body to move. And then, he swung his hands, left and right, and continuously slapped Long Shurong's face. Snapping, Long Shurong had just tried to resist when Chen Shan's slap had slapped him heavily on his face, causing his head to buzz, and then punched him in the chest, dispersing the true chi he had gathered. Unable to run, and the shrine on his head was a bit unstable. Moreover, the flaming idol that Chen Shan had sacrificed also held a golden mace, constantly striking above Long Shurong's newborn enshrined in the shrine, beating that eagle-faced newborn idol to a snuffling, wailing death. Facing Chen Shan's savage strikes, Long Shurong was powerless to fight back, and was pressed to the ground in friction madly. Just like an elementary school student provoking his class teacher, he was beaten without any power to fight back. Strong, bully, rigid. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. No one had expected that under the circumstances of facing 5 Burning Sky Realm experts, Chen Shan would dare to take the initiative and hammer Long Shurong so hard that he couldn't even find his way out. Within a moment, they were all confused and didn't know how to react. Stop it. Du Wuxiang's expression also changed when he saw this scene. He didn't rush forward to attack, and the golden Buddha in the shrine violently opened its eyes, its essence soaring. An incomparably bright and dazzling golden light flew out from his shrine, cracking the ground into a pit and fiercely blasting towards Chen Shan with a swift momentum. Live you grandma! Chen Shan raised his head and burst that golden light with a single punch. After the golden light exploded and shattered, it did not dissipate, but began to change, transforming into thousands of golden light swords that once again bombarded Chen Shan. The sword was sharp and cracked the ground into a pit. Sonic booms were frequent wherever they passed. The sound is appalling. Without saying a word, Chen Shan immediately choked Long Shurong's neck and swung Long Shurong up as if he were a weapon, striking at those sword chi. In an instant, Long Shurong's buttocks, back, and face were covered with several more golden lightsabers, like a hedgehog in a sorry state. Chen Shan, Du Wuxiang, Uing. Long Shurong was incomparably angry, his face flushed red, itching to break the two of them, Chen Shan and Du Wuxiang, into pieces. At that moment, another heaven-burning realm expert arrived across the sky, his fist like a furious dragon coming out of the sea, blasting at Chen Shan's head. Du Wuxiang also rushed over at this moment, his hands turning into the color of red gold as he opened wide and attacked towards Chen Shan. The palm wind whistled, punchy and raw. Shaolin Supreme Vajra Palm? Chen Shan's eyes blossomed with a cold aura. Without saying a word, he dodged the attack of another heaven-burning realm cultivator and swung his fist. Boom! The Vajra palm and fist collided, erupting with a muffled sound like thunder, and with them as the center, a wave of air flew in all directions like ripples, lifting all the many flowers, plants, and trees off the ground. Chen Hajio and the others also felt the gale force winds. Their bodies were unsteady, and their robes were hunting. Boom boom boom. The next second, the explosions were thunderous and continuous. Chen Shan carried Long Shurong in his hand and battled with 2 Burning Sky Realm experts, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves so fast that they were invisible to even the night sky of new habitat cultivators. Everyone just heard the sound and saw 4 clusters of residual shadows fighting, blossoming an incomparably destructive blade and sword aura. Countless cracks appeared in the ground along with their battle. In the end, along with a loud muffled sound coming from him, Chen Shan trampled Long Shurong and Du Wuxiang under his feet, and pinched another incoming Burning Sky Realm cultivator in his hand, lifting that person in the air as if he were grabbing a small chicken. He stood like a mountain, and his body was filled with an aura as terrifying as that of a demon god. On his body, there were several bloody wounds, deep enough to see the bone. However, Long Shurong, Du Wuxiang, and another heaven-burning realm cultivator had more wounds on their bodies, were more miserable, and bled more. That's when the crowd got a good look at it. The one who was being choked by Chen Shan was clearly another poor and vicious cultivator of the Star Society, the 10,000 Swords Hall. Wan Jiantang was strangled, the shrine at the back of his head dissipated, and his hands grasped Chen Shan's hands in a death grip, trying to break away. However, Chen Shan's hand was as sturdy as iron, and he couldn't break it at all. Du Wuxiang spat out blood as Chen Shan's foot stomped on his chest. Long Shurong's face was swollen into a pig's head from the beating. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was shocked. No one had expected that Chen Shan would still be so ferocious under his serious injuries, fighting 1 against 3, raw and fierce. Chen Hajio, however, frowned at this moment. He could see that although Chen Shan still looked fierce now, his internal breath was disorganized and he was obviously strong on the outside. Moreover, with Chen Shan's fiery and rigid character, if Chen Shan's strength was at its peak, he would have already killed these 3 people outright. Not that he would have won with so much effort and been injured again. At this point, Chen Shan must already be at the end of his rope. If this continues to fight, I'm afraid Chen Shan will die. Chen Shan didn't even bother about his wounds. He towered over him and coldly stared at Long Shurong. Kid, with this kind of cultivation, You want to come and level my Chen Family martial arts school? You don't know what you're doing. Long Shiron was injured in public and his face was lost, but he didn't care, gritting his teeth and staring at Chen Shan with a fierce face. Old thing, you're less complacent. Today, although you won, the kicker is that our Star Club won. Those students you teach are trash. None of them can compare to my disciple. Your disciples and grandchildren can't beat my disciple. So you personally step down, bullying the young with the big, shameless to the extreme. Chen Shan, I advise you to better let go of us. Otherwise, after today, our Star Society and your Chen family will not rest in peace, and our President Shen Wuyo will definitely not let go of your Chen family either. Wang Jiantang said angrily. Chen Shan laughed coldly. Just you guys. You're also worthy of calling yourselves the Star Society? A bunch of self-indulgent brats who have no idea what the Star Club really means. If Shen Wuyo knew that you're wooing people under his name, the first people he'd kill would be you. When these words came out, the three people from the Star Club burst into a rage. Dead old devil, how dare you humiliate our Star Club? We will kill you. The three Longshirons roared, their chi and blood boiling, pouring out all their strength, wanting to fight Chen Shan to the death. Chen Shan's feet and big hands shook, suppressing them all and preventing them from moving. Then, Chen Shan coldly said to the outside, there are still two Burning Sky Realm cultivators. Will you come out yourselves, or will I force you to come out? Accompanying his words, two figures slowly walked out from the streets to the east in the ground. They seemed to be walking slowly, but a single step is 100 meters, almost in the space of a breath. He had arrived in front of Chen Shan. Star Society. Taiji Sword Demon Yen Wuyo. Pay respects to Elder Chen. Star Society. Herding Horse Old Ghost Hong Hai Ching. Pay respects to Elder Chen. The two of them were courteous, and they even bowed gently to Chen Shan. However, the eyes of both of them looking at Chen Shan were all murderous and sharp. Seeing these two people arrive, Chen Hajio and Chen Filong and the others' expressions changed drastically. 5 heaven-burning realm cultivators, all of them from the Star Society. This was the highest-end fighting force in Maple Leaf City, especially Chen Filong. His face became even more gloomy. The 5 experts of the Star Society had come to Maple Leaf City, and the other forces of the 9 great clans, the City Lord's Mansion, the Spiritual Armature Bureau, and other people must have received the news, but none of them came to help them. Obviously, those family forces were trying to kill with a borrowed knife, wanting the Star Society's people to wear Chen Shan down and finish him off. The thought of it made his heart despair even more. At this moment, Chen Shan stared coldly at Yen Wuyo and Hong Hai Ching. Well, all of your Star Society's elites within this 500 kilometers radius have come. It seems that someone wants me dead. After a pause, his eyes became incomparably sharp and warlike as he said, you guys go on together. 1 against 5. It's not like I haven't tried it before. Old man. Yen Wujio smiled and said, Elder Chen has misunderstood. We just want to let our juniors compete with the juniors of your Chen Family Martial Arts School this time. And if someone from your side can beat our rising star of the Star Society, Tang Lei, we'll leave right away. Hong Haiching took over the conversation and said, if you can't, then your Chen Family Martial Arts Center is the property of our Star Society. And this is one of the laws for opening a martial arts center that you must accept, right? Yen Woyo continued to laugh. If Master Chen wants to fight us hard, even if you can kill us, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending, and neither will your Chen family, right? They could all see that although Chen Shan was at the end of his rope, the veteran powerhouse was bound to have cards. Once Chen Shan went crazy, I'm afraid all 5 of them would die. Therefore, they didn't dare to fight hard with Chen Shan. Instead, they shifted the point of conflict and bet all their treasure on Deng Lei, wanting to use Deng Lei to win. Chen Shan stared at them, his gaze still sharp, but a heart had sunk. He was indeed at the end of his strength now, and although he had the means to be extremely sublimated and decimate these 5 people, that would also run out of gas. Maple Leaf City's City Lord's office and the rest of the 9 great clans were all eyeing their Chen family. If he were to die at this time, the City Lord's office and the rest of the 9 great clans would surely gobble up his descendants. However, it was true that none of those students from their Chen family martial arts school could beat Deng Lei. What lies ahead of him now was all a dead end. Thinking of this, Chen Shan's heart was filled with despair and sadness, and a deep sense of powerlessness was born. For so many years it was he alone who supported the entire Chen family. Yet none of the descendants of the Chen family were able to break through to the Burning Sky realm, and currently only Chen Hongyao had hopes of arriving at this realm. But there's no time to lose. Someone wanted to drive their Chen family to extinction before Chen Hongyao completely rose to power. In order to be able to take out their Chen family, they had allowed so many people from the Star Society to run rampant within Maple Leaf City, and their purpose was already obvious. They were just sitting back and watching the tigers fight. Today, if he could not properly resolve this matter, the Chen family would surely perish. Just as Chen Shan was thinking hard about countermeasures, a Yachty electric car sped by and arrived at the entrance of the Chen Family Martial Arts Center. Immediately afterward, Li XVII's childish and excited voice came from outside. Who's the one who wants to fight? Come, 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 I'll play with you. Chapter 45, the five of you. Let's go together. When Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, Chen Pang and the others heard Li XVII's voice, their original sad faces instantly became cheerful and bright. Chen Hongyao, in particular, was ecstatic. Li XVII is here. Then they are saved. This is an existence that can tear a demon with its hands. When Chen Shan heard this, his face sank and he turned his head to angrily look at Chen Hongyao and the others. Assholes, who told you to call him over? In his opinion, Li XVII was the grandson of his good elder brother, Shin Gong, and had come to their Chen family to enjoy the blessings. He would have the obligation to protect Li XVII's safety, and should provide Li XVII with good food and drink, so that Li XVII could live a happy, joyful and carefree life. Even if Li XVII's strength is no matter how powerful, then we can't involve Li XVII in such a strife, so that Li XVII, a small child, will experience these Jianghu strife and be targeted by those secret powerhouses. How can anyone treat their big brother's grandson like this? Therefore, after hearing Li XVII's voice, he was enraged. His eyes widened in anger, and he glared viciously at Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, and the others. Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, and the others didn't dare to meet Chen Shan's eyes and silently lowered their heads. As Chen Shan's attention shifted to Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, and the others, Du Wuxiang, Long Shirong, and Wang Jiantang exchanged glances, and then, the three of them simultaneously erupted all the power in their entire body, as if they were three volcanoes erupting in an instant, and on the spot, they blasted Chen Shan out of the room and landed in front of Chen Hongyao and the others. Got it! Wang Jiantang, Du Wuxiang and Long Shirong were overjoyed, and then they looked at Chen Shan, feeling that their strike was enough to injure Chen Shan and aggravate his injuries, but the results disappointed them. Although they had erupted with their full strength, however, that was also power that they had erupted under suppression and was not pure enough, only able to knock some cracks out of the golden Buddha armor that covered Chen Shan's body. Chen Shan was not injured again. This old thing, how come the Buddha armor on his body is so sturdy? An old turtle? Long Shirong clenched his teeth and looked unhappy. Just now, he had been caught off guard and was slapped madly by Chen Shan, losing face. Now that he had finally gotten out of the trap, he couldn't wait to break Chen Shan into pieces right away. Chen Shan patted the clothes on his body and coldly stared at Long Shirong and the others. Kid, sneak attacking me. You're looking for death, aren't you? Long Shirong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a cold voice. Just now, you got away with your sneak attack. This time, if you dare to make another move, I will kill you old undead. Just as they were still preparing to strike, suddenly, a very terrifying aura rose up from the inner city of Maple Leaf City and swept this way. Long Shirong and the others' faces sank after feeling the aura. The peerless sword demon, Yan Wuyo, stood out and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't forget that our protagonist this time is the next generation's match." Then, he glanced at Long Shirong. "Brother Long, calm down, don't spoil our big event." Long Shirong snorted coldly, which subsided. Just as they were talking, Chen Hongyao and Li XVII walked in and came to Chen Shan's side. Chen Hongyao looked Chen Shan up and down, her eyes worried. "Grandpa, are you alright?" Chen Shan shook his head, wiped the blood from his wound, and said breezily, "He can't die yet." Then he said in a deep voice, "I can take care of things here. You take 17 home." Chen Hongyao frowned. "Old master." Chen Shan chided. "Shut up." Chen Hongyao was silenced. Chen Shan swept a glance at him and said in a cold voice, "I've only been sick for a while. Do you really think I can't lift a sword? Those assholes in Maple Leaf City even joined forces with the Star Society to mess with me, and after angering me, I'll be extremely sublimated and kill them all." Chen Hongyao nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. However, he obviously didn't believe such words from Chen Shan. If Chen Shan had the strength to exterminate the 9 great clans of Maple Leaf City, their Chen family wouldn't be the bottom 10 clans. In his opinion, Chen Shan saying this was completely just showing off and giving himself face. After Chen Shan finished lecturing Chen Hongyao, he turned back to look at Li XVII and immediately changed into an amiable smile, full of love. "Little 17, this is an adult's matter here. It has nothing to do with children. Will you and Sister Red Pill go home and play?" Li XVII shook his head. "Not good." Chen Shan was stunned. "Then what do you want to do?" Li XVII smiled brightly. "I'm here to fight this time." Chen Shan was stunned. Before Chen Shan could react in any way, Li XVII had already turned back to Long Shirong and the others, looking them up and down. And then, he stepped forward. rolled up his sleeves, and said, "There is a saying in the whirligig saying, a friend comes from afar. A friend has heard of my reputation and has come to challenge me, so how can I not beat him up? You guys, who's first?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 5 heaven-burning realm cultivators such as Long Shurong and Du Wuxiang all became incomparably odd. Is that how the discourses can be interpreted? Moreover, Li XVII didn't seem to be challenging Deng Lei, but rather speaking to them? Long Shurong pointed to his nose. "Little friend, are you talking to me?" Li XVII rightfully said, "Of course, if you want to challenge me, at the very least, you have to be at your level of cultivation to be qualified. If I fight with those little kids, am I not bullying the little ones?" As he spoke, he also squatted down and pressed his legs to warm up. After doing warm-up exercises, he stood up straight and hooked his finger at Long Shurong and the others. "Forget it, no need to be so troublesome to queue up. You 5, come on together." When these words came out, the expressions of Long Shurong, Du Wuxiang, Yan Wuyo and the others became even more ugly. Li XVII was so young, but he even wanted to fight against a top expert like them, and to single-handedly challenge 5 of their heaven-burning realm experts. Are the young people nowadays so bold? Moreover, Li XVII is a young man himself. How dare he say that striking out with other children is bullying them? Long Shurong laughed out loud and looked back at Chen Shan and Chen Hachio and the others. Mocking, "Old thing, are these the students of your martial arts school? Had, just like your Chen family, proud and arrogant, outwardly strong." Chen Shan had just sat down. When he heard this, he stood up with a pang. "Kid, you still want to look for a fight, don't you?" Long Shurong wanted to say something else, but he ended up being pressed on the shoulder by Yan Wuyo. "Brother Long, the greater good is important," Yan Wuyo whispered. Long Shurong sniffed and gave Chen Shan a vicious look before saying to Deng Lei, who was standing by the side, "Little Lei, listen up, when we fight later, use some force and waste him." Deng Lei sniffed and nodded. He walked forward and came in front of Li XVII, sacrificing the shrine behind his head and staring coldly at Li XVII. "Kid, your opponent is me." Seeing Deng Lei standing out, all the students within the Chen Family Martial Arts School looked at Li XVII, their eyes filled with sympathy and worry. Just now, Deng Lei had defeated 3 top geniuses of the Chen Family Martial Arts School in a row with his own strength, calmly and effortlessly, definitely counting himself as a genius among geniuses. Moreover, Deng Lei is 160 centimeters tall, which is quite tall and lanky among his peers. Li XVII looked so young, 2 heads lower than Deng Lei. Standing in front of Deng Lei looked especially short. Neither seems to be on the same level. In a real fight later, Li XVII will lose. Li XVII pointed at Deng Lei, still looking at Long Shurong and the other 5. "Hey, are you 5 really not going to fight? Why are you still sending a little kid out to die off? Moreover, he's too weak to be my opponent. Beating him, I can't get out of it." When Long Shurong, Du Wuxiang, and the other 5 heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. This little kid, he's so annoying. Inside the Chen Family Martial Arts Center, all the students were also confused when they heard Li XVII's words. At this moment, the intimidating pressure of the burning heaven realm powerhouse had already been withdrawn, and those onlookers who had been pressed down to their knees also stood up, and looked at each other when they saw Li XVII being so arrogant. Where's the brat from? A new student from the Chen Family Martial Arts School? No matter what kind of student it is, he's probably going to suffer against a genius like Deng Lei. The crowd was murmuring. All of them felt that Li XVII would definitely suffer later. Du Wuxiang coldly said, "Deng Lei will win." Yan Wujiao smiled and said, "Kid brother, courage is commendable. This is the newborn calf not being afraid of tigers." Wan Jiantang even laughed fiercely. "It's best to let Xiao Lei twist his arm off." Hong Haiqing's face was grim. "It would be best if we could kill someone. This kind of brat skin is delicious." As he spoke, he licked his mouth and looked at Li XVII with a greedy face. In their opinion, Deng Lei will definitely be able to crush Li XVII in all aspects later on, so there is no need to worry about Deng Lei at all, and he will definitely win the game. On the contrary, among the Chen family, Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Huchuan and the others were incomparably calm, unconditionally trusting Li XVII. Even a devil like the human-faced monkey was beaten up by Li XVII. What was a mere Deng Lei? At this time, Long Shurong viciously said, "Xiao Lei, hit him a little harder later and waste both his legs." Tang Lei nodded his head. His eyes showed anger, walked to a meter in front of Li XVII, lowered his head and stared coldly at Li XVII, said angrily, "Kid, you are too arrogant, too unselfish, now you'd better obediently kneel down, kowtow to me, and be my slave, or else, today, I'll take the place of my master to teach him a hard lesson." He felt that he had been underestimated by Li XVII. and now had the anger and urge to tear Li XVII apart. Only, before the word "you" was finished, with a snapping sound, Li XVII slapped him and sent him spinning in the air, flying out more than 10 meters like a stringed arrow, and finally landing at Long Shirong's feet with a bang. Sound of escaping laughter. After landing, Deng Lei sprayed blood from his mouth. Half of his cheeks swelled into a pig's head, and after a bout of dizziness, his head tilted and he fell completely unconscious. Quiet. In the middle of the scene, there was a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, foolishly looking at Li XVII, and then foolishly looking at Deng Lei, who had been slapped into unconsciousness, completely unable to believe their eyes. Long Shirong, in particular, was shocked with his mouth wide open, unable to say a word for half a day. What's the situation? What just happened? Chapter 46, Your Turn. Quiet. The entire Chen Family Martial Arts Center was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Inside the martial arts hall, all the students were dumbstruck, their mouths wide open from the shock, their moods as if they had set off a monstrous wave, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Outside the martial arts center, all the onlookers and reporters were also staring with their eyes wide open, their eyes on the verge of glaring out. Shocker! Shock! Everyone was shocked by the scene just now, and one by one, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Deng Lei had just taken on the 3-in-1, displaying his incomparably powerful strength, divine techniques, and rubbing the 3 genius teenagers of the Chen Family Martial Arts Pavilion on the ground without any effort at all, definitely deserving of the name of the genius of geniuses. However, now when Deng Lei was facing such a tiny little person like Li XVII, he was even slapped away? No one was more shocked than Long Shirong, Du Wuxiang, and the others, as they looked at Deng Lei, who had fallen to the ground. The arrogant smiles on their faces just now completely solidified. Li XVII clapped his hands and said with a bit of impatience, "I've already said that you're not my opponent. What's the point of babbling here?" Then, he hooked his finger at Long Shirong and the others. "Alright, you 5, come on together. Let me vent a little." Long Shirong ignored Li XVII and instead angrily rebuked Deng Lei, who had fallen to the ground. "Deng Lei, don't pretend to be dead. Get up for me quickly." As he spoke, he also kicked at Deng Lei's body. However, no matter how much he screamed and kicked, Deng Lei remained unconscious and did not awaken. Long Shirong's expression became extremely ugly. Deng Lei was his most pleased shut-in disciple, having been bestowed with a rather powerful third-grade divine tire by the true god. His cultivation speed was soaring, and he was definitely a genius among geniuses he had ever seen. As a result, now such a genius was slapped into a coma by Li XVII? Even without Li XVII even offering the shrine, the battle was already over. How is that possible? He couldn't believe what he was seeing, couldn't believe that his beloved disciple would lose so completely. Du Wuxiang obviously didn't believe this either, and viciously pinched his thigh. Ouch! It's not a dream. He walked up again and patted Deng Lei's face, checking Deng Lei's physical condition. At this examination, his pupils contracted violently. Deng Lei was not only able to be slapped into unconsciousness, his skull also had a linear fracture, and the shrine inside his body also had a crack at this point. This was the kind of damage that could only be inflicted after the strength reached 10,000 pounds. Was the force of Li XVII's light slap just now so strong? Thinking of this, he looked at Li XVII, his eyes incomparably shocked. A young man who possessed such strength, this could no longer be described as a genius. This was a true divine talent, with hopes of becoming a god. Li XVII pointed at Deng Lei on the ground and said, "There is no need to look. The whirlwind language has a saying. The sun said, the passing is like the day and the night. Those who want to challenge me will be like this guy called Deng Lei who was beaten into unconsciousness by me, completely unaware of whether it is day or night." After a pause, he said seriously, "He's weak and doesn't stand up to a fight, and passed out. So it's your turn next." After saying that, he violently stomped the floor with both of his feet, and his entire body was like a cannonball coming out of a cannon as he rushed towards Du Wuxiang and the others, with an aura like a rainbow. At the back, when Shan saw Li XVII rushing towards Du Wuxiang, he immediately took out a glass cover from Chen Hajiu's arms, and the shrine at the back of his head was once again sacrificed. The god general with the golden mace stepped out from inside the shrine, put away the golden mace, cupped that glass cover in both hands, and rushed up high into the sky. The glass cover rose up into the sky, and after blooming with a hazy light, it suddenly grew larger and poured down like flowing water, turning into a huge transparent bowl that was inverted. Bang! After this huge transparent bowl shrouded down, all the people outside the Chen Family Martial Arts Center all had a black eye. Intuition in front of the eyes of a mist, completely unable to see everything inside the Chen Family Martial Arts Center. What is it? The Chen clan's family treasure. The divine light glazed shield. This thing can isolate the outside world from sight, perception, and even has an incomparably powerful defense. See that statue of a god? That's Elder Chen's newborn, and it's maintaining the divine light glazed shield. It's obvious that Elder Chen doesn't want outsiders to see what's happening inside the martial arts center. It's likely that he's going to make a move to clean up those people from the Star Society. The crowd of onlookers and journalists looked at this divine light glazed cover and talked about it with a great deal of urgency. Just now, they saw Li XVII slap Tang lay away, and saw Li XVII rush towards Du Wuxiang, winning a small victory over a big one, going against the grain and challenging the heaven-burning realm cultivator. This kind of thing made their blood pound just thinking about it. As a result, once the divine light glazed shield came out, they couldn't see anything, and they couldn't even understand any of the sounds inside, scratching their ears in anxiety. Within the divine light glazed shield, Li XVII had already rushed to Du Wuxiang's face, and with his tiny fist, he heavily blasted out towards Du Wuxiang's face. Ignorant little child, daring to compete with the white moon, looking for death. Du Wuxiang's gaze was cold, and without even offering the shrine, his powerful Vajra palm violently blasted out, wanting to send Li XVII flying out. Although the blow that Li XVII had just dealt was 10,000 pounds, it was still not enough in front of a heaven-burning realm cultivator like him. He was confident that he could send Li XVII flying out with a single slap, his bones shattering. However, by the time Li XVII's fist hit his palm, he realized that he was wrong, terribly wrong. Li XVII's fist seemed to contain infinite power, strangely heavy, and with a single blow, his entire arm directly detached from his body and flew out. Du Wulian didn't even let out a miserable scream, and before he could even voice out the pain, Li XVII's left foot had already lashed at his neck like a whip. Click! The tremendous force fractured his neck, and his entire body flew out a dozen meters like a sandbag. Seeing this scene, Yan Wuyo, Long Shirong, Hong Haiqing, and 10,000 Swords Hall were instantly stunned. Before they had time to react, Li XVII had already arrived at their side and appeared in front of Long Shirong. Long Shirong's complexion changed drastically and he jumped up in a hurry, trying to dodge. Li XVII jumped up at that moment as well and punched him in the knee. Ka-ching! Long Shirong's knees instantly shattered, and the huge impact of force created inertia. His legs flew backward while his upper body leaned forward. Li XVII takes an elbow to the jaw. Long Shirong's jaw shattered, his mouth sprayed blood, and his entire body flew high into the air. From the time Li XVII struck out, to the time Du Wuxiang and Long Shirong were sent flying out, it was a short 1-second period of time, and the two powerhouses didn't even have the time to offer up their shrines and idols before they were already seriously injured and sent flying out of the room. So fast, it's impossible to react. After resolving these two people, Li XVII once again rushed towards the Hall of 10,000 Swords, like a fierce beast pouncing out of hell, with a fierce aura charging to the heavens. Chapter 47, Fist Dipped in Iodophor. Sterilizing as you fight. Wan Jiantang was horrified when he saw Li XVII rushing over. Just now, Li XVII had resolved the two great experts, Long Shirong and Du Wuxiang, in the blink of an eye, and was simply a human-sized ferocious beast. He sacrificed his own shrine on the spot and operated his gong method. A sword chi flew out from the shrine, densely packed, and slashed fiercely towards Li XVII. At the same time, his figure retreated violently, attempting to pull away from Li XVII. As he acted in this manner, the two of them, Hong Haiqing and Yan Wuyo, also reacted swiftly, sacrificing the shrines at the back of their heads, allowing their own true chi to operate more quickly and with greater strength. Then, they also wanted to back up and distance themselves from Li XVII. However, by the time the three of them backed up, that's when they realized things were different. I don't know when it started, but at some point a thin rope had been wrapped around the ankles of their feet, so tiny that if they didn't look carefully, they couldn't see the existence of the thin rope. Even without backing up, their feet couldn't feel the ropes, and the other section of the thin rope was tied above Li XVII's feet. At this moment, Li XVII turned to them and revealed an incomparably nuclear kind smile. What's going on? How did I get this on my foot? The same thought coincidentally surfaced in the minds of Wan Jiantang, Hong Haiqing and Yan Wuyo. Only, before they could react, Li XVII had already slapped all the sword chi away and crashed into the arms of the 10,000 Sword Hall like a gust of wind. Wan Jiantang immediately felt as if he had been blasted by a giant siege hammer weighing 100,000 pounds, and his entire body flew out, his mouth and nose spewing blood, and he didn't know how many of his ribs had been broken. After resolving the 10,000 Sword Hall, Li XVI's body jumped to the sky above Hong Haiqing with an incomparably bizarre speed and angle, grabbing the shrine at the back of Hong Haiqing's head, and rigidly stuffing Hong Haiqing's shrine back into his head once again. Then, he grabbed Hong Haiqing's head and, with a thud, smashed it hard on the floor, smashing out a large pit with a diameter of up to 1 meter. With Hong Haiqing's head as the center, the earth cracked open with one crack after another, shocking to the eyes. Right at this moment, Yen Wudo's battle sword had already stabbed the back of Li XVI's head, and the majestic sword she caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The human sword was united, and the entire person seemed like a sharp sword that opened up the sky and the earth. Facing this sword, Li XVI's face was expressionless, not retreating but advancing, his head ruthlessly smashed towards the battle sword. Yen Wuzhou's pupils contracted, and an incomparably strange thought flashed through his mind, volunteering to die? Soon he realized he was wrong. Dead wrong. Bing. The back of Li XVI's head slammed into the battle sword, and itself was fine. Not even a single hair was broken, but the battle sword in Yen Wuzhou's hand snapped inch by inch, shattering all over the place, leaving only the hilt. Yen Wuzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. His battle sword had been forged with incomparably rare materials for 77 or 49 days, and it was sufficient to carry all the power impacts of a Burning Sky Realm Grand Circle cultivator, and even the full force of a Qinkuan Realm expert couldn't damage his battle sword. Now Li XVI's head was able to break his battle sword. This head, so iron? While he was stunned, Li 17 jumped up, jumped in front of him, and slammed his hand knife at his throat. Click! Broken laryngeal bone. Immediately after that, Li 17 kicked him into a bow-back shrimp, sending him flying just like Tang. However, it didn't fly out far before the two of them were pulled by the thin rope around their feet. The thin rope was so elastic that, after being pulled the maximum distance, it bounced back out with both of them as fast as it could go. Moreover, it wasn't just the two of them that bounced back. Du Wuxiang and Long Shirong were also pulled back from the distance by two thin ropes and flew in midair. Hong Haiqing, who was smashed on the ground, was also thrown into midair by Li 17 at the same time. Ola 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 ola. Li 17 took a deep breath and stood in a good horse stance. And then, both fists struck out violently. The fists were like a torrential rain, pouring out and ruthlessly hitting the bodies of these 5 people. Bang 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 bang. A muffled sound like thunder erupted as the fist struck the flesh. Li 17 treated these 5 people as if they were sandbags and kept blasting them. The 5 Yen Wuyo people were spat out blood by the huge force and flew out far and wide. And then they were pulled back by the thin rope, like 5 ping-pong balls, being beaten by Li 17 and flying around in midair, in a sorry state. Seeing this scene, Chen Shan was dumbstruck. Chen Hongyao's jaw dropped. Chen Huzhou was dumbfounded. The eyes of Chen Filong, Chen Pang, and all the students of the Chen Family Martial Arts School at the scene were about to glaze over. Shock. This scene was a million times more shocking than just now when Li 17 slapped Deng Lei away. 5 heaven-burning realm cultivators, the top fighting force of Maple Leaf City, were powerless in front of Li 17, being beaten around like ping-pong balls? No one would believe a thing like that, because it's so ridiculous and shocking, especially Chen Shan. His face changed. He was also a Burning Sky Realm cultivator and had also fought these people, knowing that there was no way for him to finish these 5 people off if he didn't have extreme sublimation. Now that Li 17 was hanging these people so easily, or crushing them so easily, it made him a little scared. This little 17. She's so fierce. At this time, Li 17 stopped and looked back at Chen Shan and the others. Is there any iodine ambush in the martial arts center? After he stopped, Long Shirong's 5 people were all bound by the thin rope, tied up, floating in mid-air, beaten to a blue nose and swollen eyes, with unknown number of broken bones, dripping blood, miserable and incomparable. Chen Pang responded. Yes, 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 Li 17 said. Bring me 2 bottles. Chen Pang did not dare to be disobedient at this time, and hurriedly went to the infirmary of the martial arts hall and brought 2 500 milliliters bottles of iodine vapors. He didn't know what Li 17 wanted this for. Anyway, Li 17 was so fierce, listening to him would be right. Li 17 opened the cap and poured the iodophore onto his own hand, spreading it evenly. Everyone looked at this scene and looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what deep meaning Li 17 had in doing this. Little 17, what are you doing? Chen Shan asked. Li 17 raised his head with an innocent and lively smile, fist dipped in iodine vapors, disinfecting while hitting. Ah, Grandpa Chen, haven't you ever tried it? When he was in Jin Demon Prison, he often treated those vicious demon heads this way, and it worked well. Even after finishing off some of the damned devils, he chanted sutras and Buddha's name to their souls while refining their souls completely and utterly into his human emperor streamer, so that they could enjoy eternal bliss. When Chen Shan heard this, he was stunned for a moment and was speechless. Chen Huzhou, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, and the others were once again stunned at his words. Fist dipped in iodophore and sterilized as you fight? What kind of human torture is this? Good chance. The 5 of them, Long Shirong, Du Wuxiang, Hong Haiqing, Tang and Wire Yen Wuyo, took advantage of the fact that after Li XVII had stopped, they were ready to work the true chi in their bodies to break free and escape. However, by the time they ran their gong methods, they froze, and then, were horrified. The true chi in their bodies was gone, and they couldn't sense it at all. Before they could do anything else, Li XVII had walked over with his hands covered in iodine vapors. Crashing sound. The thin rope tensed up again, pulling them straight over and flying towards Li XVII from midair. My $200 million Ada. Li XVII roared angrily, swung his fists with both hands, and once again hit Long Shurong and the others. His fists all swung directly out of the residual shadow, beating Long Shurong and the others to the point that they were wailing and screaming. Chapter 48. The skin was cracked and bleeding from the beating and the pain was immense. Then the wound was dabbed with iodophore and there was another stab of pain. It was especially painful when the iodine vapor touched the broken bones. My $200 million Ada. Acha. Within the entire Chen Family martial arts hall, the angry screams of Li XVII, the miserable screams of Long Shurong and the others, and the muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh echoed, the three sounds mingling together to form a rather bizarre and rhythmic movement. Chen Shan and Chen Hongyao and the others looked at each other in dismay. Chen Shan looked at Chen Hongyao and said suspiciously, "Hongyao, what does he mean by $200 million? Who owes him money?" He could see that Li XVII was probably so angry because he had lost money, and he was beating these people from the Star Society as if they were sandbags, purely and simply to vent his anger. Chen Hongyao shook her head and said, "There is no money owed." Chen Shan was even more puzzled. What was that all about? Chen Hongyao said, "Grandfather, this is 17's business. You'd better ask him later." The amount of money that Li XVII traded today was too big. She was afraid that if she said it out in public, it would make many people greedy for this amount of money from Li XVII. So, even when her most respected grandfather inquired, she didn't say anything. Money, the most moving. She had read books and stories, and in real life, she had seen many friends who were as close as brothers turn against each other over money. Although Li XVII was very strong, he was still a simple little child. If others knew that he had so much money, it was inevitable that some people would have greedy and bad thoughts about him. So, in order to protect Li XVII, she couldn't let anyone know that Li XVII had that much money. Chen Shan was also a human being, and when he heard Chen Hongyao say so, he didn't ask any more questions. After a while, Li XVII got tired of fighting and finally called it quits, and also took back the thin rope that was wrapped around the 5 Long Shurong people, turning it into quite pure true chi that was once again integrated into his body. Losing the support of the thin rope, Long Shurong, Duwu Xiang and the other 5 fell to the ground. At this moment, all 5 of them had blue noses and swollen eyes, bleeding from all 7 orifices, with many childish fist marks that had sunk into the flesh for more than 3 centimeters, more out of breath and less in, dying. Moreover, the true chi in their bodies had all been dispersed by Li XVII, and their bodies were so bruised that they could not move. Li XVII washed his iodine vapor-stained hands, wiped his wet hands with his clothes, and exhaled a long breath. There is a cloud in the whirling tongue that says, "I save myself 3 times a day. Have I been aggrieved today? Have I retaliated back after being aggrieved? Have I given vent to the stuffiness in my heart? I got punked and had a fire in my belly, and now that I'm done sandbagging, I'm definitely more comfortable." Indeed, people still can't let themselves be aggravated, let alone sulking. It's not good for the body. Confucius is really a great talent. Love. He walked to Chen Shan and said indifferently, "All right, Grandpa Chen, my matter is settled. Next, can I borrow a step to talk?" At that moment, he realized that Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, and everyone from the Chen Family martial arts school were looking at him as if they were looking at aliens. Especially those 3 talented students from the Chen Family martial arts school looked at Li XVII as if they were looking at monsters. They were all young men. Li XVII would be able to hang and beat a burning sky realm cultivator, yet they couldn't even pass Tang Lei. It really is a people person. Thinking about this, the expressions of those 3 talented students became more and more ugly. Li XVII swept everyone at the scene for a second before wondering, "Grandpa Chen, why are you all looking at me like this? Do I have flowers on my face?" Chen Shan reacted and said, no flowers, little 17. What are you looking for me to do?" Li XVII said, "There are too many people here, so let's take a step to talk." Chen Shan thought for a moment and said, "Wait for me." He stood up and said to Chen Hongyao and the others, "Today's matter has come to an end. Let the people all disperse." Chen Hongyao understood and immediately joined Chen Filong and Chen Peng to disperse all the students at the scene, telling them all to go back to their classrooms and stay there. After those students had left, Chen Shan arrived in front of Long Shurong and the others, condescending and staring at these 3 people. although Long Shirong was bruised all over his body. However, his eyes looking at Chen Shan were incomparably hateful. Old thing, we want to be able to do it. Before the words were finished, Chen Shan offered the shrine. A sword light flew out from inside the shrine and shattered Long Shirong's heart. Long Shirong stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that Chen Shan would dare to kill someone within the martial arts school in such a dignified manner. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something when Chen Shan struck again. Several sword chi flew out and blasted several transparent holes in Long Shirong's brow, throat, and dantian all. Now, Long Shirong was cooled to the bone. To his death, his eyes were wide and dead. Hong Haiqing, Du Wuxiang, Yen Wujiu, and 10,000 Swords Hall's expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. At this moment, Chen Shan looked at Du Wuxiang and the others again. Du Wuxiang and the others' souls dared to die, and they hurriedly opened their mouths to beg for mercy. Elder Chen, spare. Before the word life could be uttered, a sharp sword chi flew out from inside Chen Shan's shrine, piercing through all of Du Wuxiang and the others. The eyebrows, brain, heart, throat, dantian, danzhong, and other important life gates were all pierced. Chen Shan's face was expressionless as he stared coldly at their corpses before hanging the bodies of these 5 people directly up and hanging them at the entrance of the Chen Family Martial Arts Center. These 5 people themselves had come here because they wanted to wipe out their Chen family. If not for Li XVII stepping forward, their Chen family might have died at the hands of these people. Therefore, he would never be merciful to this kind of enemy. If you're here, you're here. Only after doing this did Chen Shan come back and look at Li XVII, smiling kindly. Alright, little 17. Thank you. You didn't kill them and gave me the chance to kill my enemies hand to hand. Now that the people have dispersed, feel free to tell Grandpa anything. He could see that Li XVII was fully capable of taking out these few people. He just didn't do it, leaving the opportunity to him. Li XVII pointed to the bloodstains on Chen Shan's clothes and said innocently, Grandpa, your technique is not professional enough. It's just killing a few bad guys. Your body is stained with blood. When Chen Shan killed those people from Long Shirong just now, the blood of those bad guys flew out and splattered all over Chen Shan. Then he pointed to his clean clothes and proudly said, Look at me. I punched them so many times and I don't have a single bit of blood on me. You should learn from me. Chen Shan was stunned, and then smiled and said, Well, it's still little 17 who is more powerful. Grandpa will learn from you in the future. The two of them smiled at each other, all of them showing an expression of you know me, with a feeling of having found a confidant. The grandfather is kind and the grandson is filial. Deng Lei on the side had just awakened, and when he heard the conversation between these two masters, he was scared out of his wits, closed his eyes, and continued to pretend to be dead. Li XVII pointed at Deng Lei. Has he ever done anything bad? Chen Shan shook his head. I don't know. There is a saying in the whirling dervishes that if you are here, then you should be at peace. Since they are enemies, they should be treated equally. Little 17. You have a good point. Chen Shan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and light blossomed in the shrine at the back of his head, and the sharp sword chi gulped cold aura and was about to shoot out. At this time, Deng Lei was so scared that his face turned white. He hurriedly climbed up and kneeled in front of them with a plop. Both of you. I was wrong. I was also lured here by Long Shirong. I was forced to do it. I'll break away from the Star Society from now on, and I won't dare to do anything wrong anymore. So please spare me. Put. Before the words were finished, 3 sword chi shot out. 1 pierced through Deng Lei's eyebrows, 1 pierced through Deng Lei's heart, and 1 pierced through Deng Lei's dantian. Deng Lei's eyes widened as he fell into a pool of blood. Chen Shan said coldly, to serve a tiger and worship a thief is not worth dying for. The world said that Long Shirong had never done anything bad. However, this person was together with Du Wuxiang's kind of demonic monk who did no evil and killed people like crazy. And as things come together, this person must have done all the bad things as well. When he was choking Long Shirong's neck just now, he obviously felt the power of many unjust souls in Long Shirong's body, indicating that Long Shirong must have killed many people as well. And the talisman seal that Deng Lei drew just now when he competed with the genius from the Chen Family Martial School, that was also refined with the blood of countless human beings. It can be seen that Deng Lei has a lot of lives in his hands. He is so ruthless at such a young age. When he grows up, what's going to happen? Moreover, these people had struck out against their Chen family, driving them to extinction. Of course Chen Shan will not forgive his mortal enemy. Even if his mortal enemy is only Deng Lei, then he will still have to kill, but also to catch up with all of them, not to leave a single one. Li XVII laughed. Grandpa, you're only right. Chen Shan also laughed. Back to the topic. What were you going to ask me just now? Li XVII said. I would like to ask, where is the Divine Soldier Rose headquarters in the southern province? How long does it take to go back and forth from Maple Leaf City to the headquarters in the southern province while driving the goat-horned snake-tailed lion? And where is the necessary route between these two places? Shan was puzzled. Why are you asking about such things? You're going to the southern province headquarters of the Divine Soldier Company? Li XVII said. Grandpa, don't mind. Just tell me. Shan thought for a moment and said, the southern province headquarters of the Divine Soldier Row is in Jinchuan City, and from Maple Leaf City's North City, if you take the highway, the fastest a car that travels at 3,000 kilometers an hour can arrive is 5 hours, and the round trip will be 10 hours. If it's harnessing a goat-horned serpent-tailed lion, it's a little quicker. Going, 3 hours, returning, 3 hours. The necessary route between the two is the city of Maoyang, 4,000 kilometers to the north of Maple City, where many vehicles and flying incense carts are resupplied. Often a lot of people who take the highway resupply in Maoyang City and then take the south gate of Maoyang City to get back to our Maple Leaf City. North of Maple Leaf City, 4,000 kilometers away, Maoyang City. Hearing this, Li XVII's eyes lit up slightly and silently memorized the information. Shan once again asked, why on earth are you asking this? Li XVII laughed. The whirling dervishes have a saying that if one hears of the Tao, one can die at night. Shan asked, what does it mean? Instead of answering in his mouth, Li XVII replied in his mind, if you know the road you're going through in the morning, you're dead by night. Ghost-eyed soldier Lu Hongqi. You dare to cheat me of my money. Wait for me. I want you to spit out that money tonight. Chapter 49, shocking the whole city. After Li XVII was reminded by Chen Hongyao, he had always held a grudge against Lu Hongqi's pit, although he had just violently beaten up Long Shirong and the others to get out a mouthful of bad anger. However, this loss, he couldn't just eat it, he had to get back. Chen looked at Li XVII and finally decided not to pursue the matter. Instead, he asked Chen Hongyao to come over and bring Li XVII back within the martial arts center. Immediately afterward, he operated his gong method and retrieved the idol that was still suspended in midair. The idol came down with the divine light glazed shield and placed the divine light glazed shield in Shan's hand before it took a step and walked into the shrine. The door of the shrine closed, and then the shrine disappeared into the back of Shan's head. After all the light had disappeared, what appeared in front of the crowd was Shan, carrying Dang Lei in his hand and covered in blood, like a demon god. Standing within the Chun Clan Martial Arts Center's martial arts practicing ground, towering like a mountain. Majestic. This, my god, all the people from the Star Club are dead? Shan, by himself, single-handedly challenged the 5 major Burning Heaven Realm experts and actually killed them all? This is too terrifying, isn't it? Everyone is rumoring that Shan is possessed by an evil spirit, and although Yi Chang succeeded in exorcising the evil spirit last night, it's amazing that he's still so ferocious under his severe illness. Worthy of being a demon god. I've always heard that some people wanted to take advantage of Shan's serious injuries to destroy the Chen family, but now it seems that I'm afraid those people's plans have completely fallen through. In the past, I just heard that Shan was a ruthless man who once wielded 2 watermelon knives and hacked his way from the north of Maple Leaf City to the south of Maple Leaf City, which laid the foundation for one of the Chen family's top 10 clans. And when I see it today, it's true that he's as fierce as a demonic god, and he dares to kill like this even inside the city. By the looks of it, Shan is completely recovered and strong. What's more, he has one last move, extreme sublimation, that is enough to take away 10 experts at the peak stage of the Burning Sky Realm. Those who hide behind the scenes and abet the Star Society to come and provoke the Chen Family Martial Arts School, I'm afraid they will have to shiver in fear. Those crowds and journalists who were onlookers at the Chen Family Martial Arts Center saw Shan like this. All of them were talking, looking at Shan like that, their eyes full of scorn. There were also quite a few people who looked at Shan, their eyes written with fervent admiration. Master Chen is awesome. 70 years old, just the right age to break in. Bull. It's not just Elder Chen leaving. This time the Chen Family Martial Arts School has an additional young man who slapped Dang Lei of the Ninth Sky of the Spirit Gathering Realm with a single slap. I'm afraid that his strength has already caught up with Chen Hongyao. That one is not a brat. Oh, I heard that he is the new relative of the Chen family, although his hair is not even grown. But, people are really demonic. I guess he is a noble young master from a big place. It's too powerful. The Chen family this time, I'm afraid they're going to rise. Quickly, call all those little kids in the countryside over. They must worship the Chen Family Martial Arts School. With the rise of the Chen family, our relatives' children may have to follow suit. Many of the masses were so excited to see how powerful Li XVII was and how unfathomable Shan was that they all took out their 10,000 miles transmission notes and started to report to their relatives in the countryside. Shan swept a glance at the crowd, threw Dang Lei's corpse to Long Shirong's side, and coldly said, I don't know who is secretly making a move against my Chen family, but, I, Chen, only have one thing to say today. All those who swallowed our Chen family's assets by bad means had better double back to my Chen family immediately. Don't make me come to the door to argue with you. After saying that, he turned around and left, walking into the classroom of the martial arts center and disappearing from everyone's view. However, his words caused the entire Maple Leaf City to shake. Are those assholes from the Star Club trash? 5 people and they can't even beat a very sick Chen Shan? Quickly, immediately prepare a generous gift and head to the Chen family to make amends. Damn. Thought that guy Chen Shan would fall down this time. Didn't think that the scourge will last for 1,000 years. This is not only alive, but even so strong. Lost strategy. Plan 2 has also failed. Prepare for Plan 3. Prepare your mother, through and through. Give me some peace and quiet. And wait to inquire about Chen Shan's details before making any plans. That Li 17 who suddenly killed out just now is also very suspicious. We must find out where he came from. I vaguely feel that the reason why Chen Shan has become so strong is most likely related to this kid. Trying to exterminate the Chen family and get that object with our power might not work. Inform old Jay. He might have a way. Maple Leaf City. Inner city. Within a dark room, 9 people were sitting around a large table, discussing countermeasures with a lot of talk. Each one of them was hidden in the darkness, but, from the words, all of them could hear the uneasiness and anger of these people. Behind their chairs, they all had the shape of a playing card backed by a golem demon. It says 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At the table, there are 2 more empty chairs marked with the 10 of playing cards and the Jack of playing cards. Obviously, in their group, there were 2 other experts. After discussing the matter for a while, they finally decided that they would notify Senior Jay and have him come over to handle the matter. Then, in the darkness, Old Poker 6 stood up and took a playing card the size of an adult's hand out of his pocket and folded it into the shape of 1,000 paper cranes. Then, Lao Lu blew into the 1,000 paper cranes. In an instant, the 1,000 paper cranes, which were originally folded from paper, bloomed with a ray of light and came to life. It flapped its wings and took off, flying through the windows in the room and high into the sky, eventually disappearing. Chen Family Martial Arts Center. Inner room. Chen Shan summoned the top echelons of the Chen family and gathered them together. Li 17 originally did not want to come, but was also pulled here by Chen Hongyao. Sitting there bored and flipping through the little people's books that were brought from the school library management. This is a small book of Journey to the West, and it's pretty good. And Chen Huzhou, Chen Filong, Chen Hongyao and Shan Pang all looked at Chen Shan with worried faces. Before Chen Shan had a chance to speak, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and then he crumpled into a chair, gasping for air. Just now, he had poured everything he had into suppressing Long Shurong and the others, implicating his injuries, and his body had reached its limit. If it wasn't for Li 17 beating down those people from the Star Society, I'm afraid that Chen Shan would have had to extreme ascension and dragged the 5 people from Long Shurong to go to the Western Paradise with him. Grandpa, take the pill. Chen Hongyao hurriedly took out a pill and handed it to Chen Shan. Chen Shan waved his hand to indicate that there was no need, took several deep breaths to stabilize his injuries, and said in a deep voice, "Luckily, we have little 17 today, so we were able to get through a disaster. But there will certainly be a number of people who will be testing us from today onwards. The next calamity is just beginning. It's also obvious that those people's purpose is to come for that treasure of our Chen family. That treasure is in danger whether it is in our homes or in each of us. So, in order to be able to preserve that treasure and the foundation of our Chen family, I propose that we give this treasure to Li 17 and let him keep it. With my proposal out of the way, who's in favor and who's against?" Chapter 50. Your Chen family's treasures are too ordinary. Hearing Chen Shan say this, Chen Huzhou and the others were all stunned. The Chen clan's family treasure. That was the lifeblood of their entire Chen clan. Moreover, that treasure was extremely helpful for cultivators' cultivation. In the Chen clan, only direct descendants and those who had contributed greatly to the clan could be exposed for a period of time, which could be used to accelerate one's cultivation. Now, Chen Shan actually wanted to gift that treasure to Li 17? That's too good for Li 17, isn't it? Chen Huzhou frowned and said, "Dad, that treasure is our Chen family's treasure. Regarding this matter, it's better to consider it carefully and think long term." Chen Filong also said, "Big brother, didn't you say before that you couldn't drag little 17 into the water? How come you suddenly made this decision again?" Chen Shan said with a straight face, "This is certainly not pulling little 17 down. Even if I die, I still want to save little 17's life. What I mean to say is to give our Chen family's treasures to Li 17 for safekeeping. And then, Red Pill will take Li 17, Chen Yuhan, Chen Bojiang, and the rest of them on a detour to Guangzhou to join one of my elders. This way, the treasure won't fall into someone else's hands, and the safety of 17 and Red Pill can be guaranteed. In fact, this decision had already been figured out by him when Li XVII arrived. As the head of the Chen family, his only concern was the next generation of the Chen family. Now that Li XVII had arrived, he began to worry about this deceased's grandson again, worrying that Li XVII would be retaliated by the 9 great families. After all, the Jianghu is dangerous. Although Li XVII is very strong, but he is very young, surely inexperienced in the Jianghu, it is inevitable that he will encounter backstabbing. If he moved Li XVII, Chen Hongyao, Chen Yuhan and Chen Bojiang and the other juniors to other towns, then he would not have any worries. And next, he could let go of his hands and do something big. After he recovers from his injuries, he'll go to the door one by one to settle the score. Chen Huchuan, Chen Filong and Chen Shan had spent a long time together and instantly understood what Chen Shan meant. By sending away the fresh blood of the latter generation, Chen Shan would have no more worries. This was the rhythm of going to war and bloodshed with the 9 great clans. Chen Hujiao thought for a moment and said, I agree. He had long since had enough of the 9 great families bullying people over this period of time. Now that Chen Shan had survived, he had the backbone to be completely tough with those people. Chen Filong also spoke up. I agree. After the two of them had agreed, the other patriarchal figures of the Chen clan looked at each other in dismay and eventually nodded their heads in agreement as well. During the time that Chen Shan was possessed by the evil spirit, they were living a really stifling life, being suppressed at every turn, and to be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that they weren't heaven-burning realm cultivators, they would have already made their move and fought those people to the death. It passed unanimously. Chen Shan was very pleased and smiled. Very well, in that case, it is happily decided. He turned his head to Li XVII and said, Little 17, come with me, I'll give you the treasure of our Chen family. Li XVII looked up, puzzled. What do I need that for? Chen Shan laughed. Little 17, you don't know. This treasure of our Chen family, that's a good treasure of the 3rd grade of the earth rank. Carrying it for a long time, cultivation can be twice as effective with half the effort, and it can also condense the true qi, making the true qi of a higher quality, and a stronger killing power. At the same time, it increases a cultivator's chances of having an epiphany, helps cultivators become enlightened, and is wonderfully useful. The reason why the 9 great clans are so targeted and afraid of our Chen family is that they are worried that with that treasure in place, our Chen family will have a steady stream of talents that will affect their family status. Now, I'm giving this to you, firstly, to return the favor that the divine worker has done to me, and secondly, I truly like you and treat you as if you were my grandson. So, Grandpa Chen, this is only the 3rd grade of the earth rank. What do I need it for? Li XVII put down the Journey to the West miniature book and dug his nose with a puzzled expression. Only the 3rd grade? Chen Shan and Chen Hujiao and the others' eyebrows jumped as they heard this. A treasure of the 3rd grade of the earth rank. That was already quite a top-tier treasure in Maple Leaf City. One that the 9 great clans and the city lord's mansion all feared and coveted. There were many times when the family had some people from the 9 great families mixing in and trying to steal that treasure. The super treasure that how many people have been begging for. In the mouth of Li XVII. It's actually talent? The word talent made them all feel incredibly uncomfortable in their hearts. There was a feeling that one's most valued treasure had been demeaned by someone else. Chen Shan thought that Li XVII didn't know the treasure, and patiently said, Little 17, you can't look at that treasure first. He is the one that Grandpa I took great pains to get from the barbaric land, and when you see it, you will definitely like it. Li XVII still wanted to say something, but Chen Hongyao pulled him, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. Li XVII had no choice but to say, Alright, I'll take a look. To be honest, he was still quite moved. Based on the expressions of Chen Shan and the others, he could tell that the treasure Chen Shan was talking about must be the lifeblood of the Chen family, and that Chen Hujiao, Chen Filong, and the others were attaching immense importance to it. However, Chen Shan wanted to give him the Chen family's most valuable and precious dongbao object. This friendship sinks in. Chen Shan smiled and patted Li Xi's shoulder. That's the right thing to do. Go, Grandpa will show you the treasure. After saying that, he stepped away and walked out, with Chen Hujiao and the others following. A group of people rode in a car, in a great hurry, back to the Chen family castle, to the middle of the Chen family ancestral hall. Along the way, Li XVII looked at Chen Shan's back and only felt that both he and Grandpa's backs were incomparably similar. There was a time when Grandpa did the same thing to him, pouring everything he had into trying to give him the best. That's nice. Li XVII's eyes moistened a little. He reached up, wiping his eyes, not wanting anyone to see his tears. Being an orphan, he was so lacking in love. The love of 16 people, including Grandpa, kept him alive. The love of the 5 great devils, although it was full of some deceitful battles of wits and courage, but the 5 great devils were the ones who had realistically taught him a lot of skills and allowed him to have a foundation to stand on. Now, Shan was treating him like this again, wanting to give him the most precious thing in the whole family. So how could he not be moved? After arriving at the ancestral hall, Shan took out a blood-red bead from inside an incense burner and handed it to Li XVII. 17. This is the Wanshan Tianin blood bead, which has the effect of promoting the operation and condensation of true qi. All you have to do is wear it and cultivate against your body, and an atmospheric chanting sound will also emanate from within it, strengthening the qi and blood in your body. You take it and leave Maple Leaf City tonight with Red Pill and Yuhan and the others. Hongyao, Chen Family, and the others stood on the side, looking at the Wanshan heavenly tone blood bead with a touch of greed and unwillingness in their eyes. The 10,000 elephant heavenly voice blood pearl was their family's greatest treasure, and it was also what made all of their Chen family's cultivation so powerful, and their combat power that erupted amongst the same realm was more powerful than anyone else's. Now that this was given to Li XVII, they were still a bit reluctant to give it up. Li XVII received the Wanshan Tianin blood bead. It was a bit icy and cool to the touch, and after slightly running his true qi, he really heard the kind of grand chanting sound coming from inside the blood bead, as if it was hiding some great truths, which made people somewhat enlightened. He frowned slightly. Shan thought that Li XVII was shocked and said smilingly, "How is it? Shocked, right? Isn't it amazing?" Li XVII shook his head and handed the Wanshan Tianin blood pearl to Shan, saying, "Grandpa Chen, return it to you." Shan pushed it back and said with a straight face, "Little 17, don't think it's too expensive. This is a piece of Grandpa's heart for you." Li XVII shook his head and said, "I don't think it's expensive. I just think it's expensive." He scratched his head and said, "How can I put this? How about this? You guys come with me." After saying that, he walked out of the shrine and headed towards Chen Hongyao's bedroom. Shan, Chen Hongyao and the others looked at each other, not knowing what Li XVII was up to. Hongyao, Chen Family, and the others secretly sighed in relief. Although they were very supportive of Shan's decision, the Wanshan Tianin blood pearl was their family's greatest treasure, and it would definitely be a lie for them to say that they were not heartbroken. Now that Li XVII didn't want it, the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground and they were much more comfortable. Then, they followed Li XVII and arrived at Chen Hongyao's bedroom. After they saw Chen Hongyao's and Li XVI's beds, Chen Hongyao and Chen Family and the others' hearts were overjoyed. Shan's face, however, sank as he glared back at Chen Hongyao. Although Chen Hongyao and Li XVII were an unmarried couple, they did not sleep in the same bed, and Li XVII was still bunking. Chen Hongyao's expression was a little unnatural amidst the embarrassment. Just then, Li XVII took out his package from the closet and threw it in front of Shan and the others. Shan was puzzled. "Little 17, what are you doing?" Without saying a word, Li XVII opened the package with a slit and carried it up and down. Clang clang clang. With a rattling sound, artifact after artifact fell from inside the package. Rattling. Li XVII glanced at the number of people here and finally poured out 17 treasures before putting away the package. Then, he pointed at the 17 treasures and said to Shan and the others, "Grandpa Chen, your 10,000 elephant heavenly tone blood bead is just too ordinary and unimpressive for me. If I take it out, I'm sure I'll be laughed to death by the cooks and the others. Here are 17 treasures. One for each of you. I'll give it to you. Send it to us? One for each?" Shan and the others frowned slightly, always feeling that Li XVII was joking. Li XVII is only so young. What kind of treasure can he have? In the next second, by the time they saw the treasure on the ground, their eyes widened, and everyone froze directly in place, completely dumbfounded. Then, Shan reacted at the first time, quickly turned around, closed the bedroom door tightly, and also directly pasted several mute notes outside to ensure that the sound inside this bedroom would not be transmitted outside. Then, only then did he come back and looked at the 17 treasures on the ground with incomparable shock, and then looked at Li XVII with incomparable shock, and said in a trembling voice, Little 17, where did you get all of these things from?" His voice was trembling because it was so shocking. Chapter 51, The Rich and Powerful Li XVII. Shan was an expert who had traveled extensively, and had personally seen many rather superb weapons, magic treasures, pills, talismanic treasures, and other things. He boasted that he was also old and wise, and that he did not change his color when Tarzan collapsed in front of his eyes. However, when he looked at these 17 treasures that Li XVII poured out from the package, his entire body was confused. His heart beat hard for several times, and he could not move his eyes away. Li XVII waved his small hand and said atmospherically, "Some seniors gave me things that are all unimpressive. They are given to you." He had experimented before, and other than the tokens of the 5 great devils, All the other things were pathetically wasted and did not help his cultivation in any way. Those magic treasures and weapons, in front of the cook's pig-killing knife, were even more brittle and paper-like, and were easily chopped to pieces by the pig-killing knife. So, he didn't even care how much they cost or what grade they were. Grandpa said that if you give a drop of water, you should return it. Shan was as heartfelt to him as Gong. Then he couldn't be stingy. Naturally he had to give Shan something as a return. Not a good one? Hearing these words from Li XVII, Shan and the others looked at Li XVII, and then looked at those treasures on the ground, and each of their expressions became more and more odd. Earth Stage 2nd Grade Technique, Book of 9 Clouds and Dragons. Earth Rank 2nd Grade Magic Treasure, Divine River Qin. Earth Grade 1 Treasure, Vermilion Bird Inflammation Bead. Earth Rank 1st Grade Magic Treasure, Big Dipper True Flame Pagoda. Heavenly Rank 9th Grade Magic Treasure, 5 Element Spell. Heavenly Rank 8th Grade Weapon, Demon Beheading Pen. Heavenly Grade 8 Weapon, Purple Electricity Thousand Thunder Blade. Celestial Rank 7th Grade Weapon, Yellow Spring Soulbreaker Sword. Heavenly Rank 7th Grade Protector, Lion King Armor. Heavenly Rank 6th Grade Treasure, Violet Gold Crown. 17 treasures, all of them blooming with hazy light, dazzling the eyes with their array. Moreover, these things, at a glance, are not mortal, especially that violet lightning Thousand Thunder Blade. There was also a ray of lightning flashing above the blade, flowing like a watery pattern. The Book of the 9 Heavenly Clouds and Dragons, an Earth Rank 2nd Grade Technique. As far as I know, if you follow this technique, it will only take 3 years to break through the Burning Sky Realm and arrive at the Qiankuan Realm. 5 Elements Bell. It is said that this magic treasure contains 5 rather terrifying powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth within it, with 1,000 different ways of attacking that are elusive. And the most powerful strike is enough to disintegrate some of the weaker experts, completely transforming into the 5 powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and incorporating them within the body of the bell. Lion King Armor. This is even more terrifying. It's said to be crafted from the skin of a forbidden zone creature, the purple-eyed inflammation Lion King. The defense is quite terrifying. Even an all-out strike from a Qiankuan realm cultivator can't destroy it. This, Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, and the others were all shocked to the point that their mouths were wide open, their hearts as if they had set off huge waves, unable to calm down for a long time. These treasures, all of which were recorded in the Divine Soldier Row, any one of them put out, it would cause a small local cultivators to scramble and fight, enough to set off a storm of blood and gore. For example, their Chen family's Wanshan Tianyin blood pearl. That was a treasure that Chen Shan had to die 9 deaths to bring back from the barbaric land. It was only the 3rd item of the Xian rank, but it had already made the 9 major family heads of Maple Leaf City and the City Lord's Mansion covet it beyond measure, and it was particularly eye-catching. Even the main purpose of the 9 great clans in dealing with their Chen family was to get Chen Shan killed and seize the 10,000 elephant heavenly voice blood pearl. In their eyes, the Wanxiang heavenly tone blood pearl was already an incomparably valuable treasure. As a result, Li XVII clattered and took out 17 treasures in one breath that were hundreds of times more precious than the 10,000 elephant heavenly voice blood pearl. Earth Order 2nd Grade Technique, Book of the 9 Heavenly Clouds and Dragons. This book would be worth at least $200 million when placed in the Divine Soldier's house to be sold. It could have been more expensive if the auction had hyped it up a bit, because the cultivation techniques of the Dragon Kingdom that were above the 3rd grade of the Earth rank, that were only available to the royal descendants and the superpowers and clans, and in a tiny place like their Maple Leaf City, the highest cultivation technique was only the 9th grade of the Earth rank. This kind of technique was still rewarded to the City Lord's Mansion by the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, making many people in the Chen family envious beyond measure. Now the Book of the 9 Heavenly Clouds and Dragons. This kind of superb technique just appeared in front of them in such a watery manner, and Li XVII still threw it out like a piece of trash, and also gave it to them so generously, as if all these things were worthless. So how could they not be shocked? Chen Shan was still a bit shocked, feeling like he was dreaming, and asked again, Little 17, you really want to give it to us? Chen Hongyao, Chen Family and Shen Pang also raised their heads and looked at Li XVII with an incomparably expectant and fiery look. These treasures were so precious that they had to double-check before they dared to take them. Li XVII looked at them and was greatly relieved. Everyone in the Chen family didn't have murderous intentions because of these treasures, and the eyes that looked at him were devoid of greed and murderous intentions other than gratitude, excitement, and fervor. Moreover, these people didn't just scramble for it, but politely asked for his opinion. From this, it could be seen that the Chen family was definitely a very educated and nice family. No wonder Grandpa Shengong recommended me to come here. This family is indeed virtuous, Li XVII thought in his heart. But on the surface, he remained calm and said, if I said I'd give it to you, then it's for you. Take it. After receiving Li XVII's promise, Chen Hongyao and the others still didn't dare to move, but instead looked at Chen Shan. Shan said, 17 said it was given to you guys, so go get it without looking at me. Remember, one piece for each person. Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, Chen Pang, and those at the top were all ecstatic and immediately pounced on them, starting to pick their favorite treasures. Soon, they all got their treasures, leaving only the Lion King armor and the Book of the 9 Cloudy Dragons on the ground. Chen Hongyao picked up both and took the Book of the 9 Heavenly Clouds and Dragons, handing it to Chen Shan, saying, Dad, you're now in the Burning Sky realm, and you have the most hope of breaking through to the Qianquan realm, so this book should rightfully be yours. Then, he gave the Lion King armor to Chen Hongyao. Hongyao, you are the young man of our Chen family who has the most hope of cultivating to the Burning Sky realm. The Lion King armor is for you to defend yourself. Chen Hongyao wanted to pick it up, but she was pulled back by Li 17. Uncle Chen, this Lion King armor is for you. Sister Red Pill, I have another arrangement. Li 17 laughed. Chen Hongyao looked at the still bulging luggage in front of Li 17, and without any excuses, he directly accepted the Lion King armor. Chen family, thank you little brother. Then, everyone in the Chen family joined together and bowed deeply towards Li 17 to express their gratitude. Li 17 still wanted to dodge, but he was stopped by Chen Hongyao and could only accept their obeisance. Chen Shan stood up straight and said seriously, in this matter, the news must be completely sealed, and absolutely no half of it must leak out. Also, everyone must put away the treasures on their bodies and not show them in front of outsiders until the moment of necessity. Also, how news leaks out, no matter what, we can't say that these treasures were given to us by little 17. Understand? These treasures were too precious, and they were also very helpful in cultivation. Definitely the bottom card of their Chen family. With these things, it was only a matter of time before their Chen family became the #1 family in Maple Leaf City. Once it leaked out for others to know, those people would surely come to fight for it with all their might, and it could lead to a lot of rather brutal fights. He didn't want the news to leak before the Chen clan had fully risen to power. If it really came to the point of necessity, one could use these magic treasures. However, one could not let others know that Li 17 was the owner of the goods. Otherwise, Li 17 would also get into unnecessary trouble. Yes, Chen Hongyao and the others. Chen Shan was still not satisfied, and eventually asked them to swear to heaven, in front of Li 17, that even if they died, they could not betray Li 17. He even made the crowd swear that from now on, they must treat Li 17 as their own biological grandson or son. Otherwise, they would recover their treasures and be expelled from the family. Li 17 looked helpless. Actually, these are some worthless ones. No need to be like this, Chen Shan said in a serious manner. Little 17. These things may not be worth much in the eyes of it, but, in our eyes, it's worth a fortune. You're helping our Chen family like this. Even if our Chen family dies, we can't drag you down by half. Seeing Grandpa Chen like this, Li 17 was helpless and could only let him be like this. Soon, after Chen Shan and the others thanked them again and again, they left. In the room, only Chen Hongyao and Li 17 remained. Chen Hongyao sighed and said, 17, why don't you listen to advice? You have money and assets, but you can't be so wasteful. Li 17 smiled and found an item from his parcel, handing it to Chen Hongyao, saying, Sister Hongyao, if you treat me as your family, then I naturally treat you as my family as well. Grandpa said that loved ones should support each other. Here's a treasure for you. It was a transparent golden cicada cloth, which could not be seen at all if one did not look closely. Chen Hongyao took the item, only to feel incomparably cold and soothing in her hands, and asked, what is this? Li 17 said, Heavenly rank 3rd grade protector, the golden cicada clothes. Wearing it, you will be invulnerable to water and fire. All poisons are harmless. Even if there is a demonic level evil spirit, it won't be able to break your defense. Chen Hongyao frowned slightly. Wouldn't that be very precious? These treasures of yours didn't come from the wind. I can't have them. After saying that, she was about to return it to Li 17. Li 17 stiffly stuffed it to her and said, Sister Red Pill, don't push back. Consider it as my meeting gift to you. Take it. I can't use this kind of thing. Chen Hongyao accepted it, her heart filled with gratitude and shock. The 3rd rank of the Heavenly Order. If this kind of treasure were to be put up for sale at the Divine Soldier Guild's provincial headquarters, it would definitely be worth a fortune. Enough to buy the entire Maple Leaf City. As a result, Li 17 gave it to her so easily, so rich and generous that she was overwhelmed. After thinking about it, she asked worriedly, 17, you gave away so many weapons and protective gears, so what are you going to use? Li 17 patted the pig-killing knife on his waist and smiled heatedly. Sister, don't worry. Ordinary people can't break my defense. And to kill the enemy, it's enough for me to have this pig-killing knife of a cook. Chen Hongyao's willow eyebrows slightly. She looked at Li XVII and felt as if she was looking at a world's richest man. The point is, this world's richest man is too rich. Heaven-ranked treasures are handed out as if they were trash. Rich as hell. On this day, all the executives of the Chen family were immersed in a state of extreme joy. At dinner, almost all the executives were particularly friendly to Li XVII, and all of them gave Li XVII dishes. Li XVII's bowl was piled up with chicken legs as high as a small mountain. This scene made the young girl Chan Wei's teeth itchy. After eating, above the firmament, the two pairs of eyes of the true god spewed out bright streams of fire and slowly closed. After a brilliant cloudburst, the land was plunged into darkness. The sun is so divine. It's off duty. Immediately afterward, a vertical moon appeared in the sky, and the moonlight poured out and fell on the earth. The true god of Taiyin, go to work. It's getting dark, so hurry home and don't go out. Mother, we're protected by the Xian Huang flag here. What are we afraid of? With or without the protection of the Xian Huang flag, it's not good for humans to bask in the moon after all. After basking in it for a long time, they'll easily turn into evil spirits. Go home quickly. Remember, you can't go out of the city in the dark. There are evil spirits outside the city that are very vicious. After dark, the inhabitants all talked about the moon. They did not dare to walk under the moonlight. The first time to go home, the streets were cold and empty. Above the streets of the originally bustling Maple Leaf City, there was a dead silence. Other than the night patrol guards of the Spiritual Armature Bureau walking along the streets, there was almost no one else in sight, and only the Xian Huang flag floated high in the sky above the city, emitting a faint glow that enveloped the city. Outside of Maple Leaf City, there was a deathly darkness, and every now and then, some creepy roars would tear through the night sky, making people's hearts tremble. Many of the soldiers defending the city were looking at the darkness, and when they heard the voices, they all looked tense and on guard. They knew that it was evil. And in that darkness outside the city, Li XVII had already left the city at some point and walked towards the darkest place outside Maple Leaf City, leisurely as if taking a walk in the darkness. The killing knife hung from the back of his waist, wobbling. Chapter 52 Taboo in the Dragon Kingdom, Maple Leaf City, on top of the 500-meter-high city wall. The city guards on patrol were all on guard, staring out with wide eyes. They all changed their complexion when they saw Li XVII's back walking towards the darkness in the distance. Whose little child is this? It's nighttime. Why are you still walking out of town? Looking for death? Quickly, have the guards on duty call him back. Once he steps out of the range covered by the radiance of the Xian Huang flag, the evil spirits outside will tear him apart. It's too late. He seems to have gone into the darkness. Ha? That fast? This kid's speed disappeared. Nima, this little kid is so fast. He can't be an evil spirit, right? After those city guards watched Li XVII take a single step, instantly spanning 100 meters and blending inside the dark woods, they were immediately scared and couldn't help but tighten the firearms in their hands. This kind of firearm was a special weapon of the Dragon Kingdom, with heavenly thunder talisman seals and thunder and fire talismans painted on it, and even the bullets were special talismanic bullets. The bullets were shot out, and within the barrel of the gun, they were empowered by the heavenly thunder talisman seal and the thunder and flame talisman, possessing the power of heavenly thunder and flame. When the bullet struck the enemy, those talismanic powers inside the bullet would completely explode, turning into raging and surging thunder and flames, killing the enemy completely. Heavenly thunder, which has a natural power to kill and restrain evil spirits below the sneaky level. As long as they were hit, then they would surely die. Sneak level evil spirits wouldn't die as long as they weren't hit in the vitals, but the power of the heavenly thunder and flames would be enough to injure them for years. Demon level evil spirits. This kind of bullet would not be enough to be able to harden against this kind of thunder fire bullet without any damage. It must be on the first grade of the Xian rank of the thunderfire cannon in order to be able to fight against the demon level evil spirits. Facing devil level evil spirits, even if they had thunderfire bullets and thunderfire cannons, none of them would be enough, and they would need to be on higher level standardized weapons, the G20 nuclear energy runic fire gun, the AK-400 submachine gun, or the Dongfeng 80 runic fire skyjacking cruise missile. It was only that this kind of weapon was only available in big cities like the Dragon Empire capital, and it was impossible to have it in a frontier place like Maple Leaf City, which was close to the Jin demon prison. With such a gun in hand, the bottom line of the patrol guards was only much more plentiful. One of the guards stared at the darkness where Li XVII disappeared and said in a trembling voice, "Evil sneaks are afraid of the light of the Xian Huang flag. Yet he walks under the light of the Xian Huang flag. The level isn't low most likely sneak level." Another guard said in horror, "I have heard that on the Black Wind Ridge outside the city, there is an evil spirit named Thousand Benny Infant who, at night, takes on the appearance of a child and cries by the side of the road. And as long as a good Samaritan stops to help him, he will change into his original form and eat that good Samaritan. That person who just disappeared into thin air. It couldn't be Chippendale baby, could it? Are you being silly? The Black Wind Ridge is thousands of miles from us. How could it come over to us? Regardless of all that. Anyway, something big might happen tonight. Stay alert. I've heard that the Savage Land has not been peaceful lately, with many evil spirits running out from there to cause trouble. And over in Maoyang City, there have been several small villages that have been destroyed as well. That's their business. We're better off stabilizing ourselves first. Go get the Dragon Kingdom Forbidden Handbook out. We need to read more tonight, and step up our guard. One of the patrol guards nodded and took out a long-cherished copy of the Dragon Kingdom Taboo Manual, flipping open the first page to view it. One of the taboos of the Dragon Kingdom. You can't leave the city in the dark. Taboo No. 2 of the Dragon Kingdom. When walking outside the city at night, if someone shouts your name behind you, don't turn around. It's an evil spirit calling you. Run. Run right away. The third taboo of the Dragon Kingdom is that if you encounter an upright, talking yellow-skinned man in the mountains and fields who opens his mouth to ask for a seal from you, run. Run at once. If you can't run away, reply to it in a foreign language that it doesn't understand. And before you speak, try to find out if it understands you. Remember, don't answer its questions with anything it understands. Dragon Kingdom Taboo No. 4. When you encounter something unclean at night, don't lock eyes with it and hide under the covers for relative safety. Dragon Kingdom Taboo No. 5. Don't urinate or defecate in the graveyard at night. Ghosts and spirits usually reside in the graveyard and they have dignity. Dragon Kingdom Taboo No. 6. If you come across a pair of red embroidered shoes in the mountains and forests, then eat all the good food you have with you, because soon you will be killed by it. Dragon Kingdom Taboo No. 7. In the wilderness, if you encounter a pregnant woman or child asking for help, don't pay attention, don't even look at them, and quickly leave. Dragon Kingdom Taboo No. 8. When walking in the mountains and forests at night, be careful not to whistle. Whistling will attract ghosts and demons. Dragon Kingdom Taboo No. 9. Then, he took out a Maple Leaf City taboo manual and read it. Basically, the first 8 or 9 taboos are pretty much the same. Among the 10th taboo in the Maple Leaf City Taboo Handbook was written a very conspicuous line: the Kangwolf Forest, 500 kilometers to the north of Maple Leaf City, should never be messed with chicken. Maple City Taboo No. 11. In the mountains, run when you come across a horse killer. Li 17 strides through the dark jungle, whistling thoughts with immense comfort and humming a song lightly. A mellifluous whistle echoed through the darkness of the night. From Maple Leaf City to Maoyang City, there was a long distance to cross, separated by 10 large mountains. If you don't take the highway and fly in a scented car, then you have to go over the mountains. The highway is closed at night and cannot be used. Li 17 himself didn't have a fragrant car, so he can only choose to go over the mountains and head to the place where the city of Maoyang and Maple Leaf City must pass through. Before he left the city, he had already found out that Lu Hongqi from the Divine Soldier Row would be back tonight. Therefore, he needs to go to Lu Hongqi's necessary path to ambush. Must stop Lu Hongqi. For his loss of $200 million to claim, he will teach Lu Hongqi what it means to contribute to society if he is not willing to lose money. The moonlight poured down, shining through the gaps in the big trees of the mountains and forests, dappling the earth. Although there was moonlight, however, it was still incomparably dark in the mountains and forests. And where the moonlight couldn't shine, one couldn't reach out and couldn't see the road at all if one didn't use a light to illuminate it. However, Li 17 walked in this darkness as if he was walking on the ground. As if the darkness could not block his vision. Demon, look at my sword blade. He was humming a song, holding a found, impossibly straight stick in his hand, and as he walked, he was also chipping the tips of roadside flowers and plants, waving it around with the joy of a child. Well, he's a child himself. For some reason, he didn't feel a bit of joy when he cut someone with his sword, but he was in an unbelievably happy mood when he took a wooden stick and cut the flowers and grass on the side of the road, a feeling he hadn't even had before. Moreover, holding this wooden stick, he felt happier than holding a sword. So, the more he chopped, the more he got energized, and while chopping, he was humming a song, and after singing the song, I'm a great warrior. Look at the sword gong. Look at this wooden stick of mine. Does it look like a sword, Ada, and so on? Having a particularly good time and laughing. That delightful laughter, that melodious whistle, echoed through the mountains. And while Li 17 was playing like this, in the mountain forest, in the darkness, a pair of green eyes suddenly appeared, coldly staring at Li 17, as if looking at prey and salivating. Chapter 53, Tiger Mantis. Russell. Li 17 walked in front, while the rear made a kind of rustling sound, as if something stepped on top of the fallen leaves and followed him. It was well known that after dark, if one did not have the Xian Huang flag to shelter them, one should never walk in the mountains, outside of towns, or outside of villages, or else, they would encounter evil spirits that feed on people. There were once experiments done by a great power, in which the Yuanshan went out of the body and possessed the body of an evil spirit, and looked at human beings from the evil spirit's point of view. He was shocked to realize that in the eyes of the evil spirit, the blood aura that covered the human's body was like a flame. This is why evil spirits always find humans in the middle of the night. The flames, amidst the reaching darkness, were too conspicuous. As long as the evil spirits are not blind, then they will surely be able to spot the humans. Therefore, whenever a human walks inside the mountains and forests, there are bound to be evil spirits swarming around, tearing the human apart and devouring them. Even if there is an urgent need to walk at night, then you have to choose to fly high up in the sky toward, on the outside of the incense card to draw the charm of exorcism, thunder and fire charm, God charm and so on the seal of the talisman, used to dispel the evil spirits, or light a divine illumination lamp designed to ward off evil spirits and protect yourself while you scout the path. The divine illumination lamp, as the name implies, is a lamp that uses a certain kind of grass rope rewarded by the true God as its wick, and is lit with a special kerosene that has been specially refined to ward off evil spirits. On top of the lampshade, there were also various kinds of talismans that could deter and kill evil spirits. After lighting the wick, the light reflected these talismans out, enough to protect the body and allow it to travel through the darkness of the night. However, ordinary divine illumination lanterns could only expel evil spirits below the sneaky level, and once they encountered evil spirits above the sneaky level, they would also be torn apart from the lantern. A young kid like Li XVII, with exuberant chi and blood on his body, was like a large firefly or a blazing flame, so distinct and outstanding that he instantly attracted the attention of all the evil spirits in the mountains and forests. Moreover, not only did he not hide his whereabouts, he hummed along the way and kept chopping the flowers and trees along the roadside with a wooden stick, causing a great deal of commotion, so it would be hard for the evil spirits not to pay attention. At this moment, behind his lone figure, a pair of green, greedy, bloodthirsty eyes were staring at him, still approaching him, eerie, terrifying. Along with their proximity, a mass of black chi seemed to stick to the ground like a black snake, stretching towards Li XVII's ankle. Ha! Why does it seem a little cold? And what's that noise? Li XVII felt the air around him turn a little colder and looked back. Behind him, it was still dark, and the night was as dark as ink, so you couldn't see anything. Nothing. It's really weird. Obviously there's nothing. Why do I feel so cold? Li XVII faintly said, without caring so much. He turned, and continued on. After he turned around, the pair of green eyes reappeared and continued to approach Li XVII, like a black cloud that covered the sky. They revealed themselves as they passed through areas illuminated by moonlight. It was an incredibly bizarre creature. Tiger's head, 2 tentacles, like wooden branches, stuck in the forehead, tiger-bodied, but incredibly tiny, yellow and black, and only a meter tall when ambling on all fours. The limbs were also different from ordinary tigers, without thick tendon meat, but particularly slender. The claws were particularly sharp and long, as if they were steel knives that had been refined over thousands of years, and seemed to be able to cut through even steel with ease. On the back, 3 pairs of fleshy wings are grown. The tail isn't that of a tiger either, but looks like that of a praying mantis. It was like a tiger and a praying mantis combined into one monster that looked incredibly odd. Spirit-level evil sneak, tiger mantle. They were numerous, densely packed, 100 heads. When he flapped his wings, he was soundless and silent, like a mass of black clouds, chasing towards Li XVII. By the time they opened their bloody disc mouths, ready to devour Li XVII, suddenly, Li XVII disappeared into the darkness. Hundreds of tiger mantis stopped their pouncing bodies and froze in place, looking around in confusion. In the middle of the huge mountain forest, Li XVII, who was blazing like a flame, had disappeared in thin air, and there was no shadow of Li XVII in all directions. Even the tiger mantis, which vibrated its wings and flew in mid-air, was looking around. These evil spirits were confused. With their years of experience in predation, they simply couldn't understand how Li XVII disappeared into thin air. Just as they were puzzled and searching around, suddenly, Li XVII's innocent and very clear and melodious voice came from high above. Everyone, are you looking for me? Hundreds of tiger mantis heard this splendid voice, and their complexion changed as they hurriedly looked up. In the mountains, the full moon, Li XVII stood high above the sky, bathed in the light of the moon, towering over them. A smile, unbelievably kind and bright. The eyes were even smiling and squinting into a curved crescent moon. After seeing these tiger mantis raising their heads, Li XVII even waved his hand to greet them with a big smile. It felt as if a neighboring child had seen his beloved toy. Hundreds of tiger mantis were looked at by Li XVII in this way, and a strong feeling of danger arose in their hearts for no reason, as if they were being stared at by a flood beast, and their bodies were chilled all over. Run! Being in the strong instinct of evil spirits, they were creeped out, and the first time they vibrated their wings, they quickly fled. Thin They flew for less than 3 seconds before they suddenly crashed headlong into a giant spider web and were completely stuck. Li XVII stood in mid-air and said with a smile, "If you come, then you'll be safe. You all want to leave without saying hello, is it possible?" As he spoke, he pressed his large hand into the void, and a thin line blossomed in his palm. Thin lines crisscrossed across, like lightning, like flying swords, pouring down from above, running through the heads and hearts of hundreds of tiger mantis and nailing them to the trees. In an instant, hundreds of tiger mantis were completely killed. At the wound, some green blood was left behind, which looked disgusting. They say that the evil spirits outside Maple Leaf City are terrifying. I thought how terrifying, but it turns out that they are only spirit level. Li XVII was like a falling leaf, floating down from mid-air, looking at these tiger mantis, with a disgusted face. I should have known not to hunt them. This kind of thing is very unpalatable at a glance of the meat. Doing a lost business With a thought, he withdrew the densely packed thin threads. Above the thin thread, it was spotless, as if it had never beheaded an evil spirit. Hundreds of tiger mantis corpses crashed to the ground like dumplings. What's that? Li XVII was about to leave when suddenly, he noticed a faint green light appearing in the body of a tiger mantis. Chapter 54, What a Big Chicken! Li XVII walked over and used a wooden stick to pierce the wound of the tiger mantis and saw the source of the green light. Inside the tiger mantis's chest, there was a precious jade-emitting green light that grew on the bone and glittered. So it's a demon core, Li XVII said. He took out his killing knife and quickly cut open the wound of the tiger mantis, took out the piece of demon core, wiped it clean with a leaf and looked at it carefully. The demon core wasn't heavy, only the size of half his fist, and emitted a faint green light in the darkness of the night. It's a little warm to the touch and there's a little bit of a fishy odor coming from it as well. It could be felt that there was some rather evil power contained within the demon core that made one's heart flutter. To be able to grow a demon core shows that this evil spirit has the potential to grow into a demon. It's a pity that the demon core is contaminated by the moonlight and the power inside cannot be refined. Li XVII looked at the demon core and sighed a pity, thinking, this would be good if it was in the prison. The big dog likes to eat this. Crunchy. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is not to my taste. He put the demon core in the bag, thinking that if he had time to go back to the Jin demon prison in the future, then he would bring it to the big dog and give it to the dog as a snack. Then he walked towards the other tiger mantis with his killing knife in hand. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the light of the blade appeared brightly. Next second, all the tiger mantis were dissected, and their flesh and bones were completely separated. Li XVII looked at it once, his eyes disappointed, and withdrew his sword back to its sheath. Of the hundreds of tiger mantis, only one of them had birthed a demon core. He didn't say much, but continued on his way. This time, he counted the time and didn't walk slowly, but sped up, like a tiny bolt of lightning, going over the mountains and towards Maoyang City, his speed reaching an unimaginable level. Along the way, all the demons and evils that coveted him were all smashed by his punch. About 30 minutes later, Li XVII arrived at the top of a towering mountain peak. It's 800 meters above sea level, and standing at the top, you can look down on Maple Leaf City over the horizon. Vaguely visible was the glow of the Xinhuang flag. Li XVII took out a local book from his bosom, and with the help of the light of the moonlight, he carefully looked at it to make sure that the place where he was now was the Kangwolf Forest. From Maoyang City to Maple Leaf City, you have to pass through the Kangwolf Forest, so this is the right place to come. Li XVII put away the map book and took out another bundle of sugarcane. Sitting on the peak of the mountain, nibbling on the sugarcane while waiting quietly. Sugarcane, which he had just found while passing through a wooded area. Grandpa had told him that it was sweet and juicy and contained a lot of sugar, and that it would make him happy to eat it. So, he cut a big bundle of sugarcane, washed it with mountain spring water, and brought it to the top of the peak to eat as if it were a snack. What made him feel strange was that this Kangwolf forest was bustling below, with demons and evils walking all over the place. He saw many demons and evils, such as black, insubstantial ghosts that floated around in the mountains and forests, ghostly fire spirits leaping over graveyards, Guile sleeping in coffins, shadowy soldiers walking in groups, and evils with 3 heads, the 3-headed demon goat. When those evil spirits saw him at first, they all had glowing eyes and rushed at him. After he punched out an evil level, the 3-headed demon goat, those evil spirits completely caved in, not daring to approach him at all, instead hiding far away and looking at him with incomparably terrified eyes. In their opinion, this human villain with flames all over his body is simply more evil than a sneak, and is terrifyingly terrifying. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this person? How can he be so strong? The 3-headed demon goat is already an evil sneak at the evil level, just one step away from cultivating to the sneak level, and as a result, he was just blown away by a punch. He has at least sneak level strength. It's not just sneak level. I just saw him from afar smash the demon level evil sneak, steel bone tiger with a single punch. He definitely has the strength to crush demon level evil sneaks. Probably only Chicken is his opponent. Damn. Looking at how young he is, how can he be so powerful? Did he start practicing in his mother's womb? It's not a fierce dragon that can't pass through the river. He dared to break into the Kangwolf forest at night at such a young age. He must have a pair of brushes. I've heard a senior of the demon rank say that there are 3 major existences of humans that cannot be messed with, and the first in line is the child who walks at night. He said that this kind of person is very strong and is a one-of-a-kind genius. Otherwise he wouldn't have appeared in the mountains and forests in the night when demons and evils are all over the place. When many evil spirits saw the arrival of Li XVII, they all dodged away in horror, talking about it and changing their color at the sight of it, as if they were not demons and evil spirits. And Li XVII was the real evil spirit. After seeing them give way, Li XVII didn't pester them and directly ascended to the top of the Kangwolf forest. After reaching the top of the mountain, the place was particularly quiet, not a single evil spirit in sight, and it was cold and quiet. At the top of the mountain, there is a cave. Li XVII sat on the rock in front of the cave, his feet dangling below the cliff, leisurely eating sugar cane. Lu Hongqi was quite powerful, and with the fragrant car protecting her body along with many terrifying divine weapons, she was not afraid of the evil spirits of the night at all. Therefore, after completing the deal, Lu Hongqi would definitely rush back to Maple Leaf City overnight. While Li XVII was waiting, inside the cave, an incomparably tall figure stepped out. It was more than 3 meters tall, all covered by darkness, so it could not be seen what it looked like, only revealing a pair of scarlet eyes like fire, transmitting an incomparably terrifying pressure, and was staring at Li XVI's back full of greed and ice. Along with its appearance, with the cave as the center, a monstrous and ferocious might rose up to the sky, spreading out in all directions and spanning 30 kilometers. Chicken showed up. That smell. Chicken is obviously angry. Everyone run. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just saw that guy go up to the top of the hill. He's challenging Chicken. Chicken is a demon-level evil spirit. Once it is angered, it will bloodily wash the Crow Wolf Forest and all of us evil spirits will have to die. Run! Within a 50-mile radius of the Kangwolf Forest, all the evil spirits felt this monstrous aura and all of them looked horrified and appeared to run away on a large scale. Even more, many evil spirits fell down in the middle of running, and were directly trampled to death by even more powerful evil spirits in a panic. In the entire Kangwolf Forest, there was an unimaginable turmoil, and smoke and dust rolled out. Li XVII sat on top of the cliff, looking at all the turmoil happening in the jungle, nibbling on the sugar cane, his eyes puzzled. What's wrong? I'm not chasing them. What are they running for? Just then, a huge shadow appeared behind him, enveloping him. Immediately afterward, a jarring voice came, because, it's me they're afraid of. Li XVII looked up, and when he saw the creature standing behind him, he couldn't help but marvel. What a big chicken! Chapter 55, Coyote Forest. Chicken. Standing in front of Li XVII was a huge rooster. It stood up human, over 3 meters tall, huge and burly, with no hair on its upper body, but an unbelievably toned and sinewy body. Moreover, there were no wings, and the 2 arms were thicker than the 2 thighs of a normal human youth, with robust muscles and large tendons undulating like dragons and snakes beneath the skin. The biceps were even more thick and terrifying. At first glance they were full of explosive and terrifying power. A single punch was estimated to be able to kill a huge buffalo. The legs were covered with black cock hairs, and there was a tuft of black cock hairs sticking out of the back of his ass. Both feet were robust, and the claws were as sharp as 1,000 hammered blades, as if they could even tear apart the heavens. With scarlet, bloodthirsty eyes, he towered over Li XVII. Those eyes, appalling. Coyote Forest. Chicken. At first glance, this was not a chicken. It was clearly a terrifying muscular man wearing a rooster hood. His body was filled with an unrivaled sense of oppression. His aura was incomparably fierce. Demon-level evil spirits. Coyote Grove. Chicken. Li 17 stood up and realized that he could barely reach a little bit below the thigh of this chicken, and couldn't help but lament once again. Such a big rooster. If it's used to stew chicken soup, how long would it take to stew? When Chicken heard these words from Li 17, his eyes became even more scarlet and his murderous aura overflowed. As the first brother of the Kang Wolf Forest, it was invincible in this jungle, a veritable king of the wild, and when it was in a bad mood, it would eat any evil spirit it saw. Now Li 17, a human brat, wanted to take it and use it to make soup. This was too humiliating for a chicken. Without saying a word, it clenched its fist and fiercely blasted down at Li 17. Quick, fast as hell. Although its attack was fast, it was still not as fast as Li 17, and its fist did not hit Li XVII's body, but instead blasted on the stone that Li 17 was just sitting on. With a loud thud, the rock was knocked apart. The powerful force also shattered half of the mountain peak altogether. The sky of debris fell down towards the 800-meter high cliff like rain. Chicken frowned slightly as he misses with a strike, and then, as if it sensed something, it looked up into the sky. Li 17 was floating in mid-air at the moment, carrying a bag of sugarcane in his left hand, and also nibbling on a sugarcane in his right hand, looking at Chicken with good humor. The chicken is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. But, by the looks of you, you should be a gym chicken. The meat must be so faggy it's not good. He nibbled a mouthful of sugarcane and waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not going to bother with you so much. Just hurry up and leave. Don't affect my hunting. When Chicken heard this, he became even more furious, his forehead veins popping out. Even the experts of the top 10 clans of Maple Leaf City needed to be careful when they saw it and didn't dare to provoke a fight. How dare a little kid like Li 17 treat it like food? As the demon king of the Tsong Wolf Forest, how had it ever suffered this kind of shame? Therefore, without saying a word, it sacrificed its demonic pills on the spot and catalyzed the true chi in its body. In an instant, the demonic Dan bloomed with a brilliant and demonic red light, and a red sword chi shot toward Li 17. The sword chi was strangely fast. A sharp sound of air popping erupted. Moreover, it was exceptionally sharp, and when it cut through the air, it was as if it could even shatter space, causing it to tremble. This kind of power was 100 times sharper than the sword chi of a human cultivator's genie sword chi stream. Li XVII's face was expressionless, holding the cane and quickly slapping those red sword chi somewhere else. Just then, the wind was gusty and fishy. Chicken had already flown above him at some point, and the muscles on top of the arm that was even more gigantic than Li XVII's body bulged one by one, blasting towards Li XVII's head. The speed of the fist pierced through the air, erupting into a sharp burst of air. Li 17 sighed and said, "You evil devils. I didn't want to fight with you. Why do you have to force me?" After saying that, he took the cane in his mouth, raised his hand, and blasted a punch towards the top of his head. The movements are consistent and one-pointed. However, the punch left Chicken's eyes wide with shock. Thunder! After Li XVII's fist blasted out, it unexpectedly produced an incomparably violent thunderous sound that exploded in its ears, causing it to lose its mind a bit. Thunder, specializing in evil spirits. Even if there was no thunder and lightning, the sound of thunder still had a natural and terrifying suppressive power over evil spirits. Only, Chicken thought wrong. What was terrifying was not the thunder, let alone the sound of thunder, but Li XVII's fist. Boom! With thunder's boost, one of Chicken's hands was smashed into a bloody mist. The terrifying power was so strong that it even blasted Chicken high into the air. Chicken was in mid-air, spitting out blood in large gulps. Although Li XVII's fist only hit its right arm just now, it felt as if its entire body was almost blown to pieces, and it was in excruciating pain. Li 17 landed on the top of the mountain as light as a feather, staring at Chicken, and was about to add the final blow to blast Chicken right into pieces. Suddenly, his heart snapped and he looked to the sky at the back. In that distant sky, a bright light appeared. Within that bright light, there was a hissing sound of a demonic beast. It was vaguely visible that there were 8 demonic beasts pulling a carriage. Sprinting over to this side, Li XVII's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Finally squatted, Lu Hongqi did come back, and while he was so stunned, Chicken fell from a great height. It landed 200 meters to the left of Li 17. Terrified, trying to slip away quietly. A master's hand is a master's hand. Just now, Li XVII's punch almost let it go to hell to see King of Hell. At this time, it had already been scared to piss, and only wanted to escape quickly. Stop! At this time, Li XVII's childish voice came. Chicken was so soft that he stopped in a hurry, turned back with difficulty, looked at Li 17 with incomparable fear, then, plopped down and knelt down in front of Li 17, begging for mercy in a trembling voice. "Immortal, spare my life. I just had the eyes to not recognize Tai. It's all my fault. Li 17 swept at a glance. Now you know to beg for mercy? Didn't you still want to kill me just now? When Chicken heard this, he was even more horrified, thumping his head till Li XVII and saying with a handful of sweat and a handful of tears, Supreme Immortal, I'm wrong, please spare me. I have an old man and a young man, and I still have to feed our whole family. I can't die, and my child can't be left without a father. Li XVII originally wanted to make up a blow and finish off Chicken, but when he heard Chicken say something like that, his heart trembled. He doesn't have a dad either. However, he soon reacted with a cold look in his eyes. An evil spirit can give birth to a child? I read more. Do you think you can fool me? Chicken said with a tear in his eye and a sniffle in his nose. Immortal, I really didn't lie to you. I really do have a son. King Chang Feng, come out quickly and pay your respects to the Supreme Immortal. With his words, 2 walking chickens came out of the cave. Like Chicken, they stand up and walk like humans, with no hair on their upper bodies, just strong muscles. Only, unlike the 3-meter-tall majestic Chicken brothers, they were relatively small in size, about the same height as Li XVII. They looked timidly at Li XVII, fear written all over their eyes. Chicken was the most powerful demonic evil in the Kangwolf forest, but as a result, it was almost dried up by Li XVII's punch, and they were afraid that Li XVII would kill them and take them home to make soup. Li XVII froze when he saw the scene. Nima, evil spirits really do have children. Chicken introduced, Supreme Immortal, this older one is my son, Chang Wang, and that younger one is my daughter, Chung Feng. They're still small, they're not even spirit-level evil spirits, they can't even speak. If I die, they'll be killed by those evil spirits in the Kangwolf forest. Li XVII looked at King Chang and Chung Feng with puzzled eyes. They're all so majestic. Why are there males and females? Chicken begged again, please, spare my life. After saying that, it began to continuously kowtow to Li XVII, and even pulled the 2 children to kneel down together, kowtowing to Li XVII and begging for forgiveness. Li XVII looked at them like this and was secretly saddened. Even evil spirits have parents. And he, well, doesn't. He waved his hand and said, alright, I'm not going to kill you guys. You tell those 2 kids to go home and stay there. And as the price for not killing you, you're going to do my job for me. Chicken was overjoyed and thanked him in a hurry. And then, quickly letting Chang Wang and Chang Feng go back to the middle of the cave, it stood up by itself and looked at Li XVII with incomparable respect, saying, Supreme Immortal, what do you want me to do? Li XVII frowned as he looked at the carriage flying in the sky. That's when he saw it clearly. What flew in was not Lu Hongqi's mounts and carriages, and the ones pulling the carriages were not Lu Hongqi's goat-horned serpent-tailed lions, but the 8 phantom flying leopards. Driving the car was a rough-faced male driver. Seeing this scene, Li XVII's eyes suddenly turned cold. This car, it's all too familiar. This driver, all too familiar. This was the car of the young master of the Tang family, and it had almost hit him and Chen Hongyao during the day. Li XVII pointed at the car of the Tang family flying in the sky and said coldly to Chicken, demolish this car for me. Chapter 56, 9 turns white like nail. When he was in Maple Leaf City, Li XVII was quite unhappy with such a style of the Tang family. Chen Hongyao told him not to go against the Tang family at that time, but he didn't listen. In the Jin Demon prison, he hadn't even been heckled like that, and a mere driver from the Tang family dared to treat him like that? When has he, Master 17, ever suffered such indignity? Grandpa said, the face that was lost must be returned. Vengeance must be avenged. The money that was screwed must be recovered. This time, he had originally wanted to hunt Lu Hongqi, but now that he had encountered the Tang family's fragrant car, it was simply an opportunity given by the heavens. Retaliation. It has to be retaliated back. Chicken sniffed and looked delighted. Supreme Immortal, if I blow up that car, will you let me go? Li XVII crossed his eyebrows. You dare to make conditions with me? Chicken was shocked and hurriedly said, I don't dare. I'll do it right away. After saying that, Chicken's feet crushed the stones on the ground and rushed up to the sky like a cannonball. With a burst of light, a pair of wings sprouted from its back. The wings vibrated and carried Chicken high into the air, flying towards the Tang family's phantom flying leopard fragrant car. An incomparably terrifying aura permeated from its body, driving a huge dark cloud that covered the sky and rushed towards the phantom flying leopard fragrant car with a monstrous aura. Li XVII stood on top of the cliff and sighed, worthy of being a chicken, it has momentum. By this time, Chicken had already rushed to a kilometer in front of the phantom flying leopard fragrance car. Above the sky, the pupils of the 8 phantom flying leopards contracted, their fur creeping out, and they stopped in midair on the spot, their eyes looking at the dark clouds in front of them in horror. The chicken in the dark cloud gave them a sense of extreme fear. The driver who originally drove the car noticed the scene from afar. His complexion changed drastically, and he shouted, Young master, There's an evil spirit sneaking up on us. As he spoke, he offered up a pale blue talisman at the first opportunity. The rune seal flew high into the air and exploded violently, turning into a blue flame that blazed. In the midst of the flames, a giant pale blue tiger pounced out, 4 meters long and burning with a blazing blue flame, roaring and charging at Chicken. At the same time, the shrine behind the driver's head emerges and lights the incense cart. On top of the fragrant car, a runic pattern lit up, spreading across the entire body, and then along the carriage, spreading to the 8 phantom flying leopards. With the rune pattern, the phantom flying leopard's fear was only slightly reduced. The driver was only too relieved. The protective talisman seals on this vehicle of theirs were of great origin, drawn by eternal talisman master Zhao Changhai, and were sufficient to resist demon-level evil spirits. It is for this reason that they dare to walk at night. Furthermore, the talisman seal he had just sacrificed, called the Divine Tiger Demon Subduing Talisman Seal, was also from eternal talisman master Zhao Changhai's handiwork, and once it was sacrificed, the pale blue divine tiger would be able to completely devour and incinerate evil spirits below the demon level. Even if it was a demon-level evil spirit, the pale blue tiger had the power to fight. It's the Chicken from Coyote Grove. In the carriage, a young man's voice came out. Strange. Our Tang family and it have never had any enmity or grudges. Every time we passed by in the past, it wouldn't provoke us. Why is it rushing at us today? Young master, what do we do then? The driver said. Young master Tang's voice came out again, coldly saying, this young master has something to do today. He must rush back to Maple Leaf City. No matter what kind of demon king it is, activate our killing formation and charge through. If it dares to stand in the way, then it will be destroyed. The voice was filled with a powerful confidence. It seemed that the young master Tang in the carriage didn't even have the demon king in his sights. Just before the words were finished, a muffled sound erupted in front of him, and the pale blue giant tiger drawn by the talismanic seal was smashed by Chicken's punch, split into pieces, and transformed into a path of flames, landing towards the bottom of the mountain forest. The wind whistled and pounded. Chicken appeared in front of the phantom flying car carrying a roiling magic cloud like a ghost. Along with it, the ferocious flames and aura like a mountain came to suppress it. The driver's pupils contracted violently. So fast. Boom! Before he could react, Chicken punched the 2 phantom flying leopards into a bloody mist, and his fist went on, destroying them, whistling past them, and smashing heavily on top of the fragrant car. In the nick of time, all the runes on top of the incense cart all lit up, blossoming with a superb light, transforming into a huge round shield, guarding the incense cart within. However, it didn't work at all. All the power of the runes was useless in front of Chicken's fist that was as big as a casserole dish, and it was directly smashed. After the terrifying fist power shattered the power of the rune pattern, the driver was blown into a bloody mist on the spot. Boom! The fist went on, breaking the entire incense cart into pieces and disintegrating it directly in midair. A gorgeously dressed young man of about 30 years of age was also sent flying by this terrifying force, spraying blood from his mouth in a sorry state. Asshole, our Tang clan had an agreement with you. You took such a huge favor from our Tang clan, and yet you still struck out at our Tang clan. The youth glided in mid-air, his eyes widened in anger, and he roared like thunder. At the same time, the shrine at the back of his head appeared, and a godly statue jumped out of it, pulling the young master of the Tang clan and lifting him in mid-air. In the realm of the newborn idol can pull its owner and fly in mid-air. Along with the appearance of the idol, the true chi in the young master of the Tang clan's body immediately began to run at a rapid pace, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Even a treasure flew out of the shrine and shone on his body. This treasure was clearly a white nail, as long as the palm of an adult's hand, 1 finger thick and thin. The body was snow white, blossoming with incomparable crystal and light, looking particularly sacred. Shan rank 5th grade magic treasure, 9 revolutions white light nail. With the support of the magic treasure, the young master of the Tang clan's aura was even more terrifying, and surprisingly, he didn't escape, but turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Chicken. Accompanying his advance, a sharp sword chi flew out from the shrine and blasted towards Chicken like a blistering rain. Chicken didn't care and took wing. The roiling sword chi bombarded its body, but it was unable to even penetrate its majestic muscles, and the sword chi and muscles collided, surprisingly erupting with the sound of gold and gold gorges striking each other. Boom! Like a demonic god, Chicken rushed to the Tang clan's young master with ferocious flames against the sky of sword chi. So fast. The young master of the Tang clan's expression changed. Bang! Without waiting for him to react, Chicken's casserole-sized fist had already blasted him in the chest. The terrifying force was like a 100,000 gene boulder, shattering his protective true chi, and his entire body was reduced to a mist of blood in a matter of moments. Chicken blew out his fist and said lightly, Sato. However, It hadn't waited for it to go back. Suddenly, a burst of majestic mana fluctuations came. The 9 revolutions white light nail that was originally floating in midair shone brightly, and like a meteor, it pierced through Chicken's shoulder with a poof, bringing up a large string of blood. Chicken's complexion changed and he hurriedly lifted his wings and burst back, pulling away and looking in all directions with incomparable vigilance. It had already blasted the Tang clan's young master into a bloody mist just now. So why was this magic treasure still attacking it? Even it, an evil spirit, found this too bizarre. The 9 turns white light nail flew again, swift as lightning, stabbing at Chicken. Chicken dodged in a flash. The thing was too sharp, enough to pierce through its defenses and had to be dodged. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In midair, the 9 revolutions white light nail flickered with light, transforming into a streak of white light that crisscrossed across and around like a swimming dragon, flying up and down around Chicken. After each flyby, it brought up a large blood on Chicken's body. Chapter 57, The Stand-in Charm. The white light was like a dragon, flickering and moving. Caught off guard, Chicken's body was constantly receiving heavy blows, and his body was bruised all over, looking incomparably lousy. Instead of squaring its shoulders, it was unperturbed in its defense, calmly observing its surroundings. It was only logical that after killing the owner, the magic treasure would be left unactivated and would not do any harm to it. However, the magic treasure was still being urged on, and its speed was getting faster and faster, as elusive as lightning. This means one thing: the owner of the magic treasure is still alive. So, what did I just beat to death? Chicken was deep in thought. Soon, it was keenly aware of the anomaly. There's no blood. Usually people and evil spirits hammered to death by it would have a strong smell of blood emanating from them at the time of death. However, just now, he had blasted the young master of the Tang clan into a bloody mist, and there was surprisingly no smell of blood in the air. It gathered its eyes and fixed its eyes on it, and immediately understood what was going on, muttering, "So that's it, a stand-in talisman." The blood mist disappeared. The blood was not in the air, nor did it fall into the woods below, but it completely evaporated, just as if the rune had disappeared. Below the pale wolf forest, in a dark wood, a young man in a black brocade suit, completely merged with the darkness, had a gaze like electricity as he stared high into the sky. A mere evil sneak, daring to strike against our Tang family, looking for death. Behind him, the shrine was dimly lit, but the newborn idol inside the shrine was clenching his hands and maneuvering the 9 turns of white light nail, attacking Chicken fiercely, wanting to decapitate him. He, the real young master of the Tang family, the young master of the Tang clan, who had just been blown into a bloody mist by Chicken, was merely a puppet that he had conjured up with the substitute talisman. The moment Chicken lunged over, he realized that it was not good, and quickly sacrificed a substitute talisman, himself having long since flown out from inside the carriage. When Chicken burst the pale blue tiger, he had turned into a black stream of light and crashed down inside the mountain forest, hiding. Although his talent was not as good as the Maple Leaf twins, but with the support of the huge family resources, he had also cultivated to the new habitat 2 months ago. The divine child enshrined in the shrine was conceived as a new idol with a second life. As long as the idol doesn't die, he can live. Moreover, as the young master of the Tang family, he naturally had all sorts of life-preserving means and great killing weapons. A substitute talisman, one of the means to save your life. The 9 turns white light nail, moreover, was his most powerful attacking magic weapon, which had been warmed up by him in the shrine, and was powerful enough to generally decapitate demon-level evil spirits. Therefore, he was emboldened, and even when he faced the Demon King, he didn't run away. Instead, he wanted to hide in the shadows and kill the Demon King to retrieve the face of the great clan. Anyway, he still had 2 more substitute talismans to use, so even if he couldn't beat them, there was a way to be able to get away. "It's just a chicken. How dare you strike against our Tang family? Give me death." The young master of the Tang clan stared into the sky above, running his gong method. Within the shrine, the idol's hand shifted. At the same time, the 9 revolutions white light nail also shone brightly and disappeared in midair. Chicken instinctively sensed the intense danger, and without saying a word, he immediately retracted his wings and plummeted down to the woods below. In the next second, the 9 turns white light nail appeared incomparably abruptly in front of it, spinning and instantly piercing through one of his arms, bringing up a large pile of blood. Below the forest, the young master of the Tang clan frowned slightly. He was clearly aiming for Chicken's heart just now. How could he have missed? Just as the young master of the Tang clan was puzzled, suddenly, alarm bells went off in his heart as an intense danger swept through his body. His complexion changed, and he hastily activated the armored horse talisman on his gate, and his body shape was like electricity as he quickly retreated violently. Chicken fist, impact. The very moment he retreated, Chicken descended from the sky, his fist, larger than a casserole dish, clenched, biceps instantly bulging, and slammed down while still in midair. Boom! Along with Chicken swinging his fist in the air, with the location where the young master of the Tang clan was just now as the center. All of the woods within a 300-meter radius were blown to pieces and turned into pieces. The earth, sinking, a deep pit 300 meters in diameter appeared in the ground, and smoke rolled out of the wind and fumes filled the air. The shockwave was like a tsunami that swept in all directions, blowing all the trees within a 1-kilometer radius backward by the shockwave. Flowers and plants were instantly lifted and swept high into the air. Even a small mushroom cloud rose from that spot. The young master of the Tang clan's body was like electricity, speeding through the wind and smoke. The armor and horse talisman on his gait blossomed with bright light, causing him to speed up, leaving all those shockwaves, smoke, and trees behind. However, such a bright light was also incredibly conspicuous in the darkness of the night. The young master of the Tang clan rushed out beyond the shockwave and turned around to see the deep pit behind him. Dumbstruck, his eyes glazed over. Nima! The power of a single punch was as terrifying as it was. The power of a single strike was already comparable to a thunderfire cannon. Is this the power of a demon king? Before he could be shocked for more than 2 seconds, his heart skipped a beat and he felt like he was being watched by something. Looking back, in midair, Chicken was staring at him with a scowl on his face, grinning fiercely. Found you. Chapter 58, Tree Demon. With just a single glance, the young master of the Tang clan died, his heart aching as if it had been instantly grabbed by a large hand. Escape! A strong intuition told him that confronting this demon king head-on would result in certain death. Therefore, without saying a word, the young master of the Tang clan operated the armor horse talisman on his shoes to its limit, transformed into a head of lightning, and dashed furiously in the direction of Maple Leaf City. At the same time, his newborn idol began to blossom with a brilliant light, allowing his own true chi to operate to the extreme. On the idol, light and splendor flowed, pouring down from the shrine and feeding back to the young master of the Tang clan. At this moment, the blood chi and true chi in the young master of the Tang clan's body climbed to its peak state, and his speed became even faster than just a moment ago. In just the blink of an eye, he had rushed out more than 200 meters, flying desperately. Oh, in the Tsong Wolf Forest, you still want to escape? Chicken sneered. It didn't chase after it the first time, and a streak of blood-colored light diffused from its body surface, coalescing at the wound of the arm that had been shattered by Li XVII. At this moment, the wound squirmed and grew new flesh and blood, which spread and eventually grew into a brand new arm. Chicken swung his arm around a bit, getting the better of it. Right at this moment, the Tang clan's young master maneuvered the 9 Revolutions white light spike and stabbed at Chicken's brow once again. The young master of the Tang clan ran while trying to use his magic weapon to attack Chicken and stall him. Chicken's gaze went cold and he dodged the attack of the magic weapon by gently inclining his head. Immediately after, it vibrated its wings and its entire body was like a comet cutting through the night sky, instantly spanning more than 400 meters with a loud bang, like a meteorite descending from the sky, smashing down in front of the Tang clan's young master. Smoke flies, fierce flames, those scarlet eyes were filled with madness, coldness and bloodlust. That monstrous aura was like a horrifying wave, drowning the young master of the Tang clan. The young master of the Tang clan's complexion changed drastically, immediately summoning back the 9 Revolutions white light spike and attacking Chicken. At the same time, he offered up one talisman after another. The talisman burned and transformed into a beast with a blazing fire, pouncing on Chicken. Then, as the flames in the sky covered his form, he once again tore up a substitute talisman and manifested a self. And then, he himself quickly merged into the darkness of the night, wanting to escape in such a way. Boom! He had just disappeared into the darkness when a loud bang came from behind him. When he looked back, he saw that Chicken had an additional bronze sword in his hand, slapping the 9 turns white light nail out of his hand, while at the same time shattering several runeseal fierce beasts with a single punch. And then, Chicken's body was like lightning as he sprinted over and blasted his double into a bloody mist once again with a single punch. Seeing this, the young master of the Tang clan was horrified. At this moment, he was completely scared. He remembered the words of his clan leader grandfather, the might of the Demon King must not be offended. If you see it from afar, you must run. Otherwise, you will die. Relying on his magic treasures and the talismans drawn by the Eternal Talisman Master, he thought that he could have a battle with the Demon King, and was thinking of beheading the Demon King. In hindsight, this thought of his was completely arrogant and ridiculous. The young master of the Tang clan no longer dared to fight against Chicken, turning on the invisibility talisman on his body, completely integrating himself in the darkness, and darting away desperately. Humans are like torches in the darkness in the eyes of evil spirits, unmistakably conspicuous and visible from afar. The invisibility charm serves to shield such conspicuous flames, so that a human walking in the dark becomes as inconspicuous as an evil spirit, and the evil spirit cannot see where he is. In this way, he could walk perfectly in the darkness, and many evil spirits would not notice him. The adrenaline in the Tang clan's young master's body raced wildly as he flew away desperately, running faster than ever, crossing mountains and quickly rushing in the direction of Maple Leaf City. Only, before he could run out of the Tsone Wolf Forest, suddenly, those vines under his feet instantly rose up and surrounded the many large trees, blocking his way. Drive me. A sharp sword appeared in the hands of the young master of the Tang clan, blossoming out a sharp sword light, splitting all those vines blocking the way. However, something unexpected happened to him. He was so focused on running that he didn't even notice underneath his feet as a tree root swept out violently and wrapped around his feet. The young master of the Tang clan didn't pay attention and instantly stumbled for a moment, falling to the ground. Before he could completely fall to the ground, one tree root after another broke out of the ground and bound the Tang clan's young master like a chain, hanging him in space. Gotcha! Gotcha! In the darkness, a large tree opened its scarlet eyes, its roots pulled out from inside the soil, and danced like a human. They were, indeed, a tree demon, a tree root coalescing together as if it were a human thigh, and the roiling branches shaking as if they were human arms. Above the thick roots are eyes, a nose and a mouth. It looked beyond weird. The leaves shook and clattered as they danced with excitement. The young master of the Tang clan obviously didn't expect this to happen either, and struggled hard, and a sharp sword even blossomed from the shrine, constantly slashing at the roots of the tree, wanting to use it to break out, but not before he had cut two branches. Those branches on him immediately wrapped around him like a python, tightening violently. Click, click, click. Along with these tree roots tightening, the Tang clan's young master's ribs immediately broke, several of them. Where had young Master Tang ever suffered such pain? And immediately let out a heart-rending scream in pain, due to the injury being too severe. The shrine at the back of his head was unsteady, and the light disappeared, eventually not coming out again as it did not enter his brain. Well, shall we eat him? Are you crazy? This is Chicken's prey. If you dare to eat him, aren't you afraid that Chicken will come after you? Now that we've helped Chicken catch the target, will Chicken reward us? The many tree demons were talking and looking excited. As they spoke, a monstrous ferocious might filled the air. Chicken's huge 3-meter-tall body, bathed in moonlight, came this way, as imposing as a demon that came out from inside hell. Seeing Chicken's arrival, those tree demons were all silenced and hurriedly rooted their roots in the earth, becoming big trees again. Chicken walked over and looked at the young master of the Tang clan, who was suspended in mid-air, and swept a glance at those tree demons, saying, "You've done your service. I'll allow you to come closer to within 15 kilometers of my mountain peak." Those tree demons were ecstatic when they heard that. The mountain peak where Chicken resides is quite odd, and evil spirits will gradually become stronger in their cultivation as long as they are near there. The closer you get, the faster your cultivation grows. Therefore, Chicken's words were equivalent to giving them a great deal of hope. Chicken walked up to the young master of the Tang family. When the young master of the Tang clan saw Chicken, his expression changed drastically and he still wanted to struggle. However, it was no use at all. Without waiting for him to run his gongfu, Chicken's casserole-sized fist had already smashed into his head, knocking him unconscious. Then, without saying a word, Chicken grabbed the head of the young master of the Tang clan, rushed up into the sky, lifted his wings and flew back to the cliff above the Kangwolf forest. When it returned to the top of the cliff, it froze. Li XVII had already caught a few phantom flying leopards here at some point, and was holding a pig-killing knife, slaughtering one of the phantom flying leopards. The knife was quick, like a butcher's knife, and in the blink of an eye it had removed the head, skinned it, and pulled a whole skin out of the phantom flying leopard. There was not a bit of blood or flesh on the skin, and the cuts were as smooth as jade, as if they had not been stripped from the beast at all, but had been made long ago. And after the skinning, the phantom flying leopard's body was still intact. This kind of knife skill is divine. When Chicken saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Good sword technique. Chapter 59, The Demon Contract. Li XVII didn't lift his head and said, "Don't just stand there. It just so happens that I'm hungry enough to eat grilled meat. So grab some firewood and go find some firewood and come back." Chicken threw the Tang family's young master on the ground. "Supreme Immortal, what should we do with this person?" Just now, Li XVII only let it burst the fragrant car, and did not let it kill the people inside the vehicle. According to its guess, Li XVII might have a grudge against the people in the incense car, and it was estimated that he wanted to kill his enemy handily. Therefore, it didn't dare to kill the young master of the Tang clan without authorization, and wanted to hand it over to Li XVII to deal with. Li XVII still didn't raise his head and said indifferently, "I don't like this person. You take down the valuable things on him, And then, see to it yourself. The young master of the Tang family indulged his own driver in driving in the downtown area, almost trampling him and Chen Hongyao to death. This shows that this young master is also a flighty bad guy who is not worthy of death. Chicken sniffed. It quickly threw the clothes, treasures, and all on the young master of the Tang clan onto the ground. And then, it carried the naked young master of the Tang clan and flew down the cliff, avoiding Li XVII's line of sight. Then, it threw the Tang clan's young master into midair and opened its own chicken beak, the originally narrow and incomparably small chicken's beak. At this moment, unexpectedly opened up to a full meter wide, as if it was a bloody mouth. After the young master of the Tang clan flew in midair, he was swallowed by Chicken in one gulp. Accompanied by a sound of cracking bones, Chicken swallowed the Tang clan's young master hard, and his originally huge body became a bit even bigger than it was just a moment ago. It patted its stomach with a look of enjoyment and satisfaction. The young master of the Tang clan was a new habitat cultivator. His true chi was majestic, and his divine fetus had even been birthed to become a divine statue, allowing him to have a second life. So as long as the divine fetus was not extinguished, he would not die. Just now, it had eaten the young master of the Tang clan and the divine fetus together, which was definitely a great tonic for it, allowing its cultivation level to dabble up while its originally injured body was repaired. Only after it had finished eating did it once again fly up above the cliff and stand behind Li XVII. Li XVII still didn't raise his head. Go find firewood for little master. As he spoke, the killing knife in his hand flew around for a while, and soon the tall and powerful phantom flying leopard was sliced into two halves. The phantom flying leopard's body was incomparably huge, more than 5 meters tall, and its thighs alone were taller than Li XVII. Li XVII weaved in and out of the flying leopard's corpse, swinging a sharp blade light, quickly cutting this phantom flying leopard apart. The light of the blade was like snow, dripping with blood. When Chicken saw the blade work, he sighed in admiration again. Good blade work. After saying that, it rose up into the air and flew towards the woods below the crow-wolf forest. By the time it returned to the cliff with a large pile of firewood in its arms, the incomparably tall phantom flying leopard had already been cut into piece after piece of fresh flesh and blood by Li XVII, and placed on the rack that had already been set up long ago. Li XVII was already dissecting another phantom flying leopard, butchering the general blade technique, like snow and light in flight, pleasing to the eye. Soon, Li XVII had finished dissecting all the remaining phantom flying leopards. The leopard's head was stuck in the wood and set aside. The skin is separated and the important parts are dissected out. The heart, loin, leopard belly, liver, and intestines were also separated one by one and set aside. Supreme Immortal, your sword skills are fantastic, Chicken said heartily. Li XVII swept a glance at it and said, cut the crap. There should be mountain spring water in this mountain. You take this blood and flesh over there and wash these things for me. As he spoke, he took out a 60-centimeter large hot pot from his carry-on package and placed it on the built stone stove. Then came out the star anise, allspice, peel, ginger, onion, garlic, and other seasonings that smelled like marinades, or barbecue seasonings, or all kinds of seasonings for hitting the hot pot. Chicken was stunned at the sight and looked Li XVII up and down with even more shocked eyes. Li XVII's carry-on package obviously looked small. How could he take out such a big pot? However, before it could finish its shock, Li XVII took out another cauldron from the parcel that was a meter in diameter and almost bigger than himself, set it up on the other built stove, and took out clean dishes and placed them on the stone. Chicken was once again shocked, staring dead at Li XVII's accompanying parcel bag. This is a space magic weapon? Li XVII swept it a glance and said unhappily, if you don't wash those blood and meat and bring them back, believe it or not I'll throw you into the pot and cook you too? I haven't eaten a chicken as big as you. Chicken was shocked and didn't dare to say much, so he hurriedly picked up the flesh and blood of those phantom flying leopards and flew down the mountain, looking for mountain spring water to clean it. It even learned to be smart and found a very clean water tank from somewhere, filled it with fresh water, and then flew up on top of the cliff with all that blood and flesh. Li XVII swept it a glance and said, not bad, you're good at working. Chicken quickly and modestly said, the Supreme Immortal is too kind. This is all what Chicken should do. As it spoke, it spat in its heart, I'm a demon king. I'm very discerning. If I can't work, wouldn't I be eaten by you as well? Although it was the noble demon king of the Tsong Wolf Forest, it was willingly working for Li XVII. After all, life was precious, and evil spirits didn't want to die as long as they could live. Li XVII took out a snow-white object and threw it to Chicken. Seeing that you're so good at working, I'll reward you. Chicken took a look at it and was stunned. 9 turns white light nail? This was the magic weapon that the young master of the Tang clan had just used to attack it, and it was exceptionally sharp, enough to break through its defenses. If it hadn't dodged faster, it might have died with a hole through its heart and brow. When the young master of the Tang clan was knocked unconscious by him just now, that magic weapon fell between the mountains and forests, and it wanted to search for it later. So how did this thing appear in Li XVII's hand? Just now. Li XVII had never been off a cliff before. Li XVII seasoned the ingredients while saying, "You kid is lucky. This piece of 9 turns white light nail is polished from the brow bone of a devil-level evil spirit, dispelling the evil energy and adding the power of various talismanic seals. It is also considered to be a good piece of magic treasure. If you use this to cultivate, it will only take you 10 years to break through the realm and become a demon." The brow bone of a demonic-level evil spirit? I can become a demon? When Chicken heard this, he was ecstatic, and with a plop, he knelt down in front of Li XVII. "Many thanks for the reward from the Supreme Immortal. From now on, Little Chicken is willing to saddle up for the Supreme Immortal, offer his liver and brain, and serve the Supreme Immortal as an ox and a horse." It could see that Li XVII was very strong, unfathomable, and his cultivation must be even higher than that of a demon. Moreover, the 9 turns white light nail was such a powerful magic treasure, and Li XVII directly rewarded it. So it was evident that Li XVII did not care about this kind of extremely high-quality magic treasure. This also meant that Li XVII must be greatly influential and his strength was incomparably powerful. If one worships such a person as master, one's future achievements will be unlimited. Li XVII adjusted the flavor of the seasoning and said lightly, "Want to hang out with me?" Chicken nodded his head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, and then looked at Li XVII with incomparable fervor and adoration. Li XVII thought about it and said, "Okay, I happen to be short of dog legs. Those people in the city have too much heart. I don't like it, so you're it." Chicken was ecstatic and hurriedly kowtowed again with a bang, saying excitedly, "From now on, Little Chicken is willing to die for the dispatch of the Supreme Immortal." As it spoke, it sacrificed its own innate demonic pills and flew in front of Li XVII. "Please master, carve a ghost god contract." Ghostly contracts. Once the engraving was complete, the evil spirit would completely become that master's contracted beast, and it itself would become a slave, and everything it owned would become that person's possession. When the master dies, it dies. The owner only has to want it dead. One thought, and it will instantly die a violent death. Chicken was ready to sacrifice everything about himself in order to become Li XVII's slave. Chapter 60, Reincarnation of Tao Tai? Li XVII placed the seasoning sauce in a different dish and swept a glance at this benthic demon pill. "What are you taking this out for?" There was so much dressing sauce that the plate didn't fit and he had to put it in a very large bowl. He looked at the seasoned flavors, glanced at the Phantom Panther, and then at Chicken, his eyes surveying the food. He was only 120 centimeters tall, and even a kneeling Chicken was almost as tall as 2 of him. However, the way he looked at Chicken was as if he was looking at his food with aggression and consideration. When Chicken saw this look in Li XVII's eyes, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead with a brush. So much seasoning sauce. Could it be that Li XVII was planning to eat those phantom flying leopards after eating them, and then X on it first? Thinking of this, it became even more terrified inwardly, and hurriedly said, "I am willing to become the contracted beast of the Supreme Immortal, and from now on, I will be at the disposal of the Supreme Immortal, saddling up, sacrificing my liver and brain, and dying before I die. So please, 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 please." After saying that, it once again thumped its head. Seeing that it was so stubborn, Li XVII sighed. "Fine, I'll make you whole." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and carved in the void. A peculiar rune pattern was imprinted right on top of Chicken's innate demonic pills. Void drawing talismans? When Chicken saw this scene, his eyes widened once again. His expression shocked to the core. Rune Master, a rather peculiar profession in the Dragon Kingdom, was more popular than both alchemist and artifact refiner, and had a high status. In order to master the art of drawing talismans, one needed to demand Taoism and a rather profound understanding of talismanic seals and talismanic patterns, and it was impossible for the average person to learn on their own, and they had to be led in by a renowned master. Therefore, the number of talisman masters in the Dragon Kingdom was quite small, and it would be incomparably unbelievable for a small town to have 2 or 3 talisman masters, and even if one's cultivation had reached the realm of an eternal rune master, it would still require blood mixed with vermilion sand to draw the runic symbols, and in order to do so in the void, one would have to cultivate to a higher realm than that of an eternal rune master. A realm stronger than eternal rune master was only found in a metropolis like the City of Light. For a small place like Maple Leaf City to have an eternal rune master was already beyond heaven-defying. Moreover, Li XVII's speed of drawing talismans was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already carved and written successfully with ease. From this, it could be seen that Li XVII's attainments in the path of a talisman master had definitely reached the peak, and might be the topmost great talisman master in the Dragon Kingdom. Buzz. After the rune pattern was inscribed, a hazy light fell from the heights and entered into Chicken's innate demonic pills. Chicken immediately sensed some sort of connection between himself and Li XVII. It put away its own demonic pills and kowtowed to Li XVII once again. Many thanks to the Supreme Immortal for making it possible. No, many thanks to Master for making it possible. At the same time, it secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I've survived. No evil spirit knows more about survival than I do. After becoming Li XVII's contracted demonic beast, Li XVII would definitely not eat it, and his life would be safe. Then, it rejoiced in its heart. A great deal of money. A talisman master with a high level of cultivation. When looking at the whole country, it was a rare existence. Li XVII's talismanic seal art was clearly at the Grand Master level. Moreover, Li XVII's strength was inscrutable, and he was at least at the devil level. Following such a master, it will definitely be able to eat and drink well in the future. Li XVII also had a faint sense that he had an extra slave who was incredibly submissive. He faintly said, "Alright, don't kneel. Little master is hungry. Chicken, quickly stack another stove out and light a fire. Little master wants barbecue, hot pot, and steamed phantom flying leopard meat." He was shorter, standing only up to Chicken's thighs, yet he called Chicken, who was so huge, a chick. It was a picture that was beyond weird. Chicken responded, and without saying a word, immediately stacked the stoves and started the fire. Being a slave means being a slave. Only, it used to eat and swallow food raw, and after building a fire, it had no idea what to do, and looked at Li XVII with incomparable doubt and bewilderment. Useless thing, get up. Li XVII kicked Chicken away, personally took action, blanched those flying leopard meat, added cooking wine, onion, ginger and garlic to deodorize, fished it out, poured out the water, brushed the pot, reboiled the water, threw in the flying leopard meat and bones, threw in the sesame leaves, star anise, tangerine peel, soy sauce, and other seasoning items, and covered it with a lid and simmered it together. "This pot is for marinades," Li XVII said. Then, he used a pig-killing knife to slice those meats of the phantom flying leopard into thin slices and placed them next to a mandarin duck pot that already had 2 soup bases in it. "This pot, it's for fondue." Then he marinated those flying leopard meats and ribs, racked them on a specialized fork, and placed them on top of a pile of charcoal fire for a hot grill. "This pile is for grilling." After Li XVII finished everything, he started to brush those ribs with various seasoning flavors, and then after baking for a certain time and the flying leopard meat was nourishing and bubbling with oil, he started to brush the oil and seasoning flavors. Then he ordered, "Chick, you roast it. I'm going to shabu shabu." Chicken didn't dare to be disobedient and hurried over, helping Li XVII roast the meat. Li XVII walked to the side of the hot pot, moved a few stones as stools, sat down, and used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of flying leopard meat, put it in the boiling hot clear soup pot and swished it around for 10 seconds before putting it in his mouth and chewing it. The flying leopard meat was thinly sliced, tender, chewy and tasted much better than beef. The flavor, it's great. Not bad, not bad. The pets raised by the Tang family taste pretty good. Li XVII nodded. Then, shabu shabu, spicy flavor, garlic flavor all over again, tried all kinds of dipping sauces, eat crunchy, windy. Chicken watched Li XVII eat so well and also sniffed the aroma of the barbecue, immediately salivating and drooling. As an evil spirit, it had always eaten raw. Where had it ever smelled such deliciousness? It smells so good. Li XVII was eating barbecue, and Chicken was grilling a huge phantom flying leopard and spinning in circles. In the cauldron, the marinated flying leopard meat also began to emit a burst of aroma. The rich aroma filled the air between the pale wolf forests, spreading over several kilometers. The tree demons, monkey sneaks, and all sorts of evil spirits all raised their heads and looked at the top of the mountain, with a strong yearning in their eyes amidst their doubts. What's that smell? It smells so good. What kind of food is Chicken getting? It smells so good. It smells so good. This must not be a cultivator with decades of cultivation, so want to go up and eat it. Are you guys crazy? Without Chicken's permission. If you dare to approach Chicken's territory, beware that Chicken will eat you. In the Kangwolf forest, many evil spirits were talking, but none of them dared to approach the peak of the Kangwolf forest. At the top of the hill, the aroma is overwhelming. Within the cave, Chicken's one son and one daughter also came up because of the tantalizing aroma, hiding at the exit of the cave, holding the stone wall with their hands, timidly looking at Li XVII who was feasting on the food, with their eyes filled with longing, curiosity and yearning. Li 17 put down his chopsticks and beckoned to them. Chang Wang, Chang Feng, come here, let's eat together. As he spoke, he took 2 more portions of bowls out of the package and placed them on the stone, also dividing the flavors of the seasoning he had made between them. The most important thing about eating hot pot is not the flavor, but the hilarity. It's too lonely to eat hot pot alone. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Sang Wang Changfeng didn't dare at all and looked at Chicken with a consulting gaze. Chicken nodded his head and said, if the master tells you to go over, you go over. King Chung Changfeng was overjoyed, and only then did he walk over to Li XVII's side, ready to grab the meat in the hot pot with his hands. Li 17 said, use chopsticks. King Chang and Changfeng had puzzled eyes. Li 17 pointed to the dishes. Chang Wang Changfeng picked up the chopsticks and bowls but didn't know how to use them, poking and prodding left and right, and holding the chopsticks in the palm of his hand. Li 17 was dumbfounded. Then he remembered that they were all evil spirits, eating raw, not knowing how to use chopsticks at all, looking silly. He couldn't help but laugh at the comical way they held their chopsticks without even knowing how to hold them. Li 17 stifled his laughter and took the initiative to teach them how to use their hands to hold the chopsticks. Sang Wang Sengfeng is still a smart chicken and quickly grasped it. They follow Li XVII's example, picking up slices of flying leopard meat, placing them in the hot pot, and after 10 seconds, fishing them up, dipping them in the sauce, and putting them in their mouths. Chicken rotated the entire flying leopard while looking at his son and said in displeasure, why do you still use the chicken call? I didn't bring you along when I evolved. Ha! Speak human words for me. In a moment of impatience, King Cheng pointed at the sliced flying leopard meat. Cluck 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 cluck. Chicken frowned. Is it really that good? King Sung nodded with immense surprise. Li 17 was stunned to see them communicating like this. Is this, like, chicken language? At this time, after Chung Feng also put the meat slices into his mouth, he immediately had a pained expression, and with a wow sound, he spat out the meat slices, frantically huffing and puffing, his face red. It was dipped in chili sauce and spiced itself up. Seeing Cheng Feng like this, Li 17 laughed as if he had seen his former self. He also choked on his first hot pot when he ate the sickly hot chili that the cook maliciously gave him. Cheng Feng gave Li 17 an incomparably grudging look. After Li 17 laughed, he then said, it's okay ha, it's just chili sauce, you can just dip it in garlic sauce. With that, he handed the garlic sauce to Sung Feng. Cheng Feng carefully shucked a slice of flying leopard meat, dipped it in the garlic sauce, put it in his mouth, and chewed it carefully. Chicken looked at Heart Fondue curiously when he heard his children say that, too. This stuff, is it really that good? It was an evil spirit that had never seen or eaten hot pot before, and was incredibly curious about the flavor of those shabu-shabu flying leopard meats. Li 17 beckoned. Alright, little chicken, stop roasting for now and come over to shabu-shabu. Chicken was overjoyed and quickly put down the grill and quickly rushed over, taking out his hand and getting ready to eat. Li 17 glared at it. We are civilized people, not barbarians. Use chopsticks. Chicken opened his hand as big as a casserole dish and picked up the chopsticks as thick as a child's finger. Feeling particularly uncomfortable, the chopsticks were so small that he couldn't use them at all. Li 17 had no choice but to chip off 2 half-meter long and short pieces of wood, clean them up, and hand them to Chicken. Chicken was flattered and took it, thanking him. It was smarter than Chang Wang Changfeng and soon learned to use chopsticks, following Li XVII's example of shabu-shabuing flying leopard meat, dipping it in the sauce, and sending the meat into his mouth. Then, it also showed the same expression as Sun Wang Chungfeng. Yummy! It's so damn good. Fresh and tender. The flavor is absolutely beautiful. At this moment, Chicken felt that he had lived all the previous decades to the dog, eaten raw and swallowed alive. Where is the hot pot delicious ah? Ha ha ha, come on, eat together. Li 17 laughed heartily, and the Chicken family, under the moonlight and on top of the mountain peaks, happily shabu-shabu the hot pot, eat brined and boiled flying leopard meat, and cut roasted meat to eat. He was exceptionally good at his craft, and every piece of food he got out of it, it was colorful and delicious, especially the roasted meat, after sprinkling it with cumin, was fragrant and aromatic with golden oil dripping down. Chicken's family of 3, straight off 2 flying leopard legs, so flavorful that their mouths watered and they couldn't stop. Li 17 also held up the meat of the flying leopard, which was 20 centimeters taller than himself, and feasted on it, soon gnawing away at that flying leopard's leg, leaving only 1 meter and 4 tall bone. Chicken's family of 3 were all stunned, looking at Li 17 as if he was looking at a monster. Li 17 was the smallest among them, but was the one who ate the most. He had eaten 2 entire phantom flying leopards. Phantom flying leopard, more than 5 meters tall and huge. One head was bigger than 6 Li 17. As a result, Li XVII's stomach was like a bottomless pit, eating 2 phantom flying leopards in one gulp. His stomach surprisingly did not rise yet. At this moment, the 3 members of Chicken's family felt that they were not evil spirits at all, and that Li XVII was the real evil spirit. Li XVII wiped his mouth and burped. It's okay, I'm 7 points full. 7 points? The 3 members of Chicken's family were once again shocked beyond belief at his words. 2 phantom flying leopards, only 7 minutes full? What kind of stomach is this? Tao Tai reincarnated? At this time, Li XVII looked up and stared at Chicken, his eyes gleaming, and said, I seem to, suddenly, have a slight craving for hand-torn chicken. Chapter 61 Li XVII Who Holds a Grudge. Chicken was eating the roasted meat. When he heard Li XVII's words, he was shocked on the spot, and quickly jumped away, distanced himself from Li XVII, and said in a trembling voice, Master, I work out a lot, and the meat is very faggy. It doesn't taste good. Li XVII still stared at it. But, I want to eat hand-torn chicken. Chicken trembled and hurriedly said, Master, wait for me. I'll go and return. After saying that, it once again spread its wings behind its back and flew down the cliff, quickly grabbing 10 mountain chickens and coming back, saying invitingly, Master, look, this kind of walking spirit mountain chicken is the only one that tastes good. You want to eat hand-torn chicken, right? Good. I will tear them now. After saying that, it directly broke the necks of 10 mountain chickens, drained the blood, and then prepared to tear those chickens apart. Stop. Li XVII glared at it, walked over, and said in a deep voice, You're fooling around and wasting. Chickens are not killed like this, much less eaten like this. Chicken wondered. That's how I've always eaten them. Catch them, bite their necks off, and eat them raw. Li XVII swept it a glance. Eat it raw? You think I'm awe? When you eat chicken, you need to have chicken flavor. Of course you should eat white-cut chicken. The cook has taught me that. For white-cut chicken, the dipping sauce should be served with soy sauce and shea green. Gah! After saying that, he instructed Chicken to pluck the feathers of those 10 spirit mountain chickens and threw them in the cauldron of clear water to cook. Then he added some spices to it. Soon, 10 chickens were freshly baked, fished out by Li XVII and placed on a clean stone. 10 white-cut chickens with golden, yellow skin, so yellow and oily that just looking at them is appetizing. Li XVII tore off a piece of chicken thigh and feasted on it, eating with his mouth full of oil, saying, Well, the flavor is pure. It has a chicken flavor. It's really delicious. He brought more soy sauce mixed with sago, dabbed in this sauce, and then took a bite of the chicken thigh meat, full of satisfaction. Cantonese authentic white-cut chicken. The cook said that no chicken has ever made it out of Guangdong alive. Chicken has chicken flavor, and this Cantonese style of white-cut chicken is really delicious. Li XVII lamented. Canton? What kind of place is that? Chick asked curiously. Li XVII shook his head and said, I don't know where Guangdong is. Anyway, the cook said so, and the cook also said that he is from Hunan, and favors spicy food. But, when you eat chicken, you must eat white-cut chicken, because eating it this way has chicken flavor. The 3 members of Chicken's family looked at each other in disbelief, all of them not understanding what Li XVII was talking about. For evil spirits like them, whether it's a chicken, a duck, or any other evil spirits or demonic beasts, it's all the same flavor, and it's all bloody and raw anyway. As for the chicken flavor mentioned in Li XVII's mouth, none of them knew what it was. Li XVII dazzled another dozen or so chicken legs in one breath before he stopped, wiped his oily mouth with his clothes, and patted his stomach. Very good. This time, I'm finally an 8-minute full. I don't need to eat anymore. Chicken's family of 3 sniffed in relief. They had just seen Li XVII feasting like that, eating 2 phantom flying leopards in a row without getting full, and they were worried that Li XVII had slaughtered their family of 3 to eat as well. Now that Li XVII is full, that's good. Chicken waited until Li XVII had eaten and drank his fill before he asked, Master, why did you make a move on that car just now? Are they your enemies? Li XVII said, They tried to bump me off in the city. The whirligig has a saying, if a friend comes from afar, he will be killed even though he is far away. If a friend comes from afar to trouble me, then I will kill him. Then, he looked at the sky, and then at the direction of Maoyang City, and said, counting the time, the other person who has offended me should also be back. Little Master is rushing to ambush him today. Little Chicken, get ready to continue to do it. When Chicken heard this, he silently took a few steps back and looked at Li XVII with a bit of horror and fear in his eyes. This little master, he holds a grudge. Never offend him in the future. Otherwise, this person will come to take revenge in the middle of the night, and he will not be able to sleep well. Chicken said, Well, Chang Wang Chang Feng, you've had enough to eat and drink, so go back to bed first. the little master and I have something to do. Chang Wang Changfeng didn't dare to disobey, so he hurriedly wiped his mouth and returned inside the cave. Not long after they walked back into the cave, in the distant sky, another carriage appeared, blooming with bright light, traveling this way at a rapid speed. Anyone who dares to light up at night is tough, Chicken said. As we all know, when the sun shines in the daytime, that is the world of human beings, and the evil spirits fear the sunlight and can only hide. And at night, that's the world of evil spirits. They will show up and absorb the essence of the moon to strengthen themselves, and at the same time, hunt for food to fill their stomachs. In other words, at night, humans shunned, and in the mountains and fields, swarms of demons danced. Humans who lit up at night either possessed absolute strength, or possessed rather terrifying magical treasures that were confident enough to blast all the evil demons they encountered to pieces. Li XVII gazed over and slapped his thigh. Very well, I didn't recognize the wrong person this time. It's him, Lu Hongqi. He could see that this was Lu Hongqi's goat-horned snake-tailed lion, and that carriage, which he was also particularly familiar with, was Lu Hongqi's seat. After waiting and shagging here for so long, the debtor is finally here. Li XVII took out a toothpick and flossed his teeth while saying, "Little chicken, when he passes by here in a while, you go and stop them. And, remember, don't break someone's car this time. Take the man in the car. Invite him over here to talk. If he won't, you beat him up. Be careful when you beat him up. Don't break the car." As he spoke, he looked at the limo, his eyes glowing. Chicken looked at Li XVII with that look in his eyes and instantly understood. It has this little owner that has his eye on the car. It patted its chest and said, "Yes, master, I'll remember that and promise not to break that car." After saying that, it leapt and jumped off the cliff, while its wings vibrated behind it and flew towards the car. 8 goat-horned, snake-tailed lions pulled a very luxurious carriage across the sky. The lions' hooves stomped through the air, and surprisingly, they even erupted into a booming, sturdy sound of stomping on the ground. Driving is a middle-aged man, inch head, square face, eyes like cold stars, looks particularly calm. Within the carriage, it was incomparably luxurious and spacious, and there was even a large bed. Lu Hongqi was sitting on the big bed, shaking a red wine glass in his hand, savoring the wine, a smile tickling the corners of his mouth. The treasure that he purchased from Li XVII this morning, he brought it to the Divine Soldier House headquarters and turned a hard profit, and even got the respect of the Divine Soldier House headquarters boss and obtained a Divine Soldier House headquarters token. This token is something that money can't even buy. With it, it meant that their Lu family could completely relocate their family, moving from Maple Leaf City to live in another city, completely leaving Maple Leaf City, a poor countryside. Well, after so many years in Maple Leaf City, it's finally something. Ha ha ha. Li XVII, I really should thank you for being an ingrate. The more Lu Hongqi thought about it, the more excited he became, touching this token as if it was a treasure, and waterworks gradually began to appear in the corners of his eyes. Their Lu family was originally a big gate family, even a gate family in the Yanjing imperial capital. However, many years ago, a great devil who manipulated countless machines appeared in Yanjing and went on a killing spree, specializing in killing gateway families and wiping out all of their Lu family's big backstage. It was said that that great devil had also injured many members of the royal family, and those mechanical beings he created were even more invincible and powerful, able to withstand the attacks of transitional succession stage experts. Yanjing was turned upside down and killed by that devil. Later, it was the first emperor himself who took action to suppress it. On that day, the loud and clear sound of a dragon was heard throughout the city of Yanjing. Then, everyone saw that the capital city was filled with monstrous sword chi that rose up into the sky. Since then, that big devil has disappeared. Later, Lu Hongqi had heard people say that the big devil had no name and called himself a divine worker. It was also because of the divine workers' killing spree in Yanjing City that the Lu family's patriarchs, and backstage were completely dead, and the Lu family fell from its peak and became a small family. In the end, they were forced to relocate from the incomparably prosperous Yanjing City to Maple Leaf City, and have never been able to set foot in Yanjing City again. Now with this token, there was hope for their Lu family. Lu Hongqi frantically kissed this token, excited beyond measure. Just then, suddenly, the carriage stopped. Lu Hongqi also felt a monstrous ferocious might coming from outside, and couldn't help but sink his face, hurriedly putting the token away and saying in a deep voice, "Xiao Wu, what's going on?" Driver Xiao Wu's trembling voice came, "Boss, the demon king of the Kangwolf Forest, Chicken is ahead." When Lu Hongqi heard this, his expression changed slightly. He thought for a moment, opened the car door and stepped out. At this moment, the 3-meter-tall chicken flew in the air like a small mountain. Stopping in front of him, his demonic aura rushing into the sky, covering the sky. Appalling. Lu Hongqi looked at Chicken, a flash of scorn in his eyes. He arched his hand in salute and said, I am Lu Hongqi of the Lu family of Maple Leaf City. Your Excellency the Demon King has no grudges against us. Why are you blocking my way? Although he had all sorts of magic treasures to escape, the other party was a hegemon of the Kangwolf Forest, a peerless Demon King that the Maple Leaf City Lord had been unable to kill even after several sieges, and his strength was unfathomable. It was never wise to fight this kind of demonic evil. Moreover, the other side didn't make the first move, so that meant there was still a chance of a turnaround. Chicken swept a glance at Lu Hongqi and said in an overbearing manner, my master invites you to have a chat. Are you coming with me? Or I'll beat you up and you'll come with me again? Chapter 62 The Weird Flying Leopard Leather Coat. As Lu Hongqi confronted Chicken at his door, he thought of various reasons why Chicken was looking for him. However, when he heard Chicken's words, he was confused for a moment. Master? The Kangwolf Forest Demon King that gave the Maple Leaf City Lord an incomparable headache and made the 10 great clans not dare to mess with him, actually had an owner? If this matter were to spread to Maple Leaf City, I'm afraid that it would make many bigwigs in Maple Leaf City scared out of their wits. A Demon King was already so difficult to deal with. Wouldn't the master who raised the Demon King up be a monstrous demon? And such a monstrous devil was asking for him by name to talk to him? Skip class of students. In an instant, Lu Hongqi's forehead was furiously soaked in cold sweat, and his back was even drenched in sweat. At this moment, he felt like he might be in for a rough ride. He looked at Chicken, who was flying in mid-air, and then looked at the driver, Xiao Wu, and then in his brain, he was rapidly calculating how much damage and energy he had inflicted after all of his magic weapons had been sacrificed, and what his chances of winning were. 5 seconds later, Lu Hongqi clenched his teeth and said, dare I ask, who is your master? What is it that you are looking for me for? Chicken glared at him. Come when I tell you to come. What's all that nonsense for? Or do you want to make a move? Lu Hongqi hurriedly said, dare not, please lead the way. Your Excellency, we will follow behind. Chicken swept him off his feet. Better not pull any tricks, or else, you know the consequences. After saying that, it turned around, flapped its wings, and flew towards the towering peak of the Kangwolf Forest. Lu Hongqi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to driver Xiao Wu, keep up. Normally, Demon Kings wouldn't easily make a move to stop the vehicles of their 10 great families. Now that Chicken had come out in person, he had to give face. After all, the two of them might not be able to deal with Chicken even if they used their best efforts and poured out their magic treasures. And if the master behind Chicken stepped in again, they would probably be accounted for here. Fight hard. You'll die. Follow through and there's still a chance of survival. Xiao Wu pointed at the 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions in front of him and laughed bitterly. I also want to follow them. But, they can't. When they faced Chicken just now, these 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions were so frightened that their legs went limp, and they were right there in the air, shivering and not daring to move a muscle. They are lions though, not evil spirits, but a kind of divine beast bred by humans. However, their cultivation level was low, and if they were to follow the division of evil spirits, they would at most be at the evil level. The fear that came from their souls when they faced the demon-level Chicken had made them afraid to move now. Lu Hongqi sighed and took out a flag, tossing it to Xiao Wu. Use this to drive the beast flag. When he finished, he sat down in the car, his face grave. Xiao Wu sacrificed the beast-catching flag and floated it in front of him. A ray of light blossomed from the banner and landed on the 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions, instantly dispelling the fear within them. With a roar of lions, they moved again, pulling the wagon and flying high into the air, all the way to the peak where Chicken was flying. Soon they landed on the top of the peak. Chicken has been waiting here for a long time. Xiao Wu's eyes were terrified and he didn't dare to move. Lu Hongqi got out of the car, bowed and saluted at Chicken again, and asked, Your Excellency the Demon King, your master. Chicken pointed behind himself and said, My master is waiting for you here. Go over. When it finished, it sidestepped and got out of the way. Lu Hongqi looked over, only to see a small child with his back to him, burying his head in something. Beside the small child were the skeletons of 2 huge beasts. On the boulder in front of the small child, there were also 2 5-meter-tall phantom flying leopards tied up. Phantom flying leopards, the Tang family's imperial beasts that pull carts. Why are they here? Could it be? When Lu Hongqi saw the phantom flying leopard, his mind had a rather bad association, and cold sweat flowed more from his forehead. Chicken urged, My master is waiting for you. Why don't you hurry up and go over there? Believe it or not, I'll eat you? Lu Hongqi forced himself to hold back his inner panic, took a few deep breaths, took a step and walked over there, although the other party's back was that of a child. But, in his opinion, it was simply a demon disguised as a child. In his impression, There had once been a great demon that just kept disguising itself as a child, specializing in doing things that hurt the heavens and the earth, named the Great Demon of the Spectral Spring. Moreover, among the Dragon Kingdom's taboos, there was also a rather bizarre and terrifying demon that would pretend to be a small child at night and call for help by the side of the road. And if someone passed by and moved with good thoughts to save it, then the whole family of that good Samaritan would be in great trouble. Therefore, although Lu Hongqi saw that the other party was the back of a small child, he still did not dare to underestimate it. Thud. The closer he got to that side, the more Lu Hongqi's heartbeat accelerated, and he was so nervous that sweat broke out on his palms. Even the Tang family has suffered, so will he suffer too? The more I think about it, the more nervous I get, and the more I think, the more scared I get. Lu Hongqi had just gotten a token from the Divine Soldier Row headquarters, and the good times hadn't even started yet, so he didn't want to die. That's when he got a good look at the little kid with needle and thread flying from his hands, sewing something. He forced himself to hold back his inner panic and bowed to the small child's back. Maple Leaf City's Lu family, Divine Soldier Row agent, Lu Hongqi, I've met you, sir. Although he felt that the other party might be a monstrous devil, however, one had to bow his head under the roof. The face that should be given still had to be given, and he absolutely could not call the devil by name. As far as he knew, many demons preferred to be addressed as sir. That's why he said that. At that moment, a clear and melodious child's voice came. It's finally sewn. Then, that child turned around and revealed an incomparably bright and kind smile, smilingly looking at Lu Hongqi. Grandpa Lu. Hello, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. It was none other than Li XVII who had a kind smile and was harmless. Lu Hongqi was originally incomparably terrified. When he saw this face of Li XVII, he couldn't help but fall to the ground, horrified. Li XVII. You're a great devil? His voice trembled as he spoke because he was so terrified. How could he not have thought that Li XVII would be the master of chicken, a monstrous demon? Then, if Li XVII comes to him today, won't he be dead? When he thought of this, his heart sank straight to the bottom. Li XVII smiled and said, Grandpa Lu, I'm happy that you're here, but I'm not happy that you're saying this. Take a serious look at me. What devil can look as handsome and harmless as me? Lu Hongqi looked at Li XVI's bright smiling face and felt that this face was like the devil's smiling face, so horrible and scary. He held back the fear within him and said in a trembling voice, So you're, Li XVII said, There is no doubt that I am human. Chicken chimed in, I attest that my master is indeed human. Lu Hongqi was relieved when she heard this, but she still felt fear. To be the master of a demon king like Chicken, his status and ability was no joke. He forced himself to hold back his inner fear and asked, Li XVII. No, little 17. No, Master 17. What do you want from me? Li XVII smiled and said, It's nothing much, it's just that I've just made a garment and I want you to help me try it on. Saying that, he took out the flying leopard skin clothes he had just sewn and handed them to Lu Hongqi. Lu Hongqi looked at Li XVII, and then looked at this leather jacket, and always felt that there was something fishy in it, but he couldn't tell exactly where the fishy was. Chicken chortled at this. If my master tells you to wear it, you wear it for me. Lu Hongqi was afraid and didn't dare to say anything, so he hurriedly put on the set of clothes. Strange thing, this was obviously the skin of the phantom flying leopard, but it didn't have a trace of blood odor, and moreover, it fit perfectly, just enough to wrap around his body, as if it was tailor-made for him, and a hat to cover his head. He looked at Li XVII and said, Master 17, is this okay? Li XVII pointed to the hat that wasn't on. Put the hat on. Lu Hongqi did not dare to disobey, and quickly put on his hat. The very moment he put on his hat, something strange happened. The flying leopard's skin instantly elongated, wrapping his entire face. Lu Hongqi's mind was horrified, and she was about to struggle in a hurry. That's when something even weirder happened. His entire face quickly elongated, turning from flat to three-dimensional, with his nose and mouth protruding out, rapidly changing from a human face to the appearance of a phantom flying leopard. Immediately afterward, his limbs and body were also undergoing a radical change. In the next second, a phantom flying leopard on all fours appeared in front of everyone on the scene. Driver Xiao Wu saw this scene, immediately stared wide-eyed, scared face white. Lu Hongqi wore clothes and turned into a beast? What's going on here? Chapter 63, Compensation. Shock. Driver Xiao Wu's entire body was dumbfounded. It wasn't just the driver who was stupid. The Demon King, Chicken, was also stupid. It had also traveled extensively before inhabiting that Song Wolf Forest, from the savage land, intruding into this place, and among the evil spirits, it was considered a knowledgeable existence. but it had never seen anything so bizarre. A leather jacket can be put on and turn a living person into an animal. And, still, so alive. Only, it wasn't very tall, only a meter or so tall, much more pocketable than the normal 5-meter tall phantom flying leopard. Horrifying demon hearing. Lu Hongqi also looked around at this time with a horrified expression. He opened his mouth to scream for help, but the sound that came out was the hiss of a flying leopard. Looking down, his own hands and feet had turned into the limbs of the phantom flying leopard. Moreover, after his entire body was sewn inside this leopard skin, he couldn't even sacrifice his shrine, and his entire cultivation was completely confined. What the hell is going on here? How did I become like this? Lu Hongqi panicked. He was the descendant of the Lu family, or the most famous treasure connoisseur of the Lu family, and now that he had turned into such a ghostly appearance, how could he still see people? Without waiting for any reaction from him, Li XVII smiled and stroked his head, saying, "Grandpa Lu, I'm offended." After that, he looked up to Chicken and said, "Throw it into the jungle and inform the other evil spirits to hunt it." Lu Hongqi was horrified at his words and opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but then he opened his mouth and it turned into a panther's roar. Chicken stepped forward, grabbed one of Lu Hongqi's legs with one hand, lifted it up, flew down to the Kangwolf forest, and threw Lu Hongqi down, while roaring, and said Li XVII's command in the evil sneak's unique voice. Upon hearing Chicken's words, those evil spirits in the Kangwolf forest immediately opened their eyes. In the darkness, pair after pair of scarlet and intensely murderous eyes appeared, too dense to count. Lu Hongqi's scalp went numb with fear when he saw this. Evil sneak. There were too many evil spirits here, and every one of them had taken him for food. Thinking of this, Lu Hongqi didn't dare to resist and scattered his legs and ran. Being unfamiliar with running on all fours, he ran particularly lopsidedly and slowly. A spirit-level evil spirit rushed over and bit him on the ass. The intense pain made Lu Hongqi let out a hiss. With a kick of his back foot, he sent the evil spirit flying out of the room. While disregarding everything else, he scurried away. After falling several times, he grew familiar with this body of his and ran faster. Desperately, behind him, mountains of evil spirits chased after him in a wild, smoky chase. The heartbreaking screams and hisses echoed throughout the forest. At the top of the mountain, Li XVII was holding a huge roasted leopard leg in one hand while watching Lu Hongqi fleeing in a mess. And after seeing Lu Hongqi fall, he laughed and danced. Driver Xiaowu could not bear his master to be subjected to such torture and opened his mouth to beg, "Little brother, please." Before he could finish his words, a vine flew in and strangled his mouth. Li XVII turned back and smiled in a harmless human-animal manner. "Injustice has its head and debt has its owner. This is a grudge between me and him. You'd better keep your mouth shut, or else I'll turn you into a phantom flying leopard as well." Driver Xiaowu sniffed and immediately obediently shut his mouth. His cultivation wasn't as powerful as Lu Hongqi's, so if he really turned into a phantom flying leopard, I'm afraid he'd die an ugly death. Only after Li XVII saw him shut up did he remove the vines and continue to watch the show. Inside the Tsong Wolf Forest, Lu Hongqi had been scratched all over by those evil spirits. It was strange to say that those evil spirits were clearly attacking on top of the leopard's skin on his body, and as a result, he was the one who was injured, while the leopard's skin was intact. Lu Hongqi flew away desperately. However, due to the shrine being blocked, the full body's true qi could not be called upon, so he could only rely on pure physical strength. Moreover, running with all four limbs was just too tiring. After running at full speed for 30 minutes, he couldn't run any longer at all and crashed headfirst into a large tree, panting for breath. Behind him, the densely packed, hideous-faced evil spirits pounced over like a wave. Done. This time it's dead. Seeing this scene, Lu Hongqi closed his eyes in despair and waited for death. However, it was not death that awaited him, but Chicken's large hand. In the nick of time, Chicken descended from the sky, shocked all the evil spirits in the mountains, and once again grabbed one of Lu Hongqi's hind legs with one hand, and rose up in the air as if lifting a small chicken, and flew back to Li XVII's face. Then he threw the red willow flag on the ground. At this moment, Li Hongqi only has one life left. Li XVII threw away the flying leopard's leg that was eaten to the point where only one leg bone was left, stepped forward, stared at Lu Hongqi's eyes, and said, "There is a saying in the whirligig saying that what you don't want for yourself, don't give to others. What I don't want, I won't give alms to others even if I throw it away. I can sell you things and allow you to make money, but you have to give me a fair price, not screw me over by not telling the truth, much less you making me 2 or 3 times the price. So, now you know why I did this to you?" Lu Hongqi couldn't speak, but could only nod desperately. Li XVII stepped forward and took out his brightly shining pig-killing knife. Lu Hongqi was shocked and struggled. The light of the knife flickered. The phantom flying leopard that Lu Hongqi had transformed into was sliced out of its abdomen, and those stitches that had originally been sewn onto the leather clothes cracked, and the clothes followed suit, falling off and sticking to the ground. Lu Hongqi lying on that skin, covered with blood, dying, more out of breath, less in breath. He looked at Li 17, his eyes written with horror and fear. The little child in front of him was obviously only so young, but the unique and viciousness of his methods far exceeded those of normal people, making him feel horrified. Li 17 put away his sword and returned it to its sheath, slung the pig-killing knife still behind his back, looked at Lu Hongqi with a smile, and said, "Grandpa Lu, you're so miserable now, and my anger has subsided. So, next, let's talk peacefully about the subsequent compensation. You screwed me over and caused me to lose a lot of money, so what are you supposed to do now to compensate me for my losses?" When Lu Hongqi heard this, his pupils contracted, and in his heart, he had an MMP that he didn't know whether to say or not. In business, there is supposed to be profit and loss. When Li 17 sold for less, he left the place to find trouble with him, making him not even know how to spit in his heart. Li 17 swept him a glance and said, "It seems that you are still unconvinced, so go down and run another lap." After saying that, he rolled up the leopard skin and prepared to cover Lu Hongqi again. Lu Hongqi's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly nodded his head as if pounding garlic. "Compensation. Compensation. As long as Master 17 you dare to spare me, I can compensate you for anything." Li 17 grinned, pointing at the luxury carriage wagon pulled by 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions. "I want this car." Lu Hongqi nodded repeatedly. "No problem." Seeing that he agreed so boldly, Li 17 said in his heart, "It seems that there will be less again." He cleared his throat and said, "That was only the first compensation just now. The second compensation. I want $300 million. Lu Hongqi's complexion changed. "Master 17. Those magic treasures of yours, they only totaled 300 million. You can't ask for a lion's share of the money like this." In his opinion, Li XVII's making such a condition was not asking for compensation. It was clearly extortion. Li 17 stared at him and said in a cold voice, "My magic treasure is worth so much money. You can earn me 100 million or tens of millions of dollars, but you can't pit me. If you do, my spirit will be injured. So, you'll have to pay for my moral damages as well. Asking you for $300 million is a bargain. Are you going to pay for it or not? If not, then you're going to put on that leopard skin outfit again and go down there for a few more laps." Chapter 64, Go down the mountain and slip around a bit more. Go below and run some more laps? When Lu Hongqi heard this, he couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly said, "Compensation. Compensation. Compensation. I'll compensate for everything." The scene of being chased by the evil spirits in the mountains just now, killing him, he didn't want to experience it a second time. It's horrible. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. It's called "the one who knows what's right is the one who knows what's right." Grandpa Lu, you're only right. Only then did Li 17 nod his head in satisfaction. As he spoke, he gathered up the animal skin in his hand and tossed it to Chicken. Chicken's complexion changed, and he hurriedly caught this piece of flying leopard skin, not letting it be draped over himself at all, for fear that he would also turn into a phantom flying leopard. Li 17 reached out, pulling Lu Hongqi up from the ground, his smile even brighter, kinder, and more harmless. "So, Grandpa Lu, when will you start compensating me for my losses?" Lu Hongqi looked at Li XVI's smiling face and felt that this face was even more terrifying than the devil's smile, causing him to be chilled, and hurriedly said, "Back. After we go back to Maple Leaf City, I'll give it to you." Li XVI's face sank. "Ha!" Lu Hongqi's complexion changed, and he hastily changed his words. "Now. Immediately. Immediately." Only then did Li 17 nod his head in satisfaction. "Okay, then tell me, how will you compensate me?" Lu Hongqi slightly trembled as he took out a bank card from his arms and handed it to Li 17. "This is a bit of my savings card. There's more than $300 million in it. Master 17. You take it." Li 17 swept him a glance. "Not even telling me the password. Trying to dig a hole for me?" Lu Hongqi hurriedly shook his head. "Master 17. You're joking. Where would I dare to dig a hole for you?" Li 17 said, "As per the usual practice during the day, get me one of your divine soldier rose cards, and only allow me to use it alone." Lu Hongqi hurriedly nodded. Understand. Understand. Immediately engage. Immediately engage." Then, he hurriedly picked up the 10,000 miles transmission note and commanded all of this to Lu Shishir. "The mountains are a world of evil spirits. So, the cell phone thing doesn't work in the middle of the mountains and wilderness. There is no signal, so you can only use the 10,000 mile sound transmission to contact." After ordering everything, Lu Hongqi then looked at Li 17 with some alarm and pleading. "Master 17, It takes time to do the card. I guess I can only finish the card tomorrow. I will personally deliver it to your residence then. Okay? Li 17 thought for a moment and said, okay, then I will reluctantly agree. But, from this moment onwards, the interest will be counted. And every hourly interest will be added to the interest of 3%. Do you have any comments? Lu Hongqi sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. Nima. It's not even enough to turn people into animals. Now you have to charge interest. Where did this little kid learn all his tricks? What's with the one thing after another? What's going on in his head? Lu Hongqi cursed in his heart and greeted all the 18 generations of Li XVI's ancestors. But on the surface, he pretended to be very respectful. Okay, everything is at Master XVI's disposal. Li 17 frowned and said in a cold voice. No, you're cursing me. Lu Hongqi was stunned. No, Master 17. I didn't say anything. Li 17 glared at him and said. You didn't say it with your mouth. But, you cursed in your heart. It seems that the lesson given to you just now wasn't bad enough. You haven't been convinced and still dare to scold me in your heart. In that case, why don't you go for another walk down the hill? After saying that, he opened his small hand, and the leopard skin in Chicken's hand immediately flew into his hand. Then, with a wave of his small hand, the flying leopard skin once again wrapped Lu Hongqi within. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hongqi once again turned into a phantom flying leopard. Li 17 grabbed the phantom flying leopard's leg and threw it to Chicken. Go down the hill and skate around again. Chicken, on command, grabbed the phantom flying leopard and threw it down the hill again. It wasn't long before the Tsang Wolf Forest resounded with the incomparably miserable phantom flying leopard's wails again. This mournful wail echoed between the mountains and forests for a long time. Driver Wu stood at the top of the mountain, looking at Lu Hongqi transformed into a phantom flying leopard so miserable. Full of sympathy, he looked at Li 17 with panic written all over his eyes and thought, can he read minds? How can he even hear what people say in their hearts? At the same time, he secretly resolved in his heart that no matter what happened, he couldn't provoke this little devil, or even, couldn't say a bad word about this little devil in his heart. This little kid, he's worse than the devil. Li 17 took out the tea set and brewed a pot of tea at the top of the mountain, slowly savoring the fragrance of Longjing tea. A moment later, Chicken came up again with the phantom flying leopard and threw it in front of Li 17. Li 17 sipped his tea while throwing the killing knife to Chicken. Help him cut. Chicken reached out to catch the killing knife, and as a result, his right hand instantly fell to the ground from the weight of the knife. So heavy, Chicken's expression changed. The pig killing knife was too heavy for a demon king like it to catch and was crushed to the ground. It clenched its teeth. Its demonic power boiled and coalesced above its right hand, using all its strength to lift that pig killing knife. Large tendons undulate. Muscle bulge. A quick glance showed that its right fist was using incomparably terrifying power at this moment. Aha! Chicken used up his entire body, and an unmistakable hiss came out of his mouth. It even used both of its hands. Its mouth roared. Its forehead veins appeared. Its chi and blood boiled. Its demonic power vibrated. And its entire body's strength coalesced on top of its hands as it desperately tried to grab that pig-killing knife. However, no matter what it did, it froze and couldn't move the pig-killing knife by the slightest bit. The knife was so heavy that it was like a huge mountain pressing down on its hand, bruising its fingers, and it couldn't lift it anyhow. Li 17 finished a mouthful of tea and swept a glance at Chicken. You can't even hold a sword, and you still claim to be a demon king. Waste. He put down his teacup, came to Chicken's side, bent down, and lifted the killing knife with one hand, easily and effortlessly. Even, he swung around with the killing knife in one hand, letting it rotate several times in his hand before holding it in his hand. Everything was so smooth and easy. Chicken, less weighted down by the killing knife, dropped to the floor, panting and sweating profusely. It wiped its sweat while looking at Li 17 with even more horror and admiration in its eyes, especially when he looked at Li XVI's arm. He admired it even more. A big man like it couldn't even move this knife, and a small hand like Li 17 could easily hold, swing, and rotate the pig-killing knife with one hand as if it was rotating a toothpick. This kind of strength is comparable to that of an ancient ferocious beast. From this, it could be seen that Li 17 must have been merciful when he first met it. Otherwise, as long as Li 17 punched it with all his might, it was estimated that it would be turned into a pile of blood missed by the hallowed demon king. And then, it secretly rejoiced that fortunately, it had the way to survive and became Li XVI's slave in time, which enabled it to survive and did not have to suffer the pain of turning into a phantom flying leopard. Li 17 held a pig-killing knife and fiercely slashed out, slicing the flying leopard's skin once again. The bruised and dying Lu Hongqi reappeared in front of the crowd, still lying curled up above the flying leopard's leather coat, injured, even more so than just now. After he changed into a human again, He immediately plopped down and knelt down in front of Li XVII, weeping and confessing with a handful of tears and a handful of snot. I'm sorry, Master 17. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have cursed you in my heart. Please, forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Twice transforming into a phantom flying leopard. Twice being chased by evil spirits roaming the mountains. He was so scared that his liver was about to be shattered. At this moment, he no longer had any resentment, anger or displeasure towards Li XVII. All he had was endless fear. Even the way he looked at Li XVII was endlessly fearful. Chapter 65. There is a saying in the whirling dervishes. Lu Hongqi was scared. Scared from the bottom of his heart. Scared to the bone. In his eyes, Li XVII was even more terrifying than the Devil King. This torturous tactic killed him. Li XVII looked at him and said lightly, "The whirling tongue has a saying, if you can change after you have passed, there is nothing better. Grandpa Lu, you are wrong this time. Then you must change. Cursing is not good. Cursing in your heart is also not good. Being a person should have quality. Do you know? As long as everyone has quality and doesn't curse, we can build a harmonious society and create a better world." Lu Hongqi sniffed and froze. Is this quote from the Analects of Confucius? As far as he remembered, wasn't the saying, if you can change your faults, there is no greater good, from the Zhuozhuan? Although he had misgivings in his heart, however, he didn't dare to refute at all, and nodded his head repeatedly. Right, right, right. Master 17's lesson is right. I will definitely follow Master 17's teachings in the future, and I will never curse again, nor in my heart, and I will definitely work together with you to build a harmonious society, and create a better world. Li XVII looked at Lu Hongqi like this and nodded with satisfaction, thinking, there is a saying in the whirligig saying, when a person is about to die, his words are good. Some people will only say nice things when they are about to be killed by me. Confucius is really a great talent. Summarizing the rules of the road is just great. Thinking about this, he admired Confucius to the core. No wonder in the ancient books, Confucius was addressed as a saint. These rules are just too good to be true. Practice makes perfect. The truth on earth. I've changed the quality of a person and done good again. It's such a good feeling. Thinking of this, he was quite pleased in his heart and said to Lu Hongqi, in the future, you must change, okay? Lu Hongqi nodded like garlic. Yes, yes, yes. Satisfied, Li XVII said. So, when will my money arrive? Lu Hongqi carefully said, 17 masters, now at night. The bank is closed. Even if we want to take the cash or the bank card, that will take some time. Early tomorrow morning, I will immediately send to your house. How? Li XVII thought about it and said, that's fine. I was a bit too eager before, so it's just a pleasant decision. Then, he sighed and said, Grandpa Lu, why do you think you need to? How good is it to treat me properly and be honest with each other? I'm an innocent and kind young man who is happy to share. Why do you have to force me to treat you like this? Innocent? Kindness? Happy to share? Hearing Li XVII's words, Lu Hongqi, driver Xiao Wu, Chicken and the others all had their mouths twitching. What kind of innocent comes up and slaps Chicken in the face, sending one of his arms into a bloody mist? What kind of young man who is happy to share is so upset when he earns a little less money that he comes here late at night in an ambush, waiting specifically for Lu Hongqi to come back and block the road to demand a debt? What kindly young man would sew such quaint leopard skins, turn men into monsters, and throw them down to be hunted by evil spirits? No matter how you look at it, Li XVII is not associated with the words innocence, kindness, and willingness to share. However, none of them dared to argue with Li XVII, and all of them nodded their heads earnestly in agreement. You see, you all think I'm an innocent and kind young man who is happy to share, too, don't you? Li XVII said. Lu Hongqi brazenly said, that's right, Master 17 is the most naive young man I've ever seen. Chicken said with a clear conscience, Master, you're the most willing young man I've ever met to share. Driver Xiao Wu saw both of them saying this, and also immediately opened his eyes and said, Master 17 is truly a rare and virtuous young man on earth. Maple Leaf City deserves to give you the third Good Student Award. Hang it up, and honor it on top of the city wall, so that the people will read your goodness every day. Ha ha ha, well said. Li XVII laughed out loud, in a soothing mood. Skip class of students, the two of them, Chicken and Lu Hongqi, immediately looked toward driver Xiao Wu, their eyes ejecting killing intent. It's all about kissing ass with a clear conscience. And Wu is so good at this that he's rubbing their asses on the ground, setting them off like a little cutie. Like, this son should be killed. Driver Xiao Wu was startled by the two of them staring at him like that, and his face went white. Knowing that he was giving credit where credit is due, he hurriedly looked for an addendum. Master 17, the proposal to award you the third good student was something my master, Mr. Lu Hongqi, told me just now. Lu Hongqi's face eased slightly when he heard this. Li XVII's anger in his heart subsided at this time and said, Grandpa Lu, a gentleman's word is a team of horses. Remember what you said. Otherwise, I will go to the Lu family to look for you the next day. Lu Hongqi was startled when he heard this and hurriedly said, Remember. Li XVII waved his hand and said, Then, you can go now. Lu Hongqi was like an amnesty, hurriedly got up from the ground, and wanted to get on the car. At this time, Li XVII glared at him and said, Grandpa Lu, do you not have a good enough memory? This car, it's mine now, and the driver is also mine. Lu Hongqi froze at the words. Soon, he understood Li XVII's meaning and hurriedly nodded his head and said, I understand, Master 17. The vehicle and the driver are all yours. Take your time. I'll leave now. When he finished speaking, he didn't even dare to offer up his own shrine for flight, but instead took a step down the mountain. Grandpa Lu, take care of your body. After tomorrow, I still want to make a deal with you. You must live, Li XVII said. Lu Hongqi immediately stumbled in fear, and without turning his head, he forced himself to endure the pain and stumbled down the mountain. Driver Xiao Wu watched Lu Hongqi leave and wanted to follow himself. However, Lu Hongqi and Li XVII both put words, even if he has 10 million hearts to leave, that is not dare to go. Li XVII watched Lu Hongqi go down the hill, looked back at Chicken and Driver Xiao Wu's expressions, nodded with satisfaction, and thought, there is a saying in the whirligig, a gentleman is not powerful unless he is heavy. When a gentleman hits someone, he has to hit them hard, otherwise he can't establish his authority. I just laid down a heavy hand to convince Lu Hongqi, and Chick and Driver are really starting to fear me. The whirling dervishes are truly wonderful. He collected himself, took a sip of tea, took out 2 photos, handed them to Chicken, and instructed Chicken to send them to all the demons and evils in the Kangwolf forest to view them. 2 photos, a man and a woman, both of whom looked a little bit similar to Li XVII. Master, what is this? Chicken wondered. Li XVII said, This is my parents. You are the demon king here. Summon all the demons and evils. Ask them if they have seen these 2 people. I will heavily thank the demons and evils that provide clues. Now, get right on it. Both pictures were drawn by the rune master of the 18th level prison based on his changing skeletal appearance over the years, thus deducing the looks of his parents. Although the rune master's drawing was superb and had reached the state of perfection, Li XVII was not sure if this was a picture of his parents or not. During the daytime today, he wanted to get someone from the Fortune House or the Apricot Grove Dojo to find someone based on the portrait, but unfortunately, there was too much going on for him to do this. When Chicken heard Li XVII's words, without saying a word, he immediately rose up in the air and flew down the cliff, letting out a clear whistle between the forests. Accompanied by the sound of its clear whistle, demonic evil surged within the Tsong Wolf forest. Countless evil spirits came from the mountains and gathered together. There were even some mushroom-shaped evil spirits that burrowed out from inside the ground and came to Chicken. Looking down from the top of the cliff, the evil spirits were like a sea, encircling this mountain peak and the Kangwolf forest, spreading over 10 kilometers, with their heads surging like the waves of the sea rising and falling. Driver Wu saw this scene, suddenly scalp numb, scared out of his wits. He knew there were a lot of evil spirits in the mountains and fields, but this was too much, wasn't it? There would be hundreds of thousands of evil spirits at least, even if they were to bombard the entire Maple Leaf City with thunder fire cannons. It was estimated that they wouldn't be able to kill so many evil spirits. Chicken held up the photo of Li XVII's parents and presented it to all the evil spirits, asking them if they had ever seen these 2 people, using the language unique to evil spirits. All the evil spirits stared at the photo for a while, looking at each other. Li XVII stood tall and watched the reaction of those evil spirits, with some tension and anticipation within his heart. There are so many evil spirits here. Maybe there really is an evil spirit that has seen his parents. Chapter 66, Formation. Chattering and buzzing. Beneath the cliffs, the evil spirits like waves of the sea emitted all sorts of sounds, buzzing, and the entire Kangwolf forest seemed to be like a bustling food market. Listening down from the top of the hill, all you could hear was a large murmur of voices, and it was impossible to make out what they were saying. Li XVII munched on a snack while looking at Driver Xiao Wu suspiciously. Can you hear what they're saying? Driver Wu shook his head and said he didn't know. Li XVII didn't even know, and he didn't even dare to know. It didn't take long for the evil spirits that roamed the mountains to start scattering in all directions. Chicken vibrated his wings and flew up, respectfully saying to Li XVII, Master, none of them have met your parents. I have also ordered them down just now, telling them to come over and report to me at any time after they receive news. After saying that, it returned the portrait to Li XVII with both hands. Although Li XVII had already been psychologically prepared, however, there was still some disappointment in his heart when he received a definite reply. He retrieved the portrait and said, "Alright, get ready and come back to Maple Leaf City with me." Chicken was stunned. "Ha?" Li XVII said. "Is there a problem?" Chicken looked embarrassed and said, "Master, it's not that I don't want to go back with you, but mainly, there are 3 conditions that restrict me from entering the city." Li XVII said. "Which 3 conditions?" Chicken said, "Firstly, I am the king of the mountain in the Kangwolf forest, and all my children are here. Once I leave, the evil spirits that roam the mountain will tear them apart and gnaw on them. Secondly, with Maple Leaf City as the center, within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, it is divided into 3 major regions, which are the Crow Wolf Forest, the Eagle's Mouth Ridge, and the Deer Mountain. Each region will have a demon king sitting on the ground, a 3-way check and balance of power. If I were to enter the city with you, the other 2 demon kings would definitely take advantage of the opportunity to invade the Tsong Wolf Forest and devour everything here. Thirdly, and most importantly, Maple Leaf City is guarded by the Xinhuang flag. Once we evil spirits approach, we will be injured by the Xinhuang flag, in the light of which the demonic Dan will be destroyed and beaten back to its original form, in the heavy of which the body will die and the soul will be scattered." As it spoke, its expression was incomparably grave and scornful. As an evil spirit, it knew the rules of getting along among evil spirits, and that the strongest would be honored. If you are not strong enough, then you will be food for other evil spirits. Once it left the Pale Wolf Forest, I'm afraid that the balance would be instantly broken, and the Pale Wolf Forest would be crushed by the 2 remaining demon kings. Moreover, although it was a demon king, yet, when it had to face the Xinhuang flag, it had no choice and would be crushed mercilessly. When Li XVII heard this, his eyes lit up and he excitedly said, "Take me to see the other 2 major demon kings." Chicken was stunned. Driver Wu was also stunned. And then, both of them coincidentally had a thought. Being targeted by Master 17, those 2 demon kings are going to be in deep trouble. Chicken, in particular, burst out laughing. It had fought with Li XVII and knew how powerful Li XVII was. Now that Li XVII was staring at those 2 demon kings, it could imagine how miserable those 2 demon kings were. The corners of Chicken's mouth were grinning up to his ears. "Yes, Master, I'll take you there right away." However, it soon grimaced. Li XVII also understood what it was thinking and waved his big hand. 18 crimson flags flew out from inside the packages he carried with him and were inserted in the 18 corners of the mountaintop, forming an arcane formation that guarded the cave within. The moment the formation was formed, Chicken and Driver Wu all felt like they were in a trance, as if they were in a different space, isolated from the entire Kangwolf Forest. Uncharacteristically, they looked toward the foot of the mountain, only to see the lushness below, still as usual. Curious, Chicken rushed out of the mountaintop and flew high into the sky. In its sight, everything changed. Hilltop, no more. It's bare. Can't see a thing. Not only was it invisible, but also, no breath could be sensed, and no living beings existed on it. The formation set up by the master isolates all chi? Chicken thought to himself. He knew that Li XVII and Driver Wu were standing right in front of him, but it just couldn't see anything. It vibrated its wings and tried to land. However, when it landed, it suddenly had an alarm in its heart and hastily stopped its body. Skip class of students. An invisible light flickered, sharp and unmatched, severing its legs and drenching it in blood. Chicken's face turned white with pain, and he hurriedly vibrated his wings and flew high into the sky again. The demonic blood in his body boiled and condensed on top of his feet, causing them to come back to life once again. At that moment, he looked at the bare mountain peaks under his feet, his eyes filled with shock and scorn. Li XVII's voice came from inside the peak. "I have set up a formation on top of this peak, without my consent. Any evil spirits that come within 3 meters of the formation will have their feet cut off. Come within a meter and you'll be completely obliterated. Now, you can come down." Chicken will believe it and land slowly. At this point, no sense of danger was born, and it landed unharmed on the top of the mountain. Upon entering this place, the sight before him changed again. Everything was the same as before. There was no mistaking that it was his home. What a powerful formation. The master is truly divine. Chicken sighed in his heart. At the same time, it dropped its heart. Even a demon king like him was unable to see through the formation, or even resist its attack, and was instantly cut off in both feet. If this were any other evil spirits to come close to this place, they would surely be directly decimated. In other words, its children are safe, Li XVII said. "Now, can we set off?" Chicken said. "Master, please wait." After saying that, it rushed inside the cave and instructed Cheng Wang Chengfeng about everything before coming out and smiling. "All right, Master, we can set off." Li XVII jumped onto driver Xiao Wu's carriage. His hands blossomed with bright light one after another. and a talisman struck the 8-headed goat-horned snake-tailed lion and driver Xiao Wu. After Chicken came out, he also punched out a charm and integrated it into Chicken. The other 2 talismans flew inside the cave and fell into King Chang and Phoenix Chang's bodies. What? What is this? Chicken and driver Wu both looked at Li XVII with some horror. A talisman. A pass to safely enter and exit this formation, Li XVII said. Chicken and the driver, Wu, were relieved when they heard this. Li XVII beckoned and said excitedly, Chicken, get on the car. Let's go meet the other demon kings for a while. Chicken nodded and immediately jumped onto that wagon. The huge body, the enormous weight, pressed the vehicle down so much that the 8 sheep-horned snake-tailed lions instantly let out a wail. The wagon also began to make a snapping sound, as if it were about to break apart. Li XVII's complexion changed and kicked Chicken out. Big stupid Chicken. Get down. Don't crush my master's luxury car. Chicken was kicked and stumbled, rubbing his kicked and raw buttocks, looking back at Li XVII accusingly. You told me to get off, but now you think I'm heavy? Just now you called me a chicken. Now you call me a big dumb chicken? Sure enough, my master has no love for me. Heart tired. Li XVII didn't care about him at all. Sitting on the carriage, excited as a general about to go on an expedition, pointing to the distance and saying, Big dummy chicken, lead the way ahead and go on an expedition. Chapter 67, General's Peak. Rustle of skirts. In the moonlight, Chicken sprouted wings from his back, lifted his wings, and rushed out of the mountain. Behind it, accompanied by a sound of a lion roar, 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions pulling a luxurious carriage also rushed out right behind it. A chicken and a carriage, high in the sky, windy and fast, flying towards the relatively close Deer Mountain. The wind is howling. The scenery flew backward toward the rear, looking down on the ground from a high altitude. The night was filled with darkness inside the forest, and every now and then, some evil spirits came out and howled at the moon. They all seemed too small. So, this is what flying feels like. Having a carriage is awesome. Li XVII looked down at the ground and only felt that everything on the ground was so small. Looking down from a distance of more than 800 meters, even some of the larger evil spirits were only the size of ants in his eyes. Even when Li XVII opened the car window, he could see white clouds passing by him. Reach out your hand and run it through the white clouds. It's cold. Everything is so dreamy. It's really cool. When he used to dream that he was flying high in the sky before he lost weight and fell, waking up from his dream with a fright. Now, at last, it was time to experience what it was like to fly free. Xiao Wu, can you go a little higher? Li XVII looked at the driver outside the carriage. Wu. The driver's mouth twitched when he heard this. He was old enough to be Li XVII's father, and as a result, Li XVII called him Xiao Wu. It felt too weird to be true. However, this world is incomparably cruel. The strongest is honored. Li XVII is stronger, and he can only suffer when he is addressed like this. He didn't get angry, but calmly replied, Master 17, this height is the most suitable distance. If we rise higher, the moonlight will become more and more pure, and the goat-horned snake-tailed lion will receive the influence of the moonlight, lose its mind, and turn into an evil spirit. Li XVII was stunned. There's still this saying? Driver Wu nodded his head. 2. Moonlight possesses some sort of evil power that can turn people and things into evil spirits, and after a person dies, they will become a phantom as long as they bask in the moonlight. A full day in the sun will turn you into a spirit. 7 full days in the sun, and it turns into a trick. If one basks in the full moonlight for 77 or 49 days, then one becomes an evil-level evil spirit, a stiff. The evil power inside the moonlight gets stronger the higher up you go. The stronger the person, the more powerful he is. After he dies, as soon as he gets a little bit of moonlight, he immediately turns into an evil, and after a full day of sunlight, he turns into a sneak. If his body had been carried above 800 meters on the first day, it would have taken only half a day of full sunlight for him to become rigor mortis within 6 months. We're just over 700 meters right now. We haven't reached 800 meters yet. This is the maximum height that the goat-horned serpent-tailed lions can withstand. Once they exceed this height, the evil nature of the moonlight invades and they turn evil. Li XVII sniffed and let out an "oh." He hadn't thought that there was such a layer of factors either. He reached out and grabbed a ball of moonlight, cupping it in the palm of his hand. Driver Wu saw this scene. The eyeballs instantly stared out. Take the moonlight. Catch it in the palm of your hand? I'll go. What kind of power is this? It was the first time in all his life that he had ever seen someone catch a ball of moonlight in their hands. It's incredible. Li XVII examined the moonlight in his hand and operated his gong method to refine the moonlight, eventually condensing a white silk-like ray of light. It's small, as thin as a cow's hair, very faint. Even in the darkness of the night, none of them could notice the ray of white light if they didn't look closely. Li XVII grasped this white light with his index finger and thumb. looked at it carefully, and said, "Sure enough, there is evil power in the moonlight." He could feel the bizarre breath inside this white silk, and if the average person absorbed more of such breath, insanity would be light. Once it gets serious, one may be taken over by these evil forces and lose all reasoning, falling into a true, mindless evil spirit. Thinking of this, he fiercely exerted his 2 fingers and pinched the strand of eerie white light into pieces. Then he looked up at the sky, his mind filled with doubt. Above the sky, a full moon stretched across the sky. The eyes of the true god of Tang, emitting light, shone on the earth and brought hope to the people. However, Li XVII felt that this was the true god of Tang patrolling the earth, seemingly looking for something. If the true god really wanted to benefit mankind, why would he allow this evil power to spill out onto the earth? It also allowed this bizarre evil power to affect all the living beings on this planet. Corpses absorb moonlight and turn into evil spirits. Animals absorb moonlight and also become evil spirits. And during the daytime, all the evil spirits hide and are afraid of the sunlight. Are the true god of the sun and the true god of the Tang saving mankind? Or do they have other plans? And most importantly, why are there no stars above the sky? When he used to follow Grandpa would still sing him the children's song Twinkle, Twinkle, bright and shiny, the sky is full of little stars. He would sing him the song Twinkle, Twinkle, bright star, the sky is full of little stars. If there are no stars in this world, why does Gong sing like this? Also, Grandpa said that the world used to have stars. There was, now there isn't. Where did the stars go? Blinking out? Within a moment, Li XVII's heart was filled with countless questions. There are a lot of things in this world that can't be figured out. He felt like there was a lot going on that he needed to explore. Right at this moment, a rather terrifying, almost suffocating energy fluctuation suddenly emerged from the front, pressurizing driver Xiao Wu's breath. The 8-headed goat-horned snake-tailed lions were also shivering, and their running speed slowed down. The flight of the chicken ahead of them also slowed down, moving side by side with the wagon and slowing down. "What's going on?" Li XVII asked. Chicken said, "There are some taboos here at General Peak. We can't fly too fast." Li XVII frowned. "General Peak?" Chicken pointed to a mountain range ahead and said, "Master, look." Li XVII looked over. I could only see mountains and rivers in the far away distance. In the middle of the mountain range, a huge mountain rose straight into the sky, towering into the clouds, majestic and magnificent. It was a mountain, but it looked very much like a general holding a sharp sword, raising it to the sky, clad in a cloak and battle armor, and all of its body was permeated with a heavenly battle intent that shook the 4 directions. From afar, it was a huge general, holding up his battle sword and challenging the sky, majestic and warlike. Even from a great distance, one could still feel that incomparably terrifying aura and battle intent that made one's heart tremble. However, this peak has no head. Li XVII wondered, "Where's its head?" Chicken said, "Many years ago, the great general of the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Qi, came here and set up an altar to communicate with the true god of the sun, who landed a huge meteorite of fire and rock and blew off the general's head in the peak." Li XVII was even more puzzled. "This mountain peak is fine. What's the point of blowing up its head?" Chicken and Driver Wu sniffed. Their faces grave. Chicken took a deep breath to suppress his inner fear and said, "Because, I'm afraid it will come to life." Chapter 68, Heaven Wants You Dead, But I'll Let You Live. Li XVII was stunned when he heard this. What's the situation? Stones can still come to life? Isn't that a stone spirit monster? He had heard of many unimaginable legendary deeds in the devil's prison, but he had not heard of anything about stones coming to life as well. At most, he had heard of stones becoming fertilized. Chicken shook his head and said, "This coming to life is not the same as becoming an elf. There are rumors in the Dragon Kingdom that say that this type of mountain has a spirit and is transformed by a true general. One day, he will come to life, and when he does, there will be a great horror that will turn the sky upside down, and the people will not be able to live, and we evil spirits won't be able to live either." As it said this, a flash of worry and alarm flashed through its eyes. It was an evil spirit and a demon king. Having seen the terror of a stone statue that came to life back in the savage land, that existence, with a single mouth, directly devoured many ferocious evil spirits and demons in the savage land. Appalling. It was so scared it peed itself. If it hadn't been hiding between the rocks, I'm afraid it would have been devoured by the stone statue that came to life. Driver Xiao Wu took over the conversation and said, "During the eternal night period, there was once a giant mountain that came to life, the legendary Python Peak, which was once nailed by human nails. And there were rumors that its essence had been dispersed and could not be resurrected. Python Peak. However, during the period of eternal night, it opened its eyes and came to life, swallowing hundreds of millions of inhabitants of what used to be a province in Jiangxi with one mouth and slaughtering countless people. Later, it disappeared. And rumor has it that 50 years ago, that giant python was seen to once haunt the barbaric land, devouring tens of millions of evil spirits with ferocious might. 30 years ago, that python was seen leaving the mountains for the Black Sea. That day it was bathed in lightning and disappeared into the Black Sea. Some say that it has transited and ascended to become a true dragon and is evolving into a dragon god. There are also those who say that it died in the thundering Black Sea, with no bones left. However, the only thing that can be confirmed is that it devours a large amount of life with every appearance, not only devouring the human race, but also devouring evil spirits and feeding on all living beings. So, after the first emperor unified the Dragon Kingdom, he issued an imperial decree, gathered many strange men and women, and established the Qin Tian Supervisory Commission to look for molded stones everywhere to avoid the destruction of living beings. Once you find a rock forming, then you have to blow it up. If the thunder and fire cannons can't blow it up, then set up an altar and communicate with the true god of the sun, so that the true god of the sun can give the meteor firestone to blow up that molding stone. When he said this, he also looked a little horrified. The books he had read recorded the great horror of these stone statues. Every time a stone statue is resurrected, it is accompanied by a natural disaster, with numerous deaths and injuries. In the Dragon Kingdom, people are calling this resurrected stone statue a plague. Once it appeared, it would be accompanied by a huge disaster. At least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of human races would be swallowed up, and there would be no life for 10,000 miles around. Hearing this, Li XVII touched his nose. This kind of stone statue, is it really so terrifying? Chicken and Driver Wu all nodded their heads and said in unison, it's even more terrible than imagined. It's called a natural disaster. Li XVII looked at the huge mountain with a broken head and became more and more interested, saying, Xiao Wu, fly towards the head of that general's peak. I want to take a look. When Chicken and Driver Xiao Wu heard this, their faces turned white with fear, and they hurriedly pleaded in unison, Master 17, don't! Li XVII said, that mountain has had its head blown off. What are you afraid of? Chicken pleaded, Master, even if it's a general peak with its head blown off, then you can't step on its neck. Something big will happen. Driver Xiao Wu also pleaded, Master 17, let's do more than less. Don't mess with this kind of natural disaster. A natural disaster that hasn't awakened is still a natural disaster. The two of them had a deep understanding of the terror of the stone mountain, and neither of them dared to approach it at all. Seeing them in such a wimpy manner, Li XVII said, since you guys don't dare, then, you guys just wait here, I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, he took a step and walked out of the car door, stepping on the void, taking a step out and spanning more than 300 meters, strangely fast and incomparably fast, with a sprightly posture and a fluttering robe, just like an exiled immortal in the dust. With that, he took one step after another towards the general's peak. Seeing this scene, Chicken and Driver Xiao Wu all changed their complexion, stepping through the air. This was a skill that only cultivators of the Qinkuan realm could achieve. The average new habitat cultivator had to sacrifice the shrine and let the power of the idol pull him or her, flying high into the sky. Li XVII was only so young, he could step into the air without sacrificing a shrine, and his realm was so profound and unfathomable. Has this been practiced since birth? Under the watchful eyes of Chicken and Driver Xiao Wu, Li XVII sashayed like a shooting star and soon crossed a distance of 20 kilometers to the top of General Peak. He stood high in the air and looked down, only to see General Peak's neck broken at the neck, the break extremely irregular. At first glance, it looked as if a man's head had been pitted by someone else who had cut it off with a blunt knife with unparalleled violence. There was even some rainwater buildup on some of the potholes. These rains glistened with a faint reddish light under the moonlight, as if they were blood flowing from the general's neck. After getting closer, Li XVII was able to feel the powerful pressure coming from this general's peak even more. He could even feel the intense anger and unwillingness coming from General Peak's torso. Even if it has broken its head, it still points its sword to the sky, with a high spirit of war, not yielding to the heavens, as if it still wants to fight with the heavens to the last drop of blood. It's just a shame that the sky doesn't speak, and the sky ignores it. The severed general, who could only hiss in grief and anger, kept his sword pointing to the sky every day. It was a heartfelt grief and indignation. The head can be broken, but the will not be bent. The intention is to cut down the sky. Battle spirit rushed to the sky. Li XVII felt this strong battle intent, and for some reason, his heart and blood surged. And surprisingly, he also had an impulse to raise his sword to battle the heavens. He was astonished for a moment and muttered, even I can be affected. This general's peak really does have great strangeness. And then, he revealed an intriguing smile. However, I like this kind of weirdness. No matter if you are a human or an evil spirit, the kind of unyieldingness in your bones makes me like it. Heaven wants you dead, but I'll let you live. After saying that, he stepped away and jumped onto the general's severed peak, and his right hand violently stabbed into the general's severed neck, into the general's peak's cervical vertebrae. Buzz! Immediately afterward, his young arm bloomed with a divine light. The light was like an ocean, surging into the general's peak's cervical vertebrae, layer by layer downward, illuminating all 33 cervical vertebrae of the entire general's peak with a flow of light. After these vertebrae lit up, the entire general's peak began to tremble violently, and the earth began to shake for it, rumbling as if an earthquake had occurred. Chapter 69, Divine Punishment. Anum. Rumbling. A brilliant light blossomed within General Peak's body, and at the same time, with General Peak as the center, an incomparably terrifying aura spread like a tsunami, and the earth shook and the trees shook in a radius of 30 kilometers. The evil spirits began to panic and scatter in all directions. The bird of prey shot up into the sky and dashed off into the distance. And then, a crack appeared in the earth, spreading in all directions. Some of the evil spirits ran untimely and were immediately caught up by the cracks, falling into the cracks and being swallowed up by the cracks in the earth, letting out heart-rending screams. Even the evil spirits that were close to within 5 kilometers of the general's peak didn't have time to escape, and were immediately shattered directly into blood mist by the kind of terrifying aura emanating from the general's peak, bursting apart as if they were fireworks exploding one by one. In the middle of the forest, there was a chaos of soldiers, as if it was the end of the world. What's going on here? High above the sky, the driver Xiao Wu watched this, his eyes terrified and trembling. Master, what is this doing? Chicken was also staring over there with a deadpan look, his eyes even more horrified. Both of them could feel the kind of heaven-shattering and terrifying aura emanating from General Peak, and even watching from afar, they felt a tremendous pressure, shivering on their shoulders as if they were suppressing a godly mountain. They were all terrified, wondering what Li XVII was doing, the General's Peak that both the first emperor and the true god of the sun wanted to destroy. What is Li XVII doing to it? Rise for the little lord. On top of the mountain peak, Li XVII erupted into a roar as his right hand grabbed the huge piece of spine and violently flung it high into the air. At the same time, his body stormed up like a cannonball. Snap! As his body rushed up high into the air, General Peak's huge vertebrae were also directly pulled out by him, a section breaking out of the ground and bringing up a large area of bloody soil. That's right, blood earth. After the vertebrae were uprooted by Li XVII, the soil and rocks brought out were all blood red, like real flesh and blood, shocking to the eyes. Moreover, each vertebrae of the general's peak was 10 meters long in diameter. Immense. Li XVII stood on the spine, as small as an ant. However, his young arm had a death grip on the first cervical vertebrae, swinging this huge vertebrae in the air like a giant iron whip. This scene is as weird as it gets. Many evil spirits, seeing this scene, were all suppressed to the point that they knelt on the ground and worshipped, as if they were worshipping a god. Chicken and Wu's eyes went wide when they saw this scene. Li XVII is too bold, isn't he? General White Chess and the true god of the sun just blew off General Fang's head and that was it. But Li XVII even pulled out someone's vertebrae? Is this about destroying the body? Go! In the midst of the two of them being shocked and puzzled, Li XVII flew high into the air and threw the vertebrae in his hand directly into the earth. The spine was as taut as a sword, thrusting into the earth. After a burst of brilliant light lit up, the vertebrae snapped section by section and exploded. The light was so bright that it illuminated the dark night into day, illuminating the eyes of Chicken, Xiao Wu, and the many evil spirits. Within the light, a mass of silhouettes rushed from the ground up high into the sky and appeared in front of Li XVII. It was a general exactly like General Peak. He was wearing armor, a red cloak, a sharp sword on his back. His sword brows were starry-eyed. His eyes were like electricity. He was majestic and unbeatable. He stood in front of Li XVII, clasped his hands, bowed deeply to Li XVII, and said respectfully, "Many thanks to the Supreme Immortal for the grace of rebuilding." He was incomparably respectful, not even daring to sit on an equal footing with Li XVII, but rather a little bit below Li XVII, making sure that his head was always lower than Li XVI's, as if he was worshipping a true god. Li XVII looked him up and down. "Look up, look at me." The general looked up. Li XVII stared into the general's eyes and asked, "I heard that you would slaughter living beings and feed on billions of them. Is that true?" Without looking away, the general said, "The stone beasts will do this, but I won't, and I'm sure the stone beasts have a reason for doing this." Li XVII was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The general said, "We have been trapped in the stone for thousands of years, never for the purpose of destroying the world. Please believe us, Superior Immortal. Now that I've been resurrected, the punishment of the heavens is coming. Supreme Immortal, please take refuge." After saying that, he made a deep bow towards Li XVII. Then his body exploded like a firework and disappeared. After he disappeared, all the dazzling light disappeared. Li XVII was deep in thought. There was a reason why the beast in the stone would devour hundreds of millions of living beings. What does this general mean by that? An evil spirit needs a reason to kill? However, Li XVII didn't think about it for too long. But his heart skipped a beat and he hastily raised his head to look at the sky. At the moment, the moon seems to be turning, staring straight ahead. The true god of Tang, gazing here. Within an instant, all the living beings within a 100-mile radius all felt an incomparably great pressure descend from the sky, suppressing them. All the evil spirits below the evil level could not withstand this terrifying pressure, and one by one, they all exploded like fireworks, turning into a mass of blood mist. Alarm bells went off in Li XVII's heart, and he immediately yelled at Chicken and driver Xiao Wu, "Hurry up!" After saying that, his figure was like electricity, quickly rushing over, grabbing Chicken with one hand and yanking the carriage with the other, like a shooting star in firelight cutting through the night sky, rushing into the distance. Boom! The moment they left, a huge pillar of light blossomed from within the moon and fell straight down, with General Peak as the center. Hundreds of miles of land in a radius was directly blasted out by this huge pillar of light into a huge crater that was too deep to see the bottom. All the mountains, forests, trees, and evil spirits all dissipated and disappeared at this moment. In the deep pit, thunder and lightning flashed, and the water waves were like the end of the world. Li XVII, Chicken, and driver Xiao Wu turned their heads and were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Chicken's pupils contracted. What's going on here? Driver Xiao Wu's lips were trembling as he quivered. Divine punishment. His teeth were vibrating up and down and cackling as he spoke. Although many of the ancient books of the Dragon Kingdom were destroyed, after the eternal night, there were people in the Dragon Kingdom who specialized in collecting all sorts of deeds and compiling them into books. He had once seen a record of divine punishment in a book, and it was said that if the true god of the sun and the true god of the Tang found an evil spirit that even humans could not destroy, they would send down divine punishment to destroy that evil spirit. And because the evil sneak was too small and the true god was too big, the true god was unable to make a fine strike, but instead devastated all the areas in the vicinity of hundreds of miles in the vicinity of the evil sneak that was too powerful for the human race to destroy. Such an indiscriminate and devastating blow is called divine punishment. Then has it ever occurred to the true god that innocent people might die as a result? Chicken asked. Driver Xiao Wu said, the new history book records that being ruthless is the only way to become a god. God is cold and unfeeling. Heaven and earth are unforgiving and take all things as ruminants. God treats all things equally, and will not be particularly good or bad to anyone. And when there is a plague that appears, the living beings in a 100-mile radius are simply wiped out, thus solving the problem. It's just so cold and ruthless. Chapter 70, the true god of Tang was startled. As the driver, Wu, spoke, he remembered the history books he had read. According to the new history book, the true god extinguishes disasters, which have occurred a total of 10 times. Each time, it would take away the lives of all the living beings in a 100-mile radius. Li XVII frowned and said, there is a head for the grievances and a head for the debts. If you want to extinguish the calamity, then you should specifically look for the calamity. It's so high up, it must have all the ways, but it doesn't know what's right and what's wrong, kills people indiscriminately, and extinguishes so many living beings all at once, but it doesn't know what's right and wrong. It's clearly a demon. When Chicken and driver Xiao Wu heard this, their complexion changed drastically and they hurriedly covered Li XVII's mouth. Xiao Wu trembled. My 17th master? These words are not to be spoken indiscriminately. This is a rebellion. We live under the blessing of the true God. We can't defame the true God indiscriminately. Chicken nodded and said, if you want to blame it on calamity. It appeared, using thousands of living beings as blood food, sacrificing thousands of miles of living beings in order to strengthen itself. If the true God doesn't exterminate this kind of existence, then sooner or later, the world will be swallowed up by the calamity. To kill 100 miles of living beings to save a world, the true God is also a helpless act of mercy. As he spoke, Chicken and driver Wu glanced at each other, all seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. How about a wrong choice for this question? Li XVII asked. You guys think this is the right thing to do? Chicken and Wu nodded. None of them could beat the disaster. And once a disaster appeared, they all had to die. Li XVII asked rhetorically. Then, let me ask you, if there are your parents and your children among the living beings within these 100 kilometers, would you be willing to sacrifice them? To exterminate the calamity, why should those innocent beings be sacrificed? Do you guys think that this is fair? Driver Xiao Wu and Chicken were silent when they heard this. That's a tough question to answer. If it was really because of this reason that the true God had exterminated their most valued loved ones, even if they managed to survive under the hands of calamity, I'm afraid that he would have drawn his sword to the heavens, just like that general from General Peak. Protecting one's family and country can be a sacrifice, and one can throw one's head in the sand, but no one wants to die that way. Li XVII looked up at the moon high in the sky and said, God, isn't it universal? Why is it so merciless? If it is truly a God, why would it still turn living beings into evil spirits? If the evil spirits appeared because of the moonlight irradiation, then how did those evil spirits before the eternal night come about? Could they also have been created by the true God of Tang? Sooner or later, one day, I will poke the sky apart and see if this sun Tang is a god or a devil. This moon, it's in his way. The two true gods, the sun and the Tang, rotate day and night, shining on earth and giving light to living beings. However, if they really want to save the world, why do they have to use their evil power to give birth to so many evil devils and manipulate so many evil devils to fight against the human race, letting the human race and the evil spirits kill each other? If evil spirits were created because of moonlight, then wasn't the Tang true God, who possessed the eyes of the moon, the greatest evil spirit of all? It was a question that had been on Li XVII's mind since he was released from prison. He always felt that the world seemed a bit fishy. Chicken and driver Xiao Wu were even more alarmed, and hurriedly covered Li XVII's mouth again, and coincidentally said, Master 17, I beg you, don't say any more. Say any more? I'm afraid that the true God is going to be alarmed, and is going to be angered. Without waiting for Li XVII to reply, right at this moment, the heaven and earth changed color. A fierce wind swept through, and the entire world seemed to start trembling at this moment. The true God of Tang seemed to be startled by these words of Li XVII. His eyes turned, and the moon, which was high above the firmament, slowly rotated, and the universal moonlight that was originally sprinkled on the earth coalesced into a gigantic beam of light that swept over to this side. When Chicken and Xiao Wu saw this scene, their faces turned incomparably pale with a brush. Oops, the true God of Tang was startled. What's so great about God? You can't even talk when you've done something wrong? Li XVII watched the beam of light move over. His face didn't change, and he still wanted to fight hard. When Chicken and Xiao Wu saw this, they were creeped out on the spot and begged, My Master 17, please stop. If you say any more, we'll all be dead. You don't want to live, but we still want to live. Li XVII sniffed and had to stop. Quick, hide. After seeing Li XVII lay down, Chicken looked ecstatic and hurriedly rushed down to the high altitude with Li XVII, drilling towards the forest. Driver Xiao Wu also understood at this time, and immediately harnessed the carriage and quickly landed. The two of them moved very quickly, burrowing into the mountains and finding a rather large cave, rushing in at the first opportunity and hiding in the darkness. The moment they rushed into the cave, after the huge pillar of light swept through, it illuminated the dark night into day. The brightness was unknown how many times brighter than even the moonlight just now. The pillar of light grew larger, with a diameter of 300 kilometers, sweeping over the 5,000 miles in the General's Peak, like a giant searchlight searching for certain traces. After about a minute, the pillar of light seemed to have found no abnormality, which returned to normal. The original huge pillar of light dispersed and transformed into a universal light again, spilling down and illuminating the earth. When Chicken and Wu saw this scene, they breathed a deep sigh of relief, their hearts beating like war drums. A cold wind blew all over his body. Turns out, it was actually a cold sweat. When they saw the true God of Tang descending the beam of light just now, they were so scared that their hearts were in their throats and almost popped out, their faces pale. And then, they all looked at Li XVII with horrified eyes. Li XVII was really reckless. How dare he talk about the true God like this? Driver Xiao Wu plopped down, knelt on the ground, kneeled down to the moon outside the cave, and mouthed the words, saying, 17 masters are childish. The true God is not to be blamed. The true God is not to be blamed. Seeing this, Chicken also hurriedly followed the example of Driver Wu, kneeling down and chanting, Children's words are not to be blamed. The true God is not to be blamed. After worshipping the moon, the two of them turned their heads and looked at Li XVII with incomparable panic and pleading, praying that Li XVII would stop talking nonsense. The sun Tang, that's a high and mighty true God, and his eyes alone are as big as the earth. If a true God wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Furthermore, the reason why the living beings on earth could continue to survive was because of the blessings of the two true gods. Li XVII uttered such treacherous remarks, scaring the two of them. Li XVII looked at them like this, sighed, and said, All right, get up. As he spoke, he also looked out into the firmament, his gaze growing more and more stern, and that thought of piercing the sky in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Can't even talk about it. What a domineering God. When Chicken saw Li XVII's stern and murderous eyes, he was startled in his heart and hurriedly changed the topic. Master, this matter is over. Let's go to Deer Mountain. Chapter 71, Treasure Clothes. Chicken had only spent a few short hours with Li XVII, but it had already seen that Li XVII was the kind of bear child who was not afraid of the sky or the earth, even dares to speak ill of the true God. Lawless? What else does he not dare to do? If they allowed Li XVII to continue fooling around like this, I'm afraid that the divine punishment would come down again, and then they probably wouldn't be able to escape in a million years. Li XVII nodded and said, "All right, lead the way ahead." After saying that, he walked up to the carriage and sat in it, covering the door curtains, his face grim as he muttered, "Heaven and earth are unkind to take all things as ruminants. So what about the true God being unkind?" Xiaowu said the true gods were unable to strike disaster-level evil spirits with precision. But just now, the Tang true god's pillar of light was able to sweep massively, with one change in which the pillar of light became only 1 kilometer in diameter. Bright and dazzling, it was evident that the true god of Tang could completely manipulate his vision to coalesce at a single point. However, when calamity-level evil spirits appeared, they didn't care about anything else and directly sent down divine punishment, exterminating all living beings in a 100-mile radius. This is completely indiscriminate. No wonder the divine workers and the others hid in the demon suppression prison. That place is so deep into the earth that even the eyes of a true god can't reach it, Li XVII said in his heart. He shook it off and stopped thinking about it, how the true god was doing. He had no time to care now. There were 2 other big things before him to do, and the first order of business was to find out where he came from first. It wouldn't be too late to tackle the true god after finding his parents. Outside the carriage, Chicken and driver Xiaowu were relieved to see Li XVII sitting inside. As long as Li XVII didn't talk nonsense and didn't offend the true god, that would be the best. Chicken rushed out of the cave and flew high into the air. Driver Wu also drove the carriage and followed Chicken. Just as they were about to approach the deer mining mountain, all of a sudden, the moonlight in front of them started to change again, and the light was so bright that it was sweeping the deer mining mountain. It seemed that some changes had occurred over there as well, drawing the attention of the Tang true god. Driver Xiaowu's complexion changed, and he hurriedly reported this matter to Li XVII. Li XVII opened the door of the car, looked in the direction of Deer Mountain, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Turn around, go back to Maple Leaf City." He hadn't found his parents yet, and he hadn't helped Grandpa and the others get real revenge. It's not worth it to offend the true god at this time. Chicken and Xiaowu glanced at each other, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes, and immediately turned around and flew towards Maple Leaf City. As long as Li XVII stopped offending the true god, they would be fine. Chicken flew outside the window of the carriage and said, "Master, Maple Leaf City is guarded by the Xinhuang flag. I can't get in." Li XVII lifted the curtain and opened the car window, saying, "It's okay, I have a way. Xiaowu, let's go back to the Tsong Wolf Forest first." When he finished, he pulled down the curtains, closed the windows, and lay down on the big bed, comfortably enjoying the carriage. The inside of this carriage was quite spacious, equivalent to a room and a hall, with a queen-sized bed, a coffee table, and the tea that Lu Hongqi had brewed earlier. Even a very precious incense was burning inside the carriage. The aroma is calming and soothing. The 8-headed goat-horned snake-tailed lion ran very fast, like a shooting star breaking through the night sky, but the inside of the carriage was as stable as Mount Taishan. A little bit of shaking sensation did not exist. No wonder 12th brother and 13th brother wanted this kind of carriage before. It's so comfortable. Li XVII lay on the soft bed, enjoying himself immensely. It was only when he thought of the 12th and 13th brothers that he felt a little hard in his heart again. 12th and 13th brothers were especially kind to him, often buying him so many delicious snacks, chili bars, ice cream, cheese sticks, nuts, 8-ball porridge, lollipops, and other foods. The first thing they do when they make money and get back to Bridgeport is bring him snacks and buy him new clothes. Now he himself now owns the luxury car the 12th and 13th brother wanted back then. But they are both gone. When I'm done here and find clues about my parents, I'll go to Yanjing and make sure to find out the truth about that year and uncover the real culprits. Li XVII clenched his fists, his eyes icy cold with intense hatred. He made up his mind that he would start from Maple Leaf City, and with the 5 major tokens, he would work his way north, along city after city, looking for traces and news of his parents. Regardless of whether he could find his parents or not, he would have to go straight to Yanjing within a year or two to find the real murderer behind the killing of Gong and the others. Soon, the carriage returned to the Crow Wolf Forest. Li XVII gathered his mood and got off the car, once again slaughtered a phantom flying leopard, cut out its skin, took out a needle and thread, quickly sewed together a set of leather clothes, and threw it to Chicken. Put it on. Chicken held the sewn clothes of the flying leopard skin. His heart was apprehensive. and he trembled. Master, I haven't offended you, have I? Not long ago, Lu Hongqi turned into a phantom flying leopard when it wore such clothes, and now Li XVII was making it wear such clothes as well. Wasn't this punishing it? Li XVII glared at it. Wear it when I tell you to. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Chicken scrunched his neck and, with trepidation, opened this flying leopard leather jacket. Soon, it realized that this flying leopard leather jacket was different from the one worn by Lu Hongqi before. However, with Lu Hongqi's previous experience, its mood remained apprehensive and worried, trembling all over as it put on this flying leopard leather jacket. The chain snapped together on its own once the dress was on. With a flash of light, Chicken, who was originally more than 3 meters tall and as tall as a small mountain, transformed into the appearance of a 5-year-old human child. Red hair, big eyes, 100 centimeters tall, one head shorter than Li XVII, with a somewhat chubby figure. It looks especially well behaved and cute. There's still a slight resemblance to Li XVII. Chicken after putting on the treasure suit, AI generated. Wu's eyes widened with incredulity as he watched Chicken suddenly become like this. The same flying leopard leather clothes, one could turn Lu Hongqi into a phantom flying leopard, while the other could turn a demon king like Chicken into a small child. What was the principle behind this? Chicken also felt the change in himself and looked at his hands, then ran to the tank and looked at his appearance with puzzled eyes. How did you become like this? However, what surprised it was that instead of suppressing its power, the clothes were slowly refining the evil power in its body, making the power in its body more pure and condensed. In other words, as long as one wears this outfit, even if one doesn't cultivate, it will slowly become stronger in the future. It's a precious garment. The thought excited Chicken. King Chengfeng also came out of the cave at this time, and seeing his father become like this, he was equally filled with shock. Li XVII looked Chicken up and down and laughed. Good. This set of clothes really fits well. From now on, you are not called Little 7. Your name will be G8. Chicken grimaced bitterly, ***. Master, can we not call it that? This name sounds like a curse. Li XVII is puzzled. Cursing? Chicken said. Say G, not 8. Civilize you and me. Li XVII suddenly realized and laughed. Okay, it's my fault. Then, you won't be called G8, you'll be called G18. Chicken sniffed, still not happy. This name is no better than the one just now. Li XVII laughed out loud, stroking the red hair on top of Chicken's head with great satisfaction, and laughed. Count your kid lucky. On Grandpa's side, I was the 17th adopted child, and you are now the 18th, so it's called G18. This dress can isolate and refine the evil nature in your body, and the Xin Huang flag won't know that you're an evil spirit. From today onwards, follow me and you'll be my Li XVII's younger brother. G18. We'll come back and pick them up when Narawang grows up in the mountains. They need their wild independence now. After saying that, he took out 2 treasures and handed them to Chengfeng. One for each chicken. I'm sorry, I'm going to take your father away for a period of time. These 2 treasures are compensation for you. One treasure was a pair of nunchucks, given to King Sung. The other treasure was an ox-horn bow, which was given to Chengfeng. Then, he stretched out his finger and tapped it on Chengfeng's brow, teaching the 2 chickens the cultivation technique. This is the technique that is sufficient to cultivate into a demon. As long as you practice diligently, within 10 years, you will definitely be able to cultivate into a demon. Thrive on your own during your father's absence, and your father and I will come back to get you when you've finished your training. He knew what it was like to not have his parents around, but he had to have Chicken back in town to help him with something, so he had to make up for it by giving Chengfeng a little. Chengfeng's eyes glowed as he held the treasure in his hand and felt the magic of the gongfu in his mind. When Chicken heard this, he was so ecstatic that he immediately knelt down and kowed out to Li XVII with thumps and tears in his eyes. Thank you, master. As a demon king, it had a venomous gaze, and it immediately saw how extraordinary the double-cut sticks and ox-horn bow were. The aura coming from these 2 treasures allowed it to detect danger, especially the ox-horn bow. It looked at the ox-horn bow and felt as if it was looking at a topsy-turvy ox demon roaring. King Chengfeng also knelt down and said gratefully, "Thank you, Supreme Immortal." They knew that the treasure in their hands was terrifying, and they could even feel how terrifying the demonic power that Li XVII had imparted to them was. It's a godsend. Li XVII peacefully accepted their prostrations before letting them get up. Then, they bid farewell to Chengfeng, got on the carriage, rushed up to the sky, and headed towards Maple Leaf City. King Chengfeng stood at the top of the mountain and waved at them. Chicken also waved to his children, a little reluctant in his eyes, but determined to leave. As the evil sneaky demon king, it understood how important independence was. Chengfeng has a magic skill in his body, and a treasure to protect his body. And there is also a formation guarding on this mountain peak, so his life is definitely not in danger. That's why it's relieved to leave. Don't look, the child can't grow until you let go, Li XVII said. Chicken nodded, closed the window and got back into the car, looking at Li XVII with a strange look in his eyes. Li XVII was obviously so young, but the words he said were so old and old-fashioned, as if he was an adult who had experienced a lot of births and deaths, and appeared to be a little vicissitude. Even as he said this, Li XVII's tone had that little bit of sadness and nostalgia that was so out of place for his age. As for why Li XVII was sad and nostalgic, it was not clear and did not dare to ask more. It changed the topic and wondered, Master, I was sitting in the car before and almost crushed it. How come I'm fine now that I'm sitting in it? Chapter 72 Being Li XVII's Slave. Fantastic. Li XVII took a sip of tea, glanced at it, and said, I have long considered this matter, and when sewing the clothes, I sewed some lightweight talisman patterns and talisman seals into the clothes, so the weight will come off when you wear it. Moreover, I've injected quite a few rune patterns inside this dress, just suppressing and gradually refining the evil nature in your body, and your power and wings can still be used normally. Even, it can be accelerated. You can go out and try outside before you get back to Maple City. Chicken sniffed and looked so happy that he immediately opened the car window and jumped out. When his body was in mid-air, a pair of eagle-like wings immediately sprouted from his back. The wings spread out and were 3 meters long, allowing him to fly in mid-air. Moreover, after the camouflage of the flying leopard treasure clothes, instead of having a little bit of the evilness of a demon king, these wings were filled with a holy aura. The sense set off Chicken's current image as a small child, making Chicken look particularly handsome in a winged sort of way. Ha ha ha, that's really handsome. Chicken laughed out loud, excited. It itself could sense that this precious garment worn on its body was of infinite utility. It flew above the firmament, gliding along, feeling all the benefits that the precious clothes brought, excited beyond words. Sure enough, choice far outweighs effort on the path to demonic life. Who says slavery is bad? Being a slave is great. Being a slave of Li XVII is even better. This kind of treatment is much better than being a self-reliant demon king. He had operated in the Tsang wolf forest for so many years, occupying so many heavenly materials and treasures, and as a result, his cultivation refinement was particularly slow. Now that it had become Li XVII's slave demonic beast, the gains from this precious garment alone were much stronger than even its previous decades of hard cultivation. Thinking of this, Chicken flew indulgently, a clear whistle of immense happiness and joy escaping his lips. Driver Wu looked at Chicken like this with envy in his eyes, and then, he took a look at Li XVII who was sitting at the window of the carriage, and his heart was filled with admiration. At such a young age, he already has such terrifying strength, and the power of rune patterns is so out of this world. This 17th master has a great future. Li XVII sat by the window, resting his cheeks, watching Chicken fly among the high altitude with a faint smile on his face, as if he was looking at his childhood self. At that time, every time 12th brother and 13th brother bought him toys and snacks, he was also inexplicably excited and happy like Chicken. It's just a shame that childhood joy is a bit hard to find now. Unfortunately, it is not a real sibling after all. I still need to find a sibling younger than me to raise as early as possible, Li XVII said in his heart. The reason he made Chicken the way he is, that was purely a childhood wish. He used to be the smallest bum in the bridge, often having his cheeks pinched and being made to work by his big brother and sister. So he dreamed of having a younger sibling than himself, and being a big brother himself for a bit, commanding his sibling to work and playing the bully. Now Chicken was a child's image. But, having once seen Chicken in his true lanky and majestic form, he had a bad sense of substitution and couldn't really see Chicken as a little kid. Master, come, have some tea. Master, look, is this strength okay? After experiencing the powerful and mysterious aspects of the precious clothes, Chicken immediately flew back from the air and landed inside the carriage, respectfully making tea for Li XVII. At the same time, he massaged and pounded Li XVII's shoulders, unusually attentive. This is his master, and even more so, his honored one, and must be served well. Li XVII enjoyed lying down, pointed to his thighs, and said, squeeze the legs, squeeze the feet. Chicken gleefully said, holler. Then, he began to continuously pinch and massage Li XVII's feet. It had to be said that as a demon king he still had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. The intensity was exceptionally well controlled and the massage was exceptionally comfortable. Li XVII closed his eyes with great enjoyment, thinking, so massage is so comfortable. No wonder Gong and 12th brother they often let me massage for them. Enjoy. In the past, when they lived in the bridge cave, every time after they finished their mission, they would buy a lot of delicious food to start eating. After eating, Gong and 12th brother they sat down and let Li XVII massage them. Now, Li XVII finally enjoyed the same treatment that Grandpa did back then. Maple Leaf City. At the city gates, Ryushi was waiting anxiously. It was late at night, and after she received Lu Hongqi's 10,000-mile transmission note, she got up at the first opportunity, changed her clothes, and came here to wait. She didn't know how long she had waited, but finally, she saw Lu Hongqi stumbling outside the forest in front of Maple Leaf City, dressed in rags and bruised all over, looking incomparably wretched. Behind Lu Hongqi, there was also a group of incomparably terrifying evil spirits. Master, Lu Shishir's complexion changed, and at the first opportunity, she sacrificed the shrine thread at the back of her head and flew towards Lu Hongqi. Inside her shrine, an orb birthed from the shrine blossomed with bright light, rushing out beyond the shrine, spanning the long sky, and shining on Lu Hongqi's body. After Lu Hongqi was illuminated by the light, his spirit was suddenly shaken. His physical strength recovered a lot, and his speed became faster. Seeing him become faster, those evil spirits behind him also sped up, like a tidal wave pouncing towards Lu Hongqi. Lu Shishir's complexion changed, and she hurriedly said to the police guarding the city, "Quickly, the Xian Huang flag." The captain of the city watch responsible for guarding the Xian Huang flag immediately sacrificed a talisman paper that shot up into the sky and merged within the Xian Huang flag. The Xian Huang flag shone brightly, shining in all directions. Light, instantly chopping the stone evil spirit that had just pounced behind Lu Hongqi into pieces. The other evil sneaks' complexions changed drastically, immediately stopping their footsteps, not daring to continue chasing after them, and looking at the Xian Huang flag with eyes filled with terror. And then, they gritted their teeth and stared at the willow-red flag that had already entered within the radiant shroud of the Xian Huang flag, their eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. A cooked duck. It's flying. Sinful animal. Don't leave yet. The captain of the city guard roared. Those evil spirits looked at the Xian Huang flag whose light was becoming more and more overpowering, shrunk their necks, turned around, and quickly ran inside the dark forest, disappearing without a trace. The captain of the city watch was relieved to see this. Lu Shishir rushed out, assisted Lu Hongqi, and slowly returned to the city gates. While walking, she also took out a pill and stuffed it into Lu Hongqi's mouth, asking with concern, "Master, are you all right?" After Lu Hongqi returned to the city gates, he then put down his heart and sat on his butt on the ground, panting and with a pale face, saying in his heart, "Li XVII is simply a devil." Without his carriage, he had killed his way back from the Kangwolf forest, 500 miles away, the hard way. Along the way, he encountered countless evil spirits, had many close calls, and almost died several times. At the same time, he was even more fearful of Li XVII to the extreme, secretly swearing in his heart that he would never mess with that devil again. It's horrible, especially when he remembered the scene where he turned into a phantom flying leopard and was chased by the evil spirits in the mountains. He shuddered and was terrified to the extreme. He didn't want to taste such pain a second time in his life. Lu Shishir asked suspiciously, "Old master, how did you get like this? Did you encounter an ambush from your enemies on the road? Also, where is Uncle Wu and the carriage?" After a pause, her expression became a little sad. "Were they, sacrificed?" After Lu Hongqi finished adjusting his breathing, he stood up and said in a deep voice, "He's not dead. I gave away the carriage and him." Willow was puzzled. "Who did you give it to?" That carriage was obtained by Lu Hongqi after a lot of hard work. In order to cultivate those 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions, Lu Hongqi had gone through a lot of painstaking efforts, and regarded these 8 beasts and the carriage as treasures. Normally, if someone in the Lu family wanted to use this carriage, Lu Hongqi wouldn't let them. Even the patriarch would open his mouth and be rejected by Lu Hongqi. As a result, tonight Lu Hongqi gave away the carriage so easily? Lu Hongqi said in a deep voice, "Who to give it to? Don't care. Quick, take me to do the card. Also, prepare a generous gift. I need it tomorrow." After saying that, he took a step and walked into Maple Leaf City. Lu Shishir looked at his back, his eyes growing more and more suspicious, muttering, "The old man is not even treated for his serious injuries, but he wants to go to the card. What exactly happened?" Lu Hongqi in her mind is the top of the sky. The sky is not afraid of the hero today, but she saw in the eyes of Lu Hongqi a strong fear. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind. The old man wouldn't have been robbed by mountain bandits, would he? Chapter 73, Evil Sneaky Eyes. Lu Shishir was the head of the Divine Soldier Row and was well informed. She knew any stormy figure or family power within a few hundred miles of Maple Leaf City as well as she did. In the northeastern part of Maple Leaf City, there was a group of mountain bandits who occupied the mountain, burning, killing, looting, and doing no evil. Moreover, the strength was incomparably strong enough to fight against the 3 major Demon King evil sneaks of the Kangwolf Woods, Deer Ming Mountain, an eagle's mouth ridge. Soon after, Lu Shishir shook her head again and thought, that group of mountain thieves usually only act during the day and rest at night. It shouldn't be them. Who, then, could be the person who took the old man's carriage? In her opinion, Lu Hongqi regarded the goat-horned snake-tailed lion carriage as a treasure, valuing it more important than her own life, and would definitely not give it away easily. Moreover, Lu Hongqi came back like this all over the body, must have experienced some bad things. The reason why he would say that it was given to someone else like that was only to look good for the sake of face. She had thought her head through, but she hadn't figured out exactly who would dare to touch Lu Hongqi. She had no choice but to give up on the idea and follow Lu Hongqi. As she brushed past the guards guarding the city, she had a new idea, and instructed those guards to keep an eye out for her, and to notify her at the first opportunity once a goat-horned, snake-tailed lion entered the city. The city guards nodded and said, "Understood. Once we find anything, we will notify you first." Ryoshi said, "Thank you." After saying that, she also took out a 10,000 miles transmission note and instructed the people of Maoyang City and those cities near Maple Leaf City to keep an eye out for the whereabouts of the goat-horned snake-tailed lion, and report it as soon as it appeared in the city. Goat-horned snake-tailed lion. This was the Lu family's proprietary demonic beast, cultivated by Lu Hongqi with a lot of effort. Unique. Even the city lord's mansion didn't have such amount. No matter who took away the goat-horned snake-tailed lion carriage, after obtaining this kind of treasure, they would definitely appear in the town. And as long as they waited for the rabbit, they would definitely be able to know who took away Lu Hongqi's carriage. After doing this, Lu Shishir also walked into Maple Leaf City and disappeared. 2 hours later, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and high above the sky outside Maple Leaf City, the beasts roared continuously. 8 goat-horned, snake-tailed lions pulled a carriage, stepping into the air, all bathed in holy light, particularly conspicuous under the pale night. Along with their arrival, the Xian Huang flag's light bloomed and shone on them. Without a hint of discomfort, they still pulled the wagon and landed on the highway, coming in with the wind. Finally, accompanied by a hissing roar, the 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions pulled the carriage and stopped in front of Maple Leaf City, waiting to be scrutinized by the guards guarding the city. A ray of light swept over the goat-horned snake-tailed lion and the driver, Wu, to confirm that it was not an evil spirit. And then, one of the city guards stared at Xiao Wu and said, "Call out the people inside and check them out." At the same time, another city guard took out a 10,000 mile transmission note at the first opportunity and contacted Lu Shishir, telling her that the goat-horned snake-tailed lion was about to enter the city. As he spoke, the city guard looked at the carriage with a slightly startled look in his eyes. Taking away the Lu family's carriage, they didn't run far away. Instead, they even rushed back to Maple Leaf City in the night. They hadn't seen this kind of arrogant person when they grew up. Therefore, all of the city guards on the scene were all on standby, taking up the guns in their hands, and also mobilizing the thunder and fire cannons, aiming at this carriage. With a swish sound, all the guards guarding the city looked at the goat-horned snake-tailed lion with incomparable curiosity, wanting to see what kind of person dared to take away the Lu family's carriage and enter the city so openly. Under their gaze, the door curtain lifted and Li 17 and G18 walked out. Seeing the two of them, all the guards guarding the city were all stunned. In their imaginations, the people sitting inside the carriage must be vicious maniacs, either unscrupulous mountain thieves or assassins of the Star Society. Whatever the identity, it must have been incredibly vicious looking. And then, there were these two people in the car? Li 17 said smilingly, "Guard Uncle Dan. What is it?" That city guard looked at him with such a bright smile. His guard went off quite a bit and asked, "Are you two the only ones in the car?" Li 17 nodded. "Yeah." 18. "Open the door of the car and show it to Uncle Guard." G18 was also obedient and immediately opened the car door completely. Those guards of the city looked inside, and sure enough, there was no one else inside, nor any evil spirits. Before they could ask, Xiao Wu opened his mouth to explain, "I'm Wu Qi, the exclusive driver of Ghost Eye Soldier Lu Hongqi, and this is Li 17, a relative of the Chen family. Young Master Li. Following him is young Master Li's younger brother, G18. They got lost in the mountains and forests and were chased by evil spirits. Our family, Old Master Lu Hongqi, gave them the car specifically to protect them and asked me to take them into the city. Guys, do you have any more questions?" These city guards obviously knew Wu Qi, and when they heard him say that, it dawned on them. It turns out that the Lu family's carriage was not taken away by someone else, but Lu Hongqi gave the carriage away, letting the carriage take the two youngsters back to the city, while he himself lured away the evil spirits roaming the mountains. A real chivalry, the head of the guard said with incomparable admiration. Elder Lu is truly a noble and compassionate man. I'm out of respect. Open the gates and let them go. With these words from the captain, the huge gates of the city opened, The captain made a gesture of invitation. Wu Qi nodded to them. Thanks a lot. After saying that, he harnessed the goat-horned snake-tailed lion and slowly entered the city. Guard Marshmallow, you have worked hard. Good night. Li 17 and G18 stood in front of the carriage door and greeted those guards with an innocent and brilliant face. The captain of the guards and the other guards also greeted them with smiles and watched them leave. These two people are really blessed with a great life. They were able to meet a great benefactor like Lu Hongqi in the mountain forest at night. And that's how they escaped. They're so young and their flesh is tender. They're definitely the hearts of evil spirits. Once they're touched by evil spirits, they'll definitely be bitten to death by evil spirits. And it's definitely a credit to Elder Lu that they've survived. Many of the guards guarding the city were talking. At that moment, a guard stroked his chin and frowned. I feel a bit odd. Something's not right. Someone asked. What's odd about it? The guard looked at the departing carriage of Li 17 and the others and said, if Lu Hongqi was trying to lure away the evil spirits so that the two young men could get out of danger and come back, why was it Lu Hongqi who came back first while Li 17 and the others came back 2 hours late? They're coming back in the wrong order. After a pause, he added with a bit of trepidation. Moreover, I just locked eyes with that G18, and the way he looked at me, it was as if he was an evil spirit looking at me. He slapped his thigh. His eyes lit up, and said, that's right, that's the look of an evil spirit. That G18 is most likely an evil spirit. Chapter 74, Li 17. Evil spirits? Hearing this policeman's words, the captain as well as the other policemen all looked over with puzzled eyes. The captain said, Xiao Chang, you're not mistaken, are you? Xiao Chang categorically said, it can't be wrong. I once went with the city lord to eliminate the demon king of the Kangwolf forest, the chicken, and I've seen the chicken's eyes, which are exactly the same as that G18. G18, it must be chicken. Captain, hurry up and go after it and get it. As he spoke, he also took out the firearm he was holding and aimed it at Li XVI's carriage. Before he could shoot, the captain grabbed the barrel of his gun, pressed it to his feet, and chided, Xiao Chang, are you out of your mind? Why are you still talking nonsense? The Xian Huang flag is the nemesis of evil spirits. Even the demon king has nothing to hide under the light of the Xian Huang flag. Just now, these two youngsters both spoke under the light of the Xian Huang flag without any problems. How could they be evil spirits? I think you are just suffering from the aftermath of creation after participating in the last operation. Everything you see looks like an evil spirit. It should be too much mental tension. Now, you go back to rest first. Captain, that's really, I said go back to rest. That's an order. Seeing the captain's attitude like this, Xiao Chang had no choice but to put away his firearms, walk into Maple Leaf City, and go back to his dormitory for rest. Only, before going back, he still stared at Li XVI's carriage, with doubtful eyes and a bit skeptical of life, murmuring, is he, really, not an evil spirit? The Xian Huang flag was a holy weapon for protecting the city, a great killing weapon specifically targeting evil spirits. As long as the light enveloped the place, the evil spirits would be subdued and killed. Even the demon king was no exception. Just now, the light of the Xian Huang flag clearly enveloped G18. G18 was fine, which was enough to rule out G18's suspicion. Xiao Chang shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and went straight back to rest. Clattering sound. The early morning hours of Maple City were incredibly cold. 8 goat-horned, snake-tailed lions pulled a luxurious carriage through the streets in no hurry. Inside the carriage, Chicken was ecstatic and said excitedly, Master, the precious clothes you sewed are too powerful. It's simply a divine weapon. When it entered the city just now, it was worried about whether it would be recognized by the Xian Huang flag and whether it would be attacked by the Xian Huang flag. He was especially scared when the Xian Huang flag enveloped him. As a demon king, he was well aware of the terror of the Xian Huang flag. Even if he just took a light blow, he would be seriously injured and would be scorched. He was so apprehensive when he stood under the light of the Xian Huang flag just now. However, after waiting for the light to shine on him, he didn't have any feeling of being burned, and wasn't hurt at all. This treasured garment is simply superb. Li 17 swept a glance at it. See less. You follow me. In the future, learn to be more calm. Don't be disorganized because of these small things, and be seen to be broken. Chicken said repeatedly, Yes, 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 listen to the master. Li 17 said with dissatisfaction. Also, just now a police officer looked at you in the wrong way. Did you do something to someone? Chicken quickly said. No, I just looked at him. Li 17 frowned. What do you think? Chicken said with a bit of embarrassment. The last time the Maple Leaf City Lord rounded me up, I recognized that little soldier. So, my eyes were a bit more ferocious. Boom, of a drum. As soon as the words fell, Li 17 used his index and middle fingers together. and the two knuckles knocked on Chicken's head, rewarding it with a violent blow. Chicken covered his head and looked at Li XVII accusingly. Li XVII glared at it and said, "Remember, you're not a demon king now. You're G18. You're already a human being. Without my permission, you're not allowed to eat people casually." Chicken became even more aggravated. "Got it." Li XVII moderated his tone a bit and said, "Of course, it's not completely impossible to eat people. Those vicious criminals, those grifters who do evil, hurt the world, and do nothing wrong, can still be eaten." Chicken wondered, "What's a gripper?" "It's not like I eat hair." Li XVII swept at a glance. "Uncultured. How terrible." Driver Xiao Wu also spoke up. "Master 17. I don't know what grizzly means either." Li XVII also glanced at the driver and said, "It seems that you guys still need to read more, and you don't even know this word. Let me tell you, grizzly is a word from Guangdong province 100 years ago. It has many meanings. It can be used to describe bad people and fools. It means bad guys. Another meaning can also be used to describe one's hardcore buddies, the equivalent of you boy. Exactly how it works, person by person, scene by scene. So, if I say poor, vicious grifter, it's poor, vicious bad guy, it's a curse. If I say, you this grifter can is you kid line is the meaning of praise. This word is synonymous with the Cantonese word for pouncing 100 years ago. Remember? Chicken and Driver Wu nodded that they understood. The two looked at each other, all seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Grizzly figured it out. What's the word for punt again? Pouncing on the street? And what language is Cantonese? How come they've never heard of it? And then, they glanced at Li XVII together and said with a clear conscience, Master 17, you are really knowledgeable and learned. Li XVII looked proud, that's for sure. He drank a cup of tea and drifted off. Don't look at me as young. But, little master, I've dealt with all kinds of people over the years, and in the places where little master is, each of those people have skills, and each of them speaks well. Then, he broke his fingers and said seriously, what Cantonese, Menan, English, Thai, Japanese, French, Russian, Spanish, Arabic, and so on, dozens and dozens of languages around the globe. Little master is very familiar with them all. When Chicken and Xiao Wu heard this, they once again looked at each other and became even more puzzled in their hearts. Cantonese, Menan, English, Thai, Japanese, French, Russian, and other languages. What is all this? How come they've never heard of it? Wu, in particular, had even more puzzled eyes. He had followed the ghostly-eyed soldier Lu Hongqi to many places, many provinces and cities, but all the places they passed through spoke Chinese, and he had never heard of Cantonese, French or anything else. Where did Li XVII go to be exposed to such a wide range of knowledge at such a young age? The language, surely, is its own rambling, Driver Xiao Wu thought in his heart, and then, with a clear conscience, complimented. Master 17 is truly a learned master of language. Admire, admire, admire. Li XVII was complimented and was in a happy mood. Ha ha ha, your driver speaks very well, very much to my liking. Come, this treasure, reward you. With that, he threw a treasure to Driver Xiao Wu. Thank you, Master 17. Xiao Wu was overjoyed. He saw that Li XVII casually gave Changwang Changfeng all superb treasures, and what he got must be superb as well. However, by the time he received the gift in his hand, he immediately changed his expression dramatically. His face turned pale, and he said in a trembling voice, This is the meteor inverted sea cover? Li XVII said, Yeah, is there a problem? Is there a problem? What? I don't know. That's a big problem, okay? Xiao Wu was on the verge of cursing in his heart. Meteor inverted sea cover. This is the protective treasure of Xiao family's young master Xiao Qi. It has always been warmed by Xiao Qi, and the treasure does not leave his body. Just yesterday, Xiao Qi disappeared. No one could find any trace of Xiao Qi or Xiao Jiang. Even the meteor inverted sea cover disappeared. Before the two of them disappeared, there were many people who saw traces of the meteor inverted sea cover being used. Therefore, the Xiao family deduced that Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qi had been wiped out. And when he followed Lu Hongqi to leave, all of those senior members of the Xiao family as well as the elites all went out, looking for Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qi all over the world. Now the meteor inverted sea cover in the hands of Li XVII. It is difficult to. Xiao Wu looked at the meteor inverted sea mask and remembered the image of the Tang family's phantom flying leopard being eaten by Li XVII last night, and a terrifying thought came to his mind. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qi may have been vaporized by Li XVII. At this moment, he felt that the meteor inverted sea cover in his hand was incomparably hot. Chapter 75, The Green Jade Bodhi Goddess of Mercy. Hot. Thief hot. Driver Xiao Wu held the meteor inverted sea mask and only felt that his hand was incomparably hot. almost scorching his own hand. He hurriedly stopped the car, then returned the meteor inverted C mask back to Li 17, and respectfully said, Master 17, you are too kind. This gift is too expensive for me to accept. This thing was the greatest treasure of the Shao family. If he collected it, he wouldn't even know where to hide it. Once the Shao family found out that the treasure was in his hands, then he was probably going to be put on the charge of killing Shao Jiang and Shao Qi, and giving him 100 heads would not be enough for the Shao family to decapitate him. Li 17 was puzzled. Isn't this just a fancier octave box? What's so valuable about a contraption? Before he was released from prison, he had fished out many treasures in the devil's prison, all of which he had packed in his own large parcel, which he couldn't count. This meteor inverted C cover, to him, was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary, and it wasn't half a star worse than the treasures he had brought from those demons. So, he gave it away at will. Isn't that valuable? When Xiao Wu heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he hurriedly said, Master 17, this may not be valuable to you, but it's very valuable to me, and I can't accept it. Li 17 looked at Xiao Wu for 3 seconds and said, You don't like it? Xiao Wu didn't know how he should answer, and could only nod his head to show that he didn't like it. Li 17 threw the meteor inverted C mask to G18. 18. When you became my slave and junior brother, I haven't given you a gift for meeting you yet. This thing, it's for you. G18's eyes lit up and he immediately took it, saying with delight, Thank you, Master. Only a short while ago, Li 17 had given him a treasure coat, and gifted his 2 children 1 treasure and 1 set of magic attack. Now it's got another gem. Follow your master and eat 9 meals in 3 days. That's too good a deal. With a master like that, who the hell would go and suffer as a demon king? After it had finished thanking them, it took the meteor inverted C cover and began to study it, looking at it left and right, loving it. Li 17 thought about it and asked, Xiao Wu, then tell me what you like. I'll get you a meet and greet gift then. Grandpa said that if you want people to work for you, then you have to buy people yourself. The most important thing to buy people's hearts is to give them money, babies or women. He had a carriage, so of course he was going to enjoy it, and he had to have a driver and chauffeur to drive it, so he couldn't drive it himself, could he? So, he needed driver Wu to help him pull the carriage. Driver Xiao was sniffed and also moved some thoughts, saying, Master 17, I need a technique that can be cultivated to the new habitat. Do you have one on your side? In the Dragon Kingdom, cultivation techniques were too precious, especially the top-level cultivation techniques, which were only available to the big families. In a small border town like Maple Leaf City, there was an even greater shortage of cultivation techniques. The reason why he was working in the Lu family was also because he was running towards the Lu family's gong method. As long as he worked in the Lu family for more than 10 years and had no faults within 10 years, the Lu family promised to give him a cultivation technique that would allow him to cultivate from the spirit-gathering realm to the new habitat. Currently, he had been working in the Lu family for 8 years, and his strength was still at the spirit-gathering realm, not even reaching the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. It would be great if there were feats. Li 17 gave an oh so slight sound and said, I thought it was some kind of high demand. So this is it. He pulled out a secret book from his own package and threw it to Xiao Wu, saying, This is the Green Jade Bodhi Viewing Thoughts. Cultivating according to this will allow your divine fetus to coalesce into the Bodhi God image, crossing over from gathering spirit to new life, and then from new life to burning sky realm. If your talent is up to it, this technique will also allow you to cross over to the Qiankuan realm. Green Jade Bodhi Cannon? Can you cultivate to the Qiankuan realm? Driver Xiao Wu received the secret book, and when he heard these words from Li 17, he was ecstatic and shivered with excitement. A technique that could be cultivated to the Qiankuan realm. That was at least a 9th grade technique of the Earth Order. And in Maple Leaf City, that was something that only the direct descendants of the top 10 families were qualified to cultivate. Now Li 17 even gave him this priceless treasure, which was a great favor. Xiao Wu stopped the car, plopped down and knelt in front of Li 17, thumped his head and kowtowed, excitedly saying, Many thanks Master 17, great kindness, no way to repay. From today onwards, I, Wu Qi, will be your foot soldier, work as an ox, sacrifice my life for your liver, brain and soul, and die before I die. Li 17 raised his hand and said faintly, Don't say so much. In the future, just hang out with me and work well as my full-time driver. Get up. Wu Qi was stunned. Li 17 was sitting in the car, and there were still 2 meters away from him. As a result, as soon as Li 17 raised his hand, he felt a soft force to assist him up. Awesome. Wu Qi praised in his heart and saluted Li 17 once again before he started to drive seriously. G18 watched from the sidelines, thinking, Master is just awesome. Shan ranked techniques. Give them away when you say so. Trenchant. I like it. Li XVII lay on the large bed of the carriage in a very comfortable Guyulei position, looking at driver Xiao Wu's back. His heart was very puzzled. He realized that everyone in Maple City seemed to be poor. He just pulls out some random insignificant thing and everyone here is grateful to him. The Chen family was like that. Chicken's family was like that. And now Wu Qi was like that. As if those feats and weapons were treasures of great value. But, to him, those things were too commonplace. For example, this green jade Bodhi viewing thoughts, when he was in the devil suppression prison. It was something that neither he nor the 5 great devils could look at, and it was usually used to cushion the feet of the table. There were feats that were sometimes used by cooks to start fires, where they just tore open the paper, lit it, and threw it into the stove to ignite it. However, in Maple Leaf City, these people all treated these feats as treasures, making him particularly puzzled. Eventually, Li XVII came up with a reasonable explanation. None of them had seen the world. The more Li XVII thought about it, the more he felt so. It's just a Xian rank 9th grade technique. It's just a few Xian rank treasures. It's not that excited like this. You must have never seen the world. Thinking of this, Li XVII slapped his thighs and thought proudly. It's still good that little master has seen the world since he was a child. At this moment, the moon is gradually closing. Instead of descending the mountain as it normally would, it gradually grew smaller, as if there were 2 doors closing from the left and right, blocking the moonlight from pouring in. Above the firmament, the true god of the sun slowly opened his eyes. A flame erupted, burning the clouds and incinerating the sky. Firelight poured down, illuminating the darkened world and bringing a splash of fish belly white to the sky. At this point, it was 4:30 minutes in the morning. Today's day dawned so quickly? Wu Qi's eyes were puzzled as he drove the carriage. As far as he could remember, it used to be 5:30 a.m. before it got light, and now it was light at 4:30 a.m. The nights seemed to be a little shorter than they used to be. Wu Qi was worried, thinking, the sky is getting brighter a little faster than before, and the sky is getting darker faster than before. But, overall, the daytime is shorter than before. So if this continues, will there be eternal night coming again? Chapter 76, The Xiao Family is Looking for Trouble. Maple Leaf City, Chen Family. At 4:40 a.m., many people in the Chen family had already begun to get up, inhaling and exhaling into the shining sunrise. Before the arrival of Li XVII, most of the Chen family practiced the purple qi heavenly divine skill that Chen Shan had imparted to them, which meant that they would face the rising sun and absorb the little bit of purple qi contained inside the firelight of the rising sun and use it to strengthen themselves. In the kitchen, cigarettes curled up, and there was already a nanny ant making breakfast. In the yard, the wind was howling and there were young adults practicing boxing and running. Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, and Chen Hongyao had also stood in the courtyard, exhaling and exhaling, punching and working out. Chen Shan had just recovered from a serious illness and had gone through a bitter battle yesterday. But fortunately, the treasure sword had not yet aged, coupled with the fact that last night, Li XVII had helped him to heal and treat his injuries again before he left. Therefore, he had recovered well, with a dragon's spirit and vigor. He was practicing his fist, wide open, his fist like a shooting star, erupting in a burst of air-popping sounds. One move and one stance. To the yang, to the hard, to the fierce. Tigers, thunderclap? Chen Huzhou's eyes were delighted when he saw Chen Shan punch and heard the popping sound that resounded from Chen Shan's fist. By the looks of it, Chen Shan had recovered quite well. When Chen Hongyao saw that her grandfather had recovered to such an extent, there was no change in expression on her face, but in her heart, she was quite joyful and let go of her heart. If grandpa was fine, then it would be best, and their Chen family would have a mainstay, and they would slowly be able to salvage the situation. After Chen Shan finished a set of punches, he withdrew his momentum and stopped punching, standing like a mountain, laughed out loud, and said, "Little seeker, you're wrong. What I punched out is still far from reaching the level of Lei Yin, but I've also kind of recovered 70%. That elixir that little 17 gave me yesterday, it really works. He's really a blessing for our Chen family." Last night, before Li XVII left the city, he gave Chen Shan an elixir. After Chen Shan took it, he recovered quite a bit overnight, becoming alive and strong, no longer having the same feeling of weakness he had yesterday. To him, it's a miracle drug. Chen Huzhou nodded deeply. Little 17's help to our Chen family is truly great. This is a great favor that must be repaid. Then, he looked at Chen Hongyao to the side and said, "Hongyao, little 17 is still quite pitiful, fatherless and motherless. You have to be nicer to him." Chen Hongyao nodded. "I am his elder sister, so naturally I will take good care of him." When Chen Shan saw his granddaughter like this, he smiled even more happily. Chen Hongyao had been raised by him since childhood, and had always studied with him. He naturally knew Chen Hongyao beyond measure. and looking at Chen Hongyao's reaction, he knew that Chen Hongyao was now really treating Li XVII as a family member. Chen Hongjiao said, "By the way, where is little 17? He hasn't gotten up yet?" Chen Hongyao said, "After he went out last night, he never came back, saying that he wanted to go out of town for a bit." Out of town? Hearing this, Chen Shan subconsciously worried. Outside the city at night, that's all the world of evil spirits. If he leaves the city at this time of the night, he'll surely encounter danger. Why don't you stop him? What if he encounters an evil spirit? Chen Hongyao calmly said, "Grandpa, don't panic. Little 17 can easily crush even demons. How many evil spirits do you think are his opponents in the vicinity of Maple Leaf City? Moreover, he carries so many powerful and terrifying weapons with him." I see. He won't be afraid of the evil spirits. Instead, the evil spirits have to be afraid of him. Chen Shan sniffed and fell silent. Chen Hongjiao was also silent for it. The two looked at each other, all seeing the embarrassment in each other's eyes. Chen Hongyao is right. Although Li 17 is young, but strong. With his bare hands, he had beaten the human-faced monkey to a dog's poop. If some ungrateful evil spirits messed with him, it was estimated that with just one punch, Li 17 would be able to beat the evil spirits to death. If he didn't go after those evil spirits would probably have to burn high incense. Chen Shan coughed a few times to cover up the embarrassment and said, "Little 17 is more playful. That's normal. Let the ants cook more breakfast. Eggs and ribs can't be missing. He's growing his body, coming back from playing. He needs to eat." Chen Hongjiao nodded and immediately turned around, going to arrange for his subordinates to work. Chen Shan put on his clothes and said in a deep voice, "Red Pill, get ready. When it's completely dawn, the two of us will go to the other 9 great clans for a walk." As he spoke, his eyes were incomparably cold. During the time he was possessed by the evil spirit, the 9 great clans hadn't made many moves against their Chen family, eating up many of their Chen family's industries. He was now 70% recovered, and the medicinal power of the elixir given to him by Li 17 was still spreading in his body, so he could be cured at any time. Moreover, he still had the magic treasure given by Li 17 beside him, and he could also burst out a powerful strength beyond himself at critical moments. Therefore, the violent-tempered man was prepared to settle the scores one by one at the door and slap the 9 great families. Chen Hongyao nodded. Bang! Right at this moment, suddenly, an explosive sound came from the Chen family's front door, which was kicked open, and immediately afterward, 2 tall figures that emitted an incomparably powerful aura appeared at the entrance of the Chen family. An old man and a young man. The old man, about 60 years old, with crane hair and a gleaming gaze, his body's chi and blood clattered like an ocean. As he stood there, he was as terrifying as a demon god. The young man beside him looked 9 points similar to Shao Qi of the Shao family, but with a lofty appearance, eyes like electricity, and calmness like a mountain. He looked like an incomparably calm person. After the old man kicked open the door, he coldly said, "Chen Shan, Chen Hongjiao, get your asses out here." The voice was like thunder and spread throughout the entire Chen family. Chen Shan, Chen Hongjiao and Chen Hongyao walked out from the castle's martial arts arena and stood in front of these 2 men. Chen Hongjiao instantly recognized their identities and muttered, "Shao Zizi Zai, the patriarch of the Shao family, and Shao Jingtian, the 3rd young master." Chen Shan looked at the door that had been kicked and cracked open. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes as he raised his head, staring at Shao Zizai and Shao Jingtian. "What do you mean by this?" Shao Zizai's gaze was chilling as he swept everyone at the scene. Finally his gaze landed on Chen Shan and he coldly said, "Yesterday, Shao Qi and Shao Jiang disappeared after they came to your Chen family. Did your Chen family kill them?" Chen Shan, Chen Hongjiao and Chen Hongyao's faces sank as they heard this. Got it. The Shao family had raised another offense and came to trouble their Chen family. Chapter 77, Intent to Destroy the Clan? Shao Zizi was raging, and his gaze was incomparably cold as he stared at Chen Shan and the others. An incomparably majestic aura spread out from him, like a shocking wave, drowning everyone in the Chen family. Moreover, the voice that spoke was incomparably cold and murderous. He was only one person, but his aura was majestic, like an ocean, shocking the 4 directions. With him as the center, all the flowers, plants and trees within a 500-meter radius were all pressed down by this powerful aura. Chen Hongjiao and Chen Hongyao were also under increased pressure under such a monstrous aura. However, very soon, the Lion King armor and golden cicada clothes they wore on their bodies came into play, directly disintegrating the pressure from this aura completely, and had no effect on themselves at all. However, the other clansmen of the Chen clan who didn't have magic treasures to protect their bodies were in a miserable state. And within the martial arts arena, many of the Chen clan members who were doing their morning exercise were suppressed to the point where they were kneeling down on one knee and shivering. feeling like they were pressing a huge stone on their shoulders. Chen Shan sensed this scene and his eyes turned cold as he took a step forward and stopped in front of Xiao Zizi. In an instant, Xiao Zizi's aura was disintegrated. The members of the Chen family, who were deeply compelled by their aura, were relieved and fell to the ground, panting and sweating profusely. Chen Shan stared at Xiao Zizi's eye, his eyes even colder. Xiao Zizi's eye. I haven't even gone to look for trouble from your Xiao family yet, and you guys even dare to come to my door to look for trouble? Looking for death are you? Xiao Zi's eye also stared at Chen Shan with a murderous aura and said in a cold voice, Chen Shan, others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Say, where did you hide our Xiao family's young master Xiao Qi? If your Chen family doesn't give our Xiao family an explanation today, this won't end. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qi had disappeared after they came to the Chen family yesterday, and when they sent people to check, they couldn't find any trace of these two people anywhere. However, the vehicles of these two people were found not far outside the Chen family home. The front end was so badly damaged that it looked like someone had fallen from a great height and stomped the front end. There were also two small footprints on the steel of the front of the car. It didn't take long before the mark above their Xiao family's meteor inverted C cover was erased, and their Xiao family's refiner couldn't sense where the meteor inverted C cover was. According to their investigation, before the two of them disappeared, there were other people who had seen traces of the meteor inverted C cover being used, with meteors streaking across the sky and the sea looming above it. They speculated that this must be someone who had struck out against Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qi, killing both of them and snatching away the meteor inverted sea mask. And within this 10-kilometer radius, the only person who could silently kill both Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qi and snatch away the meteor inverted sea cover was Chen Shan. Therefore, they reasonably suspected that it was Chen Shan who had killed these two people and snatched the treasure. After all, Chen Shan had always been incomparably overbearing and barbaric, and would beat on doors without moving, killing and taking treasures without fail. Chen Shan's face was gloomy. Where the two of them go is none of our business. You want to impose this kind of offense on our Chen family? And you, Xiao Zizai, are you itching? Dare to kick in my Chen family's door and still looking for me for an explanation. Looking for death. As soon as the words fell, his figure flickered and appeared in front of Xiao Zizi, and his large hand directly struck towards Xiao Zizi's face. The wind is howling. It's heavy and powerful. Xiao Zizi had expected Chen Shan to be such a grumpy person, and stepped back, dodging a blow, and then, also slapped him in the face. Chen Shan reached out to block it, and his other hand struck Xiao Zizai's face again. Xiao Zi blocks and slaps him in the face as well. Bang! 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 The two old men exchanged more than 30 moves in an instant, arms and arms colliding, erupting into a thunderous sound that went on and on. The scene seemed to be ringing with firecrackers as they fought to a standstill. Speed, even faster to the crowd only saw a bunch of residual shadow, froze to see clearly where the two old man's arms. Boom! At the end of the fight, with a loud bang, Chen Shan sent Xiao Zizi flying out beyond the Chen clan. However, he didn't fare well either, as he was entangled in an iron whip around his waist and flew out as well. Two old men, over 100 years old, in the street, fighting. Wherever they passed, mountains crumbled. Crack after crack appeared on the ground. Street lamps, walls, all of them were broken by them as if it was the end of the world. For a while, the two were difficult to distinguish between the two, and they were entangled. Xiao Jingtian ignored the two old men and instead stared at Chen Haijiu and Chen Hongyao and said, according to our investigation, your Chen family is suspected of killing Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qi, so please give our Xiao family a reasonable explanation. After a pause, his voice became incomparably cold and murderous. If not, today, our Xiao family will go to war with your Chen family, without end. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura appeared in all directions of the Chen clan, rising up to the sky and spreading across the mountains and rivers. Under the fine count, there were 10 powerful auras, like a pillar of light, enveloping the Chen clan castle in all directions. Battle spirit rushed to the sky. The killing aura is overflowing. Under the shroud of these 10 auras, the wind and clouds changed color and dark clouds covered the sky. All the Chen family members who were in the Chen family castle felt the tremendous oppressive force and were suppressed to the point that they knelt down. The pressure skyrocketed, and they were pressed to the point that their breathing wasn't quite smooth. Their spines rose, and their heads were full of sweat. Chen Haijiu and Chen Hongyao sensed these auras and their faces sank. 10 heaven-burning realm experts. Such a formation was even bigger than yesterday when the Star Club went up to the martial arts center to look for trouble. This was no longer looking for trouble, much less asking for any argument. This was already prepared to destroy their Chen family. If they, the Chen family, were unable to give these people a satisfactory answer or compensation today, it was estimated that it would really be time for a war of extermination. Chen Haijiu said in a deep voice, "Young Master Xiao, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Jingtian said. According to our investigations and speculations, my brother Xiao Qi's disappearance is inextricably linked to your Chen family. Therefore, your Chen family must be held responsible for this today. What do you want? Chen Hajio's gaze went cold. Xiao Jingtian sneered and raised 2 fingers, saying, first, my brother was probably killed by Master Chen. 1 life for 1 life. Master Chen will either die or disable his own martial arts. Second, hand over your Chen clan's 10,000 elephant heavenly sound blood pearl. Thirdly, Chen Hongyao, your marriage contract with our Xiao family remains unchanged, and when my brother dies, you must marry me. As long as you fulfill these 3 points of our Xiao family, today, we will not destroy you. After a pause, his eyes grew colder and colder as he said word for word, otherwise, after today, the Chen family will be removed from Maple Leaf City from now on. The voice was also as sharp and murderous as a blade. Chapter 78. There are no soft bones in our Chen family. Xiao Jingtian looked cheerful and handsome, but he was even more overbearing and fierce than his brother Xiao Qi, opening his mouth to remove the Chen family from his name, with a murderous spirit, and along with his words, apart from the 10 powerful strands of heaven-burning realm cultivators just now, there was also the sound of neatly organized paces resounding behind him. Chen Hajio, Chen Hongyao and the others looked behind Xiao Jingtian and their faces changed. An army of 500 people, dressed in identical costumes, all holding a thunderfire gun in their hands, appeared at the entrance of the Chen family's castle with a robust stride, their eyes cold, staring at everyone in the Chen family with a murderous aura. Chen Hajio's face sank. The Xiao family's thunderfire gun team. Chen Hongyao's face also turned white. Chen Filong, Chen Pang, Chen Wei and the others rushed over, and after seeing this scene, they all had ugly expressions as well. However, it doesn't end there. Da-da-da-da. Neatly synchronized steps resounded again, and a 500-strong, heavily armed thunder musketeers appeared at all 4 gates of the Chen clan's castle, surrounding the Chen clan to the hilt. Every member of the thunder firearms team all had cold faces and a murderous aura. The murderous aura of 500 people coalesced together and shot straight up into the sky, shattering the clouds in the firmament with terror. With them as the center, the people of the entire inner city of Maple Leaf City felt such a terrifying killing aura, and they closed their doors and windows tightly, not daring to go out for fear of angering the 2 great families in their fight and getting into trouble. Seeing this, everyone in the Chen family's expression changed drastically. Each gate had 500 troops, and now there were a full 2,000 people, manned with a thunder fire gun with incomparably terrifying killing power. This kind of elite war team among the elites, that used to be used only when they went to besiege mountain thieves and evil spirits, now it's all being used on their Chen family? Moreover, other than these 2,000 thunderflame guns, there were 10 powerful heaven-burning realm cultivators surrounding them. Such a configuration is even more ferocious than the Chen family martial arts school yesterday. The Xiao family. This is getting real. If this is not handled well today, their Chen family might really be finished. After all, the Xiao family was only one of the 9 great families, and they had definitely greeted the other 8 great families when they poured out their nest. If they really fought later, and their Chen family showed a little weakness, the other 8 great families would probably swarm up and directly divide their Chen family. Dad, what should we do? Chen Hongyao asked. Chen Hajio's face was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a burst of murderous aura. The Star Society is looking for trouble from us, and the Xiao family wants to come along for the ride. So let's fight. There are no soft bones in our Chen family. He took a step forward. His gaze was cold as he stared coldly at Xiao Jingtian. Young Master Xiao, if you want to commit a crime, why not? Our Chen family really didn't make a move against Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qi. Their disappearance has nothing to do with us. Today, if your Xiao family is aggressive and wants to fight, we, the Chen family, will accompany you to the end. Buzz. As he spoke, he sacrificed the shrine at the back of his head. The door of the shrine opened, and a newborn god statue sat on top of the altar, its eyes like cold lightning as it stared at Xiao Jingtian. If we want to fight, our Chen family will accompany us to the end, to the death. If you want to exterminate our Chen family, then let's see, who will exterminate who? Seeing Chen Hajio display such a tough side, Chen Filong, Chen Hongyao, Chen Pang, Chen Wei, and the others all stepped forward, offering up shrines behind their heads, and weapon after weapon appeared in their hands. Buzz off! Within a moment, everyone in the Chen family walked out and stood together. Each and every one of them had a firm gaze, and their battle intent was sky high. The small child of the Chen clan, who was only 3 years old, also picked up a dagger at this moment and stared ahead with a face that looked deathly. Even small children, who had just turned 1 year old, gripped the toys in their hands and looked over. No man, woman or child was cowed, although they only had more than 130 people. However, the top and bottom were united, and their auras were fused together. Surprisingly, They erupted with an even more terrifying aura than that 2,000 people's thunder flame rifles, just like an ancient beast that was about to be revived. Xiao Jingtian frowned slightly when he saw the scene and thought, is this the Chen family that his fathers were afraid of? It's really difficult to deal with. Although he had anticipated that the Chen family was a difficult bone to chew on before he came here. However, he had not expected that the entire Chen family was so rigid and courageous that even a 1-year-old child was not afraid of their Xiao family and was not afraid to fight to the death. Bang! Right at this moment, a popping sound came, and Xiao Zzz flew over like a kite with a broken string, falling under Xiao Jingtian's feet. At this moment, Xiao Zzz was beaten to the point where his 7 orifices were bleeding. His face was pained and pale, and he looked incomparably wretched. On his face, there were even multiple reddened slap marks from the beating. Shan walked in from outside the castle, calm and collected, his gaze like electricity. Young Master Xiao, can you represent the Xiao family? Are you sure you want to go to war with our Chen family? Are you, by any chance, up to the task? His lanky figure was as terrifying and oppressive as a demon god. Xiao Jingtian looked at Xiao Zzz who kept spitting out blood, and then looked at Chen Shan who walked in, his brows furrowed into the Chuan character. He knew that Chen Shan was very strong and had once hacked his way through the entire Maple Leaf City with his own strength. However, he didn't expect Chen Shan to be so strong, fighting to the death with the 5 great experts of the Star Society when he had just recovered from a serious illness, losing so much of his true essence, and now he was still so alive and well, as if he had never been injured by the evil spirits. Kicked the can down the road. Xiao Jingtian's heart bubbled with such thoughts. However, he did not move on the surface and said in a cold voice, Elder Chen, I respect you as a man. However, I advise you that you'd better not go to war. Otherwise, I guarantee that your Chen family will be removed from the list today. Snap. As soon as the words fell, Chen Shan had already appeared in front of him like a ghost, and with a simple and rough slap, he had already slapped him on the face. The tremendous force slapped Xiao Jingtian to the point that he spat out blood and flew out more than 100 meters like a ragdoll, smashing into the wall of the street, his head buzzing. Chen Shan, you! Xiao Jingtian covered his face and looked angrily at Chen Shan, his eyes spitting fire. He hadn't expected Chen Shan's personality to be so fiery, and with so many of their Xiao family's armaments aimed at the Chen family, Chen Shan had even dared to hit him with his hands. Chen Shan said coldly, you're not qualified enough to talk to me. Then, his sharp gaze looked to the other side and said in a cold voice, Xiao family master, if you want to find trouble with our Chen family, then come out on your own. Looking for a brat to be a scapegoat is not what heroes do. Don't be a shrinking violet, get out and meet me. In that place, the Xiao family had walked out. He was a middle-aged man with a country face, about 40 years old, with dark and thick hair. His eyes were as deep as the night sky, unable to see through the depths, but the occasional bursts of cold aura were incomparably sharp, like the opening of the heavens and the earth, so that people did not dare to underestimate them. Dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, his body reveals an unruffled aura. He slowly walked out, but the aura that permeated his body was incomparably terrifying, just like a demonic god slowly reviving, causing everyone on the scene to feel a powerful and terrifying oppressive force, and their breathing was not quite smooth. Wherever they passed, many people could not withstand the terrifying pressure and fell to their knees. He was like a monarch approaching the dust, walking over amidst the kneeling of all the people. Eventually, he walked to stand 2 meters in front of Chen Shan and arched his hand in salute. Kid Xiao Zhantian, I've met Elder Chen. After he got close, even Chen Shan's breath stuttered as he was suppressed by the powerful aura on his body. Chen Hajio's face became even more grave as he muttered, this Xiao Zhantian, he has broken through again. Xiao Zhantian used to be only a cultivator of the 5th heaven burning realm, which was similar to his cultivation level. However, the strong aura displayed by Xiao Zhantian today was clearly already the 8th sky of the burning heaven realm. If it was paired with a magic treasure, it would be enough to exert the power of the 9th heavenly realm of the burning sky realm, or even, perhaps, the strength of the Qin Kuan realm. Chen Shan's face was expressionless as he coldly said, Xiao Zhantian, I'll just ask you one thing, do you want to go to war? Xiao Zhantian smiled and said, the old man is overstating things. Our Xiao family just wants a statement. Chen Shan said, what if we don't give it? Xiao Zhantian's smile grew even wider. Then we will have to find the truth ourselves. With these words of his, the 2,000 warriors of the Thunder Flintlock squad at the scene immediately raised the Thunder Flintlocks in their hands and aimed them at everyone in the Chen family. There was even someone who had pulled in 4 Thunderfire cannons and aimed them at the Chen family as well. Killing. Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir were also holding a brocade box at this time, driving another carriage and arriving in front of the Chen family's gate. They had done their bank cards overnight and prepared a generous gift, wanting to come and talk to Li 17. However, before they could reach the Chen's house, The driver stopped the car 500 meters away from the Chen's house and told them everything. Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir got out of the car and all frowned when they saw the scene in front of them. The Chen family. This is a big deal. What should we do, master? Lu Shishir said. Lu Hongqi thought for a moment and said, looking at this situation, Li XVII should not have returned yet. Let's wait and see what happens. Although he and Li XVII only had a short contact of two sides, he had already figured out Li XVII's temperament. If Li XVII was present, it would be impossible to confront him, and I'm afraid that he would have already fought and destroyed the Shao family. Li XVII definitely has the strength. Chen family castle. Chen Shan and Xiao Zhantian were still facing each other. Xiao Zhantian was emboldened, still smiling as he looked at Chen Shan. Master, you must think twice before you act. If our two families were to fight to the death, the old master would surely kill heads and our Shao family would die and suffer heavy casualties. However, your Chen family will definitely be exterminated because of this. Do you think that our Chen family will be afraid? Chen Shan said coldly. Boom! Along with his words, a heavenly battle intent filled out from him and pressed down on Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian was not afraid either, and similarly erupted his aura, going toe-to-toe with Chen Shan. Accompanying the confrontation between the two, everyone in the Chen and Xiao clans clenched the weapons in their hands. Outside the castle, the thunderfire guns in the hands of the 2,000 warriors were already loaded with bullets, and at the muzzles of the guns, they flashed with a brilliant light. That was the internal rune pattern of the thunder flame gun being activated, strengthening the entire power of the gun. Once the shot was fired, the rune patterns and special lightning and fire bullets were ejected, and would erupt with unparalleled power, enough to seriously injure both the new habitat cultivator and the heaven burning realm cultivator. If you hit the vitals, you can still kill your opponent. The thunder fire cannon was even more terrifying. If a cannon hit, all the heaven burning realm cultivators would have to die. The swords are drawn. One touch. Giddy up. Giddy up. Giddy up. Just as the two families were about to fight, suddenly, a clear sound came out, followed by 8 goat-horned, snake-tailed lions pulling a luxurious carriage. Impacting this way, it's the carriage of the Lu family's Lu Hongqi. Inside the Thunder Musketeers, someone exclaimed. Xiao Jingtian frowned and said in a deep voice, stop him. 2 warriors of the Thunder Musketeers immediately stepped forward and pulled up some reins and tripwires on the ground, trying to stop the carriage. At the same time, they waved their hands, signaling the driver of the carriage to stop. On the carriage, the driver Wu Qi's face sank when he saw the scene. Master 17. They're trying to block the road. In the carriage, Li 17 was expressionless. Crash through. Chapter 79. Cousin, can I eat them? When Li 17 came back just now, he saw the Chen family surrounded by so many people from afar. He also sensed many hostile auras, all targeting the Chen family. Even beyond those auras displayed in the open, there were many more auras that were targeting the Chen family in the shadows. Under the fine count, there were no less than 30 heaven-burning realm cultivators. If this battle is fought, even if the Chen family has those divine weapons he gave them, I'm afraid that the Chen family will have to lose a layer of skin and flesh. That was why he told Wu Qi to speed up and quickly rush over. Wu Qi was obedient to Li 17, and without saying a word, he immediately cracked his whip extraordinarily loudly, hitting the 8-headed goat-horned snake-tailed lion's buttocks. The goat-horned snake-tailed lion ate the pain and ran even faster, charging over like a cannonball. Reins and tripwires are not enough in front of them, and they just crash right through. Those 2 thunder musket warriors luckily dodged too quickly to be hit, but they were still nearly lifted out by the gale force winds after the goat-horned serpent-tailed lion ran wildly past. Xiao Jingtian had originally thought that his family's warriors would be able to stop the carriage, so he turned around and prepared to face Chen Shan and the others straight on. However, he never expected that his people did not stop the carriage, and soon heard the sound of the vehicle galloping towards him, and when he turned around to look at it, his complexion changed and his pupils contracted. Before he could react, one of the goat-horned snake-tailed lion's hooves had already stomped on his face, trampling him directly under his feet. Immediately afterward, the 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions stomped on his body, whistling and rushing inside the Chen clan's castle, accompanied by Wu Qi's tightening of the reins. The 8 goat-horned snake-tailed lions stretched across the middle of Chen Shan and Xiao Zhantian, isolating the 2 of them from sight. Xiao Zhantian and Chen Shan, both of them, all of their faces sank. The 2,000 thunderflame guns as well as all of the heaven-burning realm cultivators on the scene who were eyeing the Chen clan all frowned. No one had expected that in the nick of time, the Lu family's men came to intervene. In the distance, Lu Hongqi's mouth twitched when he saw the goat-horned snake-tailed lion carriage pass by. It's his favorite car. Now it's someone else's. Master, your car, Lu Shishir said. Lu Hongqi turned back and gave Lu Shishir an incomparably grumpy look. I'm just old and not blind. You want to say that? Which pot is the wrong pot? Haunting. Lu Shishir spat out her tongue and didn't say anything, but instead stared at the carriage and watched. She would like to see who had snatched Lu Hongqi's carriage. She wasn't the only one. Many people on the scene were staring at the vehicle and watching. At this time, Wu Qi got out of the carriage and opened the door of the carriage, and also lifted the curtains. Li 17 stepped out of the carriage and jumped down from the high carriage. The killing knife was pinned to his belt, and it rattled. Seeing Li 17, the crowd was all stunned. Little 17? When Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family and the others saw Li 17, their eyes were stunned. None of them had expected Li 17 to appear in such a way. Chen Hongyao, in particular, looked at Li 17 and then at this luxurious carriage, holding her forehead with her hand. It's hard to discipline this fiancé brother. Last time she told Li 17 not to learn that from the Tang family's young master, but as a result, today Li 17 not only learned a proficient, but also had more than enough, directly steering his horse and stepping on Xiao Jingtian to rush in. In the dark, those burning sky realm cultivators who wanted to exterminate the Chen family were also frowning, staring at Li 17 with a deadly stare. They originally thought that the one getting off the bus would be Lu Hongqi, but it turned out to be Li 17 who had come to defect to the Chen family. Upon seeing Li 17, Chen Shan hastily collected his own aura and hostility, laughed loudly and said, "Little 17, where did you go last night?" Li 17 heatedly smiled and said, "Last night, I went out of the city, and picked up my cousin, 18, come out for a bit, meet Grandpa Chen, Uncle He Chiu and Sister Red Pill and the others." G18 also jumped out of the car and bowed to Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Hongyao and the others. G18, greetings to Grandpa Chen, Uncle Hongyao, and Sister Hongyao. Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, and Chen Hongyao looked at G18 and then at Li 17 with shocked eyes. Li 17 and G18 did look a bit similar, except that one had black hair and the other had red hair. Li 17 looks well behaved, cute and harmless, but not fat. G18 was a head shorter than Li 17, but was chubby and looked naive. Chen Shan asked, "Little 17, is this really your cousin?" Previously, Li 17 said that he was an abandoned baby and was raised by Grandpa and the divine worker and the others. So how come a cousin popped up all of a sudden? Li 17 nodded his head and smiled. "Yes, I just recognized my family last night." Then, he swept a glance around and said, "Grandpa Chen, what's going on? Are they going to attack us?" Chen Shan looked at Li 17 with a kind face, touched his head, and said lovingly, "It's fine. You take little 18 home for breakfast. Auntie made your favorite donuts and soybean milk. This matter will be taken care of by Grandpa." He was truly in love with Li 17, treating him as if he were his own grandson. Li 17 grinned. "Grandpa, that won't do. No matter what, I'm now a part of the Chen family. How can I stand by and do nothing when the Chen family is in trouble? Let me handle this matter," he said to Wu Qi. "Xiao Wu, pull the car away." Wu Qi nodded his head and immediately drove the car to a remote corner and hid. Then, Li 17 touched G18's full head of red hair and said, "18, you're new here. You haven't made any achievements yet. These people are given to you. Beat them all up and throw them out. It's okay to be a little heavy-handed." At the same time, he touched G18's hair again and thought, touching people's hair is so fun. No wonder Grandpa Chen and Grandpa both like touching my hair so much. G18 patted his chest and said, "No problem, cousin, leave it to me." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Xiao Zhantian with his short legs, glaring at him. "I'll give you guys 10 seconds. Come on together. Little Master will beat up your group of grips piece by piece." As he spoke, he pumped his fists, his eyes were fierce, and he did some warm-up exercises. If he was the image of Chicken's Demon King, these words would have definitely shocked the four directions and made everyone dare not act rashly. However, he was now G18, a fat kid who was only 100 centimeters tall, and talking like this and looking like this made him look milky and fierce, and instead of acting as a deterrent, it made people feel that this kid was even more naive and cute. Chen Hongyao pulled Li 17 aside and whispered, "Little 17, is your cousin okay?" Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao and the others also looked at Li 17 with puzzled eyes. Li 17 said confidently, "Sister Red Pill, don't worry, 18 is very strong. It will definitely be able to knock these grippers off their feet." Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Hongyao, and the others frowned slightly when they heard this, looking at Li 17 and then G18 with a puzzled look on their faces. Li 17 was strong. They all knew that. Now, Li XVII's cousin, who was even a head shorter than Li 17. This kind of kid could also solve such a big problem? Xiao Zhantian had originally prepared himself mentally to fight with Chen Shan, but as a result, he now came face to face with a 100 centimeters, chubby red-haired kid. The most crucial thing was that the red-haired kid was pulling up his sleeves while milking him and telling him to get lost, causing him to raise an eyebrow and feel particularly irritated in his heart. Contempt. That's absolute contempt. Xiao Zhantian's originally calm and steady mind appeared a touch of annoyance and displeasure for no reason. He stared at Chen Shan and said, "Old master, does your Chen family have no one? Asking a kid to come out and carry the load? You're asking him to die." Before Chen Shan could reply, Li XVII had already jumped the gun and said, "What's all the noise about? At your level, you don't even need Grandpa Chen to make a move. My cousin can do it alone." After a pause, he swept a glance at all the Thunderfire guns on the scene and said in a cold voice, "And you'd better tell them to hold on to their guns. If they go off with their firearms, I'll make sure you're all dead." G18 also walked to 2 meters in front of Xiao Zhantian at this time, tilted his chubby head, his big eyes staring at Xiao Zhantian, hooked his finger, and tugged. "You, this grizzly hair is the one who is in charge of things, right? Come on, you make the first move. The little master will let you have 3 moves before he beats you up." The tone, very social. When Xiao Zhantian heard this, he once again burst into flames for no reason. This kid talks too socially, although he looks chubby and naive. But how come he looks so beaten up when he talks? He didn't understand what the word grizzled meant, but, hearing those 2 words, he had no reason for a burst of fire, and always felt as if he had been scolded. Without waiting for Xiao Zhantian to speak, G18 seemed to have remembered something and turned his head to look at Li XVII, saying excitedly, "Cousin, can I eat them?" Chapter 80, Fierce G18. G18 was too excited. As a demon king, he looked at humans in a completely different way. In his eyes, Xiao Zhantian was a giant humanoid tonic. The majestic blood chi made him very heartfelt and appetizing. This kind of humanoid tonic would definitely be a huge tonic if he ate it, and it would be very helpful to his cultivation. At these words, the entire room was silent. Everyone's mouths all twitched as they looked at G18 with incomparably odd eyes, especially everyone in the Chen family. Their eyes were even more odd. Li XVII is so tough. So be it. How come 17th Li's cousin is so fierce too? Looking so naive and cute. How come the words that come out of his mouth sound so awkward? Milk is fierce. Li XVII coughed a few times, righteously said, 18. Pay attention to the image. We are all good students. To study and learn. Cannot know all day long to eat, drink and fight. The impact of how bad G18, ***. Thinking, don't eat, drink and fight? I'll believe the hell out of you. You bad boy are bad. Last night in the Tsone Wolf Forest, you ate more cheerfully than anyone else. Chen Shan, Chen Huchuan, Chen Hongyao and others, straight face, straight face, straight face. No fighting? 17th Master? Look, will anyone believe you? Chen Hongyao, in particular, was speechless sad face. Yesterday by Lu Hongqi pit 200 million wen. Also do not know who ran to the Chen Family Martial Arts Hall, caught the 5 people of the Star Club crazy violent beating, but also fight while sterilizing. Li XVII glanced around and when he realized that everyone in the Chen family was looking at him with incredibly odd eyes, he coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment and said, 18. In short, teach them a lesson and throw them out. Hurry up. Hearing this, G18 knew that Li XVII was not allowing himself to eat people. With no choice but to look at Xiao Zhantian, he said, Kid, count yourself lucky. I'm not going to eat you, just beat you up. When Xiao Zhantian heard this, his eyebrows raised, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his heart burst into a violent rage for no apparent reason. How dare a youngster look down on him so much and try to eat him? Shame. It's abjectly humiliating. Thinking of this, his gaze grew colder and colder as he stared at Chen Shan and said, Elder Chen, it seems that you're really getting old. You don't dare to come out yourself, and you're still sending the younger generation out to send them to their deaths. In that case, collect his body for him. Then, he stared at G18 and said in a cold voice, Kid, you're the one who bumped into my gun. Mole crickets also presume to challenge a strong person like me. Pay attention in your next life. After saying that, he revolved the true chi in his body and heavily kicked G18's chest. This kick did not use the full force, but also has the momentum sinking force fierce. Speed fast to the naked eye cannot see the speed. He moved to kill G18, who had belittled him in public, as a way to enrage Chen Shan. As long as Chen Shan was so angry that he lost his mind, then things would be much better. Careful. When Chen Shan, Chen Hujiao, Chen Hongyao, and the others saw Xiao Zhantian's steep strike, their complexion changed, and they immediately pinched Ji Shirbei in a cold sweat. Kid, dead. In the distance, Xiao Jingtian had just climbed up and immediately laughed maliciously when he saw his father strike. Not only him, but all the warriors in the Xiao family's Thunder Flintlock team were also grimacing, as if they had already seen the image of G18 being kicked to pieces. Xiao Zhantian was the head of their Xiao family, an expert of the 8th heavenly realm of the Burning Heaven realm. Looking at the entire Maple Leaf City, it was an existence that could be ranked in the top 30. Even if his kick wasn't at its full strength, it was still 10,000 pounds, and it wasn't something that a little kid could resist. Click. Just as they imagined G18 being kicked to a bloody pulp, G18 struck out and easily slammed his palm at Xiao Zhantian's calf, breaking and irregularly twisting Xiao Zhantian's calf. Severe pain swept through his body. Xiao Zhantian's face went white as he stared at G18, an incomparable look of shock in his eyes. His kick was so fast that even Shan had to deal with it carefully, and G18 blocked it so easily? Moreover, just now, G18's easy palm strike on his leg was unexpectedly like a battle sword with heavy momentum and force, causing his calf to fracture and suffer immense pain. Is this the kind of power a youngster should have? Xiao Zhantian's thoughts turned sharply, and his heart was greatly frightened as he felt a strong sense of unease. Only, before he could wait for any reaction, G18 had already grabbed one of his feet and treated him as if he were a sandbag, violently swinging him up, swinging him into a circle, and then ruthlessly dropping him down. Bang! Xiao Zhantian immediately felt a huge force coming from him, and he himself flew out uncontrollably. After a burst of heavenly rotation, his face came into close contact with the ground, and his 5 senses were instantly distorted, with blood spraying out from his nose, ears, and mouth. He let out a loud roar as light blossomed on his head and the shrine shone brightly, ready to be sacrificed and attack G18. Only, before the shrine could be sacrificed, his body was once again lifted up, and with a thud he was slammed onto the ground again, smashing him so hard that he was dizzy, and the light of the shrine dissipated, so that he was unable to sacrifice it at all. Bang! 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 G18 grabbed Xiao Zhantian's foot and swung it into a circle once again, smashing Xiao Zhantian on the ground. Then, he treated Xiao Zhantian as if he was a sandbag and swung it left and right, continuously smashing Xiao Zhantian on the ground with a thud. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zhantian's face and body came into close contact with the ground more than 20 times. Referring to this picture, visualize the Hulk as a 1-meter-tall Hamakichi 18. After smashing Xiao Zhantian on the floor 30 times, G18 then threw Xiao Zhantian out the door as if he were a piece of trash. Xiao Zhantian flew out more than 50 meters and fell on Xiao Jingtian's ground. At this moment, his face was blurred, his 7 orifices were bleeding, the 5 features on his face were beaten to the point where he didn't even recognize his mother. His eyes were tightly closed, and he had long since been beaten into a coma. The floor next to G18 was also hit with 2 human-shaped depressions that were shocking to the eyes. Quiet. A deathly silence fell over the scene, except for Li 17, who was getting high on melon seeds that he brought from somewhere. Everyone looked at G18 dumbfounded, with their mouths so wide open that they could almost stuff in 2 duck eggs. In the distance, Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir also stayed dumbfounded. In the dark, the Xiao family's 10 great Burning Heaven realm experts and the hidden experts from the other 8 great families that had been deployed were also subdued. Their hearts were as if they had set off a monstrous wave, and they could not be calmed for a long time. No one had thought that a little kid who was only 1 meter tall would have such terrifying strength. It didn't take more than 5 seconds from strike to finish. The power displayed by G18 was too terrifying, like a humanoid demon, so fast that an expert of the 8th sky of the Burning Heaven realm like Xiao Zhantian could not resist, and so forceful that it was enough to break Xiao Zhantian's true chi apart, preventing Xiao Zhantian from sacrificing the shrine. Although Xiao Zhantian was lightly defeated, however, it was enough to show that G18 was strong. After G18 threw Xiao Zhantian out, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Jingtian. Bang! Before Xiao Jingtian had time to react, G18 had already grabbed his head and slammed it heavily on the concrete floor, knocking him out and knocking him unconscious. And then, G18 grabbed Xiao Zhantian's right foot with his left hand and Xiao Jingtian's left foot with his right hand, swinging both of them, father and son, as if they were sticks, and rushed to the front of those thunder flintlock guns who were still in a state of stagnation. Bang! With a fling of his right hand, Xiao Jingtian immediately flew out like a humanoid stick, smashing over 7 or 8 people with incomparable ferocity. Bang! With a fling of his left hand, Xiao Zhantian also flew out like a humanoid stick, smashing over 8 or 9 people. Ada 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 ada. G18 attacked while a childish roar came out of his mouth, and the Xiao family was swung around by him, killing those fighters of the Thunder Firearms team in a ferocious manner. Crowds were flying wherever they passed. The screams, the stumbling. Chapter 81, The Xiao Family's Mastery. Ada 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 ada. Watch my demon swinging sword technique. Look at my Kuan fist. G18 handheld the Xiao family's father and son, rushed into the crowd, swung the Xiao family's father and son and smashed them, tigerishly, sending those Thunder Musket Squad warriors flying, spraying blood from their mouths. In pain. There wasn't a single person that could block a single move from him. He was like nobody's business, knocking down a large number of people with every swing of the Shao family's father. Come on, shoot. What kind of firearms are you firing? The family head and young master are in his hands. What if we accidentally hit them? Those warriors of the Thunder Musketeers all panicked in the face of the onslaught of G18, who was like a ferocious beast, and some of them wanted to raise their guns to shoot, only to be stopped. Facing the incomparably ferocious G18, they all panicked and retreated, not daring to fight G18 at all. However, the more they retreated, the more useless they were. G18 was ferocious and unrivaled, carrying a double stick, killing all the way through, beating the 500 people of the Thunder Firearms team, which was routed by the people and horses. Stop! Seeing how ferocious G18 was, the Shao family experts hiding in the shadows couldn't sit still. A strong and unrivaled aura filled the air, and the figures of a heaven-burning realm expert descended from the sky, landing on all sides of G18, surrounding him. There were 8 of them. Some of the remaining experts did not appear and remained hidden in the shadows, waiting to see what would happen. Support is coming. It's our Shao family's heaven-burning realm experts. Second uncle, quickly save the family head and young master. After seeing the arrival of these 8 people, those warriors of the Thunder Flintlock team were all ecstatic. These were all Burning Sky Realm cultivators, 2 realms stronger than them, the Spirit-gathering realm warriors, and, in a single breath, they had sent out 8 of these terrifying experts. Ken was able to suppress G18. This ferocious brat, a terrifying 7th Heavenly Realm Burning Heavenly Realm cultivator, stood in front of G18. The shrine behind his head was sacrificed, and his divine light shone brightly. On the altar inside the shrine, a ferocious god that looked incomparably hideous and terrifying was enshrined with a clear gaze. After absorbing the essence of the sun, the fierce god's entire body was shrouded in a blazing firelight, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. Along with such a change in the idol, the true chi in this cultivator's body also possessed the power of the sun, causing his aura to be as terrifying as that of a demonic god. His gaze was cold as he stared at G18. Asshole, put the 2 of them down for me. As he spoke, his body's chi and blood and true chi surged out like a tsunami, and the weapon in his hand blossomed with a brilliant divine aura. His entire body was like a huge mountain. Stopping in front of G18, skip class of students. As soon as the words fell, G18 had already rushed to him like a ghost. So fast, that expert's expression changed. Bang! Before he could wait for any reaction, G18 swung up Xiao Zhantian and smashed him heavily on his head, sending him flying like a rag doll, with his head broken and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That expert clenched his teeth and worked the true chi in his body, trying to stabilize his body. Only, before he could raise his true chi, G18 appeared in front of him again, those big milky eyes staring at him. How can? The master's complexion changed again. How could G18 have such amazing speed? Bang! Before the idea in his heart was fully born, G18 swung Xiao Jingtian around and hit him like a heavy hammer. The terrifying force smashed his entire body half a meter into the ground. His body ached as if it was falling apart, and the divine light behind his head dissipated, the shrine not entering his brain, never able to come out again. The sheer force of it had caused him to pass out. Sins! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this scene, the remaining 7 heaven-burning realm experts burst into a rage. Without saying a word, they sacrificed the shrines and blossomed with radiant divine splendor. 7 idols appeared from among the 7 shrines, the firelight blazing and shining like 7 small suns, illuminating so much that many people could not open their eyes. The kind of terrifying aura that blossomed from their bodies also caused many people on the scene to tremble. Many people were directly suppressed to the ground because they couldn't withstand the pressure of such a terrifying idol. The divine statues were the second lives cultivated by the 7 of them divine fetuses, and they all functioned to be able to comb through the true chi in their bodies at an incomparably fast speed, condensing it and making their own true chi more majestic, massive, and pure. However, once the idol was sacrificed, after leaving the shrine, the means of attack were often at the level of the spirit and soul, directly shocking the depths of the opponent's spirit and divine soul. The spiritual weapons in the hands of the idols were also important weapons for attacking the opponent's spirit and divine soul. Once the spirit was damaged, the cultivator's strength would become weaker even if his physical body was strong. Once the divine soul was damaged, the cultivator would be flawed for the rest of his life and would not be able to refine half a step further. The 7 great experts sacrificed the idol and activated the spells within their bodies, causing the idol to constantly absorb the power of the sun, becoming more and more radiant and powerful. And then, they struck out together, and a large net flew out from the shrine, pouncing towards G18. At the same time, the 7 idols also rushed up high into the sky, and a chain blossomed from their bodies, crisscrossing across the sky and combining to form a huge circular formation. spreading 300 meters and descending from the sky like a huge pot lid, suppressing it towards G18. The formation hadn't fallen yet, but that terrifying power contained above the formation had already regaled the people, suppressing many of them to the point that they were too frightened to move. The Shao family's mastery, the heavenly dragnet, specializing in suppressing the soul and spirit. 7 gods demon beheading formation. If this is surrounded by the formation, even a Qianquan realm expert would have to drink a pot of water. Seeing this, Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, and Chen Feilong's expressions changed drastically. It was well known that the Shao family had 3 great treasures, 4 great masterpieces, and 5 great talents. Among the 3 major magic treasures, the meteor inverted sea cover was one of them, and the rest of them were all great killing weapons. And every time Xiao Yu used those 2 magic treasures, he was able to utilize the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The 4 great masterpieces are the mind techniques, metaphysical rank 8th grade technique, heavenly dipper demon prohibition technique, metaphysical rank 9th grade formation, 7 gods demon slaying formation array, yellow order 2nd grade dharma sect, skyrocket, yellow rank 2nd grade spell, true phoenix demon gun. The 5 great talents referred to the 5 amazingly talented Shao family geniuses, 2 of which had already been selected to attend the academy in the provincial city, with a promising future. The other 2 great talents had also joined the army, accompanying the army of the first emperor in its expedition to the desolate land. The one remaining talent was currently in seclusion and was impacting the Qianquan realm. At this moment, no one had expected that the Shao family's 7 experts would use the heavenly dragnet and the 7 gods demon slaying formation against a young man of the younger generation. It's a real drive to kill everyone. The Shao family has deployed such a strong force in order to deal with a junior like G18? Is that the younger generation? Have you ever seen any youngster of the younger generation swinging Shao Zhantian? Who is at the 8th heaven burning realm, around like a weapon? This guy is either the reincarnation of an evil demon or a demon. No matter what, the Shao family is getting real this time. This G18 is probably going to be miserable. More than miserable. The Shao family has used such means. It's clear that they want to kill G18 and make G18's soul fly away. Those experts hiding in the shadows murmured when they saw the 7 experts of the Shao family use such an attack. Almost everyone thought that G18 was definitely going to suffer in the face of such an attack, destined to be suppressed and die. Chapter 82, Destroying the Shao Family. Rumble. After the heavenly dragnet and 7 gods demon slaying formation were formed, they suppressed them, emitting a thunderous sound that was horrifyingly loud. G18 raised his head and stared at the large net in formation that was rapidly falling, his pupils contracting. As an evil spirit, the thunderous sounds formed by these attacks still had quite an effect on him, causing him to perceive danger. The combined efforts of 7 heaven-burning realm cultivators still made him feel the pressure. Moreover, now that the blazing sun was rising, the power of the blazing fire contained inside those cultivator idols would have a great impact on an evil spirit like him. Evil spirits that can't be out in the sun. Otherwise, there will be sunburn. The only reason he was still able to move in the sun was with the help of his flying leopard leather suit. The flying panther leather jacket blocked all the sunlight from him. However, these idols were too close to him, only a dozen or so meters away, searing their light and surrounding him like 7 small rounds of suns, multiplying the pressure on him. Can't fight hard. G18 made a snap decision and prepared to dodge. However, by the time he tried to dodge, it was already too late, and at some point, an iron chain made from the illusion of true chi had already wrapped around his feet. The other end of the chain, rooted in the ground. G18 tried to raise his feet, but the chains immediately tensed and clattered, restricting his movement. When was this formed? Who did this? G18 frowned. He had been paying close attention to the movements of the 7 experts of the Shao family, and these 7 people had fully executed the heavenly dragnet and 7 gods demon slaying formation, and had not moved to use the chains to hold his feet. This is a fight that someone is making in the dark. Just as G18 was pondering, thunder roared, and the skyrocket and 7 gods demon slaying formation had already landed a meter above his head. Especially those chains formed by the 7 gods demon slaying formation were even more brilliant and dazzling, shaking everyone's eyes. G18 was in the center of the formation, and his spirit and soul received a huge impact, unexpectedly producing a trace of dizziness. Sinner, suffer death. After seeing G18 trapped by the chains, the 7 burning heaven realm experts of the Shao family's face became even more hideous as they operated their full power, ruthlessly blasting the heavenly dragnet and the 7 gods demon slaying formation towards G18, wanting to strangle G18 to death directly. Oops. When G18 saw this, his pupils contracted. Feeling bad, he clenched his teeth and prepared to carry on hard, bullying the small with the big, bullying the small with the many. You Shao family, how shameless. Right at this moment, a bellowing cry rang out like thunder. Shan's figure was like electricity, appearing in front of one of the Shao family's heaven-burning realm cultivators with a brush, crossing his eyes and blasting that heaven-burning realm cultivator out with a heavy punch. The seven gods demon beheading formation revealed a corner of a break, open for the little master. Seeing this scene, G18's eyes were delighted, and he swung Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian around on the spot, chopping at the heavenly dragnet and the chains of the seven gods demon slaying formation from the bottom up. Prickly pull. The heavenly net landed on Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian like a red-hot branding iron, scorching the flesh of both Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian with a scorch mark. The smell of barbecue spread throughout the room. Aha! The two of them, Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian, were hardened and scalded out from under their unconsciousness, letting out heart-rending screams. Before they could scream miserably for more than 2 seconds, the chains of the seven gods demon beheading formation once again fell and heavily smashed onto the two of them. Click, click, with a crisp sound. The shrine they hid behind their heads was hit with a crack from this chain, and the newborn idol offered inside the shrine shook and cracked as well. Sound of escaping laughter. After the shrine was damaged, Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian's father and son even screamed miserably. Their faces were pale and shriveled, as if they had aged dozens of years all of a sudden, and they were devastated. In the end, they all fainted. Quickly, undo the formation, or else the family head and young master will die. When the 6 great experts saw this scene, they were immediately enraged and hurriedly unraveled the formation. As soon as the formation was unraveled, G18's feet crushed the ground and rose up to the sky like a rock bird, holding Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian and smashing a heaven-burning realm expert out of the air. The Demon King's terrifying power struck that expert straight into unconsciousness, and a crack appeared in the shrine behind his head. Kill! The remaining 4 burning heaven realm experts saw their companions being injured once again. Their eyes were wide with rage as they once again pounced on G18. G18 was undaunted, holding Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian. He swung up on the spot and smashed over. It's the family head. Don't do it. Put away your power. Those 5 heaven-burning realm experts threw in the towel and didn't dare to continue their attacks at all, hastily closing their moves. True Chi blasted out and retracted. Such a taste was incomparably difficult to bear, and the True Chi backlash caused all 4 of them to have reddened faces, so hard that they almost spat out blood. G18 also didn't care about them that much, and after jumping into mid-air, his legs once again stomped violently in the void. In an instant, a sound of air bursting resounded in the air. He shook the air like a sonic boom nuclear bomb and rushed to the Thunder Firearms team to the west of the Chen clan. He's coming at us. Quick! Duck! Those Thunder Firearms warriors saw the scene. Their complexion changed drastically, and they hurriedly put away their firearms and dodged in panic, not daring to shoot or resist at all. Boom! G18 fell like a missile, smashing the ground out of a 10-meter diameter crater like a sinkhole. The terrifying shockwave was like a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions, lifting those 500 warriors up, being bombarded by stones on their bodies, and then falling again like dumplings, in agony. Stop right there. The 5 burning sky realm cultivators from the Shao family were furious and immediately chased after them, wanting to confine G18. However, their speed was simply no match for G18, and by the time they chased after him, G18 had already left that side and rushed to the north of the castle. Those 5 heaven-burning realm cultivators rose to the occasion. Skip class of students. Right at this moment, Shan appeared in front of them with a majestic aura, stopping them like a demonic god. What kind of hero is it to bully a small child? Your opponent is me. As soon as the words fell, he erupted with unrivaled power. From the shrine, there was a terrifying roar. His newborn idol stepped out from inside the shrine, his body blazing with fire, emitting a divine aura that was even more majestic and fiery than those 5 heaven-burning realm cultivators, shocking those 5 experts. A man can't be stopped by a man. Shan stormed up, launching a devastatingly terrifying attack alone against 5 burning heaven realm cultivators. The fist shadows were like a blistering wind and rain, enveloping those 5 people. Facing Shan, those 5 experts didn't dare to underestimate him and did their best to resist. 6 men, battling to a standstill. Look at my god striking whip. On this side, G18 was in the mood for fun, and like a gust of wind, he rushed towards the Thunder Fire Warriors on the north side of the Chen clan castle, whirling up Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian, and spinning around like a small gyroscope. He soon sent all 500 warriors flying. Then, in a repeat of his old trick, he charged the one on the south side of the castle again. A minute later, those teams were also sent flying, and all the fighters were lying on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices and in a sorry state. Up to this point, the 2,000 Thunder Fire Warriors brought by the Shao family were annihilated, all of them lying on the ground wailing. unable to pick up the guns in their hands. Woe is me. After G18 cleared away the stragglers, he tossed the father and son of Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian in his hands to the side. He raised his head, staring at the 5 burning sky realm cultivators who were fighting Chen Shan. His gaze fierce. Master, get out of the way. I'll beat up these grizzlies. After saying that, he stomped the ground once again with both of his feet and rushed up into the sky like a thunderous cannonball, his chi penetrating the rainbow and instantly closing in on one of the Xiao family's heaven-burning realm cultivators. At this moment, a monstrous ferocious might erupted from him. The small body was like a taiku demonic beast with a murderous aura. That Xiao clan expert who was targeted immediately changed his expression drastically, as if he had seen a demon king charging towards him. His body trembled and chills ran throughout his body. He hurriedly operated his gongfu to protect his entire body, and at the same time, a brilliant blade aura blossomed from the shrine, slashing towards G18. G18 didn't flash or dodge, and rushed forward to meet the blade's awnings. The sharp blade slashed at his head, unable to split even one of his hairs before he crashed into it. How is this possible? That expert's pupils contracted violently, his mouth wide open in shock. His blade's aura was a terrifyingly sharp weapon that could split even diamonds. How could he not even cut a trace of G18's head? Before he could react, G18 had already flown to half a meter in front of him, grinning at him, his smile as nuclear as Li XVII's, harmless and incomparably cute. Chapter 83. One of the 5 masters of the Xiao family, Xiao Xiong. Oops. Seeing G18 smile, that burning heaven realm cultivator's complexion changed drastically. All the muscles in his entire body tensed up at this moment, and a strong feeling of danger struck his heart. G18's smile was like the devil in his eyes. He tried to back up, trying to distance himself from G18. Only, it's too late. Bang! In the next second, G18 had ruthlessly slammed a headbutt into the forehead of this heaven-burning realm cultivator. The powerful force knocked the head of that heaven-burning realm cultivator to the point where his head buzzed and his eyes were starry. Under such an impact, the shrine behind his head began to shake and the light began to dim and flicker. After the impact on his head, he was unable to control the true chi in his body and was unable to maintain the shrine. Bang! G18's tiny fist blasted at the abdomen of this heaven-burning realm cultivator. That heaven-burning realm cultivator was immediately turned into a bow-backed shrimp, and all the water in his stomach was spat out. Immediately afterward, G18 slammed an ascending dragon fist onto his chin. That expert's jawbone shattered on the spot, and he was sent flying high into the air. And then, like a meteor falling, he fell to the ground with a thud, spewing blood from his mouth and passing out. Fun. Gramps, save me a few. After G18 knocked out one person, he landed on the ground, and after that, with a stomp of his legs, he once again rushed up to the remaining 4 burning sky realm cultivators who were fighting with Chen Shan. His eyes glowing, Chen Shan hurriedly said, "Don't grab it, you've already taken care of 2, the rest are mine." G18 said, "Don't, old man, save a few for me." Chen Shan hurriedly took to the air and blocked G18's path. "Don't come over, they're all mine." G18 hurriedly said, "Master, you can't be a human being, let a few go to me." The 2 of them argued in midair, grabbing the 4 heaven-burning realm cultivators to beat them up. When those 4 heaven-burning realm cultivators from the Xiao clan saw this scene, their expressions immediately became incredibly ugly. They were considered Big Brother-level existences in Maple Leaf City, but now they had become the prey of G18 and Chen Shan? If Chen Shan was alone, it would be fine. After all, Chen Shan was a legend in Maple Leaf City. He had once hacked his way through several streets all by himself, and was very strong. They had specifically deployed 11 heaven-burning realm cultivators, including Xiao Zhantian, the Xiao family head, in order to deal with Chen Shan this time. However, none of them had expected that a G18 had been killed halfway. Moreover, G18 was so fierce and terrifying that not only did he destroy their 2,000-man Thunder Flame gun team, he even effortlessly took care of 2 heaven-burning realm cultivators. Now it was even treating all 4 of them as if they were prey, grabbing at them. For a while, they felt as if they were cooked ducks in the meat and potatoes, but the feeling was doubly humiliating for all of them. Withdraw. Just as these 4 experts clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and prepared to fight for their lives, suddenly, a magnetic, aged voice came to their ears. The 4 experts' complexions changed, and without saying a word, they immediately stopped entangling, distanced themselves from Chen Shan and G18, and quickly burst back. At the same time, they threw out a chain to bind Xiao Zhantian, Xiao Jingtian, and those burning sky realm cultivators who had been beaten unconscious by Chen Shan and G18 before, and with a forceful tug, those people were immediately pulled back, held, and left in flames. Chen Shan and G18 were still scrambling, and when they saw those people leave, their expressions changed. Stop! Haven't fought enough yet, and you guys want to run? Chen Shan and G18 hurriedly rose up on the spot and rushed over at a rapid speed. Those 4 heaven-burning realm cultivators were terrified and desperately ran wildly. G18 killed his eyes, and in the middle of running, he grabbed a street lamp on the ground, pulled it up hard, cut off the wires, and used the bar of this street lamp as if it was a spear, and threw it out towards those 4 burning sky realm cultivators. Bang! Just then, a wall of dirt rose up and transformed into an incomparably thick wall of earth to block. The poles knocked the earthen wall through, but couldn't penetrate it and ended up stuck in the wall. Rumbling. The wall of earth continued to grow higher and higher, eventually reaching as high as 50 meters, blocking Chen Shan's path. Chen Shan stopped in midair, raised his head, and looked toward the top of the wall. On top of the earth wall, a young man of only 25 years of age stood tall, looking down on Chen Shan, his eyes cold, his robes hunting, like an exiled immortal in the dust, mighty and majestic, with an extraordinary spirit. He was already full of oppressive power just by standing there, not angry and imposing, making people unable to resist the feeling of looking up to the mountains and wanting to worship them. When Chen Shan saw this person, he frowned slightly. One of the 5 masters of the Shao family, the ghostly Shao Xiong. Shao Xiong was the one with the least number of the Shao family's 5 great junjias. However, his martial talent was incomparably terrifying, and he had already broken through to the new habitat at the young age of 20, which was dozens of times stronger than Chen Hongyao and Yang Kaiwei. It was said that this person had spent 5 years to have cultivated to the 9th heaven burning realm, and could break through to the Qinkuan realm at any time. Even Chen Shan, faced with this kind of astonishingly talented youth, for a moment, did not dare to act rashly. G18 chased after him at this time, tilted his head and looked at Shao Xiong high in the sky, crossed his arms and said, "Dare to build a wall to stop Little Master's path. You grizzled hair is too abominable. Roll down. Little Master is going to beat your ass." Shao Xiong swept a glance at G18, and his gaze landed on Chen Shan's body again as he coldly said, "Elder Chen, today's matter, this is the end. If you guys dare to come after me again, I'm going to make a move." When Chen Shan heard this, his face was gloomy and silent. When Shao Xiong strikes, he is bound to see blood. If you kill one person, you can easily slaughter a whole family. The previous 10th great family was because they had messed with Shao Xiong and were destroyed by Shao Xiong's one-man regiment, and it was only because of this that the Chen family had the opportunity to enter the inner city and become the new 10th great family. And Shao Xiong was only 19 years old when he slaughtered the whole family. Even though there were Dao protectors and Shao Xiong striking out together, it was evident how terrifying Shao Xiong's strength was. Previously, Shao Xiong had closed down to impact the Qiankuan realm, but at this time, this person had come out of seclusion, so he might have already made a breakthrough. Facing this kind of true genius, Chen Shan did not dare to act rashly for a moment. G18, however, did not care so much, still crossed his waist and shouted, "Grizzly, standing so high for what? Give me a roll down." Shao Xiong coldly stared at G18, his gaze like electricity. In an instant, G18 felt as if he was being creepily stared at by a massive dragon. He shrunk his neck, no longer daring to shout, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes as he looked at Shao Xiong, muttering, "This guy looks so young, how could he have such terrifying eyes?" Shao Xiong no longer looked at G18, but instead stared at Chen Shan and coldly said, "Master, I have something to do today, so I won't bother with you guys. Within 3 days, all of your Chen family will carry thorns on their backs and come to the door to apologize. Otherwise, destroy your entire family." After saying that, he leaped and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chen Shan stood high in the sky, his face unusually grave. Chapter 84 Li XVII steals a gun. Chen Shan looked at the direction Shao Xiong had left and was worried. Although he was confident that he could finish off Shao Xiong, he would also be seriously injured after finishing him off. After their Chen family and the Shao family lost both of them, the Shao family probably wouldn't be affected too much. After all, the Shao family still had the other 4 masters holding down the fort outside, which was the bottom line, and the general public wouldn't dare to move their Shao family. But if he falls, the Chen family will be in deep. Previously, when he was possessed by a Sphinx monkey, those people dared to eat into the Chen family's industry, and even joined forces with the Star Society to come together to take the Chen Family Martial Arts Center for themselves. If he were to die in battle, it was expected that the other 9 great clans would swarm over them and bloodily wash and divide up their Chen family. Therefore, he couldn't pursue and didn't dare to fight to the death. G18 came back to his senses at this time and said irritably, "Master, who is he? Let's go. Let's chase after him and get him." Chen Shan said in a deep voice, "Forget it, the matter has been resolved, and besides, if we go after them, we could easily be caught in their ambush. Xiao Xiong has been in seclusion for a long time. He suddenly came out of seclusion. Either he has broken through to the Qin Kuan realm, or he is trying to trick us into chasing after him and setting up an ambush ahead to wait for us. So don't chase after the poor enemy. Chen Shan sighed and said. Besides, Xiao Xiong is very strong. I'm afraid you're no match. Just now, when G18 faced other people, he was arrogant and ferocious, but when he faced Xiao Xiong, he didn't dare to make a move. Predictably, G18 was also apprehensive. No way. I won't allow someone more powerful than me to exist. Xiao Xiong, this dangling hair is too pretentious. I'm just going to chip him. G18 had a displeased look on his face and said, I can't beat it, but my cousin can definitely beat it, and I won't allow him to act like a pussy in front of my cousin. After saying that, he shouted, Cousin, it's your turn to make a move. No matter how terrifying Xiao Xiong was, in his opinion, as long as Li 17 made a move, he would definitely be able to crush Xiao Xiong and rub him on the ground. Moreover, with his understanding of Li 17 would definitely not allow anyone to pretend to be in front of him. Only, after he shouted, there was silence around him. G18 looked puzzled. It's not right. Xiao Xiong has already pretended to be like this. Why hasn't Li 17 made a move? That's not his master's style. G18 turned back and looked at Li XVII's position. Chen Shan also turned back. It was only then that Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong and Chen Hongyao remembered Li XVII's presence and hurriedly looked at Li XVII's position. However, by the time they looked over, they realized that Li 17 had disappeared at some point and was not even in the same place. The crowd was stunned. Where did Li 17 go? Everyone looked east and west, searching for Li XVII's figure. Soon, everyone realized where Li 17 was. Chen Clan Castle. Outside the main gate, Li 17 was picking up those Thunderfire guns that the Thunderfire warriors had dropped on the ground. He was already carrying 15 thunderbolts on his back, and holding one in his hand, holding the gun in his left hand, and pulling the bolt on the thunderbolt with his right hand, pulling it around, loading and unloading the bullets, his eyes excited and overwhelmed with excitement. Moreover, when he saw a wounded Thunder Musketeers fighter looking toward him, he immediately knocked that fighter out and snatched the firearm from that fighter's hand. Movements are clean, but yet, tiptoeing, the sense of stealing is particularly heavy. Is this the Thunderfire gun? Awesome! Li 17 touched his gun while muttering, his eyes glowing as he looked at the Thunderfire guns in the hands of the other warriors. Mine! These are all mine! Judging from those guns he was carrying on his back, he should have been stealing guns the entire time Chen Shan, G18, and the Shao family's Burning Heaven Realm experts were fighting, simply ignoring the battle on Chen Shan and G18's side. Li 17 was touching his gun when he suddenly realized that there was silence around him, as if the battle was over. He looked up and immediately saw Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Hongyao, G18, and the others looking at him with incomparably odd eyes. Straight face, straight face, straight face. G18. Brother, my dear lord, the enemy has slipped away. What are you doing? Stealing a gun? Seeing this scene, Li 17 immediately stood up straight, held his head high, and justifiably beckoned to Chen Pang and the others, pointing at the firearms and said, That one who? Come here, these are our trophies, come and collect them. Then, he picked up dozens of thunder flintlocks and surrounded himself with them, one right next to the other, turning them into a circle that enveloped him. I can't do this kind of picture. Please imagine the robot as our lovely Li 17. Li 17, carat oh carat. So many guns. Is this the legendary gun? This metallic texture. This icy feel. Handsome. In the past, when he was in Yanjing, Grandpa had a thunder fire gun in his hands, and often gave it to the 13th and 14th brothers to use. He and the 14th and 15th brothers dreamed of touching it, but they all ended up being knocked on their hands by Grandpa and not allowed to touch it for fear that they would let the gun go off. Then, Li 17 became even more excited when he saw Gong piercing an assassination target's brow with a single shot from a distance of 100 meters. From that point on, he loved firearms from the bottom of his bones. No child can resist the temptation to own a real gun. Later on, when he was in the Jin demon prison, the King of Arms had also said, Little 17, I have a big sniper, with a special rune pattern enchanting the barrel and bullet. It can be used to dry bomb the enemy's head with a single shot from a distance of 800 miles away. Li XVII's eyes lit up when he heard these words at that time. 800 miles away, blowing the enemy's head off with a single shot. How handsome must this be? Therefore, when he was in the Jin devil prison, Li 17 was incomparably eager to get a gun. Unfortunately, he never got the chance. Inside the prison, none of the demons had guns, except for the guards. If Li 17 wanted to snub the Earth Store, the Divine Worker, and the others, then naturally he couldn't take the gun either. Now that he had finally caught his chance, how could he let it go when so many enemies had fallen in front of him? Therefore, he didn't even bother about the battle between G18 and Shan and rushed over, picking up handful after handful of thunder fire guns, as ecstatic as if he had gotten a beloved toy. It's a great deal of money. Click, click, click. Li 17 fumbled with these firearms with both hands, constantly pulling the bolt, letting the bullets load, fumbling with the gun. Excited, Shan's complexion changed, and he hurriedly said, "Little 17, the muzzle of the gun can't be pointed at people. Be careful of misfires." With so many bullets, Li 17 all loaded his firearms. Once it went off, it was no joke. Seeing this, those thunder firearms warriors who were close to Li 17 also changed their complexion and moved their bodies in a panic to avoid the muzzle of Li XVI's gun that was aimed at them. However, Li 17 was incomparably excited at this moment, just thinking of having a good time with the gun, and didn't listen to Shan's words at all as he violently pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the sound of gunfire was loud, and the dozens of thunder flintlocks that surrounded him sprayed fire together, bursting out in all directions like a blistering rain. Chapter 85. There is a saying in the whirling dervishes that a gentleman is not a weapon. The gunfire was loud, and bullets exploded in all directions like a rainstorm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing Li 17 firing, everyone at the scene all changed their color drastically, and without saying anything, they hurriedly dodged and desperately ran towards places with cover, fleeing in a mess. Shan and G18 even dared not approach and hurriedly hid far away. Those Thunderfire warriors who had been knocked to the ground by G18 earlier were all scared half to death, crying out and frantically running into the distance. Even those warriors who had their legs broken were gritting their teeth and crawling away frantically with both hands. Dang! Those incredibly dense bullets hit the walls, the floors, the buildings, the fire hydrants on the side of the road, and all sorts of bunkers, erupting in a very melodious sound. At the same time, many more bullets swept the ground where the fighters had been lying before, knocking hole after hole in the ground and sending up white smoke. Those warriors were so scared that their faces turned white and they scrambled to roll and retreat, dying to distance themselves from Li 17. Shan and G18 and the others didn't dare to get close and could only watch from afar. Wu Qi, the driver who had been watching the show from the sidelines, had already driven the carriage far away from the bullets. Fortunately, the range of these thunder fire guns of the Xiao family wasn't too far, and it was only about 200 meters. After the bullet exceeds 200 meters, its power is much weaker. Even if it hits someone, it can only cause superficial wounds and won't kill them. Look at me, Thunderbolt. Li 17 kept pulling the trigger and sweeping the gun wildly, playing the dreams and wishes of his childhood all at once. As he blasted away, bullets shot in all directions and fire shot out in all directions. Chen Wei hid in the Chen family's castle and poked her head out, looking at Li 17 who was excitedly firing his gun, staggered and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Pang, this Li 17 wouldn't be a little crazy, would he?" She had seen many masters and many children, but she had never seen a kid so young who dared to take so many thunderfire guns and shoot them together. It's crazy. Who in their right mind would be so excited about shooting a gun that they're laughing out loud while doing it? For those who don't know, they thought they were setting off fireworks. Chen Pang was also shocked that Li 17 had acted in such a crazy manner, and after hearing Chen Wei say so, his face immediately sank as he said seriously, Wei, you've gone too far. Remember, Li 17 is our Chen family's lucky star, our great benefactor. You are not allowed to be rude to him. Otherwise, if the old man blames you, I can't even protect you. Ever since Li 17 had given their Chen family 17 treasures, Shan had already called a meeting with all the top management, requesting all the clansmen to treat Li 17 as their relatives who were closer than their parents, and also treat Li 17 as a great benefactor, not allowing them to show any disrespect to Li 17, and even more so, not to divulge all the information about him to the outside world. Li XVI's origin should also never be told to the public. Chen Wei sniffed and spat out her tongue, her face still defiant. She looked at Li 17, who was clanging and shooting over there, and muttered, "This little brat, he's simply a big devil." Then, she looked at Chen Hongyao with a sympathetic face. "Sister Hongyao, you've worked hard. I'm afraid it's hard to manage such a young husband." Chen Hongyao blushed and glared at her. "Nonsense again. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the mountains." Chen Wei's complexion changed and she was immediately silenced, feeling the oppression of her own sister, not daring to say a word. Snap 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 snap. At the main gate of the castle, Li 17 was still shooting, excited and having fun. However, there were very few bullets in these thunderbolts, only 20 rounds. The barrel of the gun was glowing red and smoking after Li 17 shot all the bullets. Ha ha ha, yes, It's so good. No wonder Gong and 12th brother they like to use guns to settle battles. This feeling is fantastic. I feel like my bloodline is awakening. Li 17 laughed with excitement after shooting all the bullets from those guns. He pressed dozens of thunder flintlocks to the ground, took out one of them, and carried it behind his back, then took out a handful of ropes from his carry-on parcel, tied all of them together, and threw them into the parcel. These are good things. They were his favorite toys as a child and must be kept safe. Search for some bullets later. Go out of the city tonight and use the gun to hunt evil spirits. Li 17 was thrilled and excited. With a gun. That's definitely going to be a hunting trip. Thinking of this, he stretched out his big hand, and a thin thread flew out from the tip of his finger. 1,000 threads, flying in 4 directions, tethered to the top of the thunder fire guns in the hands of all the thunder fire warriors. The next second, he yanked harder. Crashing sound. More than 1,900 thunder flame guns immediately flew over like a dark cloud and landed next to Li 17, piling up like a mountain. Li 17 carried a gun on his back and waved at the Chen family members hiding in the castle, saying, "Alright, it's alright, come over here, it's time to divide the loot." Chen Hongyao, Chen Filon, Chen Hongyao and Chen Pang looked at each other in dismay. Chen Shan and G18 also walked over, looking at the piles of thunder flame guns with different expressions. Li 17 picked up a gun and handed it to Chen Pang. "Brother Pang, this is yours." Then, he was going to pick up a gun and hand it to Chen Hongyao. "Uncle Chen, this is yours. Take it, don't push it, I have more here." "Uncle Flying Dragon, this is yours." "Grandpa Chen, this is yours. And there's more. Everyone, take it. It's all a small token of my appreciation." He took those firearms, and one by one, they were all distributed to the hands of the Chen family members, one per person, as if they were sharing toys. A 3-year-old child, and he gave a handful. Even the little 1-year-old baby who was still being held by a middle-aged woman. He stuffed a handful of them, and when their mother pushed back, he even forcefully shoved them over. "They're all just children's toys. Take them. That little kid's mom cried and laughed. "Thunderbolt, toy, this is a weapon that can kill." That little 1-year-old dropped the spoon he was holding and immediately had his eyes glowing with love when he touched the gun. Li 17 laughed loudly and said, "Auntie, you see? Children just like this kind of toys. Must give him more to play with. Play with guns. Must start from children. Only with proficiency in marksmanship can we better contribute to society later." The kid's mom sniffed and cried even more. I'm afraid that only Li 17 could do it by letting a 1-year-old child learn how to shoot a gun. Let's not even talk about whether or not a child can pull the trigger. But even if they can, the recoil would certainly break a child's bones. After Li 17 finished handing out guns to the Chen family, he picked up 2 more guns and handed them to G18. Come, 18. These 2 guns are yours, and from today onwards, you're the twin guns G18. If someone messes with you, you shoot them and sweep their mother. Chen Shan stood on the side, hearing Li XVII's words, and then looking at G18's cute and naive appearance. He didn't dare to imagine how beautiful that image of G18 shooting with dual guns in his hands was. G18 took the gun and looked it up and down, also full of joy. Such firearms as the humans had were so deadly that he had once almost been felled by one. It's fantastic that you can now own 2 of them yourself. Li 17 took 2 more guns, walked to the side, and handed them to the driver. "Wu Qi, Xiao Wu, take it and hold it." Wu Qi was stunned. "I have a part in this?" Li 17 hemmed and hawed and said, "They're all his own people. They all have a share." Wu Qi kind of didn't want this thing. After all, it was the Xiao family's. But, Li 17 gave it. He could only pile on a smile and accept it. "Thank you, Master 17. Li 17 smiled and said, "See, I didn't lie to you when I said I'm a good boy who is happy to share. Did I?" Wu Qi nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Master 17 is the most handsome and sharing good boy I have ever seen." Hearing this, Li 17 laughed and became more cheerful. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Shooting and playing by yourself is far better than playing with a group of people. G18 walked over and looked at Li 17 with puzzled eyes. "Cousin, don't you have a blade as a weapon? Why do you still need this kind of gun?" In his opinion, the killing knife behind Li 17 was much more lethal than this firearm. Li 17 looked serious and said, "Xiao 18, you're a person who is good at everything, but you read too little. There is a saying in the whirling tongue, a gentleman does not use weapons. The meaning of this saying is that a gentleman cannot use only one weapon when fighting, much less limit himself. Whether it's a knife, a gun, a sword, a halberd, or sulfuric acid, or king's water, anything that can kill an enemy is a good weapon. Besides, how do you become a grand master if you have a gun and don't use it?" Chapter 86 Private possession of firearms is tantamount to rebellion. Li XVII was particularly righteous when he said this. He took 2 more thunder fire guns and stuffed them in G18's hands. Times have changed. This gun thing, it's very useful. Come on, take 2 more for defense. G18 suddenly realized that it makes sense. Immediately put the gun away and quipped, Lord, cousin, you are too learned. Following you, I am really benefited. Yeah, how can you become a grandmaster if you have a gun and don't use it? This thing, it's much better than any sword or spear. Li XVII laughed loudly and said, that's natural. Your cousin is very knowledgeable and knows everything. In the future, if you follow me and study well, you will surely be able to get the top grade in the future. He's all smug, like a kid showing off what he's just learned. As he spoke, he also picked up the thunderfire gun in his hand and took aim at a spot. Overjoyed and in love with it, G18 nodded his head and flattered. Yes, cousin is the most knowledgeable person I've ever seen. He can totally take the scholarship examination and join the government as a prime minister. Li XVII was flattered and said, ha ha ha, well said, but your brother doesn't want to be any literary scholar and prime minister. Let's be military generals. Whoever dares to mess with us, we'll just take guns and cannons and blast whoever we want. This, then, is called a gentleman's weapon. G18's eyes glowed as he once again began to praise. Cousin, you're too good and learned. I'll follow you in this life. One guy quipped. One guy laughed. And the image of 2 little kids with a couple of firearms was at one point incredibly comical and absurd. Chen Hongyao, Chen Hongyao, and Chen Family were all silent. Their expressions odd. A gentleman is not a weapon. Can you explain it like that? Isn't this unscrupulous? Little 17. Did you learn the proper analects of Confucius? Why does it smell so much like a jungle? Even the sulfuric acid and aqua regia came out, all sounding sinister and venomous. Working the enemy to death. That's very social. Chen Shan's eyes gradually glowed as he listened to Li XVII's words. After carefully pondering over it, Li XVII's words really did have some truth to them. If it's a life and death battle, where do you care about so many rules and regulations? Not to mention the king's water and sulfuric acid. It's the best weapon. The best means to slaughter the enemy with wood, stone and other things. Chen Shan thought deeply, walked over, said, Shao 17. You have learned this Analects of Confucius really well. It is also considered to be original. Another comprehension. The practice is very good. In the future, you must teach the children of the Chen family whirligig more. He had also studied the Analects of Confucius, but he had not thought that there was such an alternative interpretation of the Analects. Every word is fundamental enough to live and settle in the jungle. If all the children of the Chen family learned these lessons, when they went out to walk the rivers and lakes in the future, they wouldn't be cheated too much by other people. Li XVII sniffed and looked delighted. I knew that the knowledge taught by Gramps and the tailor was higher knowledge, and finally someone knew the gold content of my learning. He patted his chest and assured, a scholar dies for a friend. Grandpa Chen, don't worry, I'll definitely teach the Dao's whirligig to all of the Chen family in the future, and I guarantee that they'll benefit greatly. When Chen Shan saw this man-child appearance of Li XVII, he laughed loudly and lovingly stroked his head. Good, worthy of being the grandson of my late husband, little 17. You are fantastic. Although he had only spent 2 days with Li XVII, he was becoming more and more fond of Li XVII. This child was not bound by the world, acted strangely and completely out of the ordinary, yet he was affectionate and righteous. This little boy was too much to his liking. At this time, Chen Hongyao walked over, his face grave, and said, little 17, return these firearms, it's not ours to have. Li XVII hastily put the firearm in his hand behind his back and said vigilantly, why? It was so hard to get the toy. He didn't want to hand it over just like that. Chen Hongyao explained, in the Dragon Kingdom, possessing firearms is a felony, equal to rebellion. If someone tells the city lord's office about this, and the city lord's office then reports it to a higher law enforcement agency, our Chen family might be finished. Li XVII was puzzled. Why is it okay for the Shao family but not us? Chen Hongyao explained again. Someone from the Shao family joined the army and became a general. Moreover, they are also the defending family of Maple Leaf City, responsible for security in and out of the city, going through the formalities and legally carrying a gun. Li XVII said, then let's just go and get our documents as well. Chen Hongyao sighed and said, this document is not something you can just say you're going to apply for. It requires a special license, either to join the Guardian City and become a member of the Guardian City, and in the future, the family will have to go out on any mission, to go out to the mountains to fight the bandits, or to put down the evil spirits. Anyway, any woes need to be at the forefront. Either that, or it's the same as the Liu family's Divine Soldier House. Register a weapon store, and in the future, we'll open a weapon store as well. but it's not like we can open a weapons store. That also all requires a big background to support it, and someone in the dynasty. After a pause, he added, besides, although there are a lot of these thunder flintlocks, they're only equipped with 20 rounds of ammunition, so we won't have any left after we're done. Hearing this, Li XVII lowered his heart and said, these are all fine. I'll take care of it. Chen Hongyao frowned and looked at Li XVII suspiciously. The others also showed puzzled looks. Possession of firearms? It's a felony. If the Chen family can't handle it, how can Li XVII handle it? Li XVII ignored them and waved at a carriage in the distance. Old Lu, beautiful sister boss. It's been a long time coming, right? Come over quickly. We've got business to do. After the defeat of the Xiao family, many people in the open and in the dark had retreated, and the streets were cold and quiet. In the distance, Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir saw Li XVII beckoning and exchanged glances before they allowed the driver to harness the carriage and arrive at the Chen family castle. After arriving, Lu Hongqi was the first to get out of the car and bowed respectfully to Li XVII. Lu Hongqi has met Master 17. It was then that he nodded to Chen Shan and Chen Hongyao and the others. Elder, Patriarch Chen, long time no see. Chen Shan and Chen Hongyao also hastened to return the salute. Seeing this scene, Chen Filong, Chen Hongyao and the others all had stunned eyes. Ghost Eyes Soldier Lu Hongqi. This person was also a respected person in Maple Leaf City, enough to be on par with Chen Shan. As a result, he only nodded his head when he saw Chen Shan, but he was so respectful when he saw Li XVII. Moreover, they were all cultivators with incomparably keen observation, and they could instantly see that Lu Hongqi's eyes towards Li XVII had fear written all over them. What's going on here? Chen Shan bowed to Lu Hongqi and apologized. Brother Lu, I'm really sorry. Our family's little 17 has been a bit naughty and may have driven away your carriage. In this case, name your price. Our Chen family will buy this carriage of yours even if we dump our family's money into it. He knew that the goat-horned snake-tailed lion carriage was exclusive to Lu Hongqi, and wondered where Li XVII had driven this vehicle back from. However, he could also see that Li XVII particularly liked this car, and Li XVI's fondness and cherishing could be seen from the fact that Li XVII urged the driver to drive the car to a safe place when he got off the car. Now that Lu Hongqi had arrived, he subconsciously assumed that Lu Hongqi had come to the Chen family to ask for punishment. So, for the sake of Li XVI's hobby, he wasn't going to hand the car over, but to purchase it, and pour his family's money into buying the car and giving it to Li XVII. When Lu Hongqi heard this, he was startled and hurriedly said, Don't, elder brother Chen, you've got it wrong. I've already given this car to Master 17. I didn't come here today to ask for the car. It's a gift for Master 17. After saying that, he took out the bank card he had done and respectfully handed it to Li XVII, saying, Master 17, this is the card I promised to do for you earlier, and now, it's here for you. Then, he took out a brocade box and handed it to Li XVII. This is a small token of appreciation from our Lu family. Please accept it, Master 17. Seeing this scene, Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, Chen Hongyao and the others were once again shocked. What's the situation? The Lu family, Lu Hongqi, that was a true national weapon supplier. Even when he met the Maple Leaf City Lord, he wouldn't be so respectful and salute. On the contrary, the city lords all had to be courteous and respectful to the Lu family and Lu Hongqi. How come Lu Hongqi is still respectful to Li XVII now? Li XVII was ungracious and accepted the brocade box and bank card on the spot, excitedly saying, Old Lu, these are small matters. I have a big business to do with you. In this case, you first let our Chen family join your divine soldier company as well. We'll both be legally armed, and then, we'll do business together in the future, and I guarantee that you'll make a lot of money. Chapter 87, A Whole AK? Hearing this, the two of them, Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir, looked at each other with hesitation written in their eyes. Lu Shishir said, Mr. Li, it's not that we don't agree, it's just that, for your Chen family to join our divine soldier house, you need to go through layers of approval, not just the Maple Leaf City City Lord's office, but also the headquarters and those behind the headquarters, which, she didn't continue, but anyone could hear that it was a polite refusal. Anyone who knew a little bit about the business knew that joining the Divine Soldier Row was definitely not something to be taken lightly. This business concerns the city's weapons operation and weapons inventory. Not only the headquarters of the Divine Soldier Row has the final say, but there are also multiple checks and balances, and it needs to be reported to the relevant departments of the Dragon Kingdom for approval at all levels. It would take at least a month to go through this approval process in earnest. Moreover, the Chen family did not possess the conditions to join the Divine Soldier Row, Lu Hongqi said with a difficult look on his face. Master 17, look, I have no choice. I alone can't say anything. Li XVII held the Thunderfire rifle in his hand. pulled the bolt, loaded the bullet, and said, "Old Lu, this is the first time I've ever begged someone. You won't give me no face, right?" Lu Hongqi looked at the gun in Li XVII's hand. His heart jolted, and he panicked. Negotiable. Everything is negotiable. This lord in front of him is a proper bogeyman, daring to walk alone in the mountains and forests at night, and he is also the master of the Demon King chicken, and his handful of skills in tailoring leopard skins is even more frightening to him. Now this lord was still holding the equalizer of beings in his hand, and with this lord's character, if he answered poorly, maybe this lord would shoot him with a single shot. In his mind, Li XVII was surely capable of such a thing. Li XVII raised the thunderfire gun in his hand and swept around, finally pointing the gun at Lu Hongqi, saying, "Old Lu, some people say that we are trying to rebel by hiding guns. You see, how should this matter be handled?" Lu Hongqi's cold sweat brushed off. "Nima, you're pointing a gun at me. What else do I have to say?" He hurriedly said, "Absolutely not, Master 17. The Chen family is our divine warrior firm's partner. You are our divine warrior firm's advisor, and all of these thunder flame guns were given to you by our divine warrior firm for appraisal and restoration," Li XVII said. "Then, the Chen family's joining contract, my consultant's certificate, and the certificate of conformity of these weapons those," Lu Hongqi hurriedly said. "When I go back to deal with it, I'll send someone to the house right away. No. I'll personally go to Chen's house to sign the contract. This morning Chen's family is the franchisee of our divine soldier house." Hearing this, Lu Shishir's expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly pulled Lu Hongqi, signaling Lu Hongqi not to talk nonsense. Lu Hongqi, however, didn't care about her, but just compensated with a smiling face, looking at Li XVII with a bashful and pleasing face. Li XVII said, "That's not bad. So, as a franchisee, do we have to have some of the bullets in stock as well?" Lu Hongqi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "No problem. I'll personally send it to the mansion in a while," Li XVII said. "Also, I want the thunderfire cannon." Lu Hongqi clenched his teeth. "And no problem." Only then did Li XVII put down his firearm and revealed a smile. Shaking Lu Hongqi's hand and smilingly said, "Old Lu, you really are very bold. Happy cooperation." "Well said. Good cooperation." Lu Hongqi hastily attached a smile and shook hands with Li XVII, but in his heart, he was screaming, "Nima, you just pointed a gun at me. Dare I not be hoity-toity?" Li XVII smiled and took out a snakeskin bag from his own parcel, handing it to Lu Hongqi, saying, "Since we are all allies now, then I won't treat you badly. These, you help me to sell. The profit I'll be 8 and you'll be 2. Any comments?" Lu Hongqi originally thought that he was going to do business at a loss, but, in order to survive, he could only make a false compromise, and now when he saw that Li XVII suddenly took out another snakeskin bag, he was stunned. He took the snakeskin bag, opened it slightly, and after seeing those things inside, his pupils contracted violently and his complexion changed dramatically. He closed the snakeskin bag tightly at the first time, storing it in his arms as if it were a treasure, looking at Li XVII with incomparable surprise and excitement, and said in a trembling voice, "Master 17, you really want to sell these?" Li XVII said, "Of course, but, you remember don't give me a sneaky. What you promised me, you must do it for me right away." Lu Hongqi hurriedly said, Definitely, Master 17. I'll go back now to help the Chen family get the contract. From this moment on, our Lu family and the Chen family are family." As he spoke, he looked at Li XVII as if he was looking at the most precious treasure on earth, and couldn't wait to offer Li XVII up right away. It's a proper fortune. Once the things in this snakeskin bag were sold, their Lu family would be really developed, and then they would be fully qualified to relocate their family to the big city. Li XVII waved his hand and said, "Just no, get lost." Lu Hongqi nodded his head and said, Yes, get out now." He straightened his back, nodded to Chen Shan and Chen Hongyao, and said, "Elder brother Chen family master, from now on, our two families will be family. I'll go and do the formalities first. See you in a while." After saying that, he pulled Lu Shishir, got on the carriage, and quickly left. Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, Chen Hongyao and the others looked at each other when they saw this scene. What's going on here? They all looked at Li XVII with a flash of worry in their eyes. This kid pulled a gun on Lu Hongqi and talked things out? How can you be scared and frightened? Li XVII slung the thunderflame gun behind his back, clapped his hands, and said, "All right, it's settled." He raised his head, looked at Chen Hongyao, and said, "Uncle Chen, what are you still waiting for? Divine Soldier Row has said that we are their partners and can legally carry guns, so the guns are ours, and they'll be sending bullets and thunderfire cannons later. Just keep them. Now, let the guns be carried. When Chen Hujio heard this, he would be skeptical. Chen Shan, however, chose to believe Li XVII and said, "Move." When Chen Huchuan heard his father give the word, he then ordered the other Chen family members to move their guns. Many clansmen of the Chen clan came up and carried those thunderfire guns along with the bullets to the castle with incomparable smiles of surprise on their faces. By joining the Divine Soldier Company's business, the Chen family would also be able to legally hold guns. And with this batch of thunderfire guns, their Chen family's combat power would be even stronger, and their position in the future would surely be even more solidified. Chen Hujio looked at Li XVII and said, "Little 17. Thank you. This time you two brothers have helped our Chen family again." Li XVII smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Uncle Chen, we're all family. There's no need to be so polite. Besides, I got my beloved toy ah." He held the thunder flintlock in his hand, loving it, and suddenly, as if he remembered something, he looked up and asked, "Right, Uncle Chen, Grandpa Chen, does Divine Soldier Ro have any thunder flintlock enhanced AK machine guns?" Chen Shan frowned. "What do you need that for?" Li XVII held the thunder fire gun. His eyes glowing, excitedly said, "The whole AK, make it bigger and stronger, and create another glory. Whoever dares to come to our door to find trouble, then take out the AK and sweep his old tail." Cantonese. Translated, sweep his old mother. Chen Shan, Chen Hujio and others. Chapter 88. Everyone at the scene looked at Li XVII with odd eyes. There were times when they couldn't tell whether Li XVII was a youngster or a little devil. Li XVII's innocent and cute look was real, but the excitement of wanting to shoot at the enemy while holding the gun didn't seem fake, and the kind of excitement hanging on his face didn't seem like an act. Proper little tough guy. If this isn't managed properly, it's sure to be a little bully when it grows up. But how to manage it? Li XVII is more powerful than everyone on the scene, and he can't fight and reason. Can he reason? Chen Shan coughed and said, "Alright, Xiao 17. The matter is resolved. AK, this kind of thing I don't know if the Divine Soldier Ro has it. We've been busy all morning. Our stomachs are hungry. It's better to go back and eat first." Li XVII touched his stomach. "Okay, then let's eat first, and when we're done eating, grab a gun, go to Zhao's house, and sweep his old tail." 17. What do those last four words mean? It's Cantonese, which translates to sweep his mom. Chen Shan, Chen Hujio, and the others looked at each other with even more odd expressions. None of them understood where Li XVII had learned these strange and bizarre words from. They had never heard such words after living for so long. However, the four words sound quite catchy. Chen Shan called a few Chen family underlings and instructed them to clean up the front door and repair the broken streets before bringing Li XVII and the others into the castle to have breakfast. And outside the castle, the 2,000 warriors of the Thunder Musketeers had also endured the pain and stood up, quickly running away without a trace. Inside the Chen family castle, in the middle of the dining room, Chen Shan and Li XVII and the others had already started eating breakfast. Breakfast here is plentiful, with things like soy milk, donuts, pulled pork, pork noodles, pork chow mein, eggs, brisket noodles, and other things that are still relatively unpretentious. The most valuable thing was the beef, which was the most expensive breed of yak in Maple Leaf City, the Yellow Order second-grade yellow yak, which was particularly sought after throughout the country. The Chen family had suffered a change of heart and suffered heavy losses, and it was already considered very good to be able to eat so much now. G18 asked while eating the donuts, "Cousin, you just said that you're going to go find trouble with the Xiao family. When are we going to do it?" As he spoke, he also pulled the bolt of his firearm, with an excited expression and a sense of eagerness to try it out. Li XVII was also very excited and said, "In a while, after dinner, we will go to find the Xiao family to have a chat, daring to come to our door to find our trouble. This time, let's go to find him to have a look as well. If they still want to kill us, well, I'll just repeat what I've done before." "Cousin, what did you do before?" G18 asked curiously. Chen Shan, Chen Hujio, and the others also looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Back then, that incident of Li XVII was a big deal, but, under the command of the first emperor, that incident was completely sealed off from the news, and all media were not allowed to report it. Witnesses who saw the incident with their own eyes were also ordered to be silenced. Not only that, not many people knew about this matter in Yanjing. The news was completely sealed. Therefore, looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, not many people knew about that incident. Li XVII swept him a glance and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Eat, replenish your physical strength. There is still physical work to do in a while. Listen to my command when the time comes. Let's have an exciting gun battle. See if it's as exciting as the gun battle in the movie." "A movie? What the hell? Is a kind of projection screen in the screenplay the story? I saw once in prison. That equipment is broken. See, very fuzzy. But the shooting is very good. Heroes of the color in the Xiaoma is also very handsome. A moment we get 2 black trenchcoat, but also powerful and powerful. Okay, listen to you. Eat and replenish your strength. Okay, dinner. G18 nodded his head, hemmed and hawed, and began to munch away. Above the table, everyone looked at them. Oddly enough, these 2 boys both looked so naive, cute and well-behaved, harmless, but every time it came to this kind of thing, how did it feel like they were so excited? And one is more ferocious and exciting than the other. Gives off a humongous vibe. Chen Hongyao couldn't help but inquire. Little 17, how does your grandpa usually educate you? Li 17 said, it's very simple. When things are unfair, when you encounter someone bullying you, then fight. Whichever enemy won't let us live, let's get that enemy to death as well. Put down our morals and conscience. Take up arms, him by all means. Stick him in the eye, kick him in the crotch, poke him in the throat, cut him off from his children and grandchildren, and then rob them of their resources and things of value. Only when you fight for prestige will those gripping enemies not dare to bully you anymore. This is one of the whirling dervishes that Grandpa taught me. If a gentleman is not heavy, he is not powerful. G18 nodded deeply. Cousin is right. Gong is right. The whirling dervishes are really wonderful. As a demon king, his code of conduct was also like this. Whoever dares to mess with me, rob me of my resources, and not let me live, then I will get whoever I want to die, without end. Li 17 glanced at him and smiled gratefully. The expression as if to say, you understand me. Chen Hongyao, Chen Hongyao and the others were all silent. This is totally humongous education. To educate 2 boys into such a character, this grandpa, is quite something. Li 17 drank a mouthful of soybean milk and said smilingly, of course, Grandpa has also taught us that we should have 2 sides of the 3 knives to be a human being, the fierce, ruthless side to be left to the enemy, and the gentle, friendly side to be left to our closest ones. To one of your own. Pull out your heart. You must do whatever it takes to kill your enemy. Also, if you encounter injustice, then stand up for yourself. It's part of our job to guard the weak. The crowd sniffed and looked at Li 17 with a wave of emotion. Although Li 17 looks like a bandit, but, in essence, he is still good. It's just that duplicitous is an inaccurate term to use. Well, next time, we still need to let Li 17 learn some cultural lessons before he can do so. Just having force value without culture, that won't work either. Before they could maintain this thought for more than 2 seconds, Li 17 turned his words around and said, also, after protecting those weaklings and getting justice for them, make sure to ask them for money. In our line of work, no matter what we do, we can't go short. We can't do business at a loss. We always have to collect some money and something of value. This is called the rules of the trade. Crowd. He wasn't all that good, it seems. After Li 17 finished speaking, he took another bite of egg and said, all these things are too bland. Come, I'll treat everyone to meat. Then, he reached inside the package he was carrying and took out 2 pieces of 3-meter-long flying leopard legs and placed them on the table with a bang. Then, one after another, they brought out the barbecued flying panther ribs. These were the leftover roasts from last night's barbecue, which Li 17 had kept until now. Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Hongyao and the others looked at the particularly tenderly roasted flying leopard legs and ribs, and then looked at the small package behind Li XVI's back with puzzled eyes. How did Li 17 take out such a big flying leopard's leg? Also, why does this roast look a little familiar? Soon, Chen Hongyao, and Chen Hongyao all had drastic changes in their expressions. This is the meat of the phantom flying leopard. The skin on the roasted meat was definitely that of a phantom flying leopard. This phantom flying leopard was just like the sheep-horned snake-tailed lion bred by Lu Hongqi. It was a unique animal in Maple Leaf City and there was no way to buy it outside. Li 17 has this roast in his hand. Wouldn't that be? Thinking about this, everyone on the scene developed a rather unpleasant premonition. Chen Hongyao couldn't help but ask, 17, what kind of roasted meat is this and where did you get it? Li 17 cut off a piece of roasted meat and said while eating, last night, picked it up in the mountains. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. What do you mean? In the mountains, you can still pick this up? G18 also ate a piece of flying leopard ribs, and after eating it, he also took out the meteor inverted sea cover, threw it up high in the air and grabbed it again, threw it up again, and grabbed it again, like a toy, playing with it. After seeing this meteor inverted sea cover, Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, Chen Pang, Chen Hongyao, and the others immediately stared at it with their eyes wide open, their expressions becoming incomparably wonderful. Chen Hongyao couldn't even eat his meal, hurriedly spitting out the food in his mouth, looking at G18 with incomparable astonishment. and said in a trembling voice, "Little 18, this thing, where did you get it from?" G18 was stunned and looked at Li 17 out of the corner of his eye. Then he also followed Li XVII's kind of accent and said, "Last night, picked it up in the mountains." After a pause, he then looked at Chen Hongyao suspiciously and said with a naive face, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Chapter 89, Divine Art. Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, Chen Hongyao and the others looked at G18's innocent and doubtful clear eyes, and a heart sank straight to the bottom. What's the problem? There's a big problem here. Especially Chen Shan. Looking at this flying leopard leg and the meteor inverted sea mask that G18 was constantly playing with in his hands, the anger that he had originally thought of going to the Shao family to settle the score after breakfast was instantly extinguished as if he had been poured a pot of cold water. In its place, worry. Phantom flying leopard. A pet exclusive to the Tang family. One of a kind. The fact that Li 17 and G18 ate this meat meant that the two of them must have secretly slaughtered one of the Tang family's phantom flying leopards. There was no way they could have picked it up. Meteor inverted sea mask. One of the three major treasures of the Shao family. Shao Qi's protective treasure. Now that Shao Qi had disappeared and the meteor inverted sea mask had been picked up by G18, it meant that either Li 17 or G18 had already slaughtered Shao Qi. These two kids are so naughty. They're in big trouble. Chen Shan held his forehead with his hand, his heart bursting, for the first time feeling incompetent. There was no way to control these two small children. At this moment, he no longer had the heart to seek revenge on the Shao family. He would have thanked God if the Shao and Tang families didn't come to find trouble with their Chen family. Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, Chen Hongyao, and the others were also holding their foreheads with their hands, their insides jutting out. No eyes. There's really no eyes. At this point, they were beyond certain of two pieces of news. First, the young master of the Tang clan and the phantom flying leopard are presumably gone. Secondly, the disappearance of Shao Qi and Shao Jiang must also have something to do with Li 17 and G18. And it is possible that Shao Qi and the two of them might be gone. From this, it could be seen that there was a reason why the Shao family had made such a big deal of finding trouble with their Chen family. It wasn't clear whether it was a blessing or a curse to have these two mongrels in their Chen family. Chen Shan sighed and said in a serious tone, "Little 17, how about Grandpa discussing something with you?" Li 17 wiped his mouth and said, "Grandpa, you say." Chen Shan said, "Can we not go after the Shao family first? Shao Qi and Shao Jiang would most likely die in the hands of Li 17 and G18, and Li 17 and G18 were now their Chen family. The Chen family was at a disadvantage, so he naturally had no reason to come to the door to find trouble with the Shao family again." Li 17 was puzzled. "They've beaten us to the door. If we don't fight back, won't that be a joke to our friends on the road?" "On the road? A friend?" When Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao and the others heard this, they smiled even more bitterly. "Where did this kid get such a heavy jungle vibe?" Chen Shan said, "You're right about that. But, recently, the Chen family has a lot of things to do, so it's better not to cause trouble for the time being. Can you promise Grandpa not to look for trouble with the Shao family for the first time in these 2 or 3 days?" When he saw that Li 17 looked a bit displeased, he hurriedly said, "Don't be anxious. When Grandpa's injuries are fully healed in 2 or 3 days, Grandpa will accompany you to the Shao family to get back your face." Only then was Li 17 satisfied and reluctantly nodded his head, saying, "All right, Grandpa, you've opened your mouth. What else can I do? Just let the Shao family and the others live for a few more days first." Previously, when Shao Qi and Shao Jiang tried to kill him, he naturally beat those two up severely. So, that was not a mental burden for him at all, because he was not wrong at all. If he hadn't been more powerful, those two would have already slaughtered him. As for where Shao Jiang and Shao Qi had gone, dead or not, he couldn't care less. Now, the Shao family didn't have any enmity with him, so he didn't have to commit death. It was only that the Shao family even dared to threaten the Chen family to exterminate the entire Chen family. It was just too arrogant and domineering to make him upset. The Chen family was now his second home, and here was his grandfather and fiancé sister who treated him especially well, so it was impossible for him not to stand up for the Chen family. Originally, he thought that after breakfast, he would make a trip to the Shao family, arresting the Shao family head and elders to come to the Chen family's door to kneel and admit their mistakes, and take out a vicious breath of air for the Chen family. If the Shao family's attitude was bad and they still wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't let the Shao family off the hook. Now that he heard Chen Shan say this, he could only delay this revenge plan for a bit. Chen Shan and the others were relieved when they heard this. Only then did Chen Shan reveal a smile. All right, everyone eat." After finishing his meal, Li 17 took out the picture drawn by the talisman master and placed it on the table, saying, "Grandpa Chen, this is the picture of my parents. Please help me find it. If you hear anything, be sure to let me know first." Li XVII's parents? Chen, Shan and the others were incomparably curious and came over to watch. The picture is of two young women, about 35 years old, handsome and imposing. The eyebrows are all a bit similar to Li XVII. Chen Shan was puzzled. Little 17, didn't you say you were an abandoned baby? How come there are pictures of your parents? Li XVII said. This is what the talisman master deduced based on the growth of my bones in the past 5 years. And he said that from my growth he would be able to reverse the looks of my parents and say that it would look like this. Chen Pang was puzzled. This talisman master, can he draw accurately? Li XVII solemnly said. Very accurate. Although the rune master was silent. But, in terms of painting, that was definitely a one-of-a-kind existence. 2 years ago, some of Yanjing's trapper gods came to Jinmu prison to seek the help of a talisman master. At that time, the god of capture had only brought 2 photos. One was a photo of an adult demon, who had once caused trouble in Yanjing 20 years ago, and then fled out of the capital, and was nowhere to be found. The other was a picture of a 1-year-old baby, the abandoned illegitimate child of a large family. The rune master drew dozens of drawings in one breath based on the information of these 2 people. Pictures of that baby from age 1 to adulthood to middle age. All drawn. All of the adult demon's appearances from adulthood to disguise to his later years are also recorded. Even what they might be disguised as, the rune master could draw them based on those features. The trapper god left with the rune master's painting, and a month later, he returned to personally thank the rune master. He literally found the 2 men based on the paintings. The camouflage looks of the demon and the 33rd picture drawn by the rune master were exactly the same. That baby had grown to be 20 years old, and had not met with the talisman master, but the looks were exactly the same as the one the talisman master had drawn. As well, when the god of prey spoke, he was all amazed at the rune master, with immense respect and admiration. He had even applied to the highest power center of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Criminal Justice to allow the Fushir to take the blame for his crimes and go back with him to become a member of the criminal investigation team at the Yanjing Spiritual Hub Bureau's headquarters. The Ministry of Justice, on their side, even approved it and wanted to release the rune master. However, the rune master rejected his application and just wanted to stay in the 18th floor of the demon suppression prison, insisting on not going out. Therefore, Li XVII had always been convinced about the drawing skills and deduction of the talisman master, and such drawing skills could be called divine arts. The handsome man and beautiful woman in the picture must be what his parents look like. Chen Shan said. Immediately make copies of this picture, all of the Chen family, one for each of them, and go find it for me. Maple Leaf City, Inner City, Xiao Family. Xiao Zhantian, the Xiao family head, was lying on the hospital bed. His face was pale and shriveled, looking incomparably weak, completely different from the lively and vigorous person he was not long ago. In the battle just now, his shrine was damaged beyond repair and his cultivation plummeted. Xiao Jingtian in the bed next to him was even worse. His cultivation was much weaker than Xiao Zhantian's, and under the attack of the heavenly dragnet and the 7 gods demon slaying formation, his shrine was completely shattered and unable to coalesce. The idol of the newborn god enshrined inside the shrine was also shattered and gone. At this moment, he was completely and utterly reduced to an invalid, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, too grief-stricken to speak. The Chen family is bullying people too much. Damn it, I'm going to kill everyone in the Chen family. Quickly, report to the people above and request for support. This time, even if we have to pour out the entire clan's strength, we will destroy the Chen family and break the G18 into pieces. All the executives up and down the Xiao family looked at the miserable appearance of Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian. All of them were enraged and murderous. Some people had already taken out their Miles transmission notes and were ready to report this matter to the Xiao family's human masters who were still conquering outside, requesting for their support and trying to get them to lead their armies back here to exterminate the Chen family. Xiao Xiong looked at the crowd like this and stood up. His gaze was as cold as a knife, and he said word by word, "Uncles and uncles, there is no need to contact those 4 older brothers. It's not easy for them to build up their careers outside, so you guys give me 3 days. Within 3 days, I will definitely break through to the Qinkuan realm. After I break through the realm, I'll kill my way up, exterminate the entire Chen family, and whip G18's bones to pieces." Chapter 90, Qinkuan Jade. Xiao Xiong's voice was incomparably cold, throwing his voice to the ground with a murderous aura. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, the majestic killing aura spread out, causing the temperature of the entire Xiao family to drop to 0 degrees for it, and a thick layer of frost formed on the ground. Everyone on the scene, all felt an extreme coldness, like falling into the ice cellar. Shivering. Xiao Xiong's terrifying pressure shocked and scandalized everyone. Although he was only in his 20s, he was indeed quite a formidable expert, much stronger than many of the Xiao family's top brass and elders, causing many people at the scene to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. the grand elder of the Xiao family said in a deep voice. There's no problem giving you 3 days. It's just that, within 3 days, will you really be able to make a breakthrough? Xiao Xiong confidently said. Third uncle, don't worry, the goods I ordered will arrive this afternoon, and once the goods arrive, maybe not 3 days, 2 days will be enough. As long as I break through to the Qianquan realm, I'll be invincible in Maple Leaf City. At the mention of the goods, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. The rest of the Xiao family also revealed a strange expression. The grand elder nodded and said, since the goods are almost here, you'll have no problem breaking through. So let the Chen clan and that red-haired brat live for a few more days. Everyone get ready, and step up your seclusion in the past 2 days to strengthen yourself as well. After Xiao Xiong breaks out of the realm, exterminate the Chen family and behead the red hair. The Xiao family used so many soldiers and horses this time, originally wanting to suppress the Chen family and obtain the Chen family's treasure. But the result was that a red-haired kid G18 was killed halfway, causing them to return home in defeat. And not only was the head of the family injured, but there were also deaths. Even the guns of the 2,000 Thunderfire warriors were seized by the Chen family. The face of the world is in disrepute. If their Xiao family didn't finish off the Chen family and get back this face, how could their Xiao family go on in Maple Leaf City in the future? Therefore, for the sake of the Xiao family's face, no matter what happened to the Chen family, they had to exterminate it. The Chen family will be flattened, and the whole family will be killed. Only in this way could the Xiao family's noble status and prestige be maintained. Otherwise, any cat or dog would dare to ride over their heads and Chen family. After breakfast, Chen Shan and Chen Hachio and the others repeatedly urged Li 17 not to display the flying leopard meat in front of outsiders, and G18 not to display the meteor inverted sea mask in front of outsiders. Although Li 17 and G18 didn't really understand, they still listened and put their things away. Then the two of them went to shower and go back to their rooms to sleep. Staying up all night last night was pretty exhausting too. G18 had lived for so long, it was the first time he had used a human faucet and shower to take a bath, and he didn't even know what to do with the whole thing. Li 17 took a shower while disliking it. You don't even know how to use the faucet and shower. You're clumsy. G18 looked aggrieved. Master, I'm just a chicken. I haven't used these things. Besides, I'm still wearing the flying leopard treasure clothes, and I don't need to wash them. Isn't it difficult for a chicken to take a bath like a human? Li 17 glared at him. What, master or not? Call cousin. Also, you think you don't have to shower with your clothes on? Dirty and smelly. Don't mess up my bed. After saying that, he picked up the shower and gave G18 a bath, and helped him rub the shower gel once. After both of them had showered, they both changed into a clean set of clothes and lay down on the floor, ready to sleep. Chicken felt not at all uncomfortable or ill at ease. Despite his satin garments, he, a demon king, has to wear another suit after wearing the precious clothes. Isn't this farting through his clothes and being redundant? He was about to complain to Li 17, but when he turned around, Li 17 was already huffing and puffing. Li 17 is the time to grow his body, although he is very powerful, but also cannot hold up to stay up all night. Naturally, sleepy, fell down to sleep. G18 had no choice but to be next to Li 17, his eyes closed tightly, slowly sleeping. Only, when he slept, his spirit remained taut. The Demon King himself was at odds with humans, and now that he was in human society, he naturally had to be careful and vigilant in every way. So, it was supposed to be a daytime routine, but now it can't sleep at all. Maple Leaf City, inner city, a carriage sped along the highway. Inside the carriage, Lu Shirshir chided. Master, you were too impulsive. You shouldn't have agreed to Li XVII's. Letting the Chen family join the Divine Soldier Company's business is not up to us. If the people above blame us, I'm afraid we'll all have to eat our words. Besides, she looked at Lu Hongqi, wanting to speak, did not continue, just a worried face. Lu Hongqi suddenly agreed to let the Chen family join, also promised to give Li 17 bullets and thunder fire cannons. This is a complete violation of the operation. Once the above to pursue down, their Lu family may have to bear a big risk. Perhaps, their Lu family would also have to bear the wrath from the city lord's office and from above. The city master's mansion, that is still fine. After all, it is only the small Maple Leaf City master's mansion. The 9th grade sesame officer, do not need to put it in the heart. However, if the big officials above blamed them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Hongqi looked at Lu Shirshir smilingly and said, Shirshir, you've dealt with Li 17. Don't you still know that Li 17 has a treasure on him? Promise to let the Chen family join and give bullets and thunderfire cannons. That's all worth it. Old master, what you're saying, I don't understand. Lu Shirshir frowned. Lu Hongqi didn't explain, but handed her the snakeskin bag and said, look at the treasures in here and you'll understand. Lu Shirshir took the snakeskin bag and took a look at it. Then her eyes glowed with surprise, so happy that she was almost ready to jump up. It was full of treasures and, moreover, more than twice as valuable as the previous ones. She hastily covered the bag with surprise. Being too ecstatic, she couldn't say a word after half a day of this. Lu Hongqi smiled. With these treasures as a bridge to the higher-ups, and with the help of those higher-ups, the rise of our Lu family once again is just around the corner. Therefore, a small matter like allowing the Chen family to join the Divine Soldier House is nothing at all. Not to mention joining, it would be worth it to give the entire Divine Soldier House to the Chen clan and Li XVII. As he spoke, he also got a little excited. Lu Shirshir is also a person who has seen the world, and quickly came back to her senses from that kind of surprise and shock, and hurriedly put the things away and returned them to Lu Hongqi. She struggled to take a deep breath, struggled to calm herself. It was only after a while that she finally regained her composure and said in a trembling voice, "Old master, you said, what exactly is this Li XVII? How come he has so many treasures?" Lu Hongqi shook his head and said, "I don't know, but there's a treasure in this bag. It's the Qianquan treasure jade of the once holy sun of the Great Diffusion Holy Land. It's always been warmed up by the holy sun. It's a heavenly grade 9 treasure. 15 years ago, that saint's son became possessed and went on a killing spree, beheading 8 Hongmeng realm brocade guards from the Dragon Kingdom and slaughtering hundreds of miles of residents before disappearing. Now that this Qianquan jade has appeared in the hands of Li XVII, what do you think? You mean to say that Li XVII is the heir of the holy son of the Great Diffusion Holy Land?" Lu Shirshir was stunned. Lu Hongqi shook his head and said, although the Great Diffusion Saint's son is strong, he is certainly not qualified to be Li XVII's master. He had personally seen Li XVII's terrifying. A leopard skin sewn with his hands could turn him into an evil spirit. Such a bizarre and terrifying means was definitely not something that the Great Diffusion Saint's son could possess. Lu Shirshir was even more puzzled. What exactly is the origin of that Li XVII? How come he has the Great Diffusion Saint's son's Qianquan jade? Lu Hongqi seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, "The Qianquan treasure jade is the sacred sun's original treasure. It would never be given away. Either Li XVII killed the sacred sun and snatched the treasure jade. Either that, or Li XVII snatched it from the Great Diffusion Saint's son. Either possibility can only mean one thing: Li XVII, even more terrifying than the demonized Saint Son of Great Diffusion, can kill the Hongmeng realm." Chapter 91, Thunder and Fire Cannon. Lu Hongqi said this and swallowed hard, his eyes filled with horror and scorn. He had survived from inside that massacre in Yanjing and had seen enough to know how terrifying the Great Diffusion Saint's son was back then. A Hongmeng realm cultivator would have a place even in Yanjing. The 8 Hongmeng realm cultivators who fought against the Saint Son of Great Diffusion back then were the renowned 8 heroes of Yanjing. Each one of them was at the 8th level of the Hongmeng realm with incomparably strong strength. Any random person who came down to Maple Leaf City would be able to obliterate this city of hundreds of miles with their own power. After all, affected by the shortage of gong methods, Maple Leaf City had not seen any Qianquan realm cultivators for many years now, and the strongest were only Burning Sky realm cultivators. A Hongmeng realm cultivator was a heavenly existence if he was in Maple Leaf City. However, it was such a terrifying 8 cultivators that were obliterated by the Great Diffusion Saint's son with his own strength. Now that the Great Diffusion Saint's son's original magic treasure appeared in Li XVII's hands, in all likelihood, the Great Diffusion Saint's son had been killed off. Otherwise, with the character of the Great Diffusion Saint's son, he would definitely chase Li XVII all over the world. When Lu Shirshir heard this, she also trembled. "Master, you're not joking, are you? Li XVII is even more powerful than the Great Diffusion Saint's son who has entered the demonic realm? He's only that young and he's already surpassed the Hongmeng realm cultivators? Even if one had started cultivating from one's mother's womb, one would not have progressed so rapidly and had such a terrifying strength." Lu Hongqi shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Anyway, this Li XVII is not something we can afford to offend." Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Shirshir immediately pointed to the snakeskin bag and said in a trembling voice, "These treasures, could they all have been obtained by him slaughtering other people? The Qianquan treasure jade, the innate magic treasure of the demonized Saint Son of the Great Diffusion. Then wouldn't all the things that Li XVII gave them be murderous and overkill as well? If that was the case, then all the magic treasures that Li XVII had given them were incomparably hot potatoes." However, she turned her thoughts to another possibility. If it was all about killing people to get rid of their goods, then the owners of the goods were all gone, and no one would be able to retaliate against them. The Divine Soldier Ro and the Lu family. The thought reassured her. Lu Hongqi said, "No matter what, this is a treasure that will help us return to Yanjing. Also, you must remember, this Li XVII is very powerful. We can't afford to mess with him. I'm afraid the entire Maple Leaf City can't afford to mess with him." Ryushi nodded. Even if Li XVII didn't kill the Great Diffusion Saint's son, but just by the means that he was able to snatch the Chen Kuan treasure jade from the Great Diffusion Saint's son's hands, it was still incomparably difficult to deal with. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility and her face was grave. Master, no matter what the reason is, Li XVII's identity and origin is always a trouble. Will we be stirring up trouble if we cooperate with him? Lu Hongqi nodded. Will. Ryushi was stunned. Will, so we're still working with him? Lu Hongqi swept her a glance. His identity and origin are so mysterious and difficult to mess with. How can we get out of this if we don't work with him? Furthermore, he was pointing a gun at me. What do you want me to do? Do you think he won't shoot me in a fit of rage? Ryushi was silent. Yes, Li XVII was so difficult to deal with that he was able to snatch the treasure of the demonized saint's son of Great Diffusion. Who else was he afraid of? At that time, if they didn't agree, maybe Li XVII would really shoot Lu Hongqi. Lu Hongqi solemnly said, regardless of what Li XVII's identity is. In short, wealth and riches are at stake. Cooperating with him at this stage will do us all the good and none of the harm. We'll make other plans when we're qualified to leave Maple Leaf City and go live in a better place. Ryushi nodded in agreement. In this current situation, their Lu family could only bet on Li XVII's body. Lu Hongqi said, when we go back, I'll be in charge of the communication from above. You immediately prepare the bullets, thunderfire cannon and the joining contract. We'll go to the Chen family together and finalize the cooperation. Ryushi said, good. Chen family, bedroom. Li XVII and G18 slept until 11 o'clock at noon. When they were hungry, after washing up, it was only after Chen Hongyao's call that the two of them went out and, together with Chen Hongyao, headed to the restaurant for dinner. Chen Hongyao looked at Li XVII gratefully and said, Little 17, I'm really thankful to you for what happened today. Li XVII smiled and said, it's a small matter, just a show of hands. Chen Hongyao smiled and touched his hair lovingly. How modest. She found herself liking Li XVII more and more, and Li XVII was really cute when he smiled. Then, she looked at G18. Little 18, thank you as well. G18 waved his hand with an old-fashioned expression. It's fine. No need to be polite. When Chen Hongyao saw G18's young and old Chen's appearance, he couldn't help but hold back a bit and couldn't help but rub his hands on G18's head of red hair. G18's brows furrowed in irritation. He was a demon king that even the Lord of Maple Leaf City was afraid of. And now he was being touched on his head by a little girl from the new habitat? What's the difference between that and humiliating him? Can't stand it. He just wanted to snap, but he ended up being glared at by Li XVII. So he had no choice but to put away his anger. There are times when it's better to endure. The three of them quickly arrived at the restaurant. And at this time, Chen Shan, Chen Haiqiu and the others were there, as were Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir. After Lu Hongqi saw Li XVII, he immediately said respectfully, Master 17, the bullets and thunderfire cannon you asked for have been brought. They are right outside. Please check and receive them. Li XVII looked overjoyed, and without saying a word, he immediately rushed out of the door. In the yard outside the dining room, there were 20 boxes of shells and 2 thunderfire cannons. Next to the thunderfire cannon were 2 boxes of shells. Li XVII's eyes glowed as he looked at the 2 thunderfire cannons. Cool. He stepped forward, knocking east and touching west, growing more and more satisfied. The quality of this stuff is, indeed, very good. Then, like a monkey, he jumped onto the thunderfire cannon and climbed on top of the 4-meter-high thunderfire cannon's barrel, shoving his young head inside the barrel to watch. Inside the gun barrel, a variety of lightning and fire talismans were densely painted, flashing with some kind of special light. Seeing these talismanic seals, Li XVII hemmed and hawed. It's good, but these talismanic seals are not powerful enough. In a while, I'll have to strengthen them. He slid down from the top of the 4-meter-high barrel and opened the case, his eyes lighting up even more when he saw one black shell after another that was bigger than his head. These shells, good stuff. He picked up a shell, scrutinized it, and sniffed it with his nose, more than satisfied. The materials of this cannonball and the rune patterns inside were all of superior quality, and the quality of the sulfur was even more superb. And with the power of the rune seal, as long as the cannonball exploded, the lethality was terrifying. Li XVII took the cannonball and looked at the thunderfire cannon again, inwardly having an urge to ignite this thunderfire cannon. Fire a cannon and try the power of this thunder and fire cannon. It's sure to be better than the fireworks on New Year's Eve when you were a kid. Chapter 92 Wherever the blade goes, there is my kingdom. Li XVII turned back, looked at Lu Hongqi and Chen Shan and the others, and asked excitedly, 2 grandfathers, where can this cannon hit? How about bombarding the Shao family? Those people from the Shao family are too arrogant, and they want to exterminate the entire Chen family at the drop of a hat. Therefore, He wanted to shell the Xiao family to see if he could kill all those powerful experts of the Xiao family in one shot. When these words came out, Chen Shan and Lu Hongqi were startled. Lu Hongqi quickly said, Master 17. This cannot be allowed. Li 17 was puzzled. Why? Lu Hongqi explained. Private possession of firearms and cannons. This would have been a felony of treason and would have resulted in a full house. Now that your Chen family has become a partner of the Divine Soldier Company, you can legally hold guns and cannons. But the guns and cannons, those are used to defend against foreigners, evil spirits, and mountain bandits. Once you use it for urban infighting, it's just as much a crime of treason, and just as much of a crime that will result in a full house. That's right, little 17. Even if we have this kind of weapon, we can't use it privately. We have to listen to the dispatch from above. Chen Shan also hurriedly explained. Although they had been together for a short period of time, they all knew what kind of temper Li 17 had. When this kid says he'll shell you, he'll really shell you. Once Li 17 opened fire in the city, the consequences were unimaginable. Not only would the Chen family suffer, the Lu family would also be questioned. After all, they were all just small clans in small border towns, completely incomparable to the real powerful clans. And once there was a shelling of the city, and the higher-ups blamed them, they would all have to die, and the 9 clans would be eliminated. When Li 17 heard this, he frowned slightly. What kind of bull regulations? Heaven and earth are not kind to take everything as a ruminant. Can't the Xiao family be taken as a ruminant if little master is not kind? There is a Buddhist saying, getting rid of evil is yang shan. The Xiao family is so arrogant and overbearing, and if they don't move, they want to exterminate the whole clan. So they must be bad guys at heart, and I am totally doing a good deed by shelling such bad guys, and this one should be decapitated all over the family? The above really wanted the small master full of death. Then the small master directly rebel. Hit his that Lingxiao palace. I'll take him to the heavenly palace. The moment these words came out, everyone at the scene shuddered. Chen Shan hurriedly stepped forward and covered Li XVII's mouth, his face pale as he said, My little 17 this kind of words can't be said indiscriminately. This is a great crime of killing the head. Lu Hongqi's face was also pale and frightened. Chen Huzhou, Chen Filong, Lu Shishir, Chen Hongyao, and the others were also trembling with fear and sweating profusely at this moment, looking at Li 17 with incomparable trepidation. Not to mention them, even a demon king like G18 was taken aback by Li XVI's words. Even dare to talk about rebellion, Li 17 is too lawless. Li 17 broke Qin Shan's big hand, blinked her big eyes, and said doubtfully, Why can't this be said? When he was in the devil's prison, the divine worker didn't talk about this kind of rebellion. Even the divine worker said that if he could leave the demon-suppressing prison alive, he would sooner or later one day seek to settle the score with the first emperor, topple over that great hall, behead the first emperor, and make a mess of the world. Not just the divine worker, but the trio of tailor, cook, and rune master were all lawless as well. The cook, in particular, said he would chop off the head of the first emperor, hollow it out, and use it as a night jug. The tailor also said that he would skin the whole dynasty and use it to make 100 garments. Although the female doctor didn't say anything, she also shared the same intentions as the divine worker, both saying that if she could leave the devil-suppressing prison alive, she would also seek to settle the score with the Son of Heaven. Under their influence, Li 17 also developed a lawless character, honoring himself, disregarding all laws, and fearing neither the sky nor the earth. Chen Shan looked around vigilantly, and after realizing that no one was paying attention, he then whispered, The law stipulates that you cannot say these words of rebellion, and if you do, you will be held accountable, with a light penalty of 30 lashes, and a heavy penalty of death, with the whole family being decapitated. Lu Hongqi also hurriedly said, As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, we must abide by these laws. There are no rules. Li 17 shook his head and said seriously, Both grandfathers? Then you are wrong. My grandpa and the tailor both said the same thing. Laws and rules are used to restrain the weak. Strong men break the rules, make the rules. Tinkling of small bells. As he spoke, Li 17 pulled out the killing knife behind his back, pointed it forward, and coldly said, I don't care what territory, country or even planet's rules and laws this is. I am free, and no one can restrain me. Not the towns, not the country, not the planet, not the true God. Where the blade goes, there is my kingdom. I'll cut down whoever dares to obstruct my path. God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. Accompanying the utterance of these words, a strong unyielding aura filled out from his body, rising up to the heavens and reaching the sky. Rumble. In an instant, the wind rose and the sky and earth changed color. Above the firmament, a burst of thunder suddenly rang out. Thunder was like a dragon, traveling above the sky. The true god of the sun was startled, and his huge eyes turned and slowly looked this way. Streams of fire rolled and erupted, cutting through the sky and watching the land. With just one glance, everyone at the scene felt the heat rising, as if they were in a furnace, being scorched by the flames, being scalded to the point where their flesh was red. Shan's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Little 17, quickly, put away your chi." Li 17 frowned slightly and put his aura away as he was told. After his aura was withdrawn, the Sun True God's eyes swept away before moving away completely. Only then did the crowd feel the hot, sizzling sensation on their bodies disappear, and all of them fell to the ground, sweating profusely and panting. It wasn't just them, the entire Maple Leaf City was startled, all unable to resist the terrifying pressure of the true god of the sun, and everyone in the city fell to their knees, trembling. In that instant just now, everyone up and down Maple Leaf City had the feeling that they were about to enter a flaming inferno, being racked on the flames and roasted, the shadow of death looming over their entire body. It was only after the Sun True God's gaze moved away that the rolling burning sensation completely disappeared. What the hell is going on here? Why is the Sun True God looking our way? Damn! Who on earth has provoked the true god of the sun here? It couldn't be that a calamity-level evil spirit has appeared in our city, could it? Quick! Someone from the police station. Check the whole city thoroughly to see what's going on here. All the top officials of the city lord's mansion and the 9 great clans were all sweating profusely and discussing, and then they quickly dispatched their own soldiers and horses to surround the whole city and investigate. And people were on edge. Even the high and mighty city lord and the senior members of the 9 great clans were all panicked and terrified at this moment. If the true god of the sun really watched this place and moved in a shocking rage, the roiling streams of fire would pour down like the Milky Way, and it wouldn't take more than a second for their hundreds of miles-long city to directly turn into a sea of magma and fire, and everyone would be turned into charcoal within an instant, and then go up in smoke. They, naturally, fear this outcome. Huffing and puffing, at the Chen family castle, Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, G18, Chen Hongyao, Chen Hongyao and Lu Shishir were all sitting on the ground, panting heavily, sweating profusely, with fear written all over their eyes. The moment the true god of the sun was gazing at them just now, they felt as if their shrines were going to be burned to the ground, and they were simply powerless to resist, desperate beyond measure. That feeling of being at the mercy of others scared them all. Among the scene, only Li 17 stood like a mountain, unperturbed, tinkling of small bells. Li 17 withdrew his sword back into its sheath and said faintly, "Not even a word. What a petty god." Once these words came out, Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, G18 and the others looked at Li 17 with even more horrified and strange eyes. Disrespecting the king and the emperor, and even killing the high and mighty god. This child is not a childish talker. He is truly lawless. Chapter 93, No Divine Fetus? It was unknown how long it took for Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi and the others to recover. They wiped their sweat, all of them having the feeling of having escaped from the ghost gate. Their faces heavy. Chen Shan stood up and looked solemnly at Li 17, saying, "Little 17, remember, never say such words again." Li 17 still wanted to say something, but Chen Shan didn't give him a chance to speak at all, and continued, "Grandpa knows that you're not afraid, but have you ever thought that if you really piss off the true god, and the true god's stream of fire pours down, the people or things that you value may all die? What if your parents were in this city and were killed by divine punishment sent down by the true god because of you? Have you thought about that possibility?" Li 17 was struck by an electric shock when he heard this. Yeah, he was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and he himself had long been practiced to the extent that water and fire were invulnerable, but his parents might be afraid. In case the true god sent down divine punishment and burned his parents to ashes because of his words, wouldn't he become a true orphan? Thinking of this, Li XVI's small face became serious and said, "Grandpa, thank you for your reminder. I will never say such words again." As he spoke, he mentally added, "I'll say it again when I find my parents." When he found his parents, he could protect them, and when the true god tried to make a move against his parents, then he would rebel against this heaven and behead this god. Chen Shan sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, fortunately, he is still a small child, educate him, and he can still be saved. Otherwise, once this kind of counter-heavenly thought is formed, in the future, even if they don't die at the hands of the true gods, they will die at the hands of those great powers of the first emperor. He was a native of the Dragon Kingdom and knew how terrifying the power of the Dragon Kingdom's great power weapon was. It was said that it was a magic treasure that surpassed the heavenly grade and was infinitely powerful. The first emperor relied on the magic power of that great power in the first place to sweep away the 8 wastelands and rebuild the Dragon Kingdom on top of the ruins. Even if Li 17 was stronger, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight against that artifact and would be subdued into pieces. Chen Hongyao, Lu Hongqi, Chen Hongyao, Lu Shishir, and the others also stood up from the ground, frantically wiping their sweat, their hearts beating like thunder. At this time, G18 looked at Li 17 with incomparable curiosity and said, "Cousin, how come you weren't affected by the true God's mighty pressure just now?" Skip class of students. Once these words came out, everyone on the scene looked at Li 17 with even more puzzled eyes. Li 17 asked, "Little Master is invincible. How could he be affected by the gaze of a small god in the district?" Lu Hongqi said, "No." Chen Shan also said, "No." Seeing them like this, Li 17 was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Chen Shan looked Li 17 up and down, his eyes even more puzzled. As we all know, the human race relies solely on the blessings of the true gods, granting shrines and divine fetuses, in order to cultivate and possess the ability to reach the heavens and the earth. Therefore, every human being is affected by the true God. Even for the first emperor, he was given an extreme divine fetus by the true God, which allowed him to become stronger and be called the Son of God, a child of God. He's such a powerful person, sweeping across the 8 wastelands, invincible under the heavens, but he's also affected by the true God's mighty pressure, and as soon as the true God moves a single thought, his shrine will also be imprisoned. So how are you unaffected? As he spoke, he looked at Li 17 with an even more puzzled look. Not being under the control of a true God, this kind of thing, he had never seen before. Lu Hongqi also looked over and asked curiously, "Little 17, what kind of shrine is on you? What kind of divine fetus is enshrined in the shrine?" It wasn't just him who was curious. Everyone at the scene was incredibly curious. Li 17 said, "The shrine should be quite ordinary like you guys. However, unlike you guys, I don't have a divine fetus." Chen Shan said in a deep voice, "Impossible. Everyone has a divine fetus. It's impossible for you not to have one." Lu Hongqi, Chen Huqiu and the others nodded their heads in deep disbelief. In this world, babies are given shrines by the true God as soon as they are born, and when a child is 3 years old, there is a ceremony in which the true God bestows blessings, and the true God will give different divine fetuses to be enshrined on top of the shrines, depending on the different shrines and physical qualities of each person, in order to facilitate the cultivation of the human race. Therefore, it was impossible for Li 17 to not have a divine child. Little Master is honest and good boy, will never lie. Say no is no, I will show you. Li 17 didn't talk nonsense and directly sacrificed the shrine at the back of his head. The crowd looked over, only to see that Li Xii's shrine was indeed very ordinary, with a closed door and an ancient appearance, only as big as Li Xii's brain. It didn't look like a particularly superb shrine, but rather like a shrine that was common all over the streets. It's plain, and, with no luster, it looks kind of dull and plain. Chen Shan asked, "Little 17, you really don't have a divine child?" Li 17 didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the door of the shrine. The crowd looked over and saw that inside the shrine there was a desk with a small incense burner on it. In the incense burner, 3 sticks of incense were inserted. Other than that, there were no offerings. Moreover, the back of the desk was white as a thick fog, and nothing could be seen. The aroma curled up and floated all the way into the white mist. That white fog was so thick that it was impossible to see what was inside. When Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi and the others saw this scene, they looked at each other, all confused. It is well known that divine births are generally offered inside shrines, the equivalent of a seed, planted in an altar unique to the shrine, as long as the cultivator followed the gong method to cultivate, instilling the true qi and blood qi in his body into the altar, warming the divine fetus and prompting it to take root and draw out shoots. He was cultivating to the spiritual sprout realm. After the divine fetus germinated, the true qi in the cultivator's body would be transformed by the spirit buds, allowing the true qi to become more pure. The amount of true qi would increase, and the speed at which the true qi operated would become faster due to the presence of the spirit buds. In this way, the cultivator's strength would also skyrocket and become stronger and stronger. After the spiritual buds consolidate and mature, the spiritual buds will change into the original shape of the divine fetus. Some people's divine fetus is a knife. Some people is a mahjong. Some people will remain a seed. Thousands of strange changes. Many kinds of variations. This is the divine fetus realm. If one wanted the divine fetus to have more changes, then one would need to cultivate an even more profound and inexplicable technique. Gathering spirit, collecting some sort of spirit in the heavens and earth and integrating it into the divine fetus, so that the divine fetus would possess the spirit. Then the divine fetus would completely come to life, and the divine tire would come to life completely. After the divine fetus gathering spirit came to life, the cultivator was cultivating to the spirit gathering realm. Of course, this so-called spirit was not a spirit-level evil spirit, but another distinctive power. At the spirit gathering realm, a cultivator's true qi would become more pure and majestic, and the power that erupted would be even more terrifying. Moreover, after the divine fetus gathered spirit, it would also feed back to the cultivator, so that the cultivator's physical body would also become stronger, with wider meridians and more condensed flesh and blood. However, there was no altar in Li XVII's shrine, just a small coffee table, incense burner and 3 sticks of incense, and other than that, there was no divine child. Shan asked, Little 17, what's going on? You really don't have a divine birth? Li 17 nodded his head and said, ever since I could sacrifice the shrine, the 3 incense sticks in the shrine have always existed, and the white mist has always existed, but there just isn't a divine child, and I can't sense the presence of the divine child. When these words came out, Shan, Lu Hongqi, G18 and the others looked at each other even more blankly and were even more confused. This situation with Li 17 is without precedent and unheard of. With their knowledge base, they can't even comprehend such things. G18 stared at the white mist in Li XVI's shrine that was so thick that it couldn't be melted, and curiously said, Cousin, could it be that your divine child is hidden inside the white mist? Chapter 94, Mysterious Existence in the White Mist? G18 was an evil sneaky demon king who cultivated in a different way than the human race. The human race possessed shrines with divine fetuses bestowed by the true god, and only needed to cultivate the divine fetuses according to the Gong method. Evil spirits cultivate their own inner elixir. They would devour the evil power in the moonlight and incorporate it into their own inner Dan, continuously forging the inner Dan to form demon cores, demon dawn, and even higher level jindans. It didn't know much about divine fetuses, but it did know that any cultivator would possess a divine fetus. Li 17 possessed such a strong and terrifying power, it was impossible that he didn't have a divine child. Now that Li 17 possessed a shrine, and also possessed such terrifying power that he was able to blast one of its arms into a bloody mist with a single punch, then Li 17 must be in possession of a divine child bestowed by a true god. Li 17 said, I can't see it myself. You guys help me see if there is a divine child in the white mist. His shrine was strange in that he himself could only sense the coffee table, the incense burner, and the 3 incense burners, but even he couldn't sense what was actually in the white mist. The inside of the white mist seemed to be a space of its own, completely detached from his senses, not even belonging to his own body, and he couldn't manipulate or sense anything inside. Hearing Li 17 say that, Shan and the others hurriedly came over with their heads, wanting to take a closer look at the white mist. At this time, Li 17 seemed to have thought of something again and said, You guys look at the return. Don't move around. I heard from the tailor and the cook in them that there is something quite terrifying hidden in the white mist of my shrine, and that thing will only appear when I am unconscious and in danger of my life, so you guys mustn't anger what's inside. When the crowd heard this, they were startled and hurriedly moved away from Li 17. Although they didn't know what kind of characters the tailor and cook in Li XVI's mouth were, they only appeared when Li 17 was unconscious and his life was in danger, which meant that what was in there was even more powerful and terrifying than Li 17. They'd be dead if they touched something like that. So, they didn't dare to get close at all, not to mention getting close. Even watching from afar, they felt dangerous. Even, they didn't dare to use their true chi or spells to observe, for fear of angering what was in the white mist, and could only use their naked eyes to watch. They concentrated on looking over and still saw nothing. Hongyao asked, Little 17, are you sure that terrifying beings really reside in the white mist of your shrine? Li 17 nodded his head affirmatively. There must be. At the age of 3, he wasn't too powerful, but he was still able to uproot the Chu family in an unconscious state. He had also discussed it with the cook, Jizo and the others, and finally concluded that after he had passed out, it was the terrifying being in the white mist of his shrine that had manipulated his body and accomplished everything. Shan, Lu Hongqi and the others looked at each other with shock and disbelief in their eyes. A terrifying being, hidden in Li XVI's shrine, was still able to prevent Li 17 from sensing and making calls. One could imagine how mysterious and unattainable that being was. Li 17 asked, Did you guys see anything? Shan, Lu Hongqi, Hongyao, and the others all shook their heads, stating that they hadn't seen anything. Li 17 had no choice but to call it quits, taking the shrine back into his body and saying, Forget it, even Earth Hidden and Cook and the others can't see it. You guys probably can't either. Seeing him like this, Shan couldn't help but comfort him. Little 17, it's fine. You don't have to worry about the divine fetus. 1 month from now, there will be a true God's blessing ceremony in our Maple Leaf City, and when that time comes, you'll be able to definitely be blessed by the true God and obtain a divine fetus by attending as a student of our Chen clan's martial arts school. Li 17 shook his head nonchalantly. It's fine. The divine tire isn't a good thing. It doesn't matter if you don't want it. If having a divine birth was going to be controlled by a true God, then he would rather not have a divine birth. What true gods? What emperors? Where better to be alone, free and uninhibited. Shan said. That won't do. You're an 8-year-old. How can you not have a student status? Give me your account book and ID card. I'll enroll you in school later. Li 17 was puzzled. Account book? Identity card? What is this? Shan was even more puzzled. You don't have a household register or ID card? Li 17 blinked his eyes, still feeling puzzled, not knowing what the account book and ID card were. Hongyao patiently explained. These two things are props used to record your identity. Every person who is born has to be registered and enrolled in the relevant departments of the Dragon Kingdom, so that they can be considered a resident of the Dragon Kingdom and enjoy the corresponding benefits of the Dragon Kingdom. Li 17 came to a realization, shook his head, and said, I was picked up by Grandpa, and Grandpa and the others all live at the bottom of the flyover, so they don't have a household account at all, and they can't apply for a household account or ID card for me. Shan, Lu Hongqi, Chen Hongyao and the others looked at each other. It turns out that Li 17 is still a black household. Shan glanced at Lu Hongqi. Lu Hongqi immediately understood and said, Don't worry, our Lu family has a doorway in this matter. Xiao Xii's account will be given to us to handle, and it will be entered into your Chen family's account book. Only then did Shan nod in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, Lu Hongqi, Lu Shishir, and Shan completed the signing, and the Chen family officially became a franchise businessman of the Divine Soldier Company. And all sorts of legal documents were processed and sent to the Chen family at the first time. Since then, every member of the Chen family has had the right to legally carry a gun. Just as Lu Hongqi wanted to leave, Li 17 did something that caught his attention again. Under his gaze, Li 17 carried the cannon with one hand and stuffed it into the package at his waist. The 4-meter-long gun barrel and the huge gun carriage were also stuffed into his package. Such a scene didn't just catch Lu Hongqi's attention, but also the attention of everyone on the scene. Everyone, dumbfounded. That huge thunderfire cannon had really been stuffed into a tiny package? These movements of Li 17 were like a magic trick, incomparably fantastic, making all of them doubt their lives. Lu Hongqi's eyes immediately glowed, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world, and he exclaimed, This is a space magic weapon? Nasuya in the mustard seed. He had only heard of such a spatial artifact before, but, after so many years of engaging in trading in the Divine Soldier line, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. At this moment, his eyes glowed as he looked at that package on Li XVI's waist. He walked over with incomparable excitement, eyeballing the parcel around Li XVI's waist, getting more and more excited as he said, Master 17, this thing of yours, is it for sale? Li 17 swept him a glance. If you sell, how much do you offer? Don't lie to me, you know the consequences. When Lu Hongqi heard this, he immediately remembered last night's experience and swallowed in some horror, not daring to speak rashly at all. At the same time, he was frantically estimating the value of this package of Li 17 in his brain. Chapter 95 Stargazing. In the end, he sighed and said helplessly, Master 17, I'm sorry, I'm so clumsy that I really can't judge how much this storage bag of yours is worth. Although he came from a big family in Yinjing and had seen a lot of things. However, things like space spells were too rare. Even in Yinjing it was a rarity that would be seen once in 100 years, and only the royal superpowers would possess them. Him, not seen. So, there was no way for him to judge the value of this thing. Li 17 sniffed with a pang of disappointment. Lu Hongqi continued, although I don't know how much it's worth, I dare to guess that it must be worth a lot of money. Master 17, what is the name of this magic treasure of yours? Li 17 touched the parcel bag on his waist and said, Shen Kuan bag. He had picked this up inside the dark space on the 18th floor of the demon prison. On that day, he rode his big dog Shimeji into the darkest part of the prison and dashed far, far away to a ruin. This ruin is littered with bones. The white bones were ghastly, and there were broken halberds and broken swords all over the place. Moreover, that ruin was so gloomy and chilly that even the big dog Shimeji was frozen by that kind of cold. The Qiankuan bag, it was found inside that ruin. After he brought this thing back, the Earth Store, Divine Worker, Taylor and the others were all incredibly shocked, as if they had discovered some new continent, excitedly asking him where this Qiankuan bag came from. Then, the 6 of them discussed on the sidelines behind Li XVI's back. It wasn't long before the 6 of them set off, pulling the big dog with them, and together they disappeared into the darkness. It was only after the next day that the 6 of them, one dog, returned in a state of disarray. At that time, the 6 people of Earth Store and Divine Worker were so badly injured that they lay in the room for a full 3 days and 3 nights before awakening. After Earth Store awakened, the first thing he did was to find Li 17, explain to him the name of this magic treasure, Qiankuan bag. and teach Li 17 how to use this Qiankuan bag. Lu Hongqi sniffed and immediately complimented. Good name, Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, and the others all nodded with deep concern as well. To be able to use the word Qiankuan as its name, it was evident that this magic treasure was indeed unfathomable. Li 17 smiled and said, I don't know if the name is good or not. I don't know how to name it anyway. All I know is that this thing is really good and can hold a lot of things. G18 stood on the side and blankly glanced at Li 17. If you knew how to name, I wouldn't be called by this crappy name. He had always had a nagging feeling about his name being called G18. What kind of is G18? Isn't it good to be called Chicken Brother in a big way? He was complaining about Li 17's ability to pick names, not realizing that he was half a caddy himself. Lu Hongqi made a few more small talk before excusing himself and leaving. Right at this moment, Li 17 called out to him, and took his parents' portrait, and handed it to him. Elder Lu, mobilize your connections and help me find my parents. Parents? Lu Hongqi froze when he heard this, and then he immediately understood and took the portrait, saying, Master 17, leave this matter to me. Li 17 asked, how long will it take you to check the entire Maple Leaf City and the towns around Maple Leaf City? Lu Hongqi thought carefully and said, it will take at least 20 days. Li 17 sniffed with a pang of disappointment. It seemed that he still needed to spend at least 20 days here before he could depart for Yanjing. Lu Hongqi looked at the portrait and then looked at Li 17, feeling that the portrait and Li 17 did resemble each other. By this time, he was all a bit curious. What could they be? A couple that could give birth to such a powerful son as Li 17? With this strong doubt, Lu Hongqi said goodbye to Li 17 and left with Lu Shishir. Chen Shan and the others watched Lu Hongqi and the two of them leave before they collected those certificates, their mood incomparably excited. With these certificates, their Chen family was legally armed, and with those magic treasures given by Li 17, as long as they were given time, their Chen family could become the #1 family in Maple Leaf City. Especially Chen Pang, holding a thunder fire gun, touched the magic treasure Li 17 had given him, his eyes excited. Now even if the experts of the Star Society arrive, I'll be able to finish them off. Chen Hongyao swept him a glance and said, just you still want to fight against the Star Society's assassins? What are you thinking? Don't know how to die. Chen Filong also opened his mouth to advise. The experts of the Star Society, those are incomparably strong and terrifying existences, rich in combat experience, can be called great devils. Each and every one of them is a cunning and treacherous jackal. It is simply impossible for someone like you to be a rival of others. Chen Hongyao, Chen Wei and the others also nodded, indicating that Chen Pang was no match for the Star Society's experts. After all, Chen Pang was still only at the spirit-gathering realm, while the cultivators of the Star Society were all at the Burning Sky realm one by one, and he was 2 big realms behind others. Chen Pang was suppressed by them and immediately had an ugly expression. His mouth skimmed and he couldn't say a word. Chen Hongyao came to be interested at this time and looked at Chen Shan, asking, Grandpa, do you know about the Star Society? Why are they so evil? Feeding on human divine fetuses? Chen Pang also asked. Yes, Grandpa. Why do those people from the Star Society do that kind of harm? Aren't they afraid of heaven's wrath? Chen Hongyao and the others also looked over, their eyes also carrying curiosity. None of them knew much about the Star Society, only that those Star Society experts in Maple Leaf City and the surrounding area of Maple Leaf City were all vicious people, each of them feeding on snatching other people's divine fetuses and committing many evil deeds. Anything to make money and gain strength. It's the Extreme Killer Organization. Chen Shan laughed coldly and said, the group of killers who call themselves the Star Society in Maple Leaf City are, in reality, not people from the Star Society at all, but are just evil people who act recklessly under the Star Society's name and put gold on their own faces. The real Star Society created by Shen Wuyo is not like them. What was that like? Chen Hongyao asked. Chen Shan pondered for a moment and said, many years ago, I once also had a meeting with a top-notch big shot like Shen Wuyo, and he told me that the original purpose of the Star Society's establishment was not to kill people, but, rather, to chase after the stars. Chasing stars? Chen Hongyao, Chen Filong, Chen Hongyao, and the others looked at each other when they heard this. What do you mean? Feeling that Shen Wuyo, the famous president of the Star Club, was still a stargazer and liked idols? Chen Shan saw their misgivings and said, you may have misunderstood. The star chasing I'm talking about isn't chasing those idolized playwrights, it's chasing the stars. Although Shen Wuyo is an assassin, however, he never kills innocents indiscriminately, and the people he kills are all big, bad bastards who are unforgivable. He should have discovered something unimaginable and set up the Star Society to gather a group of people to track down the whereabouts of the stars. What do you mean? Chen Hongyao was puzzled. Chen Shan pointed to the sky and said, in all these years, when have you seen the stars? Accompanying his words, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family, Chen Hongyao and the others all raised their heads and looked towards the sky. It was the middle of the day, and with two blazing suns in the sky, there were no stars to be seen. Li XVII asked curiously at this time, Grandpa Chen, what is a star? He had heard Grandpa sing the song Twinkle, Twinkle, Bright, the sky is full of little stars before, but, as far as he could remember, he hadn't seen any stars either, and didn't know what they looked like. Shan's face became incomparably grave as he said, according to the ancient literature, the sky used to have stars, and moreover, the sky was a round of the sun and a round of the moon, with the sun rising and the moon setting, and the cycle repeating itself. But now there are no stars, suns or moons, in their place are the two eyes of the true god of the sun, and the vertical eyes of the true god of the Tang. So, Shan Wuyo thinks that during the eternal night period, some kind of change must have occurred in this world that made the stars, moon, and sun disappear. He founded the Star Society for the purpose of tracking down the whereabouts of the stars, and he felt that once he found out what happened to the stars, he would know the truth about eternal night, and he would have insight into the truth about this world. Chapter 96, What Happened During the Eternal Night? When Shan said this, his face was grave and he looked up at the sky. To be honest, he was also curious as to what had happened during the eternal night. Also, why did Neverwinter nights happen? Why are the stars recorded in ancient books missing? Why are there two suns in the sky? Why does the moon have the evil power to turn animals, flowers, plants and trees into evil spirits, sprites and ghosts, and human corpses into ghosts? During Neverwinter nights, in the span of 100 years, so much had happened. So many secrets that no present-day human had ever unlocked. Chen Hongyao, Chen Hongyao, Chen Family and the others also looked up at the sky with puzzled eyes. In the back of their minds, they all share a common question. What are the stars? What are they? Li XVII didn't look at the sky, quietly stuffed the other cannon and shells all in his Chinkuan bag, brought G18, and directly slipped away. By the time Chen Hongyao and the others came back to their senses, Li XVII and G18 had already left. Where did these two run off to again? Chen slapped his forehead, feeling apprehensive. He wasn't very familiar with G18, but, after these 2 days, he felt that Li XVII simply couldn't stay idle, running outside all the time and causing trouble when he didn't move. These two were gone, and he'd have to go over and wipe his ass if they caused any more trouble. Thinking of this, he sighed and said to Chen Huchuan, Xiao Quan, mobilize your eyes in the city and always keep an eye on Xiao XVII's movements. If he gets into trouble, let me know first thing and I'll go stick up for him. Understood. Chen Hujiao nodded. Chen Family, Chen Hongyao and the others also sighed and held their foreheads with their hands. Li XVII was too rowdy. Just a few days after arriving here he had caused so much trouble. There was no telling what would happen if he stayed for a few more days. Ouch! 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 Why is this stuff so hard? Li XVII drove Chen Hongyao's Yachty electric car, carrying G18, and rushed across the road. G18 hugged Li XVII tightly and said in alarm, Master, do you know how to ride a bicycle or not? Brake quickly. You're going to hit someone. Li XVII looked at the pedestrian who suddenly appeared in front of him, also changed his color, did not brake, but turned the car at the first time, narrowly brushed with the one who appeared. That pedestrian was also startled by the electric car that suddenly flashed by like electricity, and when he recovered, he immediately yelled at the back of Li XVI's two men. Will drive ah? In front of him, Li XVII didn't have time to care about him at all, but tried to steer the electric car. He grew up so big, or for the first time to drive this kind of car, before seeing Chen Hongyao driving so smoothly, and thought that this tool is very simple, did not think that this thing is still so difficult to maneuver. Only, it was hard to get in touch at first. After Li XVII drove it for a while, soon, he got the hang of it and mastered this transportation, driving it with the wind. G18 sat in the back, and after feeling the car becoming more and more stable, he said in astonishment, Master, awesome, in such a few short minutes, you've already mastered it. Li XVII was smug, saying, that goes without saying, don't look at how powerful your master's talent is, a mere electric car, take it. G18 heartily praised, Master is awesome. As a slave demon king, no one knew how to make his master happy better than him. As expected, under his deliberate boasting, Li XVII was in a happy mood. Good, well said. I like to hear you guys praise me. Go to Fortune House in a while. I'll treat you to a big meal. When G18 heard this, his eyes immediately glowed. Really? Really? What do you want to eat? I've heard from many travelers a long time ago that the Manchu feast at Fortune House is delicious. I want to eat the Manchu feast. Okay, no problem. I'll make it happen. Li 17 drove his car and went straight to Fortune House. Soon, the two of them pulled up outside the Fortune House. Li 17 parked his electric car in the middle of a large pile of luxury cars, took G18, and went forward to Fortune House. Only when they were at the entrance, the security guards of Fortune House stopped the two of them. The security guard looked the two up and down and said contemptuously, "Little brat, this is no place for the two of us to play. Hurry up and leave." He stood in the doorway, towering over him, and had long since seen Li 17 drive in with his electric car. Regardless of the brand of the electric car, in Maple Leaf City, only poor people drive electric cars. The truly wealthy had always traveled in expensive carriages, which were custom-made from special wood, incredibly strong, luxurious, and quite spacious inside. Meanwhile, each family's carriage was made with their own specially bred fierce beasts, such as the Lu Hong Banner's sheep-horned snake-tailed lion, such as the Tang family's phantom flying leopard. These beasts were domesticated from evil spirits, and after the evil nature in their bodies was completely removed, they were transformed from evil spirits into divine beasts that could be used for domestic purposes. And to domesticate these divine beasts, get rid of their evil nature, and raise them again, it would require a great deal of time, energy, and money, and there was no way for an average clan to afford such a consumption. That's why horse-drawn carriages were exclusive to the gentry families. Anyone who comes over here in an electric car is mostly a cook, waiter, cleaner, etc. Who works here? He flatly concluded that Li 17 and G18 were the children of a poor family and had come over to fool around. Therefore, he stopped the two Li 17 on the spot. Li 17 raised his head, swept a glance at the security guards, and said unhappily, "I hate you security guards the most. Why are you always so dog-eyed?" The guard was furious. "You said." Before he could finish his sentence, Li 17 took out his card and interrupted the security guard. "Fortune House is a place where you can come in and spend money just by checking your capital, right? This is my bank card. There is no password. You take it to check your capital. And get your boss out here. I have something to say to him." The security guard looked at Li 17 with disdainful eyes and said, "Oh, little friend, you are taking your family's adults card out to have fun, right? Even if your family's adults' money is added up, it may not be something that can be spent here. And who do you think you are when someone like you wants to meet our boss?" Tinkling of small bells. Li 17 didn't talk nonsense and immediately pulled out the pig-killing knife on his waist. The security guard was instantly alert, distanced himself from Li 17, and also took out his weapon, and at the same time, offered the shrine behind his head. The newborn idols enshrined in their shrines had their hands clenched and prepared their spells, ready to strike at Li 17. Li 17 said indifferently, "Don't be nervous, keep an eye on this knife in my hand. Your boss must recognize this knife. You guys go back. Inform your boss that someone came to him with this knife, and your boss will know what's going on. If you don't do it, then when your boss blames you, you'll suffer the consequences." Chapter 97, You Can't Hold This Knife. Li 17 shook the killing knife in his hand as he spoke. Under the sunlight, the pig-killing knife bloomed with a brilliant cold aura that shone brightly and eye-catching. Li 17 raised his head and stared at the security guard, his gaze confidently bright and incomparably certain. The security guards originally wanted to take action against Li 17. However, seeing Li XVII's confident appearance, they were a bit confused for a moment. Several of the security guards standing in the doorway looked at each other, all making eye contact. What to do? Looking at this kid's eyes, he doesn't seem like some commoner. He's most likely a young master from a big family. If he's a fake, then it doesn't matter. But if he's real, then we might not be able to keep our jobs, and we might even offend the owner of the Fortune House. In the end, they were also afraid of making a big deal out of it and chose to report it. One of the guards said, "Give me this knife and I'll take it back to our boss." After saying that, he put his hand out, signaling Li 17 to give him the pig-killing knife in his hand. Li 17 said, "You'd better go and call your boss. This knife, you can't hold it." The guard felt slighted and crossed his eyebrows. "You look down on me?" Hearing this, G18 was dumbfounded and said, "Forget it. If you have a cell phone or any other tool, take it out right away. Take a picture of what this knife looks like, keep it in your mind, and take it to your boss. This knife, you really can't hold it." As a demon king, he had infinite strength. However, he froze and was unable to hold this blade. This one security guard was already in his 40s, and was only a mere new habitat cultivator, not even a heaven-burning realm cultivator, even less likely to be able to hold this pig-killing knife in the hands of Li 17. That security guard was irritated by G18 like this and immediately became angry, saying, "It's just a knife. You all can hold it. How can I, Lu Mang, not be able to hold it? Give it to me." He got on top of it, and without saying anything, he was immediately going to snatch the killing knife in Li XVII's hand. wanting to prove himself in front of the two Li XVIIs. Li XVII had no choice but to hand him the knife and let go of his own hand. The security guard called Lu Mang gripped the handle and originally thought that he would pick it up easily, but as a result, in the next second, a huge force came from to the body, as if it was a huge meteorite, instantly pulling him and smashing him on the ground, falling on his head. The back of the blade smashed right into Lu Mang's 5 fingers, and the tremendous weight broke his finger bones and bloodied them. Ah! Lu Mang wailed in pain and fought with all his might, trying to pull his hand out from the back of the pig-killing knife. However, he had used the greatest strength of his life, but he could not move the pig knife by the slightest bit. When the remaining 2 security guards saw the scene, their complexion changed drastically and they rushed over as well. One of the guards pulled Lu Mang's arm and jerked it outside. The other security guard grabbed the killing knife with both hands and tried to pick it up. However, they quickly changed color. The heaviness of this pig-killing knife was beyond their imagination. Like a big mountain, at least tens of thousands of pounds. They could not move it at all. Li XVII stepped forward and grabbed the pig-killing knife with one hand, easily and comfortably twirling the knife in his fingers, saying, "I've told you all that you can't hold this knife. Why do you just not believe me?" After the pig-killing knife was lifted up, Lu Mang then took a breath, covered his hand that had been pressed to the point of blood and flesh, and then looked at Li XVII. His eyes changed. It wasn't just him, the eyes of the other 2 security guards changed as well. The knife that they couldn't afford to hold even with their desperate efforts. But Li XVII was able to lift it with one hand and turn the killing knife so easily and comfortably. What terrific arm and finger strength that must be. Young master. This person in front of him must be a young master from a super big family. Thinking of this, Lu Mang couldn't care less about bandaging his wounds. He took out the cell phone he had prepared and took several pictures of the appearance of the pig-killing knife, then respectfully said to Li XVII and G18, "2 young masters, I'm sorry, it was all my fault just now. I was blind and didn't recognize Tai Shan, so I beg your forgiveness." After saying that, he bowed to both Li XVII. As a security guard in a wealthy building, he had his own eyesight. For Li XVII to have such a strong and terrifying power at such a young age, he must have come from an extraordinary background. Moreover, the fact that Li XVII opened his mouth to meet the boss of Fortune House indicated that Li XVII must have some connection with the boss. This kind of person, he couldn't afford to offend at all. Therefore, he immediately saw the wind and apologized to Li XVII. "2 young masters, just now it was our eyes that were clumsy and didn't recognize Tai Shan. I'm sorry, please forgive us." When the other 2 security guards saw this, they also reacted and hurriedly bowed to Li XVII and G18, making amends and apologizing, terrified. At this moment, where were they so high and mighty just now, completely groveling like dog legs? Li XVII withdrew his sword back to its sheath and said indifferently, "Ignorant people are not guilty. Get up. There is no need to bow. Quickly go and inform your boss and ask him to come over to greet me." Lu Mang hurriedly bowed and said, Fine. 2 young masters, please wait a moment. I'll go inform our boss right away." He instructed the 2 security guards to make sure that Li XVII and G18 were well taken care of before he turned around and went inside the fortune building to inform the boss. Chapter 98, Eating and Taking. "Young Master Li, come, inside please." After Lu Mang entered the fortune building, the remaining 2 security guards came back to their senses and hurriedly and respectfully invited the 2 people, Li XVII and G18, in. As a sign of respect, they brought the 2 to the VIP waiting room, and brought the best fruits, snacks, and beverages from Fortune House for Li XVII and the 2. When Li XVII saw these, his eyes immediately glowed, grabbed a packet of spicy fries, tore it open, took out a strip and stuffed it in his mouth and chewed it, eating it with gusto. "Well, Wei Long, that's the flavor. My 12th brother used to buy him this brand of chorizo and it was really super tasty. Now after so many years, it's still a familiar flavor to snack on again, and nothing seems to have changed. Only, the granddads who used to be by his side, stroking his head and affectionately calling him 17, they were gone. Li XVII eating Wei Long spicy noodles, mouth spicy, heart sour, nose also a little numb, tears a little blurred eyes. Things are not what they used to be. I want to talk about the tears. He missed grandpa, 12th brother and the others. Delicious to the point of tears? When G18 saw this expression on Li XVII, his heart moved and he also picked up a pack of Wei Long spicy noodles, tore it open, grabbed a large handful of spicy noodles and directly stuffed it into his mouth. In the next second, his eyes widened and he immediately spat out those chorizo sticks in bursts, his eyes watering from the spice and his face reddening. As a demon king, where had he ever eaten such spicy food? His mouth was so red that he almost breathed fire. And, just now, because he ate too fast and too hard, the chili rushed down his throat, choking him and making him cough. A security guard saw G18's wretched appearance, immediately knew that G18 had been spiced by chili peppers, and hurriedly brought 2 cups of ice water, and also added a little lemon slice to it with fondness. After the lemon slices were added, they had heartache written all over their eyes. These days, evil spirits are everywhere, and things like lemons are rarely very valuable. If it wasn't for the fact that Li 17 and G18 came from such a mysterious and powerful source, they wouldn't have been able to add lemon slices to the ice water. A security guard carried lemon ice water and handed it to G Shiba. Young master, this is a spicy bar. Some people may not be used to eating it. Come, drink some ice water to relieve the spiciness. G18 hastily took the lemon ice water and gulped down a few mouthfuls, which made him feel a lot more comfortable. He looked at the ice water, and then at the chorizo, and lamented in his heart, to be able to invent such a spicy food, and to invent this water to relieve the spiciness. Mankind is really still too well-rounded. The Demon King was in a unique position to cultivate in the middle of the mountains and wilderness. However, when it comes to food, the evil spirits are all about the hair and blood. In contrast, humans are much better, inventing cooking methods such as grilling, steaming, brining, etc., and adding all sorts of toppings to make the food tastier. Within the past 2 days, he had eaten a lot of food that brought back memories. Now, drinking this lemon ice water again, with its light fragrance and cold touch, it quickly lifted the spicy sensation he had just experienced from eating Wei Long's spicy fries. When it came to food, he admitted that evil spirits could never compare to humans. Li 17 wiped his eyes and swept a glance at G18. Don't waste it if you can't eat spicy food. Eat something else. As he spoke, he snatched the chili fries from G18's hand into his own and ate them with great relish. G18 didn't dare to resist at all, so he could only go and eat something else. Jellies, candies, cookies, all kinds of snacks, a wide variety of them, and he ate them all. As he ate, he also slipped those snacks into his pocket. Such delicious food. How to take a little back to Chung Wang Chengfeng to taste the flavor. Cannot be bitter to their own children. When Li 17 saw G18 like this, he couldn't help but laugh. Alright, eat on the line. Don't take so much. Look at you. You haven't seen the world. Disgraceful or not. When G18 heard this, he stopped his hand from putting the snacks into his pocket, and while eating the wafer, he said, "Cousin, this is delicious." Li 17 ate the chili fries with incomparable elegance and said, "Eat more if it's delicious." As he spoke, he himself tucked away a few packets of cookies and put them into the Qiankuan bag he was carrying. G18, take a look. Who's embarrassed? You're the only one who's allowed to take it, right? Exasperated, he grabbed another handful of white rabbit milk duds and put them in his pocket. Soon, G18's pocket was full. Li XVII's Qiankuan bag was still that dry and shriveled, unable to see how much it was loaded. However, the 2 security guards had looked dumbfounded. They took out a lot of snacks, fruits, and bottled drinks, and by this time it was completely consumed and there was nothing left. However, Li 17 and G18 didn't eat much at all. Even if they were loading things, Li 17 and G18 wouldn't be able to load much, would they? G18 at this time also found that the situation is different. This table full of snacks, he ate a tiny bit. In the pocket is not a lot of things. Where did all those things go? Dry bag. G18 remembered the treasure Lu Hongqi said at this time and immediately turned his head to look at Li 17. Li 17 turned his head to the other side, pretending to know nothing. Even, he whistled, "Oh, *30. G18, degree. At this moment, he really wanted to lift the table and smash it on Li XVII's head. Nice guy, really nice guy. He filled it with so little snacks that he didn't even get a tenth of it when his pockets were about to burst. As a result, Li 17 had already packed all the snacks in his Qiankuan bag a long time ago. Luckily, just now, Li 17 was so justified in accusing others. But it turned out that he himself did it more ruthlessly than anyone else. Only, G18 only dared to complain inside his head and didn't dare to say it at all. Li 17 finished the chili fries in his mouth and looked at the 2 security guards. Any more? The 2 security guards looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Li 17 said in a deep voice, "This snack is enough for who? If the customers next door see it, they'll think I can't afford it? Hurry up and go get it for little master again." The 2 security guards had no choice but to go get the snacks again, and took another table full of them. G18 learned his lesson this time, and the first thing he did was to grab a large pile of snacks in his arms and eat them slowly. Li 17 glared at him. "Look at the way you haven't seen the world. It's embarrassing." When he finished, he unwrapped a bag of green bean cakes and stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, he didn't move slowly, grabbing another pile of snacks and stuffing them into his Qiankuan bag, for no other reason than the snacks here were so good, they were to his liking. Especially the bag of dry pasta called something bear was crunchy and full of flavor. The two security guards looked at the two of them like this and looked at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Are these two really the young masters of a big family? Eating a little snack is just a little snack, but also eat and take like this. How do you look like you've never seen the world? Chapter 99, Tang Family, Tang Don Lai. Li 17 and G18 ate while brightly loading those snacks, cookies, drinks and other things inside their chenkuan bags and pockets. Generous, not at all minding the two guards' oddly strange looks. As G18 ate, he suddenly felt that the situation was a bit off. He looked up only to see the two guards looking at them in an incredibly odd way. He turned his head to look again and realized that the entire hall was looking at the two of them strangely. The two security guards were well spoken, knowing that the two of them were not to be messed with. So instead of being contemptuous and belittling, they were respectful and deferential. However, the other people inside the hall were different, looking at them with incomparable contempt and disdain, as if they were looking at two country bumpkins, unable to hide the indifference and disgust in their eyes. Where's the hillbilly from? Why are you still eating like that? When did Fortune House's character become so low that they even let in such unseen people? Look at the way they're eating. I guess if they haven't seen the world, they're just a couple of little beggars. Those crowds looked at Li 17 and G18 with disgust in their eyes and murmured. G18 could see the disgust in those people's eyes at a glance. These eyes, he had seen them many times before in the Savage Land, and had long been too familiar to be familiar with them. He reached out and pushed Li 17. Li 17 was eating ice cream, and after being pushed, he gave G18 an irritated look. What for? G18 raised his head and pointed to the mass of everything around him. Li 17 ate the ice cream in one bite and looked up, and also immediately saw those onlookers looking at them with that kind of disdain, contempt, and disgust. It was a look that struck him slightly. In the past, when he was in Kyoto, he begged on the streets with Gong and the others, and there were many people who looked at the group of them with such eyes. At that time, Gong, 12th brother, 13th brother and the others didn't mind a bit, leisurely playing with Li 17 and the others. It hadn't occurred to me that when I arrived in a small town like Maple Leaf City, I would be able to encounter this kind of look even in the most luxurious and extravagant fortune house here. Li 17 said indifferently. It's fine. There is a saying in the whirligig, if people don't know and don't sulk, it's not like being a gentleman. They all don't know my big name and look at me like this, and I haven't gotten angry yet. This just shows that I am a gentleman with tolerance for others. So don't worry about what other people think, as long as we don't violate moral laws and are determined to be who we are. When he finished, he ate another piece of chorizo. Grandpa said that you don't need to care about other people's eyes, that you are the center of the world, that you are the main character in your own world, and that everyone else is bull asterisk except for the feelings and opinions of the people you have to take care of. It was Gong's open-mindedness that deeply affected all 16 of them. Therefore, even when they were begging, they didn't feel inferior or angry because of the disgusting eyes of those dignitaries in Kyoto. On the contrary, they laughed and didn't care about the world's eyes at all. Now that those people were merely watching them snack, and hadn't offended them, he naturally wouldn't put those people in his arms. When G18 saw Li 17 say so, he ignored those people and continued to bury his head and eat bitterly. The two security guards sniffed and once again looked at each other. These two young masters are really big-hearted. So many people watching and still do not change their faces. I do what I want. This mental quality, really strong. Right at this moment, a young man about 20 years old with gorgeous clothes walked over and angrily stared at Li 17 and the two of them. Hey, country bumpkins, this is not a place for you to come. Get lost. The tone of his voice was incomparably cold and contemptuous, and his eyes were even more incomparably disgusted. The two security guards saw this youth and their complexion changed slightly. One of the security guards hurriedly said, Young Tang, calm down. These two are our boss's relatives. He recognized this youth, the second young master of the Tang family, one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City, Tang Don Lai. This person is their rich and noble building of the guests. Basically every day will come here to consume. Generous, a meal often eat a few million to start, but also give them these security guards, waiters and so on staff a lot of tips. Facing this kind of rich gentleman, the security guards naturally did not dare to offend. The two people, Li 17 and G18, could also be the boss's honored guests and could not be offended. So, as security guards, the guardians of order here, they can't let the two sides fight here, or else they'll all be derelict in their duties, and they'll all be fired. Mr. Tang? Hearing this, Li 17 and G18 raised their heads and looked at Tang Donglai, and then the two of them looked at each other. Li 17 asked, Does it look familiar? G18 nodded. Tang Donglai bore a 7% resemblance to the young master of the Tang clan that he had met in the Kangwol forest, and later on, That young master of the Tang clan had entered G18's stomach. Never in a million years did I expect to see young Master Tang's brother here today. G18 pointed at Tang Donglai and said, "Cousin, you said before that there is a saying in the whirligig saying, if it comes, then it will be safe. So can I save him now?" Li 17 swept him a glance. "Shut up. How can you say such murderous words in public? We need to be civilized and polite. Be a useful person to society. Don't be so rude." G18, anger. "What do you mean by rude? You kid sewing leopard skin, torturing Lu Hongqi. You did not say you rude and now in front of strangers, you pretend to be courteous?" However, Li 17 was his master after all. Even if there was anger in his heart, he did not dare to express it in the open. The two security guards in Tang Donglai all looked at each other when they heard this, not knowing what Li 17 and G18 were talking about. When did this analects of Confucius both come and go become murderous words? Li 17 took another bite of the chili fries, looked up at Tang Donglai, and said, "Have you Tang family members always been so arrogant and overbearing? I'm eating here. I'm not eating your Tang family's rice. What do you care?" G18 said, "That's right. What do you care? Dog bites rat. Mind your own business." Li 17 knocked G18's head rather unpleasantly. "If you don't have culture, don't use any hiatus. Big dumb chicken." G18 commiserated. "Cousin, am I wrong? He's just being nosy." Li 17 said seriously, "It's his fault that he's nosy, but you shouldn't have said the hysterical phrase, dog bites rat. So what are we?" When G18 heard this, he reacted instantly and hastily changed his words. "Then he is Bao Gong ascending to the hall. With a wide control." Li 17 retorted again. "Then you're wrong again. How can he be comparable to our wise Bao Gong when he looks like this?" G18 hastily nodded his head. "Yes, yes, yes, yes. As far as the looks of this brat surnamed Tang is concerned, he's not even worthy of lifting Bao Gong's shoes." Then, he stood up, looked up at Tang Donglai, and said, "Kid, my cousin is in a good mood today, so I won't talk to you. So if you don't want to get hurt, get lost." After saying that, he waved his hand with incomparable disgust as if he were chasing away flies. When Tang Donglai saw the two of them like this, the corners of his mouth twitched, his forehead veins popping out in anger. He had always been a pampered existence, towering above the rest. Everywhere he went he was surrounded by a group of people, flattering and pleasing, but now he was being so ignored and despised by Li 17. These two country bumpkins who looked like beggars. Shame. It's properly humiliating. Tang Donglai's eyes showed a fierce light, and without saying a word, he grabbed a glass bottle on the table and smashed it fiercely towards G18's head. The wind whistled. "It's heavy and powerful. If this strike hit, G18 was afraid that his head would have to split open." Chapter 100, Being High Up is Not Human. Tang Donglai was the pampered young master of the Tang family, arrogant and bossy as he was used to, never allowing anyone to disrespect him. He felt that Li 17 and G18, two people consumed here, pulled down his grade. Even the private room did not go directly to find Li 17 two trouble. Was Li 17 two people ignored? Burst of anger immediately hit people. Incomparably simple and rough. Tang Xiao. When those two security guards saw this, their complexion changed and they hurriedly wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Although Tang Donglai was a playboy, but at least he was also a young master of a large family, enjoying countless resources since he was a child, and those resources piled up and hard pushed him to the fifth heavens of the spirit-gathering realm. Therefore, his speed was so fast that it was not at all possible for these two security guards to stop him. Those two security guards could only watch Tang Donglai make his move, unable to do anything. G18 Fish felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. His face was cold and he was ready to make a move. Just then, suddenly, a command was born in his mind, and he couldn't move his body. He looked up, incredibly puzzled, at Li 17. Ghostly contracts. Just now, Li 17 had actually bound him with the command of the demon god contract, making him unable to move. Bang! The glass bottle smashed hard against G18's head, shattering it. The drink spilled and doused Li 17, making his red hair wet, and the drink ran down his head, soaking his shirt. Don Xiao. When the two security guards saw Tang Donglai really make a move, their faces turned white and their hearts sank straight to the bottom. Done. This one is really finished. Tang Donglai made his move, so the two of them must have lost their jobs. G18 was beaten, although it didn't hurt very much and didn't bleed. However, as a demon king, it had never been treated like this by any human other than its master, Li 17, and the elders and relatives around Li 17. Even the city lord of Maple Leaf City had to be cautious when he saw it, and even if he were to encircle it, then he would need to be accompanied by other experts before he dared to make a move. Now, Tang Donglai, A tiny spirit-gathering realm cultivator, even dared to hit it with his hands. You have to know that in the past, a cultivator of the spirit-gathering realm would be nothing more than food for its crow-wolf forest demon king, Chicken Ah. Now it's getting its ass kicked by food. This shame caused it to begin to rage as well, its eyes scarlet and glazed over. He looked at Li 17 with pleading eyes and gritted his teeth. Cousin, let me kill him, Li 17 said. Don't rush. A while. Tang Donglai threw the glass bottle away, condescending and coldly staring at the two of them. Li 17 and G18. This time is to teach you a lesson. There are some places that aren't for poor people like you to come to. This time, I used a glass bottle. Next time, I'm going to use a sword. The presence of you two paupers tarnishes the class of the fortune house and pulls us down. He pointed at the entrance of the fortune house and said coldly, this is a place where only dignitaries can enter and exit. Not for you beggars, get lost at once. Otherwise, I promise I'll show you why the flowers are so red. In his opinion, Li 17 and G18 were just two poor little beggars who had come here to rub their hands on something to eat. Not to mention hitting G18 with a glass bottle. Even if he killed these two people, no one could do anything to him. Well played. Wow. Young Tang is great. Young Tang did the right thing. The fortune house was originally here for us. These poor bastards aren't qualified to come to a place like this. Young Tang is really great, true to his character. Noble elites like us are supposed to stand tall, and they, the paupers, are supposed to lie in the dust and look up to us, not being able to appear in the same places as us. Really, what's with the security here? Letting two people like that in? What if they carry germs on their bodies and infect us all? Yes, yes, yes. It's better for Tang Xiao to do a good job and throw these two little beggars out, so as not to pollute our eyes. Within the hall, those onlooker customers who were still waiting in line clapped their hands when they saw Tang Donglai make his move. Some of the women even let out screams and looked at Tang Donglai with incomparable admiration. They were all dignitaries, with honorable status and huge pockets, and they always liked to go in and out of high-end places, and they didn't like to stay with the commoners. Therefore, all of them looked at Li 17 and G18 with incomparable disgust. After seeing Tang Donglai make a move on G18, instead of having a little sympathy, he clapped his hands and felt that Li 17 and G18 just deserves to be beaten. Li 17 ate the chili fries, listened to the people's comments, and then stared at Tang Donglai. Grandpa once said to me, being so high and mighty is not human. Young Tang, if you're so high and mighty, you're definitely not a human being. You're an evil spirit. He put down the spicy noodles and said, since you're an evil spirit, we don't have to be polite. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, releasing the restraints on G18, and said indifferently, it's fine to beat him up, but you can't kill anyone. When Tang Donglai heard these words from Li 17, he became even more furious. It seems that you two little beggars are looking for death, and for a bottom-feeding pariah like you, we should have the city lord arrest all of you and send you to the north, to build the Great Wall of 10,000 miles. How dare you call me an evil spirit and even dare to beat me up? Looking for death. After saying that, he operated the true chi in his body and prepared to teach Li 17 a lesson as well. Right at this moment, G18 turned his head violently and stared viciously at Tang Donglai, eyes scarlet as blood. His body even erupted with an appalling ferocious might, like a fierce beast. Tang Donglai was stared at by G18's eyes like this. His body trembled, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body was chilled all over. The feeling was as creepy as being targeted by a demon king. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, G18 had already kicked him in the knee. Click! With tremendous force, he kicked Tang Donglai's kneecap to a shattered fracture. Chapter 101, clamping the sword chi with his fingers. Pain. The kneecap shattered. The intense pain spread throughout his body. Tang Donglai plopped to his knees, his expression twisted in pain, his forehead sweating furiously, and his mouth even let out a heart-rending scream. Only, before his voice could be heard for more than a second, G18 had already grabbed his head and slammed it hard on the table. With a loud bang, Tang Donglai instantly broke his head and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to believe that there would really be someone who would dare to beat him up in a place like Fortune House and beat him up so badly. At this moment, he felt his head buzzing and his consciousness began to fade, and he couldn't even sacrifice the shrine if he wanted to. Before he could strike, G18 grabbed his head and slammed it on the table again. Bang! The table is in pieces. Tang Donglai also fell to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices, unconscious. After doing all this, G18 then clapped his hands, feeling his anger refreshed. District Junior, also dare to hit this Grandmaster's head, looking for death. If it weren't for my cousin, you'd be dead. When he was hit on the head by Tang Donglai just now, the anger inside of him was like a volcano erupting, and he couldn't wait to finish Tang Donglai off right away and swallow it in his stomach. Nay, Li XVII was shocked at the sight. He didn't dare to kill painfully. He could only beat Tang Donglai into unconsciousness to take out a mouthful of bad anger. Seeing this scene, those two security guards were dumbfounded. Those spectators who had originally cheered for Tang Donglai were also dumbfounded. On the scene, there was dead silence. Everyone looked at G18. They couldn't believe their eyes. And their hearts even set off huge waves. No one had expected that someone would dare to violently beat Tang Donglai like this in public. Most importantly, G18 was so young, yet so fierce and milky. The contrast, it's too strong. Seeing G18 still so angry, Li XVII picked up a bottle of water and threw it to him. Don't be angry. Drink some water. G18 huffed and sat down, opened the water and drank it. Then the two began to start snacking again as if nothing had happened, talking and laughing as if the incident had never happened. Only, Tang Donglai was still lying on the ground like a dead dog. I don't know how long it took before someone in the crowd finally reacted and said loudly, "Tang Xiao." After saying that, those people ran over and helped Tang Donglai up from the ground, carefully checking Tang Donglai's condition. Only after they realized that Tang Donglai wasn't dead did they breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Tang Donglai didn't die, then the matter wasn't too big, and it hadn't gotten to the point where it was irredeemable. A woman about 20 years old stood up and looked angrily at Li XVII and G18. "How dare you take a shot at Tang Xiao? I won't let you go." When she finished speaking, her aura flourished and she sacrificed the shrine behind her head. Within the shrine, the divine fetus that had already condensed its spirit was shimmering and glowing. It was a small ancient pagoda, gulping out a cold aura and diffusing a rather terrifying power. Kill these two little beggars and avenge young Tang. Buzz off. It wasn't just this woman. Those who came with her also stood up. Shrines emerged behind their heads, and all sorts of divine tires were released. All of them permeated with a strong aura. They were all sons of families, cultivating quite powerful techniques, and the light that blossomed inside the divine tires was incomparably intimidating, making one's heart tremble at the sight of these divine tires. And one could feel that the divine tires contained power that was enough to pierce through gold and crack stone. It was important to know that when true chi was transported in the body, it could explode with power beyond imagination. However, if the true chi was transported inside the divine tire and then exploded out from the divine tire, it would be possible to do a true chi attack out of the body, and the power would be even more powerful than it was exerted on its own. For example, the most common yellow rank technique like Zheng Yijian Chi Flow, run out by the divine tire. The average person would be able to make the sword chi fly out like a bullet, with a range of about 50 meters in most cases, and could pierce through the average person's body. However, after the children of the lineage cultivated the more advanced Xian rank techniques, the sword chi flight would be faster, the range would be longer, and the power would be stronger, allowing them to pierce through rocks 100 meters away. If one were to cultivate an earth rank or heaven rank technique, it would definitely be even more powerful. Therefore, when the divine tires of these lineage children came out with a murderous aura, everyone at the scene felt a jolt of fear and trepidation. Young masters and thousands of gold, I beg you, don't make a move. Everyone, don't be impulsive. This is the fortune house, so you should think carefully. Those two security guards screamed bitterly. They didn't dare to stop in front of Li XVII and G18 to block them, for fear of being pierced by these little youngsters. They could only stand aside and open their mouths to persuade. After Li XVII and G18 felt the power permeating from these people, they stopped eating their snacking hands and mouths, raised their heads, and stared at them coldly. G18, in particular, had a fierce gaze, like a ferocious beast. Li XVII reached out, patted G18, steady, control. There is something delicious. You restrain yourself, I'll take care of it. Only then did G18 put away the fierce light in his eyes and buried his head in his snack. Then, he raised his head to look at the group of people and faintly said, "Brothers and sisters, this is you guys picking a fight in the first place. This surnamed Tang hit my cousin first, and my cousin was only acting in self-defense. Therefore, we are in the right, and you guys are unreasonable. Now instead of making amends and apologizing to us, you guys are now going a bit overboard, aren't you?" When G18 heard this, he raised his head violently and looked at Li XVII with incomparable grudge. "So, you let me get beat up just to take advantage of the situation? Have you ever considered my feelings?" At this moment, he felt like he was going to break. That woman coldly said, "Kid, what are you babbling about? It was clearly your cousin who beat up our Tang Xiao." And, Li XVII waved his hand, interrupting her. "Missy, I'm really envious. Being blind at a young age." That woman sniffed and shivered with anger on the spot. Running her gong method, the divine tire glow grew even brighter. Poor country bumpkin, mouthy, deserves to be beaten. Phew. In the next second, a sword chi flew out from the divine tire, as fast as lightning, like a flying dragon. heading straight for Li XVII's right hand. She was going to teach Li XVII a lesson. Oh, this kid is dead. Miss Song cultivates but the Xian rank 8th grade technique, the pure Yang Woji flying dragon sword. The flying dragon sword chi is incomparably sharp, enough to pierce through a stone 100 meters away in an instant. And now that it's so close, this brat will surely be pierced through the arm. Daring to go against Ms. Song, he's looking for death. Those who confronted Li XVII immediately revealed a hideous smile when they saw the woman striking out, and looked at Li XVII with incomparable sympathy in their eyes. Pure Yang Woji flying dragon sword. This was not something that ordinary people could resist, even if they blocked it. It was incomparably laborious. Li XVII would definitely be pierced through his arm and suffer. Only, before they could smile for more than a second, the expressions on their faces suddenly froze and they could no longer laugh. Facing this sharp sword chi, Li XVII was expressionless as he gently stretched out his index and middle fingers and easily clamped the sword chi. When Miss Song saw this scene, her eyes widened in disbelief. What? Those fox friends of hers also had their eyes about to bulge out, each with their mouths wide open, simply unable to believe their eyes. Even the sword of true chi that bloomed out of the divine tire, such an invisible and colorless thing, could still be caught in one's fingers? How is this possible? These sons of the world had never seen anything like this before. This is so weird. It's unheard of. Not to mention them, everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. A sword of true chi, and it can still be caught? Even G18 was staring in disbelief at this time, and he even rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. Chapter 102 A Sword Breaks the Heavenly Vault. After G18 finished rubbing his eyes, he fixed his eyes again and saw that Li XVII had indeed grabbed that sword chi. True chi. Formless, colorless and tasteless. It was like the 6-chakra divine sword, which could not be seen at all with the naked eye, but could only be felt. However, such a sword chi was actually held between Li XVII's fingers with his index and middle fingers, which was simply unbelievable. Moreover, after the flying dragon sword chi was grabbed, that flying dragon sword chi didn't know what had affected it, and it actually began to show its shape. The sword chi wasn't very big, only 2 fingers wide and 30 centimeters long, taking on the shape of a dragon. Worthy of being my master. Awesome. G18 sighed in his heart. Miss Song looked at Li XVII with horrified eyes. How did you catch it? Li XVII said indifferently. Ms. Song, we are reasonable. You are being unreasonable and trying to move me. Overdoing it? Miss Song clenched her teeth, her gaze chilling, and said coldly, Luck. This must be luck. I don't believe you can really catch it. After saying that, the divine light behind her was great, and the divine tire even bloomed with a brilliant light. In the next second, a flying dragon sword chi flew out from inside his shrine and flew towards Li XVII. Li XVI's eyes were cold and expressionless as he raised his other hand and swiftly slapped it, knocking all the flying dragon sword chi into dissipation. Ms. Song's pupils contracted. What? Her flying dragon sword chi could still be dispersed by someone with just a palm. How was this possible? Li XVII stared at her, his eyes cold. I am in possession of reason. You are unreasonable, and you still dare to hurt me like this. Then I can only defend myself justifiably. After saying that, he flicked the one flying dragon sword chi that he had clamped with 2 fingers, and flicked it with 2 fingers. Phew! The flying dragon sword chi immediately returned the same way, as fast as lightning, and before Miss Song had time to react, a poof sound pierced through one of Miss Song's arms. The sword chi went on and on, running through the huge 10-meter thick pillars in the hall, and finally through the walls, flying out beyond the fortune building, rushing up 10,000 meters into the air, and finally running through the clouds, splitting the firmament with a 1 meter in diameter, 1 kilometer long sword mark. A sword breaks the dome of heaven. When G18 saw this move, his eyes widened and his heart was shocked. Although the flying dragon sword chi that Miss Song shot out explosively was very strong, he felt that it was just SOSO and posed no threat to either him or Li XVII. However, just now, the power of Li XVII after returning the flying dragon sword chi made even a demon king like him tremble with fear. Even if the sword chi wasn't aimed at him, he could still feel the terrifying nature of that sword chi. He envisioned if he were Miss Song, could he block this sword? The answer is, no. Li XVI's seemingly plain sword was in fact infinitely powerful, seemingly able to cut open even the heavens, and he could not block it at all. When G18 thought of this, he immediately crossed his thumbs and said to Li XVII, Cousin, handsome, blood splatters. Miss Song's arm had an additional bloody wound. The pain caused her face to turn pale and she let out a heartbreaking scream. My hand ouch. It hurts too much. She used to know that the killing power of her family's sword chi was terrifying, but now that she had personally experienced the flying dragon killing chi damage, The pain that tore at her heart and lungs was too much for a young lady like her who grew up living inside a greenhouse to endure, and her body was trembling. Ms. Song. Ms. Song, are you okay? Seeing that Miss Song was injured, the other people's complexions changed drastically, and they rushed over, assisting Miss Song in shushing her. There were also some people who should have learned the art of healing, and the first time they tore their clothes and wrapped them around the wound on Miss Song's arm. At the same time, he also took out a sacred medicine for healing and stuffed it in Miss Song's mouth. After being saved by these people, Ms. Song was then much better. Immediately afterward, all of them unanimously stared at Li XVII angrily, especially Miss Song, glaring viciously at Li XVII as if she wanted to break Li XVII into pieces. Li XVII looked at them with such eyes, not afraid at all, and said unhurriedly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before?" When Miss Song and the others heard this, they wanted to violently beat Li XVII even more. This kid, he really needs a beating. One of the men stood up with a cold gaze and said, "My name is Shan Lang. I come from the Chen family, one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City. Kid, do you know who you are beating up today?" Li XVII said indifferently, "The fight is already over. Does your identity matter?" It's as if by revealing their identities, I won't beat them up. If you mess with me, I'll even beat you. Shan Lang was also furious when he heard these words from Li XVII. He had even reported his identity information, thinking that this would deter Li XVII. As a result, Li XVII even wanted to even beat him? This kid, he's so lawless. Shan Lang took a deep breath. His gaze was gloomy as he said, "Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, but you're messing with someone you shouldn't be messing with today. The Tang Donglai who was knocked down by your brother is the young master of one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City. Miss Song Yaing, who had her arm penetrated by you, is also from one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City. Sister Song, I am the young master of the Shan family, one of the 10 great families, and those with us are all descendants of the 10 great families. If you dare to make a move against us today, you're going against the 10 great families, and as long as we give the order, we guarantee that we'll make sure that you'll have no foothold in this Maple Leaf City." When he saw that Li XVII's methods were so skillful and powerful, within a moment, he completely dared not to fight with Li XVII, for fear that he would be injured as well. "Oh, the top 10 families. Let's see." Li XVII swept a glance at all of them before naively saying, "You guys are lying. You are not from the 10 great families at all." Shan Lang coldly said, "What do you mean? How come we are not from the 10 great families?" Li XVII said with a straight face, "I know everyone from the 10 great families Chen family, and you don't have a Chen family here at all, so you're lying to me." Shan Lang, Song Yang, and the others were all stunned when they heard this. The next second, all of them laughed out loud. Shan Lang even laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes, and then his gaze turned cold, and he said nasally, "The Chen family, ha, they're not even a top 10 family anymore. They're just hogging a position." Song Yang even laughed coldly. "No wonder you're so arrogant. It turns out that you think you have the Chen family to back you up, right? To tell you the truth, the Chen family is the weakest of our 10 great families. Their family can't produce a new heaven-burning realm cultivator. As long as Chen Shan falls, the Chen family will be exterminated." Everyone else sneered, their eyes disdainful. Obviously, they didn't put the Chen family in their eyes at all. After Shan Lang figured out where Li XVII came from, his gaze turned cold and he arrogantly said, "So you're from the Chen family? Very well, I'll tell you. Kneel down right now and apologize to us at your own expense with both hands. Otherwise, our 9 great clans will hit the Chen family later, and I guarantee that the Chen family won't be able to protect you." Chapter 103, The first to strike is the strongest. In any place, there will be chains of contempt. In Maple Leaf City, it's the same thing. Among the 10 great clans, there were 9 great clans that were deep-rooted existences, with forces as intricate as old trees, with a family history of 70 to 80 years, and a strong heritage, with countless cards, eyes and treasures. Such a large family, even if the city lord sent by the higher-ups to come to this place to guard it, they wouldn't dare to move them. Otherwise, if the 9 great clans joined together, Maple Leaf City would be in complete chaos, and perhaps, the city lord would die as a result. But only the 10th family is different. Basically, every 10 years, something would happen to the 10th family, either hiding arms or plotting a rebellion, and they would be caught by the city lord's office and the 9 great families people and thus be decapitated by the whole family. The Chen family is the 10th largest family. They had been here for a long time, and relying on Chen Shan's strong strength as well as his powerful means, they had managed to establish themselves here for more than 10 years, breaking the record of the 10th largest family in Maple Leaf City perishing in no more than 10 years. However, in the eyes of the family descendants of the 9 great families and the city lord's mansion, the Chen family would surely perish one day as well. Not long ago, Shan went far away to the barbaric land because of certain things, and as a result, he was possessed by an evil spirit and almost died. Although he came back alive, he was still dying. The Chen family was created because of Shan. Once Shan fell, the Chen family would completely lose its prestige, and many clans would step in and constantly eat into the Chen family's power and money. Although the Chen family had stepped in to beat up Long Shirong yesterday, in the eyes of the crowd, it was merely a return to form. In the opinion of Xin Lang, Song Ying and the others, the Chen family had already entered the countdown to death, so they didn't put the Chen family in their eyes at all. Seeing how arrogant Xin Lang was, Li XVII dumbly laughed and said, "So, you still want to join those people from your family and fight on the Chen family? And you want me to kneel down and apologize to you? And even more so, you want me to waste my own hands?" Xin Lang toed the line and said, "That's right." Although Song Ying's arm was injured and the pain was incomparable, she was still flighty and domineering, and said angrily, "Little, you'd better give this girl to cut off your own hands right now, or else, sooner or later, this girl will make you look good. The Chen family can't protect you." The others also looked angrily at Li XVII, and they all exited to threaten. Little in Maple Leaf City, our 9 great clans of the sky. The Chen family is nothing more than a dog's ass. Kneel down and apologize to Sister Song. Otherwise, we're not done with you. I thought it was someone's brat, but it turns out to be the Chen family. The Chen family is about to die, and you guys still dare to be so arrogant. This is going to speed up the death of the Chen family. On your knees, on your knees. They were so arrogant that they opened their mouths to chide Li XVII, telling him to kneel down and apologize. Seeing them like this, Li XVII was almost about to laugh in anger and said, "It seems that you guys still take yourselves too seriously. Whirling dervishes have clouds." Hearing the word whirlwind, G18 immediately raised his head and his eyes lit up with a desire for knowledge. Li XVII said at this moment, "If you're here, then you should be at peace. Since you guys have already messed with me, then, sleep peacefully here." G18's eyes glowed on the spot as he stood up. "Killing, cousin, let me teach these grifters a lesson." Song Ying, Shen Lang, and the others were clamoring here, speaking in an incredibly unpleasant manner, and he had already endured it for a long time. Li XVII nodded and said, 18, remember, the whirligig has a saying, if a gentleman is not heavy-handed, he is not powerful. Lay down a heavier hand. But, remember, don't get anyone killed. G18 sniffed and said excitedly, don't worry, leave it to me. He turned his head to look at Shen Lang, Song Ying, and the others, rubbing his fists and smiling fiercely. You grips, too much nonsense, and you dare to make my cousin kneel. Looking for death. Shen Lang, Song Ying and others originally thought that they had moved the name of the 9 great families, and then demeaned the Chen family, and by doing so, they could suppress Li XVII and G18, high and mighty, with a mouthful of little people, and did not put the 2 Li XVII people in their eyes at all. However, after seeing G18 rubbing his fists and coming over, all of them changed their complexion. Looking at Li XVII and G18, it seemed that they did not intend to bow down to them. Thus, many people all looked at Shen Lang. Shen Lang stared at G18, who was walking over, and felt a huge pressure. Although G18 looked young, but those eyes were incomparably fierce, and the aura that permeated his body was even more incomparably majestic. Just like a geisha demon king that walked out from a deep mountain forest, his aura was overwhelming. Shen Lang left a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, gritted his teeth, and said, strike first and suffer later. Do it and slaughter him. After saying that, he operated the gongfu in his body and manipulated the divine child in the shrine, blossoming out a strong and terrifying sword chi that blasted towards G18. The moment he did so, Song Ying was also unruffled, also manipulating the divine tire and blasting out a flying dragon sword chi. Only, her sword chi was not attacking G18, but rather attacking Li XVII behind G18. Watching the two of them make their move, those other eunuchs glanced at each other, and without thinking, they also sacrificed their shrines, and the divine fetus blossomed with a ray of light, transforming into a rather terrifying sword chi that blasted towards G18 like a blistering wind and rain. Chapter 104, Master is Master. Too strong. The divine light shone. Sword chi rushes to the sky. The aura is compelling. Killing aura. After seeing Song Ying, Shen Lang, and the others really strike, those onlookers in the hall all changed in color. Obviously, everyone hadn't expected these rich kids to really fight. So many people coming together to strike at a single kid, with so many sword chi traversing across, not to mention a youngster like G18, even an expert of the new habitat was afraid that he would have a headache. G18 was expressionless in the face of these attacks, and even revealed an evil smile. In the next second, His small hand snapped out. In an instant, the wind was howling and the sand was flying. Under the sweeping gusts of wind, the sword chi of Song Yaing, Shen Lang and the others were immediately blown backward, and immediately afterward, under the sweeping gusts of wind, those sword chi had reversed their direction and swept over in the direction of Song Yaing, Shen Lang and the others. What's going on here? Not good. Everyone quickly dodge. When Song Yaing, Shen Lang and the others saw the scene, their complexion changed dramatically, and they panicked and ran their gong methods to resist. Shen Lang, in particular, was the first to take out a shield and instill his true chi into it. Buzz! In an instant, the shield became many times larger, enveloping all of them, and Song Yaing was the first to strike, dragging the unconscious Tang Donglai inside the shield as well. Bang! 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 The sword chi that they had flown out earlier flew back under the sweeping gusts of wind, constantly striking the shield, emitting a burst of sound of Gingo exchanging blows, as if it was playing a resounding piece of music. Shen Lang felt the impact from the shield. His pupils contracted. He only felt numbness and pain in his tiger's mouth, and he looked horrified. Is this the power of our sword chi? Although the technique he practiced was Xian rank, he knew that the power of his sword chi was obviously not this heavy and huge. How come the sword chi G18 swept back became so terrifying, so powerful? Moreover, one sword was heavier than the other, shocking his tiger's mouth with a sharp pain that almost tore it apart. Only, this was not the most terrifying. The most terrifying was that just now, G18 did not use any feats or aptitudes, and just by waving his hand violently that way, he was able to roll up such a terrifying gust of wind, rolled their sword chi backward and flew back, and was able to make their sword chi's power become so terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying G18's strength was. Damn it! Shen Lang gritted his teeth, kicked the can down the road. After G18 saw that the sword chi that he struggled to vibrate out could not even penetrate the shields of Shen Lang and the others, his pupils contracted slightly, somewhat disappointed, and he thought to himself, how did Master do it? He saw that the sword chi flicked out by Li XVII had such a terrifying power, and he himself wanted to learn Li XVII's moves and try how strong his power was. It didn't occur to him that those sword chi that he vibrated and flew out couldn't even shatter the enemy's shield. It seems that he is still no match for Li XVII. The master is the master. It's too strong. Originally, I just wanted to teach you guys a little lesson, but you guys forced me to do it. G18's gaze turned cold. Then, his feet crushed the ground and his entire body flew out like a cannonball. Make a fist. Blast off. It smashed on top of the shield. Bang! With a loud thunder-like noise, the shield was broken into pieces, and the pieces flew out like darts, impaling themselves on the ground, walls, and tables. There were also many fragments that flew along the bodies of Shen Lang, Song Yang and the others, leaving a scratch on their skin. Even some of the fragments stabbed on top of their bodies, dripping with blood. Shen Lang looked at the shattered shield, and then looked at G18 who appeared in front of him like a magical beast. His pupils contracted violently, his face full of disbelief, and he trembled and said, how is this possible? This shield was his protective treasure, a treasure of the 9th grade of the Xian rank. As a result, it was just blown apart by a kid who was only a meter tall. It wasn't just him who was shocked. Song Yaing as well as the others were also incomparably shocked and dumbfounded. No one expected that this country boy G18 would be so fierce. G18 grinned at them and greeted them with incomparable nuclear kindness. Hello, grifters. Song Yaing, Shen Lang, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Before they could react, G18 had already appeared in front of Shen Lang with a rising dragon fist, sending Shen Lang flying. Then, he swept Song Yaing down with a sweeping kick, and slammed Song Yaing into the floor with a punch. Bang! 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 Next, G18 was in no man's land, taking on others left and right, punching and kicking and moving like thunder. Within moments, all of the rich young masters were knocked to the ground in mourning. At this time, Shen Lang then fell high in the air and fell at the feet of G18. His back was hot and painful, and he opened his mouth to spray out a mouthful of blood. He still wanted to say something, but as a result, G18 had already grabbed his head and smashed it hard on the floor, making him unconscious on the spot. Seeing this scene, the 2 security guards and all the customers inside the fortune building were all stunned. On the scene, there was silence. Everyone hadn't expected G18 to be so terrifying, to have defeated so many rich kids with his own strength. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock, admiration, and scorn as they looked at G18. At the same time, they looked at Li XVII with even more scorn and fear. G18 was already so strong, so wouldn't Li XVII, who was bossing G18 around, be even more terrifying? G18 stood in the middle of the group, clapped his hands, and faintly said, "Done." Boom, of a drum. Li XVII threw a rope in front of him. G18 was puzzled and looked back at Li XVII. Li XVII said as he ate his ice cream, "Tie them all up." G18 didn't know what Li XVII was going to do, but the master's orders still had to be obeyed. He didn't think much about it and picked up those ropes, immediately tying up Tang Donglai, Shen Lang, Sonya Ing and the others all, one by one. Their hands and feet are bound. After doing so, he still felt uneasy, and untied the ropes again, eventually cutting up their hands and feet backwards and tying them together in one piece in a very professional manner. The posture was as if they were all going to be sent into the oven. Moreover, he also slapped those people's bodies several times, imprisoning their true chi and preventing them from continuing to use the power of the shrine. Li XVII's head was filled with black lines. "What kind of maneuver is this?" G18 said. "That's how I saw you grill them last time." "Ah, grilling the whole goat." "No, yes, grilling the whole panther. I think it's a good method. Tying them up like this, they won't be able to use their power." When Sonya Ing and the other still awake sons of the lineage heard this, they were instantly ashamed and angry. They could all be the sons of high and mighty families, the center of the world wherever they went. As a result, it is now treated like two country boys? This is so humiliating. Chapter 105, If you're not reasonable, we know a little bit about punching and kicking. Asterisk. Get off me. Sonya Ing struggled frantically, roaring angrily, her eyes spitting fire as she stared angrily at G18. If eyes could kill, she would have already broken G18 into pieces. G18 swept her a glance. "Grizzly, be quiet." Although Sonya Ing didn't know what G18 meant by griping in his mouth, but her intuition told her that it was definitely not a good word. It must be a curse. Therefore, she became even more angry and threatened with great fury. "If you don't let go of me, once our Shan Family's experts arrive, they will definitely tear you little to pieces." As the proud daughter of heaven, as her mother's little pride, she had already been held in the palm of her family's hand since birth, and had never been beaten by anyone, much less scolded. Now, she's been beaten up by a brat from the countryside. Her head is buzzing, her face is swollen, and she's been tied up by this redneck. This is a disgrace. If she didn't get out of it right away, that incident would surely be a stain on her for the rest of her life. G18 swept her a glance and said in a cold voice, "Yakking and babbling, noisy." After saying that, he walked forward, grabbed Sonya Ying's head, and smashed it on the ground with a thud, causing her head to buzz even more as severe pain came and she fainted. Seeing this scene, the others were once again stunned. Although Sonya Ying's appearance and figure were not as good as Chen Hongyao's and Yang Saiwei's, she wasn't bad looking either, with a delicate and beautiful face, and a shapely and curvy figure. She was also considered to be a big beauty with 8 points. However, such a beautiful woman was so rudely beaten unconscious by G18. That's no mercy at all. G18 swept a glance at them and said, "All of you, be quiet. Whoever dares to gabber again, this master will knock whoever." Those tied-up sons of the world's families were immediately silenced and didn't dare to let out a single fart when they heard the words. Bang! Li XVII walked over and knocked G18's head, saying unhappily, "You're a grandpa now, so what does a little grandpa count as?" G18 was beaten, did not dare to make a sound, and said with a smiling face, "I am a grandpa, and you, cousin, are a grandpa's grandpa." Bang! Li XVII knocked him again. "Nonsense, the young master is not that old. From today onwards, you are not allowed to call yourself a grandmaster." G18 hastily nodded his head and hailed, "Yes, whatever cousin says, that's it." At this time, Li XVII took out a rack from somewhere, propped it up, and with one hand, hung all those people on the rack. At first glance, it looked like a barbecue grill, and those sons of the lineage were like suckling pigs that had been set up on the grill and were waiting to be cooked. G18 wondered, "Cousin, what are you doing?" Li XVII said, "Nothing, just racking them up here to keep them from running away." Then, he set up the unconscious Tang Donglai on the ground as well. What are you going to do to us? Help! Somebody, help!" After those sons of the world family were put on the rack, all of them pissed themselves in fear and let out pig-killing screams in terror. Li XVII looked unhappy and said, "What are you screaming for? Scream again. Believe it or not, I'll have the cook come out to cook the dishes right away." When those sons of the worldly families heard this, they no longer dared to scream, but instead, they all looked at Li XVII with pleading eyes, saying, "Little brother, I'm sorry, we were wrong. Little brother, please don't around. We're wrong. You're generous. Let us off. Little brother, we will never discriminate against you country people again. Please let me down. I'm afraid of heights." Those people were scared one by one and began to beg frantically for mercy. These two boys, one tougher than the other, scared them all. Li 17 swept a glance at them and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm just joking with you. I won't do anything to you." Then, he looked at the children of these families, and with a hefty smile, said, "However, we are all reasonable and civilized people, and we need to bear the consequences of our actions. Now, how do you want to compensate us?" Compensation? Hearing this, all of those lineage children froze for a moment. Li 17 pointed to a bag on top of G18's head and said, "Tang Xiao, hit my brother with a glass bottle, and now it's all swollen." Then, he pointed at Song Ying and said, "The sister Song also tried to kill my cousin, and even called my cousin a little man, which caused great damage to my cousin's young heart. This would be bad if he grows up to be afraid of the dark, women, sword energy, or even afraid of people scolding him. So it's not too much for you to make a little moral compensation to him, is it?" Hearing Li XVI's justified these words, those sons of the family froze. One of them said cautiously, "Big brother, although your cousin was injured, we were also beaten up." Li 17 said, "Didn't you guys deserve to be beaten up? You all don't have the right of way. Yet you still want to bully others with your power and lay your hands on my cousin. If it wasn't for the fact that my cousin is a bit more powerful, I'm afraid he would have already been killed by your sword chi, right? Besides, it was you who made the first move in the first place. We have the advantage and you have the disadvantage." The moment these words came out, all the children of the world's families were silenced. When they struck out just now, they did indeed want to bring G18 to his death. And, it was also true that it was them who struck first. No matter how you look at it, they don't have a leg up. Li 17 grinned and said, "We are all readers, civilized and polite and reasonable. You are at a disadvantage. You have to be responsible for what you have done wrong, and you have to compensate for hurting others. This is the natural and right thing to do. Of course, if you're not being reasonable, well, our brother and I know a little bit about fisticuffs." When he finished, he rolled up his sleeves. G18 also stepped aside and rolled up his sleeves at the first opportunity. After seeing these two men roll up their sleeves, all the sons of the world family once again pissed themselves in fear and scrambled to say in unison, "Fine, fine, we'll pay for it." G18 would already be very powerful. One person to beat all of them without any effort, but G18 to Li 17 that does not dare to resist at all. It was conceivable that Li 17 Ken would be stronger. They couldn't even beat G18, and if these two came together, they would be in for a rude awakening. Seeing them like this, Li 17 then nodded with satisfaction and said, "I know you all have Miles' transmission notes. Alright, contact your family members." After saying that, he took out all the Miles' transmission notes on those people and placed them on their mouths, activating them so that they could go and ask for help. Only then did he pull G18 aside for a snack. G18 asked while eating, "Cousin, is this okay?" Li 17 said with a straight face, "There is reason to walk all over the world or not afraid. This matter we account for reason. We are the victim. Since they're victims now, it's not too much for them to compensate us for a little bit of moral damages, right?" Chapter 106, Owner of the Wealthy House, Junjie Chui. G18 looked at Li 17, originally waiting for Li 17 to say something reasonable. As a result, when he heard Li XVI's words so justified, he suddenly froze and came to a sudden realization. He touched the swollen bag on the top of his head that had been punched out, still a little aggravated. At this moment, he finally understood Li XVI's thoughts. From the time Tang Donglai provoked them, Li XVI's little brain had already figured out how to ruthlessly claim a compensation. So Li 17 forbade him to take a solid glass bottle from Tang Donglai. Right now, the swollen bag is still hurting. G18 raised his thumbs and heartily exclaimed, "Cousin, hi." As a demon king, he hadn't done a lot of looting. However, when compared to Li 17, he felt that his head was really inflexible. I don't know what kind of education Li 17 received. His head is really good. Li 17 hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything, but picked up a glass of lemonade and toasted with G18, drinking it slowly. Then, he said with a bit of disgust, "This lemonade tastes sour. It's really not good. It's better to have cola." He smacked his lips and began to miss the taste of Coke. When the two security guards on the side heard this, they looked at Li 17 with incomparable scorn and admiration. Coke? That's a royal drink. It is said to be an ancient ingredient that was left behind 100 years ago, before the eternal night. Only the royal family can control the formula at the moment, and they, the commoners, haven't even seen what Coke looks like. Looking at this nostalgic look, it was obvious that Li 17 had tasted cola before. Even if Li 17 was not a royal son, then he was definitely a royal relative. Therefore, their attitude towards Li 17 and G18 became more and more respectful, and they constantly brought diets, drinks, candies, cakes, and so on to the two of them. Clattering sound. Right at this moment, Lu Mang walked over with a middle-aged man with a big belly, walking with particular haste. This middle-aged man is very tall, at least 1 meter 9 so high, but the body is not good, unusually obese. The whole person is a sphere. The stomach is more like a pregnant 24-month potbelly, even bigger. When I walked, my stomach fluttered as if there was a little Neza inside, huffing and puffing. He seemed to be very weak, and by the time he ran to Li 17 and G18, he was already tired and panting, unable to catch his breath. Moreover, the panting was quite loud, as if it were a pumping box, constantly shaking, as if it was not able to catch its breath at any moment. Li 17 couldn't help but be concerned. Is everything alright? Can you still breathe? G18 even spoke up. Big brother, you're being too vain, aren't you? The middle-aged man waved his hand and didn't answer, still breathing heavily. Lu Mang's eyes were a bit puzzled after he took a look at the sons of the world's families who were tied to the barbecue grill. These sons of the world's families were their regular customers at the fortune house, and he knew them, and every day they came over they were all high and mighty, impressing him deeply. How come all these worldly kids are hung up now? This would have made them look like air-dried bacon if their hands and feet hadn't been tied. Lu Mang looked at the other 2 security guards with consulting eyes. Those 2 security guards pointed at the 2 Li 17, and then pointed at the children of the worldly families. Lu Mang's complexion suddenly changed. Li 17 and the 2 of them have tied up all these worldly children? These 2 boys are too bold for their own good. Aren't they afraid of offending the 9 great families and then being besieged by them? Not waiting for Lu Mang to open his mouth, Li 17 has been a little impatient. Lu Mang, is it? Don't just stand there. Introduce the introduction. This is not the boss of your fortune house? Only then did Lu Mang react and hurriedly said, Young Li, let me introduce you. This is Cui Jinjie, the boss of our fortune house. Boss Cui, this is young master Li 17 Li that I told you about. After the introductions were made, he stood to the side, not interfering with the communication between the 2 of them. Only then did Jun Cui slowly catch his breath, took a few deep breaths to stabilize himself, looked at Li 17, and said intermittently, Li, young master Li, you really have that knife? Li 17 looked at him in such a way that he would break at any moment, and said with some heartfelt reluctance, Boss Cui, you'd better take a breath first. John Choi didn't have any embarrassment and said in a trembling voice, Okay, you wait for me. After saying that, he stood still and kept adjusting his breathing, trying to make it smooth, except that such adjustments don't work very well. Li 17 was so helpless that he could only go forward, move the chair, stand up, and reach out to slap several acupoints on his body. Soon, John Choi's breathing became incredibly smooth. After Cui Junjie took a few deep breaths and realized that his breathing was clear, his expression was joyful and he looked at Li 17 with incomparable surprise. Young Master Li, amazing, you still know such a hand? Li 17 said indifferently. No need to thank you. Jun Shui looked at Li 17, his eyes glowing, and said, Young Master Li, can you show me that pig-killing knife? Without saying a word, Li 17 immediately pulled out the killing knife behind his back and placed it in front of Jun Shui. When Jun Shui saw the knife, his already glowing eyes glowed even more. He looked at the knife in front of him, looking left and right, looking incomparably closer, not even letting go of the pattern tattooed on the blade. By the time he finished looking at the blade in its entirety, his expression became incomparably excited, his eyes glowing even more, almost jumping up and down in excitement. It's it. It's really it. Ha ha ha. After waiting for so many years, it's finally reappeared in the Jianhu. Well, it's really great. He turned his head to look at Li 17 and said, Young Li, where did you get this knife? Li 17 said indifferently, This is none of your business. Just say, do you recognize this knife? Do you know its origin? Jun Shui said excitedly, Of course I recognize it. This knife was the exclusive divine knife of the first chef back then, using it to make the nationally famous divine devil's entire feast. Even the first emperor ate it and praised it as delicious. The first emperor was so pleased with his dragon's face that he personally gave his restaurant the name Fortune House. So, all the rich and noble buildings in the whole world are the property of that person. Then, he looked at Li 17 even more excitedly, as if he was on a pilgrimage, and hurriedly said, Young Master Li, is the person who gave you the precious sword still alive? He is my idol, the person I want to know the most in my life. Can you take me to meet and recognize him? Chapter 107, John Shui recognizes his master. Fortune House changes ownership. Li 17 looked at Jun Shui like this. His eyes were a bit puzzled. Are you sure that the owner of this killing knife is your idol? Is the cook so famous out there? And cooked for the first emperor? The creator of Fortune House is actually the cook? I can't see that the cook is so good. However, on closer inspection, it makes sense. The cook, even after living in the 18th floor of the prison. Still has a big belly and looks obese. The man in front of him, Cui Junjie, is the owner of the fortune house and is also as fat as a pig. Unlike the cook, who is a super flexible fat guy with old speed, he had once seen the big-bellied, obese cook sprinting like thunder and lightning in the dark area of the 18th floor prison, chasing after a monstrous creature, and in the blink of an eye he could sprint a kilometer away, blending into the darkness, so that Li XVII's eyes couldn't even catch it. The speed was as fast as lightning. Jun Chui nodded excitedly. Yes, Chef Su is my idol in my life. Li XVII was stunned. Chef Su. He had never known the cook's name before and had always called the man Uncle Cook. After all, none of the 5 great demon gods had revealed their real names to each other, and had always referred to themselves by nicknames. Now, for the first time, he knew the cook's last name. Cui Junjie said, Chef Su is not just my idol. He is also the idol of all chefs in the whole world, with invincible knife work that can open up the sky, and chopping up gods and demons like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. He's in our food world. That's the top of the heap. The number one deservedly. Many of our signature dishes at Fortune House were created by him, and it's because of his dishes that we've been able to open all over the country from Kyoto, and they've lasted forever. I also grew up listening to Chef Su's stories, and since I was a child, I've admired him immensely and dreamed of worshipping him as a teacher. Speaking here, he paused, sighed, and said, unfortunately, many years ago, after entering the palace, Chef Su suddenly disappeared, and has been out of sight for more than 20 years now. Along with his disappearance came his knife. He glanced at the pig-killing knife in Li XVII's hand. His eyes were fiery. Young Li, since you can get his knife, you must know where he is. Can you take me to see him? Seeing him like this, Li XVII faintly said, no need. You won't be able to see him. John Choi was stunned. He's dead? Li XVII blankly glanced at him, withdrew his sword back to its sheath, and said, not dead, alive and well. Only, you can't even enter where he is. Undeterred, John Choi asked, where is he? Li XVII said indifferently, Devil Suppressor Prison, 18th floor. Jun Chui froze at the words. Really? The Devil Suppressor Prison was located not far from their Maple Leaf City, and it was only a few thousand kilometers away. However, that place was heavily guarded, and guarded by Jizo and the king of the underworld, who had never appeared before the world. The prison guards inside, each and every one of them was a proud son of heaven selected from various places, strong and powerful, and each one of them was able to subdue a great demon. And within the 18th layer of hell, there were only 3 existences, Earth Store, Shimmy and Hades, guarding it, and each of the wardens could not reveal the secrets within, nor did they know who was imprisoned within. Other than the first emperor and a handful of people, no one knew who was being held in the 18th floor prison, much less what was actually inside this prison, because ordinary people can't enter that place, and even if they do, they'll be blasted out, either dead or injured. Chef Su, who has been out of sight for more than 20 years, is actually in the deepest part of the devil's prison? This news was unexpected to John Choi. Over the years, he had thought of any place the cook would go, the interior of the palace, the depths of the savage land, the sea of the underworld, the dark heavenly abyss, the 100,000 mountains, the Changbai mountain domain, the sea of magma, the great rift valley of East Africa, and many other places. The top management of the Fortune House even tried to find ways to send many people to search around the world, with countless deaths and injuries, but still unable to find any news of the cook. As a result, now Li XVII told him that the cook was on the 18th floor of the Devil Suppressor Prison? Li XVII said indifferently, what's the point of lying to you? Do you not believe me? He rolled up his sleeves and said, tell you what, I've also learned a few skills from the cook, so I'll go into the back kitchen and fry up a few dishes for you guys to prove myself. After that, he was going to the back kitchen. G18 looked at Li XVII, his eyes filled with suspicion, thinking, what bad idea is Master going to play again? Although he had only followed Li XVII for a day or two, he felt that he already knew Li XVII very well. Li XVII usually doesn't take such initiative. Once he strikes, then he definitely has his own purpose. It wasn't enough for him to take out a killing knife to prove himself, but he also wanted to go to the back kitchen, so it's clear that he has thoughts about other people's back kitchens. Cui Junjie hurriedly stopped Li XVII and laughed. No need, no need. Young Li, I already trust you very much when you have this knife. Then, he respectfully said, from today onwards, Fortune House is your property, and I, Junjie Cui, am your subordinate. If you want me to go west, I will never go east. After saying that, he solemnly kneeled down on one knee at Li XVII, expressing his most sincere sincerity. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was shocked and dumbfounded. Those sons of the world were dumbfounded. All the customers on the spot, the people in line, and all the staff in the hall were also shaken and completely dumbfounded by it. Shock. This is so shocking. Although Jun Shui was not one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City, but this fortune house was a great restaurant that was famous all over the world, and had long since become the imperial restaurant of the first emperor, with multiple forces involved in it, holding shares. Rumor has it that the current crown prince also has shares in Fortune House. Therefore, although Cui Junjia's realm was not high, but, as the boss of Fortune House, he was qualified to enter the capital to participate in the shareholders' meeting of Fortune House, and he had the status and qualifications to meet the legendary crown prince. This was an honor that the Maple Leaf City Lord and the 10 great families' patriarchs didn't have. As a result, now, such a high and mighty Cui Junjia even kneeled down on one knee to a country bumpkin like Li 17, and also transferred Fortune House to Li 17? Big news. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely be a big news that would stir up the entire Maple Leaf City. Li 17 also didn't expect the other party to do this, and hurriedly pulled Cui Junjie up, saying, Boss Cui, that's not what I meant when I came to see you. It's better for you to take the responsibility of being the boss here. He came to see you just to ask you for a favor. He doesn't know how to be a boss at all. If you give him the management of the restaurant, you're still sitting on your ass. Cui Junjie raised his head and said with incomparable respect, Boss Li, from now on, I am your pawn. I will do whatever you want me to do. Seeing him like this, Li 17 sighed and took out a picture of his own parents, handing it to Jun Shui. This is a picture of my parents. Send someone to help me look for them. Jun Shui couldn't help but be stunned again at his words. Li 17 sought him out just for this? He picked up the picture and glanced at it, while then looking at Li 17, saying, Young Li, do you want us to go into the room and talk again? Li 17 waved his hand. No. You find someone to arrange a revolving table, and serve a full banquet. Serve all the famous and delicious dishes here. I'll eat here. Juniper Choi wondered, wouldn't it be better to eat in your room where no one would bother you? Li 17 shook his head and said, that won't do. He pointed at the children of the worldly families who were set up on the grill and said with a straight face, if I go into my room and eat, what if their parents come and can't find us? Chapter 108, The Fulchan Seat. Cui Junjie originally wanted to invite Li 17 inside the private room and ask Li 17 a little question. Hearing such a reply from Li 17, he was dumbfounded. Only then did he notice that Tang Donglai, Shen Lang, Song Ya-ing, and the others were still hanging on the barbecue grill, like a ball of tied-up worldly children. What's the situation? Jun Shui looked at Lu Mang and the others with puzzled eyes. Lu Mang looked at the other two security guards. The two security guards had no choice but to once again tell everything that had just happened. Cui Junji and Lu Mang froze once again at his words. So there is such a thing? Colleagues? They looked at Li 17 again, their eyes even more shocked. Li 17 didn't even have any idea about inheriting this fortune house, but now he wants these worldly families to pay compensation? What's the situation? For a while, they were all a bit unable to see through Li 17. Cui Junjie said, Young Li, these children of the world's families don't have eyes. Just teach them a lesson. There's no need to make it so ugly. Why don't we just put them down first? The family of the world. The most important thing is face. By tying up all the children of these families and hanging them on the barbecue grill, Li 17 is rubbing the faces of these families on the ground. Moreover, Li 17 had asked these people to seek help from their families to get money to compensate Li 17 here. This was completely meant to make the 9 great families lose face. With his understanding of the 9 great clans of Maple Leaf City, when the senior figures of those clans saw these juniors being treated like this, they would surely be furious and would unleash a rather insane act of revenge on Li 17 and G18. Li 17 said, Boss Cui, I'm very happy that you're thinking about me, but I'm not happy when you talk like this. Little master, it's obvious that these people came after me. They even tried to kill me, and I haven't done anything to them yet. And you want me to put them down? Are you talking like a human being? When Jun Shui heard this, his expression changed and he didn't dare to say anything more. Li 17 ignored Cui Junjie and turned his head to G18. 18. See clearly? Did they all ask for help from their families? G18 nodded. Don't worry, other than the unconscious ones, everyone else has already asked for help from the family. Li Xii's face was expressionless as he said, Go and slap the unconscious ones awake. Tell them to notify their families to come over as well, and make it clear to them that they must be prepared to come over with enough sincerity. G18 nodded his head and walked over, patting the unconscious Song Ya-ing, Tang Donglai, and Shen Lang awake. And under some coercion, Tang Donglai and the others didn't dare to be disobedient, and panicked and used the 10,000 mile sound transmission note to come to the family for help. Especially Song Ying and Shen Lang, who had long been beaten up by G18, cried miserably when they used the 10,000 miles transmission note to ask for help. Jun Shui looked at this scene and frowned slightly, always feeling that it was wrong for Li 17 to do this. Li 17 turned his head to look at Jun Shui. Did you just say that you would listen to me? Jun Shui nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, 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 Li 17 said. Immediately order down. Let the chefs get the dishes. Remember, I want a full banquet. Jun Shui nodded and turned his head to go find the chef. At that moment, Li 17 called out to him again. Jun Shui turned back and looked at Li 17 suspiciously. Li 17 said, prepare 5 tables of full banquet. Remember, I have studied with the cook. I want the freshest ingredients. If you use some frozen ingredients, I will find you to settle the score. Cui Junjie nodded. Young Li, don't worry. I don't have any frozen ingredients at Fortune House. They are all fresh goods. Although he didn't know why Li 17 wanted 5 tables full of so many, he didn't question it, and did whatever Li 17 commanded him to do. Seeing that he was so understanding, Li 17 nodded with satisfaction and sat down, quietly looking at Tang Donglai, Song Yang, and Shen Lang, the children of those worldly families, and hemmed and hawed, as if he was looking at the treasures of the world. This smile, in the eyes of Tang Donglai and the others, was as terrifying as a demon, scaring them to the point of not daring to speak. G18 walked back and respectfully said, Cousin, all the contacts are finished. Their elders personally said that they will arrive in a while. Li 17 nodded. Good. It didn't take long for the large living room to be filled with 5 circular baguettes about 10 meters in diameter at the behest of Jun Shui. Immediately afterward, an hour later, those chefs started serving the food. There are 108 dishes in a table at Manhwarecap, which is quite a large variety of dishes, and the list is endless. Each dish is made with carefully selected ingredients and cooked by a special chef to create a colorful and fragrant aroma. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast, a legendary banquet in the Qing dynasty, smells good. Li 17 had grown up so much, but it was the first time he had seen so many kinds of food. His eyes were glowing, and his hands were a little bit stupid. G18 stood next to him, already salivating. These dishes look unbelievably tasty and appetizing, both in terms of their appearance and aroma. Jun Shui couldn't help but laugh a little when he saw the two of them like this. He forced a smile and said, this dish, the full house, had almost become extinct during the eternal night period, leaving only the recipes, and later, it was Chef Su who carried a knife and went in and out of all kinds of secret and dangerous places, looking for clues in the sinister places where evil spirits were everywhere, and step by step, he made up the full house. Young Li, Young Ji, what you're seeing now is Chef Su's carefully restored recipe, and it's also one of our Fortune House's town treasures. When Li 17 heard this, he couldn't help but wonder. 1. Jun Shui nodded and said, Chef Su's attainments in culinary arts are the first of its kind today, and he has restored all types of recipes from before the eternal night on his own, and even created his own recipes. The full house, just one of his masterpieces. Further up, there are his 4 masterpieces. Tell me? Li 17's eyes glowed. Jun Shui said, first, the Divine Demon Full Seat. This is a work based on the foundation of the Manchu Full Seat and upgraded again. It is cooked with exotic beasts, evil spirits, and all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures produced. Not only is it expensive, but the flavor is even better. However, only the first emperor alone is qualified to taste such a dish, and no one has ever eaten it a second time to this day. Second, braised lion's head. This is cooked with one of the heads of the Life Forbidden Zone's calamity level demon, the 9-headed lion essence, and legend has it that just by using one bite of it, one can enhance one's strength for 10 years. However, because hunting calamity level demons is so difficult, this dish has become extinct since Chef Su disappeared. Third, steamed true dragon, which is also a calamity level evil spirit, an ancient dragon king located in the Black Sea, too difficult to capture, plus Chef Su's disappearance. This dish also became extinct. The fourth dish, which is still being saved, is steamed monkey brains. All you need to do is capture the powerful evil class evil sneak, the Sphinx monkey, and you can use the Sphinx monkey's head to cook with. The difficulty factor, which isn't that great. Last time, we worked with Elder Chen Shan, who gave us many Sphinx monkeys, and we've already sent that batch of fresh ingredients to the capital. Unfortunately, Elder Chen was possessed by the strongest one, the Sphinx monkey, and almost died. However, he's also taken credit for it. If those bigwigs in the capital are satisfied with the quality of this batch of Sphinx monkeys, perhaps, their Chen family will be able to move up a level and become imperial merchants. Speaking of this, he sighed, feeling sorry for Chen Shan. Only, by the time he finished, he froze. Li 17 and G18 didn't even listen to what he said and had already jumped on the table and feasted. Li 17 was still a bit more civilized, holding chopsticks, knives, forks and spoons, and winded. G18 was quite simple and rough, grabbing those foods with his hands and stuffing them into his mouth, eating with his mouth full of oil, wolfing down the food, eating in a particularly ugly manner. Chapter 109, Too Little Tao Tai. Yummy. Wow. This is also delicious. 18. Try this. It's super delicious. Li 17 stood on top of that 8 trigrams round table and used his chopsticks to eat those dishes. He had never seen so much food in his life, and every dish tasted exceptionally delicious, making his eyes glow. So, when John Choi talked about those 4 masterpieces of the cook, he simply couldn't help himself and jumped right on the food, trying those foods one after another. Yummy. This is really so yummy. As he ate each dish, his eyes glowed and he felt like he was eating the best food in the world. Basically, all the ingredients from the south and north of the Dragon Kingdom were here, and after the chefs had carefully cooked them, the food was incomparably delicious and tasty. Although Li 17 didn't have any great pursuit for ingredients and food, he still felt that his taste buds and stomach were greatly satisfied after eating these delicious foods, although it is not as delicious as the cook's food. However, the advantage is that it has more ingredients and toppings, and it is still much more interesting to eat than those foods from the cook. After all, in that previous residence, the great tonic things that the cook had given him to eat were simply not for human consumption. G18 followed Li 17 and grabbed those food with both hands and ate them. Still so simple and rough, the two of them, on top of the dining table, ended up eating a large table with a diameter of 10 meters empty in no time. Especially G18, he even couldn't get enough of it and licked all those plates clean. Seeing this scene, Cui Junjie, Lu Mang, Song Yang, Tang Donglai and the others, as well as all the guests at the scene, were dumbstruck. These 2 boys look tiny. Why do they eat so aggressively? Most importantly, after eating such a large table of food, both of their stomachs still looked flat and didn't look bloated at all. Li 17 licked his fingers and said to Jun Shui, "Boss Shui, hurry up and serve the food." When Jun Shui heard this, he snapped out of his shocked state and hurriedly ordered the kitchen to go and cook again. At his command, all the cooks inside the kitchen all began to struggle, sweating, turning the fire stoves to the maximum, and began to frantically stir-fry the vegetables and simmer the soup. Also, they don't exactly cook a table before serving it, but rather they let people serve it out after they've done one dish. A group of waiters were in charge of bringing out food from inside the kitchen and placing it on another table. Li 17 and G18 were like piglets waiting to be fed. Seeing every dish come out, they immediately moved their chopsticks/hands and wolfed down the food, quickly finishing all those dishes. One dish on, one dish off. The 2 of them were like 2 little gourmets, and their stomachs were like bottomless pits that could never be filled. Soon, the 2 of them had eaten the entire 5 tables of Full House, and only then did they sit down contentedly in their seats, rubbing their somewhat bulbous stomachs with a look of enjoyment. Seeing this, Cui Junjie, Lu Mang, Tang Donglai, Shen Lang, Song Yang and the others were once again dumbstruck and stunned. 5 large tables full of food. That's enough for hundreds of people to eat. As a result, these 2 boys actually finished all of them. Not a single dish left. What kind of stomach is this? Even Tao Tai can't eat that much, right? Yummy. So yummy. G18 picked his teeth with a toothpick, soothing and enjoying. As a demon king, it was the first time he had eaten so much human food. Sweet and sour, bitter and spicy, all kinds of flavors, making him immensely satisfied, feeling that he had not come to this world for nothing. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Being an evil spirit is still too lonely and cold. Eating alive and drinking blood. Where are the humans so good at enjoying themselves? So much food. If Cheng Wang Cheng Feng was here, they would also enjoy their blessings. Humans are humans, and that's so much better than evil spirits. He was the demon king in the Kangwolf forest, although he seemed to be very powerful, controlling hundreds of miles of evil spirits, and eating and drinking every day. But where are the flavors of those evil spirits as rich as human cooking techniques? At this moment, it finally understood why some demons and evils that had become devils desperately wanted to change into human beings and mix into human cities to live. The lights, food and drinks in human society are simply too tempting for evil spirits with a single food. Li 17 touched his rounded stomach and looked up at Cui Junjie. Alright, I'm full. You order the back kitchen to set up 2 more big tables. I want to pack my bags and take them away. John Choi was stunned again. You've eaten 5 big tables of food and you're still not full and you want to pack a bag? Li 17 has such a big appetite? However, he didn't ask and immediately ordered the back kitchen to start cooking. Clattering sound. Just at this time, a burst of footsteps came from the doorway, and immediately afterward, An incomparably strong and terrifying aura surged in like a tsunami toward the outside. Wherever the chi passed, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground, and the temperature of the surrounding air immediately dropped, eventually soaring down to 0 degrees. Everyone at the scene felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar and were shivering. At the same time, after those terrifying auras swept over, they were like a mountain, suppressing everyone's bodies, causing the pressure to increase greatly. Tang Donglai was immediately ecstatic after sensing a familiar aura. It's here! The elders of our Tang clan are here. Song Ying was also overjoyed. I felt it too. It's my second uncle's aura. Shen Lang also raised his head. This is my third uncle's breath. The other sons of the lineage looked ecstatic after sensing the aura coming from outside, and one by one, they all raised their heads and looked hopefully towards the door. Li XVII also looked toward the door and muttered, "The rightful owner has finally arrived." Chapter 110, The 9 Great Clans Are Coming. Boom! With a loud bang, a man stepped into the fortune house. With this step of his, the entire fortune house shook a little. That heaven-destroying aura was also like a monstrous wave that swept towards Li XVII and G18's side. Li XVII and G18 were expressionless and unmoved, but not so with the others. Plop! In addition to Cui Junjie, Lu Mang, the 2 security guards, and those diners with weaker cultivation in the scene could not withstand such a terrible aura, and they were all suppressed to kneel on the ground, trembling. Jun Shui also looked at the door with a grave expression on his face. The others, too, looked toward the door at that moment. The one who appeared in the doorway was a middle-aged man of about 50 years old, with short hair, shrewd and godly, and eyes as sharp as blades. The body was tall and lanky, fully 1 meter 9 tall, with a robust body like a small mountain. As soon as he entered, a strong aura of unruffled authority already permeated his body, causing people to feel a huge oppressive force that almost suffocated them. After seeing this person, Tang Donglai's eyes were ecstatic as he hurriedly shouted, "Third uncle, I'm here." As he spoke, he was incredibly excited, as if he had seen a savior. It's a senior member of the Tang family, Tang Mingxiu, Tang Mingsu, a high-ranking member of the Tang clan, with an unfathomable cultivation level. He had already cultivated to the 8th heavenly realm of the Burning Sky realm 5 years ago, and was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 9th heavenly realm. 5 years ago, he alone was able to go out of the city and sweep away evil spirits, and even fought in front of the Demon King, and although he couldn't defeat the Demon King of the Crow Wolf Forest, Chicken, he was able to retreat in one piece under the Demon King's attack. Now that 5 years have passed, he has definitely made a breakthrough and will be even stronger than he was 5 years ago. Tang Ningxi's character is incomparably fiery, even more so than the Chen family's old master Chen Shan. A little bit will blow up. He's here. I'm afraid that Li XVII and G18 are going to be miserable. Never mind that, let's just watch the show. Things are getting interesting. After seeing that middle-aged man, many people at the scene all looked at each other in dismay, and then looked at Li XVII and G18 with eyes filled with sympathy. Look guys, besides Tang Ningxi, people from the Song family, Shan family, Yang family, and the other 6 great families are all here. Someone exclaimed out in shock. Sure enough, behind Tang Ningxi, 8 other experts appeared, 7 men and 1 woman. The male ones were more imposing than one another, permeated with an aura like that of a ferocious beast, and their voices were overwhelming. Obviously, they were all high-ranking members of the 9 great families, and their strength was strong. The men were all in their 40s and 50s, and only the woman was incomparably young, only in her 20s, with a beautiful, graceful, and charming face. I'll go. Yang Kaiwei, one of the Maple Leaf City's double beauties. She's even here? Someone recognized the identity of that woman's origin and immediately stood up and exclaimed in shock. Yang Kaiwei is here too? It's not hard to understand that one of the people hanging on the grill was one of their young boys. I go. It's really Yang Kaiwei. She really looks beautiful. This body, damn. If I can have her, even if I have to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car, I'm willing to do it. You're even taking it with you, aren't you? You even want to take this kind of advantage. I have to say, it's really pretty. As soon as Yang Kaiwei appeared, all the men at the scene were awestruck by it, standing up and looking at Yang Kaiwei with changed eyes. Nice. National colors, tipping the scales. As she stood there, she attracted everyone's attention. Even forgetting the presence of Tang Ningxi and Li XVII and the others, many men's eyes went straight, looking at Yang Kaiwei for an instant. Even Jun Shui, who was no exception, looked at Yang Kaiwei with glowing eyes. Yang Kaiwei swept a glance at the scene and saw a young man who was racked on a barbecue stand. Her face sank, and a flash of anger and hatred flashed in her eyes. This youth was from their Yang family, her untalented brother Yang Feiyu. She turned her head and looked at the person who started it. After she saw Li XVII and G18 eating and drinking there, She was stunned and exclaimed in her heart, how could it be him? Before Yang Kaiwei could speak, Tang Mingxi had already coldly rebuked. Who dares to make a move against my Tang family sons and daughters? Stand out. G18 looked at Li 17. Li 17 shook his head as he ate, indicating that there was no need to answer. Sure enough, without waiting for the two of them to speak, Tang Donlai had already opened his mouth and shouted, Third uncle, it's those two brats who are eating. Get him. When Tang Mingxi heard this, his gaze immediately landed on the two of them, Li 17 and G18, and his gaze froze. He had originally thought that it was some ferocious person who had made a move against their Tang family sons and daughters, but it turned out to be two such brats? These two are only a meter tall. How could they knock down and tie up a strong young man like Tang Donlai? Soon enough, Tang Mingxi came up with the answer on her own. Demon. There must have been a demon pretending to become like a child, fooling Tang Donlai and causing him to let his guard down. Then, the demon took the opportunity to strike and beat Tang Donlai and the others down. These two boys must be using some kind of machinations. After Tang Mingxi figured it out, he looked at Li 17 and G18 with an increasingly morose gaze. If you dare to make a move against our Tang family's sons and daughters, no matter if you're a man, woman, child, or an evil spirit or demon, you'll all have to pay a painful price. Listen, you two, you'd better get down on your knees right now and apologize to us, or else. Before he could finish his words, Yang Kaiwei had already pulled on his sleeve. Tang Mingxi turned around and stared at Yang Kaiwei. What for? Yang Kaiwei smiled and said, Uncle Tang-san, why don't I handle this matter? It's better for us to make peace and not start an argument. She saw with her own eyes how terrifying Li XVII's strength could easily kill those terrifying Star Society experts with unfathomable strength. Although Tang Mingxi was very strong, above the 8th heavenly realm of the Burning Heaven realm, but Li XVII's strength was unknown. I'm afraid that if there's a conflict, it's not going to be pleasant for either side. Expensive with peace? Expensive my ass. Yang Kaiwei, you're a woman with a weak character. I don't blame you, but this matter has touched the face of the Tang family. No matter who the opponent is, you'll have to pay the price. Tang Mingxi's gaze was chilling as he shook Yang Kaiwei's hand away, while looking angrily at Li 17 and G18. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to speak, Li 17 said slowly, 18. Later on, if he talks any harder, beat him up and fly him away. Remember, don't kill him, leave him alive to collect the money. G18 swallowed a mouthful of bear cookies and said faintly, okay, pack flies. When Tang Mingxi arrived and saw Tang Donlai tied to the rack, he had already been on fire. After hearing such a conversation between Li 17 and G18, he instantly became furious like thunder, and without saying anything, his entire body's true chi operated to the extreme at this moment. Seek death. Rustle of skirts, accompanied by an icy rebuke. Tang Mingxi had already crossed a distance of hundreds of meters like a ghost, appearing in front of both Li 17 and G18. That casserole-sized slap, like lightning, heavily slapped towards Li XVII's face. Chapter 111, What a weak lord. Tang Mingxi was completely enraged. As a high-ranking member of the Tang family, he was never respected wherever he went. However, now in the mouths of the two country boys, Li 17 and G18, he became an existence that could be sent flying at any time. He couldn't hear Li 17 and G18 treating him with a single ounce of respect, and even saw the disdain in Li 17 and G18's eyes. From this, it could be seen that these two people didn't put him in their eyes at all. Therefore, he was furious and wanted to teach Li 17 and G18 a lesson. With this slap, he used close to 50% of his strength, and the palm came out, shattering the air and erupting with an incomparably sharp sound of air bursting. At the same time, the wind was blowing furiously and the sand was flying. The fierce palm wind blew the hair of both Li 17 and G18 flying backward. Crap! Jun Chui's expression changed. He wanted to block very much, but it was simply useless. Tang Mingxi had moved in true anger, and his speed was too fast. He couldn't block at all. He couldn't keep up with Tang Mingxi's speed. Strike! What speed! Tang Mingxi is worthy of being a Burning Sky Realm 8th Heavenly Realm expert. Such an appalling sound right out of the gate. Awesome! I don't think he's doing his best, but with an attack like this, an average 7th Heaven Burning Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. So these two country boys might be in for a world of trouble. Seeing Tang Mingxi strike, everyone at the scene murmured, looking at Li 17 and G18 with sympathy and gloating written all over their eyes. In particular, the people coming from the other 7 great clans also laughed sardonically. In their opinion, having Tang Mingxi make a move was already enough. This Heaven Burning Realm 8th Heavenly Realm expert was more powerful than any of them. When he made his move, he would definitely be able to beat the hell out of Li 17 and G18. Hey, go to hell. Tang Donlai laughed sardonically. as if he had already seen the miserable appearance of Li XVII and G18 being beaten to death. In the eyes of everyone at the scene, as long as Elder Chen's group of heaven-burning realm Grand Circle experts didn't come out, Tang Mingxi was an invincible existence. Against the district's two brats, Tang Mingxi was surely able to take them down with ease. Only, before they could maintain their smiles for more than 2 seconds, their expressions instantly froze. In the face of this violent slap, Li XVII showed a hint of disgust in his eyes. The palm wind is so strong, blowing the dishes cold. 18. Get him. Behind him, those dishes were directly swept away because of this palm wind. However, a thread of silk diffused out from Li XVI's body, sticking those foods completely, so that those foods would not be blown away. But the fierce palm wind had cooled much of the soup and food. This is something that annoyed Li XVII. Without saying a word, G18 immediately swallowed the snack in his hand and quickly struck out, striking after him, easily flashing in front of Li XVII and reaching out to grab Tang Mingxi's ferocious and incomparable punch. Tang Mingxi felt the power in his fist disappear without a trace like a mud cow into the sea. He couldn't help but change his expression and looked at Li XVII with incomparable astonishment. How could that be? Bang! Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, G18 had already thrown a heavy punch at his face. The tremendous force of the blow broke his nose bone and blood flowed out, and the severe pain traveled into his brain, making his head buzz with pain. The intense pain didn't make Tang Mingxi pass out, but instead made him even angrier, and the true chi in his body worked even more crazily. How dare you hit me? You little, I'm going to kill you. Immediately afterward, he no longer hid his cultivation, but instead, he put his entire body's power into motion, his chi and blood boiling and clattering like an ocean. At the same time, the shrine behind his head was also sacrificed, and the divine child inside stepped out, burning with flames like a small sun, as if it was going to burn everything. Being punched by G18 in public was an unusually great disgrace to him. He was now up for killing, wanting to kill Li XVII and G18 completely. Only, before he could wait for any act of striking out, G18 punched him in the face again, with a powerful force that made his head buzz, and the true chi in his body was somewhat loosened as a result, and the shrine at the back of his head also started to become somewhat illusory. Without any words, G18 jumped up from the table, grabbed one of Tang Mingxi's hands, and swung Tang Mingxi around, eventually hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The terrifying force smashed the ground out into a large pit 5 meters in diameter. Cracks spread in all directions like spider webs. Tang Mingxi lay within the large pit, his body aching as if it were falling apart, his chi and blood shaking, and his true chi nearly collapsing from the beating, completely unable to coalesce, and the shrine was forced to retract into his body. What the hell are you? Tang Mingxi looked at G18, his pupils contracting violently. But he had cultivated from the 8th heavenly layer to the 9th heavenly layer of the burning heaven realm in these 5 years, and he was just one step away from the great perfection. However, in front of G18, he was powerless to fight back. G18 only needed one punch to have his true chi collapsed, and with a sweetness in his throat, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. This kind of power is definitely not something an ordinary person can possess. For a grifter like you to want to touch my cousin is simply delusional, G18 said. After saying that, he grabbed one of Tang Mingxi's hands and once again swung Tang Mingxi up, left and right, and kept smashing it on the floor. Seeing this scene, Tang Donglai was dumbfounded. John Choi froze. Yang Kaiwei and the other arrivals from the 7 great clans were also dumbfounded. Lu Mang, the 2 security guards, and all the customers at the scene were also all staring at this scene with wide eyes full of disbelief. Shock. It's so shocking. Who would have thought that G18, a poor boy from the countryside, would be so powerful that he would be able to rub an expert like Tang Mingxi on the ground. Tang Mingxi was obviously so tall, almost as tall as 2G18. However, he was as defenseless as a small chicken in G18's hands, being lifted up and smashed on the ground, beating his head to a bloody pulp. Bang! Until for the last time, G18 smashed Tang Mingxi onto the ground, doubling the diameter of the pit from earlier to more than 6 meters. Tang Mingxi was lying inside the pit, bleeding from his 7 orifices and dying. The sound was so small and subtle that the average person could not hear it clearly. G18 stood at the edge of the pit and faintly said, "What a weak adult." The moment these words came out, everyone on the scene was all dried up and silenced, especially the experts of the other 8 great families. At this time, their smiles had completely disappeared and were replaced by incomparably ugly expressions. Tang Mingxi was already the most powerful expert within their group, almost at the great circle of the burning heaven realm. As a result, in G18's eyes, Tang Mingxi was still so weak? Then if G18 got serious, wouldn't he be stronger than they had imagined? Silence. The scene was plunged into a kind of dead silence, where you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tang Donglai, in particular, had his mouth open and his eyes wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. How is it that Tang Mingxi, who was invincible in his eyes, is now on the ground and not moving? No way. That's absolutely impossible. What I'm seeing must be an illusion. Tang Donglai gritted his teeth, blinked vigorously, and fixed his eyes again. Tang Mingxi was still lying in the middle of the big pit, more out of breath than in, looking as if he would hang up at any moment. Tang Donglai was unwilling to believe it, and closed his eyes again, opened them again, and looked at them several times in a row like this, which finally confirmed it. Tang Mingxi really lost. A crushing defeat. Even Tang Mingxi didn't even have a chance to resist, and was thus easily crushed by G18. Done. Done. It's all over. Tang Donglai had to accept this cruel reality. A heart sinking straight to the bottom. Began to doubt life. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear and dread as he looked at Li 17 and G18. These two country boys are too powerful. This is no longer in the mother's womb to start practicing. It is simply in the Yellow Springs Road to start practicing. Not yet fully reincarnated, has been practicing for decades or even hundreds of years. As soon as the birth of the invincible Tang Donglai at this moment was incomparably certain that he had definitely kicked the bucket and was in big trouble. Li 17 and G18 were so strong. And that meant that their Tang clan didn't dare to go to war with these two youngsters easily at all. Unless they, the Tang clan, were able to get these two killed in one go. As long as one of these two escaped with their lives, with their cultivation, it would be enough to make the entire Tang clan tremble and die for them. So, next, their Tang family would have only one option, to make reparations. Tang Donglai felt that Li 17 and G18 would definitely ask for a lion's share of the money, and their Tang family would definitely give it as well. And at that time, back at the Tang family, he would definitely be severely smacked by the elders of the Tang family. Only, for some reason, looking at Tang Mingxi, who was lying on the ground, a bit of strange satisfaction and a sense of dark pleasure arose in his heart. Finally, I'm not the only one who got punched out by G18. Seeing that the crowd had all fallen silent, Li 17 stopped eating and instead looked up at the experts of the 8 great families, hooked his finger and said, "You are all representatives of the 8 great families, aren't you? Come on, let's talk about the compensation." Chapter 112, The Lion's Share. The experts of the 8 great clans had long been completely shocked after seeing Tang Mingxi knocked down. A silence fell over the scene. Everyone was dumbfounded. Now when they heard such words from Li 17, they immediately trembled and raised their heads together, looking at Li 17 with eyes filled with fear. G18 could crush Tang Mingxi while he obeyed Li 17. From this, it could be seen that Li XVII's strength was definitely much stronger than G18's. Hearing Li XVII's call, they looked at each other with shock, horror and disbelief written in their eyes. He couldn't even believe how these two countryside boys in front of him had cultivated. How could they be so powerful when they were obviously so young? Yang Kaiwei was the first to come back to her senses and walked over, smilingly greeting Li 17 as she did so. "Little 17, long time no see." When Li 17 saw young Kaiwei, his eyes were stunned. "Sister Kaiwei, you are also here to redeem me?" As he spoke, he patted his chest and thought, "That was close. I almost said what was on my mind." Yang Kaiwei's expression was a little hard to see. However, she quickly regained her composure again, pointing at the youth of the young family who was racked on the barbecue grill and said, "This person is my younger brother. Little 17, give your sister a face and let him go." As she spoke, she also flashed a very nice smile to Li 17. Li 17 balked. "No way." Yang Kaiwei was stunned. "Ha?" Li 17 said. "Sister Kaiwei, although I know you, the rules can't be broken. None of them can be released." Yang Kaiwei was stunned, not expecting Li 17 to reject her so dryly. Li 17 drank a cup of beverage, stood up, pointed at Tang Donglai and the others, and said to Yang Kaiwei and the other arrivals from the 7 great families, "These people are being unreasonable, striking out at my brother and I and even trying to kill us, striking out to attack in quite a powerful and old sharp way. They tried to kill us. Little master, I was merciful and didn't kill them, just tied them up to help you big families discipline them. You may say that they are children and do not know any better. If the son doesn't teach, the father's fault. You didn't educate them well, and you family bigwigs are also responsible. And now that your people are here, let's settle the score. First, they are unreasonable and have caused great mental harm to both of our brothers. And this amount of compensation, you have to pay for us. Secondly, I just helped you discipline these people, and you will have to compensate me for this discipline fee as well. I've done the math. It's very simple. Each of your great families compensate me $200 million, and I'll let a few of them go. 200 million per family. That's $18 billion for the 9 families combined. That's a lot of money in any town. Rub. Hearing such words from Li 17, everyone at the scene was once again shocked and dumbfounded. Once again there was silence. None of them thought that Li XVII would be so bold as to dare to ask for such a lion's share. Not to mention that those people were frightened. Even G18 was shocked. He looked back at Li XVII with stunned eyes, an expression that seemed to say, "Boss, are you serious?" On the barbecue grill, Tang Donglai's expression was extremely ugly when he heard these words. His heart was like ashes. As expected, he guessed correctly that Li XVII had really asked for a lion's share of the money. Li XVII turned back to look at young Kaiwei when everyone was shocked by it, smiled, and said, "Sister Kaiwei, we are at least acquainted with each other. I'll give you a 50% discount, and your family will just give me $100 million. Yang Kaiwei sniffed and the corner of her mouth twitched. 50% off. $1 billion. That's very generous of you, my good man. Thank you so much. Chapter 113, so I'm the one who got screwed. Yang Kaiwei thought for a moment and said, Xiao 17, we all know each other. Why don't we? Li 17 seemed to know what she was saying and directly waved his hand to stop her from speaking. Sister Kaiwei, you don't need to say anything. Friendship is friendship. Compensation is compensation. These are two different things. For your sake, I've only reduced it by $100 million. If you say more, I'll have to increase it. Oh. Yang Kaiwei was completely unable to continue halfway through her sentence. Although she only had a one-sided relationship with Li 17, she knew something of Li 17's character, sighed, and said, okay, we'll pay for it. Li 17 grinned. That's right then, talking to a smart person like you, Sister Kaiwei, who is sensible and understands right and wrong is just refreshing. Unlike certain fools, who don't understand how to say anything, and want to make a move on us. He took out the bank card that Divine Soldier Ro had given him and handed it to Yang Kaiwei. Sister Kaiwei, here, put the money on this card. Yang Kaiwei said, I'll make a phone call. After saying that, she took out the Miles transmission note. Li 17 asked curiously, Sister Kaiwei, why don't you use a cell phone? Yang Kaiwei said, the cell phone only has a signal inside the city, but it doesn't have a signal when you go out of the city, so it's not good to use. It's still better to use the 10,000 mile sound transmission. With this modernization, cell towers can only exist inside cities. Out of the city, it's a world show of evil spirits. Signal towers are installed during the day, but at night they are uprooted by evil spirits and don't work at all. So it's a little more convenient to have a 10,000 mile message than a cell phone. Li 17 let out an oh-so-quiet sound and didn't ask again. Yang Kaiwei looked at the bank card number in Li XVII's hand and reported it with the Miles transmission note, asking someone in the family to play $100 million into this card. The one in charge of money in the Yang family sniffed, and could not help but be stunned. Sister Kaiwei, our Yang family never compromises with others when we do things. This is what you are doing, Yang Kaiwei said in a cold voice. Cut the crap. If you're told to do it, you do it. On the patriarch's side, I'll explain it to him. The man had no choice but to nod his head in agreement and make the payment. About a minute later, Yang Kaiwei then turned her head to look at Li 17. The payment has been made, Li 17 said. Wait. He also took out the Miles transmission note and called Lu Hongqi to ask if the bank card had arrived at $100 million. Over at the Divine Soldier Company, Lu Hongqi received a call from Li 17, and when he heard the news, he was stunned, and subconsciously thought, which one of the ungrateful ones has messed with this furious god again, being blackmailed by him? However, he was only thinking this way and did not dare to open his mouth to say it at all, and on the surface, he still respectfully said, Master 17, wait for a moment, I'll have someone check it out. He called in this finance and inquired about Li 17's account. Sure enough, there was an extra billion in the account. Good lord, what wrongdoer did you catch again? Lu Hongqi thought in his mind and replied into the phone, Master 17. It has been received. A faint sentence came from Li 17 over the phone. Good, you keep an eye on it for me. There will definitely be more money coming in later, and you have to report to me every time a sum of money comes in. Then, Li 17 hung up the phone. Lu Hongqi froze as he looked at the Miles transmission note. There's still money coming in. By the looks of it, this wrongdoer was not just one person. There were many others. Just who was so ungrateful to provoke such a little fiend like Li 17? Before he could finish his thoughts, at that moment, another call came in, and the Miles transmission note flickered with light. Lu Hongqi picked up the phone and said in a deep voice, Xiao Wu, what is it? On the other side of the phone, Lu Wu's panicked voice came over. Master, your grandson has gotten into trouble and offended a very powerful person. He is now requesting that we make a payment of $200 million into his account, or else he will not let your grandson go. Then, Ryuwu reported that bank card account. Lu Hongqi's face first turned cold when he heard this. Is that little brat in trouble again? Then, he was furious in his heart. What kind of person was it that dared to make a move on his grandson? Finally, after he heard that bank card account, his eyes were puzzled. This card number, why does it sound a bit familiar? In the next second, he snapped to attention. Isn't this Li XVII's account? After Lu Hongqi repeatedly confirmed the number, he instantly understood everything, pounded his chest, and was so angry that his face turned red. Nima, turns out the wrongdoer was myself. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Xiao Wu, listen to me. Agree to whatever Li XVII asks for, don't resist, and don't flip out, and also, make sure to be respectful to that Li XVII. I'll let someone beat him up with money now, and, after rescuing that little bugger, send him over to my side right away. As he spoke, he was angry and furious, blowing his beard and eyes and trembling, itching to beat his own grandson to the skin. Damn it, what's the point of messing with that godly 17? Even your grandfather can't afford to mess with someone, yet you still want to offend him to death. Looking for death. Fortune House, lobby. Li XVII soon received a report from Lu Hongqi that there were $200 million more in the card, respectively from the Yang family and the Lu family. After receiving the money, he grinned an incomparable smile and walked up to the grill, looking at the people on the grill. Who's from the Lu family and who's from the Yang family? The young man from the Yang family hurriedly said, I'm from the Yang family. The young man from the Lu family also spoke in a hurry. I'm from the Lu family. Without saying a word, Li XVII lifted the two of them up, took out the outside of the grill, and threw them in front of Lu Wu and Yang Kaiwei. Alright, back to you. Then he reached out and pointed. Two swordshi flew out and cut off the ropes on the Yang family youth and the Lu family youth. Lu Wu bowed to Li XVII. Thank you Master 17. After saying that, he lifted the youth of the Lu family and quickly left. It was only after walking out of the fortune house that he snapped to attention. That's not true. He hadn't said who the youth of the Lu family had offended just now. So how did Lu Hongqi instantly know that this person's name was Li XVII? Within the fortune building, Yang Kaiwei also grabbed that young clan youth and nodded to Li XVII. Many thanks to little 17. And then, she glared at that youth from the Yang family. Stand up for me. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. After saying that, she exchanged a greeting with Li XVII and took that youth away. Li XVII waved his hand behind him. Sister Kaiwei, let's have tea together sometime. When Yang Kaiwei heard this, her feet stumbled and she almost fell to the ground. She hurriedly stabilized her body and took that youth from the Yang family and quickly left. After seeing Lu Wu and Yang Kaiwei handing over their money and walking away, the remaining senior members of the 7 great clans looked at each other. They also did not expect these two to be so dry and decisive in handing over money and replacing people, seemingly not wanting to have any conflicts with Li XVII at all, especially that senior member of the Xiao family. Staring at G18, his face sank and his heart sank straight to the bottom. At this time, he recognized that G18 was the one who had rubbed their Xiao family head on the ground. No wonder the way he saw G18 swinging Tang Mingxi to the ground just now looked familiar. So it turned out that their Xiao family head had also been treated like this before. After thinking about it, the senior members of the Xiao family silently took a step back and hid behind the crowd, taking out the Miles transmission note to contact people in the family and report on the matter. At this time, Li XVI's eyes were calm as he hooked his hand at the remaining people from the 7 great clans. They've finished compensating and left with their people. So, what about you guys? Chapter 114, add another $100 million. Hearing Li XVI's words, everyone at the scene looked at each other, sensing a great danger and threat. They each glanced at each other, all seeing the scorn and shock in the other's eyes. The Yang family, the leader within their 9 great families, had a huge power, and it was said to be a collateral lineage of one of Yinjing's great families. The Lu family, even more powerful, engaged in the divine soldier line, is a real royal business, although it is only a business in this border city. But people at least have the name of a royal merchant, not something other families can touch. However, the fact that these 2 very large families with family backgrounds were so dry to hand over money for ransom made them all wonder if these 2 families knew something. At this moment, the senior member of the Xiao family said in a deep voice, let's discuss this. After that, he pulled the other senior to the door. That senior was an expert of the Shan clan, named Shin Xingchen. After he was pulled out the door, he looked puzzled. Xiao. The Xiao clan senior's expression changed and he hastily opened his mouth to interrupt him. Xiao Chen, do me a favor. Shen Xingchen's eyes were puzzled. What do you mean by that? The Xiao family executives were afraid of being heard by Li XVII and used their fingers to write on Shen Xingchen's palm. Li XVII has a grudge against our Xiao family. You should have heard of it. This morning our Xiao family suffered a loss at the Chen family, also because of these 2 people, Li XVII and G18. If he recognizes our Xiao family, he might kill and exterminate them. Please do us a favor. Later on, say that son or daughter of our Xiao family is of your Shan family. And money-wise, We'll hit your account later on. Shen Xingchen's heart trembled once again when he learned of this news. This morning's siege of the Chen family by the Xiao family had long been rumored in Maple Leaf City, and he also knew that the Xiao family had suffered a great loss from the Chen family, and that the shrines of both the patriarch's father and son had almost been shattered. Only, he hadn't thought that the real instigators were Li XVII and G18? The senior members of the Xiao family looked at Shen Xingchen with bated breath, their eyes written with pleas. Shen Xingchen thought about it and also wrote in the hands of the Xiao family executives, "Okay, I'll help you with this favor. But, I want to see the money first." When the Xiao family's senior management heard this, they couldn't help but crickets in their hearts. Nima, really don't see the rabbit without spreading the eagle. In the past, there is no way that our Xiao family can beg to your head, okay? Although he was thinking this in his heart, he didn't move on the surface, nodded his head, and also began to write a reply. "I'll have someone call you the money now." After saying that, he took out his Miles transmission note and began to contact the top management of the Xiao family, asking them to give Shen Xingchen money. Soon, Shen Xingchen had 200 million more in his card. The Xiao family executives also paid $100,000 out of their own pockets to call Shen Xingchen as a little gift. Writing, "Brother Shen, I'll wait for you outside, please." Shen Xingchen gave an okay gesture and turned around to enter the hall. The top management of the Xiao family stood outside, waiting anxiously. In fact, he didn't really want to be in charge of this kind of helping people wipe their asses. But this Xiao family's son who was causing trouble today wasn't simple. It was the Xiao family's genius Xiao Xiong's most beloved younger brother. Amidst the tense waiting of the Xiao family's top management, 6 minutes later, Shen Xingchen walked out with two young men who had been beaten black and blue. One of them was Shen Lang, and the other was with the son of the Xiao family. This person's name was Xiao Hai and he was Xiao Xiong's younger brother. He came out, and after seeing the Xiao family executives, his expression was joyful. "Second uncle. You." The senior Xiao family member crossed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Don't say so much. Hurry up and go." After saying that, he said an apology to Shen Xingchen and quickly led Xiao Hai away. Shen Xingchen didn't say much and led Shen Lang away. After they left, several other clans also brought their redeemed people and walked out, leaving this place. Their several big clans were all together to ventilate sometimes, so they naturally knew that Li XVII and G18's identities were mysterious in origin, powerful, and could not be messed with. So, they have also all chosen to soften their stance and lose their money. After all, this matter they really do not occupy the reason. There are rich and noble building surveillance and witnesses are showing that it is their family's people first make trouble. Li XVII and G18 is just self-defense. Moreover, just now, G18 was strong and rubbed the so powerful Tang Mingxi on the ground, scaring them all. Do it the hard way. That's definitely not going to work. Not taking advantage of the situation, coupled with the fact that the other party was very strong and could not afford to be provoked, they could only choose to lose money and put the matter to rest. Within the hall of the fortune building, only Tang Mingxi was left lying in a deep pit, as well as, Tang Donglai was hung on a rack. Tang Mingxi was still in a coma, while Tang Donglai's face was horrified, his eyes all written with fear and helplessness, especially after watching his pals lose their money and leave. He was the only one left here, making him even more helpless. Li XVII looked at him in a good mood and said, "Kid, you started it, and now your family's lord wants to kill both of us as well. So it seems that your Tang family is genetically filled with inferiority." G18 also looked at him curiously and said faintly, "Surname Tang, now how do you want to handle this?" Tang Donglai was stared at by the two of them like this. His heart was hairy, and he said in a trembling voice, "Both of you, I was wrong, please let me off. I won't dare to do it again." Li XVII said indifferently, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Besides, both of us are good law-abiding citizens. We won't kill you, we'll just let you compensate us for our moral damages." Tang Donglai hurriedly said, "Compensation, compensation. Our Tang family is very rich, I will definitely compensate." Li XVII pointed at the 10,000 miles transmission note around his neck and said, "Now, notify the rest of your Tang clan and ask them to bring money to compensate us." He held up 3 fingers and said, "This time, $300 million. Tang Donglai's expression changed. "Wasn't it 200 million before? Why did you add money again?" Li XVII pointed at Tang Mingxi, who was lying on the ground, and said, "He also took a shot at our brothers just now, and scared the young hearts of both of our brothers again. So the mental compensation fee will definitely add another 100 million. See, that makes sense, doesn't it? Reasonable? I'm reasonable, Nima. Are you two brothers still young at heart? I see you two are tougher than the devil." Tang Donglai was spitting madly in his heart, but, on the surface, he was smiling and laughing. "Reasonable, very reasonable. I'll contact our Tang family's senior management right now. and I'll definitely compensate you for the mental damage. Li XVII smiled and pointed at the Miles transmission note. Hooray for understanding. So, now, contact your family's senior management. Tang Donglai didn't dare to be disobedient and hurriedly called with the Miles transmission note. Li XVII stood aside, saw Tang Donglai call for money, grinned and smiled incomparably. At this moment, he has more than $1 billion lying in his bank card, and today he really made a fortune. Chapter 115 Calamity. Tang Donglai didn't know what Li XVII was thinking, but instead, in immense trepidation, he began to make phone calls, reporting whatever was happening here, and also explaining that he understood that Tang Mingxi had been knocked down, and asked for backup. The Tang family, those at the top of the Tang family had long since gathered to discuss this matter. When they learned that Tang Donglai had been captured and Tang Mingxi had been pressed to the ground and rubbed, their expressions all became incomparably ugly, especially after hearing Tang Donglai's latest call for help. All of them had grim faces, eyes like electricity, and murderous auras. A Zhang Lai from the Tang clan spoke up. Now, what should we do? The Tang family's head was silent, his face grim as he didn't speak. The other executives of the Tang clan also looked at each other with cold faces. They glanced at each other, all seeing the shock and scorn in each other's eyes. Tang Mingxi was also considered a rather powerful existence in their Tang family, and was just one step away from the great circle of the burning heaven realm. Such an expert, yet he was swung up and smashed by a kid like G18, and ended up exactly the same as Xiao Zhantian, the head of the Xiao family. From this, it could be seen that G18's strength was so deep that he was afraid that the strength he was displaying now was less than a third of his strength. These two country boys don't know where they would pop out from, and their strength is incomparably strong. No matter how you say it, these two people are very powerful and are not existences that our Tang family can mess with. I think it's better to give them the money. $300 million is a lot, but our Tang family can still afford it. It's better to settle grievances than to tie them up. This time it was Tang Donglai who caused trouble first. We are at a disadvantage, so it's better to pay for it. The Xiao family deployed a 2,000-man Thunder Firearms team, and 10 Heaven-Burning Realm cultivators, yet they still suffered a great loss under the hands of G18 and Chen Shan. Our Tang family's heritage is no match for the Xiao family. The Xiao family is no match for us, and we're even less so. That's right, it's better to pay out money and put the matter to rest, and at the same time let that brat Tang Donglai learn a long lesson. The executives of the Tang family were talking, and in the end, all of them decided on one thing: pay the money and ransom the man. The Tang family had glanced at them. Since everyone has already discussed the results, let's vote. Those in favor of paying the money, raise your hands. Along with his words, almost all of the Tang family's top brass raised their hands. Seeing this, the Tang family head frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more, stood up and said in a deep voice, Tang Shanhai, you now immediately take the money and go to ransom the people. Remember, treat the two of them, Li XVII. Better, don't make a deadlock. Tang Shanhai's eyes were puzzled. Get money? Cash? The Tang family head said in a deep voice. Yes, cash. Only cash is what moves people the most. If you're more sincere, we won't fall out with the two of them. After a pause, he spoke. I've just sent someone to get the cash. It'll be ready in an hour. Make sure to browbeat them, and not to make a mess of the relationship. Tang Shanhai was even more puzzled. Big brother, is this necessary? It's just two brats from the countryside. Do we need to be so careful to flatter them? This time pay the money. Save Donglai back. We Tang family remember this account. Later revenge back on the line. Two countryside poor boy. They can still turn over the sky? The other Tang clan executives also nodded, their eyes filled with hatred and anger. As one of the top 10 clans, it was the first time they had been humiliated by others like this. Having the face of the Tang family pressed to the ground by two brats who kept rubbing it against the ground. If they didn't retrieve the scene, how could their Tang family gain a foothold in Maple Leaf City in the future? The head of the Tang family glared at Tang Shanhai, then at the others, and coldly said, I'm telling you, these two little guys aren't ordinary people, and this incident today is also our Tang family's fault, so we deserve to lose money. However, as the head of the family, I will only say one thing, from this moment onwards, no one in or out of the Tang family can hold a grudge against the two of them, and no one can offend them. In the future, no matter where you see them, you have to smile and say hello, and you have to get along with them. Understand? When these words came out, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, completely unable to understand why the Tang family head was doing this. Tang Shanhai couldn't help but ask curiously, why? The other senior officers also looked at the family head with puzzled eyes. The Tang family head said in a single word, I have a strong intuition that the two of them are calamities. Once we offend them, our Tang clan may be doomed. Calamity. When these words came out, everyone, including everyone in Tang Shanghai, were all shocked. Calamity. Such words were generally used to describe calamity-level evil spirits that were sufficient to exterminate tens of millions of lives, and once they appeared, they were sufficient to devour thousands of miles or tens of thousands of miles of life, resulting in thousands of miles of bare ground and countless deaths and injuries. Such an existence, even the Xian Huang flag and the Thunderfire cannon were no good. All of them would be exterminated and devoured. If Li XVII and G18 were truly such existences, Maple Leaf City would have welcomed the terrifying existence of two calamity-level evil spirits in one breath. Everyone in Maple Leaf City will die. After thinking about this matter, they immediately understood what the Tang family had meant. Befriending the two of them was the only way to preserve the Tang family. Tang Shanghai immediately stood up and hurriedly said, "I'll go get the money now." Maple Leaf City was only a border town, and it had been decades since a demon king or above demon-level evil spirit had appeared. If two calamity-level appeared all of a sudden, not to mention Maple Leaf City, all the living beings in this tens of thousands of miles in a radius would have to die. The other Tang clan executives all looked at each other with a deep look of horror inside their eyes. The reason why the Tang family had prospered all the way through was simple. The head of the family had an incomparably strong and sharp intuition. With this intuition, the Tang family avoided one extermination tragedy after another and continued to rise. Now that the Tang family head had said that Li XVII and G18 were calamities, then they must be calamities that could cause trouble for thousands of miles. So, they're all getting terrified. The Tang family head sat in his seat, his face grave as he muttered, "Two such calamities have come to Maple Leaf City, and the Shao family has even gone up against them. This city may be about to change." He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order to immediately disconnect all business dealings with the Shao family, and send some of the young men in the family to the provincial capital." He always had a bad feeling that something very bad might be about to happen to the city. Chapter 116, The Sincere Tang Family. Fortune House. In the middle of the hall, Tang Shanghai had arrived, bringing with him, among other things, 30 bags of cash. The bag was open and red. When Li XVII, Lu Mang and many onlookers at the scene saw the money, their eyes instantly glowed and they couldn't take their eyes off of it. Especially Li XVII. His eyes were wide open and his entire body was excited. That's a lot of money. Too much money. It was the first time he had ever seen so much cash in all his life. The visual impact almost shocked him into unconsciousness. Cui Junjie was also stunned, not expecting the Tang family to come up with such a large amount of money. That much cash. That's not something your average human family can come up with. The Tang family, this is blood money. G18 was expressionless, still gnawing on a chicken leg. As a demon king, he had always relied on the mountain to eat the mountain, and he simply didn't know the importance of money, and he didn't have the slightest concept of money at all. To him, the 30 bags of money were just a big pile of scrap paper. So, he was not at all impressed. Tang Shanghai bowed deeply to Li XVII and said, "Young Master Li, this is a piece of our Tang family's heart for you. Please accept it. In addition, for the offense Tang Mingxi and Tang Donglai took against you, our Tang family is deeply sorry, and we specially offer another 12 kilograms of gold and 100 kilograms of blood rice as compensation. The children of the Tang family have no upbringing. Mr. Li is disciplining them in place of our Tang family. This is a heavenly favor. As a token of appreciation, our Tang family is once again sending 30 kilograms of gold and a Mirage Flying Leopard carriage. A small gift. No honor, please accept it with a smile. Young Master Li." After saying that, he ordered his men to carry 50 kilograms of gold, 100 kilograms of blood rice, as well as parked a Phantom Flying Leopard's carriage at the entrance to make compensation for Li XVII. After saying that, his attitude was also incomparably sincere as he bowed to Li XVII and apologized. This scene left Lu Mang, Tang Donglai and Tang Mingxi all stunned, especially Tang Mingxi and Tang Donglai. They knew what their family's modus operandi was, and knew that the Tang family would first stabilize the situation, come to compensation first, and then slowly settle the score later. However, they hadn't expected that the Tang family would be willing to spend so much money for the two of them. Within a moment, both of them were moved beyond belief. John Choi was also dumbfounded. 30 bags of cash, 50 kilograms of gold, 100 pounds of blood rice, and a Phantom Flying Leopard wagon. This is a heavenly treasure. Cash and gold, which are both circulating currencies, value aside, are known to know very well. But this 100 pounds of blood rice is a rarity. It is said that this kind of blood rice is taken from the barbaric land is very dangerous inside a farmland. On usual market, a caddy of blood rice will be sold to 200,000 a caddy. 100 pounds of blood rice was already worth $20 million. And, for a price, cooking and eating with blood rice can enhance one's physique, increase strength, endurance and speed, etc. The wonderful use is endless. Generally the big families are eating by themselves, and will never take it out for sale. There were only about 100 pounds of blood rice currently circulating in the Maple City market. The blood rice of their fortune house was only 50 pounds in stock, which was used to entertain the VIPs, and the general diners were not qualified to enjoy it. Apart from the blood rice, the phantom flying leopard carriage was even more precious, and only 2 people in the entire Tang clan owned it. The first person was the head of the Tang family, and the second person was the eldest young master of the Tang family. It's a symbol of honorable status. The Tang family had taken out so many things, so it could be said that they had put in a lot of effort and were full of sincerity. Li XVII was also a bit dumbfounded. He had taken down 2 of the Tang clan's children at once, and had originally thought that the Tang clan would have many people come to retaliate. It never occurred to me that the Tang family would be so sincere. He stood up and looked at the cash and these things, somewhat puzzled. What is your Tang family's idea here? I clearly only asked for $300 million, yet you guys are giving back so much. Learning to cite one thing for another? Tang Shanhai hurriedly replied. Young Master Li, this is a small token of appreciation from the head of our Tang family. Please disregard the past and accept these gifts as, well, making a friend. Li XVII waved his hand and said, there's no need to make friends. Judging from all the flighty behavior of your Tang family, there are no good people in your Tang family. Grandpa told me that I can't make friends with bad people. The eldest young master of the Tang family flew off the handle, caused trouble and flew a car, and almost stepped on him and Shen Hongyao. Damn it! They were eating here and Tang Donglai came to trouble them for no reason. Deserves a beating. Tang Mingxi indiscriminately came up to slap him and deserved it. This shows that the Tang family as a whole is no good, and is used to bullying and being overbearing and ferocious. Tang Shanhai's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Li XVII looked at the bags of money and gifts all over the ground, thought for a moment, and said, however, seeing as you are so sincere, I'll grudgingly give your Tang family a chance to reform. Then, he looked at Tang Shanhai with a serious expression and said, you go back and tell the head of the Tang family that when I'm in Maple Leaf City, restrain your sons and daughters of the Tang family. It's best to do more good deeds and contribute to society. Then I won't make any moves against your Tang family and will forget about it. If I run into your Tang family bullying the weak, being domineering, and doing things that hurt the heavens and the earth, if I run into you, you will not be spared. When Tang Shanhai heard this, he was instantly ecstatic and hurriedly said, thank you, young Li, for your teachings. Our Tang family will definitely reform, and we will definitely contribute to the society and try to build a better society. What the Tang family wanted was this statement from Li XVII. Li XVII waved his hand. G18 immediately reacted, grabbing Tang Mingxi on the ground before jumping up, lifting Tang Donglai from the grill and throwing him in front of Tang Shanhai. Li XVII said, all right, I've received your sincerity. Leave the stuff and get lost. Tang Shanhai was like an amnesty, nodding his head repeatedly. Get out right away. Get out right away. After saying that, he took the injured Tang Mingxing and Tang Donglai and quickly left. Those attendants of the Tang clan followed him and quickly left. As he left, Tang Shanhai contacted the head of the Tang clan and truthfully explained everything that had happened here. Tang family, Hall. The head of the Tang family received the call from Tang Shanhai, and after a moment of contemplation, he immediately ordered, pass the order down. Everyone in the Tang family will sever ties with the 4 great families such as the Shao family, the Shan family, the Chu family, and the He family at the first opportunity. Prepare the carriage immediately and send the Tang family's youth to the provincial capital. During this period of time, all Tang family children return to their homes and are grounded, not allowed to go out. Also, notify the entire clan that from this moment on, start doing good deeds and charity for me. Family master, what does this mean? A senior asked. The other executives also looked at the family head with doubt and curiosity, waiting for an answer. The Tang family head's face was grave and scornful as he said, if my intuition isn't wrong, it probably won't be long before there's a big storm coming to Maple Leaf City. He originally thought that Li XVII was just a rash youngster, but what Li XVII said today shook him to the core. Do more good and contribute to society. Then forget about it. If you bully the weak and hurt the innocent, you will not be spared. This shows that Li XVII is cynical and has no sand in his eyes. And as far as he knew, several families within Maple Leaf City were doing bloody business. The Shan family, the Chu family, and the He family, their family business was incomparably dark. The Shao family, in particular, was doing business that was incomparably more hurtful. Now that the Chen family and the Shao family were pitted against each other, and Li XVII was a member of the Chen family, these 2 great families were bound to have an immortal battle soon. In a war of this level, once the Tang family was caught up in it, they would be lightly injured, and if they were heavily involved, they would be wiped out. Therefore, the Tang family absolutely couldn't get involved. and had to quickly cut off the connection with those families in order to have a chance of survival. Fortune House, lobby. With a wave of his hand, Li XVII collected all the money bags, gold, and blood rice into his Qiankuan bag. Then, he urged Jun Shui to have the back kitchen mix several tables of full-course meals, and only after packing those foods again was he satisfied. John Choi looked at the warehouse that had almost been swept away and laughed bitterly. Li XVII and G18. They can really eat. Tao Tai doesn't even have a stomach as big as theirs. Li XVII took out a money bag and placed it in front of Jun Shui, saying, "Old Shui, don't worry, I'm not a freeloader. This money is reserved for you to buy ingredients." Then he jumped up, stood on the table, and humanly patted John Choi on the shoulder, saying, "And yeah, remember to help me find my parents." After saying that, he didn't care how Jun Shui responded, jumped down and pulled G18 out of the door and into the carriage. The Tang family was very considerate and specially equipped Li XVII with a driver. Only, as soon as Li XVII got on the car, the front end of the car was shortened, and the 8 phantom flying leopards immediately let out a painful hiss, and all of them knelt down on the ground, unable to move. Li XVII was stunned. "I'm sorry, I forgot to activate the light body formation on the sheath." When he finished, he nodded at the sheath on his belt. After a flash of light on the sheath, the weight of the killing knife quickly reduced to that of a normal killing knife. Only then did the 8-headed phantom flying leopard let out a sigh of relief and stood up. When Li XVII got on the car just now, the huge weight pressed down on their bones and they were about to break. The driver looked at Li XVII, his eyes incomparably horrified and shocked. Li XVII tapped the driver on the shoulder and hemmed and hawed to show that he was apologetic. G18 pointed at the electric car. "Cousin, what about the electric car?" Li XVII waved his hand in a big way, before putting the electric car into the Qiankuan bag. G18 looked at Li XVI's Qiankuan bag with envious eyes. "This thing, it's like a mobile warehouse. Thieves come in handy." The driver said, "Two young masters, where are we going?" Li XVII said, "Outer city, southern district of the city." The driver was stunned. "Young Master Li, the southern district of the city, that's a slum. Are you sure you want to go there?" Li XVII swept a glance at him. "Cut the crap. You're just the driver. Just follow orders. Go." The driver trembled, not daring to be disobedient or ask further questions, and hurriedly drove the carriage away from the fortune house, heading straight to the southern district of the city in the outer city. G18 sat on the carriage and looked at the receding street scene, wondering, "Cousin, what are we doing in the southern district of the city?" Li XVII smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't ask so much. Go over there and you'll know." G18 looked at Li XVII like this, incomparably curious, and thought, can it be that the master has discovered something fun again? Chapter 117, The Human World is Too Complicated. G18 didn't know what Li XVII was going to do, but, after spending 2 days with Li XVII, he could sort of figure out what kind of person Li XVII was. Li XVII is vindictive and calculating, only allowing himself to make money and not to suffer. This time, Li XVII is going to the southern district of the city, and there must be something good over there. Therefore, he was looking forward to this trip to the south of the city a little more. "Driver, stop the car." After the carriage had traveled for 30 minutes, Li XVII suddenly opened his mouth and called off the driver. Phantom flying leopard carriage, parked in front of the mall where wholesale clothing is sold. Li XVII took out a money bag from his Qiankuan bag, took out many bundles of banknotes from it, and handed it to the driver. "Here's a bonus of 10,000 for you. Go and help me go and buy some clothes." The driver was puzzled. "Young master, what kind of clothes do you want to buy?" Li XVII said, "Not much. You directly acquire 3 children's clothing stores and bring over all their clothes, as well as 2 adult clothing stores and move the warehouses over to me. How about this money? Is it enough?" "Enough is enough. A lot more," the driver said hastily. A bundle of banknotes was 100,000, and Li XVII had now taken out 20 bundles, so it was already 2 million. With that money, it would be more than enough to acquire 4 stores. Li XVII took out a bag, packed up these 20 bundles of bills, and handed it to the driver. "Pull over, don't affect the traffic, and then, go buy something." The driver parked the car, took the money, and immediately went inside the wholesale market to buy clothes. G18 was puzzled. "Master, aren't you afraid that he will hack your money?" Li XVII smiled faintly. "He wouldn't dare." G18 said. "Why?" Li XVII swept at a glance. "It's terrible to be uncultured." 18. You are now a human appearance. To completely integrate into the human society, then you need to learn the human society's human conditions. This carriage is a reparation gift from the Tang family to me, and the driver is also from the Tang family. They want to curry favor with me, And naturally they've made a point of telling this driver that he won't let himself mess with me. Besides, this driver should know something. You can even rub Tang Mingxi on the ground. He's just a driver. Can he beat you? If he can't even beat you, how dare he hack my money? You think so? When G18 heard these words from Li XVII, he suddenly came to a realization. So it is. Human society is too complicated. Or the world of evil spirits is simpler. It didn't take long for the driver to show up with a group of people carrying in many piles of clothes. Men, women, and children of all ages. G18 looked at so many clothes and was once again puzzled. Cousin, what do you need so many clothes for? Li XVII said mysteriously. Of course it's useful. He got out of the car and touched the clothes. The quality is pretty good. No corners were cut. The driver came back and returned several bundles of banknotes to Li XVII, saying, Young master, 5 stores, spent $1 million. There is still 1 million left here. Li XVII said indifferently. You divide it down. 200,000 for each store. Run it as usual. Count the money earned as theirs. But, when I need clothes, they need to have them ready for me at all times. The driver nodded, turned his head, called out the 5 men in the crowd, gave each of them 2 bundles of banknotes, and relayed Li XVII's message to them. Thank you, Mr. Li, don't worry, young Li, we will do our best to run it. These 5 bosses received the money, and when they heard this, they were ecstatic, and immediately walked over, thanking Li XVII in all kinds of ways, and were close to kneeling down for Li XVII. It's really hard to do business these days. All these clothing stores of theirs were green and half dead, and now Li XVII acquired their stores, emptied all the clothes at once, and gave them money back. Where can I find such a boss? Li XVII let them get up, and then with a big wave of his hand, he put all these clothes in his Qianquan bag as well. The driver, the 5 big bosses, and everyone else at the scene saw this scene, all of them staring wide-eyed and full of disbelief. How do piles of clothes disappear in the blink of an eye? Li XVII didn't care about them, pulling the driver into the car. The driver also jumped down and said to those bosses, well, don't send them away. You guys go back to watch the store first. After saying that, he urged the driver to drive faster. The driver harnessed the carriage and soon left the scene. The 5 bosses were still waving behind them, tears in their eyes, grateful. The driver looked at the people behind him and said to Li XVII, Young master, you're making too much of a loss with this deal. Li XVII hemmed and hawed and said, it's fine to lose a little on some deals. G18 glanced at Li XVII and muttered in his heart, you weren't like this to others Lu Hongqi last night, now you're pretending to be generous? The driver didn't dare to ask more questions and continued driving. An hour later, they were in the southern part of the city. It's not like the bustling capital. There are dilapidated tiled houses everywhere, and the tallest is just a small 3-story house. Moreover, the street hygiene here is very unhygienic, with garbage readily visible everywhere, and many rats and cockroaches can be seen in the stinky gutters. The stench is overwhelming. Dirty disorder. There are signs of poverty, dilapidation, and decay everywhere. The people going back and forth are all in rags, and there are many beggars on the side of the road looking for something to eat inside the garbage cans. In the alley, there were many other sounds of fighting and robbery coming from the alley, followed by a quick rush of running footsteps. G18 frowned and said, they're all in the same city. How come the inner and outer cities are so prosperous, but this southern part of the city is so backward? As a demon king, his own environment living amongst the mountains and wilds was bad enough, and as a result, the environment here was several times worse than the Kangwolf forest he lived in. These bums and the people here are all skinny and weak, the kind of people he didn't have the stomach to eat when he saw them in the mountains. Compared to the bustling and clean inner city, it was like a heaven and a hell, not like being in the same city at all. The driver sighed and said, the inner city is the world of the nobles, the streets are busy and clean, and the outer city area close to the inner city is also a prosperous area. But this is the southernmost area of Maple City, a true slum, where people have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning every day and travel across half of the city to work in the outer city, close to the inner city, just to work and earn money to support their families, living on a tight budget. They dream of buying a house in an area close to the inner city, and they dream of getting their children into martial arts schools and masters, but those martial arts schools are incredibly expensive, and the average person can't afford to pay the tuition. And, although the southern part of the city is a bit dirty and messy, the rent is cheaper here. And a lot of people from out of town or from the countryside are concentrated here. So, he didn't continue in this regard. Compared to the inner city, this place was indeed quite backward. However, it also had a huge population base, and many more migrant workers lived here. They are so poor that they cannot afford to buy a house close to the martial arts center, so they can only live here in resignation. working every day to earn money and support their families, hoping that one day they can buy a house close to the martial arts center where their children can go to school. At the same time, there are a lot of people here, mixed with fish and dragons. All kinds of characters are mixed here, and the law and order is relatively chaotic. The driver turned his head to look at Li XVII. Young master, what are we doing here? Li XVII didn't say anything, but looked at the dirty street, looked at the passing bridge holes, and looked at the homeless people next to those garbage cans, and his heart was filled with emotion. Once upon a time, he and Grandpa and the others had lived the same life in Yanjing, displaced, living under a bridge hole, working for money. When he didn't have a job, he had followed Grandpa as he rummaged for food inside the garbage cans. Grandpa had said that he must make lots and lots of money and buy a house so that their family of 17 could settle down in Kyoto and so that they, the children, could have a home. However, before this wish could be realized, Gong was victimized by the Chu family. Now that he sees these beggars like this, he empathizes and is quite saddened. The carriage traveled along. Just then, Li XVII suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Found it. Stop the car." The driver stopped in a hurry. Li XVII stared ahead, and G18 and the driver also looked ahead. In their line of sight, a ragged, 3-year-old boy was trudging up a garbage can, looking for something to eat inside. He was very, very small, only 90 centimeters tall at most, with a yellow face and skinny bones, looking incredibly pitiful and miserable. Beside him, there were several other small children, about 3 or 4 years old, looking for something to eat inside the piles of garbage all over the place. One of them, a little boy of only 4 years old, grabbed a moldy bread and immediately his eyes glowed. Not caring whether he could eat it or not, he directly broke half of it and stuffed it into his mouth. The other half, he handed to a little girl a year younger than himself. "Sister, eat." That little girl was also about 3 years old, with a yellowish face, looking incomparably skinny, and had almost been reduced to the appearance of skin and bones. She grabbed the moldy bread and shoved it in her mouth to chew as well. Only, the bread was moldy and tasted unbelievably awful, and when she took a bite, the inside of her stomach immediately turned inside out and she was about to vomit. Seeing this, the little boy hurriedly walked over, covered the little girl's mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Don't spit. Spit it out and we'll be starved to death. Swallow it." The little girl's eyes were brimming with tears, and she forced herself to swallow the moldy bread. Even so, both of their stomachs were still rumbling with hunger. Not only them, but many of the little beggars on the scene also had their stomachs rumbling with hunger. There were many small children who couldn't even find food and planted themselves on the ground with their eyes blackened. The little boy held his sister's hand and looked at his little friend who had fallen next to him with despair in his eyes. The little girl touched her stomach and said pitifully, "Brother, I'm so hungry." The little boy gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a moment. I'll go to the downtown area of the outer city and steal steamed buns for you to eat." Seeing this scene, the driver was quite upset. G18 said, "Cousin, is it them you're looking for?" He turned back, only to find that Li XVII had disappeared at an unknown time. Phew! A gust of wind swept in, and Li XVII appeared behind the pair of siblings. "Little friend, stealing is bad." He was short, only 120 centimeters, but, behind this sibling, he also looked a bit tall. The siblings were startled when they heard Li XVII's voice. The boy turned around in a hurry, shielded his sister behind him, and looked at Li XVII with incomparable vigilance and panic. I haven't gone to steal it yet. What do you want?" Li XVII didn't say anything, and like a magic trick, he took out 2 steamed buns and handed them to them, smilingly saying, "Want one?" Chapter 118, Cutting the Chives? 2 steaming hot buns, emitting an aroma. When the little girl saw the steamed buns in Li XVI's hand, her eyes instantly glowed and she reached out to take them. At that moment, the little boy hastily pulled her behind him again and said in a deep voice, "Don't take it." Then, he turned back to stare at Li XVII in a wary and defensive manner. "You bad guys, don't try to cheat us. Even if we die, we won't want your stuff." After that, he pulled his sister away. That little girl was reluctant to give up, looking at the steamed bun in Li XVI's hand 3 times a step back. The little boy tugged at her, pulling her along, and as he did so, he said, "Sister, don't look. How could they, the rich, share their goodies with us? It's poisonous. Have you forgotten how fourth brother and the others are no more?" That little woman heard these words. Instantly her eyes were horrified, no longer dared to look at the steamed bun in Li XVI's hand, and quickly followed the little boy to leave. Li XVII stood still and froze. Yesterday, when he came out shopping with Chen Hongyao, he had already noticed that there were small beggars begging on the streets, and these 2 pairs of siblings were among them. He used to follow Gong these miles of vagabonds from the small beggars, see them, naturally feel incomparable heartache. want to help these people. Last night, when returning from outside the city, he had specifically inquired with Lu Hongqi about the location of the beggars and learned that it was these people who were living in the southern district of the city. Therefore, after finishing his own business at hand, he specially brought a lot of food and clothes to the southern district of the city, and as a result, these two little beggars were obviously both starving, and they even wanted to eat moldy food, but they didn't want the steamed buns in his hand? What the hell? He looked at the backs of the two siblings as they left, and then at the other scavengers, handing the buns to one of them. As a result, the man was also frightened, excused himself and scrambled away from Li XVII. Not only him, but all the scavengers at the scene were also filled with panic and quickly left when they saw Li XVII walking over with steamed buns. What's the situation? Li XVII frowned, feeling puzzled for the first time. They're obviously starving, and now that there's fresh food in front of them, they don't eat it and run away? Most importantly, the eyes of these people were looking at him with terror, defensiveness and vigilance written all over them, as if he was a demon that could eat people. While Li XVII was puzzled, suddenly, the driver spoke up. Master 17, you can't send it like this. Li XVII turned his head to look at the driver. Do you know what's going on here? The driver looked at Li XVII, wanting to say something. Li XVII's face sank. Speak, the driver said. Master 17, have you ever heard of a human mind? Li XVII frowned. Human mind? What do you mean? He didn't quite understand the word, but, instinctively, rather loathed it and found it rather bad. The driver said, a mine, as the name implies, is a substance that is embedded in the ground, has mining value, and is very valuable, and a human mine, meaning that someone is treating these scavengers as if they were something of value. Whenever there was a need, someone would come and take some of them away, and I don't know what they were taken to anymore. In fact, he's a driver for a large family and knows a lot about what's going on. It's just that some things can't be said. Li XVII sniffed and his face was gloomy as water. Treating people as things? Harvest them when you need them? The driver nodded, still not explaining anything else. G18 interjected. Isn't that just leeks? As long as someone wants to eat it, just cut a crop. The driver didn't say anything, just nodded acquiescently. When Li XVII heard these words, his face became more and more gloomy. Without a word, he put away the buns in his hand and said to the driver, you take the car outside. And 18, you come down and go with me to the neighborhood to find out what's going on. G18 jumped out of the car, and the driver hurriedly drove the car out beyond the southern part of the city. Li XVII pulled G18 to the alley, took out a set of rough linen clothes for himself to change into, and took out another set of rough linen clothes and threw it to G18, letting G18 change into it as well. G18 put on his clothes while asking suspiciously, Master, why are you changing your clothes? Li XVII said, it is highly likely that these little children are scornful of us because we are wearing flashy clothes, which means that the people who usually control them or treat them as minerals are rich and powerful people. There is a saying in the Analects of Confucius, if we come here, we will be at peace. Since we've come to this place, we have to follow the customs and blend in, and we have to dress the same way as they do in order to gain their trust. G18's entire body froze when he heard this explanation. Is that what it means when you're here? Isn't the meaning of if it comes, then I will bury it explained by Li XVII before. If the enemy is going to come and kill me, then I will bury the enemy? How come it's a different meaning now? Seeing G18's clear and stupid eyes, Li XVII patiently explained. It's terrible to be uncultured. Read a little more. The Analects and the Whirligig are not the same book. The rules on the road and the cultural knowledge on the books. This has to be clearly distinguished. G18? What do you mean? What's the situation? Isn't this all Whirligig? What's the difference between rules of the road and book knowledge? Master, I read less. Don't lie to me. Li XVII a moment of the Analects of Confucius a moment of Whirligig. The same sentence, but the interpretation is different. He feels that his brain is a bit insufficient. Li XVII swept him a glance and said, it's okay, follow me in the future. You will slowly understand. After saying that, he had already changed into a very worn-out set of clothes with many stitched patches on them. G18 was filled with doubt and confusion, but he still changed his clothes and looked at Li XVII with a face of admiration. Master, you are truly knowledgeable. As he spoke, he inwardly lamented that human knowledge was truly ever-changing. Li XVII said with a face of rightfulness, that's natural. Watch and learn well. After the two people to clothes are changed, Li XVII also specially bring dirt in their own and G18 white face wiped a few times. The two people made a pimply face, into a living two small beggars after. This is only from the alley out. Li XVII took G18 and went out beyond the alley, begging from door to door, and suffered a lot of blank stares. Get out of here. I can't take care of myself. No money or food for you. Dead caller, get out. Scavengers, go find your own food in the trash cans. Don't mess with me. Get out. Many of the heads of households would not open the door to them at all, and some of them opened the door, cursed at them, and slammed it shut again. Being treated like this by these people, G18 was a bit enraged. What the hell? You're living in a place like this, and you still dare to be so disrespectful to this demon king? This demon king eats you all. He crossed his eyes and gave those people a cold stare, only to be knocked on the head by Li XVII's explosion, which made him honest. Li 17 didn't say much when he was rejected, and remained all smiles and didn't get angry. Finally, after 100 closed doors, they met a kind head of household, a grandmother who brought out overnight, somewhat rancid food and handed it to them to eat. Li 17 didn't mind, and thanked him with immense gratitude, and while eating the somewhat rancid food, he took the opportunity to inquire, "Grandma, our brothers just arrived here, and we don't know what's going on here, and just now, I saw someone handing out very tasty food, so why is there no one there to claim it?" The old granny's expression changed as she sniffed, saying, "You two mustn't go and claim that food. Once you eat it, you'll fall unconscious, and then you'll be taken away." Li 17 curiously said, "Take it away? Where to?" The grandmother shook her head and said, "I don't know where I would be taken, but the child who was taken away has never returned since." After a pause, the grandmother said with tears in her eyes and a bit of heartache, "Then I watched the news. And those children who ate all that good food would die horribly in the sewers or in the middle of nowhere after a few days. There were individual children who died so badly that their blood was drained. Even individual children who had already been blessed by the true God were taken away not long afterward, had a cut made in the back of their heads, were taken out of their shrines hard, and died horribly in the wilderness." Chapter 119, True God's Blessing? Li 17 was still eating his grandmother's food. When he heard these words, his face instantly turned cold. "Grandma, do you know who did this? When they eat good food, they pass out and are taken away. And by the time they are found either their blood has been drained or the divine fetus blessed by the true God has been removed. In other words, any child that was taken would be dead." The grandmother shook her head. "I'm light in stature and at the bottom of the social ladder. How would I know who those people are? All I know is that the men arrived in horse-drawn carriages each time, and along with them came large wagons. As soon as a child eats from them and passes out, they take those children away inside a big van. And then, those children never come back. Oh. No wonder those two kids just now." G18 suddenly realized. Li 17 glared at him, and G18's next words could no longer be said. Li 17 talked with the old granny again, and after learning from the old granny's mouth that those little beggars were living in the air raid shelter in the southern district of the city, he finished the food in his hand, wiped his mouth, and respectfully said, "Thank you, Granny. I'm full, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he bowed politely to the grandmother and led G18 away. The old grandmother looked at their backs, her eyes worried and kind, and shouted, "If you two don't have any food to eat in the future, remember to come to Grandma's place, and if there's a bite of Grandma's food, there's no shortage of you." Li 17 and G18 waved their hands and left without looking back. Ugh, the grandmother sighed and muttered, "Poor children, displaced at such a young age. If only I had the money and the rice, I could make them all come to the house for dinner." Her home was also only 20 square meters, filled with all sorts of stuff, and narrowed down to 2 bunk beds, a kitchen and a toilet that could barely fit another dining table. In the narrow living room, a portrait of the true God of the sun was also enshrined and incense was offered. The old granny stood up and packed her things, her eyes growing more and more worried, murmuring, "Not to mention those children, I'm almost unable to protect myself." There wasn't much food left in her house. Her son and daughter-in-law were living close to the inner city and would rarely come back, and she couldn't reach them without a cell phone or an expensive 10,000-mile transmission note. At this time she was also short of money and food, and had been eating leftovers for 2 days, all warmed up and warmed down, some of which were rancid, and she couldn't bring herself to throw them away. Only, by the time the grandmother was packing up her things, she suddenly realized something strange, and her whole body froze. A full 50-pound bag of rice had been placed on the floor of the dining room table at some point. Underneath the bag of rice, there was also a stack of red bills pressed, at least $30,000. The grandmother looked at the rice and then at the money, her eyes surprised with confusion. Where did all this rice come from? The money, where did it come from again? Falling from the sky? She stepped out of the doorway again and looked around, then at the sky, stunned. In the next second, she plopped down on her knees, kneeling and kowtowing to the 2 rounds of sun in the sky, with tears in her eyes and gratitude, chanting, "Thank you, true God. Thank you, true God, for blessing me." In her opinion, these rice and money that suddenly appeared in her house must be the gift of the sun true God. it was because she had made offerings to the Sun True God. And the Sun True God saw that she was about to starve to death that he gave her so many bounties. After she finished kneeling, she was overjoyed and murmured, "With this amount of money and so much rice, my old self will be able to give kanji to those little children again. The true God is truly good." Li 17 and G18 walked towards the side of the air defense shelter. G18 walked behind, looking at Li 17 with some odd eyes. This master is more and more difficult to figure out. Brocade clothes, even can eat that old granny's rancid rice, rancid food. He a demon king, see all have no appetite for things. The master but eats so fragrant. Moreover, before leaving, the owner silently took out the rice and money from the Chinkuan bag and put them under the granny's table without mentioning a word. Master, this person is really elusive. Doesn't he want to get the old granny's gratitude? G18 pondered in his heart, but he couldn't think of anything. In this moment, he felt that his master was too complicated. And even more so, that humans were too complicated. As G18 walked, he asked, "Master, where are we going now?" Li 17 said, "Bomb shelter." He now sort of figured out why that pair of siblings were afraid of him and didn't dare to take his food. So there was such a layer of reason in it. At that time, he drove his carriage over and kindly gave that pair of siblings delicious steamed buns. In his opinion, he was helping that pair of siblings. However, in the eyes of that brother and sister, he was the Grim Reaper who came in a carriage to take people away. Something like this must have happened more than once or twice already. And that's what made that pair of siblings so terrified. When he thought of the scared, terrified, wary, and helpless eyes of that brother and sister, Li 17 felt a pang of heartache. Thinking back then, how could he not be like that? In them, Li 17 saw himself as a child. At that time, he had grandpa, and 12th brother and 13th brother in them. But that pair of siblings was just the two of them by themselves. So, Li 17 has to find them and help them out of their predicament. And it's not just that pair of siblings. It's all the beggars here that he wants to help. He's going to make this city beggar-free. While walking, Li 17 instructed G18, 18, go back to the driver and tell him to find the person in charge of managing the southern district of the city. After a while, I have something to talk to that person in charge. G18 nodded and immediately turned around, leaving the place. Without looking back, Li 17 walked straight in the direction of the air raid shelter. Only, before he could walk for long, suddenly, a group of people jumped out in front of him, blocking his way. They were all vicious looking, holding weapons and staring at Li 17 with unkind eyes. One of them, a young man with a green dragon tattooed on his face and about 20 years old, held dual swords and stared coldly at Li 17. "Kid, I see you're quite good looking. Your family is quite rich, right? Lend some to your brother to spend?" The others also brandished their weapons at this moment, pointing at Li 17, with a ferocious look on their faces. Not an existence to be messed with at a glance. Li 17 looked at them and was a bit happy. "Are you guys robbing me?" Chapter 120, Why Should I Be Afraid? Li 17 looked at the several people blocking in front of him, seemingly smiling. "Aren't you guys a bit unprofessional if you are robbing? Shouldn't you start with this road is mine? This tree is mine. If you want to pass by this road, leave behind the money to buy the road?" Roadblock. This kind of thing, he used to hear about it inside Grandpa's stories, and for the first time since he grew up, he had encountered this kind of thing in the middle of real life, which made him a little bit excited. Those youths who stopped and robbed originally thought that Li 17 would be afraid and were prepared to continue terrorizing Li 17. However, when he heard Li 17 speak like this, he was caught off guard and confused. That's not at all like the script they were thinking of. After this kid was stopped and robbed by them, instead of being scared as they thought he would be, he looked excited? What the hell? The youth tattooed with a green dragon and holding twin swords stared at Li 17. "Kid, aren't you afraid?" Li 17 was puzzled. "Why should I be afraid?" The youth said fiercely. "We're robbing. Seeking money and killing people. If you don't hand over the money, we'll kill you." Li 17 smiled and said, "But I didn't feel your killing intent." "You won't kill me." "Feel the killing intent?" The youth, as well as the others, all looked at each other with puzzled eyes. Li 17 was young and could still feel killing intent? The double-sword youth brandished his double swords, put on a fierce look, glared viciously at Li 17, and was about to speak. At this time, Li 17 added another stab, smilingly saying, "Besides, you guys are so weak that you came out to rob. Isn't this for nothing?" When the double-sword youth heard this, he suddenly became furious. "Kid, I don't care what you say. In short, you must hand over the money today. Otherwise," he made a throat-slitting motion and gritted his teeth, "otherwise, I'll kill you." After saying this, his expression feigned even more ferocity. The others beside him were also brandishing the weapons in their hands. With a fierce and vicious face, glaring viciously at Li 17. Li 17 looked at these looks of theirs and laughed, saying, "Fun, really fun." The corners of their mouths twitched as the double-sword youth, as well as the others, sniffed. This is the first time they've ever gotten up the courage to rob a place, and they run into a kid like this? They gathered in a circle and talked. "Boss, this kid isn't a psychopath, is he? How come he's not even scared? It can't be the legendary superhero, can it? Whether he's a psychopath or not, we must rob him this time. I just stared at this kid all the way. He came in a luxury carriage. He must have money on him. Don't look at him as small, but he must be the young master of one of those big families. Knock him out and let's take the money and go away, so that we'll have money to buy things to eat, and mom and dad and the others won't starve." But I see that he is so happy to be robbed. He must have mental problems. He seems to be more pitiful than us. Oh, to not count it? What's the point of counting? We all don't have any food at home. We've searched all the trash cans in the neighborhood. If we don't find any money, we'll all starve to death. This kid must have money on him. We must rob him. Yes, 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 we must rob him. Oh, so that's why you guys are out robbing. Yeah, who would want to come out and rob if their family wasn't so poor they couldn't afford it? Oh, then do you guys want to make a way out? Like, go to a martial arts school or something. We want to go to school too, but the enrollment fee and the accommodation fee are very expensive, so we can't afford it. So, what if I fund you guys? Stop joking. Who in our family has the money to fund who? Wait, who's talking? The double-sword youth and the others formed a circle and were discussing things, and as they spoke, suddenly, they all felt a wave of oddness. Immediately after that, they realized that Li 17 had squeezed into their group at some unknown time and was also discussing with them together, with those big watery eyes blinking and looking at them with a watery look. Those two words just now, that's what he said. The double-sword youth and the others were instantly startled and screamed, scattering in all directions and staring angrily at Li 17. In particular, the double-sword youth said angrily, "You, when did you join in?" Just now. They had already formed a circle. Li 17 just squeezed in so silently and participated in their discussion so naturally. However, they didn't have the slightest idea when Li 17 had squeezed in. That's a little too scary, isn't it? Li 17 looked at them smilingly and said, "Alright, I know the reason. You guys put down your knives and take me to the air raid shelter. I'll give you money." The double-sword youth pointed his knife at Li 17 and said vigilantly, "Kid, what are you doing in the air raid shelter? Let me tell you, if you dare to hit those kids in the air raid shelter, I'll chop you up with one knife." Dang! Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of sword light flashed in front of him, and the twin swords in his hands were immediately split in half and fell to the ground. The dual-sword youth was still shaken by that tremendous force to the point that his tiger's mouth was ruptured, dripping with blood and in severe pain. He trembled and hastily took 2 steps back, looking at Li 17 with a face full of horror. "You, what did you just do?" The light just now was too fast, so fast that he didn't see anything, just a flash in front of his eyes, and the twin swords in his own hands had shattered. Li 17 patted the killing knife behind himself and laughed. "Nothing to do, just pulling out the knife and cutting your knife. No need to be nervous. Take a deep breath. It's normal for your hand to hurt." Chapter 121, I Want Your Lives. Li 17 had only cleaved and shattered the double-sword youth's sword just now, and did not cause any damage to the double-sword youth. Only, his force was too great, and when the pig-killing knife cleaved through, the powerful force still shook the double-sword youth's tiger's mouth to rupture. The double-sword youth burst into a rage and yelled, "We didn't make a move against you, but you even made a move against me? Brothers, cop out and get him." With his words, all the youths on the scene immediately reacted and all let out a loud roar, and after that, they all picked up their weapons and ruthlessly slashed at Li 17. Li 17 looked at their attack, shook his head without panicking, and said, "You guys really aren't professional enough." As an expert who had walked out of hell, he could tell at a glance that the posture of these youths with their weapons and the angles at which they struck out to attack were all amateurs. There were individuals who were still incredibly hesitant and timid in their strikes, not even daring to strike at his vitals, but hesitantly striking at his thighs and arms. Obviously, these are amateurs and don't want to hurt anyone's life. Facing these attacks, Li 17 grinned and placed his hand on the hilt of the pig-killing knife. "You guys started it, then don't blame me for not being polite." Oh. When he finished, he gripped the hilt of his knife. Madaka! The killing knife was sheathed, and the light of the knife flashed so brightly that it shook the eyes of some people at the scene. In the next second, everyone's movement stopped. They opened their eyes and looked themselves up and down in unbridled horror, afraid that a piece of flesh might be missing from their bodies. And then, they looked at Li 17 with even more horror. "You, what have you done?" Li 17 smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm a good person. I'm just doing what I should do. The corners of the mouths of the double dagger youth and the others all twitched. Good people? Who's a nice guy who carries a killing knife that big behind his back? Who's a good guy who pulls a knife at the drop of a hat? The double sword youth covered his tiger's mouth and was just about to speak. Only, with a movement of his body, the clothes split apart inch by inch and dissipated into a flurry of flying flowers. He was so frightened that he hastily covered his vital parts with his hands, his eyes shocked. What's going on? Why are my clothes broken? The others laughed out loud when they saw this miserable state of the double sword youth. Only, before they could open their mouths to taunt the dual sword youth, a cool wind blew, and the clothes on their bodies turned into pieces and were blown away by the wind. In a flash, everyone was jacked up. Not only were their clothes in shreds, even the weapons in their hands had shattered into crumbs, falling to the ground like dust. All of them were terrified beyond belief, and just like the double sword youth, they used their hands to cover their most important positions at the first opportunity. And then, face to face, what happened? Why are all the clothes on them shredded? Why are their weapons turning to dust? Ha 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 ha, fun. Seeing what they had all become, Li XVII withdrew his sword back into its sheath and cackled with laughter. The double sword youth looked angrily at Li XVII. Kid, is it you who messed up? Li XVII laughed so hard that tears came out. Ha ha ha, yes, it's me. Ha ha ha, you guys are so skinny. This kind of ribs body still dare to come out to rob. Ha ha ha, these youths looked incomparably fierce. However, after there were no more clothes to cover them up, most of them had a skin and bone-like figure, and they just looked weak. Only the two-sword youth was a little bit better, with that little bit of muscle left in his body. Asterisk you. The double-sword youths all looked angrily at Li XVII, hating to whip Li XVII out of his skin. But, on second thought, their eyes were filled with scorn, panic and fear when they looked at Li XVII. The power that Li XVII had just displayed was too strong. With just one swing of the killing knife, the light of the blade had shaken their eyes, and then, their clothes shattered and their weapons were all hacked into sand. Such a sword technique was simply divine. This power, it's horrible. If Li XVII had killed them just now, I'm afraid that they would have been in one piece of the east and one piece of the west by now. Thinking of this, they glanced at each other and all saw the fear in each other's eyes. Run! In the next second, the double sword youth and the others all had the same thought, turning around at the first time, and then quickly running wildly, wanting to get far away from Li XVII. In their view, Li XVII was a demon with incomparable strength. They were definitely no match for Li XVII. If they didn't stay away from Li XVII, they might die under Li XVII's killing knife. However, before they could turn around and run much farther, there was a blur in front of their eyes, and Li XVII had already appeared in front of them like a ghost, stopping in front of them and smilingly saying, "Don't go away." Robbing. The double sword youth as well as the others all changed in color, covering their important parts and looking at Li XVII in shock. The double sword youth even trembled. You, what are you going to rob? They were unarmed and still penniless. What did Li XVII rob? Li XVII stared at them and heatedly smiled. What else can you be robbed of? When the double sword youth heard this, his complexion changed drastically on the spot. You kid is so perverted. Brothers, I'll hold him off. You run quickly. After saying that, he defied all odds and lunged towards Li XVII, wanting to hold Li XVII in his arms and let the others leave. Li XVII jumped up, grabbed the head of the double sword youth and smashed it directly on the ground. The double sword youth screamed miserably. The others originally wanted to turn around and leave, but when they saw that the double sword youth was knocked to the ground, they immediately stood still and said in unison, dare to hit our Fae. Fight with him. After saying that, all of them rushed over and launched a fierce attack on Li XVII without fear of death. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a burst of sound of fists hitting the flesh. All the youths who came to rob were knocked to the ground by Li XVII, and were even stacked up like a stacked Han by Li XVII. Brother Faye was at the bottom, and Li XVII stood at the top of them, looking at them with a smile on his face, and slapped the head of the youth at his feet, saying, "Brothers, at your level you dare to come out and rob. Don't you want to die? If this were to run into some masters with poor tempers and heavy killing auras, I'm afraid your heads would have fallen to the ground by now." After saying that, he once again slapped the youth on the head, causing the youth to wail. Faye and the others felt like they were about to break, wanting to cry. They came here to rob. How come all of a sudden they're being robbed? Especially Faye. He was being pressed by so many people. He felt like he was going to be out of breath. He panicked and begged for forgiveness. Young master, I know I'm wrong. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Li XVII hemmed and hawed. Letting you guys go? That's fine. But I learned robbery from you guys, so naturally I can't return empty-handed. Say, what valuable things do you guys have? When Fei and the others heard this, they fell into a deep silence. After several seconds, Fei then hung his head and said, Young master, we have no money, no power, only a rotten life. You, Li 17 said. Very well, I was waiting for your words, I want your lives. Fei and the others were immediately shocked and begged for mercy and fear. Young master, young warrior, we were wrong, please, don't kill us, Li 17 asked rhetorically. Are you guys out of your minds? I'm a good boy who is civilized and polite. How could I possibly kill someone? In this case, from this moment onwards, you'll sell your lives to me and become my loyal henchmen. And if you follow me in the future, I'll guarantee that you'll be able to eat and drink well every day.